The man was originally a mercenary, but he was attacked during a mission. A shell struck him with pinpoint accuracy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a simple bedroom. Beside him lay a young woman, pale and thin. A wave of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded his mind, and Chen Mo instantly realized that he had transmigrated. Moreover, they were transported to a chaotic ancient world that had never appeared in historical records. Just yesterday, the original owner went to town to borrow money from a friend. On the way back, however, they were robbed by several thugs. The original owner was eventually beaten half to death and thrown into the roadside bushes. If it weren't for the widow Zhao from the same village who happened to pass by and discovered him, he would probably have been devoured by wolves long ago. Although he was rescued, unfortunately, he remained unconscious. "Husband, you're finally awake." Just then, Lin Xiaolu woke up. Seeing Chen Mo already sitting up, she was overjoyed. She once thought that this bookworm might never wake up again and that she would soon become a widow. Looking at the pitiful Lin Xiaolu, Chen Mo reached out and pulled her into his arms. "My wife, you've worked so hard all these years." Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt that this bookworm seemed to have become more affectionate. Chen Mo had never done this before. He always carried books and had never hugged her. Even after being married for so many years, the two have never had any intimate relations. So even now, Lin Xiaolu remains a virgin. "I'm not tired. I'm just glad my husband is all right." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaolu heard a gurgling sound. "I'll go find Sister Ho Hot right now to borrow some grain so I can cook you some porridge." Watching her hurried departure, Chen Mo felt a pang of pity in his eyes. What a good woman. But when he saw this destitute home, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. These were chaotic times. If only those modern weapons could also travel through time with us, that would be wonderful. He had only spoken halfway when Chen Mo suddenly found a scene appearing in his mind, and then he found himself completely immersed in the scene. The convoy. Chen Mo recognized at a glance. It was the place he had been before he transmigrated. The road was flanked by dense forests, with a highway running through the middle, and the convoy was parked in the middle of the highway. He immediately opened the door of an SUV, only to find it empty. Although there was no one in the vehicle, all the supplies were still there, and all the vehicles were intact. "What's going on? Can I go back? Although there's food and drink here, who can stand this loneliness?" Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo returned to the bed. You're back again." Chen Mo subconsciously thought of something, and then muttered to himself, "Enter the space." Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside the convoy. "Holy crap, I'm cheating." The convoy consisted of 3 armored vehicles, 5 military off-road vehicles, and 15 military trucks. The truck was loaded with all sorts of supplies, including not only military supplies such as weapons, ammunition, and gasoline. There are also daily necessities such as rice, flour, cooking oil, food, and medicine. Then, Chen Mo walked to his car and took out his backpack. He took out cigarettes and a lighter, lit one, and started smoking. But after only a few puffs, he threw the cigarette away. "My wife is starving. We have to get her some meat to cheer her up." With that, Chen Mo jumped onto a military truck. He brought over a bag of rice, some pork belly, and a chicken, and then he took a pistol. This thing is definitely a deadly weapon in this era. It's definitely a good idea to carry it with you. You can just pull it out and fire it. The next moment, Chen Mo was back on the bed. Looking at the pork and rice in front of him, he couldn't help but ponder how to explain it in a reasonable way. As Chen Mo carried the things towards the kitchen, he racked his brains for an excuse. He had just put the things down and was about to leave when Lin Xiaolu then walked in carrying half a bowl of yellowish-brown rice. She was taken aback when she saw Chen Mo. She thought her husband must be starving, so she quickly said, "Husband, we've borrowed rice. I'll cook it for you right away." As she spoke, she suddenly caught sight of something on the table, and her delicate body trembled violently. A chicken. Lin Xiaolu stared wide-eyed at the thing in front of her in disbelief, almost drooling. After a long pause, she slowly asked, "Husband, why is there meat in the house? I met a celestial being while I was unconscious, and these are all gifts from him." Chen Mo paused for a moment, then pointed to the rice on the ground. "Look, besides meat, there's also rice." Lin Xiaolu looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that the bag was very novel. Could it really be a gift from an immortal? Seeing that she was still a little dazed, Chen Mo picked up a kitchen knife and cut open the rice bag, revealing the white rice inside. Ah! Lin Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. It's refined rice. Ordinary people have never seen such a thing before. It's a kind of food that only the upper class can enjoy. Wife, you must be hungry too. I'll cook this meal. Smelling the aroma of pork, Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but swallow. Chen Mo's words touched her deeply, but he had never even stepped into a kitchen before, so how could he know how to cook? So she said, "Husband, you are still very weak. Go back to sleep for a while. I will wake you up when I'm done." The original owner's body was indeed too weak. Otherwise, Chen Mo would have insisted on showing off his skills himself. Okay, but don't be sad about it. We'll have a good meal later. Lin Xiaolu didn't think much of it. The most important thing now was to fill her stomach, so she immediately got to work. Chen Mo returned to bed and took out the pistol tucked into his waistband. I wonder if this gun can be stored in my spatial storage. The next moment, he found that the gun in his hand had suddenly disappeared. Chen Mo focused his attention and tried to use his mind to retrieve the pistol from his spatial storage. Sure enough, the pistol reappeared in his hand. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. This combination was simply brilliant. Once he regained some strength, he had to teach those thugs a lesson. More than half an hour later, Lin Xiaolu woke Chen Mo up. On the dining table was a plate of meat, a pot of chicken soup, and a bowl of white rice porridge. Although the meal looked simple, it was absolutely luxurious, and the two of them ate to their heart's content. Halfway through her meal, Lin Xiaolu licked the grease from the corner of her mouth, hesitated, and then spoke. "Husband, we still have so much meat. Should we send some over to Sister Ho-Hot?" Sister-in-law Ho-Hot is Widow Zhao, who also saved Chen Mo's life, so he naturally has no objections. "No problem. But if she asks, just say it was sent by your family." "Yes, I'll do whatever you say, my husband." Lin Xiaolu nodded obediently. While Lin Xiaolu was busy in the kitchen, Chen Mo quietly found a can of tea in his spatial storage and drank tea while smoking. Although it was a bit boring, it was still quite pleasant. After a while, a rumbling sound suddenly came from outside. The sound grew louder as it approached, like the noise of a large group of horses galloping. Chen Mo, a cigarette dangling from his lips, ran out to investigate and saw that the approaching people appeared to be a band of mountain bandits. They were carrying torches, and there were about 20 or 30 of them. They were heading into the village from the entrance. Chen Mo felt somewhat frustrated. This village was so poor. What were the bandits after? Wait, there were so many widows in the village. This was clearly a night raid on Widow's village. Chen Mo didn't have time to think further and immediately ran back in the house to find Lin Xiaolu. "Wife, bandits are coming. Close the gate, I'll go out and see." Lin Xiaolu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, "Husband, since they are bandits, let's run away quickly." As a mercenary, Chen Mo had seen all sorts of things. A few bandits were nothing to him. Besides, the original owner's parents were killed by bandits, so no matter where these bandits came from, we should just take action. The immortal taught me some skills, and I can deal with them. Remember, no matter what happens outside, never go out. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he walked out of the house. After Lin Xiaolu closed the doors and windows, he flashed into the space. He then found an M16 assault rifle, a pistol, and several drum magazines. Each drum magazine is loaded with 100 bullets. If a burst of fire is fired, those bandits will surely be routed. By this time, the bandits had already entered the village, but fortunately, every household had closed their doors and windows in time. "Listen up, all of you. Hand over all your valuables and grain. And all the young women, come out here." In the center of the village, a burly bandit looked around at the houses and shouted loudly. Hearing these words, the villagers hiding inside the house trembled with fear. They knew that tonight would likely be a difficult night to endure. The villagers did consider resisting, but most of them were elderly, women, and children, and they had no weapons. Over the years, the able-bodied men in the village have either been conscripted into the army or forced into labor service, leaving very few people left. Widow Zhao's husband died on the battlefield, and there are many women like Widow Zhao in the village. Chen Mo escaped this calamity because he possessed the title of Xiuzai, a scholar who passed the lowest level of the imperial examinations. The bandits waited for a while, but seeing no movement, they gradually became impatient. I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door and come out, I'll rob every single house in the world, and none of you will escape. Hearing this, the villagers' hearts leaped into their throats. Going out meant death, and staying meant death as well. Just then, Chen Mo quietly circled around to the back of the bandits along the low wall in front of the village. Hearing their shouts earlier, he was also filled with rage. The harsher you talk, the more bullets I'll feed you. Chen Mo pulled back the bolt, leaped onto the low wall, and quickly pulled the trigger towards the crowd. As the piercing gunshot rang out, 4 or 5 bandits screamed and fell off their horses. The intense burning pain, mixed with a tearing sensation, felt like being struck by an arrow, yet even more terrifying than the arrow itself. Someone looked back and saw a tongue of fire flashing in the night. The light was extremely bright, and the sound was deafening. You're asking for death. In that brief moment, several more bandits screamed and fell from their horses. The remaining bandits were instantly enraged and turned around. But as fewer and fewer people survived, they realized that they had not encountered ordinary people, but devils. This is true ruthlessness. Compared to this, their usual methods are simply child's play. The bandits turned to flee, but it was too late. Soon after, not a single bandit could be seen on horseback. Chen Mo's lips curled up in a smile as he thought to himself that before he had even fired all 100 bullets, these people had already fallen. This scene was clearly seen by several brave villagers through the courtyard wall, and they were extremely shocked. In a short while, Chen Mo had killed all those fierce and menacing bandits. This is incredible. Chen Mo must be a genius. He then casually put the M16 into his spatial storage. Chen Mo picked up a large knife from the ground and finished off all the bandits who were still alive. In the end, he left only one survivor. The man clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain, his eyes filled with terror. "Hey, which mountain are you from?" Chen Mo asked the man. Seeing this, the man was so frightened that he propped himself up and kicked his legs backward repeatedly. "Don't come any closer. You can't kill me, or your whole village will." This was ridiculous. If Chen Mo didn't kill him, was he supposed to stay and feed him? Chen Mo's eyes turned cold, and he interrupted sharply. "Stop talking nonsense and get to the point." The man trembled and swallowed hard. "They're from Black Wind Stronghold." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo swiftly brought down his knife. Just then, village chief Sun Chongqing arrived with several villagers. Someone held a torch, and the flickering flames once again illuminated the night sky. As the crowd drew closer, they realized that the person standing there was none other than Chen Mo. How could it be him? He was clearly just a frail scholar. Sun Chongqing stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. The other villagers were also stunned, unable to utter a complete sentence. Chen Mo dropped the large knife in his hand and said with a smile, "Village chief, it's me. Didn't you just wake up? How did you deal with all these people?" Sun Chongqing was utterly shocked. The usually composed man was now even somewhat incoherent in his speech. Chen Mo knew what he wanted to ask, so he directly changed the subject. "Village chief, do you know where Blackwind Stronghold is?" Sun Chongqing exclaimed in surprise, his face turning deathly pale instantly. "You mean all these people are from Blackwind Stronghold?" Chen Mo nodded, and Sun Chongqing immediately showed a look of horror on his face. "Blackwind Stronghold will definitely come back for revenge. When that time comes, White Cloud Village will probably cease to exist." After hearing the village chief's words, the surrounding villagers were all quite frightened. "Village chief, let's go report this to the authorities," a villager hurriedly said. "Yes, report it to the authorities." Sun Chongqing sighed, his hands behind his back, then shook his head and said, "Even if we report it to the authorities, it probably won't do any good. The government can protect the village tomorrow, but what about afterwards? Besides, if the government really had the ability to wipe out Blackwind Stronghold, how could they have allowed them to survive until today?" Chen Mo felt that the village chief made a lot of sense, so the wisest thing to do was to completely wipe out Blackwind Stronghold. Thinking of this, he pulled Sun Chongqing aside and asked in a low voice, "Village chief, how do we get to Blackwind Village?" "Chen Mo, what do you mean by that?" Village chief, just tell me, and I'll figure out the rest. If even the government can't do it, how could Chen Mo, a mere scholar, possibly accomplish it? Sun Changing looked at him as if he were a fool. Chen Mo, you don't mean to go to Black Wind Stronghold yourself, do you? Chen Mo chuckled and pointed around. Village chief, look, haven't I already taken care of all these people? Looking at Chen Mo's somewhat simple-minded appearance, Sun Changing felt quite helpless, but in the end he still told him. Village chief, please tell everyone again that what happened tonight must not be spread. Chen Mo didn't want to be too conspicuous for the time being, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. Sun Changing naturally understood his meaning. Afterwards, Chen Mo chose a strong and beautiful white horse and led it home. Lin Xiaolu was already extremely worried. Fortunately, Chen Mo was safe and sound, and the huge weight that had been hanging over her heart finally lifted. My lord, there was a particularly piercing sound coming from outside just now. What happened? I've already killed those bandits. Lin Xiaolu was immediately shocked, and her brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that Chen Mo really received guidance from an immortal? But when she heard that Chen Mo was going out again, she became extremely nervous. My lord, you must not go. You are just a scholar. How could you possibly be a match for those bandits? Chen Mo was determined to wipe out that bandit hideout tonight, no matter what. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you should fear, but the one who has his eye on you. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Husband, I'm scared to go alone. Lin Xiaolu said, frowning. Chen Mo smiled, put his arms around her slender waist, and then lowered his head to kiss her cherry-like lips. Lin Xiaolu's face instantly turned bright red. Then you must be careful. Chen Mo nodded, then turned and left. Actually, he was a little reluctant to leave. Otherwise, in a little while, he might be able to test whether the ancient bed was sturdy or not. After entering the space, Chen Mo found a set of equipment to change into and even put on a bulletproof vest. You can joke about anything else, but you can't risk your own life. It's always good to take extra precautions. Modern equipment is indeed convenient. Even helmets are equipped with lights, which can illuminate the way for the horse. However, sitting in the saddle for so long was really uncomfortable on my buttocks. Halfway there, a wolf's howl suddenly rang out from afar. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo noticed many dark figures emerging from the hillside, accompanied by a rustling sound all around. Damn, the wolves are coming. Chapter 4. Night Raid on Black Wind Stronghold. Chen Mo shook his head. He truly didn't want to clash with wild beasts. After all, bullets were limited, and every shot fired was one less. This stuff is more valuable than gold. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say, so it can't be wasted. Another wolf howl echoed from the hillside, reverberating through the night. As soon as the howl subsided, the dark figures drew closer and closer, their speed increasing. Suddenly, a wolf darted out from the shadows. Chen Mo frowned and immediately pulled the trigger. The crisp gunshot shattered the night, and the wolf fell to the ground. Enraged by the death of their companion, the wolves lunged at him, baring their teeth. Chen Mo cursed and opened fire. One wolf fell after another, but the pack didn't retreat. Instead, they swarmed in ever larger numbers. Soon, one drum magazine was empty, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, how many bullets did I waste? He pulled out 2 grenades, threw one in front and one behind, and then quickly replaced the drum magazine. The next moment, 2 bursts of fire exploded in the darkness, the deafening roar shaking the mountains and forests. The wolves, never having witnessed such a spectacle, immediately dared not charge again, only baring their teeth and growling in place. But as the smoke cleared, a much larger wolf suddenly pounced, its fangs bared and its ferocity terrifying. Chen Mo immediately recognized it as the Wolf King. He immediately opened fire, the bullets striking the Wolf King, who collapsed instantly with a mournful howl. Seeing their king fall, the remaining wolves tucked their tails between their legs and scattered. Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Wolf meat wasn't tasty, but it could fill their stomachs when food was scarce. Anyway, there was plenty of space, so it wouldn't take up much room. So he dismounted and collected all the wolves on the ground into his spatial storage, about 40 of them. An hour later, Chen Mo finally arrived at the foot of Black Wind Ridge. Just as he was about to hide his horse, another question occurred to him. What if the horse is tied to a tree and eaten by wild animals? A horse is worth 20 or 30 taels of silver, while an ordinary person's annual income is only 10 or 8 taels. It would be such a waste to lose it. A thought struck him. Could living creatures be stored in his spatial storage? Chen Mo stroked the horse's rump to test it out, and as soon as he thought of it, the mount vanished. Holy crap, that's awesome. He quickly checked the space and saw that the horse was standing there motionless, in the same posture as before it entered. In other words, the space was actually static. Chen Mo was overjoyed. This would make retrieving things much more convenient in the future. He turned off his headlamp and quietly made his way up the mountain. A dozen minutes later, he arrived near the village gate. The stockade wall is about 5 or 6 meters high, with steep mountains on both sides, making the terrain easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's almost impossible to get around it. If they were to blow up the gate directly, it would definitely alert the bandits in advance. If anyone escaped, it would be like a knife hanging over their heads. Fortunately, there weren't many people patrolling the gate tower, so Chen Mo thought he could try climbing up. He entered his spatial dimension, found a rope, made a simple grappling hook, prepared ammunition, and attached silencers to both his pistol and rifle. After preparing, he crept to the corner of the wall and hurled the grappling hook onto the stockade wall. His body was too frail, and Chen Mo struggled to climb up. Fortunately, no one noticed. As soon as he reached the top, he swiftly and efficiently sent the patrolling henchmen to line up for soup. Then, he quietly made his way towards the houses in the stronghold. At that moment, inside the Black Wind Stronghold's main hall, the leader, Xiao Talong, was drinking and chatting with several other leaders. He figured the people who had gone to White Cloud Village should be back by now. So he asked, "Fourth brother has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he returned yet?" The second-in-command laughed nonchalantly. "Don't worry, brother. It's just a widow's village. Fourth brother and the others will be back with the young women soon." Everyone laughed along. Some people were worried, asking if doing so would alert the authorities. Xiao Tulong sneered, completely disregarding the concerns. With the people's lives becoming increasingly difficult, they needed to plan ahead, stockpiling grain, money, and women. The leaders nodded repeatedly, praising his thoughtfulness. Just then, an urgent report came from outside. A lowly henchman rushed in, his face ashen. "Boss, something terrible has happened. Someone has broken in, and many of our brothers have died." Xiao Talong suddenly stood up. Black Wind Stronghold was impregnable. How could it be so easily breached? What was even stranger was that he hadn't heard a single sound. The henchman hurriedly explained that the man's hidden weapons were extremely powerful. A single shot would kill instantly. Xiao Talong frowned and asked in a deep voice, "How many of them are there?" The henchman swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "I only saw one person." Everyone's expression changed drastically. He stormed into Black Wind Stronghold single-handedly. Was he some kind of god? The words had barely left his mouth when chaos erupted outside, screams filling the air. Xiao Tulang realized the danger, grabbed his broadsword, and charged out, the other leaders following suit with their weapons. As soon as he stepped out of the Hall of Righteousness, he saw a group of henchmen fleeing in panic, some falling as they went. Behind them, something spewing fire was making a series of piercing, chilling noises. Xiao Talong was completely dumbfounded. One person chasing a group of people, killing them at an absurdly fast speed. This was utterly disgraceful. He roared, "Damn it! All of you get him! I'll tear him to pieces." Chapter 5. Selling the Horse. Xiao Talong had just rushed down when he saw the henchman lying in a pool of blood at close range. The hole in his body wasn't big, but it made his scalp tingle with fear. Damn, if he charged any further, he'd probably be dead before he even caught a glimpse of anyone. Just then, another sound rang out, and a bullet flew by, hitting the second-in-command right next to him. The second-in-command clutched his chest in disbelief, staggered 2 steps, and collapsed to the ground with a thud, managing only to utter, "Big brother," before falling silent. Xiao Tulong's pupils constricted sharply. He was utterly panicked. He immediately led his men back to the Hall of Righteousness, ignoring even the henchmen behind them, and slammed the door shut. Chen Mo quickly rushed to the outside, stopping in his tracks at the tightly closed door. He quickly realized that they might already have arrows knocked inside, just waiting for him to show himself. So he grabbed a grenade and threw it directly at the door. Smoke billowed up, and the wooden door collapsed with a crash. The people inside were terrified, their faces turning pale with shock. Some tried to remain calm, shouting that they should all shoot Chen Mo as soon as he showed himself. But Chen Mo didn't show his face at all. Standing by the door, he pulled out 2 more grenades and tossed them into the room. The 2 dark little things rolled to their feet. Everyone was stunned at first, then realized something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. The next second, 2 loud explosions rang out, and the hall was filled with screams and wails. Some people covered their eyes and screamed. Some collapsed to the ground, clutching their stomachs, and others rolled on the ground in pain. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo charged in with a rifle. Whether they were leaders or henchmen, anyone who saw him was met with a burst of fire. Before long, all the bandits in Black Wind Stronghold were dead. However, after the fight, Chen Mo felt a little regretful, wishing he had left one alive. After all, there was bound to be money hidden in the bandits' den, and someone would need to lead the way. He had plenty of supplies in his spatial storage, but his family was still outwardly dirt poor. You can never have too much money, and life should be improved. So Chen Mo started searching high and low, and after nearly half an hour, he finally found the vault in a hole in the ground. There weren't many gold ingots, only a few, but there were over 1,000 taels of silver and 3 large boxes of copper coins, the quantity of which was too numerous to count at the moment. In addition, there was a box containing jewelry, jade, and other miscellaneous items. For ordinary people, this was an enormous sum of money. However, the battle had also consumed a considerable amount of ammunition. He stored the gold and silver valuables in his spatial storage, and also took away the grain and fodder from the village, as well as the more than 20 horses from the stables. After finishing his work, Chen Mo was exhausted. He lit a cigarette and sat on a rock to rest. As he smoked, he suddenly realized there was still something he hadn't done. His gaze fell on the weapons next to the corpse, and he remembered. If these knives, spears, bows, and arrows were left here, they would inevitably fall into the hands of other bandits. Storing them in his spatial storage might come in handy later. So, despite his exhaustion, Chen Mo began looting again. He collected 200 or 300 items, including bows and arrows, swords, and spears. Before leaving, he set Black Wind Stronghold ablaze. After exiting the stronghold, he released the white horse. Fortunately, the horse was still lively and energetic. By the time Chen Mo returned to Baiyin village, it was already dawn. Lin Xiaolu had waited for him all night and had unknowingly fallen asleep on a chair in the main room. Hearing a knock on the door, she was startled awake, and upon seeing the sky, she immediately realized what was happening. "My husband is back." Before she could finish speaking, she rushed to open the door. Seeing Chen Mo standing outside the door, completely unharmed and clean, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense all night, finally settled down. Lin Xiaolu burst into tears of joy, crying that she had waited for him all night, thinking he wouldn't come back. Chen Mo smiled and comforted her, saying that he was perfectly fine. Lin Xiaolu quickly fetched some water to wash his feet and wiped his face. After all that fuss, Chen Mo went straight to sleep and didn't get up until noon to eat. Just as he was eating, his mouth greasy, the village chief, Sun Changing, suddenly came to his door and asked as soon as he entered, "Chen Mo, did you really go to Black Wind Village last night?" Chen Mo nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, I'm going." Sun Changing frowned, as if waiting for his explanation. Chen Mo said calmly, "Don't worry, village chief, Black Wind Village will never bother us again. Never." Sun Changing was actually a little hesitant to believe it. Those mountain bandits killed without blinking an eye. How could they possibly stop for a scholar? But thinking about Chen Mo's unbelievable methods last night, he felt that Chen Mo didn't seem to be lying. After all, his home was in the village, and he couldn't possibly risk his wife's life. Sun Changing was silent for a moment, then changed the subject. He said he had come by that morning and heard from Lin Xiaolu that Chen Mo was resting, so he didn't disturb him. Last night, the village bought about 20 horses. Everyone is extremely poor. Some haven't seen meat for months, so he sold the horses. After saying this, Sun Chongding took a small cloth bag from his waist and placed it on the table. Chen Mo, half was given to the villagers. This half is yours. You can take it. In Sun Chongding's view, since they had already offended Blackwind Stronghold, they might as well let the villagers have a few days of good food. Who knows how long this chaotic world can remain peaceful? Chen Mo frowned slightly. It wasn't the money that bothered him. After all, he had his own spatial ability and wouldn't lack food or drink. The villagers had always treated him well, so sharing some money was no big deal. His concern was whether selling so many horses at once would be too conspicuous. He was still not firmly established himself and was too likely to attract attention. So he asked, "Village chief, when you sold the horses, did you sell them separately?" Sun Chongding nodded quickly and said that he was also afraid of causing trouble, so of course he handled them separately. Chen Mo was relieved. Luckily, the village chief wasn't stupid. Otherwise, he could easily have been targeted. After delivering the items, Sun Chongding got up and left. After he left, Lin Xiaolu approached. Chen Mo looked at her old clothes, patched and mended again, and felt a pang of sadness. He smiled and said, "Wife, let's go to Nanshan City." Lin Xiaolu's eyes lit up immediately. She had never been to a city before. The furthest she had ever been was a small town, so she asked him curiously what he was going to do in the city. Chen Mo said, "Just to go shopping and buy you some new clothes." Lin Xiaolu's eyes, which had just lit up, dimmed again, and she said softly, "But we don't have a single penny at home. How can we buy it?" Chen Mo picked up the small cloth bag on the table. "Yes, from today onwards, we won't be short of money. Pack your things. We'll be leaving in a bit." With that, he stuffed the cloth bag into his sleeve and casually put it into his spatial storage. He didn't care much about the amount of money, but Lin Xiaolu was incredibly excited. But soon, she remembered the dangers on the road and worriedly advised Chen Mo to give up. Chen Mo patted his chest and said with a smile, "You're overthinking it. The immortal has given me plenty of things. Your husband can guarantee your safety." Chapter 6. Twins. A short while later, Chen Mo and Lin Xiaolu rode out the door on horseback. Lin Xiaolu sat on the horse, her cheeks slightly flushed, and whispered that it was her first time riding a horse. Chen Mo teased her with a smile, saying that she could ride it every day, during the day and at night. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback and frowned, asking how she could ride it at night, but Chen Mo just smiled and remained silent. After leaving the village, Chen Mo became somewhat restless, his hands starting to wander. Lin Xiaolu blushed, and her voice softened as she quickly told him to stop touching her, saying it would be too embarrassing if someone saw them. Chen Mo had no choice but to back down. After all, she was his wife, and there was no rush. The two passed through the town, and Chen Mo first went to his friend Zhang Daquan's tea house to pay back the 200 copper coins that the original owner had owed. Once inside the city, Lin Xiaolu was overwhelmed by the bustling scene she had never witnessed before. Yet, amidst the prosperity, she noticed many homeless people in tattered clothes lining the streets. Looking at them, Lin Xiaolu felt a pang of sadness. Feeling that she had finally weathered the storm and things would definitely get better from now on, she couldn't help but remark on the sheer number of beggars in the city. Chen Mo nodded, saying that with constant natural and man-made disasters, there would likely be even more in the future. Afterwards, Chen Mo led her into a high-end clothing store. Lin Xiaolu looked at the beautiful clothes, liking them but not daring to touch them. When she asked about the prices, she was even more frightened and hesitated. They were often 2 or 3 taels of silver, and the cheapest was 1 tael. Having lived a frugal life, she was reluctant to spend the money. Chen Mo noticed her hesitation, patted her shoulder, and told her to pick whatever she liked. Lin Xiaolu whispered, "Try to persuade him to forget it," saying the clothes here were too expensive. Chen Mo didn't mind at all, saying he was willing to spend any amount of money to buy her clothes. Lin Xiaolu felt warm inside, and in the end, she picked out 2 new outfits, not forgetting to buy 2 outfits for Zhao Hohat as well. After buying the clothes, the 2 of them changed into them on the spot. Chen Mo looked much more energetic in his soft new clothes. But when he saw Lin Xiaolu after she changed, he was completely stunned. The light pink cross-collar long dress looked light and graceful on her, like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Her slender waist was accentuated by the clothes, making her look even more stunning, completely unlike the drab village woman she had been before. Chen Mo was quite satisfied, thinking to himself that the saying "clothes make the man" was indeed true. However, he still felt something was missing, so he took Lin Xiaolu to buy a few more hair accessories. Dressed like this, Lin Xiaolu had completely transformed into a sophisticated young mistress. After strolling around for a while, Lin Xiaolu became a little worried and said it would be better to go back early to avoid running into thugs again later. Chen Mo, however, smiled. Now he actually hoped those people would show up again. Since it was a rare trip to the city, he advised Lin Xiaolu to enjoy herself a little longer, suggesting she could simply find an inn to stay in for the night. Upon hearing about staying in an inn, Lin Xiaolu immediately felt the pinch of the expense. Chen Mo reassured her that he could afford it. Although somewhat helpless, Lin Xiaolu didn't say anything more. The two continued walking when they suddenly saw a group of people gathered by the roadside, pointing and gesturing at something. Chen Mo led his horse over to take a look and saw two girls kneeling on the ground with a sign in front of them that read, "Selling myself to bury my father." Although the two girls were thin and pale, they were not bad-looking. Chen Mo looked them over for a moment, thinking that adding 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks to the house wouldn't be difficult, and it would also help Lin Xiaolu with some chores. Lin Xiaolu seemed to see through his thoughts and said softly, "If you have any money, please help them. Their room can be cleaned up, and people can live there too." Chen Mo was startled. He hadn't expected her to figure out his little scheme so accurately. He quickly explained that he just wanted someone to help so that Lin Xiaolu wouldn't have to work so hard every day. Lin Xiaolu nodded, giving him an "I understand" look. Seeing someone approach, the two kneeling girls immediately looked up, their eyes filled with pity and pleas. Chen Mo then realized that they looked almost identical. They were twins. One of them choked up and begged Chen Mo to have mercy and help them bury their father, saying they were willing to do anything, like begging for mercy. Chen Mo looked at the two sisters and nodded, saying, "Get up, I'll help you." The two sisters were overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly, tears welling in their eyes. For them, this meant not only that someone would help bury their father, but also that they would finally have food to eat from now on. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the onlookers gradually dispersed. However, as they left, some people still made sarcastic remarks, saying that these days having 2 more mouths to feed can be deadly, and that they were so thin that they probably couldn't do any work. Chapter 7. Encountering robbers on the way. Damn it, you're just saying the grapes are poisonous because you can't have them. I love them. I eat them every day. Chen Mo sneered, completely ignoring the gossip behind him, and turned to get busy. They bought a coffin, hired a feng shui master to choose a burial site, purchased a plot of land and offerings, and even hired a funeral team, arranging the funeral for their father perfectly. This whole process cost a considerable amount of money, and the Jiang sisters, seeing this, felt both moved and relieved. After finishing their business, it was already dark, so Chen Mo led the 3 of them to the inn. The waiter, seeing his distinguished attire, immediately greeted them with a smile. Chen Mo asked for a private room and also booked 2 of the best guest rooms. Only then did the Jiang sisters realize that this young master was not from the city. Upon entering the private room, the dishes were quickly served. The 2 sisters, however, remained standing, hesitant to sit. Jiang Ruochu whispered that they were servants and should remain standing. Chen Mo smiled and gestured for them to sit and eat. The 2 sisters sat down timidly, their hearts filled with warmth. Chen Mo then asked their names. The older sister was named Jiang Ruochu, and she was 18 years old. The younger sister was named Jiang Ruoshi. The 2 had similar features, yet each had their own unique characteristics. They were truly a pair of eye-catching sisters. Chen Mo then inquired about their family situation. Jiang Ruochu said that her father used to be a bodyguard, but he was seriously injured by bandits from Filong village more than a year ago and has been bedridden ever since. In order to treat his illness, they sold their house and spent all their money, and finally they had to sell themselves to bury her father. At this painful moment, Jiang Ruochu's tears fell, and Jiang Ruoshi's eyes also reddened. Chen Mo said in a deep voice that as long as he had food to eat, they would not go hungry. Even Lin Xiaolu nodded solemnly. The 2 sisters were extremely grateful and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, madam." Back in his room, Chen Mo fell asleep immediately. The next morning, seeing that the two sisters were dressed in tattered clothes, he took them to buy new ones. Jiang Ruochu held the exquisite fabric, her fingers trembling. They had never imagined they could wear such fine clothes. Chen Mo then asked them if they knew how to ride horses. Jiang Ruochu replied that they had learned martial arts from their father since childhood and had ridden horses before. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised, not expecting to find someone who knew kung fu. Jiang Ruochu modestly said that she only knew a little bit. Chen Mo was quite satisfied. Whether it was powerful or not was another matter. As long as it could guard the house, that was enough. He told them to wait where they were, and then turned and went to a secluded corner. When no one was around, Chen Mo released a black horse from his spatial storage. The black horse appeared out of nowhere. Although it had been locked up for a day and 2 nights, it was in excellent condition, only letting out a few startled cries upon seeing the unfamiliar surroundings. Not long after, Chen Mo returned on horseback. Lin Xiaolu was speechless upon seeing it. She assumed he had spent money on another horse and inwardly cursed him for being wasteful. Of course, she didn't know that Chen Mo possessed a mysterious spatial ability. Chen Mo dismounted, handed the reins to Jiang Ruochu, and let the two sisters ride the horse. Jiang Ruochu stood there stunned, never expecting such treatment. She quickly took the reins and thanked him. And so, the 2 horses and 4 people left the city, heading towards Baiyun village. Chen Mo, as always, kept patting Lin Xiaolu's thigh, thoroughly enjoying himself. Lin Xiaolu was speechless with anger, wondering what they had been doing last night. After passing the town, 4 people suddenly emerged from the woods ahead, carrying sticks and blocking the road. Lin Xiaolu immediately tensed up and asked if they were bandits. Chen Mo, however, remained calm. The weapons in his spatial storage were not just for show. As they drew closer, Chen Mo immediately recognized them as the thugs who had previously brutally beaten up the original owner of this body. Perfect. Today I can finally get my revenge. The men's eyes lit up when they saw the 2 horses and 3 girls. The leader stared at Chen Mo for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter. Isn't this the same idiot from a couple of days ago? In just 2 days, he's got a horse and a woman. It's a good deal for us brothers. Another bearded man leered and said that he was being merciful today and wouldn't beat him, as long as Chen Mo left with his horse and woman. Chen Mo's lips curled into a smirk, and he immediately dismounted. Lin Xiaolu cried out in fright, "Husband!" Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoxi also dismounted immediately, blocking his way and telling him to take his wife away first, leaving things to them. Chen Mo felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the 2 sisters protecting him, feeling that his money hadn't been wasted. However, he had a gun, so he wouldn't let the 2 girls take the blame for him. He smiled, patted their shoulders, and stepped forward. At the same time, he slipped his hand into his sleeve and took out a pistol from his spatial storage. Chen Mo pulled the slide through his sleeve, raised the muzzle, aimed at the bearded man's forehead, and pulled the trigger with a bang. Chapter 8. The Scholar Gets Rich. Seeing the bearded man lying on his back, his pupils dilated, the others were all stunned. Just like that, he was dead. Before they could react, Chen Mo raised his hand, and there were several more muffled thuds. Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ruochu stared, mouths agape, speechless for a long time. They couldn't believe that the arrogant villain from just moments ago had been dealt with by Chen Mo in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiaolu quickly realized that this was most likely another instance of divine guidance. Otherwise, how could Chen Mo, a scholar, have killed so many people in such a short time? The bandits who broke into the village that night probably died in the same way. Jiang Ruochu mustered her courage and stepped forward, looked at the corpses on the ground, and then looked at Chen Mo, but she didn't see any weapons in his hands. Feeling uneasy, she asked in a low voice, "Young master, what kind of weapon did you use just now?" Chen Mo smiled and replied, "A kind of hidden weapon. Was it very fast?" Jiang Ruochu nodded repeatedly. "Young master is so amazing." Chen Mo turned to leave, but then suddenly remembered something. He then instructed Jiang Ruochu to search the corpses for silver and drag them into the woods. Even fly meat is meat, and since they'd come across it, they couldn't let it go to waste. As Jiang Ruochu did so, she noticed a bloody hole in each corpse, but couldn't discern any hidden weapon, which only deepened her suspicions. When the four returned to Baiyun village, they were quickly spotted by the village loudspeaker. Soon after, news of Chen Xiaozai taking 2 concubines spread throughout the village. Since the founding of Baiyun village, no one had ever taken concubines. This was truly a novel event. The villagers chattered amongst themselves, some envious, some skeptical, and many more curious about whether Chen Mo could actually afford to support them. After all, these days, even getting enough to eat is difficult, let alone supporting 2 more people. Some even whispered among themselves, wondering if Chen Mo was up to par, given that Lin Xiaolu had been married for years without any sign of pregnancy. Despite their words, the villagers were still grateful to Chen Mo yesterday. Selling those horses had allowed them to have a good meal of meat, which was incredibly rare in these chaotic times. Jiang Ruochu and her sister were somewhat surprised when they entered the Chen family home. Chen Mo clearly spends money like water, yet her home is quite ordinary, with worn-out tables and chairs and an uneven floor, looking rather shabby. Of course, they don't mind. These days, having enough to eat is already a struggle, so they have no right to be picky. Lin Xiaolu pointed to the room where her parents used to live and said to the 2 sisters, Ruochu and Ruoshi, "Tidy up that room and sleep there from now on." The 2 sisters replied in unison, "Yes, madam." Lin Xiaolu felt awkward and said, "Don't call me madam anymore. We're not a wealthy family. Just call me Sister Xiaolu." The 2 sisters obediently agreed and turned to tidy up the house. Chen Mo watched the 3 women bustling about, then quietly lit a cigarette and sat down to puff away. But when he looked up, he realized the house was indeed too dilapidated, and now, with 2 more people, it was livable but cramped. Lin Xiaolu quickly noticed what was in his mouth and asked in confusion, "Husband, what's that in your mouth?" Chen Mo casually replied, "Spiritual food given to me by an immortal." As he spoke, he blew a puff of smoke towards her. "Look, isn't it ethereal?" Lin Xiaolu coughed twice, choked by the smell, and frowned, fanning the air. "Why does the stuff in the immortals smell so bad?" Chen Mo smiled and said casually, "Wife, how about we build another house?" Lin Xiaolu was taken aback. "Build a house? That would cost a lot of money, wouldn't it?" Chen Mo put his arm around her shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "Silver is not a problem. I'll go find a village chief now and settle this matter." Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but ask, "Husband, how much silver did the immortal give?" Chen Mo replied vaguely, "Not too much, just enough to build a house." After saying that, he chuckled and went out the door. Halfway there, he ran into Zhao Hohat, who was carrying a basket and walking towards him. "Sister-in-law Hohat." Chen Mo greeted her warmly. Zhao Hohat was clearly surprised to see him in his fine clothes. She had already been astonished when Lin Xiaolu delivered the pork yesterday. The aroma of the meat was so enticing, she could hardly believe it. She couldn't help but frown and scrutinize Chen Mo, asking, "Scholar, I heard you've taken 2 concubines?" Chen Montag seit helplessly. The villager's ability to spread gossip was truly remarkable. He guessed there wasn't much entertainment in this remote village, so when a juicy story finally came along, everyone wanted a piece of it. He explained, "Sister Hohat, don't listen to their nonsense. I just felt sorry for them, so I gave them some food, that's all." Zhao Hohat's lips curled up slightly, deliberately teasing him. "Then your sister-in-law is pitiful too. Will you give her some food?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was unsure whether she was being serious or not, so he could only laugh and say, "Sister-in-law Hohat, you're joking. You're my savior, so it's only right that I feed you every day." Zhao Hohat smiled gently and said, "All right, I was just teasing you. Go on with your work." After saying goodbye, Chen Mo continued walking towards the village chief's house. Zhao Hohat had only taken a few steps when she bumped into Lin Xiaolu again. She immediately exclaimed in surprise, because Lin Xiaolu was also dressed in luxurious clothes. Zhao Hohat couldn't help but secretly marvel. Wow, the scholar has struck it rich. Chapter 9. The Man-Eating Worm. "Sister Hohat, I was just about to come to your house to find you." Lin Xiaolu's voice came. Zhao Hohat saw the clothes in her hands and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Little Lu, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaolu handed over the clothes, saying that Chen Mo had bought her 2 sets and asked her to take them home and try them on. Zhao Ho Hot was naturally happy, but she declined, saying, "Such nice clothes, how can we farmers wear them? Besides, we can't even get enough to eat right now. Why would you spend this money?" Lin Xiaolu stuffed the clothes directly into Zhao Ho Hot's arms, saying, "Sister-in-law Ho Hot, you are our family's benefactor. This is only right." Zhao Ho Hot accepted the clothes, thanking her with a smile, feeling incredibly happy. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already arrived at the village chief Sun Chongging's house. Sun Chongging was quite polite, asking his daughter Sun Yunxiu to serve tea and then inviting Chen Mo to sit down, asking him directly if he had something to discuss. Chen Mo didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. "Village chief, I want to buy that vacant lot behind my house to build a house." Upon hearing this, Sun Chongging frowned immediately. Rumors were circulating in the village that Chen Mo had taken 2 concubines and was now buying land to build a house. Naturally, he couldn't help but speculate. He was just a poor scholar. Where would he get the money? Sun Chongging stared at him, only saying half of his sentence. "Buying land requires money." His eyes clearly asked, "Can you afford it?" Chen Mo smiled faintly. "I'd be too embarrassed to ask if I didn't have the money. The village chief can name a price." Sun Chongging was a little surprised by his confident look. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The land behind your house is about 1 acre. How about 4 taels of silver? Actually, this land could be sold for 2 or 3 taels, but it's not easy to make the trip to the city, and there's a chance of encountering bandits along the way. Charging a little more is a service fee." Chen Mo didn't haggle, and quietly took out a 5-tael silver ingot from his spatial storage and placed it on the table. Sun Chongging's eyes lit up when he saw the gleaming silver ingots, and he immediately smiled and said, "All right, I'll get the land deed done for you next time I go to town." Chen Mo nodded his thanks. Sun Chongging became even more curious and asked him how big a house he planned to build. Chen Mo stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "It doesn't need to be too big, just a 2-courtyard house, enough to live in." Sun Chongging almost choked on his saliva. A 2-courtyard house was no small sum. It would cost at least several hundred taels of silver. In those days, people couldn't even get enough to eat. Where would Chen Mo get so much money? However, upon further reflection, he realized this was actually a good thing. If Blackwind Stronghold were truly going to retaliate, Chen Mo probably wouldn't dare to build a house so ostentatiously in the village. A scholar wouldn't be foolish enough to risk his life. Thinking this, Sun Chongging felt much more at ease. He just couldn't understand how Chen Mo had managed to subdue Blackwind Stronghold. He changed the subject, tentatively asking, "I heard you took 2 concubines?" Chen Mo was speechless. News traveled faster than the wind in the village. He explained, "Village chief, don't believe everything you hear. I only took them in because I felt sorry for them. But they're indeed my family now." At this moment, Sun Yunxiu came over with tea and said shyly, "Brother Chen Mo, please have some tea." Chen Mo looked up and saw that the girl was quite pretty, with a round, fair face and bright eyes. She appeared more rounded than most of the women in the village, suggesting that the village chief's family was indeed better off. He nodded his thanks, and Sun Yunxiu smiled, blushing, before turning and leaving. Chen Mo had just taken a sip of tea when old Wang, a villager, suddenly rushed in, looking utterly distraught. "Village chief, something terrible has happened. A tiger has attacked someone. Chen Montak found it." Tiger here refers to a large tiger. Sun Chongging's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stood up, asking, "Where?" Old Wang, panting heavily, said, "Yang Laosan was bitten to death right where the body was buried on the back hill." Sun Chongging immediately called Chen Mo to go and see for themselves, and also told Old Wang to quickly notify the other villagers. It turned out that, to be on the safe side, Sun Chongging had arranged for a few people to plant some grass and trees to cover the burial site. Unexpectedly, while the group was busy, the tiger suddenly pounced and knocked Yang Laosan down. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, the scene before them was horrifying. The ground was covered in blood, and Yang Laosan's face was mangled beyond recognition, a truly gruesome sight. Many villagers immediately squatted down and vomited. Chen Mo remained calm, having witnessed far more dangerous situations than this. Sun Chongqing slapped his thigh in anger. That damn tiger has already killed several people. My Baiyan village has suffered under this tiger for far too long. This also meant that the village had gained another widow. Looking at the scene, Chen Mo quickly made a decision. He pulled Sun Chongqing aside and whispered, "Village chief, you handle Yang Laosan's funeral arrangements. I'll take care of this tiger." Sun Chongqing was stunned. "You alone? No way. You're a scholar, the hope of our village. How can I let you take such a risk?" Chen Mo patted his shoulder, his expression calm. "Yang Laosan died in the line of duty. I'll avenge him. Don't worry, I won't let my little Lu be a widow." Sun Chongqing was both amused and exasperated. What kind of time is this to be joking? But if the tiger isn't eliminated, even if the villagers don't starve to death, they'll be devoured sooner or later. Sun Chongqing stared at Chen Mo and asked seriously, "Are you really confident?" Chen Mo nodded slightly, his eyes full of confidence. Sun Chongqing recalled what happened at Black Wind Stronghold that night. Seeing how determined he was, he felt a little more at ease and could only solemnly advise, "Be very careful. If you're not confident, don't force it." After agreeing, Chen Mo followed the tiger's tracks and headed alone into the depths of the forest. Once he was completely out of the villager's sight, he immediately entered his spatial dimension, changed into military uniform, and took out a sniper rifle. Ancient clothing would be cumbersome. It would be a waste to crawl and struggle through the deep mountains and forests. After making preparations, Chen Mo continued his pursuit. However, the deeper he went into the mountains, the fewer tracks the tiger left, until finally they were almost completely gone. He could only continue traversing the forest until dusk, but still found no trace of the tiger. As night fell, the rustling sounds around him increased. Chen Mo didn't plan to spend the night in the mountains. Even if nothing happened to him, his wife back home would be worried sick. He walked back for about half an hour when he suddenly spotted a dark figure moving in the distance. Chen Mo immediately turned on the tactical light on his helmet and prepared to fire. Upon seeing the light, goosebumps instantly rose on his skin. The creature's eyes gleamed a chilling white under the light, like two luminous pearls. Its gaping maw revealed sharp, clearly visible fangs. It really was a tiger. Without hesitation, Chen Mo raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A sharp gunshot ripped through the night, startling the birds in the forest into a flurry of wings and cries. The tiger, still curious, remained motionless. The bullet struck it squarely between the eyebrows, and its massive body collapsed instantly. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, remaining vigilant as he slowly approached the tiger. But he had only gone halfway when a deafening tiger's roar suddenly came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, the grass and trees rustled, the sound growing increasingly urgent. Chen Mo's heart tightened. Damn it, another tiger. He whirled around. Chapter 10. Searching the mountain for the person. The moment he saw the tiger pounce, Chen Mo raised his hand and fired a shot. Unfortunately, the tiger was too fast, and the shot missed its vital point. Instead, it became cautious, no longer attacking head-on, but circling around Chen Mo, looking for an opportunity to bite. Chen Mo followed suit, but as he circled, the tiger suddenly vanished. His heart tightened. Its companion had just died. It couldn't have gone far, and was most likely lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to ambush him. Thinking this, Chen Mo immediately turned off his tactical light, crouched down, and carefully moved to a concealed position. It was a spot where he wouldn't easily expose himself, and he could see the dead tiger. He planned to lie in wait and wait for another one to come to him. Not long after, he heard light footsteps coming from the woods. The rustling sounds were particularly clear in the darkness. Chen Mo held his breath, carefully trying to discern the direction. Time passed slowly, and a huge black shadow gradually approached the dead tiger. Judging from its shape, it was undoubtedly another tiger. Chen Mo was overjoyed. As long as he dealt with it, he could go home and hug his wife tonight. Once the shadow had settled, Chen Mo aimed at its abdomen and fired a shot. A sound rang out, and startled birds scattered through the forest. The light was too dim for him to be sure if he'd hit, so he immediately fired another shot, then switched on his tactical light. As the light illuminated the tiger, it tucked its tail between its legs and tried to flee. Clearly, The first two shots had missed vital organs. Using the light, Chen Mo aimed at its rear and fired again. He'd hit the tiger right on the backside. The tiger roared in pain, but didn't fall, continuing its escape at a considerable speed. Chen Mo gave chase, pulling out a rifle from his spatial storage and unleashing a barrage of bullets. The dense hail of bullets finally brought the massive creature down, leaving it in a pool of blood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's go up the mountain to fight the tigers, Chen Mo muttered to himself, a smug smile on his lips. He put the two tigers into his spatial storage, took out a few gulps of cola, lit a cigarette, and rested contentedly for a while before continuing his journey towards Baiyun village. He didn't know how long he had walked when suddenly a large patch of firelight appeared ahead. Chen Mo guessed that villagers had gone into the mountains to search for someone, and his heart warmed. So he went into his spatial dimension to change back into his original clothes and reappeared with the two tigers. Scholar Chun, where are you? Young master, where are you? The shouts gradually grew louder, and it seemed Jiang Ruochu's voice could be heard inside. Chen Mo shouted back, I'm here. Hearing his voice, the villagers immediately became excited. She was alive. That was more important than anything else. Chen Mo simply sat down on the ground, lit a cigarette, and waited for them to come over. When the villagers arrived and saw the two large insects on the ground, they were all dumbfounded. Their shocked expressions were as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. What they found even more unbelievable was that Chen Mo was not only uninjured, but also completely clean. Those were two large insects. Sun Chongging's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Mo, you little rascal, we were so worried about you. Thank goodness nothing happened. He had even thought that Baiyun village would have another widow. Chen Mo smiled sheepishly and said, Village chief, let's go back to the village and get the oil in the wok. Sun Chongging burst into laughter, amused. That's right, heat up the oil in the wok and eat this beast. Jiang Ruochu held up a torch, secretly examining the wounds of the two tigers. She discovered that these wounds were almost identical to those on the previous petty thieves. One had a bloody hole between its eyebrows, while the other was covered in wounds all over its body. Her heart pounded, and she couldn't help but whisper, young master's hidden weapon was truly excellent. Afterwards, the villagers carried the tiger, happily heading back into the village. Chen Mo and Jiang Ruochu lagged behind the group. From her, they learned that Lin Xiaolu had been so worried she couldn't eat and had gone to find the village chief after dark. Sun Chongging was equally restless and immediately organized a search party to go into the mountains. As they walked, Jiang Ruochu finally couldn't help but ask, Young master, what weapon are you using? She couldn't hold back any longer. If she could learn such a skill, she would have a chance to avenge her father in the future. Chen Mo glanced at her and smiled. You want to know? Jiang Ruochu gave a soft, her eyes full of anticipation. Chen Mo simply said, We'll talk about it another time. With that, he casually put his arm around Jiang Ruochu's shoulder. Jiang Ruochu's delicate body trembled, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. Such an action seemed insignificant to Chen Mo, but to her it was quite unusual. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Young master, are you tired? Chen Mo casually replied, I'm all right. An hour later, the group finally returned to the village. It was too late, so the villagers had to store the tiger away and deal with it the next morning. Chen Mo returned home, ate a comfortable meal, took a bath, and finally went to bed. Lin Xiaolu scolded, Husband, you're not allowed to do that again. Chen Mo smiled mischievously and reached out with one hand. How about this? Lin Xiaolu's face turned bright red, and she whispered, Husband, I'm scared. Chen Mo said seriously, You've been malnourished for a long time. I'll give you an injection to help you recover. Before dawn, the villagers had already sharpened their pig-slaughtering knives. Old Wang angrily said, You beast, you never thought you'd end up like this, did you? I'll chop you into 8 pieces right now. With that, he sliced open the tiger's belly. Half an hour later, 2 clean tiger skins were hanging on bamboo poles to dry. Sun Chongging was overjoyed with the 2 tiger skins. Old Wang asked him what he planned to do with them, and Sun Chongging waved his hand dismissively. Chen Mo risked his life to kill this tiger, so naturally it belongs to him. With that, He carried the tiger skins all the way to Chen Mo's house. At that moment, Chen Mo was having breakfast with 3 girls. Their bowls contained rice porridge, and on the table were pork belly and vegetables, the aroma filling the air. Sun Changing was stunned. Ordinary families were lucky to have breakfast at all, but Chen Mo's family even had meat. How wealthy must they be? He swallowed hard and said, "Chen Mo, you killed the bug, so the skin is yours." Chen Mo put down his chopsticks, stood up, helped him put down the tiger skin, and smiled. "Village chief, there are 2. You could take one back. If you hadn't organized the villagers to go into the mountains, I wouldn't know how to bring it back." Sun Changing scratched his beard, still politely saying, "How could I possibly accept this?" Chen Mo waved his hand. "Don't be so polite, just listen to me." Sun Changing then chuckled, picked up a tiger skin, and took his leave. After he left, Chen Mo sat down again and looked at Lin Xiaolu. "Wife, I remember your elder brother was a bricklayer, right?" Lin Xiaolu immediately understood. "Husband, you want my elder brother to help build the house?" Chen Mo nodded. "Yes. You haven't been back to your parents' home for a long time either. Let's go over there in a bit." Lin Xiaolu nodded vigorously, extremely excited. In the past, Chen Mo only knew how to read books, and with bandits rampant, she almost dared not go back to her parents' home. But things were different now. She knew Chen Mo was no longer afraid of those thugs. Passing through town, Chen Mo bought some gifts and meat. It wasn't until nearly noon that the couple arrived at Linjia village. The Lin family members were speechless with shock when they saw the 2 riding horses, dressed in fine clothes, and bringing so many gifts. Had Chen Mo passed the imperial examination? Chapter 11, Chatting Partner. After the 2 dismounted, the Lin family immediately surrounded them, examining the white horse from head to toe several times as if it were a rare treasure. The eldest brother-in-law, Lin Dehu, couldn't resist asking with a face full of curiosity, "Brother-in-law, is this your own horse?" These days, it's not easy for ordinary people to own a horse. Being able to afford it is one thing, but fodder, stables, and government control are another. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. "Brother, it's our own." Lin Dahu's eyes immediately filled with envy. "Wow, brother-in-law, you've struck it rich." Chen Mo only vaguely replied, "It's not exactly getting rich, I just met a benefactor." He couldn't very well say that he acquired all his possessions by destroying Black Wind Village. His mother-in-law, Li Sanyang, wasn't so happy. Instead, she looked at the 2 of them with concern. "These are turbulent times. It's best to stay home unless it's absolutely necessary. Our village was extorted by Black Wind Village again a few days ago." Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Black Wind Stronghold was gone, but there was no need to say it outright. He simply comforted his mother-in-law, saying, "Don't worry, mother-in-law, I can protect little dear." His father-in-law, Lin Yutian, quickly interrupted, "You've finally come back. Don't say such things that spoil the mood." He then pulled Chen Mo toward the main room, saying, "Son-in-law, come inside and talk." On the other side, Li Sanyang pulled Lin Xiaolu aside and asked in a low voice, "Xiaolu, why isn't your belly showing any signs? Is it?" This was something she had been thinking about. Although her son-in-law was poor, he was still a scholar, and if he passed the imperial examinations in the future, his life might not be bad. But if her daughter couldn't have children, then that would be troublesome. Lin Xiaolu blushed deeply, burying her head almost in her chest. "Mother," Li Sanyang was even more anxious. "What happened to you? Tell me quickly." Lin Xiaolu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "We just consummated our marriage last night, and I don't know if I can get pregnant." Li Sanyang's eyes widened on the spot, almost unable to react. Married for several years, and only consummated the marriage last night? If her daughter hadn't said it herself, she would have suspected that Chen Mo was impotent. She was both angry and helpless. "Really, didn't your mother teach you that?" Lin Xiaolu blushed and explained for Chen Mo, "My husband was busy taking the imperial examinations before, so he didn't have time for that." Li Sanyang sighed. "It's one thing if I can't be a grandmother, but why is being a maternal grandmother so difficult?" She then asked Chen Mo how his family had suddenly become well off, but Lin Xiaolu couldn't explain it clearly and could only give a vague answer. In the main room, Chen Mo exchanged a few pleasantries before explaining his purpose. Lin Dehu, who was worried about not having work, immediately agreed upon hearing that food, lodging, and wages were included. After lunch, Chen Mo left 10 taels of silver and took Lin Da back to Baiyun village. However, Lin Dahu could only walk, since he couldn't just conjure up another horse out of thin air in the village. Halfway there, Lin Xiaolu leaned against Chen Mo's chest and suddenly whispered, "Husband, my elder brother is getting old and still hasn't married. If you can, please help him." The Lin family has 2 sons. The elder, Lin Dahu, stays at home, while the younger, Lin Eru, is in the army. Lin Yutian is getting on in years, but hasn't yet had a grandson, so he's naturally worried. Chen Mo nodded. "No problem. Aren't there some pretty widows in our village? I'll make the choice for you, brother." Lin Xiaolu smiled even more sweetly. "Thank you, husband." "No need for thanks. We're family." She looked at Chen Mo and said softly, "Husband, I've noticed you seem to have changed." Chen Mo chuckled. "Actually, you haven't changed. You're just a little more lecherous than before." As he spoke, his hand began to wander and touch Lin Xiaolu's thigh. Lin Xiaolu hurriedly reminded him, "Oh dear, big brother is still watching from behind." Chen Mo grinned mischievously and flicked the reins. "That's easy go." Behind him, Lin Dao chased after him, panting, shouting, "Brother-in-law, little sister, wait for me. I only have 2 legs." When they arrived in town to buy building materials, Lin Dahu proved to be very useful. He was familiar with the place and was very efficient at picking out goods and bargaining, saving Chen Mo a lot of money. By the time the 3 returned to Baiyun village, the sun was almost setting. Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruashi had already prepared the meal. As soon as Lin Dahu entered the house, he was stunned to see 2 beautiful sisters. "Brother-in-law, who are these 2? Chen Mo briefly introduced them. "These are Ruochu and Ruashi, also part of the family." These words warmed the sisters' hearts. They hadn't expected Chen Mo to already consider them family. Lin Dahu, however, knew in his heart that this was nothing more than a concubine. He had lived to this age and had never even held a woman's hand, while his brother-in-law already had 3 by his side. He didn't ask any more questions. Chen Mo pulled him down to sit. "Brother, you've been running around all day. Are you hungry?" There were 2 plates of meat, a plate of vegetables, and white rice on the table. Lin Dahu swallowed hard, increasingly convinced that his brother-in-law was no ordinary man. Jiang Ruochu pointed to one of the plates of meat and said, "This is tiger worm meat. Everyone, try some." Tiger meat. Lin Dao almost jumped up, his eyes wide with shock. In this day and age, ordinary people can hardly afford meat. Yet the Chen family is eating tiger meat? Lin Xiaolu picked up a piece for him. "Brother, it's true, my husband caught it in the mountains yesterday." Lin Dahu stared at the meat in his bowl, too shocked to speak. Chen Mo also took a bite. The meat was good quality, but the taste was just average. It would be better if there were chili sauce or garlic sauce. He tried searching his spatial storage, but found no unfamiliar supplies. Nothing came to mind. It seemed he'd have to find time to thoroughly search through everything, and finding some seasonings would be ideal. After dinner, Lin Xiaolu helped Jiang Ruochu tidy up the woodshed. There weren't any extra rooms, so Lin Dahu had to sleep there for the time being. Chen Mo, meanwhile, was busy drawing sketches, working late into the night. Early the next morning, Chen Mo and Lin Dahu went to the back of the house to begin preparations for work. After finishing, Chen Mo pondered how to get the villagers to help. The project wasn't particularly large, but it wasn't small either. A few people definitely couldn't handle it. Baiyun village had 50 or 60 households. They couldn't possibly go door to door asking. Just then, he saw several of the village's loudspeakers chatting together in the distance, and a smile immediately spread across his face. He had an idea. Chen Mo went over to greet them. "Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhang, what are you talking about?" Aunt Lu chuckled and said, "Who else in our village would we talk about besides you?" Chen Mo was speechless, wondering what he had done to deserve being their topic of conversation. Aunt Zhang chimed in. "Scholar, you're truly remarkable. You look so frail, yet you're a tiger-slaying hero." Chen Mo smiled wryly to himself, but asked aloud, "Did you get to eat the tiger meat?" Aunt Lu licked her lips. "I've had it. It's so delicious. You should come into the mountains more often when you have time. Everyone wants to eat more." Chen Mo thought to himself, "Is she saying that she just wants to eat it herself?" He then said, "No problem, but you 2 can do me a favor first." The 2 of them immediately looked over curiously. Chen Mo continued, "I'm planning to build a house. Could you please pass on a message to the villagers? Anyone who comes to help will be paid 30 copper coins a day, settled on the same day. Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhang's mouths dropped open in disbelief. Scholar, is this really true? Chen Mo nodded. Of course it's true. It'll be right behind my house. Chapter 12. Rebirth. Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhang were efficient and quickly spread the word throughout the village. The scholar's family is repairing a house. 30 copper coins a day for labor. Everyone come quickly. Chen Mo returned home and took out a box of copper coins from his spatial storage. Just as he put it down, Lin Xiaolu suddenly walked over, startling him. Lin Xiaolu looked at the large box and asked in confusion, "Husband, why is there such a large box?" Chen Mo immediately explained, "These are copper coins for paying wages. From now on, this matter will be handled by you." Lin Xiaolu frowned. "Is this another gift from the immortals?" Chen Mo smiled, thinking that his little wife had finally learned to find her own reasons. Yes, my wife is so clever." Lin Xiaolu smiled happily. "My husband is a scholar, so naturally I can't be too bad." Just then, a lively commotion arose from behind the house. Chen Mo guessed that the villagers had arrived, and when he went out to look, sure enough, there were already about a dozen men and women there. "Scholar Chen, you're young and promising. Congratulations! Congratulations!" The villagers offered their congratulations, their eyes filled with envy. Chen Mo now had a wife and concubine, a horse, and was even building a new house. In their eyes, he was already a wealthy man. Chen Mo clasped his hands in thanks to everyone, then patted Lin Dahu on the shoulder. "His name is Dahu. From now on, you can do whatever work you want." With manpower in place, Lin Dahu immediately directed everyone to poach talent. Not long after, the widow Zhou Chui'er, wiping her sweat, walked up to Chen Mo and whispered, "Scholar, is the wage really 30 coins? Chen Mo smiled and said, "Of course, we're all neighbors. Would I lie to you?" Zhou Chui'er nodded, then hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Chen Mo sensed she had something to say, so he asked, "Sister-in-law Chui'er, is there anything else?" Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she stammered, "I just wanted to ask, who is Dahu? He looks a bit like your wife." Chen Mo said, "He's my brother-in-law." Sukuya suddenly realized, "Oh, no wonder." Chen Mo smirked and teased, "Sister-in-law Chui'er, have you taken a fancy to my brother-in-law? Let me tell you, he's not married yet." Caught off guard, Zhou Chui'er blushed instantly and gave him a reproachful glare. "Look at what you're saying. I'm a widow. How could anyone possibly be interested in me? Anyway, I'm going to get back to work." After Chen Mo left, Zhou Chui'er, as if possessed, poured a bowl of water and brought it to Lin Dahu, saying, "Brother Dahu, have some water." Lin Dahu was momentarily at a loss, took the bowl, thanked her repeatedly, and gulped down the water. Zhou Chui'er took the empty bowl and whispered, "My name is Zhou Chui'er." Then she quickly walked away. Lin Dahu scratched the back of his head, looking completely bewildered. "Zhou Chui'er? I don't think I asked her." Chen Mo didn't go home, but instead headed towards a secluded spot. He planned to carefully inventory the supplies in his spatial storage. Staying home would make it too easy for Lin Xiaolu to see him, and then it would be difficult to explain. A moment later, he arrived at a small grove of trees, confirmed that no one was around, and then flashed into his spatial storage. He first examined the wolf carcass, noticing the bloodstains were still damp, and muttered, "Could this space preserve things indefinitely?" Then he looked at the horses, which remained motionless like statues. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Great, no need to feed them, hay every day." He then jumped onto a truck loaded with food, and a box of chili sauce immediately caught his eye. "This is good stuff, a perfect match for meat." Chen Mo smiled as he picked up the chili sauce, but as soon as he moved it, another identical box appeared in its place. He was stunned, thinking he was seeing things, and immediately put the box aside to move the newly appeared one. But as soon as he moved it, another box appeared out of nowhere in its original spot. Chen Mo's eyes widened as he tried several times, with the same result each time. Whenever he moved the items, the same supplies would reappear in their original locations. He then switched to a box of canned fish, and the canned fish also reappeared. Chen Mo was immediately overjoyed. "I'm rich. I'm really rich. Sustainable development." However, he quickly realized something was amiss. Nothing like this had happened in the previous space. Could it be that the supplies were different? Thinking this, he climbed onto a truck loaded with weapons and casually picked up a box of grenades. The next moment, sure enough, an identical wooden box appeared in the same spot. Chen Mo became completely engrossed, constantly moving the boxes around. In no time, a small mountain of debris had piled up onto the truck, leaving him panting heavily. He suddenly realized that since the boxes could be copied, couldn't the vehicles also be copied directly? Wouldn't that be even faster? Chen Mo immediately left the spatial dimension, found an open space, and tried to retrieve an SUV. But after trying for a long time, the car wouldn't respond at all. Even a truck wouldn't work. He sighed regretfully. It's such a pity such a good vehicle can't be used. Back in his space, he found sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, tomatoes, and many other vegetables on a truck loaded with fruits and vegetables. He then swiped his phone to buy over 200 packs of cigarettes before stopping. He planned to look through the other things later. They were all in his spatial storage and wouldn't run away. Suddenly, Chen Mo remembered something and quickly ran to where he kept the silver. But this time, the miracle didn't happen. The silver wouldn't regenerate. He then picked up a jade pendant and tried it, but the result was the same. Chen Mo then understood that only things originally present in the space could be regenerated. The silver and jade pendants that were added later couldn't. But he still couldn't understand why the resources could suddenly regenerate. The recent changes in the space were simply the addition of food, animals, and those valuables and weapons. He looked around with suspicion, but found nothing unusual. Chen Mo frowned and muttered to himself. Could the change be caused by something other than the space itself? But he hadn't done anything unusual these past few days. A thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he remembered what happened with Lin Xiaolu last night. He then smiled at the air, realizing how absurd the idea was. However, the reason was no longer important. Now that resources can be recycled, he felt he could practically retire. Chen Mo emerged from his spatial dimension again, and as soon as he looked up, he saw a woman swaying past him, a basket slung across her waist. He was startled, relieved he hadn't been spotted. Upon closer inspection, the woman resembled Zhao Hohat. She had a rather attractive figure, with a slender waist and full hips. Zhao Hohat seemed to sense the commotion and turned around abruptly, only to be startled. After seeing that it was Chen Mo, she breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest, complaining, "You followed behind me without making a sound. You scared me to death. I thought I saw a ghost in broad daylight." Chen Mo awkwardly scratched the back of his head, realizing that he couldn't explain himself now and would probably be mistaken for a hooligan. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Sister Hohat, I was just curious when I saw you go into the grove alone." Zhao Hohat was amused by his excuse and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to dig some wild vegetables." Watching her departing figure, Chen Mo frowned slightly. It was only March, and the villagers had already started digging for wild vegetables. He wondered how they would survive the winter. Although the resources in the space were inexhaustible, they couldn't be given away in large quantities, at least not now. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. The best way was to cultivate some seeds. However, for now, he could give Zhao Hohat something to quench her thirst. With that thought, Chen Mo flashed and entered the space again. Chapter 13. The Village Chief's Invitation. After emerging from a spatial dimension, Chen Mo carried a black plastic bag. He had just reached the small hill when he saw Zhao Hohat squatting on the ground digging something. "Sister-in-law Hohat." Zhao Hohat jumped at a shout, patting her chest and glaring at him. "You brat, why aren't you at home with Xiaolu? What are you doing following me around?" Chen Mo felt embarrassed and quickly explained, "Sister-in-law Hohat, I just brought you some vegetables." Zhao Hohat looked at the dark bag in his hand, her face full of doubt. "Vegetables? Where did you get vegetables?" Chen Mo handed her the bag. Zhao Hohat opened it and saw that it contained several bunches of bright green vegetables, some of which she recognized, and some she had never seen before, with a few long and thick cucumbers at the bottom. She touched the bag again. It was thin and smooth, neither like cloth nor paper, and her doubts deepened. "What is this?" "A bag. An ordinary bag," Chen Mo said, then turned and slipped away. A widow's door is always a source of gossip. If those gossipy villagers saw her, who knows what kind of news would be made. Back home, Chen Mo immediately called Lin Xiaolu and the Jiang sisters to help him till the vegetable garden in front of the house. Lin Xiaolu was increasingly confused. Her husband hadn't been studying these past few days. Instead, he was out in the fields with a hoe every day. He didn't seem like a scholar at all. She said with concern, "Husband, you should go back to your studies. I'll do these chores." Chen Mo wiped his sweat and said with a smile, "There's a saying, it's easier to storm into Chang'an than to pass the imperial examination." The three men's expressions instantly changed. The capital of the Great Qi Kingdom was called Chang'an. If this got out, it wouldn't be a joke. Lin Xiaolu quickly stepped forward and covered his mouth, lowering her voice. "Husband, if outsiders hear this, it could bring about your death." Chen Mo smiled and gently removed her hand, handing her the hoe. "Come on, let's all work together." He then ran into the house, emerging with 4 multifunctional entrenching tools. Lin Xiaolu and the other 2 looked on with curiosity. The shovels were short and ingenious, clearly not ordinary objects. Lin Xiaolu knew in her heart that they were most likely gifts from an immortal. After working for an hour, the 4 of them finally finished turning over the vegetable garden and dividing it into rows. Then, Chen Mo took out a basket from his spatial storage, containing sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, with sweet potatoes being the most abundant. Sweet potatoes are high-yielding and easy to grow, making them a good source of food. Lin Xiaolu and the Jiang sisters were seeing these things for the first time, and their faces were filled with curiosity. Lin Xiaolu, holding a golden ear of corn, asked, "Husband, what is this?" Jiang Ruochu, holding a sweet potato, also asked, "Young master, what is this?" Jiang Ruoshi, holding a tomato, felt it was soft, but accidentally crushed it, splashing juice all over her hand. Chen Mo pointed and introduced them. "This is corn, and this is a sweet potato. Ruoshi's is a tomato. It's very sweet. Try licking it." Jiang Ruoshi raised her hand and licked it, the sweet and sour taste instantly spreading in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. "Young master, can I eat this?" Chen Mo nodded. "Of course you can eat this. It's all good stuff. I'll make it for you tonight." Jiang Ruoshi couldn't help but take a bite first, and seeing that she was enjoying it, Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ruochu also picked up tomatoes and tried them. "So delicious!" the 3 exclaimed in amazement. Chen Mo smiled, picked up an entrenching tool, and split the sweet potato in half. After finishing their tomatoes, Lin Xiaolu and the others followed his example, splitting sweet potatoes with the entrenching tool as well. After doing this, Chen Mo picked up half a sweet potato to demonstrate. "Plant it like this, not too deep." Lin Xiaolu asked curiously, "Husband, what will grow from this sweet potato?" The Jiang sisters were equally puzzled. It was the first time they'd ever seen food cut up and buried in the ground. Chen Mo looked at the 3 of them and said, "You've heard the saying, you reap what you sow, right?" The 3 of them then understood. Actually, what Chen Mo really wanted were sweet potato vines. Once the vines grew, they could be planted on a large scale. After planting the sweet potatoes, he also sowed tomato and corn seeds. The tomatoes should survive, but he wasn't so sure about the corn. A few days later, the foundation of the new house was laid, and they started building the walls. Lin Dahu was inspecting the construction site, as usual, when Zhou Chui'er called out to him as he passed by. Zhou Chui'er blushed, quickly stuffed a sachet into his hand, and then turned and ran away. Chen Mo witnessed this scene. He immediately understood that Zhou Chui'er had secretly fallen for him. So he called Lin Dahu over. Lin Dahu walked up and asked, "Brother-in-law, what can I do for you?" Chen Mo asked directly, "Brother, do you want a wife?" Lin Dahu smiled sheepishly. "Do you think I could just say I want one?" "Of course." Chen Mo looked at Zhou Chui'er, who was carrying bricks not far away. "What do you think of Chui'er?" Lin Dahu's old face instantly turned red, and he stammered, "I think she's pretty good, but I don't know if she'll be willing. If she likes you, that's fine. Leave it to me." Lin Dahu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Brother-in-law, is that really true?" Chen Mo patted him on the shoulder. "Of course, you're already this age. Do you really want to be a craftsman forever?" With that, he turned and left. Lin Dahu stood there, completely bewildered. If he wasn't a craftsman, how would he make a living? Chen Mo went to find the village chief, Sun Chang'ing. but unexpectedly ran into him halfway there. Sun Chang'an was also on his way to his house, carrying the completed land deed. Chen Mo, I've got the land deed ready for you. Chen Mo accepted the deed and thanked him, then mentioned that he wanted to ask him to act as a matchmaker for Lin Dahu and Zhou Chui'er. Sun Chang'an was overjoyed. There were many widows in the village, and every good match he could make was a blessing. As long as the village was labeled a widow village, he, the village head, would never be able to hold his head high. In his joy, Sun Chang'an remembered something else. Chen Mo, I went into the city today and heard that Black Wind stronghold has been wiped out. Chen Montak feignets a pice. Oh, do you know who did it? Sun Chang'an said. I heard that Magistrate Yi personally led the troops to suppress them and even received a reward from the imperial court, a full 1,000 taels of silver. At first, Sun Chang'an believed this explanation, but the more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Magistrate Yi and Chen Mo had no connection. It was impossible for him to risk suppressing bandits just because of a single word. Besides, Black Wind Stronghold had been a menace for a long time. If the government were capable, they would have acted long ago, not waited until today. Thinking about Chen Mo's recent changes, his behavior that day, and the matter of the two tigers, Sun Chang'an became increasingly convinced that Chen Mo had most likely destroyed Black Wind Stronghold. If that were true, this man was truly terrifying. Chen Mo, however, laughed after hearing this. He hadn't expected the county magistrate to take all the credit without lifting a finger. How shameless. He chuckled and said, Magistrate Yi is truly a good official who saves the people from suffering. Sun Chang'an realized that the words sounded like praise, but were actually sarcastic, which further confirmed that Chen Mo didn't want to reveal his strength. So he smiled and said, Chen Mo, you've helped the village get rid of a major threat. Come to my house tonight, and I'll treat you to drinks. Seeing the village chief's expectant face, Chen Mo had no choice but to nod and agree. Then I'll gladly accept your offer. Chapter 14, Daughter's Red Wine. As evening approached, Chen Mo took some fruit from his spatial storage and a can of tea, then went to the village chief Sun Chang'an's house. Upon entering, Sun Chang'an was unusually enthusiastic, greeting him with a smile. Come to Uncle Sun's house. Make yourself at home. No need to bring anything. Chen Mo was taken aback. Uncle Sun? His own home? The way he was addressed didn't sound quite right. But he didn't think much of it, simply saying it was some fruit and nothing special. Sun Chang'an pulled him down to sit and briefly explained how he had arranged the marriage for his elder brother. The implication was clear. The marriage was arranged, and the wedding could be held any time. Chen Mo quickly thanked him. Village chief, thank you for your trouble. Sun Chang'an waved his hand, smiling broadly, saying it was just a small favor. He then pulled Chen Mo to the dining table, brought out a jar of wine, and poured it to the brim. This is my treasured daughter's red wine, which I've kept for many years. Tonight, let's drink until we drop. Chen Mo frowned slightly. In ancient times, daughter's red wine was buried when a daughter was born and only dug up for a banquet or as part of her dowry when she got married. But today isn't the village chief's daughter's wedding day. If there were a real happy occasion, the whole village would have heard by now. It's just a simple meal. Sun Chang'an is really going all out. Chen Mo politely declined, but Sun Chang'an patted his chest and said, Drink as much as you want tonight. It's all you can eat. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. With this alcohol content, if they really drank freely, it wouldn't be impossible to empty the village chief's entire stock. The two chatted and drank, and before they knew it, they had already opened their third pot of wine. Sun Chang'an was in high spirits and picked up his bowl, shouting, Come on, let's finish this. Chen Mo didn't refuse and drank it all in one gulp. Sun Chang'an hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Chen Mo, you've been married for many years, and your wife hasn't given you a son or daughter. The Chen family can't be without an heir. Chen Mo almost choked on his drink. This was too sudden. Before he could reply, Sun Chang'an continued, My Xiao'er is 18 years old, and I'd like to marry her to you. What do you think? Only then did Chen Mo realize that after all this talk, the village chief's real intention tonight was to arrange a marriage for him. He was somewhat taken aback. Village chief, you know I already have a wife. Sun Chang'an nodded. Of course I know. I've thought about it, and Xiao'er has long admired you. Chen Mo was even more confused. Long admired, he had indeed recently become famous in the village for killing bandits and tigers. But how could it have come to the point of marrying off his daughter in just a few days? Seeing his hesitation, Sun Chongqing grew anxious. His daughter had been rejected even as a concubine. What would become of his reputation? Chen Mo, perhaps you don't think much of my xiao. Chen Mo quickly explained that wasn't what he meant. Sun Chongqing, assuming he was worried about Lin Xiaolu, immediately patted his chest and assured him that he would speak to her and guarantee Xiaolu's agreement. Chen Mo was speechless for a moment. The village chief's attitude was practically as if he couldn't wait to send his daughter over that very night. Since things had come to this point, he didn't hesitate any longer. Village chief, there's no need to look for Xiaolu anymore. I agree to this marriage. Upon hearing this, Sun Chongqing's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter, saying that they would choose an auspicious day for the wedding ceremony. Chen Mo, however, had a headache. Their current home was small. If the bride were married into the family, would the three of them squeeze into one bed? So he suggested waiting until the new house was built before holding the ceremony. Sun Chongqing thought about it and agreed, nodding in agreement. They could then combine the housewarming party and the wedding banquet, making it a double celebration. He was truly happy. In these chaotic times, entrusting his daughter to someone like Chen Mo meant he wouldn't have to worry about the future. After finishing another jar of wine, Chen Mo got up to say goodbye. Back home, he went straight to Lin Xiaolu's bed. Lin Xiaolu noticed his flushed face and worried he'd had too much to drink. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, first telling her some good news. His older brother's marriage was settled. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu excitedly sat up, thanking him repeatedly. Chen Mo reached out with a mischievous grin. Here, let me give you a nutritional injection. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaolu shook her head, shyly saying no. She was on her period. A hint of melancholy appeared on her face, indicating she wasn't pregnant yet. Chen Mo suddenly remembered something, abruptly sat up, told her to wait a moment, turned, and got out of bed. He ran into his spatial storage and pulled out his backpack. Sure enough, there was a pack of sanitary napkins inside, which would come in handy. Not long after, Chen Mo returned to the house with about 10 bags, opened one of the bags, and handed it to Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu had never seen anything like it before and asked in confusion what it was. Chen Mo casually replied, "Vampire stuff, really powerful. Try it." Lin Xiaolu was completely bewildered. Chen Mo then changed his explanation. "It's mooncloth." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's face instantly turned bright red, and she whispered, asking him how a man could possess such a thing. Chen Mo could only continue to invoke the immortal's name, saying it was given to him by an immortal, clean and hygienic, and that she should remember to change it frequently. Following his instructions, Lin Xiaolu finally used it. Chen Mo smiled and asked how it felt. Lin Xiaolu shyly said it felt very comfortable, paused, then asked him to wait a moment before leaving. Chen Mo watched with suspicion, wondering if she also had a spatial ability, given her suspicious behavior. After a while, soft footsteps came from outside the door. Chen Mo looked up and saw that it was Jiang Ruochu who had entered. He was stunned. "Ruochu, it's you?" Jiang Ruochu walked to the bedside. Her eyes lowered, her face flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Young master, Sister Xiaolu sent me." Chen Mo was taken aback, then asked, "Are you afraid of injections?" Jiang Ruochu looked up blankly. "Young master, what are injections?" Chen Mo looked at her and said in a low voice, Come, let me teach you." Chapter 15. You're here to sell duck droppings, aren't you? And so, Chen Mo and the three girls began their new life in Baiyan Village. 3 months later, a brand new mansion rose from the ground, with blue bricks and gray tiles, high walls, and a wide courtyard, standing out among the low-rise houses. This was the first two-courtyard house in Baiyan Village, and also the largest and most beautiful house in the entire village. The sweet potato vines in front of the old house grew lush and green, and the tomatoes and corn successively blossomed and bore fruit. Although not many corn plants survived, there were enough to use for seeds. On this day, Chen Mo married Sun Yunxiu and held a grand banquet. Men, women, and children from the entire village came to eat and drink. The table was filled with meat and dishes, as well as many fruits and vegetables that they had never seen before, but were exceptionally delicious. Everyone was truly amazed. The villagers were once again stunned by Chen Mo's wealth. The meat served in this meal was enough for many of them to eat for several years. Sun Chongqing was even happier. Even though his daughter was nominally only a concubine, he felt that being able to enter such a family was already a great blessing. During the meal, Chen Mo sat down next to Sun Chongqing and whispered, "Father-in-law, come over tomorrow. I have something good to show you." Sun Chongqing was taken aback and hurriedly asked what it was. Chen Mo only said that it was something that could benefit the villagers. Upon hearing this, Sun Chongqing slapped his thigh excitedly and immediately promised to come over the next morning. As night fell, the villagers gradually dispersed, and the bustling new house finally quieted down. Chen Mo sat in the main room smoking, plotting how to continue making money, building the house, holding the wedding, and helping his brother-in-law get married. All these expenses had nearly depleted their savings. Although the resources in their spatial dimension were inexhaustible, in this world, one couldn't get by without money. Lin Xiaolu, having finished her work, came over and, seeing him still sitting, urged, "Husband, why aren't you going into the bridal chamber yet? Don't keep Xiodor waiting." Chen Mo chuckled and teased her. "Wife, aren't you jealous?" Lin Xiaolu glanced at him disdainfully. "Jealous of what? If you remarry in the future, won't I be stuffed to death?" After spending several months together, Chen Mo had influenced her to become increasingly blunt. Chen Mo smiled, got up, and went to Sun Yunxio's room. At this moment, Sun Yunxio, covered with a red veil, sat on the edge of the bed. Hearing footsteps, she nervously twisted her hands together. Chen Mo picked up the scale rod and gently lifted the veil. Under the veil, Sun Yunxio's cheeks were as red as ripe fruit. She glanced at Chen Mo once, and then lowered her eyes, softly calling out, "Husband." Chen Mo looked at the 18-year-old girl in front of him, his drunkenness rising, and then turned off the light. The next morning, Sun Chongqing indeed arrived at the Chen family's house. Chen Mo led him to the vegetable garden, picked up a hoe, and started digging a sweet potato plant. Sun Chongqing, however, was first attracted by the corn next to it and couldn't help but ask what it was. Chen Mo explained that those were the bright yellow ears of corn served at yesterday's banquet, but that wasn't the focus today. The corn wasn't ripe yet, and he had only intended to save the seeds so that the villagers could experience the benefits first before promoting it further. Before long, sweet potatoes covered in mud emerged from the soil. They weren't particularly large, but they were quite sturdy. Sun Chongqing immediately recognized them as food from yesterday's banquet, and his eyes lit up as he repeatedly exclaimed that they were good stuff. Chen Mo picked one up and weighed in his hand, saying that if they waited another 10 days or half a month, they would grow even bigger. Sun Chongqing immediately understood what he meant, but still asked, "Son-in-law, did you call me here to have the village plant this?" Chen Mo nodded, saying that if they planted now, they could harvest in October. This would give the villagers more food when winter came. Sun Chongqing, however, frowned, worried that the recent lack of rain might not be enough to sustain the crops. Chen Mo had already planned ahead, telling him that sweet potatoes are drought-resistant and only need proper watering. They have a high yield, can be stored for a long time, and can be eaten raw or cooked, boiled, steamed, or roasted. Even the leaves are edible, making them a life-saving treasure. Sun Chongqing was overjoyed, saying that Chen Mo was a genius, and with him in Baiyan village, he, as the village head, wouldn't have to worry all the time. Chen Mo then asked him to bring the villagers to see how to till the land, and he would personally demonstrate the next day. Sun Chongqing immediately agreed and turned to call for help. Chen Mo, after having breakfast, didn't rest either. Thinking about going into the city to see if there were any ways to make money, he took Jiang Ruoxi out. The two rode together on a horse and headed straight into the city. After entering the city, Chen Mo observed the shops on both sides of the street. When he passed a shop called Qianlixiang Tea House, he suddenly realized that modern tea processing technology was far superior to what it was now, and he happened to have a few cans of good quality tea in his space. Although the quantity was small, it could be replenished. Chen Mo told Jiang Ruoxi to wait outside, then dismounted and entered the tea shop, a can of tea quietly appearing in his sleeve. Seeing that he was a stranger, the shopkeeper stepped forward to greet him. "Sir, what kind of tea would you like?" Chen Mo didn't beat around the bush and said directly that he had a type of tea and wanted to ask if the shopkeeper would be interested in tasting it. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper knew he was there to make a sale and casually asked about the variety and price. Chen Mo took out a tea canister, opened the lid and inner seal, and placed it on the counter. The shopkeeper was initially attracted by the exquisite canister, but upon seeing the words duck shit fragrance, his expression instantly turned strange. "This name is awful. They say they're selling tea, but someone who doesn't know any better would think they're selling duck droppings." The shopkeeper thought with disgust, but the aroma wafting from the jar was incredibly tempting. He couldn't resist taking a sniff, and his expression immediately changed. The rich aroma filled his nostrils, both refreshing and intense. The shopkeeper picked up the tea canister and took a deep breath, feeling instantly invigorated. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent tea. I've been selling tea for many years, and I've never smelled such fragrant tea before." He immediately took the tea leaves to the tea table and brewed them. As soon as the hot water was poured in, the aroma became even stronger, and the tea soup was golden, clear, and beautiful. The shopkeeper, ignoring the heat, hurriedly took a sip, squinting his eyes to savor the taste. After a long pause, he exclaimed, "Rich, mellow, and refreshing. It soothes the throat and leaves a lingering fragrance with a hint of sweetness. Excellente, truly excellente." He then looked at Chen Mo, his attitude noticeably warmer, and asked his name with a smile. Chen Mo replied casually that his surname was Chun. The shopkeeper quickly introduced himself as Hao and asked how the tea was priced. Chen Mo wasn't sure yet, so he threw the question back at him. "Boss Hao, why don't you name a price? 1 gene per can, and you can have the can for free." Manager Hao sipped his tea while calculating. After a moment, he put down his teacup and said, "This tea is indeed excellent. How about this? I'll offer 500 coins. Chapter 16, 1 and 2 Taels. 500 coins? 1,000 cans would only cost 500 taels of silver." Chen Mo felt that the price was a bit low, so he looked at Manager Hao and said, "Manager Hao, such good tea is only being offered for so little. Is this how business is done?" Upon hearing this, Manager Hao knew that the young man in front of him was not so easy to fool, so he had no choice but to pretend to be at a disadvantage and said through gritted teeth, "Then add another 100 coins, 600 coins, that's really the most I can do." Chen Mo frowned and thought for a moment before speaking directly. 1 price, 2 taels of silver. Shopkeeper Hao immediately grimaced and complained. 2 taels? Young Master Chun, 600 coins is not low these days. I can't sell if the price is too high. Chen Mo didn't bother arguing with him, picked up the tea leaves, turned around, and left. "Then forget it. I'll go look somewhere else. Good tea is meant for the wealthy, and it has little to do with the state of the world. Ordinary people can't even afford to eat, so naturally they wouldn't touch it, but the rich will still enjoy it." Seeing that Chen Mo was really about to leave, Manager Hao became anxious. This tea was indeed excellent and might fetch a high price, so he quickly called out to him, "Young Master Chun, don't be in such a hurry. How about we compromise and each give you 1 tael of silver?" Chen Mo turned around and said, 1 tael and 5 cents. Shopkeeper Hao continued to push the price down. 1 tael and 2 cents, that's the most I can offer. Any higher, and I really won't be able to sell it. 1 ounce and 2 taels isn't a small amount, considering this is wholesale, not retail. Chen Mo nodded and asked, "How much do you want?" Manager Hao tentatively said, 100 jars. Chen Mo shook his head. 100 is too little. 500 is the minimum. Shopkeeper Hao was a little hesitant, worried that the goods would be stuck in his hands and he wouldn't be able to sell them. But when he thought about the quality of the tea, he agreed. "Okay, 500 it is. But in Nanshan City, you can only sell it to me." Chen Mo thought to himself, this shopkeeper is indeed shrewd, directly asking for exclusive distribution rights. However, he didn't refuse. "No problem. I'll bring it to you in a bit. This jar is yours for free." After saying this, Chen Mo put down the tea leaves and left. Manager Hao thanked him repeatedly, but a smile secretly crept onto his lips. Chen Mo left Jiang Ruashi at the tea shop and went out for a while. Half an hour later, he hired a carriage and returned with the tea. He handed over 500 cans of tea and easily earned 600 taels of silver. With this money, Chen Mo was too lazy to continue his efforts. 600 taels was enough to last him a while. After lunch, he took Jiang Ruashi and headed back. He would check on the tea sales in a few days. If it sold well, he would send another batch. If not, he would find another way. In any case, he had plenty of supplies. On the way, Jiang Ruashi couldn't help but ask, "Young master, where did you get those tea leaves?" Chen Mo smiled and casually said, "I have a secluded house in the city." Jiang Ruashi looked at him with admiration. "Young master is really amazing. You earned 600 taels in less than half a day." Chen Mo pinched her cheek. "If I don't earn more money, how can I raise you all to be so plump and healthy?" Jiang Ruashi had indeed gained a lot of weight since she first arrived. Her face was rosy and tender, and she looked much better than before when she was thin and frail. She blushed, but felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and whispered, "Ruashi will definitely serve you well, young master, for the rest of her life." Just then, four burly men slowly drove an ox cart towards them. A woman sat on the cart, her hands bound and her mouth gagged with cloth. As they got closer, the woman suddenly made a sound, her eyes widening. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mo realized it resembled Zhao Hohat. He immediately shouted, "Wait!" The burly man leading the group crossed his arms, his face menacing. "Kid, you've got your eye on this woman? 100 taels of silver. You can take her away." Chen Mo dismounted, and Jiang Ruashi followed. He said coldly, "Release her first." The burly man refused outright. "That won't do. What if they run away?" Zhao Hohat shook her head desperately, still sobbing. Chen Mo looked at the burly man. "Explain yourself. Why did you tie her up?" The burly man said impatiently, "Her brother owes us money, and we're using her to pay off the debt. Do you want her or not? If not, get lost." Chen Mo thought that Zhao Hohat had saved the original owner of the body, so 100 taels of silver was nothing, and asked Jiang Ruashi to give him the money. As soon as Jiang Ruashi opened the package, the gleaming silver inside was immediately revealed. Upon seeing this, the burly man's eyes gleamed with greed, and he sneered, "Kid, I've changed my mind. Now I want this price," he said, spreading out his 5 fingers. The saying, "Don't flaunt your wealth," is indeed true. Chen Mo's lips curled into a smirk, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and he already gripped a pistol in his sleeve. He looked at the burly man and asked, "Are you sure you want 500 taels?" The burly man patted the short sword at his waist and said arrogantly, "That's right. If you say another word, believe me, I'll kill you. What goes around comes around." Chen Mo raised his hand. The gun pointed directly at the burly man's forehead. With a loud bang, the man fell to the ground, his expression freezing instantly. The others were taken aback at first, then drew their knives and charged. Chen Mo gave them no chance. Several gunshots rang out, and all the burly men fell to the ground. Zhao Hohat and Jiang Ruashi were both stunned. The group of people who had been so fierce just moments before had all fallen silent in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ruashi quickly thought of the giant tiger, and her respect for Chen Mo grew even stronger. Chen Mo put away his pistol, walked to the ox cart, tore the cloth out of Zhao Hohat's mouth, and untied the rope from her hands. As soon as Zhao Hohat was freed, she cried out, "Chen Mo, they beat my parents-in-law to death." "What?" Chen Mo frowned and asked, "They kidnapped you because of your younger brother?" Zhao Hohat nodded through her tears. It turned out that her younger brother owed 10 taels of silver at a gambling den in town, and the people from the gambling den broke in her house, kidnapped her, and wanted to sell her to a brothel to pay off the debt. Her in-laws naturally refused. Zhao Hohat was already part of her husband's family. Why should she pay off her brother's debts? The elderly couple stepped forward to stop them, but the thugs immediately drew their knives and killed her on the spot. They then gagged Zhao Hohat and quietly took her away. Chen Mo offered a few words of comfort, then turned and instructed Jiang Ruashi, "Ruashi, you ride your horse, and take Sister Hohat with you first." Jiang Ruashi asked worriedly, "Young master, what about you?" Chen Mo glanced at the big yellow ox beside him. I still have an ox, don't I? Once the two had walked away and completely disappeared from sight, Chen Mo immediately put the corpse and the ox guard into his spatial storage and then headed deeper into the woods. About 15 minutes later, he threw the corpses into a secluded spot and said coldly, "Get ready to feed the wolves." Chapter 17, Beauty and Skincare. When Chen Mo arrived at Zhao Hohat's house in his ox cart, the villagers had already hastily buried the deceased. When Sun Changing heard that Chen Mo had killed 4 more people, the weight that had just been lifted from his heart was lifted again. The village had only been peaceful for a short time, and now they had gotten into trouble with some ruthless characters in town. Life was truly unbearable. Upon seeing Chen Mo, he immediately pulled him aside and asked in a low voice, "Son-in-law, I heard from Ruashi that you've killed someone again?" Chen Mo's expression was calm, but his tone was firm. Those who are utterly wicked deserve to die. Sun Changing was still worried, but Li Wuxia is notoriously ruthless, and I'm afraid he won't let this go easily. The Li Wuxia he mentioned was the owner of the town's gambling den. Chen Mo simply smiled faintly. Let alone a gambling den owner. Even if the heavenly king himself came, he would still take him down without hesitation. He patted Sun Changing on the shoulder. "With me here, you can rest assured." Seeing his unwavering resolve, Sun Changing decided against further persuasion. However, with the Zhao family elders dead, it wouldn't be safe for Zhao Hohat to continue living there alone. Sun Changing thought for a moment, then asked, "What about Zhao Hohat? She's a woman. What if something happens to her again? Otherwise," Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said, "How about you come to my house? You can help with some housework, and I'll pay you for it." Sun Changing felt a pang of disappointment. This guy already has 4 women in his family. Why can't he give his own family another helper? But he didn't say it out loud, and just nodded and said, "All right, you're the only one in our village who can afford to take her in." So Sun Changing went to explain the situation to Zhao Hohat. After this incident, Zhao Hohat was already terrified, fearing that one night someone would break in and sell her into a brothel. It will be different if you went to Chen Mo's house. He is very capable, his house is spacious, and the sense of security he gives people is unmatched by others. Chen Mo handed the ox cart to Sun Changing and then led Zhao Hohat home. Halfway there, Zhao Hohat suddenly whispered, "Chen Mo, thank you." Chen Mo glanced at her and smiled. "You saved my life, so it's too formal to say that." Zhao Hohat's eyes were slightly red. "But you saved me today. Otherwise, I'd probably be in a brothel by now. Don't worry, I'll work hard at your place, and I won't freeload." Chen Mo waved his hand. "It's all right, I don't mind eating and drinking for free." These words moved Zhao Hohat even more, and she secretly vowed to do a good job of housework in the future so that Chen Mo would be satisfied. When he returned home, the girls were waiting for him in the courtyard. As soon as Lin Xiaolu and Sun Yunxiu saw him, they immediately came to greet him and asked in unison, "Husband, are you all right?" Chen Mo shook his head, put his arm around one of them, and joked with a smile, "You two didn't fight while I was away, did you?" Lin Xiaolu gave him a reproachful look. "What are you saying, husband?" Then she looked at Zhao Hohat puzzled and asked, "Sister-in-law Hohat, what's going on?" Chen Mo released the two and explained, "Sister-in-law Hohat is currently all alone and will stay with us from now on." Everyone was taken aback at first, but quickly understood. Lin Xiaolu said generously, "Sister-in-law Hohat, from now on, treat this place as your own home." After saying that, she instructed Jiang Ruochu to take Zhao Hohat's luggage to the West Wing. The new house had plenty of rooms, more than enough for people to live in, and such a large house certainly needed manpower. Zhao Hohat was so moved that she almost burst into tears and said in a tearful voice, "I'll go to the kitchen right now and cook for everyone." Lin Xiaolu wanted her to rest first, but Zhao Hohat quickly interrupted. "It's all right. I'm already very happy that you're willing to take me in. From now on, I'll take care of all the cooking." After saying that, she went straight to the kitchen. Chen Mo then entered the study, closed the door, and slipped into his spatial dimension. He rummaged through the pile of weapons for a while, picking out 2 fine swords and 2 sets of bows and arrows. After they came out, he handed the weapons to Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruashi. Actually, he had considered giving them firearms, but now was not the time. The two sisters stared blankly at the sword and bow in their hands. Where did they get these things in their house? How come they had no idea? Chen Mo coughed lightly. You guys practice first, then show me your skills tonight. Upon hearing evening, the two women frowned slightly, appearing even more confused. Sure enough, Chen Mo went to their room that night. I slept well all night. The next morning, Sun Changing came to call for help. For the villagers, food was the most important thing. Nothing was more important than filling their stomachs. Chen Mo found some scissors, cut a few sweet potato vines from the vegetable garden, and followed Sun Changing to the fields behind the village. The villagers were already waiting there, and when they saw him, they all greeted him warmly as scholar. Chen Mo looked at the field ridges at his feet and thought they were quite nice, so he asked, "Whose land is this?" Old Wang stepped forward from the crowd. "Chen Xiucai is mine." Chen Mo nodded and praised. The soil mounds are well divided, the gaps are just right, and they are full enough. Old Wang's face immediately lit up with pride. Chen Mo then reminded everyone must pay attention to the field ridges. They are related to the sweet potato yield. As he spoke, he cut off a sweet potato vine, buried it horizontally in the soil, leaving a section sticking out for everyone to see. The seedlings grow to about the size of a hand, and after being buried in the soil, about 1/3 of them are exposed, like this. The villagers have all tasted sweet potatoes and still remember them fondly. Now, this food is crucial to their future survival, so everyone is watching closely, afraid of missing out. Chen Mo planted a few more stalks, demonstrating the spacing between plants. Then he looked at the crowd and pointed to a spirited young man. "Water buffalo, you give it a try." Wu Xuanyo pointed to himself, somewhat unsure. "Me? Yes, it's not high-tech." Wu Xuanyo had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow Chen Mo's steps to cut the vines, insert the seedlings, and plant them carefully. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Good, let's do it that way." Then he selected several villagers to take turns trying the planting. After several rounds, everyone basically mastered the methods of taking seedlings and planting them. However, Chen Mo didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked back and forth in the fields, checking on everyone and correcting any mistakes they made. Since the sweet potato vines were limited in number, he also arranged for someone to specifically look after them to prevent waste. Chen Mo was busy until almost noon before he went home for lunch. Inside the main room, the family of 6 sat around a round table for their meal. After taking a few bites, Chen Mo praised sister-in-law Ho Hot. "The food is quite good." Zhao Ho Hot was delighted to hear this and said with a smile, "I'm glad you like it. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to it." Lin Xiaolu picked up a piece of pork and put it in her bowl. "Sister-in-law Ho Hot, please don't be shy. Eat more." Zhao Ho Hot quickly waved her hand. "Don't mention it. I can do it myself." She was secretly surprised. What kind of family was this, that they had meat at every meal 3 times a day? While eating, she suddenly remembered something and tentatively asked, "Chen Mo, are there any cucumbers left?" Ever since she tasted cucumbers, she has been craving them. Chen Mo casually replied, "Yes. Do you want to use it or eat it?" Zhao Ho Hot blinked, looking puzzled. "Besides eating, can cucumbers be used for anything else?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "Of course you can use it as a face mask to make your skin more delicate and smooth." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at him curiously. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a statement? No one noticed the mischievous smile that flashed across Chen Mo's face. Of course, he wouldn't tell everyone that this thing could actually be used for other purposes. Zhao Ho Hot nodded blankly. "I see, but that's such a waste. Food is so precious these days." Lin Xiaolu, however, didn't think so. After all, the immortal had given her plenty of things. Her eyes lit up, and she pressed on. "Husband, can cucumbers really nourish the skin and improve complexion?" Chen Mo nodded seriously. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a hurried voice suddenly came from outside. "Scholar, something's happened." Chapter 18 is somewhat tempting, but not much. "Scholar, something terrible has happened." Wu Xuanyo rushed in a great hurry, as if his backside was on fire. Chen Mo looked up and asked him what was going on. Wu Xuanyo, panting, said that people from the gambling den had arrived, led by Li Wuxi's son, Li Hai, who demanded that they hand over 4 people, as well as Sister Hohat. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hohat nearly dropped her rice bowl, her face turning deathly pale. Chen Mo stood up calmly. He didn't know how powerful they were, but these people were clearly there to get themselves killed. He only said 2 words, "Lead the way." Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoshi immediately grabbed their weapons and followed. At this moment, in the village square, a young man in his 20s was leading a dozen or so burly men, each with a knife at his waist, blocking the way, and acting very arrogantly. This man was Li Hai, the son of Li Wuxia, the gambling den owner. Sun Chang'e led the villagers to try and negotiate, but Li Hai was completely unreasonable, shouting arrogantly, "If you don't hand over the people, Baiyun village is finished today." Sun Chang'e forced himself to explain that they really didn't know where those people were, and Zhang Hohat wasn't in the village either. But Li Hai didn't believe him at all. He stared at him fiercely and threatened to break his legs if he didn't behave. Before Sun Chang'e could explain further, Li Hai reached out to grab his collar. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "I know where they are." When the villagers turned around and saw Chen Mo approaching, they immediately felt reassured. Now, in their eyes, Chen Mo was the anchor of Baiyun village. Chen Mo had already devised a plan on the way here, which is why he took the initiative to admit it. After all, he couldn't very well take action in front of the entire village. Li Hai turned and stared at him with a sinister look in his eyes, already thinking about how to kill this ignorant pretty boy. He was a little puzzled, though, that there were people dressed so richly in this poor village, with 2 pretty young women following behind them. Li Hai cursed. "Kid, you dare to kidnap my man? You're asking for death, aren't you?" Chen Mo remained calm. "Young people, don't speak so impulsively. I'll take you to find someone right now." Li Hai pressed him for details about where the person was and what had happened to them. Chen Mo smiled and said, "They're doing great. You'll find out when you get there." Li Hai warned him not to try anything funny. Chen Mo shrugged and said that there were so many of them, he couldn't possibly defeat them. Li Hai thought that made sense. Manipulating a pretty boy was a piece of cake. Chen Mo turned to look at Jiang Ruochu and her sister, telling them not to follow. The 2 nodded obediently. They knew their young master had hidden weapons, so they weren't worried. Then Chen Mo nodded to Sun Chang'e and walked out of the village. Although Sun Chang'e was worried, he did not stop him. Li Hai sneered, jumped onto his mount, and followed with his men. After walking for about half an hour, Chen Mo went straight into the woods. Upon seeing this, Li Hai immediately ordered his men to keep a close watch and not let the boy escape. But the further in you go, the more desolate the surroundings become, and it doesn't look like a place where anyone could hide at all. Li Hai finally lost his patience and shouted angrily, "Boy, do you know what happens when you play me for a fool?" Seeing that the place was almost ready, Chen Mo suddenly produced a strange, dark object in his hand. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what it was. Li Hai's face contorted in a rage as he snarled, "Where is he? Don't tell me he's right here." Chen Mo looked at him and smiled somewhat mockingly. "The feng shui here is quite good. I think it's suitable for you all to rest in peace." Upon hearing this, Li Hai's eyes practically spit fire, and he immediately cursed. "Kid, do you know what you're saying? I think you're just looking for trouble." Before the word death could even be uttered, Chen Mo had already pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Li Hai in the chest instantly. Li Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. He swayed and fell heavily off his horse. "Young master! Young master!" The burly men screamed in alarm, then drew their swords and roared as they tried to kill Chen Mo. Chen Mo sneered and opened fire with his M16. The main selling point of peanuts is that they come in large quantities and you can have as much as you want. A moment later, the burly men who had been so arrogant and domineering were all lying sprawled on the ground. Chen Mo walked over to Li Hai and kicked him, finding that he wasn't quite dead yet, so he prepared to finish him off with a shot. Li Hai finally broke down. He endured the excruciating pain in his chest, knelt on the ground, and desperately begged for mercy while clutching his bleeding wound. "Master, spare me, spare me." Chen Mo looked at him calmly. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Li Hai clasped his hands together, his eyes pleading, "My father has money. He can give you a lot of money, really all of it." Chen Mo nodded. "It sounds tempting, but not much." As soon as he finished speaking, The smile on his face vanished instantly, and he handed over a few peanuts. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. The cycle of karma is inevitable. If anyone is innocent, it's only this horse in front of us. Chen Mo led the horse outside, but after a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and frowned. If Li Wuxia knew that his son was in trouble, he would definitely kill Baiyan village. Furthermore, the village should be enclosed by a wall, otherwise any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and go as they please. Thinking of this, Chen Mo nodded slightly to the air as if he had made a decision. Not long after, he returned to the village. The scholar is back. It's Chen Mo. When the villagers saw that he was safe and sound, they shouted excitedly, and their tense nerves finally relaxed. But soon they realized something was wrong. The horse that Chen Mo rode back on seemed to belong to Li Hai. As a certain possibility came to mind, everyone gasped in shock. If Li Hai is truly dead, then Li Wuxia will definitely fight Baiyan village to the death. Jiang Ruochu quickly stepped forward to take the horse's reins, while Sun Chang'eng pulled Chen Mo aside and asked in a low voice, "Son-in-law, what about Li Hai?" Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo nodded and admitted, "I'll clean up the mess. Everyone can rest assured." Sun Chang'eng's pupils contracted, and a chill ran down his spine. "You mean you killed Li Wuxia?" Chen Mo calmly replied, "Yes, I'll go right now." After saying that, he immediately told Jiang Ruochu to go home and change the horses. Chapter 19, A Thunderclap. In the town, after Chen Mo arrived at Zhang Dequan's shop, he immediately pulled Zhang aside and whispered to him if he knew Li Wuxia. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Dequan's expression immediately changed, and he asked if he had offended the other party. Chen Mo sneered inwardly. It wasn't that he had offended him, but rather that guy had offended him. He merely smiled faintly and asked Zhang Dequan to tell him about this person's background. Zhang Dequan lowered his voice and said, "Everyone in town knows Li Wuxia. He just walked past the gate with his servants." Chen Mo should have seen him too. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo recalled that there was indeed a burly man with a full beard, leading several strong men who passed by him. He had just described the man as looking like the king of hell when Zhang Dequan quickly told him to keep his voice down, saying that the man was a ruthless character and that no one should hear him. Chen Mo didn't ask any more questions, only inquiring about where Li Wuxia had gone. Zhang Dequan thought for a moment and said that he had most likely gone to the gambling den in that direction. Chen Mo nodded and left. He wandered around the streets, but couldn't find the place. He asked a passerby and learned that the gambling den was hidden in an alley. Upon entering the gambling den, he was greeted by a constant stream of shouts and noise. Chen Mo glanced around, but didn't see the guy who resembled Jiang, the gatekeeper. He wandered around a bit further and suddenly spotted what looked like a back door. But before he could get close, he was spotted by several burly men. A menacing-looking man shouted, "Hey kid, what are you looking at so suspiciously? Want to play or not? If not, get lost." Without wasting words, Chen Mo casually took out a 5-tael silver ingot, walked to the gambling table where people bet on big or small, and placed his bet on big. The dealer called out, "Place your bets," and lifted the lid, revealing a 16-point handicap. Chen Mo casually placed a bet and won 5 taels of silver. When he got the silver back, an idea suddenly came to him. Since Li Wuxia was hiding and refusing to come out, he would lure him out and then strike while the chaos was at its peak. Chen Mo quietly took out a grenade, pulled out the fuse, and threw it into a corner. Several rolling clangs were heard, followed by a deafening roar that shook the entire gambling den. When the smoke cleared, a large hole had been blasted into the wall. The gamblers were all terrified. Some shouted that they had been struck by lightning, while others screamed for their mothers. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Just then, a tall, burly man led several strong men out. Seeing this, everyone made way for him. The man looked at the broken bricks scattered on the ground and asked with a gloomy expression what had happened. The henchman quickly stepped forward to explain, saying that for some reason a sudden clap of thunder blew a hole in the wall. The man frowned, wondering if he had really done too many bad things and was being punished by heaven. But it was broad daylight, and there was no thunder. He stepped forward, wanting to see what was going on. Chen Mo looked at his back and confirmed that this person was Li Wuxia. He immediately took out a pistol with a silencer raised his hand halfway, and fired a shot into his back. Bayou. With a muffled thud, Li Wuxi's burly body, as strong as an ox, fell straight to the ground. Everyone around stared wide-eyed, speechless with shock. Several henchmen rushed forward, crying and shouting. Chen Mo, however, quietly retreated behind the crowd and threw another grenade. This guy is tough and thick-skinned. One shot might not be enough to kill him. The safest way is to finish him off with another shot. Another loud bang, and the scene was instantly a bloody mess. The people in the gambling den could no longer hold back, screaming and scattering in all directions, creating utter chaos. Chen Mo took the opportunity to slip into the backyard. He guessed there must be silver hidden there, and since he was already there, he couldn't go back empty-handed. In the backyard, four burly men wielding large knives stood guard in front of the house. Upon seeing someone break in, they immediately cursed him and told him to get out, or they would chop him up like firewood. Chen Mo sneered and cursed back, then raised his hand and fired several shots, sending them on their way. He then shot the lock off the door and pushed it open. Sure enough, the room was piled with silver and copper coins. 2 boxes of silver ingots, 1 box of broken silver, and 2 boxes of copper coins. Chen Mo didn't have time to count them all and put them all into his storage space. The front gate was already in complete chaos, so he couldn't go any further. He used a grenade to blast open the back wall, crawled out of the hole, and after confirming that no one was outside, quickly ran into the alley. The methods were a bit cunning, but he had to do them for a peaceful life in the future. He'd already transmigrated to this feudal world. Wasn't the point to live comfortably? Back at the tea house, Chen Mo gave Zhang Dequan a jar of duck shit fragrance tea, then mounted his horse and rode off towards Baiyun village. At home, Lin Xiaolu, Sun Yunxiu, and Zhao Hohat sat quietly in the main room, while Sun Cheng waited for news. Of the group, Zhao Hohat was the most uneasy. She was restless, fearing both that she would be sold to a brothel and that Chen Mo would get into serious trouble because of her. She couldn't help but ask Sun Chongqing if something had happened to him since he hadn't returned for so long. Sun Chongqing comforted her in a deep voice, saying that Chen Mo would be fine and that he trusted him. No sooner had she finished speaking than Jiang Ruoshi suddenly rushed in, excitedly shouting, "Young master is back." Everyone was overjoyed, but before they could even leave, Chen Mo had already entered the inner courtyard. Sun Chongqing hurriedly asked how things were going. Chen Mo smiled faintly, telling them to rest assured that Li Wuxia wouldn't cause any more trouble. However, the village had to keep a low profile and pretend it never happened. Sun Chongqing understood immediately. Chen Mo had said the same thing after the Black Wind Stronghold incident. It seemed that the tyrant Li Wuxia was truly dead. He nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would definitely instruct the villagers not to mention the matter again. Chen Mo then seemed to remember something and frowned slightly, saying, "Father-in-law, for safety reasons, our village must build a wall." Sun Chongqing was somewhat surprised. Although Baiyun village was not large, building a wall there would be quite costly. Chen Mo knew what he was worried about, patted him on the shoulder, and said that he would not add to the burden on the villagers and that he would find a way to deal with the money. Upon hearing this, Sun Chongqing felt sorry for his son-in-law's money. If he kept that money for himself, he could never spend it all in a lifetime. Chen Mo insisted, saying that the world was in chaos and who knew how chaotic it would become, so the wall had to be built. Sun Chongqing thought about it and agreed. What use is money if you're dead? So the two walked around the village and roughly determined the boundaries of the wall. But right now, the most important thing was to plant the sweet potatoes. Chapter 20 Flying Wolf Stronghold. Under Chen Mo's supervision and guidance, the sweet potato planting in Baiyun village was completed quickly. Next, naturally, it was time to build the wall. Chen Mo asked his brother-in-law, Lin Dao, to start purchasing materials and tools, and to finalize the specific design of the wall. His idea was clear. The wall, including the crenellations, will be 4 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, large enough for people to stand on and easy to defend. Building such a wall would be a considerable undertaking, requiring the laying of the foundation, ramming the earth, and laying bricks, all of which were essential. The manpower of Baiyun village alone was definitely not enough. So, following Chen Mo's suggestion, Sun Chongqing recruited workers from several nearby villages. The wages were 20 coins a day, plus lunch, which was considered a high salary in those chaotic and famine-stricken years. What was even more unexpected was that wages were paid on the same day, and there was even meat for lunch. As soon as the news spread, people from other villages flocked to the village, and Baiyun village was bustling with activity. Some people were digging soil, some were transporting stones, some were shouting work songs, and some were yelling. The whole construction site was bustling with activity. 2 weeks later, the construction site was running smoothly, so Chen Mo planned to go Nanshan City to see how the tea was selling. If things were going well, he would have to expand the business, since building walls was incredibly expensive. Inside the courtyard, Chen Mo looked at the girls and asked, "Which of you wants to come with me to Nanshan City?" Sun Yunxiu, Jiang Ruochu, and Jiang Ruoshi stepped forward almost simultaneously, all shouting that they wanted to join. Lin Xiaolu, as the eldest sister, naturally didn't compete with them, while Zhao Ho-Hot watched from a distance, wanting to join as well, but being a widow, she couldn't bring herself to speak up. Chen Mo looked at the three of them, momentarily at a loss. Going out alone was too boring, but bringing a companion required choosing someone. Finally, his gaze settled on Jiang Ruochu. "Ruochu, come with me. Xiu'er and Ruoshi can go next time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruochu immediately ran to grab her sword like a rabbit. The two quickly set off on horseback, heading straight for Qian Lixiang Tea House after entering the city. As soon as he entered the shop, Manager Hao greeted him with a warm smile. "Young Master Chen, we've been waiting for you." Hearing this tone, Chen Mo knew that the duck shit fragrance was selling well, so he smiled and asked how the sales were. Manager Hao repeatedly said that if he didn't come soon, he would run out of stock to sell. Chen Mo was secretly delighted. It seemed that tea was indeed a way to make money, so he asked directly, "How much do you want this time?" Manager Hao held up one finger, tentatively announcing the number. Chen Mo knew in his heart that he could produce more than 1,000 jars. It would just be troublesome to move them around. He said with a smile, "Since they sell so well, why don't we just order 2,000 cans?" Manager Hao quickly shook his head, explaining that tea wasn't a fast-moving consumer good, and stockpiling too much inventory was risky. Chen Mo then reminded him that he wasn't sure when he would come back next time, and there might not be any stock available then. Manager Hao thought it made sense, and finally gritted his teeth and ordered 1,500 jars. Chen Mo smiled and agreed. This was 1,000 more jars than last time, which was already a big improvement. Half an hour later, Chen Mo returned with the tea to complete the transaction, easily obtaining 1,800 taels of silver. Learning from his previous experience, he pretended to go to the money exchange, but actually walked into an empty alley and casually stored the silver in his spatial storage. Jiang Ruochu was very curious about the origin of the goods and couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo used the same excuse as before to avoid the two sisters giving themselves away when they compare their stories. Jiang Ruochu was skeptical, but didn't press further. After all, the young master was always mysterious, and she was used to it. So she asked instead, "Young master, where are we going now?" Chen Mo said, "Go to Beishan City." Beishan City is located north of Nanshan City and is the seat of Nanshui Prefecture. Its city size is much larger than Nanshan City's. Chen Mo felt that the duck dung fragrance might sell even better there. So the two of them continued north on horseback, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. When they got tired, they let the horse graze, enjoying the scenery and chatting along the way, which made it not too boring. The journey was long, and they definitely wouldn't reach Beishan City that day. Luckily, Jiang Ruochu was with him. Otherwise, Chen Mo would have been bored to death. When they reached a mountain road, Jiang Ruochu pointed to a mountain in the distance that resembled a crouching tiger and said, "Young master, after we pass Crouching Tiger Mountain, we should reach Fomlin Town. We can rest there tonight." Chen Mo nodded and smiled. "Not bad. You know quite a lot." Jiang Ruochu said that although she had never been here before, her father often took this route when escorting goods, so she had heard a lot about it. Chen Mo looked around at the surrounding mountains and dense forests and suddenly asked, "Do you think there might be bandits in this place?" Jiang Ruochu thought for a moment and said that there was indeed a flying wolf stronghold in this area that frequently appeared, but with the young master around, she wasn't afraid. No sooner had he finished speaking than a rapid, rustling sound came from the bushes ahead, and several figures suddenly darted out. Immediately afterward, 3 more people appeared from behind, blocking their escape route. Chen Mo frowned and pulled on the reins. Damn, there really are bandits. Jiang Ruochu leaned back slightly and asked in a low voice, Young master, what should we do? Chen Mo told her to dismount first. After they landed, Jiang Ruochu immediately drew her sword and warily surveyed her surroundings. The bandit leader, upon seeing Jiang Ruochu, immediately grinned lewdly. This little wench is quite pretty, really not bad. After saying that, he pointed at Chen Mo and said coldly, Kid, obediently leave your valuables and women, and I might consider letting you live. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Okay, but I'd like to know, which mountain do you belong to? As he spoke, he had already gripped a pistol in his sleeve. The bandit looked disdainful, clearly not taking the pretty boy seriously, and said smugly, Listen carefully, we are the Flying Wolf Stronghold, famous throughout Nanshui County. Kid scared now. Chen Mo and Jiang Ruochu were both taken aback, not expecting to actually encounter the Flying Wolf Stronghold. Jiang Ruochu gripped her sword hilt tightly, already somewhat unable to contain herself. The man stared at Chen Mo's clothes and said arrogantly, Kid, your clothes aren't bad either. Take them off and you can get lost. Chen Mo was instantly furious, cursing inwardly that they didn't even spare his clothes, trying to make him a caveman. He immediately cursed coldly, I'll strip your mother. I'll strip your whole family. Chapter 21, The Woman in Black. The bandits, unable to tolerate this insult, bared their teeth and claws and lunged forward. Just as Chen Mo raised his hand, a series of screams suddenly came from behind him. Egg! Ah! Ah! He whirled around and saw 3 bandits already wounded by arrows, lying on the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in agony. Immediately afterward, more arrows whizzed past him, heading straight for the bandits in front of him. Chen Mo's heart tightened, thinking to himself that if this was aimed at him, he would probably be in trouble. He almost drew his gun to retaliate, but quickly realized that the other party was not targeting him, so he temporarily held back. He stared intently and saw 6 people approaching from a distance, 5 men and 1 woman, whose clothing suggested they were bandits. Looking at the men blocking his path on either side, he saw they were either dead or lying on the ground, groaning and writhing in pain. It must be said that these men were extremely accurate archers, almost never missing their targets. Jiang Ruochu whispered a reminder. Young master, these people also look like bandits. We must not be careless. Chen Mo nodded slightly. They probably don't mean us any harm. Let's wait and see. As they spoke, the group approached. Standing in the middle was a woman in black. Chen Mo had initially thought she would be a tigress, but she turned out to be quite pretty, around 20 years old, with a mature and capable demeanor. Her hair was tied up, and she wore all black with a red sash around her waist, which accentuated her slender figure. Her skin wasn't fair, but her features were delicate, especially her clear, bright eyes. She held a sword in her hand and carried a bow and arrows on her back, giving her a somewhat chivalrous air. Out of politeness, Chen Mo smiled and clasped his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you all for your chivalrous help. We are truly grateful. Jiang Ruochu also bowed, but secretly thought that these people had come at a really bad time. Otherwise, she would have been able to witness the young master's skill in launching hidden weapons. The woman in black was also sizing them up. One was elegant and refined, the other charming and beautiful. Neither of them looked like ordinary people. After a moment, she spoke coldly. Before I change my mind, you'd better leave. Chen Mo was taken aback, thinking to himself, this really is a bandit. Looking at the people around her, they all had serious expressions and murderous intent in their eyes. He asked, Since you saved us, why do you say that? The woman in black sneered. If I'm not mistaken, you're a rich young master, aren't you? What we do is rob the rich to help the poor and eliminate evil to promote good. She emphasized the last 8 words. Chen Montag frownet. Was this some kind of bandit? The problem was, he wasn't some rich young master. Even if he were, the other party might not be able to withstand his gun. He chuckled sheepishly. Even if the girls stripped me naked, I wouldn't have a single copper coin on me. The woman in black gave him a cold glare. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fonglin Town is not peaceful. You'd better go back to where you came from. Chen Mo didn't care. In this day and age, with a gun in hand, he wasn't so easily intimidated. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder, young lady, but I am bold and I still want to go to Fonglin Town." The woman in black said calmly, "Then please make yourself at home." Chen Mo said no more and rode away with Jiang Ruochu. They finally arrived at Fonglin Town at sunset and settled in an inn, where they ordered some food. As they were eating, four burly men with menacing faces swaggered in. The one in the lead had a prominent scar on his face, clearly not a kind person. Chen Mo glanced up at it, then continued eating. Upon seeing the group, the waiter immediately bowed and scraped as he greeted them. "Young Master Li, this way please." Young Master Li glanced at him disdainfully. "The usual, good wine and good meat, understand?" The waiter readily agreed and hurried to make the arrangements. Soon, the four people's gazes fell on Chen Mo and Jiang Ruochu in the corner, especially Jiang Ruochu. Such a fair-skinned and beautiful girl was a rare sight in this small town. Li Xiao grinned, his eyes filled with lewdness. After Chen Mo finished eating, he took Jiang Ruochu upstairs. Little did they know, for pairs of malicious eyes were following Jiang Ruochu's retreating figure. One of the henchmen grinned lewdly. "Young master, that little wench seems to have gone to the guest room." Li Xiao glared at him. "Do you think I'm blind?" Then he switched to a lewd tone. "I'll reward you when I'm done playing with you." The henchman immediately thanked him obsequiously, showering him with flattery. Young Master Li was even more smug, boasting that in Fonglin Town he could walk sideways like a crab. After they finished eating, a waiter called over and found out Chen Mo's room number. The four of them then went upstairs and arrived at the room. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Chen Mo was resting on the bed when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Jiang Ruochu was taking a bath at that moment, so he had no choice but to get up and open the door. As soon as the door opened, he immediately recognized them as the four guys from downstairs. Without saying a word, the four men barged into the house, and one of them even slammed the door shut behind them. Chen Mo took a few steps back and pulled out a pistol with a silencer in his hand. A henchman pointed at him and threatened, "Kid, kneel down right now if you don't want to die." Chen Mo calmly scanned the group. "Who are you people?" Jiang Ruochu, who was in the bathtub, was startled and quickly submerged herself from the neck down in the water. Li Xiao stepped forward, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Who are you?" "Of course, it's the people who've come to play with your wife, ha ha ha." Chen Mo's eyes instantly turned cold. Playing with his woman? That's practically suicide. He raised his arm and fired a shot at Li Xiao's chest. "Wow!" Li Xiao screamed in agony, clutching his chest in disbelief as blood gushed from between his fingers. Before the other three could react, Chen Mo had already pulled the trigger repeatedly, killing all three henchmen. Then he kicked Li Xiao to the ground and stepped on his wound. Li Xiao screamed in agony. "Let me go! Let me go!" Chen Mo looked down at him and asked coldly, "Tell me, what's your background?" Li Xiao said in a trembling voice, "My father is Li Gang, the chief of Flying Wolf Stronghold." "Let me go, or my father will not spare you." Chen Mo sneered. "It's Flying Wolf Stronghold again." He raised his gun, ready to finish off the man. Jiang Ruochu, inside the bathtub, heard everything and immediately cried out, "Young master, don't kill him." After saying that, she got up, dressed, picked up her sword, and walked over. Seeing her cold eyes, Chen Mo understood that she wanted to avenge her father herself, so he let go of her foot and stepped aside. Jiang Ruochu drew her sword with a whoosh, and the cold light instantly sliced across Li Xiao's neck. Well, Chapter 22, Spatial Anomaly. The young master struggled a few times, clutching his neck, but before he could finish speaking, his legs kicked out, his body went limp, and he lost all breath. Jiang Ruochu watched this scene, her face pale, her brows furrowed, and her small hands trembling. After all, this was her first time killing someone, so fear was understandable. She forced herself to ask, "Young master, what should we do now?" Chen Mo stroked his chin and thought for a moment. It was obviously inappropriate to put the corpse into his spatial storage in front of her, so he casually said, "Go out and buy me a jar of wine." Jiang Ruochu nodded blankly, peeked out through the crack in the door, and only left the guest room after confirming that no one was there. She scratched the back of her head the whole way, completely baffled as to why she would buy alcohol at a time like this. Not long after, Jiang Ruochu returned carrying a small jar of wine. After entering the room, she looked around but did not find a body. She then went to check the bathtub, but still found nothing. She couldn't help but ask, "Young master, where is the body?" Chen Mo smiled and waved. "It's all taken care of. Come on, let's have a drink." Jiang Ruochu glanced at the bed instinctively, her expression turning tense again. Could it be under the bed? If she were really there, she wouldn't dare sleep tonight. Chen Mo waved his hand. "How could I? You're not worried, but I find it disgusting." Jiang Ruochu breathed a sigh of relief and filled 2 bowls with wine. After drinking the wine, she helped Chen Mo undress, taking the opportunity to feel his clothes, but found nothing. But she had clearly witnessed Chen Mo kill someone, so she couldn't help but ask, "Young master, where are your hidden weapons?" Chen Mo was taken aback, then said, "The reason why a hidden weapon is that it cannot be easily discovered by others." Jiang Ruochu blinked, her face full of anticipation. "Can I take a look?" Chen Mo laughed in a somewhat frivolous way. "It's not like you haven't seen it before." Jiang Ruochu frowned slightly. Although she had drunk some wine, she was certain that she had never seen it before, so she could only say seriously, "Young master must have forgotten that I have never seen your hidden weapon." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have seen it before." Jiang Ruochu was even more puzzled. "I don't think I've ever seen it before." Chen Mo chuckled lightly. "It's right below my stomach." Jiang Ruochu was speechless. The next day, the shopkeeper and waiter were stunned to see Chen Mo and his companion walking downstairs, both beaming with joy. Strange, how could these two be perfectly fine? After Chen Mo and his companion left, the innkeeper immediately sent a waiter upstairs to check. The waiter arrived at the guest room and cautiously knocked on the door. "Young Masterly? Young Masterly?" After a long silence, he pushed the door open and went inside, but did not see the person he had expected. The waiter scratched the back of his head, looking completely bewildered. "Where is everyone?" He hurried downstairs to report. "Manager, the 4 people are not in the guest room." The shopkeeper frowned. "I didn't see them come downstairs last night. Did you see them?" The waiter shook his head repeatedly. The shopkeeper thought about it more and more strangely. Could they have jumped out of the window and run away? But they are a tyrant in Fenglin town. There is no need for them to run away. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already taken Jiang Ruochu all the way north. The further north they went, the more severe the drought became. The cracks in the ground were so large that fingers could be inserted into them. Chen Mo frowned deeply, feeling even more strongly that building a wall was necessary, as no one knew how chaotic things would become in the future. In the afternoon, the two arrived at the south gate of Beishan City. The soldiers guarding the city lit up at the sight of their attire, knowing they had secured their money for drinks that day. 2 soldiers stepped forward and stopped Chen Mo. One of them reached out and demanded money. "Don't you know the rules? You have to pay to enter the city. 2 people and 1 horse, 1 tael of silver." Chen Mo was speechless. Instead of eliminating the mountain bandits, they were openly collecting money at the city gate. What was the difference between this and robbery? He said, "I am a scholar, so I don't need to pay this money." The soldier scoffed. "So what if you're a scholar? Even a graduate of the imperial examinations would have to pay their respects." Left with no other choice, Chen Mo had to pay the silver. Only after the city guards accepted the money did they allow them to enter the city. Beishan City was large and prosperous, but the number of beggars on the streets was outrageous. Chen Mo inquired along the way and finally found the most upscale tea shop in the city. Upon meeting the boss, Udefa, he immediately presented him with duck shit fragrance tea. Intrigued by its novelty, Udefa brewed a pot and tasted it. After finishing, he repeatedly praised, "Excellent tea, trul excelente. This is the best tea I've ever tasted, absolutely top grade." Seeing his blissful expression, Chen Mo knew the business was promising, so he said, "Boss you, this tea costs 1 jin per can, 3 taels of silver." Udefa put down his teacup and pondered for a moment. "Young Master Chen, 3 taels is too much. I can only offer 1.5 taels at most." This price is a bit higher than what Boss Hao offered, but Chen Mo still wanted to negotiate. Such good tea should be worth at least 2 ounces, right? Yu Defa glanced at him and lowered his voice, saying, "Judging from your accent, young Master Chen should be from Nanshan. You probably don't know, but there's already a war going on in the north, and it's hard to say when it will reach here. 1.5 taels is already quite a lot." Chen Mo frowned. "Who's fighting whom?" Yu Defa whispered. "Someone has rebelled, and the imperial court is mobilizing troops everywhere to quell the rebellion." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo understood. The Great Qi dynasty had been established for over 200 years, and it was long past its decline. Historically, few dynasties lasted more than 300 years, so the current chaos in the world was not without reason. He nodded and said, "In that case, 1.5 ounces it is, but we must buy at least 1,000 cans at a time." Yu Defa stroked his beard and hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, then let's start with 1,000 cans." Chen Mo told Jiang Ruochu to stay in the shop and wait there. He walked into the alley alone, found a safe corner, and flashed into his spatial dimension. He lit a cigarette and started copying tea leaves while smoking. In no time, he had copied most of them. Chen Mo's hand was a little sore, so he lit another cigarette and took a few comfortable puffs. But when he picked up the tea leaves again, he suddenly froze. The space below is empty. It wasn't copied at all. Holy crap, what's going on? He quickly tried several more times, but the result was the same. Then he tried other supplies, but still there was no response. Chen Mo leaned against the truck, his face full of confusion. If it was related to sleeping with a woman, he clearly slept with Ruochu last night, so it shouldn't have failed. Could there be another reason? Soon, a thought flashed through his mind. He had stored the corpse in his spatial storage last night. Chen Mo immediately walked over there. But as soon as he got closer, he noticed something was wrong. The horses seemed to have lost weight, and their eyes had gone dull, as if they were dead. He quickly walked to the wolf's carcass, and the next moment, his expression completely changed. The blood on the wolf's wound had all disappeared. Every single one. Chen Mo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, where's the blood? Chapter 23, The Missing Li Hu. Chen Mo was a little confused, so he immediately went back to the place where the bodies were kept to check, only to find that there was no blood in those wounds either. He frowned and pondered in a low voice. Could the space regenerate because it absorbed blood? To confirm, Chen Mo took a large knife and cut open the belly of a wolf. Sure enough, the meat was still fresh, but there wasn't a trace of red liquid inside. Chen Montak guspit. This space was draining blood faster than a vampire. Panic gripped him, and he immediately left the space, fearing he would be drained dry as well. However, after calming down, he realized he had overthought things. If the space really intended to harm him, it would have revealed its regenerative abilities from the very beginning. Chen Mo lit a cigarette, muttering blood, blood, blood under his breath, his mind racing. A moment later, as if he had thought of something, he immediately headed towards the market. The market was bustling with noise and the constant calls of vendors. Before long, Chen Mo found a stall selling and slaughtering sheep and asked the owner if they had sheep's blood. When the waiter saw a young man in fine clothes arrive, he immediately asked how much he wanted. Chen Mo replied that he would take as much as he had. The waiter turned around and brought over 10 jars of sheep's blood, asking for 500 coins, including the jars. Chen Mo casually took out a few pieces of silver, and the waiter immediately beamed with joy, quickly helping him move the jars to a secluded corner. Once everyone was clear, Chen Mo stored the sheep's blood in his spatial storage and then went inside himself. Sure enough, the space reacted immediately upon the release of the sheep's blood. More than half an hour later, he finally finished brushing 1,000 cans of duck shit fragrance tea, and then hired a horse-drawn carriage to deliver the tea to Yu Defa's tea shop. Jiang Ruochu waited a long time, her heart filled with worry and doubt. Only when she saw Chen Mo appear did a smile bloom on her face, as if they had been separated for a long time. Walking down the street, Jiang Ruochu couldn't help but ask him if there was a hidden lodge in Beishan City. Chen Mo smiled meaningfully and simply said that if there wasn't a hidden lodge, where would the goods come from? Jiang Ruochu nodded gently, feeling that the young man before her was becoming increasingly mysterious. Then she asked where they were going next. Chen Mo looked up at the sky and said it was getting late, so they should find an inn to rest for the night. Jiang Ruochu was delighted to hear this. knowing she could spend another night with the young master. The next day, after lunch, the two leisurely made their way back. At the same time, dozens of bandits suddenly broke into an inn in Fonglin town. Upon seeing this scene, the shopkeeper had a bad feeling and hurriedly ran out from behind the counter, bowing and scraping as he went to greet them. The newcomer was none other than Lei Dachui, the second in command of Flying Wolf Stronghold. He carried 2 large hammers, had a full beard, and looked fierce. The first thing he asked was whether Li Hu had eaten here the night before. The shopkeeper trembled with fright and quickly admitted it. Lei Dachui then told him to bring the man down. The shopkeeper's face turned deathly pale instantly. He stammered that young Master Li was not upstairs and had not come down since going up to the 2nd floor. To Lei Dachui, these words sounded like he was being mocked. Could a perfectly normal person just vanish into thin air? He roared and slammed the sledgehammer down on the table. With a loud crash, the table shattered into pieces. The shopkeeper was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground with a thud, trembling all over, and repeatedly explained that he dared not lie. Lei Dachui suppressed his anger and asked Li Hu what he was doing upstairs. The innkeeper then stammered that Li Hu had taken a fancy to a girl, brought her into that room, and then the 4 of them disappeared. Lei Dachui looked incredulous and immediately asked the shopkeeper to lead him upstairs to check. After searching, he quickly found bloodstains at the door of the guest room. However, after thoroughly searching the inn, they still couldn't find a trace of anyone. Lei Dachui couldn't understand it. Could Li Hu really have vanished without a trace? He stared at the shopkeeper, pressing him to explain the whole story from beginning to end. The shopkeeper dared not hide anything and could only recount the events as he went. After listening, Lei Dachui frowned. He had originally thought that the people killed near Woa Mountain and Li Hu's disappearance were the work of the same group. But now it seemed that things were not so simple. At this moment, the shopkeeper suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said that the couple had not taken any luggage when they left and guessed that they might come back. Upon hearing this, Lei Dachui's eyes immediately darkened. In a nearby tea house, a woman in black was drinking tea with several of her henchmen. Not long after, a chubby young man rushed over and whispered that Lei Dachui had come to Fonglin town because Li Hu had gone missing. The woman in black frowned slightly and asked what happened. The chubby boy replied that he heard it was the night before last. The woman in black seemed lost in thought. Wasn't the night before last the very night she had saved that pretty boy? Chapter 24, Shooting the Goose. Halfway there, Jiang Ruochu suddenly asked softly, "Young master, shall we rest in Fonglin town tonight?" Chen Mo naturally understood her concerns. With the young master of Flying Wolf Stronghold missing, the stronghold would definitely send people to investigate. Although he had firearms at his disposal, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. He thought for a moment and said, "Then let's not go to town. Let's just spend the night in the mountains and experience some outdoor sex." Jiang Ruochu frowned slightly. Playing in the wild? Chen Mo spoke nonsense with a straight face. It's just fighting in the wild, without swords or gunpowder, just back and forth. Jiang Ruochu listened attentively, but became even more puzzled. "Young master, who are we fighting?" Chen Mo grinned mischievously. "Silly girl, of course it's you and me, just like last night." Jiang Ruochu was speechless for a moment. After all that, it turned out he was up to no good again. But strangely enough, she didn't dislike him at all. In fact, she even enjoyed the way he teased her. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared not far ahead. Jiang Ruochu took a closer look and whispered, "Young master, they look like the same people from the other day. Should we turn back?" Chen Mo shook his head. The other party might know about the situation in Fonglin town, and they had also killed people from Filong village. The enemy of my enemy may not necessarily be unable to be my friend. He rode forward, stopped in front of the group, and smiled at the woman in black. "Miss, how have you been?" The woman in black was taken aback when she saw that they were unharmed. "Why is it you again?" Chen Mo smiled wryly, then asked, "You must be from Fonglin town, right? May I ask if there are any people from Flying Wolf village in that town?" The woman in black narrowed her eyes, puzzled. Why would he ask this? Could it be related to Li Hu? But these two looked ordinary. How could they possibly have killed those bandits? However, she still warned, "Don't go there if you don't want to die. There are dozens of bandits from Flying Wolf Stronghold in the town, and the second in command, Lei Dachui, is there too. That guy's extremely ruthless. Chen Mo nodded after listening. It seemed the other party was waiting for a rabbit to run into his trap, but unfortunately, he wasn't a rabbit. He was a troublemaker who liked to raid bird nests. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Does the young lady know where Flying Wolf Village is?" The woman in black found it amusing. "So what if you know? Do you want to go and die?" Chen Mo handed the reins to Jiang Ruochu, dismounted, and calmly said, "If you can lead the way, I can kill Li Gang, the leader of Flying Wolf Stronghold." Jiang Ruochu was overjoyed. She understood that the young master intended to strike directly at the enemy's stronghold. If she could truly destroy Flying Wolf Stronghold, her great grudge would be finally settled. But to the woman in black, it sounded like a huge joke. "You think you can break in a Flying Wolf Stronghold with your bare hands?" A lean man beside her chuckled. "If you really kill Li Gang, our second sister will marry you." The woman in black glared at him. "Dog Egg, what nonsense are you spouting?" Dog Egg scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Second sister, didn't you say that yourself?" The woman in black blushed and said irritably, "You brat, you actually believe he can do it?" Chen Mo was secretly pleased. He hadn't expected such a good thing. However, from their conversation, he could tell that the woman in black and Li Gang likely had a deep-seated grudge. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a promise. So he said directly, "Miss, to tell you the truth, I killed Li Gang's son that night." The woman in black suddenly looked at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. The expressions of the people around her also changed at the same time. Chen Mo said calmly, "I won't joke around with my own life." Jiang Ruochu dismounted and walked up to the woman in black, saying earnestly, "Sister, this is absolutely true. I have an irreconcilable feud with Flying Wolf Village. It was my young master who captured that villain, and I personally took his dog's life." The woman in black frowned as she looked at her. Words can lie, but eyes can't. The hatred in the young girl's eyes was definitely not feigned. She finally looked at Chen Mo and asked in a deep voice, "What gives you the right to break in a Flying Wolf stronghold?" Just then, several geese flew overhead, honking loudly. Chen Mo looked up. These people might look like bandits, but they weren't bad at heart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have warned him earlier. If he could recruit them, it would be better than fighting alone in this chaotic world. Thinking of this, a pistol suddenly appeared in his sleeve. With a click, he pulled back the slide, raised his hand, aimed at the flying geese in the air, and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp, loud bang rang out, startling everyone. Jiang Ruochu finally saw what Chen Mo was holding. It was dark and not very big, but the sound was even more astonishing than what they had heard in the inn. Before anyone could react, the 2 geese crashed heavily to the ground. Godan ran over, picked up the goose, and ran back, exclaiming, "Second sister, how strange. There are no arrows in the goose." The woman in black took it and saw that the goose had wounds on its body, one above and one below, clearly indicating that something had pierced its body. She stared at Chen Mo in shock. "What kind of weapon do you have?" Chen Mo smiled in a somewhat smug way. "How was it? Was my shot pretty good?" After saying that, he raised his gun and aimed it at a cypress tree not far away, firing 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone clearly saw that all 3 arrows struck the tree trunk, leaving several deep dents. The speed was astonishing, far beyond what a bow and arrow could achieve, and the power was terrifying. If it had hit a person, they would likely have died on the spot. The woman in black then realized that even if she hadn't intervened that day, Chen Mo might still have been able to kill those bandits. She had underestimated this man. With such weapons, it's hard to say whether they can break through Flying Wolf Village, but killing Li Hu is certainly a strong possibility. She said in a deep voice, "Your weapon is indeed powerful, but Flying Wolf Stronghold has at least 200 people, and the terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. How could we possibly be their match with just a few of us?" Chen Mo said calmly, "I don't need you. I can handle it all myself. You just need to lead the way, and I'll take care of the rest." The woman in black frowned. "Aren't there bandits in town too? Why not wipe them out first?" Chen Mo casually explained, "Let's tackle the difficult ones first, then the easy ones later. We'll wipe them out then." His real plan was to launch a surprise attack on Wolf Village. If he attacked the bandits in the town first, and someone escaped back to report, it would alert the enemy. The woman in black hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll take you on this journey. Chapter 25. A fierce attack on Flying Wolf Stronghold. After speaking, the woman in black walked away on her own. Chen Mo smiled at her aloof demeanor and followed her with Jiang Ruochu. The group didn't stop to rest until sunset. The woman in black unceremoniously ordered Go Dan to roast the prey. Go Dan responded and turned to chop tree branches, while the others plucked the goose feathers to prepare for a fire. But the tinderbox failed. Go Dan shouted that someone had a tinderbox, and Chen Mo casually took out a lighter, walked over and flicked it twice, and a flame shot up. Dog Egg looked on with great curiosity and couldn't resist wanting to borrow it. Chen Mo smiled and handed him the lighter, essentially giving it to him for free. Dog Egg was overjoyed, pressing the buttons several times in amazement. The others also cast envious glances and lined up to try it out. When Chen Mo turned around, he found the woman in black looking at him. Having spent so much time together, he still didn't know her name, so he stepped forward to ask. The woman said, "My name is Wang Xie. May I ask how you are dressed, sir?" Chen Mo gave her his name and then asked if she also had a grudge against the gang. Wang Xie was silent for a moment before recounting her past. It turned out that her family were originally hunters. 3 years ago, she and her brother Wang Huchen led the young men from the village into the mountains to hunt, and when they returned, the village had been burned to the ground. Men, women, and children were all murdered, including his parents and siblings. The killers were none other than the Flying Wolf village. With the village gone, Wang Huchen led the remaining men to become outlaws, robbing the rich to help the poor and accumulating strength while waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. From then on, they would kill any bandits they encountered. After saying that, Wang Xie took out a pancake from her bosom and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo smelled the milky aroma and felt a little strange. Although he was slightly disgusted, he still took it, broke it in half, and gave one half to Jiang Ruochu. After eating, the group continued their journey by moonlight. An hour later, they finally arrived at Wild Wolf Mountain. Flying Wolf Stronghold was located on the mountain, and looking up, they could vaguely see firelight on the summit. Chen Mo learned from Wang Xie that Wild Wolf Mountain was surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, with only one gentle slope leading up, making it extremely treacherous. But the more treacherous it was, the more worried he became that the bandits might have a way out. If they escaped, all his efforts would have been in vain. He looked at Wang Xie and asked if there was a way out up the mountain. Wang Xie nodded and said that there was indeed a small path down the mountain to the north, and the bandits would likely escape from there. Chen Mo immediately made arrangements, instructing her to send several men to guard the area and to shoot anyone who tried to escape. Wang Xie then ordered Go Dan to take 2 men with him. Chen Mo then instructed them that if Late Dachui suddenly returned, they should pretend they hadn't seen him and absolutely not try to stop him. If they saw fireworks in the sky, they could go up the mountain. After giving these instructions, he turned and headed towards Flying Wolf Village. Wang Xie watched his retreating figure, still puzzled, wondering where this man got such confidence. Jiang Ruochu, however, remained calm. She knew her young master never boasted. If he said something, he would definitely do it. Wang Xie couldn't help but ask her if she wasn't worried about Chen Mo. Jiang Ruochu shook her head, saying that her young master was very capable. Then, she briefly recounted Chen Mo's exploits, such as fighting a tiger on the mountain and slaying thugs, which left Wang Xie utterly astonished. She then realized that the dark objects in Chen Mo's hands were indeed extraordinary. After a moment of silence, she tentatively asked Chen Mo if he was married. Jiang Ruochu frowned slightly, wondering if this girl had taken a liking to the young master, and could only reply that she already had 2 wives at home. On the other side, Chen Mo, halfway there, slipped into his spatial dimension. After changing his equipment, he gathered all sorts of weapons and ammunition, and this time he even took out more than 20 individual rocket launchers, which he neatly arranged on the ground. Now that supplies can be replicated, he can use these weapons however he wants. After making preparations, Chen Mo made his way along the narrow mountain ridge to the vicinity of the village gate. Shadows flickered on the stockade wall. The wall was not only high, but also extended to the cliffs on both sides, making it difficult to sneak over. If he were discovered, something might fall from above, which would be disastrous. After much deliberation, Chen Mo decided to launch a direct assault. He took out a single soldier rocket launcher, aimed at the gate, and decisively pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the rocket shot through the air, and the next instant, a deafening explosion ripped the heavy gate to shreds. The bandits on the stockade wall felt the ground shake violently, and they were all terrified. Some shouted that it was an earthquake, while others immediately retorted that an earthquake wouldn't produce flames. Chen Mo packed up the launcher, replaced it with a new one, and fired at the bandits on the stockade wall. With a loud bang, broken bricks and tiles flew everywhere, blood and flesh flew, and screams of agony instantly filled the air. He put away the launcher, sprinted to the foot of the stockade wall, grabbed 2 grenades, and threw them up, then picked up his rifle and rushed into the stockade gate. However, he didn't rush into the village. Instead, he climbed the wall using the stairs next to it. Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest and helmet, he didn't want arrows aimed at him from behind. It was always better to be cautious. Once atop the stockade wall, the remaining bandits stared wide-eyed in terror at the strangely dressed man. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mo fed peanuts to all the still-breathing bandits. At this moment, the bandits inside the stronghold heard the commotion and rushed over. In the darkness, they could not see what was happening above, only the shattered gate and corpses scattered on the ground. They immediately panicked, shouting about what had happened and urging their men to go up and check. Chen Mo watched the swarming bandits, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and unleashed a furious barrage of gunfire from his rifle. The unsuspecting bandits fell in droves, swallowed by the flames in the blink of an eye. The bandits who arrived later were terrified when they saw the corpses all over the ground. Seeing this, Chen Mo swiftly picked up another rocket launcher, aimed it at the crowd, and fired another shot. Chapter 26, Hanging on the Cliff. Chen Mo rushed down the stockade wall and chased after them, quickly approaching the second gate. By this time, the bandits on the stockade wall had already drawn their bows and arrows, ready for battle. A bald man with a face full of scars, cursing and swearing, walked up the stockade wall. He was the third leader of Flying Wolf Stronghold. He shouted, "How many of them are here?" The henchman beside him trembled as he replied, "Third master, it seems there's only one person." The bald man nearly jumped up, his face full of disbelief. "One person? My Flying Wolf Stronghold isn't even afraid of government troops. How could he possibly break in by himself?" Before the henchman could explain, the bald man suddenly saw a dark figure approaching and immediately roared, "Quick, shoot him dead." The next moment, arrows flew towards Chen Mo like raindrops. But Chen Mo had anticipated this and dodged behind a large tree, the arrows whizzing past the trunk. For him, this tactic was utterly inadequate. He pulled out a single soldier rocket launcher, leaned against a tree trunk, aimed at the stockade wall, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! After a loud bang, screams erupted from the stockade wall. Some people rolled around covering their eyes. Others writhed on the ground in pain, and the third leader was even blown away, looking so horribly injured that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Even the uninjured bandits were terrified, their legs buckling so much they could barely stand. Before they could react, another explosion rang out, blasting away the second gate of the stronghold. At this, the bandits completely collapsed and turned to flee back into the stronghold. Chen Mo fired at the stronghold walls as he charged toward the gate, and soon he had completely stormed into Flying Wolf Stronghold. Meanwhile, the leader, Li Gang, was leading his men on their way when they received news that the second gate had been breached and the third leader had been killed. His face changed instantly. He couldn't believe it. Both walls of Phylong Village were strategic passes, known as the pass that one man could hold. How could he accept that they had been breached so quickly? One of his henchmen, with a pointed face and monkey-like features, hurriedly advised, "Boss, that man is a ruthless killer. Let's get out of here quickly, or it will be too late." Li Gang gritted his teeth, his anger almost bursting from his eyes. "I've been building this business here for years. How can I just throw it away like that?" But then, the strange rattling and explosion sounds grew closer. The man with the pointed beak and monkey-like face pleaded again. "The second in command is still in Fonglin town, with dozens of men. As long as he's alive, he might be able to make a comeback. Upon hearing this, Li Gang finally wavered and immediately ordered, "Quickly, take the gold, silver, and valuables and retreat." The man with the pointed snout and monkey-like face was overjoyed and hurriedly ordered people to move things. Little did he know how terrifying modern weapons were. Chen Mo had already come charging over like a rabbit being chased. Seeing his henchmen fleeing back, crying and screaming, Li Gang panicked completely. Now, forget about collecting his valuables. Even staying a moment longer could cost him his life. What angered him even more was that those henchmen only cared about escaping to the back mountain and didn't take him, their leader, seriously at all. Li Gang roared, "Stop! All of you, stop right there!" He swung his broadsword and hacked a fleeing henchman to death, blood splattering everywhere. The crowd, startled, stopped in their tracks. One of the henchmen, panting heavily, shouted, "Boss, run! That guy's a demon from hell." Li Gang, barely managing to stay upright, shouted, "Why are you running? There's so many of us. Are we afraid of just one person? Let's charge at him together, and we could drown him with a single spit from each of us." Even he himself didn't believe that. The henchmen looked at each other, none daring to move forward. Just as Li Gang was about to press them further, the terrifying tongues of fire reappeared. Da. Chen Mo was already in a killing frenzy, having gone through countless grenade launchers. Faced with a huge crowd, he tore off a grenade, bit off the pin, and threw it into the throng. A flash of fire, and a large number of bandits fell instantly, their screams echoing across the land. Li Gang's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in horror, "What kind of sorcery is this? It's so powerful." He finally realized that all was lost, and that survival was the most important thing. So he turned and ran wildly towards the back of the mountain. The man with the pointed mouth and monkey cheeks also hurriedly grabbed a handful of gold and silver jewelry and stuffed it into his pocket, then followed him in his escape. Seeing their leader had fled, the other bandits scattered in disarray. Chen Mo turned on his headlamp and chased after them, stepping over corpses at an alarming speed. Li Gang ran for his life, even throwing away his broadsword to get faster. Finally, he reached the edge of the cliff, panting heavily, and pulled out a rope ladder he had hidden in a crevice, quickly tying it to a tree trunk. But just as he finished tying the rope, he heard that deadly clattering sound coming from not far behind him again. Li Gang hesitated immediately. If the rope was cut halfway up, he would be smashed to pieces. The man with the pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks turned pale with anxiety. "Boss, what are you waiting for? Let's go." Li Gang glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "You go first." The monkey-faced boy was taken aback, thinking that the leader was loyal and righteous, and he was even a little moved. He quickly used his hands and feet to climb down the rope ladder. Seeing him go down, Li Gang immediately climbed down as well. Even if the rope was cut, at least there would be someone else below to cushion his fall. Just then, Chen Mo had already reached the edge of the cliff, and a burst of gunfire took down all the remaining henchmen nearby. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, but didn't see anyone who looked like the bandit leader. He walked to the edge of the cliff, shone his headlamp down, and immediately saw two taut ropes tied to the tree trunk. Chen Mo chuckled, so the big fish was hiding here. He approached the cliff edge and looked down, and sure enough, he saw two people hanging on the cliff face. One of them was Li Gang, the leader of Flying Wolf Village. The bright light made Li Gang's vision blur, and his heart sank completely. He couldn't understand where in the world a torch could be so bright, so dazzling that he couldn't even see the other person's face clearly. The man with the pointed snout and monkey-like face swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what should we do?" Li Gang was completely numb and couldn't listen to anything anymore. Chen Mo stroked his chin and thought for a moment, deciding it would be better to let them climb up on their own. So he shouted down, "Hey, do you want to climb up? Or do you want to just go down?" After saying that, he fired 2 shots into the abyss. Li Gang trembled with fear, thinking that falling off such a deep cliff would surely mean certain death, but climbing up might offer a glimmer of hope. He immediately shouted, "Big brother, don't kill me, I'll go up." Meanwhile, Godan and the others at the bottom of the abyss also spotted a light on the cliff. Look, there seemed to be 2 people hanging on the cliff face. Chapter 27, God of War. The 2 men, panting heavily, climbed up the rope ladder, and as soon as they landed, they both knelt down and begged for mercy. Chen Mo's mocking voice rang out. "You little punk, state your name." "Eom Li Gong." "I am Qin Shou." The two looked up cautiously, but still couldn't see Chen Mo's appearance clearly. They only felt that the light on his head was dazzling and his face was a dark shadow. Chen Mo coldly looked at the burly man, pressing the gun directly against his forehead. "Li Gang, you've done quite a few bad things." Li Gang stared at the small, dark opening, and his heart sank. The thing that had just breathed fire and killed people was probably this. He immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Sir, as long as you let me go, all the wealth in the village is yours, and I, Li Gang, will serve you like a cow or a dog from now on." Chen Mo laughed. "Even if you die, the things will still be mine." No sooner had he finished speaking than two loud thuds sounded, and Li Gang was sent straight to the Yellow Springs. Qin Shou, who was standing next to him with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, was so frightened that he wet himself on the spot, his whole body trembling like a leaf, and he kept begging for mercy. Just as Chen Mo was about to fire, he suddenly remembered something, raised the butt of his gun, and smashed it into him until he was unconscious, then tried to put him into his spatial storage. To his surprise, he couldn't get a living person inside. "Hey, what's the difference between humans and animals?" Chen Mo scratched his head, and after a moment, he finally finished off Qin Shou. Then he took out a signal gun, aimed it at the night sky, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a red firework exploded in the darkness. "It's a pity there won't be any airdrops." Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, then flashed into the space. The people below the mountain stared at the red light in the night sky, speechless for a long time. Only when the light faded did they realize that Chen Mo had succeeded. Wang Xie immediately said to the chubby boy beside her, "Xiao Lu, go and inform Go Dan and the others." After saying that, she led the rest of the people and hurriedly headed up the mountain. Half an hour later, when everyone arrived at the gate of the village, they were all stunned. The once sturdy gate was torn to shreds, and broken bricks and tiles were scattered everywhere on the ground. How could such a small thing possess such terrifying power? They had heard continuous thunder from the mountaintop while they were at the foot of the mountain, but now they finally realized that it wasn't thunder at all. Wang Xie couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Young Master Chen's skills are truly remarkable. Jiang Ruochu was equally shocked. The scene before her was completely beyond her imagination. As they passed through the village gate, everyone was stunned once again. The ground was littered with corpses, densely packed together, as if these bandits had all fallen at the same time. Jiang Ruochu couldn't hide her excitement. "Sister Xie, I told you our young master is amazing." At this moment, Wang Xie's heart trembled. Chen Mo was not just powerful, he was practically a god of war. She nodded emphatically. "Let's go. Let's tear Li Gang to pieces." Jiang Ruochu responded, and the two quickly rushed into the village. Chen Mo had already changed his clothes in his spatial dimension and returned to the village with Li Gang's body, storing most of the valuables in his spatial dimension, leaving only a small portion. He estimated that he had more than 3,000 taels of silver left, and with the money from selling tea, it would definitely be enough to build a wall. After finishing his work, Chen Mo went to the Flying Wolf Hall, sat in the tiger skin seat, took out a bottle of cola, and lit a cigarette. Before long, Wang Xie and Jiang Ruochu arrived. As soon as they saw Li Gang's corpse, they rushed forward and hacked wildly until they had dismembered him and taken his head. Only then did they feel relieved. Jiang Ruochu walked up to Chen Mo, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Young master, thank you for avenging my sister and me." Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. "Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me?" Wang Xie, standing to the side, looked at Chen Mo with a completely changed expression. In her large, watery eyes, besides shock and excitement, there seemed to be a hint of admiration. Suddenly, she knelt down with a thud, choking back tears, and said, "Young Master Chen, on behalf of all the innocent souls who died under the bandits' blades, thank you." The other underlings also knelt down. Chen Mo was taken aback, not expecting her to react this way. It seemed that this cold girl had finally been warmed by his abilities. He quickly helped her up. "Miss Xie, brothers, please get up." Wang Xie wiped away her tears and asked again, Young Master Chen, what should we do next? Lei Dachui is still in Fenglin town. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, It's too late. Let's rest here tonight and talk about it tomorrow. Wang Xie nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Chen Mo's lips curled up slightly, thinking that this girl was like a completely different person. He guessed that apart from sleeping with him, she would obey his every word. The next day, when Chen Mo woke up, everyone was already waiting for him. After breakfast, he looked at Wang Xie and said, Miss Xie, send one of your brothers to Fenglin town disguised as a bandit to find Lei Dachui. Tell him that Li Hu has already returned to the stronghold. Wang Xie glanced at the group, then looked at Go Dan. Go Dan, you're going to make the trip, be quick-witted. Go Dan immediately agreed and turned to leave, but Chen Mo called him back. When you come back, find a way to escape the bandits halfway. Yes, young master. Dog Egg nodded, took a horse, and headed straight down the mountain. Chen Mo thought for a moment and decided that the village was in a good location and should be preserved. So he asked Wang Xie, How many men does your brother have? How far is it from here? Wang Xie glanced at him, and for some reason her face suddenly turned red. She whispered, There are more than 40 of us in total, and it takes about half a day to get here. Chen Mo said, Send someone to invite your brother over. I want to see him. Wang Xie asked in confusion, What does young Master Chen want with my brother? Chen Mo smiled and said, Of course it's a good thing. She didn't ask any more questions and instructed Xiao Lu to go back and report the news. After Xiao Lu left, Wang Xie asked again, What should we do when Lei Dachui comes back? Chen Mo smiled faintly. When the time comes, I will be the only one left in the village. You all go down a mountain to ambush. If anyone tries to escape, shoot them dead. Everyone nodded, understanding his meaning. Now it all depended on whether Go Dan could lure Lei Dachui back. Go Dan rode his horse at full speed and arrived at Fenglin town in about an hour. He found Lei Dachui and told him about Li Hu's return to the village. Lei Dachui frowned after hearing this. Although he was puzzled, he didn't think much of it and immediately ordered his henchmen, Go and get more wine and meat to take back. The bandits, hearing the commotion, quickly began looting the town. The butcher watched them fill the baskets with meat, his heart aching as he trembled. Sir, I've already paid for this month's meat. Why are you taking so much? The bandit waved his hand impatiently. Go away, go away. It's just a few pieces of meat. Are you going to die from that? They quickly ransacked the countertop and left laughing and joking. The other shops weren't spared either. They were all looted. Dog Egg gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing inwardly. No matter how much you steal, you won't live to enjoy it. Soon, Lei Dachui led his team, laden with spoils, on a grand journey towards Flying Wolf Village. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu also rushed to the location. Big brother, big brother. Hearing the sound, a tall, burly man came out of the thatched hut. He looked at the horse Xiao Lu had brought and frowned, asking, Xiao Lu, where did you get this horse? Xiao Lu dismounted excitedly and said, Big brother, we have captured Flying Wolf Stronghold. Second sister wants you to come over. What? Wang Huchen froze on the spot, his face filled with disbelief. Take over Flying Wolf Stronghold? Are you kidding me? Chapter 28 The Fool with a Fire Stick. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu quickly explained, Brother, listen to me. Last night, we joined forces with a young master and took over Flying Wolf Stronghold. Li Gang was also killed. Wang Huchen was completely bewildered. Flying Wolf Stronghold was easy to defend and difficult to attack. How could they possibly take it down with just a few people? It was simply a fantasy. He frowned as he looked at Xiao Lu. His first reaction was disbelief, and he even suspected that his sister Wang Xie had been captured by Filong Village. Xiao Lu shook his head anxiously. Big brother, no. Second sister is fine. I'm telling the truth. But the more Wang Huchen listened, the more uneasy he felt. He stared at Xiao Lu and asked in a deep voice, Xiao Lu, I believe I have treated you well, so why did you betray me? Xiao Lu almost burst into tears. Big brother, everything I said is true. Wang Huchen, however, was already convinced that this was a scam. Who could believe that a mere handful of people could take down Flying Wolf Stronghold, and that Li Gang would be beheaded? But his sister had to be saved no matter what, even if it meant facing mountains of knives and seas of fire. He stopped listening to Xiao Lu's explanation, immediately gathered everyone together, and shouted, "Everyone, grab your weapons and come with me to rescue your second sister." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately roared in response. Xiao Lu was extremely anxious, but seeing that no one believed him, he could only shut up. Anyway, the goal had been achieved. All he needed to do was get the person there. Meanwhile, Godan had already led the bandits to the foot of the mountain. Just as they were about to reach their destination, he suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out, "Ouch, my stomach hurts. I need to take care of this." After saying that, he dashed into the woods. Just as he crouched down, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Dog egg, well done." Godan turned around and saw Wang Xie. He immediately became excited. "Second sister, what are you doing here?" Wang Xie raised her finger to signal him to be quiet and whispered, "We'll take care of cutting off their retreat. We must wipe them out in one fell swoop later." Although she got her revenge last night, she felt like she hadn't really participated. If she didn't step in this time, she wouldn't be able to brag to her older brother later. At this moment, Chen Mo was sitting on the first wall of Flying Wolf Village, leisurely smoking and drinking soda. Beside him was a single soldier rocket launcher. Another half hour passed before the bandits finally appeared on the mountain path. Late Dachui rode at the front of the pack and quickly noticed something was wrong. The gate to the stockade had been demolished, and there were no guards on the walls. The entire stockade was eerily quiet. He frowned, about to take a closer look, when his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Something's wrong. Something's happened at the mountain stronghold. Get up there quickly." The henchmen, upon receiving the order, immediately surged forward in a massive swarm. As they approached the stockade wall, Lei Dachui was completely dumbfounded. The scene before them confirmed that Flying Wolf Stockade had indeed been attacked. Just then, Chen Mo appeared before everyone, carrying a rocket launcher. He looked at Lei Dachui with a mocking smile. "Dachui, you went to all that trouble to find me in Fenglin town, but you didn't expect to find me waiting for you in the village, did you?" Lei Dachui's face contorted with rage. Only now did he realize that the news of Li Hu's return to the stronghold was a ruse. The messenger had either betrayed them or wasn't one of their own at all. But when he saw the dark thing Chen Mo was carrying on his shoulder, which looked like a fire poker, he felt it was absurd. He shouted, "Who are you? Where's my nephew, Li Hu?" Chen Mo laughed and said, "Of course, they're the ones who will send you on your way. As for Li Hu, he's already waiting for you down there." Late Dachui roared, "Damn it! Men, take back Flying Wolf Stronghold." No sooner had he finished speaking than the henchmen, brandishing their swords and wailing, charged forward. Chen Mo smirked, aimed a rocket launcher at Lei Dachui, and fired a shot. Whoosh! Bang! The next moment, a deafening explosion rang out, and more than a dozen bandits were instantly thrown off the cliffs on either side by the blast wave. Lei Dachui was also blasted several meters away, his body covered in blood and gore, but he still clung tightly to his hammer. He stared wide-eyed, muttering, "What kind of fire poker is this powerful?" Before he could finish speaking, his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. The remaining bandits were all dumbfounded. Someone shouted first, "The second in command is dead. Run!" Only then did everyone come to their senses and turn around to flee desperately down the mountain. But Chen Mo had already switched to a rifle and unleashed a barrage of fire. Two legs couldn't outrun bullets. Only a handful managed to escape down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Wang Xie, Zhang Ruochu, and the others had already sharpened their knives, waiting for them to walk into their trap. Seeing that only 7 or 8 bandits had fled in a sorry state, Wang Xie was somewhat disappointed. How come there are only so few people left? Zhang Ruochu said, "Perhaps it was left behind by my young master on purpose." Upon hearing this, Wang Xie was speechless. If Chen Mo had pursued them, these people would probably all be dead by now. Without another word, she immediately drew her bow and shot an arrow, which flew out with a whoosh. A bandit screamed and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, she shot at another target. Seeing this, the others also fired arrows. In a short while, all the fleeing bandits were shot down. Zhang Ruochu watched the archer's skills with a touch of admiration. However, compared to her young master, they were ultimately far inferior. Thinking of Chen Mo's speed, a hint of fascination unconsciously crept into her eyes. Then everyone rushed up to finish them off. The bandits cried out and begged for mercy, but no one showed any mercy. "You bastard, prepare to die. Spare me. Spare me. I'll spare your grandma." In no time at all the bandits were killed. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly came from afar. Before long, several horses came into view, followed by a group of henchmen running at full speed on two legs. Dog Egg looked closely and excitedly shouted, "Big brother! Big brother's here!" When Wang Huchen saw Wang Xie's figure in the distance, the huge weight on his heart finally lifted. But when he saw the corpses scattered on the ground and the beautiful woman beside his sister, his face was full of doubt. He reined in his horse, dismounted, grabbed Wang Xie's hand, and asked anxiously, "Little sister, are you all right?" The underlings who had run all the way here were now all collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. What should have been a half-day journey had been stretched into more than an hour by them, and they were almost exhausted to death. Wang Xie laughed and said, "Brother, what could possibly be wrong with me? Didn't Xiao Lu tell you?" Xiao Lu looked aggrieved. "Second sister, eldest brother doesn't believe me and even wronged me." Wang Xie quickly said, "Brother, what Xiao Lu said is true. We have already executed all these bandits on the spot." As she spoke, she pointed to the corpse on the ground, her pretty face full of joy. Wang Huchen stared wide-eyed, still incredulous. "How is this possible? I know how ruthless these bandits are." Wang Xie said earnestly, "Brother, it's all true. Come up the mountain with me quickly. Young Master Chen said he wants to see you and is waiting up there." After saying that, she pulled Wang Huchen and walked up the mountain. Wang Huchen opened his mouth, but only managed to utter a single yes. Chapter 29: Managing a Wild Wolf Mountain. On the way, Wang Xie told Wang Huchen the whole story. Wang Huchen frowned the whole way, still finding it hard to believe. How could there be such a miraculous person in the world who could single-handedly break through the easily defended and difficult-to-attack Flying Wolf stronghold? But when he actually got up the mountain and saw Lei Dachui's corpse and the bandits lying all over the ground, he was stunned and his eyes were filled with shock. So what his sister said was true. There really was such a valiant person in the world. Wang Huchen felt an immediate urgency, wanting only to see the legendary man who could shoot so fast as soon as possible. As he walked deeper into the village, he became increasingly alarmed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. At that moment, Chen Mo was smoking on the tiger skin chair when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. A short while later, Wang Xie and Jiang Ruochu entered with a burly man. Chen Mo immediately guessed that this person was most likely Wang Huchen. Judging from his imposing figure, he certainly lived up to the name. Wang Xie introduced with a smile, "Brother, this is young Master Chen." Wang Huchen nodded, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo, then quickly stepped forward. Seeing Chen Mo's handsome appearance and extraordinary bearing, he felt even more admiration. If he didn't possess such ability, how could he have single-handedly taken down Flying Wolf stronghold? Chen Mo also stood up and stepped down from the tiger skin seat. Wang Huchen took a few steps back, clasped his hands, and knelt on one knee, his voice resounding. "Young master, you have shown me great kindness. Please accept my bow." Chen Mo was slightly taken aback, then stepped forward to help him up, and said with a smile, "Brother Huchen, this is too much of a gift. Please get up." Wang Huchen, however, thought differently. His wife, children, and elderly parents had all died at the hands of bandits, and he dreamed of revenge day and night. Chen Mo had eliminated his enemies for him, so this bow was not heavy at all. After he stood up, he solemnly clasped his hands and said, "If you do not despise me, my lord, I, Wang Huchen, am willing to serve you like a dog or a horse from this day forward." Chen Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, which suited him perfectly. He said directly, "I called you here so that you could manage Wild Wolf Mountain. From now on, you will continue to operate in the same way as before, while also accumulating strength. What do you think?" Wang Huchen was overjoyed. Entrusting such a lucrative opportunity as Flying Wolf stronghold to him was an immense sign of trust. In these chaotic times, following such a person was the best thing he could ask for. He immediately agreed. "Your humble servant is at your command, young master. I would gladly go through fire and water for you." Chen Mo waved his hand. Don't keep calling me young master in the future. I think you're older than me. Just call me Chen Mo. Wang Huchen was stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Mo to be so generous and down-to-earth. His respect for Chen Mo grew even more. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he smiled and looked at Wang Xie. Sister, I remember you said that you would marry whoever killed Li Gang. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie's heart skipped a beat, and her pretty face flushed red. She whispered, Brother, young Master Chen is already married. Why are you saying this? After saying that, she made up an excuse and turned to leave. Seeing this, Wang Huchen gave an awkward smile. But judging from his sister's reaction, it was clear that she had already secretly fallen for him. He then looked at Chen Mo and asked, Brother Chen Mo, how old are you this year? 20, Chen Mo replied. Wang Huchen nodded, quickly making up his mind. His younger sister was exactly 3 years older than him. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings good fortune. Wasn't this perfect? So he said, Brother Chen Mo, if you take a liking to my sister, I will entrust her happiness for the rest of her life to you. Chen Mo was taken aback when he heard this. It was indeed sudden. But since things had come to this point, and Wang Xie was a good person, he nodded in agreement. Wang Huchen understood and immediately went out to find Wang Xie. At this moment, Wang Xie sat on the rock, seemingly bored, but her mind was actually filled with thoughts of Chen Mo. Wang Huchen walked up to her and said with a smile, Sister, Brother Chen Mo has agreed to marry you. Are you willing? Wang Xie bit her lip, lowered her head, twisted her hands together, and blushed deeply. Wang Huchen saw through her little scheme at a glance and continued, You're not getting any younger. What are you being shy about? As long as you nod, this marriage is settled. After a long while, Wang Xie finally looked up at him and said softly, Brother, since it was a promise I made, I will keep it. Wang Huchen burst into laughter. Good, good. Now that you're with him, I, as your older brother, can rest assured. Time flies, and several more days have passed. Flying Wolf Stronghold has been repaired and is once again an impregnable fortress. The bandits' corpses have been thrown off the cliff to become food for the wolves. Chen Mo and Wang Xie also held a simple wedding and officially became husband and wife. After a few days, Chen Mo was quite satisfied, although he had also noticeably lost weight. However, he had been away for some time, and it was time for him to head home. No matter how carefree he was outside, he couldn't forget that there were people waiting for him at home. Before leaving, Wang Huchen said, Chen Mo, why don't you take a few brothers back with you? It'll be good for your safety, what do you say? After thinking it over, Chen Mo realized that having more people would indeed protect his home and the villagers, so he nodded in agreement. Wang Huchen then looked at Go Dan, Xiao Lu, and the others. You guys have been following Tide You all along, so let's go together. Remember, from now on, listen to Brother Chen Mo. Dog Egg, Little Six, and the others were overjoyed and quickly replied, Don't worry, big brother, if young master tells us to go east, we will definitely not go west. So, Chen Mo, along with Wang Xie, Jiang Ruochu, and 5 underlings, 8 men on 8 horses, headed towards Nanshan City. Chapter 30 Sachet. The next morning, Chen Mo and his group finally arrived in Nanshan City. After entering the city, he took out 100 taels of silver and gave it to Jiang Ruochu, asking her to take the group to a clothing shop to buy clothes, and also to buy a few light garments for everyone in the family. Jiang Ruochu nodded obediently, her compliant demeanor pleasing Chen Mo, seeing that he wasn't going with them. Wang Xie curiously asked him where he was going. Chen Mo said he was going to check on his business and get some money, and would go find them after he finished. Wang Xie didn't ask any further questions, only thinking that as long as he wasn't going to a brothel, it was fine. After they parted, Chen Mo rode his white horse alone to the tea shop. As soon as he entered, Manager Hao hurriedly came to greet him, his tone full of distress, saying, Young Master Chen, you finally arrived. Chen Mo smiled and asked him if the duck dung incense had sold out again. But Manager Hao shook his head, invited him to sit down, and then asked him if he knew Cui Yukai, the richest man in Nanshan City. Chen Mo quickly remembered the person and asked if it was the same Master Cui. Manager Hao nodded and said that Master Cui had taken a liking to duck shit fragrance and had been sending people to the shop every day to inquire about Chen Mo's whereabouts. The doorstep had almost been worn down. No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged man with a mustache walked in. Upon seeing him, Manager Hao immediately put on a smile and introduced him as young Master Chen. The man, with an arrogant expression, sat down casually, crossed his legs, and introduced himself as Chui Niu, the steward of the Chui family. He then looked at Chen Mo and said that Master Chui had taken a liking to his duck shit fragrance and wanted to cooperate with him, hoping that he would cherish this opportunity. These words sounded polite, but were actually full of threats. Chen Mo naturally understood, but he just smiled faintly and asked the Chui family how they planned to cooperate. Butler Chui spoke casually, implying that all of Chen Mo's tea would be purchased by the Chui family from now on, and the price wouldn't be low. Chen Mo then asked for the specific price offered. Butler Chui held up 2 fingers and announced 200 coins per can. Chen Mo almost thought he had misheard. This was considered a high price? 200 coins? Even robbery wouldn't be this outrageous. Although tea leaves can be replicated using space, that's not how business works. Chen Mo replied with a sneer. Sorry, at this price, you can only buy an empty jar at best. Butler Chui's face instantly darkened, and he wondered if he had misheard. Chen Mo simply told him that he hadn't misheard, and that the cooperation couldn't be discussed. Seeing the two locked in a tense standoff, Manager Hao immediately tensed up. He could also tell that this young Master Chen was no pushover. Steward Chui was humiliated in front of everyone. His face turned extremely ugly, and his voice rose several decibels as he said that Master Chui's willingness to do business with him was a sign of respect, and that he had better think it over carefully. Chen Mo didn't buy it at all, and retorted with a cold laugh, saying that he really thought he was a fool. If he wanted to take away duck shit fragrance for 200 coins, why didn't he just let him give it away for free? Steward Chui was trembling with rage. No one in Nanshan City had ever dared to speak to him like that. He gritted his teeth and warned Chen Mo not to be ungrateful. Chen Mo didn't back down an inch and said directly, "So what if I don't know what's good for me?" His tone wasn't loud, but he didn't give him any face at all. Butler Chui's face was as dark as a coffin lid. He suddenly stood up, said, "Just you wait and see. Let's see how you act all cocky in Nanshan City from now on," and then turned and left. After everyone had gone, Manager Hao couldn't help but sigh, reminding Chen Mo that the Chui family was not to be trifled with, and that he had now completely offended them. Chen Mo, however, didn't seem to care, and instead asked him if he also thought 200 coins a can was reasonable. Shopkeeper Hao quickly explained that that wasn't what he meant. It was just that the Chui family and the county magistrate were related by marriage, and Chen Mo might face considerable trouble if he wanted to do business in Nanshan City in the future. Chen Mo finally understood why the Chui family was so arrogant, but he remained calm. Seeing this, Manager Hao didn't dare to offer any more advice, but because of this matter, he dared not continue to restock for the time being, fearing that the Chui family would come knocking on his door. Chen Mo understood, and after a few words, he got up to take his leave. For him, the money for the wall was basically enough, and the temporary setback in the tea business wasn't too fatal. After leaving the tea house, Chen Mo led his horse into a quiet alley, intending to find a secluded spot to retrieve some silver from his spatial storage. But just as he reached a secluded spot, he suddenly heard a woman's cries for help coming from ahead. Chen Mo followed the sound and saw a young man making unwanted advances towards a woman in a dead-end alley around the corner, while 2 men who looked like servants were harassing another girl. Chen Mo immediately shouted coldly, "Stop! Let her go!" The young master turned around impatiently, saw that it was just a young man leading a horse, and told him to get lost. Chen Mo ignored him and continued to approach, leading his white horse. The young master was instantly enraged and charged forward, waving his fists and cursing him for courting death. But the next moment, Chen Mo's eyes turned cold, and he kicked him hard in the groin. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed through the alley. The young master collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin, tears streaming down his face, howling in agony. Upon seeing their master being attacked, the 2 servants immediately rushed forward. However, in Chen Mo's eyes, they were nothing more than small fry. A few punches later, both were knocked to the ground. Seeing the situation was dire, the 2 servants quickly scrambled to their feet, helped the still wailing young master to his feet, and fled in a sorry state. The piercing screams continued all the way, sending chills down everyone's spines. The two girls then approached Chen Mo and timidly bowed to thank him. Chen Mo asked them if they were injured, and in doing so, he got a clear look at their faces. One of them was beautiful, dressed elegantly, and had a dignified demeanor. She was clearly a young lady from a wealthy family. The other looked like a maid. She was petite, with fair skin and a very pretty face. The young lady pursed her lips, looked up at Chen Mo, and softly reminded him that the man was named Chui Hao, the son of Master Chui, and told him to leave quickly, as the man had likely gone to call for help. Chen Mo frowned and asked, "Chui Hao? Chui Yotsai's son?" The young lady nodded and said that was true. Chen Mo was speechless. Why was it the Chui family again? He should have used more force with that kick earlier. He told the two of them to hurry home, and the young lady reminded him to be careful before leaving with his maid. After the two people were out of sight, Chen Mo was about to take out the silver from his spatial storage when he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps. Immediately afterward, a figure darted out, startling him. He looked closely and realized it was the same maid from before. The maid ran up to him breathlessly and said that her mistress had asked her to give this to the young master. After saying that, she stuffed the sachet into Chen Mo's hand, turned around, and ran away in a hurry. Chen Mo looked down at the pink sachet in his hand, a refreshing fragrance wafting towards him, instantly invigorating him. Upon closer inspection, he saw 3 words embroidered on it, Gu Shu Yao. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Has she taken a fancy to me?" Chapter 31, Practicing with all the count. After meeting up with the others at the clothing shop, Chen Mo led them leisurely towards Baiyun village. Meanwhile, Chui Niu, utterly humiliated, returned to the Chui residence and immediately reported the matter to Chui Yukai. However, he didn't dare tell the truth. Chui Yukai had clearly offered 400 coins per caddy for the tea, but he had secretly reduced it to 200 coins. Upon hearing this, Chui Yukai felt utterly humiliated. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the table and cursed. "I gave him 400 coins and he still thinks it's too little? Daring to oppose me in Nanshan City. He's like lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death. Steward de kui grind, cautiously awaiting instructions." Chui Yukai snorted coldly, pointing at him with a gloomy face. "Go tell the city commandant that anyone bringing duck dung incense into the city should have it confiscated. If they dare to resist, arrest them on the spot." He wanted to see how that kid would do business in Nanshan City after this. Just as Steward Chui was about to leave, Chui Yukai stopped him and asked him to find out more about Chen Mo's background, especially where the tea came from. After Butler Chui left, Chui Yukai picked up a cup of freshly brewed duck dung tea, brought it close to his nose, and smelled its fragrance. He immediately squinted his eyes and said with a look of enjoyment, "Good tea, really good tea." But this moment of comfort didn't last long. A servant rushed in, shouting in a panic, "Master, something terrible has happened. The young master has been beaten." Chui Yotsai's pupils shrank, and he roared, "Which blind fool dares to touch my son? Doesn't he know who I Chui am?" The servant was so frightened he stammered, unable to get to the point for a long time. Chui Yukai, furious, cursed loudly before finally suppressing his anger and asking, "Young master, how badly are you injured?" The servant replied tremblingly, "Young master's genitals are swollen bigger than a goose egg." "What?" Chui Yukai was instantly enraged. He only had one son. If the foundation of the family was truly damaged, wouldn't the Chui family line end? He immediately demanded to know where the person was. After learning that Chui Hao had been sent to the clinic, he immediately led his servants there. Before even entering the clinic, Chui Hao's agonizing screams echoed from inside. Chui Yotsai's heart nearly broke. He rushed in and saw Chui Hao lying on the bed, legs spread wide, his face contorted with grief from crying. The doctor was applying a bowl of greenish medicine to the wound. His expression was strange, and he secretly sighed, realizing that the kick had been far too forceful. Chui Yukai took a closer look, and his face immediately changed. Just as the servant had said, it was terribly swollen. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Outrageous! Whoever it is, I'll skin him alive." Chui Hao cried and screamed in pain, saying he didn't want to live anymore. Chui Yukai quickly comforted him, assuring him that he would definitely avenge him. Then, he pulled the doctor aside and urgently asked, "Tell me the truth. How badly are my son injured?" The doctor shook his head, his expression regretful. "Master Chui, your injuries are too severe. It's a close call, a very close call. It's best." Chui Yotsai's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed Chui Yotsai's collar. "What's the best? Tell me quickly." The doctor sighed and said in a deep voice, "It's best to have him castrated, otherwise his life may be in danger." Upon hearing this, Chui Yotsai's head sank, and he almost lost his balance. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. This was clearly an attempt to wipe out the Chui family line. He was sweating profusely with anxiety and hurriedly said, "Doctor, please think of a way. I'll give you any amount of silver." The doctor shook his head and sighed, saying that the wound was already broken inside, and even a god couldn't save it. If it dragged on any longer, he was afraid that the patient might not even survive. Enraged, Chui Yukai cursed the quack doctor, even threatening to punish his entire family if he couldn't cure his son. The doctor, unfazed, simply said he was helpless and told him to find someone more skilled if he didn't believe him. Chui Yotsai's face turned ashen. Looking at his son screaming in agony on the bed, only one thought remained in his mind. He's ruined, ruined. It seems he can only go home and practice his trumpet. He took a deep breath, as if all his strength had been drained, and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started." Upon hearing this, the doctor immediately nodded. "Okay, this is my specialty." Looking at his expression, Chui Yukai wished he could kill him on the spot. But since things had come to this, he could only endure it. After the doctor made some preparations, he stuffed a white cloth into Chui Hao's mouth and had someone hold him down tightly. "Bear with it. It'll be over soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the doctor picked up a sharp knife and swiftly performed his skillful maneuver. Chui Hao struggled for a moment, letting out a muffled groan, and soon fainted from the pain. Chui Yukai stood to the side, his fists clenched until they turned white, his face ashen. He couldn't swallow this insult if he didn't avenge it. After arranging things at the clinic, he immediately took 2 servants who were on site and rushed to the county government office. At that moment, County Magistrate Yi Xian and his wife Chui Xiao were playing with crickets in the backyard, enjoying themselves immensely. "My dear son-in-law, you must stand up for me." The sudden cries startled both Yi Xian and Chui Xiao. In this Nanshan city, who dared to bully the Chui family? Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Father-in-law, what's wrong?" Chui Xiao looked over anxiously. Chui Yukai cried out in grief and indignation, Howard, he's been castrated." "Huh?" Yi Xian and Chui Xiao's eyes widened on the spot. Chui Yukai recounted what had happened, and after listening, Yi Xian immediately sent his constables to bring Gu Shuyao and her maid to the backyard of the county government office. Gu Shuyao was full of surprise, not understanding why they had come to the backyard instead of the courtroom. Yi Xian looked at the 2 men and asked in a deep voice, "I ask you, who was the perpetrator of this crime today?" Chapter 32. This kid is quite the wild one. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuyao immediately understood what Magistrate Yi Xian was planning. This man clearly couldn't distinguish right from wrong, yet he still wore the official's coattails. She suppressed her anger and replied, "Yes, sir, it was Chui Hao." Yi Xian gave her a cold glance. "This county is asking about the person who injured Chui Hao." Gu Shuyao said aggrievedly, "My lord, I don't know. That young master saw that the 2 of us were being bullied by Chui Hao, so he spoke up to stop us. But Chui Hao not only ignored him, but also attacked us first. Please, my lord, do justice for me." Yi Xian grew increasingly impatient as he listened, and asked in a deep voice, "I ask you, who exactly is the perpetrator?" Gu Shuyao felt even colder. It seemed that the righteous young master who had helped her was likely being targeted by this corrupt official. But she truly didn't know the man's identity, and even if she did, she absolutely couldn't reveal it. So she insisted, "My lord, I do not know." Yi Xian was too lazy to ask any more questions and waved to the constable, "Take him away." Before leaving, Gu Shuyao was still unwilling to give up. She turned back and said, "My lord, please do justice for me. You must severely punish that rogue Chui Hao. Otherwise he will harm more innocent women." Yi Xian acted as if he hadn't heard. He knew the truth of the matter, but so what? In Nanshan City. Wasn't he the one in charge? After the constables took the two women away, Chui Yukai and Chui Xiao immediately came out from behind the screen. Chui Yotsai's face was grim, and he asked through gritted teeth, "Son-in-law, are you just going to let her go like this?" Yi Xian gently shook his head. The Gu family is, after all, a powerful family, and we can't just force a confession out of them. Besides, she might not even know that person. But the Gu family is just a small family. As long as this county is still in Nanshan City, dealing with them shouldn't be difficult. At this point, a glint of greed flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As long as we find a suitable excuse, the Gu family's assets will be ours sooner or later. As he spoke, Gu Shuyao's face was already in his mind, and he even fantasized about pinning her down on the bed. Chui Yukai was filled with rage. I only have one son, and I must avenge this. Chui Xiao added fuel to the fire from his side. Yi Xian smiled calmly. I can wipe out those vicious bandits from Blackwind Stronghold. What is a mere troublemaker? Chui Yukai quickly pressed on. Then what solution does my son-in-law have? Yi Xian summoned two servants who were present at the time of the incident and questioned them personally. After they finished speaking, he seized on the key point. You mean that person was riding a white horse? The two servants immediately nodded. Yes, sir. Yi Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had already made up his mind. He looked at Chui Yukai and asked with a smile, Father-in-law, do you want him dead or? Chui Yukai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with venom. Of course I want him dead. I'll turn him into a hornet's nest, and I'll kill his whole family. Meanwhile, Baiyun village was bustling with activity. Everywhere around the village, people were working. After several days of intensive work, the foundation has been completed, and the project has now entered the earth compacting stage. Before leaving, Chen Mo instructed that more money could be spent, but the quality must be guaranteed, and the work must be done as quickly as possible. So these days, the number of workers has only increased, attracting almost all the idle laborers from several nearby villages. There are at least 200 people on the construction site, and the daily wages and food alone cost 8 or 9 taels of silver. With the continuous purchase of materials, Chen Mo's family's money was being depleted very quickly. At the village entrance, Lin Dahu was chatting with Sun Chongqing. Lin Dahu asked with some concern, Village chief, do you think something might have happened to my brother-in-law who's been gone for so long? Sun Chongqing glared at him. Pa. Stop talking such unlucky things. What could possibly happen to my son-in-law? Lin Dahu scratched the back of his head and chuckled. My little sister said that the family's money is almost gone, but he still hasn't come back. What should we do? Sun Chongqing remained calm. Don't worry. Chen Mo is a reliable kid. No sooner had they finished speaking than they heard the sound of rapid hoofbeats approaching from afar. Da. Lin Dahu's expression changed. Could they be bandits? Sun Chongqing also tensed up and quickly shouted, It's possible. Go and get help. Lin Dahu took off running towards the construction site, shouting as he ran, Everyone drop what you're doing. Grab your weapons. The bandits are coming. The shout sent chaos through the construction site and the village. The villagers were initially startled, but seeing the large number of people, they grabbed hoes and sticks and rushed towards the village entrance. But when everyone gathered at the village entrance, Sun Chongqing took a closer look and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The person leading the way on horseback was none other than Chen Mo, who had not returned for many days. Lin Dahu realized what had happened and quickly called out to everyone. It's a misunderstanding. It's all right. Everyone go back to work. Chen Mo was taken aback when he saw the group of people carrying weapons. They must have mistaken him for a bandit. But his quick thinking was commendable. He reined in his horse, dismounted, and the others behind him followed suit. Lin Dahu stepped forward to explain, Brother-in-law, the village chief, and I thought they were bandits. It was a misunderstanding. Chen Mo nodded. Not bad. You did a great job. Lin Dahu was immediately filled with excitement, feeling that he had finally not let his brother-in-law down. Sun Chongqing glanced behind Chen Mo, his brow furrowing slightly. Another pretty girl had joined the group. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, This kid's got some nerve. But quantity alone isn't enough. It needs to produce results. He pointed to the strangers and asked, Son-in-law, who are they? Chen Mo simply said, They're all on our side, and they're quite skilled. They'll be able to protect everyone's safety in the future. Upon closer inspection, Sun Changing noticed that these people were all carrying swords and bows and arrows, and their aura was clearly different from that of ordinary villagers. He then smiled with relief and said, "That's good. That's good." Chen Mo asked Jiang Ruochu to take Wang Xie and the others home first, while he went with Lin Dahu and Sun Changing to inspect the construction site. He walked to a section of rammed earth and kicked it twice. The earthen wall only trembled slightly, appearing quite sturdy. With no middlemen taking a cut, the quality of the construction was indeed guaranteed. A simple-minded man in his 40s from another village said, "The young master ensures we have meat to eat every day and pays us 20 coins a day for our work. How could we dare to slack off? We'll definitely make sure this city wall is sturdy." You know, many people haven't eaten meat in a long time. Baiyin Village not only paid their wages, but also provided meat for lunch. Everyone remembered this kindness and naturally worked harder. With Lin Dahu and Sun Changing keeping a close eye on things, the project is unlikely to turn out to be a shoddy mess. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Well done. He then called Sun Changing and Lin Dahu aside and said in a low voice, "I heard that there's a rebellion in the north, and with the severe drought, the world will probably become even more chaotic. Therefore, the construction of the city wall must be accelerated." Rebel. Sun Changing and Lin Da's expressions changed simultaneously. They understood, of course, what those two words meant. Lin Dahu quickly became worried again. But what about the family's money? Chapter 33, The Man in Black. Don't worry about the money. Chen Mo looked at Sun Changing and instructed, "Father-in-law, try to find as many people as possible and strive to finish the project as soon as possible." Sun Changing nodded repeatedly. The group walked around the construction site, and Chen Mo went to check on the sweet potato growth in the field. The sweet potato seedlings on the ridges had already sprouted tender shoots, and the survival rate was over 90%, which satisfied him. He reminded Sun Changing that with the hot weather, the villagers needed to water and fertilize the melons frequently, so that it would be much easier once the vines grew. Sun Changing understood that this was related to the future food supply for the entire village, so he naturally dared not be careless. After finishing his work, Chen Mo bid farewell and went home. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Go Dan and Xiao Lu squatting there. As soon as they saw him, they immediately stood up and called him young master. Seeing their awkwardness, Chen Mo smiled and invited them inside. Go Dan grinned and said it was fine to stay outside, and the others nodded in agreement. Chen Mo didn't insist, but took out a pack of cigarettes from his sleeve and gave one to each of them. He lit one for himself, took a puff, and then gestured for them to try. It was the first time the group had ever seen him exhale smoke, and they found it incredibly novel, especially when they saw smoke coming out of his nostrils. Their eyes lit up. Go Dan took out a lighter and lit a cigarette, imitating Chen Mo. The others followed suit, smoking in a similar manner. Soon, the doorway was filled with smoke, and the group coughed and frowned, yet their faces were full of excitement. Chen Mo gave them a few simple instructions and then gave each of them a pack, prompting them to thank him repeatedly. Upon entering the main room, all the girls, young and old, were there. Lin Xiaolu's eyes filled with concern when she saw him, and she asked why he had lost weight. Wang Xie, standing nearby, blushed instantly, thinking to herself, hiking every day, how could he not lose weight? Chen Mo chuckled and teased Lin Xiaolu, asking if she had misread things because she missed him too much. Lin Xiaolu playfully scolded him for talking nonsense in front of everyone, but also felt a little embarrassed. Chen Mo then pointed at Wang Xie and awkwardly asked everyone if they knew her. Sun Yunxiu nodded obediently, and Lin Xiaolu smiled and said that Ruochu had already introduced her, so he could rest assured that she wasn't angry. But she still felt a pang of guilt, blaming herself for not getting pregnant. So she pulled Chen Mo into the bedroom, lowered her head, and whispered that she had something to tell him tonight. Chen Mo understood immediately and asked with a mischievous grin why she had to say it at night. Lin Xiaolu blushed and told him to stop teasing her. But Chen Mo pulled her into his arms and grinned even more mischievously. Soon, the sun set, and the construction site finished its day's work. Villagers from neighboring villages left Baiyun Village in 2s and 3s. Just then, 3 strangers on horseback stopped several villagers. The leader was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He asked the villagers if they had seen 8 horses and 8 people that day, including a white horse. The villagers cautiously asked who they were. The man with the mustache immediately explained that the people had left something behind and they had come to return it. The villagers believed him and pointed to Bayun village behind them, saying that the people were not from their village, but from a wealthy family in Bayun village. After the villagers had gone far away, one of the 3 quietly went into the village to investigate. He soon returned and whispered that Bayun village was very strange, as they were building a city wall. The man with the mustache was surprised and asked if they had found the wealthy family. The man nodded and said they were in the east of the village, and he had seen many horses, including a white one. The man with the mustache's eyes lit up, and after confirming their target, he immediately led his men back to the city. As night deepened and all was quiet, Bayun village appeared peaceful on the surface, but someone was beginning to take action in the shadows. At this moment, Chen Mo was in Lin Xiaolu's room, where he had already been through quite a bit. Lin Xiaolu nestled in his arms, shyly asking if she could get pregnant this time. Chen Mo smiled and comforted her, saying that when the time was right, she would naturally conceive. Lin Xiaolu then asked worriedly if he would dislike her if she couldn't have children. Chen Mo then realized that his wife had been holding this matter in her heart, so he gently told her that she would always be his little dear and reassured her. After hearing this, Lin Xiaolu buried her head in his chest, her eyes filled with happiness. But at this tender moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside, followed by someone shouting, "Assassin!" Lin Xiaolu looked up in fright and said that a thief had broken into her house. Chen Mo told her not to be afraid, quickly dressed, took out his pistol, and rushed out. Inside the courtyard, the twin sisters were being attacked by 3 or 4 men in black, while others kicked down doors. Zhao Hohat, in the west wing, heard the commotion and huddled on her bed, trembling. In the outer courtyard, Go Dan and his friends were also locked in a fierce battle with the men in black, the sounds of clashing swords echoing throughout the room. As soon as Chen Mo came out, he saw 5 or 6 men in black rushing towards the main room. He pulled the trigger with a click and raised his hand to pull the bolt. Bang, bang, bang. Several men in black fell to the ground on the spot. The remaining men watched their companion die instantly, their pupils shrinking in horror, and they were caught in a dilemma. Chen Mo gave them no chance to react, and the gun muzzle spitted fire again. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, he sent the 5 or 6 men in black who had rushed over flying into the sky. Chapter 34. Constables arrive at the house. Just then, Wang Xie, who lived in the side room, also rushed out with her sword. She exchanged a glance with the Jiang sisters and immediately rushed into the courtyard. The sisters felt relieved when they saw Chen Mo, thinking to themselves that the young master's dark, concealed weapons were indeed powerful, and his attacks were both fast and accurate. Before long, the men in black in the courtyard fell one after another to Chen Mo's gun. The 2 were still alive, were terrified, their faces pale. The gunshots were excruciatingly painful. No one could withstand them. Chen Mo instructed Wang Xie and the other 2 to guard the inner courtyard, then turned and went to the outer courtyard. Several gunshots rang out, and the men in black in the outer courtyard were instantly killed or wounded. Go Dan and the others rushed forward and subdued 2 wounded men in black. Go Dan asked what to do with these people. Chen Mo glanced around and saw that only one person on his side was slightly injured, so he instructed him to interrogate them about where they came from before returning to the inner courtyard. He walked up to a man in black, stepped on a man's wound, and asked coldly, "Who sent you?" The man in black screamed in pain and immediately confessed. "It's Master Chui. Please spare my life, sir." Chen Montauk found it. It was unlikely that a businessman would keep so many assassins. They were most likely hired. He pressed further. "And who are you people?" The man stammered that they were Leopard's men. Chen Mo had never heard of this name before, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing, so he made him explain the situation. A moment later, Go Dan ran in and said that they had also found out from the outer courtyard that it was indeed all under the orders of Master Chui from the city. Chen Mo nodded, his tone chillingly cold. "Kill them all." The men in black immediately begged for mercy, but Dan swiftly swung his knife, sending them to their deaths. Chen Mo was also puzzled. All he did was kick the Chui family's son, yet old man Chui was so ruthless. Could it be that the kick had truly rendered him childless? Chen Mo returned to the main room, sat down, and lit a cigarette. As the smoke rose, his mind began to race. The wealthy Chui and the county magistrate were related by marriage. Now that the assassination attempt had failed, he was likely completely exposed. Lin Xiaolu, Sun Yunxiu, and Zhao Hohot came out at this moment, all of them startled. After all, a group of men in black had died in the house, and the air still seemed to retain the smell of blood. A moment later, Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiaolu and said that for safety reasons, he would bring her parents over tomorrow. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback for a moment, then obediently agreed. The next day, Lin Yutian, Li Sanyang, and their daughter-in-law Zhou Chui'er were all brought to Baiyun village. Zhou Chui'er was already pregnant, and the Lin couple were overjoyed every day. However, Li Sanyang was immediately worried when she saw that Lin Xiaolu's belly hadn't shown any signs of pregnancy. Chen Mo was now capable enough to take a concubine, which wasn't unusual, but Lin Xiaolu was the principal wife. If she couldn't conceive, it would be a real problem. After settling in, Li Sanyang pulled Lin Xiaolu into the house and immediately asked her how many months pregnant she was and why she wasn't pregnant yet. Lin Xiaolu felt wronged and said she didn't want to be pregnant either. Li Sanyang then asked if Chen Mo had neglected her since taking a concubine. Lin Xiaolu quickly denied it, saying that her husband had always treated her very well. The more Li Sanyang listened, the more uneasy she felt. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked her how the couple usually slept together. Lin Xiaolu blushed with embarrassment, feeling that she couldn't possibly tell her mother such a thing. But Li Sanyang, being an experienced woman, insisted on getting to the bottom of things. Lin Xiaolu couldn't refuse, so she could only blush and recount the whole story. Upon hearing this, Li Sanyang nearly dropped her jaw in shock and hurriedly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it's not up there. It's not up there. No wonder your belly isn't showing any signs of labor. You two are such idiots." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was completely stunned, frowning as she whispered, I don't know." Meanwhile, Chen Mo entered the study and took out 3 pistols and several boxes of ammunition from his spatial storage. He felt it was time to teach those around him how to use them, since his strength was ultimately limited by his own efforts. He packed the items into a cloth bag and led Wang Xie, Jiang Ruochu, and Jiang Ruoshi to the woods behind the mountain. Jiang Ruochu, thinking he was about to do something, was incredibly embarrassed. Upon reaching the woods, Chen Mo stopped and said to the 3, "I know you've always been curious about my hidden weapons, so I'll give each of you one today." The 3 women were immediately excited and thanked him profusely. After receiving the pistol, they examined it closely, never expecting that such a powerful weapon would be so small. Chen Mo earnestly instructed them that they should never point their guns at their own people. The 3 nodded repeatedly. Then he began to teach them how to use it, and soon a burst of gunfire rang out from the back mountain. However, all 3 of them were poor aimers, so Chen Mo stood close behind Jiang Ruoshi and taught her how to aim. 3 points in a line, aim, fire. With a bang, the bullet pierced the air and struck a tree trunk 6 or 7 meters away. Jiang Ruoshi looked at him with admiration. "Young master, you shot so accurately." Chen Mo told them to practice more, and that there would be plenty of bullets. Just then, Xiao Lu ran over in a panic. "Young master, something bad has happened. A lot of constables and yamen runners have come to the house and say they want to take you to the county yamen." Chen Mo frowned, immediately realizing that the assassination attempt last night had failed and the Chui family had changed their tactics again. He had only kicked that person once, which was not a capital offense, and besides, the other party already deserved to be punished. At this moment, the villagers all gathered around. Lin Xiaolu and the others stood at their doorstep, their faces filled with worry, and Sun Chang'an was also extremely anxious. There were more than 20 constables and yamen runners in front of the door, completely surrounding the courtyard. Chen Mo led the group through the crowd. When the constables saw Wang Xie and the Jiang sisters, their eyes lit up. They never expected that there would be such fair and beautiful girls in this remote and impoverished place. They looked at the house again and were even more surprised. Apart from a few male servants, the house was full of young and beautiful women, clearly indicating that it was not an ordinary family. At this moment, a middle-aged constable with a mustache stepped forward, stared at Chen Mo, and asked, "Are you Chen Mo?" Chen Mo said calmly, "I just don't know what brings you all here." Chapter 35, growing bigger and smaller. With a smirk, he said, "You injured someone yesterday, have you forgotten? Men, put him in shackles." No sooner had he finished speaking than two constables stepped forward with shackles. Chen Mo watched this and sneered inwardly. Only a fool would let them lock him up. If he were killed halfway there, he wouldn't even have a place to reason with them. He glanced at the mustache and said calmly, "Let me correct you. Yesterday, I was rescuing someone. By the way, have the perpetrators been arrested?" The man with the mustache's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Enough with the nonsense. Hitting someone is hitting someone." Chen Mo nodded. "Okay, even if I hit someone, it's far from warranting shackles. I'll go with you." The man with the mustache glanced at the villagers who had completely surrounded the village. He realized that if he were to forcibly lock the village, things might get complicated. After all, the fact that more than a dozen assassins had all come and gone last night was enough to show that this village was no ordinary place. Confident in his superior numbers and unafraid of Chen Mo escaping, he waved to the constables to remove the shackles and said coldly, "Take him away." The constables immediately urged, "Hurry up." Chen Mo remained calm as he passed by Lin Dahu, only saying, "Don't worry about me. Let everyone continue working." Lin Dahu was already panicked. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. The man with the mustache sneered, thinking that this pretty boy was about to die, yet he was still thinking about working. And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Mo was taken away by the Yamen runners. Lin Yutian was extremely anxious and hurriedly went to Sun Chongqing, village chief's son. "What should we do?" Sun Chongqing was also extremely anxious, pacing back and forth. "Oh dear, I'm worried too. Chen Mo is my son-in-law, isn't he? But he was just a small village chief. What could he do? Could he lead the villagers to kidnap people? What difference would that be from rebellion? He wouldn't dare do such a thing even if he had 10,000 lives." Sun Yunxiu quickly helped her father up and whispered to comfort him, "Father, don't worry, my husband will be all right." Despite saying that, her mind was in turmoil. Zhao Hohat stood behind, secretly wiping away tears, her heart pounding faster and faster. Godan was furious and ran to Wang Xie, saying, "Second sister, I'm going to find Big Brother right now. Let's fight those corrupt officials." Xiao Lu and the others raised their knives and echoed, "Yes, let's fight them." Wang Xie glanced at the group and said in a deep voice, "No rush. My husband just told us to guard the house well, and he has his own way." She knew in her heart that if it really came down to it, those constables wouldn't stand a chance. She was worried about Chen Mo, but she wasn't panicked. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu walked over and said to Wang Xie, "Xie, you know Kung Fu and have a calm temperament. Why don't you go and see what's going on? That way, everyone will feel more at ease." Lin Xiaolu felt helpless. She hadn't even had a chance to ask Chen Mo about the pregnancy before this trouble came up. Wang Xie thought about it and agreed, nodding, "Okay." After saying that, she immediately went inside to get her sword and quietly followed after them. On the other side, Chen Mo followed the Yamen runners towards Nanshan City. But halfway there, the man with the mustache riding at the front suddenly turned into a side road. Chen Mo immediately understood. This was clearly an attempt to ambush them halfway through the journey. He remained silent. Since the other party was courting death, he couldn't be blamed for unleashing a bloodbath. The constables behind them kept urging, "Hurry up, hurry up." Chen Mo chuckled, thinking to himself, "Since you're all in such a hurry to be reborn, I can only grant your wish." Before long, the group arrived at a dense forest. The man with the mustache leading the way suddenly reined in his horse, turned back to look at Chen Mo, his face full of ruthlessness and greed. "Of all people to offend, you had to offend the magistrate. But don't worry, I will take good care of your wife. You can set off in peace." Chen Mo chuckled lightly. "Before we make our move, I'll show you something." The man with the mustache burst into laughter. "Looks like you're not stupid after all, but it's no use. Even if you bring out mountains of gold and silver right now, you still can't escape death. The surrounding constables joined in the laughter, their mocking voices echoing through the woods. Chen Mo smiled even more calmly, and with a whoosh, an M16 rifle appeared in his hand. The constables were stunned. His hands were clearly empty. So how did this strange thing suddenly appear? Some even rubbed their eyes, but the thing was indeed in his hands. The man with the mustache frowned and asked, "What's that in your hand? Where did it come from?" Chen Mo grinned. "Can't guess, can you? This is something that will kill you." Enraged, the man with the mustache gritted his teeth and cursed. "You son of a bitch," still laughing. "Go ahead and hack me to pieces." Before the word death could be uttered, a sudden clattering sound rang out. Blood instantly exploded from the mustache's chest, and with a scream, he fell from his horse. "Boss! Kill him! Court death!" Shouts and gunshots mingled in the woods. In a short time, nearly half of the constables lay on the ground, and the rest, terrified, turned and ran. But no matter how fast they run, how can they outrun a bullet? Just then, Wang Xie, who had rushed over after hearing the sound, was stunned when she saw the large, hidden weapon in Chen Mo's hand. Her bright eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, it's huge." Ignoring her shock, she immediately drew her pistol and helped fire. Bang! 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 He fired 3 shots, but hit nothing but air. Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine, and only one thought remained in his mind. That was a good shot. Don't shoot like that again. What if she accidentally hurts you? Who can you complain to? Wang Xie frowned, clearly realizing that her marksmanship was far from good enough. So she put away her pistol and charged forward with her sword. Seeing her join the fray, Chen Mo quickly switched to his pistol to avoid accidentally injuring his wife. Before long, under the combined attack of the two, all the constables were dealt with. Chen Mo looked at Wang Xie and said helplessly, "You little brat, didn't I tell you to stay home?" Wang Xie stared at the small hidden weapon in his hand, her face full of shock. "Husband, how did you shrink?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "The size is, of course, up to me." Wang Xie was skeptical yet expectant. "You can do that? Then show me how big you are." The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Chen Mo wasn't carrying that huge thing when he was taken away, but it had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Could it really change size? Seeing her curiosity, Chen Mo smiled slightly and teased her. "You've seen me change before, haven't you?" Wang Xie was stunned for a moment, then remembered a certain moment in the night. Her face flushed red, and she said angrily and shyly, You're so lewd." Chen Mo smiled, his playful expression fading. "All right, enough of this." Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Wang Xie asked in a low voice, "Husband, what do we do now?" "The government won't wait for their report. They'll probably send more people." Chen Mo understood this perfectly well. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a chilling voice, "Come with me into the city and kill that corrupt official." Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xie immediately nodded. Okay. She knew that killing a high-ranking official was a capital offense, but she was originally a bandit and had never been afraid of death. Besides, she had already avenged her great enemy, so what else did she have to worry about? Chen Mo glanced at the corpses and weapons on the ground and said, "I'm going to take a leak first. You ride outside and wait for me." Wang Xie said nonchalantly, "It's not like I haven't seen you before. I'll just wait for you here." Chapter 36 Dead End. Go away, go away. How can these be the same? Wang Xie pouted in displeasure, mounted her horse, and rode off towards the main road. Once she had completely disappeared, Chen Mo immediately began looting the corpses, storing them all in his spatial storage. The space needed blood, and these people had a lot of blood to spare, so it couldn't be wasted. After dealing with the scene, he rode his horse towards Nanshan City and finally managed to enter the city before the gates closed. After entering the city, Chen Mo first went to a clothing store to change into a set of black clothes. At 7 p.m., he went to the county government office alone, climbed over the wall, and sneaked into the backyard. The backyard was quiet, with only 2 constables patrolling, while the main hall was brightly lit. Chen Mo crept over silently and saw Yi Xian pacing back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. Hearing footsteps, Yi Xian turned around abruptly, thinking it was a Yamen runner coming to deliver a message, but unexpectedly saw someone who looked somewhat familiar. After a moment, his pupils contracted, and he finally recognized him. Chen Mo, what are you doing here? Chen Mo was no stranger to Yi Xian. The original owner of this body knew him, though their last meeting had been over a year ago. He smiled faintly, asking instead of answering. Lord Yi, you seem so restless. Are you perhaps waiting for some news? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, as if someone had exposed his deepest secret. He immediately pointed at him and asked, What do you mean by that? Chen Mo chuckled. So, I'm going to show you a way, how about that? Yi Xian frowned impatiently. What road? He was completely unaware that Chen Mo's killing intent was already pressing down on him. Chen Mo's lips curled into a smile, his eyes full of disdain. Death. Yi Xian's face contorted with rage. A dignified county magistrate being threatened in the county office. This was utterly lawless. He pointed at Chen Mo and roared. You poor, penniless scholar, how dare you be so disrespectful before me? I will punish you. Come here. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo raised his hand and fired a shot that hit him in the forehead with a bayou sound. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He staggered 2 steps and collapsed to the ground. He died without ever knowing that the poor, pedantic scholar he had looked down upon was the very person he had sent to kill. Hearing the commotion, Cui Xiao ran out and was instantly terrified by what she saw. She opened her mouth to call for help, but Chen Mo raised his hand and fired another shot. Well, Cui Xiao also collapsed. Chen Mo looked at her and said calmly, Such a beautiful girl, what a pity. He then put the 2 into his spatial storage, and after thoroughly searching the house to make sure there was no one else there, he quietly left the county government office. Meanwhile, inside the Cui residence, Cui Yukai, like Yi Xian, was anxiously awaiting news from the Yamen runners. But as night deepened and no one returned, he began to sense something was amiss. This is driving me crazy. It's so late, and not a single ghost has come back. Thinking of the assassins who had disappeared last night, Butler Cui whispered a reminder. Master, could it be that something bad has happened again? Cui Yukai slammed his fist on the table in anger, making the teacup vibrate loudly. A country bumpkin dares to go against the government. This is outrageous. Steward Cui forced a smile and said, Master, there were nearly 30 constables and Yamen runners who went today, twice as many as the assassins last night. It seems this person is no ordinary man. Cui Yukai understood perfectly well, which was why he was even more furious. He was incredibly wealthy, and his son-in-law was a county magistrate, yet his only son had been castrated. He clenched his fists, his old face contorted with rage. You bastard, I won't rest until I've killed his whole family. No, I'll kill his entire village. Little did he know that the person he so desperately wanted to kill had already infiltrated the Cui residence. The Cui residence was very large, and Chen Mo was too lazy to search room by room. He simply grabbed his servant, punched him, and found out where Cui Yukai and Cui Hao lived. Soon, he arrived at the study door, pushed it open, and immediately saw Butler Cui and a small old man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face. Young Master Chen. Butler Cui recognized Chen Mo at a glance, his face filled with shock. After Chen Mo entered, he casually closed the door behind him. Cui Yukai looked at the 2 of them with suspicion. You know each other? Steward Cui quickly explained, Master, this man is the young Master Chen who sells duck dung incense. Cui Yukai was initially startled, then inwardly cursed his servants as incompetent. Someone had entered the mansion, and no one had even reported it. He turned to his steward, Chuanyo, and yelled, Chuanyo, how do you manage your servants? A perfectly healthy person walked in, and no one noticed? Chen Mo interrupted him directly. Master Cui, you've wronged Steward Cui in this matter because I climbed over the wall to get in. Cui Yotsai's face darkened. You're breaking into my house in the middle of the night. What do you want to do? Are you looking for death? Chen Mo laughed. Last night you sent people to climb over my wall. So today I'm returning the favor. Is that all right? Cui Yukai slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly, veins bulging on his forehead. You're the one who hurt my son? Chuanyo, call for help. Kill him for me. Bayou. Before Butler Chui could even move, a peanut had already pierced his forehead. Chui Yukai trembled with fear, his eyes wide open as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. He opened his mouth to call for help, but Chen Mo fired another shot. Ah! Chui Yukai was shot in the thigh and screamed as he fell to his knees, his face pale with pain, but he still gritted his teeth and threatened. My son-in-law is the county magistrate. Do you know what the consequences will be if you kill me? Chen Mo snorted coldly, aiming the gun directly at his forehead, stubborn as a mule. Chui Yotsai's heart tightened. Chui Nyo had just died from a gunshot wound to the head. He immediately panicked. No, 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 young Master Chen, please don't kill me. I'll give you money. Chen Mo was waiting for this very sentence. Chui Yofu was one of the wealthiest men in the region, and he must have a lot of gold, silver, and valuables. Where's the vault? Chui Yukai trembled with pain, but still tried to bargain. Right there, promise to let me go. Chen Mo sneered. You're not qualified to negotiate. Judging from your performance, if you try to fool me, you're dead for sure. Chui Yukai nodded repeatedly, enduring the excruciating pain in his legs, and laboriously moved to the corner of the room. He lifted the carpet, then pried open a piece of floorboards, revealing a rectangular hole. After Chui Yukai went down to light the candles, Chen Mo descended the wooden ladder into the secret room. The secret room was about 10 square meters in size and was filled with boxes of various sizes, with jade and porcelain items displayed on the shelves. Chen Mo casually opened a box, which was full of gleaming silver ingots. He was overjoyed. He had struck it rich. Chui Yukai stood aside, still thinking about how to escape. He felt that Chen Mo definitely couldn't take so much silver with him by himself. At this moment, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Tell me the number. Chui Yukai was taken aback, then honestly replied, 30,000 taels of silver and 2,200 taels of gold. Chen Mo's eyes darkened. The richest man in Nanshan City. And this is all the money you have? Chui Yukai cried with a mournful face. Young Master Chen, all my wealth is here, really. If I'm lying to you, I'll be cursed with childlessness. In his heart, he thought, since it's already over, I might as well lie. Chen Mo sneered. You old geezer, I don't believe you for a second. Besides gold and silver, you should also have land and property, right? Chapter 37, Going All Out. Upon hearing this, Chui Yukai frowned deeply, cursing inwardly. He couldn't possibly hand over all his wealth, or he wouldn't even have underwear left. He quickly walked to the shelf, took down a small box, opened it, and said with a smile, Young Master Chen, this is the deed and key to a house in the West City. Only I know about that place, so you can stay there without worry. Chen Mo smiled faintly, thinking that he would only be truly at ease if you were dead. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't speak, Chui Yukai tentatively asked again, There's so much silver, you can't move it all by yourself. Should I call my servants to help? Chen Mo sneered inwardly. This old man was indeed not stupid. He even knew to call for help. He smiled and waved his hand, no need. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Mo suddenly raised his gun and pointed it at Chui Yotsai's head. Chui Yukai trembled with fear, his face turning deathly pale. You can't break your promise. Don't kill me. But he would never know how Chen Mo managed to take the money away. The next moment, a muffled gunshot rang out. Bayou. Chen Mo looked at the fallen Chui Yukai, a mocking smile on his lips. Oops, sorry, it went off accidentally. Before long, he had cleaned up everything in the secret room. But Chen Mo was not at ease. Now that he was here, he couldn't just leave. There might be hidden compartments or secret rooms inside. He took out a military flashlight, and with a sweep of its beam, he found a neat crack in the wall, 2 vertical and 1 horizontal, clearly resembling a door. Chen Mo stepped forward and pushed, and the wall slowly moved, revealing another space inside. The dark room was also filled with boxes of all sizes, almost as many as the ones outside. Chen Mo naturally didn't stand on ceremony and took them all. After finishing those tasks, he also dealt with Chui Hao. To his surprise, that kick he had delivered earlier had rendered Chui Hao a eunuch. Now, things have gotten worse. He can no longer be a eunuch and has become a dead eunuch. After leaving the Chui residence, Chen Mo went to Leopard's place. This leopard was like a gang leader in the city, with many men under his command. Chen Mo went straight for him, killing more than 20 people. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. When Chen Mo woke up, he felt a soft, fragrant embrace. Wang Xie was fast asleep, completely naked, licking her lips in her dream like a greedy little pig. Chen Mo pinched her cheek and laughed. "You pighead, wake up." Wang Xie opened her eyes groggily and raised her little fist. "You're the pig? Don't wake me, I want to sleep." Chen Mo said, "If you don't get up, I'm leaving." Wang Xie rubbed her eyes and asked, "Where to?" "Let's go see our new home." After washing up and having breakfast, the two led their horses toward the west of the city. Halfway there, a disheveled, starving beggar spotted them. Seeing that the two men were well-dressed and had kind faces, the beggar knelt down in front of them with a thud. "Young master, madam, please have mercy and give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for 3 days." Chen Mo glanced at him. He wasn't very old and looked all right. If he was reliable, it wouldn't be bad to take him back to guard the house. However, he quickly changed his mind. There were many beggars in the city, and if the young people were brought together, they could become a force to be reckoned with. Although Yi Xian is dead, if a new county magistrate is appointed in the future, no one can say for sure whether he will continue to target Yi Xian. If Chen Mo wants to live a peaceful life, he must develop his own power base. Thinking of this, he looked at the beggar and said, "Get up." The beggar was overjoyed, thinking he had met a kind-hearted benefactor. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyao was strolling around the street with her maid. The maid said with a look of satisfaction, "Miss, it's great that Shui Hao has become a eunuch. He can no longer bother you." Shui Hao's habit of bullying men and women by relying on the power of the Chui family is well known in Nanshan City. Many merchants have suffered from the Chui family's oppression, including the Gu family, and some have even been forced to move away. The news of Chen Mo teaching Chui how a lesson that day had already spread throughout the city, and the people were secretly applauding. Gu Shuyao, however, was somewhat worried. "It's a good thing, but I'm afraid that young master will get into big trouble because of it. I don't know if he's still all right now." The maidservant quickly comforted her. "Miss, don't worry. The young master is handsome and has a distinguished air about him. Good fortune will always be with him." Gu Shuyao nodded gently. "I hope so." Just then, the maid suddenly pointed forward and exclaimed in surprise, "Miss, look! Isn't that the young master who saved us?" Gu Shuyao looked in the direction she was looking and, sure enough, saw Chen Mo. She had thought she would never see him again, but she hadn't expected to run into him so soon. She frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the Chui family?" At this moment, Chen Mo had already led the beggar to a roadside stall and ordered 2 bowls of tofu pudding. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the meat, but rather that he was afraid the beggar, who had been starving for too long, would suddenly eat meat and ruin his stomach. The beggar's eyes lit up, and he finished the tofu pudding in a few bites, even licking his lips with lingering satisfaction. Seeing this, Chen Mo asked the owner to serve him 2 more large bowls. The beggar thanked him repeatedly, picked up the bowl, and drank it all down, eventually licking the bowl clean. Chen Mo asked him, "How old are you? What's your name?" The beggar quickly put down his bowl and said, "Young master, my name is Huachuku, and I am 18 years old. Go all out. Chen Montak Chakut. Nice name, something special. Would you like to come with me?" Upon hearing this, Huachu's dirty face immediately broke into a smile, and he knelt down. "Young master, I'm willing. As long as I have something to eat, I'll do anything." Chen Mo thought for a moment, then took out a 5-tael silver ingot and handed it to him. "Go buy some clothes, take a bath, and then find me in the East Street and West Alley of Ping'anfong in the West City." Huachu was stunned when he looked at the heavy silver in his hand. This was 5 taels of silver, and the other party had just handed it to him like that, clearly treating him like a human being. He quickly kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, madam." After we left, Wang Xie couldn't help but ask, "Husband, aren't you afraid he'll take the money and not come back?" Chen Mo smiled faintly. "If that's really the case, we're better off without such people. Consider it robbing the rich to help the poor. Let's go." Gu Shuyao and her maid witnessed this entire scene. The maid watched Chen Mo's departing figure, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Miss, the young master is such a good person, but it seems he's leaving." Chapter 38, The Eternal Second Place. Gu Shuyao nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said to the maid, Hua our family's tea shop is not far from here. Go and get a jar of duck shit fragrance tea. Go quickly. Okay, the maid replied, and immediately took off running, as anxious as if her bottom was on fire. Seeing that Chen Mo was almost gone, Gu Shuyao also lifted her skirt and ran after him. Young master, she said softly, but her voice carried clearly to the front. Chen Mo paused, looking at Wang Xie with a puzzled expression. Xie, why do I feel like someone is calling me from behind? Wang Xie glanced at him. You're not the only one in the world who calls himself young master. Chen Mo thought it made sense, and was about to continue walking when a soft, young master came from behind him. He frowned and turned around, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Gu Shuyao jogged over, her figure rising and falling, her steps hurried yet elegant, attracting the attention of many people around her. After seeing who it was, Chen Mo recognized that it was Gu Shuyao, who had given him the sachet before. Soon, Gu Shuyao arrived in front of him. Upon seeing this, Wang Xie raised an eyebrow and thought to herself, this scoundrel really is a womanizer. Chen Mo asked curiously, Miss Shuyao, what's going on? Gu Shuyao blushed slightly and said softly, Young master, I came here specifically to thank you for what you did that day. Chen Mo waved his hand. You're welcome. Gu Shuyao pursed her lips and asked again, This humble woman does not yet know your honorable name, sir. Chen Mo smiled and said, I dare not accept such a name. My name is Chen Mo, the Mo in ink. Gu Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The character, Wolk, Mo ink, resonated perfectly with her own name, Su, Shu Book. She smiled gently. So you are young Master Chen. May I ask where you reside? Chen Mo thought to himself, this is like checking my household registration, but he still gave his new address, West Alley, East Street, Pinganfang, Xiqing District. Gu Shuyao nodded slightly, then looked at Wang Xie. Young Master Chen, who is this? Chen Mo said directly, Wang Xie, my wife. A complex emotion flashed in Gu Shuyao's eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, Your wife is so dashing and beautiful. I'm so envious. Wang Xie smiled and was clearly in a good mood. She replied, Miss Shuyao is beautiful and intelligent. She must be from a well-to-do family. Gu Shuyao smiled shyly. Miss Xie, you flatter me. Chen Mo found it somewhat amusing to watch from the sidelines. The women were quite scathing in their compliments to each other, but they were quite fitting. One was dashing and heroic, the other beautiful and intelligent. Just then, the maid came running back, panting, and handed Gu Shuyao a jar of duck droppings incense. When Chen Mo saw the tea leaves, he was immediately stunned. Wasn't this his own duck shit fragrance tea? Gu Shuyao presented it with both hands. Young Master Chen, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it with a smile. Chen Mo politely declined, saying, Miss Shuyao, I have plenty of tea. I appreciate your kind offer, but please take it back to your father. Gu Shuyao said earnestly, It's all right. This duck shit fragrance is exclusively sold by our family. It tastes excellent. Young master, please take it back and try it. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow after hearing this. So Qian Lixiang Tea House belonged to her family, and he was actually their supplier. He looked at Gu Shuyao, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is your family's tea shop called Thousand Mile Fragrance? Gu Shuyao asked in surprise. Young Master Chen, how did you know? Chen Mo smiled and said, To be honest, I'm the one who provided the duck poop fragrance. Gu Xuyao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected there to be such a connection between the two. After chatting for a few more minutes, Chen Mo took his leave with Wang Xie. Gu Shuyao stood there, watching their departing figures for a long time. Her maid couldn't help but tease, Miss, stop looking, they're all gone. Gu Shuyao rolled her eyes at her. You're such a chatterbox. But her cheeks were flushed crimson. The maid, seeing this, laughed even more mischievously. Miss, have you secretly fallen for him? Hurry up and marry him, so I can serve the young master too. I told you to say it. Gu Shuyao pinched her lips in embarrassment and annoyance. The maid immediately cried out in pain. Ouch, 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 it hurts. Meanwhile, The county government office was in complete chaos. Magistrate Yi Xian and his wife Chui Xiao had suddenly disappeared, and County Assistant Wade Songyin had summoned and questioned everyone who had been on duty the previous night, but had gotten nothing out of them. No one saw them leave, nor did anyone see outsiders come in, and there were no suspicious traces at the scene, as if the two had vanished in a thin air. Wade Songyin paced anxiously back and forth in the hall, but there was still no news of the constables and yamen runners who had gone out on business yesterday, and only Yi Xian knew where they had gone. Just then, a yamen runner came running from afar, shouting, "Lord Wei." Wade Songyin immediately stopped. "What is it? Speak quickly." The constable clasped his hands and said, "Something has happened at the Chui residence. Master Chui, Steward Chui, Chui Hao, and a servant have all disappeared." Wade Songyin's expression darkened, realizing the situation was more serious than he had imagined. He pressed, "Has the Chui residence discovered anything?" The constable replied, "We found bloodstains, and all the gold and silver valuables in the secret room are gone. In addition, none of the 4 people left the house last night, nor did anyone go in. Other than that, we found nothing else." Wade Songyin frowned and waved for the constables to leave. But once they were gone, a smug smile crept onto his lips. With war raging in the north, the imperial court is unlikely to have time to attend to such trivial matters and will most likely seek out local talent. So, shouldn't he, who has always been second best, finally get to experience being a county magistrate? Ha ha. Chapter 39 Street Juggling. Chen Mo and his companion quickly found a place to stay in the western part of the city. It was a 3-courtyard house, even larger than the one in Baiyun village. The house was only covered in some dust, but it was fully furnished with tables, chairs, and other furniture. It was ready to move in with a little tidying up, and Chen Mo was very satisfied with it. Not long after, Chu, having taken a bath and changed into new clothes, came over following the horses by the door. Chen Mo and Wang Xie almost didn't recognize him. The young man in front of them was not tall and had an honest and simple appearance, completely different from his previous dirty appearance. He bowed as soon as he entered and presented the remaining silver with both hands. Chen Mo glanced at it, waved for him to keep it, and then asked if he had any companions or family. He went out and said that he had no relatives, but he had many companions, all of whom were children without parents. They were often bullied by other beggars in the city and could not even beg for food. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo instructed him to summon all those of similar age. Chu was stunned, not understanding his meaning. Chen Mo simply smiled faintly and said he would take them in and have them do things for him in the future. He was overjoyed and hurriedly ran out after bowing. After he left, Chen Mo turned to Wang Xie and told her to go back to Baiyun village first so that her family wouldn't worry. He also instructed her to have Go Dan patrol outside the village so that they could respond promptly if anything happened. Wang Xin nodded in agreement, only telling Chen Mo to be careful. After she left, Chen Mo took out 10 pieces of pork, 10 chickens, 20 bags of rice, some vegetables, and weapons used by the bandits from his spatial storage, piling them all in the yard. In less than half an hour, Chu arrived with a group of ragged, unkempt beggars. The group stood panting in the courtyard, their eyes widening at the sight of the piles of meat and rice beside them, swallowing hard repeatedly, but no one dared to take a step forward. He went out to report that there were 36 people in total, including himself. Chen Mo nodded, put his hands behind his back, looked at the group, and told them in a serious tone that he had called them here because he wanted to take them in. Following him meant not only being able to eat their fill, but also living in this mansion. But since they had become his people, they had to do whatever he commanded. Upon hearing that they could survive, no one was unwilling. They all shouted that they were willing and swore to follow the young master to the death. Chen Mo was pleased to see this, but he immediately established rules. He told everyone not to be too happy, and that if anyone was lazy, gluttonous, or of bad character, they would be expelled from the family at best, and severely punished. The beggars' expressions turned serious after hearing this. Chen Mo then announced to everyone that from now on, Chu would be the steward, and everyone would follow his orders. He then instructed Hua to send a few people out to cook and the rest to clean the house. He also told everyone to buy 2 new sets of clothes. After saying this, Chen Mo gave him several dozen taels of silver. This wasn't a beggar's den. They couldn't afford to be dressed so filthy anymore. Hua immediately dispatched men and took 2 others out to buy clothes. By nightfall, the entire house had been cleaned thoroughly, and everyone had not only eaten their fill, but also changed into new clothes. Apart from still looking thin, they no longer resembled beggars. Meanwhile, the affair between the county magistrate and Master Chui had become the talk of the town. The rumors grew increasingly outlandish, eventually evolving into the claim that the magistrate and Master Chui had fled together, with some even speculating about war, causing widespread panic. Left with no other option, County Magistrate Wei Songyan could only send someone to report to the prefectural governor's office of Nanshui Prefecture. Chen Mo, on the other hand, arranged for several beggars to secretly keep an eye on the county government office, and if the county government dared to cause trouble in Baiyun village again, they would deal with them on the way. The next day, Chen Mo gathered everyone in the courtyard, intending to teach them swordsmanship and martial arts. However, after a few casual demonstrations, he realized the moves looked very awkward. His own experience as a mercenary, which focused on bayonet techniques, was completely unsuitable for these people. Professional matters should be left to professionals. So Chen Mo told them to exercise on their own first, while he went out for a walk to see if he could find a suitable coach. After walking for a while, he saw some people performing on the street. A middle-aged man with a thick beard clasped his hands and called out to the crowd. Next up is the performance of breaking a boulder on my chest. If you have money, please support me financially. If you don't, please just show your support. After saying that, the middle-aged man lay straight down on the ground. Beside him were a young man and a girl, who looked alike, like siblings. The girl had her hair in a ponytail, a round face, and big eyes. She wore a white dress with a red belt, and her figure appeared exceptionally neat. The siblings worked together to move a large stone slab and placed it on the middle-aged man's chest. The younger man spat twice into his palms, rubbed them together, then swung a sledgehammer with both hands and asked his father if he was ready. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, held his breath, and replied with only 2 words, "Come on." Xiao Ho exerted his strength and brought the sledgehammer down heavily. With a loud crack, the stone slab shattered into several pieces and the onlookers cheered. Immediately afterwards, the siblings began to fight. The man wielded a broadsword, while the woman brandished a red-tasseled spear. Both were agile, their moves coming back and forth. Although there was an element of performance involved, it was clear that they had some skill. Chen Mo observed this and felt that the middle-aged man was the most knowledgeable in martial arts among the 3. If he were to be invited to be the instructor and teach these beggars some basic skills, it would be more than enough. At this moment, the middle-aged man walked towards the crowd with his earthenware bowl, asking for tips, still shouting, "Those with money, please support us financially. Those without money, please support us with your presence." But wherever he went, the onlookers scattered, and after circling around, there was only 1 copper coin in the bowl. The middle-aged man looked at the lone copper coin, shook his head and sighed, his face full of helplessness. He muttered that he was afraid he would go hungry again today. The crowd quickly dispersed, and the brother and sister who were fighting had no choice but to stop, their faces showing disappointment. Just then, Chen Mo took out a 1-tael silver ingot from his spatial storage and placed it into the middle-aged man's bowl with a clang. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted, and he was immediately startled. He quickly said, "Young master, this is too much." The siblings, who had been dejected, perked up instantly upon seeing this, feeling that the young master was incredibly generous. Chapter 40 Westlake in June. Chen Montak chakut. He'd seen people complain about having too little, but he'd never seen anyone complain about having too much. This family was certainly honest. They'd be perfect as coaches. He waved his hand, saying their performance was excellent, and this small reward was nothing. The middle-aged man held the bowl, staring blankly at the heavy silver ingots inside. Keep in mind, this is roughly a month's income for their family of 3. But for Chen Mo, it's just a drop in the ocean, considering he just acquired 50 or 60,000 taels of silver and several thousand taels of gold last night. Chen Mo changed the subject and asked them how much they usually earn from their stall. Seeing that he didn't seem like a bad person, The middle-aged man told the truth. Sometimes 50 or 60 copper coins, sometimes a few, and if they encountered wind and rain while traveling, they might not earn a single coin. Chen Mo quickly calculated that they would earn at most 1,000 copper coins a month, and even less if divided among 3 people. So he said directly, "How about this? I'll give each of you 1 tael of silver a month to be my coach. How about that?" The siblings were stunned. 1 tael each, that's 3 taels of silver a month for the 3 of them, which is equivalent to 2 or 3 months of their earnings from performing. The middle-aged man was also intrigued. He knew his daughter couldn't wander with him forever, and his son would eventually get married. So he cautiously asked, "The coach you mentioned, young master, is it someone who teaches kung fu?" Chen Mo nodded. Yes, in addition to wages, food and lodging are also provided. The 3 were stunned again. Could there be such a good thing in the world? They had been working hard, sleeping in the open and showing their faces in public, and they couldn't earn much money. Now, not only did they get paid, but they also got room and board. It was too tempting. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened noticeably, but he still suppressed his excitement and asked, "Young master, is this really true?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "If you agree, come with me now." At this moment, the girl pulled the middle-aged man aside and whispered, "Dad, is this guy a con man? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Having spent many years navigating the world, the middle-aged man had considered this possibility before. After a moment's thought, he said he would go and take a look first. If it didn't work, he would run. If that still didn't work, he would fight to the death. The girl hesitated before nodding, then stole another glance at Chen Mo. Seeing his elegant demeanor and finding him reasonably pleasing to the eye, she decided to believe him for the time being. The 3 packed up their belongings and left with Chen Mo, feeling uneasy. After talking on the way, Chen Mo learned about their background. The middle-aged man was called Chu Desheng, the boy was called Chu Yunfei, and the girl was called Chu Yunxiao, Chu Yunfei's older sister. Chu Desheng's wife was raped and murdered by a local bully. After the father and his 2 sons avenged her, they left their hometown and became homeless, making a living by performing on the streets. Back at the house, Chu Desheng saw the courtyard filled with people and a considerable number of weapons, and his brows immediately furrowed. He wondered to himself, with so many people gathered together, could they be planning a rebellion? But looking at those people, they all seemed foolish and stupid. To expect them to rebel would be a recipe for disaster, unless they were insane. Although Chu Desheng had his doubts, he didn't ask further. Chen Mo briefly introduced the 3 to the beggars' sect members, and then instructed them to follow the instructor's instructions and practice diligently. Afterwards, he led the 3 members of the Chu family to the second courtyard. Since he's a coach, he naturally can't live with the students. Besides, there's Chu Yunxiao, a girl he should take care of. Chen Mo pointed to the courtyard. "You'll be staying here from now on. You can choose any room you like." The 3 of them were shocked after hearing this. They had thought they would at most stay in a large dormitory, but they never expected to be in such a semi-independent courtyard. The treatment was so good that it felt unreal to them. Chu Desheng stared blankly at Chen Mo. "Young Master Chen, you're letting us stay in such a nice place this." Chen Mo smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay. It's just sitting empty anyway." No sooner had he finished speaking than Hua Chu ran in and reported, "Young Master, a girl who calls herself Shu Yao is looking for you. She's at the door right now." Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. He could even find someone like this? Was she born in the year of the dog? And so proactively. It seemed she was somewhat interested in him. He walked to the door and, sure enough, saw Gu Shu Yao and her maid. In the few days since he'd last seen her, Gu Shu Yao seemed even more beautiful. Her face was rounder, her makeup exquisite, her skin as white as snow, her lips luscious red, and her figure exceptionally striking. The 2 women, mistress and servant, stepped forward to bow, their voices melodious and their movements gentle. Chen Mo told them there was no need for such formalities and then asked if they wanted to come in and sit down. Gu Shuyao looked slightly shy and said softly that there were too many people inside, so they would talk outside. Chen Mo nodded and asked her what she wanted to see him about. Gu Shuyao couldn't hide her smile as she said that the county magistrate, his wife Chui Xiao, and Chui Yukai, and his son Chui, how had all gone missing, and the news had spread throughout the city. In her view, the disappearance of those people was a great relief, and it also meant that Chen Mo who had saved them, was safe. Chen Mo feigned surprise. There's such a thing? I really didn't know there was such big news in the city if you hadn't told me. After a brief silence, Gu Shuyao parted her red lips slightly and asked nervously, "Young Master Chen, do you have a moment?" After saying that, she lowered her eyes shyly, a charming blush spreading across her pretty face. Chen Mo was taken aback, feeling that something was off about the girl today. He replied, "If you have time, just say what's on your mind." Gu Shuyao's voice was barely audible. "I'd like to invite you to take a walk around Westlake." Westlake is located in the western part of the city, and it's the only place in Nanshan City where you can enjoy sightseeing. Since Chen Mo had nothing else to do, there was no harm in accompanying a beautiful woman for a stroll, so he agreed. The two chatted idly along the way, while the maid followed behind with a look of envy. Soon after, the three arrived at Westlake and strolled slowly along its shore. A gentle breeze in June ripples across the vast lake. Willows sway gracefully along the banks, and lotus flowers bloom in the lake, their red and green hues creating a beautiful scene. The scenery was just like the beautiful woman beside him. Gu Shuyao's round, pretty face always wore a sweet smile, and her skirt swayed gently with her steps, making Chen Mo feel relaxed for once. As they walked, the two came to a pavilion. Gu Shuyao gazed at the lake view, her red lips slightly pursed, as if deep in thought. After a moment, she decided to test Chen Mo's literary talent. Her ideal partner should not only be handsome, virtuous, and courageous, but also possess some literary talent. So she said softly, "Young Master Chen, with such a beautiful view, why not compose a poem?" Reciting poetry? Chen Mo is quite adept at that. As a modern person who has studied for over a decade, he can recite poems even if he can't compose them. More importantly, none of the ancient poems from his world appear here. He's determined to make a scene. With one hand behind his back and the other pointing towards the lake, Chen Mo recited aloud. The West Lake in June is truly unique, its scenery unlike any other season. The lotus leaves stretch endlessly to the sky, a boundless expanse of green, while the lotus blossoms, bathed in sunlight, are a vibrant red. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuyao's bright eyes instantly lit up, filled with astonishment. West Lake, June, lotus leaves, lotus flowers. Every line was perfectly fitting, as if it had been written specifically for this time and place. She had never heard such a beautiful poem before, and felt it was a masterpiece. Just then a mocking voice came from behind. So wet, so wet. I have some comments about chapter 41, but not many. Just as the two were about to leave, several frivolous voices suddenly came from behind them. Chen Mo turned around and saw three young men staring at Gu Shuyao with lewd smiles on their faces. Based on the original owner's memories, Chen Mo recognized the leader as Wei Xiong, the son of County Magistrate Wei Sangyan, who also held the title of Shiozai, a scholar who passed the imperial examinations. This man had a hairy black mole near his nose and had bullied the original owner quite a bit in the past. Wei Xiong also recognized Chen Montak. He was taken aback at first, then sneered. "Oh, so it's you, a peasant. You're dressed like a human being. I thought you had starved to death long ago." Chen Mo frowned and retorted coldly. "You're the one who will starve to death. Your whole family will starve to death." Wei Xiong's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected that this person, who had previously allowed him to humiliate him, would dare to talk back to his face. He trembled with anger. "Chen Mo, how dare you? Do you know who my father is?" Chen Mo scoffed. "Your father isn't my son. What does it have to do with me?" Upon hearing this, Wei Xiong turned green with rage and pointed at him, shouting, "You dare to insult an official of the imperial court? Believe me, I'll make sure you rot in jail." Chen Mo was too lazy to waste words with him, and simply said, "I'll wait," before taking Gu Shuyao's hand and leaving. Gu Shuyao was completely stunned. She hadn't expected Chen Mo to suddenly take her hand. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart raced, and even her steps felt weak. Wei Xiong was already holding back his anger, and when he saw Chen Mo holding Gu Shuyao's hand in front of him, he felt even more jealous and resentful, and immediately stopped the two of them. He adopted a haughty attitude and said to Gu Shuyao, "Miss Shuyao, What future do you have with this peasant? Why not marry me as my concubine? Once my father becomes the county magistrate, I will guarantee that your Gu family will become the richest family in Nanshan City. Chen Mo sneered. His son dared to be so arrogant before even being promoted to county magistrate. If he were to actually take that position, wouldn't he be just another Yixian? He said impatiently, "Go away. A good dog doesn't block the way." Wei Xiong was about to retaliate when Chen Mo shoved him aside. Wei Xiong staggered a few steps, nearly falling, and immediately became enraged. Watching Chen Mo leave with Gu Shuyao, he gritted his teeth and said, "You filthy peasant, you're asking for it. I'll teach you a lesson today." The two young men beside him joined in the commotion, saying they absolutely couldn't let him go and would call for backup. Wei Xiong, however, snorted coldly, thinking that there was no need to call for help to deal with a country bumpkin. The three quickly caught up and blocked Chen Mo's path again. Wei Xiong grinned maliciously. "Today I'll show you what a fist is." A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He glanced around, saw that there was no one nearby, and there was a small grove of trees not far away. So he said indifferently, "Want to fight? Let's go into the woods, and I'll give you a good fight." Wei Xiong thought Chen Mo was afraid of losing face in front of Gu Shuyao, and immediately became smug. "Fine, I'll give you some face and won't beat you up in front of Miss Shuyao." Gu Shuyao looked at Chen Mo with a face full of worry. After all, Wei Xiong was the son of the county magistrate and held a high position in Nanshan City. She was afraid that Chen Mo would get into trouble. Chen Mo smiled gently at her, released her hand, and turned to walk into the woods. Not long after, the four of them arrived in the woods, and Wei Xiong and the other two immediately surrounded him, rubbing their hands together as if they were about to beat him to a pulp. Chen Mo had already drawn his silenced pistol and smiled at Wei Xiong. "Young Master Wei, I'm about to make my move." Wei Xiong was still laughing wildly. "You peasant, you're about to die, and you still—" Before he could finish speaking, a soft sound was heard. The bullet pierced his forehead. Wei Xiong's smile froze instantly, and he collapsed heavily onto the withered leaves. The other two young men were terrified, their pupils shrinking and their mouths agape. One of them even wet his pants on the spot, and a foul stench quickly filled the air. The county magistrate's son died just like that. The two men trembled as they tried to speak, but Chen Mo didn't give them a chance, pulling the trigger in quick succession and firing 2 more bullets. After dealing with the 3 people, Chen Mo lit a cigarette and waited until he finished it before casually walking out of the woods. The maid saw him from afar and immediately exclaimed with delight, "Miss, the young master is coming out." The worry on Gu Shuyao's face finally disappeared, and she stepped forward and asked softly, "Young Master Chen, are you all right?" Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing." She looked towards the woods again and asked in confusion, "Where are the others?" Chen Mo had already prepared his explanation and casually said, "I chased them away." Gu Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief. Then she asked with some curiosity, "You're so talented. Why does Wei Xiong call you a peasant?" Chen Mo answered frankly, "Because I'm from the countryside." Gu Shuyao didn't show any disgust after hearing this. On the contrary, she felt that he was both literate and martial, and could also make money. There was nothing wrong with him coming from the countryside. Seeing this, Chen Mo took her hand again and said, "Let's continue walking." This time, Gu Shuyao didn't struggle, but her face turned even redder. Before, she had been passive, but now it seemed like she was acquiescing. Chen Mo knew in his heart that the marriage was basically settled. However, he felt there were some things he needed to clarify beforehand. So he asked, "Shuyao, you don't mind that I have a family?" Gu Shuyao lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "I don't mind." Chen Mo smiled and asked again, "Aren't you going to ask me how many I have?" Gu Shuyao's heart tightened slightly, but she still asked, "How many do you have?" Chen Mo counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Gu Shuyao was speechless for a moment, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. She had thought that when he said he had a family, he meant Wang Xia, whom she had met, but she hadn't expected that he had 5. Chen Mo was also a little embarrassed, but her hand was still in her own palm, and she didn't pull it back. In other words, she had an opinion, but not a big one. Thinking of this, Chen Mo suddenly stopped, reached out, and put his arm around her slender waist, pulled her close to his chest, and leaned down to kiss her delicate and soft lips. Gu Shuyao's body trembled violently, completely unprepared for his sudden action. A burning heat spread between them, and she froze, her mind in turmoil. The maidservant next to her was so embarrassed that she quickly turned away, her face as red as a monkey's bottom. A moment later, Chen Mo released Gu Shuyao and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Let's go to your house to propose marriage." Chapter 42, The Name of Elegance. Gu Shuyao hesitated and was a little nervous, but in the end she did not refuse and took Chen Mo all the way back to the Gu family. At this moment, the aroma of tea filled the Gu family's main hall. Gu Qingshan and his wife, Lu Yuanyang, were sitting in the hall enjoying the fragrant tea. As the steam rose from the purple clay teapot, the two suddenly saw their daughter enter with a strange young man. The couple paused slightly as they held their teacups, their gazes immediately falling on the two of them. Being worldly elders, they could vaguely guess what was going on just by looking at the distance between the two walking side by side. Chen Mo's gaze inadvertently fell on Lu Yuanyang, and he secretly admired her. She was very well maintained, with a touch of girlish charm in her eyes and brows, and a graceful figure. Her moon-white dress accentuated her gentle temperament, and it was no wonder that she could give birth to such a beautiful daughter as Gu Shuyao. Gu Shuyao blushed and introduced, "Father, mother, this is young Master Chen Mo, who saved me." Chen Mo stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, "Greetings, uncle and aunt." Gu Qingshan stood up, looked at him, and asked, "Chen Mo, are you the young Master Chen who sells duck dung incense?" He had only learned from Gu Shuyao yesterday that the tea-selling young Master Chen was actually his daughter's savior. Now, seeing him in person, he found Chen Mo to be tall and upright, with clear eyes and an extraordinary air about him, which pleased him quite a bit at first sight. Gu Qingshan then invited Chen Mo to sit down, and couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Chen, why is such a fine tea given such an unrefined name?" In his opinion, if this tea were given a more elegant name, the price might be able to be raised even further. Chen Mo had no idea of the real reason, so he could only casually explain, because this tea is grown on soil that resembles duck droppings. That's where the name comes from. Gu Qingshan nodded, then asked, "I wonder if there's still any stock left." The Chui family is now barely surviving, and their powerful backer has disappeared. Given the quality of the tea and the considerable profits, Gu Qingshan naturally wants to continue the business. Chen Mo said directly, "We have the goods, and there's plenty. But I'm here today to talk to my uncle and aunt about my marriage with Shu Yao." Gu Qingshan wasn't too surprised, as he had already noticed something amiss. However, since it concerned his daughter's lifelong happiness, he naturally wanted to find out the details, so he inquired in detail about Chen Mo's family background, situation, and current arrangements. After Chen Mo finished speaking, Gu Qingshan frowned immediately. Everything else is fine, but this kid already has 5 women around him. Is he going to make his daughter the 6th one? Although the Gu family wasn't a wealthy or powerful clan, they were still considered moderately well off. Gu Qingshan was very reluctant to have his educated and sensible daughter become someone's concubine, as it wouldn't sound good to others. Seeing Gu Shuyao's appearance, he hesitated again. His family had arranged marriages for her before, but she had always refused. Now, however, she was willing to be with Chen Mo, which Gu Qingshan found utterly perplexing. Was this man somehow more appealing than duck droppings? After a long silence, Gu Qingshan looked at his daughter and asked, "Shu Yao, are you really willing to marry young Master Chen?" Gu Shuyao's cheeks flushed red, and she nodded gently. Unable to make up his mind, Gu Qingshan turned to Lu Yuanyang and asked, "Madam, what do you think?" Lu Yuanyang looked at her daughter, then at Chen Mo, and said softly, "My dear husband, since Shu Yao has found her sweetheart, and he is also her savior, it is fate. Let her be." Chen Mo couldn't help but give his mother-in-law a thumbs up in his heart. She was a good mother-in-law. Gu Qingshan finally sighed. "All right, we'll do as you say." Gu Shuyao was overjoyed, her cheeks flushing even more. She lowered her head, twisting her fingers nervously, both flustered and excited. Gu Qingshan and Lu Yuanyang saw this and understood that their daughter's soul had probably been bewitched by Chen Mo and nothing could bring her back. The two chatted for a while longer and finally set the wedding date for 7 days later. Gu Qingshan didn't make any other demands, only asking for 1,000 jars of duck dung incense as a bride price. This was incredibly easy for Chen Mo. He even added 1,000 more. It was just a matter of spending a little money, and he never expected that the duck shit fragrance could actually bring him a wife. The next day, Wei Tsangyin discovered that his son, Wei Xiang, had not returned home for a day and a night, and immediately sent people to search for him in brothels. However, they searched every brothel in Nanshan City, but could not find any trace of Wei Xiang. He then sent people to look for Wei Xiang's close friends, only to find that they hadn't returned home either. The families had initially thought their sons were out fooling around with Wei Xiang, but now that they had all disappeared, they were all in a panic. Wei Tsangyin mobilized almost all the Yamen runners and turned Nanshan City upside down, but still to no avail. A terrible thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that they, like Magistrate Yi, had vanished in a thin air? Thinking of this, Wei Tsangyin felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't even taken office as county magistrate yet, and his son was already gone. Overwhelmed with rage, he vowed to find the person behind this and tear them to pieces, reducing their bones to ashes. After calming down, Wei Tsangyin began to piece together the whole story. Meanwhile, news of Wei Xiang and the others' disappearance quickly spread throughout Nanshan City, causing another uproar. Gu Shuyao also heard about this and felt the same way. Why did Wei Xiang and his two best friends disappear after the fight? And why did they happen to be in the woods, where no one knew what had happened? She had a hunch that this matter might be related to Chen Mo, so she immediately instructed her maid not to mention it, lest it bring trouble upon her. Now, she just wanted to quietly wait for her wedding day. Time flies, and a few days have passed. On this day, Chen Mo married Gu Shuyao, and a simple wedding was held at his residence in Xiqing. There were no family members or friends present. Only members of the beggar's sect, the coach, and Gu Shuyao's family members attended. The wedding was conducted in a very low-key manner. The banquet was quite lavish, with plenty of meat and all sorts of exotic fruits and vegetables. After finishing everything, Chen Mo was ready to enter the bridal chamber. Clang! He pushed open the door and found Gu Shuyao and her maid Xinghua sitting on the edge of the bed, whispering and chatting happily. When Xinghua saw him enter, she quickly got out of bed and bowed, saying, "Young master, you're back." Chen Mo smiled and nodded, but seeing that she showed no sign of leaving, he was taken aback. How could this young girl be so inconsiderate? Didn't she know he was about to consummate their marriage? He reminded her, "Xinghua, you should go back to your room and sleep." Xinghua's face flushed red, and she whispered, "Young master, I can't leave. I have to stay here to serve you and the young lady." Chen Mo frowned and looked at Gu Shuyao by the bedside. She nodded slightly, her face redder than her wedding dress. Gu Shuyao lowered her eyes and said gently, "Husband, let the flowers stay." Chen Mo instantly understood. This was a maidservant who shared his room. Xinghua blushed and walked up to Chen Mo, beginning to help him remove his armor. Chapter 43, The Traitors. The sun is high in the sky. Chen Mo woke up naturally, and when he opened his eyes, he was the only one left in the bed. He lifted the sheet and was about to get out of bed when he suddenly noticed 2 bright red flowers left on the mattress. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly, and a bright smile unconsciously appeared on his face. After a while, Chen Mo finished packing and prepared to take Gu Shuyao back to Baiyin village. The two had agreed beforehand that now that they were married, this ugly bride should go back to meet her sisters in the family. At this moment, in the first courtyard, members of the beggar's clan were practicing their boxing with laughter, while Chu Deshang and 2 others wandered around giving pointers. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Gu Shuyao emerge, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed in unison. "Greetings, young master and madam." Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, saying, "I'll be away for a few days. Everyone here will follow the instructions of Instructor Chu and Hua." Everyone responded in unison. After these few days of training, these people are completely different from before. They no longer look weak and frail, and most importantly, they are obedient. They practice martial arts and clean every day, and they even have meat and rice to eat. It's so much better than being a beggar. Chen Mo then said, "Everyone, please continue. Uncle Chu, come out with me for a moment." He led Gu Shuyao to the door and instructed Chu Desheng, "If there is any emergency, come to Baiyun Village to find me." Upon hearing about Baiyun Village, Chu Desheng's eyes showed worry. "Young master, the road ahead may not be safe. Why don't you have Yunfei escort you?" "No need, just keep an eye on this place." Seeing Chen Mo's confidence, Chu Desheng didn't dare to offer any more advice and could only nod. "Then please be careful, young master." Chen Mo responded and helped Gu Shuyao mount her horse. Chu Desheng watched the two ride away, frowning involuntarily, traveling with his beautiful wife without fear of encountering villains. This young man's courage was truly extraordinary. Halfway there, Gu Shuyao felt a little uneasy and asked in a low voice, "Husband, we didn't call her sister when we got married. Will she be angry?" After all, it was somewhat unreasonable not to tell my family about this beforehand. Chen Mo chuckled and said, "It's all right. She's used to it." Seeing how casual he was, Gu Shuyao responded softly, feeling much more relaxed. An hour later, at the county government office, 3 officials from the governor's mansion in Beishan City entered the main hall, led by a yamen runner. Upon seeing them, Wei Tsangyin immediately bowed respectfully, his face full of politeness. The bearded official at the head of the constables smirked and said arrogantly, "Congratulations, Magistrate Wei." Wei Tsangyin was overjoyed, but he suppressed his excitement and asked calmly, "Inspector Chen, what do you mean by that?" Inspector Chen laughed and said, "Can't you tell? The governor's office has decided to temporarily appoint you as the county magistrate, and the official document from the imperial court will arrive soon." Wei Tsangyin was overjoyed. The position of county magistrate had finally fallen to him, and he could finally get rid of that disgusting, perennial second-place status. He quickly greeted them with a smile. "Thank you all for your hard work, sirs." Inspector Chen smiled and lowered his voice, saying, "Magistrate Wei, you know what to do next, don't you?" Wei Tsangyin immediately understood, nodded repeatedly, and promptly arranged for the yamen runners to take the 3 men out for routine business. After leaving the county yamen, the group headed straight for the largest brothel in Nanshan City. Before long, a constable strode in and had just opened his mouth to greet the county magistrate when Wei Tsangyin interrupted him unhappily. "What county magistrate? I have already been promoted." The constable was taken aback for a moment. Then his face lit up with obsequiousness as he quickly changed his tune. "Congratulations, Lord Wei. Congratulations, Lord Wei." Wei Tsangyin stood with his hands behind his back, adopting the air of a county magistrate. "Officer Yuan, what business do you have with me?" Constable Yuan clasped his hands and reported, "Sir, I have investigated thoroughly. The constable's sent by Magistrate Yi that day did go to Baiyun Village." Wei Tsongyin's expression changed, his joy at the promotion instantly suppressed by anger. After all, it was his son who had gone missing. Officer Yuan continued, "The incident started when a scholar named Chen Mo from Baiyun Village injured Shui Hao, who had been harassing Gu Shuyao, the daughter of the Gu family. Therefore, Magistrate Yi sent people to arrest him." Wei Tsongyin frowned, quickly recalling the name Chen Mo, and immediately asked, "What is the relationship between Chen Mo and Gu Shuyao?" Officer Yuan said in a low voice, "They got married yesterday." "Go on." Wei Tsongyin spoke urgently, spitting all over Constable Yuan's face. Constable Yuan dared not wipe it away and could only continue reporting. "As you know, sir, those constables disappeared without a trace. Just like the people of Yi, County vanished into thin air. I sent men to search along the way, but they found no bodies." He paused, then added, "In addition, Baiyun Village is currently undergoing a major construction project to build city walls. That Chen Mo was originally so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat, but for some reason, he suddenly became rich. He not only built a large house in the village, but also took several concubines." Wei Tsongyin's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened, and he asked urgently, "Where is Chen Mo now?" "Reporting to you, sir, not long ago he took Gu Shuyao back to Baiyun Village from his residence. Also, there are dozens of people practicing martial arts at his house every day. Wei Sangyin stroked his white beard, lost in thought. After dozens of Yamen runners disappeared, Yi Xian, Cui Yukai, and others ran into trouble one after another. And now even his son had vanished without a trace, as if they had all evaporated into thin air. After a moment, he asked with a grim face, "Did you alert the enemy during the investigation?" Officer Yuan hurriedly replied, "Sir, it was all done in secret." A cold glint flashed in Wei Sangyin's eyes. "Good. Our chance to make a name for ourselves has arrived. Killing a court official, gathering people to practice martial arts, and privately repairing the city walls. He's plotting a rebellion." His lips twitched, and he sternly ordered, "Immediately assemble the constables, Yamen runners, and soldiers, and follow this county to capture the rebels." Officer Yuan clasped his hands in obeisance and accepted the order. "This humble officer obeys." Wei Sangyin added coldly, "Also, imprison the Gu family and all related personnel. We'll settle accounts with them after we've wiped out Baiyun village." Chapter 44. The enemy approaches the village. Chen Mo's side quickly arrived near Baiyun village. From afar, the high, earthen-yellow wall outside the village resembled a giant dragon, vaguely coiled among the mountains and fields. When Go Dan and his companions, who were hiding in the woods, saw him, they excitedly ran out, calling out, "Young master." But when they saw that there was another beautiful girl on horseback, their expressions immediately turned strange. After only a few days, the young master has brought back another one. Chen Mo leaned down and asked, "Has anything happened these past few days?" Go Dan quickly replied, "No, young master." Chen Mo nodded and was about to enter the village when Go Dan stammered, "Young master, do you still have those cigarettes?" Chen Mo could tell from their expressions that they were probably addicted to cigarettes. He smiled and pulled a whole carton of cigarettes from his sleeve. Go Dan and the others' eyes lit up instantly, and they thanked him profusely as if they had found a treasure. Not long after, Chen Mo passed through the gate and entered the village. Several of the village's most gossipy aunties, seeing that he was accompanied by yet another new girl, immediately erupted in chatter. Someone joked, "Scholar, you're getting married as fast as my hen laying eggs." Others took the opportunity to promote their granddaughters, saying that even 15 or 16-year-olds wanted to be sent to their families. Chen Mo felt awkward. At 15 years old, he, a modern man, simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Gu Shuyao was even more embarrassed and didn't know where to look. She just wanted to get home as soon as possible, but the closer she got to the Chen family home, the more nervous she became. After all, she had several older sisters at home. Chen Mo could only smile and say a few words. "Aunties, you're too kind. I'll go home first, and we can chat again when I have time." As soon as he left, the aunties gathered together again and started talking. They said that he had quite a few wives, but they hadn't heard any news yet. They also envied Zhao Ho Hot for being well-fed and plump, just like a city girl. When Chen Mo brought Gu Shuyao home, everyone was stunned, instinctively assuming that a new member had joined the family. Wang Xie had met her before, but she didn't expect them to become family so quickly, secretly cursing Chen Mo for being so promiscuous. Lin Xiaolu looked at Gu Shuyao with surprise in her eyes and asked, "Husband, who is this?" Chen Mo introduced her with a slightly embarrassed expression. "Her name is Shuyao, and she is your new sister." Gu Shuyao immediately bowed gracefully to everyone and said softly, "Shuyao greets all the sisters." Her features were gentle and refined. Her clothes were exquisite, and her demeanor exuded the air of a lady from a wealthy family, clearly indicating that she was not from an ordinary background. Lin Xiaolu stepped forward and took her hand, saying softly, "Once you're in this house, you're family. There's no need for such formalities, sister." Hearing this, Gu Shuyao's tense heart finally relaxed a little. She had initially worried that her older sisters would be difficult to get along with, but now it seemed that everyone around Chen Mo was gentle and polite. However, Lin Xiaolu secretly glanced at Chen Mo, still thinking about the pregnancy. She hadn't settled the score with him yet. Then Gu Shuyao took out something wrapped in red cloth, and inside were several exquisite hairpins. She gave one to each person as a greeting gift. At this moment, Chen Mo suddenly realized that someone was missing, so he asked, "Where's Sister Ho Hot?" Lin Xiaolu then remembered and quickly said, Sister Ho-Hot has a fever, which has not gone down since last night. We have called a doctor, but it is not getting better. We don't know what to do." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately asked her to lead the way. When they arrived at Zhao Ho-Hot's room, he reached out and touched her forehead. It was burning hot. She definitely had a high fever. Zhao Ho-Hot vaguely felt someone touching her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chen Mo, and tears immediately streamed down her face. She said weakly, "Chen Mo, is that you? I thought I would never see you again. I'm so glad you're back. I was so worried about you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu frowned slightly, sensing something was off, and her gaze fell on Chen Mo. Chen Mo was even more embarrassed, thinking that she was just delirious from a fever. So why was she looking at him? He quickly said he was going to get the medicine, then turned and dashed to the study, where he retrieved a box of ibuprofen from his spatial storage. Upon returning, he took out one pill and handed it to Lin Xiaolu, instructing her, "Take one pill 3 times a day, with 2 hours between each dose." Lin Xiaolu looked at the strange little pills with some doubt. "Husband, can this thing reduce fever?" Chen Mo nodded and told her to quickly feed it to Zhao Ho-Hot. An hour later, Zhao Ho-Hot felt much better. Her head was no longer so heavy, and she felt much more relaxed. She got dressed and came out, and everyone was stunned when they saw her. It couldn't have been better earlier or later, but things just happened to be fine as soon as Chen Mo came back. What a coincidence! Lin Xiaolu frowned and asked her why she had come out. Zhao Ho-Hot looked at Chen Mo with gratitude and said it was all thanks to him. Besides gratitude, there seemed to be another emotion hidden in her eyes. Lin Xiaolu, being a woman herself, naturally noticed it, but simply said, "That's good." Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside. The next moment, Dan rushed in, shouting in a panic, "Young master, something terrible has happened. The government has sent a lot of people, maybe more than 200. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, and all eyes turned to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, however, calmly stood up, a cold glint in his eyes. He had thought the government would back down, but he hadn't expected them to bring over 200 people. Since they won't give up, let's clean them up once and for all. He ordered in a deep voice, Ruoshi, you take Dan and the others to circle around to the enemy's rear and ambush them. Don't worry, I'll leave a few for you to practice on." As he spoke, he chuckled to himself. Seeing his composure, the 3 men immediately felt emboldened and readily agreed. Chen Mo then said to Dan, "Also, make sure all the villagers stay inside the walled area and don't come any closer." A short while later, Chen Mo arrived at the village gate, while Wang Xie and the others quietly slipped into the woods and circled out from the side. At this moment, Sun Chongqing rushed over in a panic, his voice trembling. "My dear son-in-law, what should we do?" He didn't want to offend the government, nor did he want Chen Mo to get into trouble, but it seemed that he could only choose one of the two. Chen Mo turned to look at him and said in a deep voice, "You've rebelled." Sun Chongqing's pupils contracted, and his legs almost went weak. You don't scare me," Chen Mo said with a half-smile. "I said, you're wearing your pants inside out." Sun Chongqing looked down and saw that the pants were inside out, so he couldn't tell which way was which. He was both anxious and speechless. "What kind of time is this?" "You're still joking. The soldiers are about to enter the village." Chen Mo patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Father-in-law, I'm here. Just keep an eye on the villagers and make sure they don't get close." Sun Chongqing left helplessly. He knew that surrendering would mean certain death, but once he fought the government, there would be no turning back. At that moment, he even regretted marrying his daughter to Chen Mo. Soon, Chen Mo climbed the earthen wall, and the soldiers had already arrived at the foot of the village. Wei Sangyan looked up and was surprised to see how high the rammed earth wall was, and immediately narrowed his eyes. Where would a poor, remote village find the money to undertake such large-scale construction projects during a time of famine and chaos? There must be something wrong with this. Wei Sangyan stared at Chen Mo on the wall and coldly ordered, "Officer Yuan, prepare to attack." Officer Yuan glanced around and hesitated. "Sir, there's only one person on the other side. Could there be an ambush?" Wei Sangyan didn't take this small village seriously at all. He not only wanted revenge for his son, but also had his eye on the tens of thousands of taels of silver that had disappeared from the Chui family's property. If they could find it, it would all be his. Even if they didn't, the village's skill in building walls alone meant they must have hidden a considerable amount of money. He sneered, "Just a bunch of troublemakers, not worth mentioning. Charge in and capture the rebels." With a clang, Constable Yuan drew his sword, pointed it at the village gate, and shouted, "Take down the rebels! Charge!" The next moment, the soldiers and yamen runners charged towards Baiyun village with a whoosh. Chapter 45, Everyone Will Have It. Charge! The soldiers rushed towards the village gate in a swarm. In their eyes, dealing with a few troublemakers was nothing. Chen Mo stood on the rammed earth wall, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his face full of disdain. The next moment, a single soldier rocket launcher suddenly appeared in his hand. With a whoosh, the rocket shot through the air and then exploded with a deafening roar. The soldiers at the forefront were instantly engulfed in flames, their flesh and blood flying everywhere, and screams filled the air. Some people covered their faces, some hugged their legs, and some looked down and saw their intestines, collapsing in terror on the spot. The officers and soldiers behind them were all dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed and not daring to take another step forward. "What is this? It looks like it was shot down from above." Wei Tsangyan trembled involuntarily at the sight. But he was now the county magistrate. If he couldn't even subdue a small village, how could he maintain his authority? Moreover, there was clearly only Chen Mo on that broken wall. Suppressing his fear, Wei Tsangyan shouted fiercely, "If this traitor is not eliminated, the world will not be at peace. Take over Widow Village for this county. Those without wives, this county will reward you." Officer Yuan, eager to impress the new magistrate, drew his sword and shouted, "Take Widow Village. Charge!" But they had no idea that the cannons on the wall were already pointed at them. No sooner had he finished speaking than another loud bang was heard. Bang! Wei Tsangyan, along with several mounted constables and soldiers, were blown away on the spot. The horses neighed and dust billowed. By the time everyone came to their senses, Wei Tsangyan and Constable Yuan were already dead. The master is dead. The remaining officers and soldiers panicked completely, their steps faltering as they retreated uncontrollably. They were just ordinary yamen runners and county soldiers, who would be willing to risk their lives for a few hundred coins. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Run," and the others immediately forgot about the corpses, abandoned their armor and weapons, and turned to flee. The villagers heard 2 loud bangs, and then saw Chen Mo come down from the earthen wall and calmly walk out of the village gate. They were filled with doubt. Logically, so many soldiers should have stormed him by now, but apart from the faint screams, there was no other sound outside. Lin Dahu's face turned pale as he looked at Sun Chongqing, his voice trembling. "Village chief, isn't my brother-in-law's actions considered rebellion?" Sun Chongqing trembled even more violently, his forehead covered in sweat. "They've already fought with the soldiers. Is there any need to say more?" Lin Dahu suddenly felt weak all over and could barely speak. The surrounding villagers looked at each other in bewilderment, their hearts filled with panic. Everyone knows that rebellion is a capital offense, punishable by death, and could even implicate 9 generations of one's family. They were either from Widow Village or nearby villagers. Once implicated, no one could escape. Lin Dahu gritted his teeth and looked at Sun Chongqing again. "Village chief, shall we go over and take a look?" That was his brother-in-law after all, so he had to go and see him no matter what. Sun Chongqing hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and walked shakily toward the village gate with Lin Dahu. At this moment, Chen Mo was already chasing after the fleeing soldiers with a rifle. Gunshots rang out incessantly, and with each shot, someone fell. The officers and soldiers were terrified and ran forward as fast as they could, wishing they had more legs. On the other side, Wang Xie and her men, who had been lying in ambush in the woods, immediately took action when they saw the fleeing soldiers charging towards them. Those who were to fire their guns opened fire, and those who were to shoot arrows fired. The crowd was too dense, and Wang Xie shot down one person with her first shot. Her eyes lit up, and she was incredibly excited, the thrill of firing a gun instantly surging up inside her. Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoshi didn't hesitate either, emptying their magazines in one go. It must be said this gun was indeed effective, fast, and deadly. Although Go Dan, Xiao Lu, and the others were envious, their bows and arrows were not just for show. With a few swift shots, they felled several more soldiers. After this round, another 20 or so officers and soldiers fell. The remaining men were so frightened that they dropped their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. Wang Xie immediately led her men out of the woods and brought them all under control. Not long after, Chen Mo arrived. He looked at everyone, snapped his fingers, and laughed. Well done. Wang Xie's eyes widened again when she saw the large thing in his hand. Just like his, it could change size. If only hers could grow bigger too. She quickly came to her senses, frowned, and asked, "Husband, what should we do with these people?" Chen Mo remained silent for a moment, then said coldly, "Kill them all." Upon hearing this, the officers and soldiers kneeling on the ground trembled with fear, and some even urinated on the spot. "Sir, spare my life. We don't want to die. Magistrate Wei forced us to come. Spare me. Spare me." Pleas for mercy rose and fell, but Chen Mo remained unmoved. He simply didn't have the manpower to guard these people. Keeping them around would only create a threat. So he waved to Go Dan and the others, signaling them to step back. The next moment, gunshots rang out again. A moment later, all the soldiers on the ground were motionless. Everyone who saw was horrified. So many people had been sent to their deaths in the blink of an eye. It has to be said that the power of this behemoth is truly terrifying. After her initial shock, Wang Xie walked up to Chen Mo with a pistol in her hand and asked eagerly, "Husband, can you teach me how to make myself bigger?" Chen Mo smiled bitterly to himself. This wasn't something that could be changed at will. He could only smile and say, "I can't teach you this, but I'll give you a hand later." Wang Xie's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Husband, really? Now that things have come to this, they'll have to use firearms sooner or later." Chen Mo nodded and said, "Of course, each of you will have them." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. Holding such a massive machine in their hands would be incredibly imposing, and in a real fight, they could definitely take on 100 men single-handedly. Just then, Sun Chongqing and Lin Dahu walked over, stepping over the corpses and smelling the strong stench of blood. The two men were horrified as they watched. So many soldiers had been wiped out by Chen Mo and his men. It was truly terrifying. They then realized why Chen Mo was always so calm. His methods were far more sophisticated than ordinary people could imagine. Sun Chongqing asked worriedly, "Chen Mo, what should we do now?" Chen Mo felt somewhat helpless. His power had not yet been truly established, but things had already come to this point. What would be the point of turning against him? He looked at everyone, his gaze resolute. Things have come to this point. I, Chen Mo, am sworn to be at odds with this cannibalistic world. I'm rebelling. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie, Go Dan, and the others showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, their eyes gleamed with excitement. The two sisters, Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoshi, remained calm. No matter what Chen Mo did, they would follow him. Although Lin Dahu was extremely nervous, he also understood that not resisting meant sitting and waiting to die. Sun Chongqing seemed to have already guessed the answer, so he wasn't too surprised, but he was still terrified. However, he also knew that even if he didn't rebel now, his status as the village chief and father-in-law would make it difficult for him to remain unscathed. Even the entire village could suffer as a result. So now the only way out is to go all the way down this dark path. Fortunately, Chen Mo has such terrifying abilities that at least surviving shouldn't be a problem. After a moment of silence, Sun Chongqing asked in a deep voice, "So, have you thought about what to do now?" Chen Mo only said 5 words. "Take Nanshan City. Chapter 46, do you want some peanuts?" "But we don't have enough manpower, do we?" Sun Chongqing looked at Chen Mo with a worried expression. Chen Mo also understood that the biggest problem in taking Nanshan City was the lack of manpower. The people from Wild Wolf Mountain, including the beggars, numbered only about 100. They had to mobilize the villagers. He immediately led his men back to the village. By then, the villagers had already gathered at the village entrance, all of them both frightened and shocked. After all, Chen Mo and his men had just killed 100 or 200 soldiers. It was a truly horrifying event. Chen Mo walked up the earthen wall, clasped his hands in greeting to the crowd, and said, "Fellow villagers, you all witnessed what just happened. I, Chen Mo, not only killed the county magistrate, but also slaughtered all those soldiers." His voice turned serious as he continued. "These people don't care about the lives of ordinary people. They condone the burning, killing, and looting of bandits and tyrants, causing countless families to be broken apart and people to die. What's even more hateful is that they are corrupt and lawless, extorting money and squeezing the blood and sweat of the people dry." At this point, Chen Mo glanced at everyone and asked, "What do you think? Should he have been killed?" After a brief silence, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "He should be killed." Immediately afterward, more people raised their hands and shouted, and the voices quickly merged into a wave. Chen Mo nodded, raised his hand to silence the crowd, and then declared loudly, "Now that war is raging in the north, we, the men of courage, should raise our swords in response. Therefore I, Chen Mo, have rebelled. I rebel against this cannibalistic world." These words immediately silenced the crowd. Rebellion was no small matter. It could cost one's head. Chen Mo suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? Those who are willing to raise the banner of righteousness with me, step forward." The crowd immediately began to discuss, some out of fear, others intrigued. After all, everyone had witnessed the government's indifference to the lives of ordinary people and the rampant banditry these past few days. If it weren't for Chen Mo, they would have been eating tree bark long ago. Now, the villagers not only have meat to eat, but also wages. The villagers themselves know best that Chen Mo killed bandits, eliminated local bullies, fought tigers, planted sweet potatoes, and built walls. Every single one of these things was for the benefit of everyone. A moment later, Wu Shuinyo was the first to step forward, looking up and shouting, "Brother Scholar, I, Wu Shuinyo, will follow you, no matter what." With him leading the way, people gradually squeezed out of the crowd. "Count me in." "Me too." Soon, there were more than 100 people standing in front. Chen Mo selected about 100 young and strong men from among them. The older men stayed in the village to form a security team. To reassure them, he promised each of them 100 caddies of rice and 5 taels of silver from their families. Afterwards, Chen Mo returned to the old house, took out more than 100 bags of rice and a box of silver ingots from his spatial storage, and handed them to Sun Chongqing to deliver to the various family members. Sun Chongqing then asked, "Son-in-law, shall we continue building this wall?" Chen Mo replied without hesitation, "Of course we should build it. Our village will also need to become an agricultural demonstration base in the future." After making the arrangements, Chen Mo left Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoshi behind and set off with the rest of the group. The villagers selected suitable weapons along the way, and before long, everyone had a sword or knife in their hands. By the time they arrived near the south gate of Nanshan City, it was nearly dusk. Chen Mo instructed Wang Xie to wait outside with the villagers, while he led Go Dan, Xiao Lu, and others on horseback to seize the gate first. Just as the city gate guard were about to close the gate, a soldier leader saw Chen Mo approaching and reached out to stop him. "Go, go, go. You can't come in now. But if you want to come in, it'll be 1 tael of silver per person." Chen Mo looked at him coldly. "Damn it. Do you want some peanuts?" The soldier leader flew into a rage. "You audacious scoundrel. You're asking for death." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo had already raised his gun and fired a shot into his head. With a bang, the soldier fell to the ground on the spot. Dog Egg and his companions immediately drew their swords and charged forward, hacking down several city gate guards. The remaining men, terrified, turned and ran, shouting, "It's terrible. There's a rebellion." Dog Egg, Xiao Lu, and the others gave chase. Seeing this, pedestrians on the street scattered in panic. Wang Xie also seized the opportunity to lead the villagers through the city gate. The villagers, who had been tense, were emboldened by how easily the city gate had been captured. At this time, Nanshan City was sparsely defended, and most of the soldiers had died along with Wei Canyan. The villagers were divided into 5 teams, and each went to control a different city gate. Wang Xie rushed to the western city residents to call for reinforcements, while Chen Mo led the remaining team straight to the county government office. The people lining the streets were terrified when they saw them entering the city wielding knives, and they fled home. Shops, as if they had seen a ghost, closed their doors one after another, fearing that rebels or bandits would enter the city and loot it. Meanwhile, Chen, the inspector, and his two companions, who had spent the entire day in brothels, were on their way to the county government office to ask Wei Tsangyan for some silver. Unexpectedly, they saw dozens of men wielding swords and spears charging towards them. Inspector Chen's face changed drastically, and he turned and ran, shouting, "Rebellion! Rebellion! Run!" The three fled to the north gate, only to find it tightly shut, which terrified them even more. Fortunately, the gate guards were still there, so he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Open the gate! There's a rebellion!" The city gate guards dared not delay and quickly stepped forward to open the gate. As soon as the gate opened a crack, Inspector Chen couldn't wait to slip out. Just then, Wu Xuanyo led the villagers to the north gate, shouting urgently, "Quick, don't let them get away." Unfortunately, it was too late. Inspector Chen and his two companions vanished outside the city in a flash. Wu Xuanyo's hand, gripping the knife, trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You guys stay here, I'll go report to Scholar Brother." Everyone nodded quickly. "Okay, Buffalo, go quickly." Chapter 47, Young Master. Why can't I spit it out? At the county government office, Chen Mo lit a cigarette and had just sat down in the county magistrate's seat when Godan rushed in. "Young Master, there are many people locked up in the prison. What should we do with them?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, picked up the rifle on the table, stood up, and said, "Take me to see it." The two quickly arrived at the prison cells. As soon as they entered, Chen Mo saw Gu Qingshan sitting dejectedly on the floor in the first cell. Looking further in, it seemed that all those in prison were members of the Gu family, men and women crammed together. Chen Mo pointed to the cell door. "Gooden, open the door." Without a word, Godan swung his broadsword and cleaved the iron lock with a clang. Gu Qingshan looked up abruptly and froze when he saw Chen Mo. "How did he end up here?" And, judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem to have been arrested by the authorities at all. Gu Qingshan hurriedly came out of the cell, his face full of worry. "My dear son-in-law, what are you doing here? Did the officials give you any trouble?" Just as Chen Mo was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly called out from deep within the prison cell. "Young Master." He turned his head and saw Hua Chu and Chu Desheng gripping the fence, staring intently in his direction. Chen Mo cursed Wei Tsangyan inwardly, then waved to Godan, signaling him to open the gate. Then, he replied to Gu Qingshan calmly, "No, because the dead don't make things difficult for the living." Gu Qingshan's heart tightened upon hearing this. Seeing Chen Mo appear in the county jail and be able to break the lock at will, he immediately guessed that something was wrong, and his voice trembled as he asked, "Chen Mo, what do you mean by that?" Chen Mo smiled and raised his hand in a throat-slitting gesture. Gu Qingshan's eyes widened, his legs went weak, and he almost couldn't stand. He had vaguely heard fighting outside, and now that he thought about it, the county government had probably changed hands. Killing a high-ranking official of the imperial court is a capital offense. And what is the difference between that and rebellion? Chen Mo noticed his panic and patted him on the shoulder. "If they don't die, we have no way to survive. You guys go home first. I'll hold up the sky if it falls." Gu Qingshan quickly asked, "Where is Xu Yao?" Lu Yuanyang looked at him anxiously as well. Chen Mo remained calm. "She's in the countryside. I'll bring her to the city later." Gu Qingshan nodded blankly and could only leave with his family. Although he knew Chen Mo was right, he was still terribly panicked. Compared to rebellion, going to jail seemed like a minor matter. At this moment, Hua Chu, Chu Desheng, Chu Yinxiao, Chu Yunfei, and Xinghua also came out of the prison cell. Chu Desheng looked puzzled. "Young Master Chen, what exactly happened? Not long after you left today, someone came looking for you. I told them you went to Baiyun village, and then not long after, the government arrested us." The more he looked, the more something seemed amiss. There were no jailers in the prison. Instead, there was a group of people dressed as commoners, carrying knives and swords. Chen Mo didn't hide anything and said directly, "To be honest, I've rebelled." To rebel. Chu Desheng was stunned, and everyone else was also dumbfounded. The incident happened so suddenly that everyone's mind went blank. After all, This was a matter of life and death. Hui Chu was the first to react and immediately pledged his loyalty. Young master, I will do whatever you ask me to do. I'm not afraid of death. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Go and buy some food and deliver it to each city gate. About 20 people are needed at each city gate. Hui went out and responded, then turned and left with the beggar's sect members. Just then, Wu Xuanyu rushed in and told him about the official's escape. Chen Mo's eyes darkened upon hearing this. They had to pursue them, even if it was just to buy time, allowing him more time to prepare. He turned to Godan. Take a few brothers and chase after them. If you catch them, kill them. If not, go back to Wild Wolf Mountain and have your elder brother lead his men down the mountain immediately. At this point, he added, take the supplies if you can, and burn the rest if you can't. Dog Egg excitedly accepted the order and ran quickly out of the cell. Upon hearing the words, Wild Wolf Mountain, Chu Dasheng trembled with fear. Could Chen Mo be the leader behind Flying Wolf Stronghold? Rebellion and bandits. Who had he encountered? He swallowed hard, then asked in alarm, Young Master Chen, actually a bandit from Wild Wolf Mountain? Chu Yinxiao and Chu Yunfei's expressions also changed, as if they suddenly didn't recognize the person in front of them. Seeing their reactions, Chen Mo chuckled and said, Uncle Chu, I wiped out Flying Wolf Village long ago. The people there now are just hunters who rob the rich to help the poor, so they're practically my men too. Chu Dasheng stared wide-eyed, speechless for a moment. As a traveling performer, he naturally knew about Wild Wolf Mountain and how ruthless Flying Wolf Stronghold had been in the past. Before he could recover, Chen Mo added, also, I destroyed Black Wind Stronghold. These words shocked Chu Dasheng even more. If true, then Chen Mo was definitely not an ordinary person. Chu Yinxiao also frowned and couldn't help but ask, Young master, is what you said true? Chen Mo didn't explain further, but simply raised his gun and pulled the trigger, aiming at the brick wall beside him. With a series of loud thuds, dust flew up, and the wall was instantly dented and shattered, with debris scattered all over the ground. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that this seemingly unremarkable thing would possess such terrifying power. Chu Yinxiao stepped forward and asked curiously, Young master, what kind of weapon is this? Chen Mo said, it's also called a gun. You can think of it as a firearm. Can I take a look? Chen Mo smiled, pulled the safety, and handed her the gun. Chu Yinxiao happily took it, looked at it from left to right, and tried to pull the trigger like he had done earlier, but nothing happened. She frowned and asked, Young master, why can't I spray it out? Chen Mo almost burst out laughing when he heard this, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. You can spray it too. If you want to try, I'll teach you. Chu Yinxiao nodded gently, her eyes full of anticipation. Chen Mo then taught her how to hold the gun, explained a few key points, and finally pulled the safety. Yinxiao, try it now. Chu Yinxiao hummed in agreement and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the gun finally fired, the recoil making her body tremble and her expression tense. But she was soon drawn to the weapon again and fired several shots at the wall. Wow, that gun shoots really fast. Chu Yinxiao clicked her tongue in amazement, her pretty face full of joy, clearly having taken a liking to the object in her hand. For safety's sake, Chen Mo put away his rifle and looked at the Chu family father and daughters. If you're willing to come with me, you're welcome. If not, I won't force you. Before Chu Dasheng could even speak, Chu Yinxiao pulled him aside. Father, the world is so vast, yet there is no place for our family to stand. Why don't we follow young Master Chen? Chu Yinxiao spoke seriously, not as if she were joking. Chu Dasheng was completely surprised. He had thought his daughter would advise him to leave quickly, but instead she was urging him to join the rebellion. But he was just an ordinary citizen without a home. He had never thought of, nor dared to think of, rebellion. He looked up at the sky and fell in a deep thought. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from inside the cell. Young master, I am willing to follow you. Please accept me. Chapter 48. Not enough men? Let's make up for it with firepower. Chen Mo followed the sound to the depths of the cell, where he saw a burly man bound by handcuffs and shackles, his hands gripping the bars tightly. He was disheveled and in a sorry state, but his eyes held a burning rage and murderous intent. Chen Mo looked at him and asked, Who are you? What have you done? The man immediately replied, "Young master, my name is Ding Yi, and I am a blacksmith. I have been wronged. That beast Shui Hao insulted my wife, and when I went to the authorities to report it, he instead falsely accused my wife of seducing him. The officials, without even asking any questions, threw me into jail." At this point, Ding Yi's hands turned white from the force, and his voice trembled as he said, "Young master, I'm innocent." Chen Mo kept staring at him, and saw that his expression didn't seem fake. Shui Hao, relying on Yi Xian's backing, even dared to harass Gu Shu Yao in the street. He really was capable of doing something like this. So Chen Mo had someone fetch the key and release Ding Yi. As soon as Ding Yi stepped out of the prison gate, he immediately prostrated himself on all fours, kowtowing repeatedly with great emotion. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." Chen Mo told him to get up and then said, "I've already killed Shui Hao. Go home and settle your family first. Then come find me tomorrow." Ding Yi was initially overjoyed upon hearing this, but his eyes quickly reddened, and he choked out, "Young master, I have no home anymore, my wife." Before the rest of the sentence was finished, Chen Mo already understood. Either the person was murdered or committed suicide. In short, they were gone. Chen Mo helped Ding Yi up and said in a low voice, "I understand. Get up first." Hearing this, Chu Deshang clenched his fists tightly. Ding Yi's plight was just like his own back then. If he hadn't been driven to the brink, how could he have left his hometown with his 2 children and ended up wandering the streets? Thinking of this, Chu Deshang's gaze darkened, and he immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chen Mo. "Young Master Chen, my family of 3, Chu Deshang, is willing to follow you." Chu Yunxiao and Chu Yunfei nodded in agreement. Chen Mo's expression turned serious, and he ordered in front of everyone. The Chui family, the Yi family, and the Wei family have been bullying others and committing all sorts of evil deeds. They're no different from bandits and tyrants. Their homes shall be confiscated, and they shall be imprisoned immediately. Subsequently, he arranged for Wu Xuanyou, Ding Yi, and Chu Yunfei to lead men to arrest the person. An hour later, more than 20 family members from the Chui, Yi, and Wei families were all taken to the county jail. At the same time, a considerable amount of their property was also seized, including more than 10,000 taels of silver, as well as more than 20 mansions, shops, and workshops. After everyone had eaten their fill, Chen Mo began to redistribute tasks. Chu Deshang was in charge of recruiting soldiers. Hua Chuku was in charge of logistics. Wu Xuanyou and Ding Yi were in charge of maintaining order within the city, and Chu Yunfei was in charge of city defense. At the same time, he also set rules: no robbery, no theft, and no disturbing the people. To make management easier, Chen Mo moved into the county government office that very night with Wang Xie and Xinghua. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the townspeople cautiously opened their doors, and seeing nothing amiss on the streets, they gradually came out. Shops, seeing the city was calm, also slowly began to open for business. At the busiest street corner, Chu Deshang and his men set up a recruitment stall. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Join the righteous army, and you'll get 3 full meals a day and a monthly salary of 600 coins. Those who want to sign up, come quickly." Before long, a crowd gathered in front of the stall, but most of them were just watching the excitement. Someone sneered, "These few people think they can rebel? They're courting death." Someone else chimed in, "When the Imperial Army arrives, won't they be terrified and run away in a panic? Following them is just suicide. Only a fool would go." After a few words of discussion, the crowd quickly dispersed. Chu Deshang looked utterly helpless. Street performances were difficult enough in the past, but recruiting soldiers was even harder. The government troops only received 500 coins a month, and they offered an extra 100, yet not a single person actually signed up. Unwilling to give up, he raised his voice and continued shouting. Gradually, some people started asking, but they were either old beggars or idle vagrants who seemed utterly useless. Right now, the rebel army needed men who could fight quickly, not just filler numbers. In contrast to the deserted streets, the county government compound was bustling with activity as gunshots rang out continuously. Chen Mo was leading the group in shooting practice. After mastering the basic controls, the group fired wildly at the circles drawn on the courtyard wall. Wang Xie and Chu Yunxiao used M16 rifles, while Wu Xuanyo, Ding Yi, Chu Yunfei, Hu Qiuqiu, and the others used M249 light machine guns. Before long, the courtyard wall was riddled with bullets. As for where these guns came from, no one asked much. Their power was undeniable, and just looking at them gave people peace of mind. As evening fell, Chu Dasheng returned to the county government office dejectedly. Standing before Chen Mo, he whispered, "Young master, I haven't recruited a single soldier. The governor's office will take action soon, and the imperial army will be pressing in within the next few days. However, the rebel army currently only has 100 or 200 men, and even if they have good weapons, they may not be able to withstand human wave tactic." Chu Dasheng thought Chen Mo would blame him, but Chen Mo remained calm. Chen Mo waved his hand and said, "It's all right. The first wave shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. If we don't have enough men, we'll make up for it with firepower. Once we achieve some results, recruiting soldiers will be easier." As he spoke, he patted Chu Dasheng on the shoulder. "Uncle Chu, don't you think so?" Chu Dasheng nodded that. The people in the city dared not join simply because they felt the rebel army was weak and outnumbered. If they could truly win a battle, the people's hearts would naturally change. Just then, a villager rushed into the county government office. "Young master, a man claiming to be Wang Huchen has arrived at the north gate, leading dozens of men." Before she could finish speaking, Wang Xie excitedly exclaimed, "It's my brother." She immediately said to Chen Mo, "Husband, I'll go get him." After saying that, Wang Xie quickly ran out. Chu Dasheng felt relieved. Having more manpower was always a good thing. Not long after, Wang Xie led Wang Huchen and more than 50 brothers into the county government office. Wang Huchen beamed. He hadn't expected this day to come so soon. In his mind, his brother-in-law was destined for great things, and following him would be the right choice. From afar, Wang Huchen laughed heartily. "Brother, I missed you so much, haha." Chu Dasheng glanced at him and realized that this man was not like an ordinary bandit. Rather, he possessed a chivalrous air about him. The men behind him were also full of energy, carrying bows and arrows, and they all seemed to be skilled archers. Chapter 49. A mighty army presses in. "Brother Huchen, you've arrived quickly enough." Chen Mo greeted him with a smile, his eyes full of satisfaction. He had originally thought that Wang Huchen wouldn't arrive until at least evening, but he hadn't expected him to bring his men into the city so quickly. These people are already courageous and experienced. With a little training, they will surely become the backbone of the rebel army. Wang Huchen laughed and said that as soon as he heard the news, he couldn't sit still. After quickly packing up, he led his brothers and rushed over. Chen Mo smiled slightly. "It's good that you're here. This time, I'll take you to pull off a big heist." Wang Huchen immediately agreed. "No matter what, I, Wang Huchen, will follow you through thick and thin." Chen Mo nodded and said calmly, "However, the trials and tribulations are for the enemy." Wang Huchen laughed again. He admired Chen Mo's composure and confidence. The fact that Chen Mo was able to take over Flying Wolf Stronghold on his own was enough to prove that he was no ordinary person. Therefore, in Wang Huchen's mind, Chen Mo was no longer just a brother-in-law, but a backbone who could lead them to do great things. At this moment, Dan stepped forward, his face full of guilt, and said that he had not done a good job of what Chen Mo had asked him to do, and that the constables had not caught up with them. Chen Mo didn't blame them, only saying that once those people disappeared into the woods, it was indeed difficult for the few of them to spot them. Dan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their faces full of gratitude. Chen Mo then looked at everyone and told them to get a good rest tonight and start practicing with the new weapon tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Wang Xie had already demonstrated the power of the rifle when they entered the city. Who wouldn't want to immediately possess a weapon capable of sweeping away the enemy? However, looking at the various clothes worn by the crowd, Chen Mo suddenly realized that since they were a righteous army, they couldn't look like a bunch of bandits. The team had to wear uniforms, at least to project a respectable image. So he called Hua over and instructed him to make the arrangements, with red being the primary color for the clothing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone had changed into uniform attire, giving the entire team a fresh new look. Chen Mo also provided each person with a tactical vest for carrying ammunition. For the past 3 days, everyone has been practicing shooting. Those with good marksmanship used rifles, while those with poor marksmanship used light machine guns. Anyway, there was plenty of ammunition. It was best to be accurate, but even if you weren't, you could still suppress the enemy with firepower. Chen Mo took out a large number of bullets from his spatial storage without any hesitation. After all, marksmanship is something that is honed through ammunition. That day, gunshots continued to ring out in the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Mo stood under the eaves of the main hall, a cigarette dangling from his lips, instructing everyone on their practice. Suddenly, urgent shouts came from outside the county government gate. Young Master, Chu Yunfei rushed to Chen Mo and urgently reported, "Government troops have been spotted at the north gate." As soon as he finished speaking, the gunfire in the courtyard stopped instantly. Everyone pulled to safety, and all looked at Chen Mo. Their faces didn't show much panic. Instead, they were filled with barely suppressed excitement. Although they had only practiced for a few days, everyone wanted to test just how powerful their weapons were. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo immediately looked at Wang Huchen and said, "Brother Huchen, take 50 men and leave the city immediately. Go around to the enemy's rear and cut off their retreat." Wang Huchen clasped his hands in a fist and replied, "I will make sure they never leave alive." Chen Mo nodded, then called a few people into the study. As soon as the door closed, he took out a single soldier rocket launcher, 2 boxes of artillery shells, and 2 boxes of hand grenades from his spatial storage. When he called people in, everyone was astonished and amazed when they saw the even bigger lump of iron. Although they had never seen this thing before, they could guess that it must be a new weapon and its power would only be greater than that of a gun. After all, the muzzle was so big, it looked like it was going to fire an extra-large bullet. Everyone was wondering where the young master got all these amazing things. Soon after, Chen Mo arrived at the North Gate city wall. Looking out, he saw banners fluttering in the distance, a dark mass of people, which he estimated to be at least 1,000. Chen Mo stroked his chin, feeling that his side should also put on a show of strength, and a flag was essential. He turned to Hua and ordered, "Go out. After this battle, we also need to have our own flag." Hua Kun thought for a moment and immediately asked, "Young master, is it the Qin character banner?" Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Yes. At this moment, the rebels on the city wall gripped their guns tightly, inevitably feeling a bit nervous. After all, most of them had never actually killed anyone before, but their eyes were filled with anticipation, just waiting for the government troops to get close so they could unleash a barrage of bullets. In contrast to the excitement of the rebel army, the people in the city were in complete chaos. Upon hearing that government troops were attacking, the streets instantly descended into chaos. Pedestrians hurried home, and shops closed one after another. Before long, the once bustling streets were deserted, resembling a ghost town. Almost everyone thought that this group of rebels was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, completely unable to withstand the government troops. Let alone an hour, they would probably be slaughtered without exception in half an hour. The Gu family was filled with anxiety. They were too deeply involved with the rebel army. Once the city fell, the Gu family would surely be finished. Inside the main room, Gu Qingshan shakily picked up his teacup and took a sip. His favorite tea, the aroma of duck droppings, tasted completely bland now. Lu Yuanyang turned deathly pale with fright, her chest heaving violently, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Husband, what should we do? What if the city falls?" Chen Montak. She dared not say anything more. Gu Qingshan understood her meaning perfectly. If the city fell, Chen Mo would not have a good end, and the Gu family would not escape either. He sighed deeply, his face ashen. There are so many men in the world. Why did my silly daughter have to fall for him? Why did she have to rebel? Doesn't she even know her own worth? The more Gu Qingshan talked, the more desperate he became, feeling that he had misjudged the situation and that the Gu family was probably doomed this time. Lu Yuanyang urged urgently, "What's the use of saying all this now? We need to think of a solution quickly." Gu Qingshan murmured, "What other options are there now?" He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly seemed to remember something and abruptly stood up. "Quick, change into coarse clothes and pack your valuables. If the city falls, we'll find a chance to escape. Chapter 50, Encountering an Acquaintance on the Battlefield. Before long, the government troops had already pressed on to the city walls. Looking out, banners fluttered, and crowds surged, the dense ranks of soldiers approaching the city walls like a dark cloud. Sunlight fell on the swords and spears, reflecting a blinding, cold glint that chilled the heart. In the ranks of the government troops, a fat, middle-aged man looked up at the city wall and saw that the rebels on the wall were sparse. He immediately showed disdain. He sneered. These few troublemakers dare to rebel? They must be out of their minds. After saying that, he waved to a stern-faced captain beside him. Go and shout. Open the gates and surrender now, and I might spare their lives. If they dare to resist, their entire families will be executed. The captain received the order and rode his horse to the city gate. But when he looked up and saw the young man standing in the center of the city wall, his heart skipped a beat. The man looked strangely familiar, like someone he knew. But he quickly dismissed the idea. That guy was just a weak scholar. He wouldn't dare do something that would cost him his head, even if he had 1,000 lives. The captain suppressed his doubts and shouted at the top of his lungs. Listen up, people on the city walls. Open the gates and surrender immediately, or you will be spared. Otherwise, your entire family will be executed. Chen Mo, standing on the city wall, was also taken aback when he heard the voice. Upon closer inspection of the person's figure and appearance, the more he looked, the more he resembled his wife's second brother. Go Dan, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer and asked in a low voice, Young master, this guy is too arrogant. Should I shoot him dead? Chen Mo immediately stopped him. No one is allowed to fire without my order. Although the crowd did not understand, they dared not disobey. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then shouted down towards the city walls. Hey, if you're really sincere, come into the city and talk. These words stunned everyone on the city wall. They'd already rebelled. What was there to talk about? Why not just start fighting? But Chen Mo knew in his heart that if the person below really was Lin Eru, he really couldn't kill him. Moreover, delaying would buy Wang Huchen some time. The captain below the city wall frowned even more deeply upon hearing Chen Mo's voice. It sounded just like his bookish brother-in-law. His heart sank, wondering if it really was him. If it really was Chen Mo, this matter would likely implicate him, and he had to find out the truth. So he shouted up, Then open the city gates quickly. After saying this, he turned his horse back to the front of the government troops and clasped his hands in a fist and reported to the fat-headed, big-eared governor, Sir, the rebels want me to enter the city to negotiate. Please make a decision. The governor was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. A bunch of cowards. Now you know fear, don't you? He stroked his beard, his face full of contempt. I doubt they dare to play any tricks. Go in and tell them I have only one condition. Open the gates and surrender, or face execution. The captain agreed, immediately turned his horse around, and galloped back towards the city gate. Seeing this, Chen Mo led Wang Xia down the city wall. Whether it was Lin Eru or not, once they entered the city, they wouldn't be able to leave easily. Upon reaching the city gate, Chen Mo waved to several villagers. Open the gate. The villagers immediately tensed up. What if the government troops rushed in while the city gates were open? But military orders are absolute, and they had no choice but to obey. Besides, their muskets were not just for show. As the city gate creaked open, a menacing figure rode in on horseback. The villagers gripped their guns tightly, their eyes fixed on him, ready to riddle him with bullets at the slightest movement. After the captain entered, he saw the weapons in the villagers' hands and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Dark, unremarkable things, no blade, no length. Was this fit for the battlefield? He cursed these people in his heart for being so reckless, not even knowing their own limitations before rebelling. Once he entered the city gates were quickly closed again. Chen Mo stood outside the doorway looking at him, but the light inside was dim, and he couldn't see his face clearly for a moment. A moment later, the captain stepped out of the shadows. The two looked at each other and froze. Chen Montak, 2 tigers. The two called out each other's names almost simultaneously. Lin Eru was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He never imagined that the penniless, frail scholar would actually kill the county magistrate and lead a group of people in a rebellion. He was instantly enraged and pointed at Chen Mo, cursing, "It really is you, you brat. Instead of studying at home, what are you doing rebelling? Don't you know this is a matter of life and death?" Lin Eru was so angry that his lips twitched, and he wished he could go up and slap him a few times. Wang Xie, standing to the side, was bewildered and couldn't help but ask, "Husband, who is he?" "Husband." Upon hearing this, Lin Eru's eyes hardened even more, and he immediately glared at Chen Mo. "You bastard. What did you do to my little sister?" Chen Mo gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that this second brother-in-law was indeed not someone to be trifled with. He quickly explained, "Brother Eru, don't misunderstand. Your sister is doing fine at home. I wouldn't treat her badly, no matter who I'm not good to." Wang Xie then realized that the person in front of her was Lin Xiaolu's brother. No wonder Chen Mo hadn't allowed anyone to fire earlier. Lin Eru stared at Wang Xie, then looked at Chen Mo, his face even more unpleasant. "You little brat, have you taken a concubine?" Chen Mo could only nod, but in his heart he thought to himself, "This is more than just taking a concubine. The family is practically overflowing with wives and concubines." He quickly changed the subject, laughing, "Brother Eru, I didn't expect it to really be you." Lin Eru's face darkened, and he interrupted him directly. "You're about to die, and you can still laugh? Come with me out of the city now, and I'll plead with the governor on your behalf." Chen Mo was speechless for a moment. Things have escalated to this point. Who would believe such childish lies? He shook his head and said, "Brother Eru, are you really stupid or just pretending? If I go out with you, what good will come of it? Will all the brothers who started this rebellion with me really be safe and sound?" Lin Eru understood this principle, but he couldn't think of a better solution. Besides, if Chen Mo were to be convicted, he, as a relative by marriage, would likely be implicated as well. His usually stern demeanor was now replaced by a look of sullen anxiety. After a moment of silence, he sighed heavily and scolded, "Why did you have to rebel of all things? Now tell me what to do." Chen Mo remained calm and smiled faintly. "Brother Eru, I'm not bragging, but your troops aren't even enough to fill my teeth." Lin Eru was furious when he heard this. He thought Chen Mo must have gone mad from reading too much. These few people in the city dared to say the government troops weren't even enough to fill their teeth. He pointed at Chen Mo again, so angry he could barely speak. "Chen Mo, are you crazy? With just a few of you, how can you possibly fight against the government troops? Isn't this just suicide? You're so stupid." Chapter 51. A life can be taken in 300 paces. Seeing Lin Eru's anxiety, Chen Mo just smiled and then turned to give Wang Xie a wink. "Wife, show off your skills to our second tiger brother." Wang Xie nodded slightly, took a few steps forward, and with a click, raised the muzzle of her gun and fired several shots at the city wall not far away. Several small bullet holes were instantly left on the wall, and some bricks were even smashed. Lin Eru was immediately taken aback when he saw it. "I never expected that the thing I had just mocked would be so loud, and it seemed to be quite powerful. If it hit a person, it would probably penetrate their body, causing damage that might be no less than that of an arrow." So he dismounted and strode up to Chen Mo, asking with great curiosity, "Brother-in-law, what kind of weapon is this? Why have I never seen one in all my years in the military? If you've ever seen it, then you've seen a ghost." Chen Mo smiled again. This is called a gun. It can easily take a person's life at 300 paces. 300 paces? Lin Eru was stunned, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The normal range of an arrow is only about 100 paces, and 200 paces is considered top tier, which probably few people can achieve. Such an inconspicuous little gadget can actually shoot so far, and at an extraordinary speed. In other words, this spear can take down the enemy before the archers can even form ranks. Therefore, archers are no match at all. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Brother-in-law, are you telling the truth?" "Of course. To be honest, I actually have even more powerful weapons. Otherwise, why would I have led my brothers out to their deaths?" Looking at his incredibly confident brother-in-law, Lin Eru nodded blankly. From this perspective, it makes logical sense. Otherwise, how stupid would someone be to lead such a small group in rebellion? Then, he changed the subject. Brother-in-law, why did you rebel? Chen Mo chuckled and briefly recounted the misdeeds committed by Cui Yukai, Yi Xian, and Wei Congyan. Upon hearing this, Lin Eru clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. He also knew that there was probably no turning back on this road, and that what the governor said was nothing but nonsense. Moreover, why should I risk my life for such a court and government that disregards the lives of ordinary people? And it's likely that the Lin family won't be able to stay out of this matter either. Everyone understands the principle of eliminating the root of the problem. The governor said that surrendering would save his life, but once he laid down his weapons, he would be close to death. Since we're going to die anyway, why not give it a shot? Thinking of this, Lin Eru clenched his fists and said indignantly, "Damn it, this is too much. I, Lin Eru, will rebel." Chen Mo was secretly pleased. It seemed that his brother-in-law wasn't so stubborn after all. He frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Brother Eru, let's stage a feigned surrender. I can take the governor's life with one shot, and then we'll play it by ear." He paused for a moment, then added, "Of course, if they had laid down their weapons sooner, fewer people might have died." Upon hearing this, Lin Eru's eyes immediately showed worry. "Brother-in-law, are you sure you can handle a government army that outnumbers you several times over outside the city?" Chen Mo calmly nodded. "Haha, why would I joke about my own life? Okay, let's do it that way." Seeing his confidence, Lin Eru didn't say anything more. Anyway, with 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line, he just had to do it. So Chen Mo withdrew all the people from the city wall and gave them a brief explanation. Then the city gates reopened. After Lin Eru rode out, Chen Mo led everyone out of the city gate and lined up along the city wall to welcome the government troops into the city. Chen Mo stood in the center of the city gate, flanked by Wang Xie, Chu Yunxiao, and Go Dan and others. However, the group of underlings were still quite nervous. After all, the other side had far too many people, while their side only numbered a mere 100 or so. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo shouted, "Don't be nervous, everyone. After I fire, shoot and kill any soldiers who resist. Yes, remember, keep your gun pointed at the enemy. Also, don't hurt my brother-in-law." "Yes," everyone answered in unison again. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yunxiao looked at Chen Mo with some worry. "Young master, do you think the government troops might suddenly attack?" "Well, what you said isn't impossible. Anyway, we'll just have to play it by ear. As long as everyone stays calm, I think our 100-plus guns should be enough to handle it." Chen Mo turned his head and glanced at her. When his gaze moved down, her full breasts were particularly eye-catching. Chu Yunxiao seemed to realize something, and her face instantly turned bright red. Chen Mo was also taken aback, wondering why this big-chested guy was suddenly shy. Wang Xie also looked up at Chen Mo and said confidently, "There are more than 50 guns behind the government troops. I think we can definitely handle them." Chen Mo nodded, looking ahead. He was doing this to ensure the survival of the rebel army, which needed to grow stronger. Regardless of the combat effectiveness of these government troops, they are still somewhat stronger than the newly recruited ones. As long as you train them properly and feed them well, you have no worries about them not serving you. Before long, the government troops pressed forward in a massive wave, raising dust wherever they went, creating an impression of impenetrable force. The governor, riding a tall horse with his nose in the air, completely disregarded the rebels who numbered only a little over 100. However, the governor did not order an attack, as Chu Yunxiao had suggested. In his view, there were only a few people, and each of them could drown them with a single spit. Moreover, they did not have any swords or knives. The governor was very satisfied with this. Soon, the government troops stopped about 5 or 6 meters apart. The governor looked at the man standing between the women with the same expression he gave him, as if he were looking at a fool. However, the 2 women beside him were quite beautiful. The governor's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes revealing a lewd glint as he stared at Chen Mo and asked, "Are you the leader?" Chen Mo calmly stood with his hands behind his back, holding a pistol in one hand. Upon hearing the governor's question, he smiled and unexpectedly replied, "That's right. I am your ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, the government troops were stunned. This was hardly the look of surrender. That's practically suicide. The governor was so angry that his nose twisted, and his furious eyes seemed to spit fire. "You fool who doesn't know what's good for him. I will have you torn to pieces. Issue my order. Slaughter all the rebels." Just then, a crisp sound suddenly rang out from a battlefield. Immediately afterwards, a bloody hole appeared on the governor's forehead, and he let out a scream. His angry expression froze instantly, his body swayed, and he fell off his horse with a thud. Upon seeing this, the government troops were immediately stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Who would have thought that the dignified prefect of Nanshui Prefecture would die like this? Lin Eru was also startled, but he reacted in the next moment and immediately drew his sword, unexpectedly slashing the neck of a young soldier next to him. Phew! The young general clutched his neck, blood gushing down his hand and neck, his eyes wide open, before collapsing from his horse with a thud. Lin Eru wanted to kill him because he had been bullied by him a lot in the past, and now he could take this opportunity to send him on his way. The officers and soldiers were completely panicked when they saw this. They looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. Immediately afterward, Lin Eru raised his sword high and roared at the top of his lungs. "Those who lay down their weapons will not be killed." At this moment, another captain saw through the scheme and thought his chance for promotion and wealth had arrived. He immediately drew his sword and shouted, "Lin Eru has rebelled. Brothers, follow me and kill all the rebels." Chapter 52. The government troops suffer a crushing defeat, while the righteous army achieves a complete victory. As soon as he finished speaking, the government troops raised their swords and were about to charge, and shouts shook the heavens. "Kill them! Kill them!" Just then, the cannibalistic sound rang out again. Bang! The captain had a bloody hole in his forehead and fell straight off his horse with a whoosh. When the officers and soldiers saw that another officer had died, they thought, "What the hell is the point of fighting now?" Just as they were stunned, Chen Mo ordered the guns to fire. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, followed by a deafening chorus of screams. "Ah!" The government troops behind were completely dumbfounded and were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. Because they fell down so quickly, so many people fell. Now they're crisp, and that crisp sounded like a deadly ghost, terrifying. Although the rebel army was small in number, it did not affect the fact that the battlefield was completely one-sided. However, most of the rebels were still very nervous, but pulling the trigger was really satisfying. At such close range, every shot was accurate, and hordes of enemies fell down with a thud, no different from harvesting wheat. Who would have thought that the once invincible government troops would be like lambs to the slaughter at this moment? Soon, the terrified government troops turned tail and fled in a frenzy. "Run!" Lin Eru gasped in shock at the sight. If the other party hadn't been her brother-in-law, she probably would have already lost her life. His composure throughout now seems entirely justified. "Surrender, and you will not be killed. Surrender, and you will not be killed." Lin Eru raised his sword again and shouted. However, the government troops were only concerned with fleeing for their lives and could not hear what others were saying. Chen Mo took a few steps back, quietly retrieved 2 grenades from his spatial storage, and then threw them far into the crowd. Then 2 loud bangs suddenly rang out. The dense crowd was instantly blasted open with 2 holes, leaving the surrounding area covered in blood, and the government troops screamed in anguish. "Ah!" The rebels were stunned when they saw this, and couldn't help but shout out excitedly. "That power is many times greater than the bullets I fired myself." Lin Eru was also startled, thinking to himself that if his brother-in-law had such a weapon, the world should be over. However, the government troops continued to flee in panic, showing no sign of stopping. Lin Eru was helpless. Not a single one of them listened to him. Wasn't he doing this so that they could live? Damn it. He immediately rode his horse to Chen Mo's side. "Brother-in-law, the government troops are terrified. What should we do?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's all right. Let them run a little longer. There are other people waiting ahead." Upon hearing this, Lin Eru's heart skipped a beat, and he was once again relieved that the traitor was his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have changed so much." "Hee, this is nothing. There's more to come." Chen Mo spoke with an excited expression, his confidence seemingly innate. Lin Eru noticed that when he spoke, his eyes seemed to have become more profound, and he no longer had the image of a weak and bookish nerd he used to have. Putting aside the weapon, his temperament alone was enough to surprise him greatly. At this moment, Lin Eru's mind was completely blank, and he seemed not to recognize his brother-in-law at all. Little did he know that the Chen Mo before him had already been replaced by a different soul. The government troops fled north in disarray, quickly putting distance between themselves and the rebel army. Just when they were celebrating their success in leaving the traitors far behind, they never expected that another obstacle would suddenly appear on their way. Damn it, we've been surrounded. This. It's all over. It's all over. Why don't we surrender? Surrender my foot. We, the dignified soldiers of the great Qi, being chased by a few rebels? Aren't we ashamed to death if word gets out? Just as everyone was at a loss, a captain squeezed out of the crowd, shouting sternly, "They don't have many people. As long as our archers provide cover, we can charge through them in one fell swoop. Once we seize their weapons, it will be time for us to get promoted and make a fortune." The captain's lips twitched as he looked at the sparse rebels, not far away. Although he was also afraid of the weapon in the other party's hand, fortune favors the bold. If we were to actually seize the enemy's weapon, that would be a great achievement, and we might even be able to become a general. But their stuff is really weird. Will this work? A constable said in a terrified voice, "We are a dignified government army. We are only facing a mere 100 or so rebels. We have to succeed, no matter what." After the captain finished speaking, he immediately raised his sword high and shouted, "Archers, prepare!" So dozens of archers moved into action, preparing to fire. Meanwhile, the rebel army opposite them was lined up in a row. "Pui!" Wang Huchin spat out the grass in his mouth and shouted, "Brothers, shoot them as many as you can." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 50 guns started firing. Upon hearing this, the government troops knew something was terribly wrong. Before they could react, a chorus of screams erupted, and a large portion of the crowd was instantly tackled to the ground. The captain was the first to be hit and was riddled with bullets, with several bloody holes in his head and chest. Now, the sound of the rattling drum is like a whiff of death to them, so no one dared to rush forward anymore. They all turned around and fled for their lives. The archers who were about to shoot were quickly overwhelmed by the retreating crowd. Run! Before long, Chen Mo and Lin Eru arrived with their men. When the government troops saw it, their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Everyone froze on the spot, trembling with fear. "Surrender, and you will not be killed." As Lin Eru rode his horse at full gallop, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Surrender, and you will not be killed." This time, the officers and soldiers did not hesitate at all. They dropped their weapons and knelt down with a thud. The rebels were overjoyed when they saw this. They had thought that being outnumbered would make things difficult, but they were surprised to find it so easy, even achieving 0 casualties. This was completely unexpected. Unfortunately, they didn't get to witness the power of that behemoth. "Go out and take some men to the city to shout. Say that the government troops have been defeated and the righteous army has won a complete victory." Chen Mo looked at Hua and gave him instructions. "Yes." Hua excitedly agreed and immediately led his men to rush into the city. Then, Chen Mo rode up to Lin Eru's side and said, "Brother Eru, from now on these people will be under your command." "Good." Lin Eru's eyes gleamed with excitement. He thought to himself, "If I follow my brother-in-law, who will dare to suppress me in the future?" Chen Mo looked at the soldiers kneeling on the ground and noticed that some of them had wrinkled faces, while others were trembling with fear. They didn't seem to be elite troops. Then, looking at Lin Eru, he said, "Brother Eru, all I need is strong and capable men." Clear. Chapter 53, Gu Qingshan donates silver. After Hua led his men into the city, they began to cause chaos along different streets, with a rebel soldier running on each street. The government troops suffered a crushing defeat, while the righteous army achieved a complete victory. The government troops suffered a crushing defeat, while the righteous army achieved a complete victory. The news quickly spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys. The people along the street all pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Was this even true? How could the government troops be so easily defeated by a mere few rebels? Are you kidding me? The public has expressed serious doubts about this matter, saying that anyone who believes it is a fool. At this moment, Gu Qingshan and his family were hiding in a small alley in the city. Everyone was dressed in coarse cloth, and if you didn't look at their faces, they really would have been a group of ordinary people preparing to flee. Just as the whole family was filled with anxiety, they suddenly heard those 8 resounding words. The government troops suffered a crushing defeat, while the righteous army achieved a complete victory. How is this possible? Gu Qingshan frowned and muttered to himself, his old face full of disbelief. In his view, Chen Mo only had a little over 100 men. How could they possibly withstand the well-trained and well-equipped government troops? However, so much time has passed, and the government troops should have stormed in by now, but there is no sign of chaos or disorder within the city. This is indeed very unusual. So he sent Manager Hao out to find out what was going on. Shopkeeper Hao walked to the alley entrance and cautiously peeked out. As far as the eye could see, apart from a group of rebels running and shouting, there was no one else in sight. Manager Hao found it strange. Could it be that the rebels had really won? But how is that possible? Without thinking twice, he strode towards the north gate. Halfway there, he suddenly spotted Chen Mo. He was riding a white horse, heading in my direction. Hiss! Manager Hao gasped, his brows furrowing tightly. If he hadn't won the battle, how could he be so calm and collected, and how could he walk so peacefully here? However, the rebel army was pitifully small in number, so how could it possibly be a match for the government army? That's weird, really weird. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly ran over. Son-in-law, Chen Mo looked closely and realized it was Manager Hao, but strangely he was wearing coarse cloth clothes, which was unusual for him. Is this guy planning to run away? Manager Hao, what's going on? A hint of doubt flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Young master, you really defeated the government troops? Chen Mo nodded and smiled slightly. That's right, our army won a great victory with no casualties. Ah, no casualties? Are you telling the truth? Shopkeeper Hao stared wide-eyed, his expression one of disbelief. This answer truly caught him off guard. In his view, it was completely impossible. Chen Mo smiled and nodded slightly. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can go up to the city wall and take a look. After listening, Manager Hao nodded blankly. After Chen Mo left, he went all the way to the Northgate city wall. You won't believe it until you see it, and once you do, you'll be shocked. This. Outside the city, a small number of rebel soldiers were actually holding a large number of government troops hostage. Moreover, there were too many corpses on the ground, densely packed, and, judging from their clothes, they were all government troops. Manager Hao was stunned again. He didn't know how the rebels had managed to do it. However, he soon noticed a detail. In addition to swords and knives, the rebels also had a strangely shaped weapon. That thing was dark and neither long nor short. What was it used for? A moment later, filled with doubt, he hurriedly ran back to report. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyang's heart finally settled down, and a relaxed and happy expression immediately appeared on her still charming face. Although we don't know what the future holds, at least we are safe and sound for now. Gu Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment and shock. More than 100 people, and they defeated a government army several times their size without breaking a sweat and with 0 casualties? How is this possible? Gu Qingshan stared intently at Manager Hao, his eyes seemingly frozen in place. He had considered a million possibilities, but he never expected this outcome. It was simply unbelievable. Master, I saw it all with my own eyes. The rebel army really defeated the government troops and even captured many people. It seems that my son-in-law is truly an extraordinary person. As Manager Hao's excited voice faded, Gu Qingshan's brows furrowed into a deep frown. He knew that Manager Hao couldn't possibly be lying, but this matter was just too unbelievable. I thought I was guaranteed to fail, but now I've not only won, I've won completely. Who the hell would have thought of this? This child is no ordinary person. Gu Qingshan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then looked at his family and said, "Quick, go home and change your clothes. Don't tell anyone what happened today." He felt that even if he escaped in this chaotic world, it would be difficult to make a living, so he might as well take a gamble. Of course, he also had his pride. If Chen Mo saw his family like this, he would be incredibly embarrassed. After returning home and changing his clothes, Gu Qingshan rushed to the county government office without stopping. At this moment, Chen Mo was sitting on the county magistrate's throne, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Seeing his calm demeanor, Gu Qingshan immediately understood what was going on. If one didn't possess exceptional skills, how could one maintain such a calm and composed demeanor? "My dear son-in-law," Gu Qingshan exclaimed excitedly. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo immediately stood up from his seat, a smile on his lips, and said, "Grandpa, what brings you here? I heard you defeated the government troops, so I came to see you." Gu Qingshan was still excited. After a pause, he said, "My dear son-in-law, I have decided to donate 5,000 taels of silver to the righteous army." Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Although 5,000 taels wasn't a lot, it was clear that he was supporting him. Of course, it might be because they won this battle. So he smiled slightly and said, "Old man, on behalf of the righteous army, I thank you for your generosity." No, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Nothing to mention." Just then, Lin Eru strode in. After glancing at Gu Qingshan, his gaze fell on Chen Mo, brother-in-law. After removing the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, there are still 300 people. That's good. You should train them well. Tell them that as long as they are loyal to me, they'll live a life of luxury. Yes. Lin Eru clasped his hands in a fist salute. Chen Mo nodded slightly, then sat back down in his seat and looked at Lin Eru, asking, "Brother Eru, tell me about the battle in the north." Chapter 54, this is called a pineapple, also known as a hand grenade. Lin Eru immediately recounted everything he knew in detail. It turned out that the northern rebel army was growing stronger and stronger, reaching a scale of 200,000, and had captured more than 10 prefectures and dozens of counties, eliminating tens of thousands of government troops. The Qi court was shaken and the people were shocked. They urgently mobilized 100,000 troops from various prefectures and counties to march north and join forces with the imperial army to wipe out the rebels in one fell swoop. Lin Eru's army was part of the force preparing to march north. Just as they were passing through Beishan City, they were suddenly intercepted and given orders to go to Nanshan City to suppress the rebellion. That's why we're in this situation today. Chen Mo listened with a satisfied expression. From this perspective, I can still play it safe and develop my strength for a while. Although firearms are very powerful, the number of troops is still too small. Although the rebel army performed reasonably well in this battle, it is true that their military skills need improvement. Therefore, training is essential, and the foundation must be solidified. The saying, "Build high walls, store up grain, and delay declaring yourself king," is not without reason. Once their power grows, that will be the time to sweep across the world. Just then, most of the key personnel returned to the county government office. Chen Mo lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and looked at Chu Desheng, saying, "Uncle Chu, you should still be in charge of recruiting soldiers." "Yes, young master. If I fail again this time, you may punish me as you see fit." Chu Desheng clasped his hands in a fist salute and said confidently, "Hee, you can definitely do it." After speaking, Chen Mo's gaze shifted to Wang Huchen. "Brother Huchen, I have decided that all the armed militia members will be under your command. From now on, in addition to shooting practice, other training must also be carried out." "Yes." Wang Huchen clasped his hands in response, and an excited look immediately appeared on his face. This is the backbone of the rebel army. How impressive it must be to lead such a force. Lin Eru looked on with envy, thinking to himself, "Why not me? I want to touch a gun too." However, he also knew that the 300 surrendered soldiers probably wouldn't be issued guns for the time being. So we need to train them well from now on. As long as we deliver a satisfactory result, we won't have to worry about not having guns. Chen Mo pondered a name for this unit, and after a moment said, "From now on, this unit will be called the Divine Machine Battalion." The Divine Machine Battalion? Wang Huchen muttered to himself for a moment, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Brother, this is a great name." Chen Mo nodded slightly, placed his hand under the table, and quietly took out a grenade from his spatial storage. Then, holding a grenade, he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, this is called a pineapple, also known as a grenade." Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward because the thing was so small that it was almost inconspicuous. Chen Mo continued, the thing that exploded on the battlefield is this. I'm sure everyone here saw it." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. They were incredibly curious and had long wanted to see this powerful weapon for themselves. What puzzled them was that such a powerful thing was actually so small. Gu Qingshan, standing to the side, also looked curious upon seeing everyone's reactions. However, he could roughly figure it out. It must be an extremely powerful weapon. This reassured Gu Qingshan considerably. If they didn't have some extraordinary skills, how could they have so easily wiped out the invading enemy? Lin Eru frowned and quickly asked, "Brother-in-law, this pineapple is so powerful. Isn't it dangerous for you to hold it in your hand?" Chen Mo laughed heartily. "Don't worry about that. The weapon will naturally obey your commands." "That's good." Lin Eru's expression relaxed considerably. "Brother-in-law, how do we make it explode? I will naturally teach you how to use it, but before that, please practice throwing it first." Upon hearing this, everyone became incredibly excited, their confidence seemingly surging. With weapons like these, anyone who comes will have to leave crying. However, they were also becoming increasingly curious about where Chen Mo's weapons came from. Everyone was baffled, since no one had ever seen where these weapons came from. Some people even think that there might be even bigger surprises in the future. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he looked at Ding Yi and said, "Ding Yi, come here." Ding Yi immediately walked to the table. "Young master, what are your orders?" Chen Mo smiled and handed the grenade to Ding Yi, saying, "You're in charge of making a batch of training grenades. Just make sure they're similar in weight and shape. They don't need to be precise." Ding Yi, somewhat frightened, examined the grenade closely. Then, after carefully weighing it in my hand, I discovered that this little thing actually had some weight to it. After roughly noting down the weight and shape, he carefully placed the grenade on the table, clasped his hands in a fist, and said, "Young master, I'll take care of it right away. Wait until Ding Yi leaves." Chen Mo turned to look at Wang Xie beside him and said, "Wife, take a few people back to Baiyun village and bring Xiao Lu and the others over. Also, bring my father-in-law and mother-in-law over as well." Upon hearing this, Lin Eru was filled with excitement, as he hadn't seen his parents for quite some time. They believed that living in the city would be much safer than living in the village. Wang Xie felt a little disappointed. If they all come, I won't be able to spend time with Chen Mo every day. However, she didn't show it. She immediately agreed and left with Godan and Xiao Lu. As soon as she left, Chu Yunxiao couldn't contain her excitement and looked at Chen Mo with expectant eyes. "Young master, what should I do?" "You." Chen Mo pondered for a moment, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally falling on her full breasts. "You should practice your shooting skills and strive to become a sharpshooter as soon as possible." This. Chu Yunxiao was somewhat surprised. Practicing shooting was good, but compared to her grand career, it seemed to offer little sense of participation. So he asked eagerly, "Young master, everyone else has something to do, why don't I?" Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you recruit soldiers with Uncle Chu?" "Yes, young master." However, she couldn't withstand Chen Mo's gaze in the end, and her little face turned red for some reason. Chu Deshang, who was standing to the side, frowned, as if he had noticed something. I thought to myself, could these two have fallen for each other? At night, Chen Mo was getting ready for bed when there was a sudden knock on the door. Who could it be so late? Could it be Chu Yunxiao? However, Chen Mo quickly shook his head, rejecting the idea. I thought to myself, women in ancient times would never be so proactive. Clang. When the door opened, I found a shy-looking apricot blossom. "Young master, Xinghua is here to serve you," Xinghua said in a voice barely audible, her eyes lowered. Kumin. Chapter 55. Lin Xiaolu's angry. The next day, the sun was high overhead. The study in the backyard of the county government office. Chen Mo sat at his desk, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Xinghua, meanwhile, was soaking in the fragrant duck manure on the side, a sweet smile radiating from her pretty face. "Young master, have some tea." Chen Mo nodded, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. "Young master, will Miss be back today?" Xinghua's delicate voice rang out again. She had been with Gu Shuyao since childhood, almost inseparable. This time, being separated for so long, she was extremely anxious. Chen Mo chuckled and teased. "Flower, if you had to choose, would you want your young lady or me?" Upon hearing this, Xinghua became a little nervous, and her little face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. If she could only choose one, she felt she couldn't do it. So she replied, "Young master, I choose both you and young lady. Xinghua will serve you both for the rest of her life." Chen Mo chuckled to himself, thinking to himself that this little girl was really sensible. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached, and Hua Chu's figure appeared. He held something neatly folded in his hands and stood respectfully in front of Chen Mo, saying, "Young master, this is the banner bearing the character Chen. Please take a look." As Hua went out to speak, he unfurled the flag in his hand. In the center of the rectangular red cloth, there was a large golden character Chen embroidered. Chen Montauk nodded in satisfaction. "Good, that's it." "Yes, young master, I'll arrange to make a few more." Not long after Hua left, a series of light and rapid footsteps came, along with a clear and melodious voice like that of a nightingale. Chen Mo looked up and saw that it was Wang Xie leading the girls in. Lin Xiaolu was walking at the front, followed by Sun Yunxiu and Gu Shuyao. Next to them are Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoshi, with Zhao Ho Hot at the very back. However, Zhao Ho Hot was also dressed in a gorgeous outfit, showing off her voluptuous figure, just like a high-class lady. "Husband, we're back," Wang Xie said to Chen Mo. Chen Mo responded softly, then stood up from his seat, smiled slightly at everyone, and said, "Ladies, how have you been?" They felt very reassured when they saw it. He was so calm and collected. Things must be as optimistic as Wang Xie described. After all, they were up to the serious matter of rebellion and could easily lose their heads. Therefore, they worried about it day and night during this period. Although we have won a battle, no one knows what the future holds, so everyone is more or less uneasy. However, they believed in Chen Mo, because he always manages to nip danger in the bud. Lin Xiaolu was genuinely angry. "If it weren't for his messing around, how come I can't get pregnant? And now I get nagged by my mother every day. He's the opposite. He always just packs his bags and leaves. Therefore, we must not let him get away with this. We must get to the bottom of this." My husband, Lin Xiaolu, Sun Yunxiu, and Gu Shuyao gave a slight curtsy, their graceful figures swaying in the breeze, exuding a gentle and refined air. "Young master." Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoshi spoke in unison, their voices tinged with excitement. After all, it had been a while since I'd spent time with him, and I was starting to miss him. Zhao Hoha walked to the side and bowed as well, her round face full of joy. Chen Mo nodded slightly, thinking to himself that having so many beautiful wives made him feel very accomplished. This damned feudal society was really good. "Where are your parents-in-law?" Chen Mo asked, looking at Lin Xiaolu. "They're in the lobby," Lin Xiaolu said softly. Chen Mo instructed Xinghua to arrange rooms for the sisters, while he led Lin Xiaolu to the lobby. Lin Yutian and Li Ernyang sat somewhat awkwardly in their chairs, while Zhou Chui'er stood beside them. The elderly couple didn't want to come to the city because they were genuinely afraid. But when they heard that Lin Eru was also in Nanshan City, they followed without hesitation. Upon seeing Chen Mo, the elderly couple immediately stood up. "Greetings, son-in-law." Zhou Chui'er quickly bowed. "Sister Chui'er, there's no need for such formalities." After saying that, Chen Mo clasped his hands in greeting to the elderly couple. "My dear son-in-law, I heard from Xie that Eru is also in the city. He rebelled with you too?" Lin Yutian looked at Chen Mo with a nervous and uneasy expression. After all, one was his own son and the other his son-in-law. He knew what would happen to his family if the rebellion failed. Chen Mo nodded slightly. "Yes, you'll be able to see brother Eru soon." Although Lin Yutian was uneducated, he knew that there were some things he couldn't say at this time. What's the point of saying it? So he asked, "Eru has a bad temper. Did he cause you any trouble?" Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand. Brother Eru has the demeanor of a great general. How could he cause me any trouble? Lin Yutian nodded blankly. Oh, that's good, that's good. Father, mother. Just then, an excited voice came from the door. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Lin Eru, dressed in military uniform, rushing towards them. He knelt down in front of the elderly couple with a thud and kowtowed. Father, mother, your son is unfilial. I have rebelled. Now that things have come to this, you might as well rebel, Lin Yutian said calmly. Li Ernyang immediately helped him up and said with a kind smile, Eru, you seem to have grown taller and become more handsome. Good. After saying that, Li Ernyang excitedly pointed to Zhou Chui'er and introduced her. Eru, this is your sister-in-law. You'll be an uncle soon, Lin Eru was stunned for a moment, not expecting so many things to have happened at home. Who would have thought that this idiot, who could actually find such a beautiful wife? He immediately clasped his hands in greeting and said, Eru greets sister-in-law. Zhou Chui'er quickly waved her hand. Second uncle, there's no need for such formalities. At this moment, Chen Mo looked at the group and said, from now on, you will live in the Chui residence, or rather, the Lin residence. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Everyone knows the Chui family status. They're the richest family in Nanshan City, and their mansion is probably even bigger than Baiyun Village. They never imagined that they would live in such a big house in their lifetime. What's the difference between this and daydreaming? Brother-in-law, that house is so big, and there are only a few of us in our family. Isn't that a bit of waste? Lin Eru frowned as he looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and said, there's no such thing as a waste. You should take your parents-in-law over and settle them in first. Lin Eru nodded, thinking to himself, we've already rebelled. What else is there to worry about? As soon as they left, Lin Xiaolu suddenly grabbed Chen Mo's ear and said angrily, you brat, do you think I'm stupid? Chen Mo was caught off guard. His gentle and considerate wife had actually taken action. My lady, what makes you say that? You're still pretending. Lin Xiaolu seemed to exert even more force, but her voice became softer. Tell me, why did you spray it in my mouth? Chapter 56 Urgent Report from Nanshui Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo suddenly realized why his wife had made such a fuss. I thought to myself that she must have had a master guiding her. Otherwise, how could she have suddenly discovered the problem? However, it wasn't that Chen Mo didn't want to have children. He just wanted to wait and see, since he had more important things to do. Where else should I spray it? Chen Mo frowned, feigning a bewildered expression. You're still pretending. Of course it's that place. As soon as Lin Xiaolu finished speaking, her face was instantly enveloped in a charming blush. She wouldn't have said such embarrassing things if she hadn't been forced into it. What place? I don't know anything about it. Chen Mo feigned shock and glanced down at her lower body. You don't know either? Lin Xiaolu frowned, looking somewhat dazed, and then let go of his hand, saying, then a night? Chen Mo understood what she meant. It seemed that his wife wouldn't give up until he got her pregnant. Having a child isn't a bad thing. At least she'll have something to do. So he put his arm around her slender waist and grinned mischievously. Shall we try it tonight? Okay. Lin Xiaolu responded shyly, thinking to herself that she should be able to get pregnant this time. When the night was deep and quiet, Chen Mo's thrust was incredibly powerful, and Lin Xiaolu finally understood what that feeling was like. Next, the rebels conducted various drills, including throwing training grenades. They were already eagerly anticipating the live fire exercises and couldn't wait to skip the part about throwing fake pineapples. It is worth mentioning that Chu Deshang recruited 200 new soldiers this time, which made him feel very accomplished. Although it's a bit few, it's still a breakthrough from zero. The residents of the city were shocked to learn that the rebel army had defeated the government troops. Therefore, some people have begun to think more highly of the rebel army. Of course, the rebel army is still too small, currently numbering only about 700 people. As a result, the common people were still very uneasy. They did not believe that such a small number of people could go against the imperial court. They also knew that the real enemy at the city gates would probably not be long before they arrived. If the rebel army still existed at that time, then that would truly prove they were capable. On the other side, in Chang'an, the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom, at the Qianyuan Hall of the Imperial Palace. Inside the main hall, civil and military officials stood on both sides. Their posture was slouching, and their complexions didn't seem very good. They had been waiting for over an hour, but the emperor had not yet appeared. Of course, this wasn't the first time. Every night, when the emperor chooses his concubines, he chooses 10 or 8 at a time. It's a fight to the death, and he might just die surrounded by women one day. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps sounded. The ministers all turned to look, but instead of the emperor, they saw Princess Qi Min's beautiful and graceful figure. Qi Min walked slowly, her beautiful face cold and aloof, her eyes fixed on the throne on the imperial platform. An old eunuch with white hair, holding a yellow scroll in his hand, followed behind her with a serious expression. Upon seeing this, both civil and military officials frowned, each speculating about this highly unusual scene. Some people think that the emperor might have passed away. Some people also believe that the Great Qi is about to change, and Qi Min may have to strike first. Although the old emperor had no sons, he had a large number of nephews from collateral branches of the imperial family. However, Prime Minister Shangguan Yi, who stood at the head of the civil officials' ranks, was secretly sneering. He thought to himself, "Whoever becomes emperor, everything is under my control." At this moment, Qi Min stopped in front of the throne and quickly turned around, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Immediately afterwards, the old eunuch faced the assembled officials, unfurled the scroll in his hand, and proclaimed in a hoarse voice, "His Majesty has issued a decree." Upon seeing this, both civil and military officials knelt down. The old eunuch glanced down and continued reading, "I am ill and bedridden, my health is failing, and I am unable to manage state affairs. I hereby issue this special edict. Princess Qi Min is hereby appointed to oversee the country on my behalf and temporarily assume the responsibilities of the court. All important military and national affairs, as well as official documents, shall be subject to his decision. I hope that all of you will be conscientious in your duties, work together to assist and support the nation, and jointly safeguard its peace and prosperity." So be it. The ministers were dumbfounded upon hearing this. Could this be the prelude to Qi Min ascending to the throne? But how can a woman become an emperor? Moreover, given the current dire situation, shouldn't we find a wise and capable ruler who can turn the tide? When everyone stood up, they were even more surprised to find that Qi Min was already sitting on the throne. Qi Min glanced at the assembled officials and was about to speak when suddenly, a young eunuch, like a ghost, strode into the hall with swift, rapid steps. He held a memorial in his hand, walked up to the old eunuch, presented it with both hands, and whispered, "Eunuch Chao, an urgent report from Nanshui Prefecture." The old eunuch took it with one hand and waved for the young eunuch to leave. He turned and walked up to Qi Min, respectfully presenting the memorial to her. "Read." Qi Min smirked, seemingly not taking it to heart at all. In her eyes, there were just a few starving refugees who were probably all beheaded by now. The civil and military officials below naturally thought the same way. "Yes," the old eunuch agreed, then turned to face the assembled officials and opened the memorials. However, he was stunned for several seconds. Although it's only 2 lines long, it's a big deal. He didn't know whether to read it or not. But he couldn't disobey Her Highness the Princess, could he? After hesitating for a moment, he finally opened his mouth and read, "The army was defeated at Nanshan City, and Yu, the governor of Nanshui Prefecture, died in battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the civil and military officials all stared wide-eyed. Didn't they say that there were only a mere 100 or so rebels in Nanshan City? How could an army of over 1,000 men be unable to defeat them? This is rather unbelievable. Qi Min looked gloomy after hearing this, never expecting this outcome, and almost got so angry that her breasts ached. Even more unexpectedly, he received such a great gift shortly after assuming the position of regent. She knew very well that the current passive situation was caused by the court's lack of attention when the northern rebels first started their uprising. If we don't take down the rebels in Nanshan City soon, then there will probably be another Huangjiao rebellion. By then, the imperial court will likely be attacked from 2 sides, and will be unable to cope. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Min said, "The rebellion in Nanshan City must be quelled as soon as possible. I have decided to send the Imperial Guards to suppress the rebellion." Although the ministers were somewhat shocked, they felt that mobilizing the elite troops guarding the capital to deal with just a few displaced people was an overreaction. At this moment, the Minister of War stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, a few displaced people are not worth mentioning. The Imperial Guards are guarding the capital region and must not be mobilized." After listening, Chi Min gave a cold laugh. "Didn't you all say the same thing during the Huangjiao Rebellion? But look at you now. The rebels have 200,000 troops. If the chaos in Nanshan City isn't quelled, do you think it might turn into another Huangjiao?" Chapter 57, Live Fire Exercises. The ministers were speechless for a moment. Chi Min is right. It was because we didn't take it seriously back then that the rebels have become so powerful that the court has paid a heavy price for it. Moreover, if the situation cannot be contained, it will only get worse and may even be overturned. However, Prime Minister Shangwan thought differently from most people. He strongly agreed with Chi Min's idea. Of course, he also had his own ulterior motives. "Your Highness is right. The rebels are currently weak. The court should send troops to completely wipe them out and nip them in the bud. In this way, how could those restless, unruly commoners dare to rebel if they saw the court's swift and decisive actions?" After Shangwan finished speaking, most of the civil and military officials echoed his words. Before Chi Min could speak, Shangwan continued, "Your Highness, my son Shangwan Zhao is skilled in both literature and martial arts. He has been well-versed in military strategy since childhood and is qualified to lead the army into battle this time. I believe that the court only needs to allocate 5,000 Imperial Guards to flatten Nanshan City and kill all the rebels." Shangwan Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He felt it was time for the Shangwan family to establish their prestige and to gain control of the Imperial Guards. As for Nanshan City, it's just a few audacious and unruly commoners. Taking it down would be a piece of cake. If the Shangwan family doesn't act now, when will they? Chi Min couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking they still have the nerve to call themselves both scholarly and martial. "Why didn't you go to the Yellow Horn Rebellion?" "Very well. Since your Shangwan family wants to show off, then let them show off. If the rebels are wiped out, nothing will happen. But if the army is defeated, then we must strike them hard, and if not kill them, we must at least make them suffer." Chi Min smiled slightly and said, "Prime Minister Shangwan, since you are willing to let Shangwan Zhao make contributions to the country, then I will grant your request. However, let me make this clear from the start. If we fail to subdue the rebels of Nanshan, they will come to me with their heads." Chi Min's tone was neither too loud nor too soft, but her eyes revealed a hint of cold, killing intent. Shangwan seemed to have guessed Chi Min's thoughts, but he didn't take it to heart at all. He thought that dealing with a mere few hundred troublemakers with 5,000 Imperial Guards was no different from harvesting wheat. So he solemnly replied, "Yes, my son will surely wipe out the rebels, share your Highness's burdens, and relieve the nation's troubles." After Shangwan finished speaking, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he felt smug inside. He didn't expect Chi Min to agree so readily. It seemed that manipulating her might be much easier than controlling the emperor. Chi Min then waved her hand and said, "Issue my order. The Imperial Guard shall immediately deploy 5,000 troops to Nanshan City tomorrow." "Your Majesty, we obey." The following day, 5,000 mighty Imperial Guards stood ready at the drill ground. Shangwan and Shangwan Zhao stood on the reviewing stand, their faces beaming with pride. In their eyes, this military merit was practically free, and most importantly, it also gave them a chance to get their hands on the Imperial Guard. Once the Imperial Guards are under their control, the Shangwan family will have complete control over the Great Qi. At this moment, Shangwan Zhao stepped forward, drew his sword with a clang, and raised it high. "Imperial Guards, listen to my command. Move out." Upon receiving the order, the Imperial Guards moved into action, and in an instant, a large crowd surged forth, raising clouds of dust. "Zhao, no matter what method you use, these 5,000 elite troops must be completely under your control. If anyone dares to disagree, I'll kill them. How they die out there is entirely up to you. Shangguan, he stood with his hands behind his back, his expression both serious and somewhat sinister. Yes, Shangguan Zhao nodded in agreement, knowing that the day he slept with Qi Min was probably not far off. If my Shangguan family wants to accomplish great things, we must gradually control the Imperial Guards until they become our private army. Understand? Shangguan Zhao's eyes sharpened, and he clasped his hands in a fist and said, Father, I'll be right back. After speaking, he stepped down from the reviewing stand, mounted his warhorse, and galloped away. In Nanshan City, Chen Mo led the Shinji battalion and several key members to an open space outside the city. There were several sandbag bunkers on the ground, and a dozen or so wooden crates were placed not far away. Everyone lined up in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They knew that today's training exercise was live-fire practice. Chen Mo picked up a grenade from the wooden box and walked up to them. He first introduced the structure of the grenade, and after everyone had digested it, he continued to explain how to operate it. Remember to hold the grenade with your right hand, gripping the handle firmly in your palm. Fingers naturally bend around the handle, and the thumb presses against the safety pin spring. Then pull out the safety pin with your finger, and after pulling out, be sure to throw the pineapple within a few breaths. Everyone listened intently and watched closely, their ears perked up and their eyes wide, afraid of missing a single detail. However, most people think it's too easy, there's no difficulty at all, and anyone can handle it. Then, in front of everyone, Chen Mo pulled out the safety pin, turned around, and threw the grenade far away. Bang! As the loud explosion rang out, the earth seemed to tremble. Upon seeing this, everyone started yelling and screaming. The pineapple may look small, but its power is quite astonishing. Its sound is deafening and soul-shaking. Seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of the key members, Chen Mo chuckled and asked who would like to come up and demonstrate. As soon as he finished speaking, things immediately became lively. Young master, brother-in-law, let me do it. Young master, let me do it. Almost everyone was eager to try, which surprised Chen Mo. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, and these people probably have that mentality right now. Little did they know that a mistake could be fatal. Chen Mo looked at the key members, his gaze finally settling on Chu Yunxiao. Because she was the loudest, and she was a woman, I used her as a practice subject. Yunxiao, you're the one. Chu Yunxiao was overjoyed and immediately walked to the cover. Upon seeing this, Godin immediately took a grenade and carefully handed it to Chu Yunxiao. Remember, you can only operate when I tell you to. Chen Mo said seriously, afraid that she might suddenly lose her temper and pull the safety pin. Yes, young master. Chu Yunxiao swallowed hard as she looked at the pineapple in her hand, a hint of nervousness appearing on her pretty face. Chen Mo immediately waved to the crowd. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Seeing everyone keeping their distance, Chu Yunxiao was completely bewildered. I thought to myself, do they really not trust me? Why don't they just throw me further away? However, Chen Mo didn't leave. He stayed just 2 or 3 steps away, which warmed her heart. Preparation. As soon as Chen Mo's voice rang out, Chu Yunxiao immediately pressed the safety pin spring with her thumb. Bomb! Chu Yunxiao was a little nervous, but the steps were still clear. She immediately used the fingers of her left hand to pull out the safety pin. Then he swung his arm back, preparing to throw the grenade. But then, an accident happened. Chu Yunxiao got nervous, and her hand slipped, causing the pineapple to fall about a meter away. Her eyes widened, terrified and at a loss for what to do. Holy shit! Chen Mo exclaimed in surprise and lunged forward, pinning Chu Yunxiao beneath him. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion rang out. Fortunately, both of their bodies were covered by cover, and they only had a ringing in their ears. Chen Mo suddenly frowned. He felt as if he had touched something soft, like tofu. Although Chu Yunxiao's heart was pounding, she knew that her chest was being tightly held by Chen Mo's large hands. This made her so ashamed she wanted to disappear. Chen Mo immediately got up and helped Chu Yunxiao up. Are you all right? Young master, Chu Yunxiao was both frightened and shy, and for a moment she stammered and couldn't say anything. Chapter 58, The Mist Will Eventually Dissipate. Chen Mo looked at Chu Yunxiao's incredibly shy and nervous face, shook his head and smiled. It's okay, just be more careful next time. Yes, young master. Chu Yunxiao spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, and stood to the side with her head down. She knew she had lost face big time, and that she had even had intimate contact with the young master. Logically speaking, shouldn't we be responsible for ourselves? Everyone's heart tightened at the sight. Pineapples may seem simple, but they can actually be a bit dangerous. Chu Desheng was not only thrilled, but also embarrassed. As the saying goes, men and women should not touch each other. It's a little shameful that my own virgin daughter is embracing a man. Otherwise, Chu Desheng frowned, seemingly having some thoughts in mind. At this moment, Chen Mo looked at everyone again, and their expressions seemed to have become serious. He chuckled and said, Don't worry too much. As long as you handle it properly, there won't be any problems. At this point, Chen Mo's tone became calmer. Also, if you make a mistake, be sure to take cover immediately, just like I did just now. If there is no cover, you must take cover and lie down immediately. After saying that, he asked, Now who wants to try? Without a second thought, Wang Huchen stepped forward and declared, I'll do it. Dog Egg immediately grabbed a pineapple and handed it to him. Wang Huchen walked to the cover, mustered his courage, and then yanked out the safety pin with a bang, before throwing it away in one swift motion. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang. Seeing this, Wang Huchen couldn't help but smile, his sense of accomplishment overflowing. When others see this, their confidence is boosted. Actually, as long as you're not nervous, it's quite simple to operate. Good, that's it. Chen Mo showed a satisfied expression, then looked at the crowd again. Next. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Eru came out. I'll give a try. Having seen the world, he showed no signs of nervousness, and his movements were swift and decisive. When the grenade exploded, Lin Eru also showed a smug expression. He thought to himself that with guns and pineapples, even the elite imperial guards of the Great Qi would be scared into submission. Given time, the righteous army will surely sweep across the world. Lin Eru became more and more excited as he thought about it, wishing that the imperial army would appear immediately so that they could taste the power of the pineapple. Next, Chen Mo divided everyone into several teams, and each person took turns to participate. After all, there are dangerous elements involved, so everyone needs to practice more. Anyway, there are plenty of pineapples. When we get to the battlefield, there won't be any chaos, and we won't have to worry about accidentally hurting our own people. Soon, the grenades were used up. Seeing that everyone seemed to want more, Chen Mo took Godan back to the county government office. Upon arriving at the study, he brought out all the hand grenades he had previously copied, totaling about 20 boxes. After Godan moved the grenade away, Chen Mo flashed into the space. He knew that the court's next attack would be on a larger scale, so he had to prepare some ammunition in advance. However, Chen Mo discovered that the blood in the space had been drained again. So he ordered Ho to go out and get more blood, emphasizing that the more the better. Ho was very curious, but how could he not take the young master's orders seriously? He immediately led his men to search the entire city, and in less than half an hour, they brought back more than a dozen jars of various kinds of blood. There are chickens and ducks, as well as pigs and sheep. Chen Mo entered the space again and copied a lot of ammunition in less than half an hour. After finishing all that, he climbed onto the armored vehicle, lay down, and lit a cigarette. Suddenly, Chen Mo frowned deeply, realizing that the mist in front of him seemed to have receded considerably. The mountain, which was originally shrouded in mist, is now revealed. He remembers clearly that there were continuous mountain ranges on both sides of the road. What's going on? Is the space getting bigger? Will the fog eventually dissipate? He was startled and immediately ran onto the roof of the car to look around. That's right, the view is much wider now, and the fog around us has really cleared up a lot. If they keep retreating, that would be fantastic. Because in front of the convoy was a campsite, behind it was a fairly large town, and further behind was a city. If the fog really clears, the supplies in these places will be incredibly abundant. By then, you'll have everything you want. Thinking of this, Chen Mo threw his head back and laughed heartily, his joy overflowing. So he decided to inject fresh blood into the space every day, letting it absorb as much as it wanted. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Mo jumped into an SUV and drove off into the mist. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the mist. As he jumped out of the car, he suddenly let out a long eh. He noticed that the bananas growing by the roadside were actually red. Yes, it's red as blood. Chen Mo immediately walked to the banana tree, reached out, and plucked a banana. When you peel the banana, you'll find that the flesh inside is also red, and it has a strong banana smell. Why are the bananas so red? Is it because of the blood sucking from the space? I wonder if they're even edible. Chen Mo looked at the banana in his hand, which was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, and muttered to himself. After thinking about it, he decided to try a bite. It smells so good, and it tastes like bananas, so it can't be poisonous, right? So Chen Mo put the banana in his mouth and took a bite, and immediately a soft, sweet taste filled his taste buds. Holy crap, it's actually so delicious. Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "This is the best banana I've ever eaten." However, he was still a little uneasy, since he didn't know the details of this thing. So, with a casual toss, it escaped the space. Back in his study, Chen Mo quickly thought of another problem, whether or not the car could be used. He was just about to go out and try out a place when there was a sudden knock on the door. "My lord." Upon hearing the voice, Chen Mo recognized it as Gu Shuyao and called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Gu Shuyao and Xinghua gracefully entered, filling the study with a delicate fragrance. "My dear husband, I made you some chicken soup. Please try it." After Gu Shuyao finished speaking, Xinghua placed the chicken soup in front of Chen Mo. "Young master, this was specially made for you by a young lady. It's delicious. Please drink it." Xinghua spoke softly, looking very well-behaved and adorable. Chen Mo smiled at the two of them, then picked up his bowl to drink. Just then he suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted, his body went numb, and then his whole body became very hot. "Holy crap, I'm poisoned." Chen Mo inwardly cursed, remembering that he had just eaten that red banana. At this moment, Gu Shuyao seemed to notice something and hurriedly asked anxiously, "Husband, what's wrong? Why did your face suddenly turn red?" Xinghua also noticed, and her face changed in fright. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was immediately taken aback. "Ah, it's red?" Chapter 59, Car Delivery. Chen Mo immediately put down the bowl in his hand, reached out and touched his face, and found it to be burning hot, as if it had been roasted by fire. Damn it, could those red bananas really be poisonous? Chen Mo frowned, feeling uneasy. Strangely enough, apart from feeling extremely hot, I didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere else. If it were poisoning, shouldn't the symptoms include foaming at the mouth, black lips, and convulsions? "My lord, are you feeling unwell?" Gu Shuyao frowned slightly, a look of anxiety appearing on her pretty face. After speaking, she immediately looked at Xinghua and instructed, "Hua, quickly go and fetch the doctor." Xinghua quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, miss, I'll go right away." Just then, Chen Mo suddenly felt a surge of power throughout his body, and he felt refreshed and invigorated, as if he had been reborn. He clenched his fist, feeling that one punch could knock down a strong man. Holy crap! Am I on some kind of super energizer? Chen Mo was taken aback. It seemed this was a good thing. Moreover, the feeling of heat seemed to be gradually subsiding, but an inexplicable fire was rising in my heart. Flower, I'm fine, I don't need to go." Chen Mo immediately called out to Xinghua. Xinghua stopped in her tracks and stared at him blankly. When Gu Shuyao looked again, she noticed that Chen Mo's red face seemed to have faded a lot, and she felt a little relieved. She then parted her red lips slightly and asked, "Husband, are you really all right?" "Yes, your husband is strong and healthy. How could anything happen to me? I was just feeling a little unwell just now." Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with endless lust as he looked at Gu Shuyao, as if they could burst into flames at any moment. Gu Shuyao sensed something. Her eyes darted away, and her face flushed. It's all right now. Then hurry up and drink the chicken soup." Chen Mo picked up the bowl and gulped it down, but the nameless anger in his heart seemed to intensify even more. If the floodwaters are not released soon, The dam may collapse. So he put down the bowl in his hand, looked at Xinghua, and said, "Hua, go," and closed the door. "Yes, young master." Xinghua was taken aback, wondering why they were closing the door in broad daylight. However, Gu Shuyao seemed to understand something, and a sense of excitement surged into her heart, causing her to become somewhat flustered. I thought to myself, is this really appropriate in broad daylight? 1 hour later, after getting dressed, Gu Shuyao hurriedly left the study. Xinghua brought over a basin of water and, with a flushed face, wiped the sweat off Chen Mo's body. Her movements were very light, and she looked extremely well behaved. However, my heart was like the waves of the ocean, and I couldn't calm down at all. She discovered that Chen Mo's combat power seemed to have increased several levels, making it difficult for the two of them to keep up. Of course, Chen Mo also noticed the abnormality and knew it was because he had eaten red bananas. The key point is that it was just one bite. If you ate the whole thing, you would fly to the sky. Haha, this is so refreshing. Chen Mo was overjoyed, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. I thought to myself that even if I get injections every day, I can still do whatever I want. In short, just do it. After wiping away his sweat and getting dressed, Chen Mo walked out of the county government office alone and went to a secluded corner. He felt that since the space was developing, it was possible to build a car. Regardless, we must give it a try. If we have military vehicles, the troops can be motorized and become an iron torrent. At that time, even ghosts will be terrified. So Chen Mo immediately made a mental remark. The next moment, with a whoosh, a military off-road vehicle suddenly appeared in front of us. Holy crap, I picked up my car. Chen Mo opened his eyes wide, his expression of surprise, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. He knew very well what the vehicle meant. Trucks can transport supplies and troops. Off-road vehicles can be used for transportation, but armored vehicles are even more powerful. On the battlefield, they're steel beasts. A moment later, another question came to mind. Looking at the SUV, he muttered to himself, I wonder if vehicles can regenerate. So I couldn't wait to open up a space in my mind. As expected, there were 14 vehicles in the original location, and an off-road vehicle at the edge of the fog, making a total of 15. This means that vehicles can be copied, and in any number we need. Chen Mo's lips twitched, thinking to himself that this cheat was invincible. Then, he jumped in the car and drove off. Beep beep. Upon hearing the strange noise, passers-by all looked surprised. Look, there's a monster. Wow, wow, wow. What is this thing? It runs so fast without any cattle or horses. Wow, it's faster than a horse-drawn carriage. Passers-by shouted and exclaimed, as if modern people had seen aliens. Before long, Chen Mo drove the car to the city gate. The guards frowned upon seeing this and immediately drew their swords to block the way. Who goes there? When Chen Mo poked his head out, the guard was immediately stunned. Young master, how could it be you? A junior leader scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly, then waved for the guards to leave. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, then stepped on the gas and drove off. The guard stared, mouth agape, for a long time until the car disappeared from sight. A short while later, the off-road vehicle appeared near the training ground. Upon seeing this, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over, exclaiming in amazement. What is that? Wang Huchen frowned, staring intently. Why can it run so fast without a horse? Wang Xie, standing to the side, wondered who else but her husband could come up with such strange and unusual things. Overjoyed, she said, Brother, it should be my husband. It really could be him. Wang Huchen nodded blankly. It's really strange. He can run without a horse. Wang Xie was also extremely curious, as it was the first time she had ever seen it. Just then, Chen Mo's car stopped in front of them, making a creaking sound. They frowned and looked closely. They could tell there were people in the car, but they couldn't see them clearly. Whoosh! Chen Mo opened the car door, got out with a grin, and found everyone's expressions were utterly astonished. That's understandable, considering they were people from ancient times. Seeing Chen Mo seemed to be expected, but the thing looked really strange. It's colorful, has wheels, ears, eyes, and it even looks like it has a mouth. My lord, what is this? Wang Xie quickly walked to his side, a look of doubt in her eyes. What puzzled her even more was where this thing came from. This is also called a car. Then why can it run so fast without horses? Chen Mo chuckled. You'll find out in time. Chapter 60, Let You Ride Every Day. As they spoke, the key members had already surrounded the off-road vehicle completely. They touched this and patted that, marveling at it. The soldiers of the Shinji battalion watched from afar, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They felt incredibly fortunate to be following the young master in his rebellion. Not only will you be able to eat and drink your fill, but you'll also have guns and pineapples, and who knows, you might even own one of these strange cars someday. After a while, Chen Mo looked at everyone and chuckled. Everyone continue with your live fire practice. I think the government troops will soon be at the city gates. When that happens, we'll use the pineapples we have to give them a good meal. Seeing the incredibly expectant looks in everyone's eyes, Chen Mo chuckled again and pointed to the off-road vehicle, saying, I will teach everyone how to drive this car in a while, and those who perform well will be able to own one. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was overjoyed and exclaimed, wow. His joyful expression was akin to that of someone who had found 10 beautiful wives. Then, Chen Mo shoved Wang Xie into the passenger seat. Everyone was incredibly envious. At that moment, no one wanted to miss the chance to sit down. Especially Chu Yunxiao, seeing the two get into the car, couldn't help but pout her little mouth, a trace of worry on her pretty face. After Wang Xie got into the car, she touched and fiddled with everything, extremely curious, as if she were sitting on rare and precious treasures. Then his gaze was fixed on Chen Mo, wanting to know how he made this horseless carriage move. Then, she saw Chen Mo twist a lever with his right hand, while his other hand held a round object. In a moment, the car started moving. Wang Xie leaned back and immediately grabbed the car body with her small hands. Chen Mo chuckled, then stepped on the gas and sped off onto the official road. Wang Xie was so stunned by the rapidly receding trees that she almost cried out in surprise. I thought to myself that this was much faster than a horse-drawn carriage. The seat was soft and comfortable, and it didn't seem too difficult to operate. So, looking at Chen Mo with anticipation, she asked, Husband, may I ride you? As long as you like it, I don't mind letting you ride it every day. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he turned to her and gave her a mischievous smile. Seeing his grinning face, Wang Xie knew he wasn't serious. So she glanced at him with some disdain. Husband, I meant I want to ride a bike. Chen Mo was well aware of the curiosity of these ancient people, so he smiled generously and said, Of course, no problem. In addition, this car will be yours from now on. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie's large, watery eyes seemed to become even more lively. So Chen Mo stopped the car and began teaching her how to drive. Nighttime, a house in the western part of the city. Chu Deshang arrived at Chu Yunxiao's boudoir and knocked on the door. Chu Yunxiao, who was lost in thought under the candlelight, immediately snapped out of her reverie and back to reality. When she opened the door, a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Dad, it's you? It's so late. Is there something you need? Upon hearing this, Chu Deshang's expression darkened slightly. I thought to myself, something sounds weird about that. What does "it's me" mean? Could it be that this girl is having a secret rendezvous with some man in her room? So he glanced at her, somewhat speechless, and said, It's nothing. Dad just has a few words to say to you. Chu Yunxiao noticed her father's strange expression and looked embarrassed. After Chu Deshang entered the room and sat down, he looked at Chu Yunxiao and said bluntly, Yunxiao, although young Master Chen has a lot of wives, he is a good man and a man destined for great things. If you like him, I will arrange a marriage for you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxiao's pretty face immediately turned so red it seemed to drip water. Dad, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Chu Deshang knew from his daughter's shy expression that she was already smitten. So he said, Father will find a suitable opportunity to talk to you about your affairs, young master. Father, Chu Yunxiao said coquettishly, her face seemingly turning even redder. Although her tone sounded a bit reluctant, she was actually incredibly excited. A few days later, in an open space in the city, Chen Mo and the twin sisters were watching Wang Xie practice driving. Although her driving skills aren't great, this young lady is quite daring. She's managing to drive it around all right for now. These past few days, all she's done is practice driving, She's even skipping meals because she's determined to learn how to drive. Suddenly, a rapid tapping sound came from behind. Chen Mo turned his head and saw that Xiao Lu was riding a horse galloping towards him. It seemed that something had happened. Whoa! Xiao Lu pulled on the reins and immediately dismounted. Young master, we have spotted several thousand enemy troops, less than 10 miles from the north gate. Chen Mo's lips twitched upon hearing this. It seemed he could increase his troop strength once again. So he instructed Xiao Lu to notify all the troops to prepare for battle, and ordered Wang Huqin to lead 100 Shinji battalion soldiers out of the city to cut off their rear. In short, once they're here, we can't let them get away. A short while later, Chen Mo led Wang Xie, Zhang Ruochu, and Zhang Ruoshi to the north gate city wall. At this moment, the 200 new recruits on the city wall appeared very nervous, with large beads of sweat constantly dripping from their foreheads. In truth, they weren't very confident given the vast disparity in strength between themselves and the enemy. In the previous battle, they had only heard rumors and had not witnessed firsthand how the rebels' firepower overwhelmed the enemy. Of course, as members of the righteous army, they naturally hoped that the righteous army could win. However, Chen Mo did not arrange for them to engage in direct combat. Their mission was very simple: to observe. The same was true for the 300 surrendered soldiers. Chen Mo wanted them to see for themselves how a small rebel army could annihilate the government troops. Although the Shinji battalion only had 200 men and was divided into two parts, he believed that dealing with several thousand government troops would not be too much of a challenge. Soon, a dark mass of government troops gradually came into view of the rebels, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. What they didn't know was that the government troops that came this time were the elite of the elite, and there were a total of 5,000 of them, which was 10 times the number of the rebel army. Shangguan Zhao looked at the city wall, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips. He felt that 5,000 Imperial Guards were more than enough to conquer mountains and rivers, and taking down a few audacious and unruly civilians would be a piece of cake. Therefore, they did not take the rebel army in front of them seriously at all. The reason we were able to win last time was just luck. After all, those 1,000 government troops were just a motley crew. How could they be compared to the lofty Imperial Guards? General Shangguan, the army is ready. Shall we attack the city? At this moment, a dark-skinned commander of the Imperial Guards clasped his hands in greeting to Shangguan Zhao. Shangguan Zhao gave a cold laugh, then drew his sword with a clang and shouted, "All troops, listen to my command. Slaughter all the traitors and raze Nanshan City to the ground. Attack! Ho 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 ho." Chapter 61, Pineapple Service. At a command, more than 10 siege engines rushed towards the city. The infantrymen carried the ladders and followed steadily. The archers lined up behind them, and the cavalry brought up the rear of the column. Looking at this strong and powerful Imperial Guard, Shangguan Zhao could not hide his pride. His lips curled up so high that they almost reached his ears. Little did he know, a pair of eyes on the city wall were staring intently at him. Chen Mo was seen holding binoculars, his gaze fixed on Shangguan Zhao and others in the center of the rear army. He knew in his heart that these men were likely the commanders of the government troops. At this point, the two sides were only about 300 meters apart. If a single soldier rocket launcher were used, it would be enough to blow them into the air. However, after a moment's thought, Chen Mo decided to hold back for now. He reasoned that if the enemy commander were killed at the outset, the government troops would likely collapse instantly. This force has many cavalrymen. If they scatter and flee, it will be difficult for Wang Huqin's 100 or so guns to intercept them, and they may even be in danger. More importantly, Chen Mo keenly sensed that this government army was very different from the ones he had fought before. It was clearly a well-trained elite force. That would be wonderful if we could bring them under our control. "Husband, what are you doing?" Wang Xie's curious voice suddenly rang out. The others were equally bewildered, wondering what could possibly be discerned from something so dark. "Hey," Chen Mo chuckled and handed the binoculars to Wang Xie, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Wang Xie frowned and immediately followed suit, pointing the binoculars at her own eyes. "Wow!" Wang Xie exclaimed in surprise, a look of shock appearing on her face, which was hidden by the binoculars. She discovered that the enemy troops in the distance, who looked like ants, could be seen clearly through the contraption in her hand. The others looked on in astonishment. I wondered to myself, what's so mysterious about that dark, unremarkable thing? Sister Sia, what did you see? Jiang Ruochu asked curiously from the side. Wang Xia put down the binoculars and handed them to Jiang Ruochu beside her, saying excitedly, Ruochu, look at this. It can see so far. Jiang Ruochu immediately shoved the binoculars into her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Wow. So everyone took turns using the binoculars, and after seeing it, they all exclaimed in amazement. Soon, the government troops arrived step by step. Meanwhile, the Shunji battalion soldiers on the city wall gripped their steel rifles tightly, waiting for the moment to pull the trigger. Just as the enemy archers were about 100 paces from the city, they suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Chen Mo's lips curled up slightly. He thought to himself that as long as they could disable the opponent's ranged attack capabilities, they would be lambs to the slaughter. Then he said in a deep voice, Everyone, aim at the archers and fire. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately opened fire. In an instant, more than 100 tongues of fire shot out, a dense barrage of bullets like raindrops at the enemy archers. Da-da-da. Boot-boot-boot. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the Imperial Guards were also stunned. In just a few moments, dozens of archers fell to the ground. This. What's going on? The archers stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. No matter how you look at it, you can't find any arrows, and you can't even see what's being shot down from the city walls. But they fell incredibly fast. In no time, the entire archer phalanx was in complete chaos. The screams rose and fell, groaning and howling. The cries were truly agonizing. The infantrymen positioned ahead of the archers were also terrified and at a loss. They weren't fools. They naturally knew what the other party's intentions were. If archers can hit them, then it goes without saying that they can hit them too. So they were all like startled birds, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Upon seeing this, the young general leading the charge frowned deeply, and after a moment, he immediately brandished his sword and shouted, Quickly, attack the city. Being an elite force, the Imperial Guards quickly recovered from their initial panic and hurriedly pushed their siege engines toward the city wall. Kill them. At this moment, Shangguan Zhao, who was far behind, was also completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, the sound was so loud, but didn't seem like anything was shot out. How could so many people have fallen down? Just then, a captain came running up, panting, and clasped his hands in greeting to Shangguan Zhao, saying, General, I wonder what kind of weapon the rebels used that caused such heavy losses to our archers. He swallowed hard and continued, Anyone hit by it will have a hole in their body. Its lethality seems to be much stronger than that of an arrow. Damn it, it's just a death throes. Shangguan Zhao was furious. After speaking, he looked at the captain and ordered, Pass down the order. Attack the city with all our might. The captain agreed and immediately turned and galloped towards the battlefield. Soon, the siege engines braved a hail of bullets and approached the city. Chen Mo chuckled and immediately ordered, Serve the pineapple. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunfei reached for the grenade while shouting loudly towards the Shinji battalion. By order of the young master, serve the pineapples. By order of the young master, serve the pineapples. After saying that, he took the lead, pulled out the safety pin, and threw it down onto a siege engine without blinking. Bang! Chu Yunfei peered over the edge of the stack, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. I thought to myself, at least I've managed to save face for my sister, right? The soldiers of the Shinji battalion immediately took out grenades from their bodies and threw them down at the target below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a series of explosions resounded through the sky. The government troops were immediately thrown into chaos by the explosion, and several siege engines were instantly reduced to scrap metal, followed by heart-wrenching screams. On my legs! Help me! The Shinji battalion was also stunned. The scene was so shocking, it was many times better than their training. The soldiers who were observing were horrified and speechless at the sight of the carnage below. Just as the Shinji battalion was still throwing grenades down, Chen Mo shouldered a personal rocket launcher and aimed it at the enemy general behind the enemy lines. People nearby looked on with great anticipation. They had finally waited for this moment. They believed this stuff was even better than pineapple. Wang Xie, in particular, even stopped shooting and stared intently at the weapon on Chen Mo's shoulder. After taking aim, Chen Mo revealed a mysterious look on his face and then pulled the trigger with a click. Whoosh! The cannonballs pierced the air and flew straight toward the generals. Chapter 62, Who's Weak and Who's Strong? Bang! Shangguan Zhao, who was frowning, was blown away before he could figure out what was going on with the cannon fire below the city wall, or even shout a word. He was lying on his back, his upper body a bloody mess, his face completely mangled. It was a truly gruesome sight. In this situation, even if Shangguan came, he probably wouldn't recognize his own son. Ah, General Shangguan. He's dead. Ah. The surrounding cavalrymen were immediately terrified, trembling and looking at each other in dismay. Their morale seemed to waver as well, because the commander and his deputy were both wiped out. They never imagined that their commander would be killed at such a great distance. You must know, he is the son of the current prime minister. He's dead. Wasn't it said that the rebels in Nanshan City were easily defeated? How did things turn out like this? It seems they're all just rumors. The rebels in Nanshan City seem a bit different. On the city walls, everyone was shocked when they saw the enemy troops hundreds of meters away suddenly burst into flames. It was so shocking that some people were stunned, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Because in terms of both range and power, it is simply incomparable to a hand grenade. It's like comparing a small witch to a great wizard. If there were as many of these weapons as guns, we could blow the enemy into the air without them even getting close to the city. So after seeing this scene, no one could remain unmoved. Soon, the Imperial Guards, who had been blown to bits, realized the situation was dire and fled in disarray. The city was now in ruins, with corpses and blood everywhere. The cavalry behind them were already in a state of panic, and with the siege setback, they could no longer hold on and fled the battlefield one by one. Several of Shangguan's personal guards, after hoisting Shangguan Zhao's body onto their horses, also ran off as if they had lost their souls. On the city wall, Chen Mo suddenly turned around, looked at Chu Yunfei and Ding Yi, and ordered, Yunfei, Ding Yi, you two immediately lead the Divine Machine Battalion to pursue them. Remember, surrender, and you will not be killed. Understood. Chu Yunfei and Ding Yi's eyes sharpened, and they clasped their hands in response. Chen Mo nodded. Then his gaze fell on Lin Eru, and he said, Brother Eru, take your men and follow. Prepare to receive the prisoners. Yes. Lin Eru responded in a deep voice, and immediately led the surrendered soldiers and new recruits who were observing to hurry down to the city. After the soldiers who had carried out their mission left the city wall, Wang Xie pointed to the cannon barrel on the ground and looked at Chen Mo with curiosity in her eyes. My lord, what kind of weapon is this? How can it shoot so far? This is called a man-portable rocket launcher. Chen Mo chuckled, then joked, want to fire one? May I? Wang Xie pointed blankly at herself, feeling a little excited. The twin sisters and Chu Yunxiao also looked on with curiosity. If they could, they would certainly like to try it and experience the feeling of shooting. Chen Mo chuckled. Of course, I'll definitely teach you another day. Young master, do you have many rocket launchers? Chu Yunxiao looked at Chen Mo, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. More. If needed, it wouldn't be impossible for everyone to have one. Upon hearing this, the four young ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement, and their beautiful faces couldn't hide their joy. They also knew that with such powerful weapons, the rebel army would be able to do whatever they wanted. The reason Chen Mo didn't bring out all his weapons was to proceed gradually. Otherwise, having too many varieties might easily lead to trouble, such as blowing up one's own people, which would be a loss. As the army matures, different squads can be established based on different weapons. Of course, we can't let firearms proliferate. They still need to be properly managed. An hour later, Lin Eru and Wang Huchen came to report back. Wang Huchen was the first to report the situation. Brother, the enemy that has attacked this time is the Imperial Guard, the elite of the Imperial Army. And the one leading the army is Shangguan Zhao, the son of the current Prime Minister. It seems this guy was killed by your cannon, but no body was found on the battlefield. After listening, Chen Mo gave a somewhat surprised "oh." He noticed from the beginning that this unit was a bit different, and he never expected it to be the elite Imperial Guard of the Great Qi. What was even more unexpected was that the commander was Shangwan Zhao. Judging from this, it's highly likely that this kid has already lost his life. Brother-in-law, in this battle we captured 500 cavalrymen and over 1,000 infantrymen, annihilated over 2,000, and had over 1,000 cavalrymen escape. Lin Eru's voice rang out, and after a pause, he continued, "No one in our army was killed in action, and we had more than 50 wounded, some lightly and some seriously." Chen Mo nodded slightly after listening. Although many cavalrymen fled, the result was still quite good, considering the small number of troops. However, the Imperial Guard's defeat will likely take the Imperial Court by surprise. Very good. Transform these people into the strength of the righteous army as soon as possible. Chen Mo said to Lin Eru. Yes. Chen Mo nodded and looked at the group, then said, "Before the Imperial Court sends troops again, the righteous army should march north and take Beishan City. Next, the banners of the righteous army will surely be planted in every city of Nanshui Prefecture." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. The day they had been waiting for had finally arrived. They knew that the rebels would soon expand their territory, and at that time their power would surely increase dramatically. They also knew that the righteous army would surely sweep across the world. As the disheveled Imperial Guards marched in long lines down the street, the locals peered out of their windows to watch. However, what they saw almost made their jaws drop. This is unbelievable and utterly illogical. The number of prisoners was simply too large, several times more than the number of rebel soldiers being held captive. It seems the rebels have won another great victory. What's puzzling is whether the government troops were too weak or the rebel army was too fierce. In short, after this battle, everyone knows that the rebel army is not the rabble they thought they were. Soon, residents began to leave the city, and the streets became bustling again. When the news spread, they learned that the elite Imperial Guards had been defeated, numbering 5,000. Chapter 63, Very Happy Things. Not long after Chen Mo returned to the county government office, Chu Dishang followed him there. He felt that the rebel army had won another great victory, and it was time to talk about his daughter's marriage, as good things come in pairs. However, seeing several beautiful women standing beside Chen Mo, he opened his mouth but then swallowed his words. Firstly, I was too embarrassed to ask, and secondly, I was afraid of offending someone. Chen Mo seemed to have noticed something and looked at him with a light laugh. "Uncle Chu, is something the matter?" Chu Dishang smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Young master, it's nothing really, it's just that, could we speak in private for a moment?" Chen Mo nodded slightly, then led Chu Dishang to the back hall. "Uncle Chu, just tell me what's on your mind." Chu Dishang mustered his courage and asked, "Young master, what do you think of Yun Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was also taken aback for a moment, thinking to himself, why does this scene seem so familiar? Could it be that they've come to arrange a marriage? But the changes seem quite significant. He was quite panicked when he first heard that he was rebelling. He chuckled and said, "Yun Xiao is great. She's both beautiful and capable." After listening, Chu Dashang nodded silently to himself, thinking that the young master must approve of Yun Xiao. If that's the case, then things will be much easier. Then he said, "Young master, I'll be frank then, Yun Xiao." Chu Dashang suddenly didn't know what to say halfway through his sentence. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and went straight to the point. "Young master, if you don't mind, why don't you marry her?" After saying that, Chu Dashang stared intently at Chen Mo, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chen Mo was a little surprised. After all, he had so many wives, which was obvious to everyone. Since he doesn't mind, what else is there to say? After receiving the answer, Chu Dashang was also very excited. It seemed that he wouldn't have to worry about his daughter's future. Moreover, if this kid becomes successful in the future, wouldn't the Chu family also rise to prominence? Next, Chen Mo brought over a few off-road vehicles from his spatial storage and gave some key personnel some practice driving. Wang Huchen, Lin Eru, Wu Xuanyou, Ding Yi, Chu Yunfei and others practiced so diligently that they forgot to eat and sleep. Their hands simply couldn't bear to leave the steering wheel, and their buttocks were as if glued to the driver's seat, as if they couldn't wait to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep in the car. However, although the ancients were a bit old-fashioned, they were not stupid. With everyone practicing diligently, they quickly got the hang of it. Chen Mo was fairly satisfied. He felt that once these people were able to be easily managed after some time, he would let them become coaches to teach others. By then, trucks and armored vehicles should also make their debut. A few days later, one night, Chen Mo, slightly drunk, slowly walked into Chu Yunxiao's room. That's right, today is the day they tied the knot. My dear husband, you're back. Chu Yunxiao, lying on the bed, spoke in a shy voice, her round face flushed with a charming blush. Chen Mo plopped down next to her and reached out to put his arm around her slender waist, which was barely a handful. Then he smiled mischievously and said, Yin Xiao, come here, let me give you an injection of Sinovac. Chu Yunxiao's delicate body trembled as if she had been electrocuted, and she instantly became so nervous that she drooled. As for where the saliva came from, only she herself probably knows. She parted her lips slightly and asked in confusion, Husband, what is Kashing? Sci-tech is something that can make people very happy. Chen Mo smiled and spoke nonsense with a straight face. Chu Yunxiao frowned slightly, becoming more and more confused as she listened. She thought to herself, can a single injection really bring me such great happiness? Then he asked, Husband, how should we fight? Chen Mo patted her head and smiled meaningfully again. Take off your clothes, and I'll tell you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxiao's pretty face immediately turned so red it looked like it could bleed. Chapter 64, Going to Your Place Tonight. The next day, Chen Mo went to the study as usual, and as soon as he opened the door, he smelled a strong stench of blood. Looking around, one could see several wooden barrels on the ground, filled with blood. During this period, Huachuku arranged for people to collect various kinds of blood from the city every morning and put them in the study for Chen Mo to use. Who was also puzzled. What was all this blood for? Could it be that he's here to eat? Could the young master be a blood-drinking monster? But with so much every day, it seems like we can't possibly finish it all. Even more bizarrely, the buckets of blood would disappear without a trace every day. Although he was extremely curious, he didn't dare to ask too many questions, since the young master was always so mysterious. Just after Chen Mo stored the blood in his spatial storage, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Mo, are you there? Through the door, Zhao Hohat's delicate voice could be heard. I am here. After opening the door, Chen Mo noticed that Zhao Hohat was carrying a bowl of soup, apparently there to offer warmth and comfort. Chen Mo, you work hard day and night, taking care of this and that, so your sister-in-law specially made ginseng soup to nourish your body. As Zhao Hohat spoke, a sweet smile graced her round face. However, those beautiful and charming fox eyes seemed to reveal a faint hint of sorrow. Chen Mo nodded slightly, picked up the bowl and gulped it down in a few mouthfuls, then said with a smile, Sister-in-law Hohat, I'm actually fine, you don't need to do these things for me. After hearing this, Zhao Hohat frowned slightly, looking distressed. I thought to myself, you're busy during the day and busy at night. Can your body handle this? So she said, you work so hard, it's only right that your sister-in-law does it for you, even if it's every day. Chen Mo chuckled and then handed the bowl over. Zhao Hohat reached out to catch it, but her hand suddenly slipped and she lost her balance. In her haste, she stumbled and looked like she was about to fall. Why? Upon seeing this, Chen Mo immediately reached out and put his arm around her waist, supporting her steadily. At the same time, with a loud bang, the bowl shattered into several pieces on the ground. Upon contact, Zhao Hohat's delicate body trembled violently. Her heart pounded wildly, and she didn't know how many times faster her heartbeat had become. And those fox-like eyes shimmered, seemingly with a silky sheen. As soon as Chen Mo let go, Zhao Hohat hurriedly picked up the broken pieces from the ground, looking as nervous as if she had lost her soul. Chen Mo, I'm leaving now. Zhao Hohat's voice was barely audible. After speaking, she lowered her head and turned to run away. Chen Mo was taken aback at first, but after a moment he seemed to understand something and quickly called out to her. Sister-in-law Hohat. Zhao Hohat slowly turned around, staring blankly at him, as if waiting for something. Chen Mo pursed his lips and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Sister-in-law Hohat, I'll come to your place tonight." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hohat's mouth watered with excitement, and her heart pounded even harder, as if it were about to leap out of her body. She excitedly gave a soft and then ran off like the wind. Meanwhile, in Chang'an City, after the defeated Imperial Guards entered the city, one group headed towards the Prime Minister's residence, while the other group rushed towards the barracks. Soon, cries of agony echoed from the Prime Minister's residence. Looking at Shangguan Zhao's indistinguishable features, Shangguan was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged out like chopsticks, and he almost fainted. Shua, my sha. He believed that when Shangguan Zhao returned, it would mark the beginning of the Shangguan family's control over the Imperial Guards. But to my utter surprise, what I found was my son's corpse. Moreover, if it weren't for some distinctive features that could identify him, I really wouldn't have believed what I was seeing. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shangguan shouted 3 times at the sky, his extremely angry expression seeming as if he wanted to destroy the entire world. A moment later, enraged, he grabbed one of his personal guards by the collar with both hands and demanded, "How could this be? Speak up." The guard, pale with fright, stammered, reporting to the Prime Minister. The general was directing the attack from several hundred meters away from the city, but he was suddenly blown away. Chapter 65, The Beauty Trap. Meanwhile, Qi Min in the palace also received news of the Imperial Guard's defeat at Nanshan City and Shangguan Zhao's death in battle. The result was completely unexpected, almost making her jaw drop, and her beautiful big eyes widened in shock. She had thought that the Imperial Guards could easily quell the rebellion in Nanshan City, but she did not expect to suffer a crushing defeat. If it weren't for the fact that cavalrymen have 4 legs, they would probably have been completely wiped out. Now that Shangguan Zhao is dead, it's like getting rid of a scourge, but the rebels in Nanshan City don't seem to be as simple as they seem. She also learned that the rebels in Nanshan City possessed a variety of very powerful weapons. A killer that is almost invisible, whose strength completely overwhelms archers. A kind of thing that blooms everywhere, leaving no place for anyone to hide. There's an even more powerful one that can blow a person into the air from hundreds of steps away. Shangguan Zhao was blown away and died on the spot. Qi Min found it unbelievable, but when she connected the dots, it seemed to make perfect sense. Otherwise, how could a mere rebel have killed the governor of Nanshui Prefecture? And how could the well-equipped Imperial Guards have suffered such a crushing defeat? If one problem is resolved before another arises, the situation will become difficult to control. At this moment, Qi Min's delicate and beautiful face was etched with fear, unease, and anger. She wanted nothing more than to slap her father twice across the face, right then and there. If it weren't for this old bastard wreaking havoc on the country, how could the people have rebelled? What's worse is that Shangguan formed cliques and wielded immense power, with most civil and military officials being his protégés, and even the commander of the army suppressing the rebellion was one of his men. In her hands, the Imperial Guards were the last trump card of the Great Qi dynasty. After a while, civil and military officials arrived one after another and began a heated discussion about the matter. Some suggested first using the Zhaoan, a local official's name, to appease the rebels in Nanshan, and then, once the Huangjiao rebellion was quelled, turning back to crush them in one fell swoop. Some suggested continuing to send troops, dispatching the main force of the Imperial Guard to suppress the rebellion and prevent the disaster from spreading. Some people also suggested. Qi Min looked worried and hesitant, seemingly unsure of what to do. She knew that the Imperial Guards were her trump card, and if they were withdrawn, things might change in the capital. However, if we don't send troops and allow it to grow stronger, it might become too big to handle. Just then, a shifty-eyed minister suddenly had a brilliant idea. He then bowed and said, "Your Highness, I have heard that the bandit leader Chen Mo has a large number of wives and concubines, each one a beautiful woman. I think this guy must be a lecherous man, so we can use a honey trap. If we assassinate him, the task will be much easier, and the rebels will be leaderless and collapse without a fight." Qi Min frowned, seemingly somewhat interested. Then, with a gentle wave of her hand, she asked, "Minister Zhu, how should we use the beauty trap?" Minister Zhu narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Your Highness, I believe we should grant him a nominal title under the guise of imperial amnesty and bestow some rewards upon him. Of course, none of that matters. What matters is that we select an exceptionally beautiful woman and bestow her upon him in the name of a royal princess. In this way, Chen Mo will surely feel the sincerity of the imperial court. As for how to do it, we could find an opportunity to stab him to death or poison him." Qi Min frowned after hearing this, then nodded slightly, thinking it was worth a try. Although this plan damaged the royal family's reputation, it did not result in any actual losses. So he said, "Minister Zhu, then you shall handle this matter in full, and you shall be appointed as the imperial envoy to go to Nanshan to deliver the imperial decree." This. Minister Zhu was stunned for a moment, and his heart immediately panicked. If they go and never come back, who can they complain to? Qi Min, thank you. Qi Min took one look and, sure enough, saw a bunch of good-for-nothings. Her eyes immediately showed displeasure. Minister Zhu is afraid? Minister Zhu knew he was in an awkward position, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. He quickly waved his hand in denial. "No, no, no. I am willing to go through fire and water for the sake of the country." "That's good. The sooner the better." Minister Zhu was truly speechless, but there was nothing he could say at the moment. However, if this matter is truly accomplished, it will be a great achievement. So he confidently replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will go and prepare immediately." Qi Min suddenly thought of something and looked at him, saying, "Minister Zhu, I have heard that the rebels in Nanshan possess a variety of astonishing weapons. You must find out more about them on this trip. If possible, bring back a few for me." Your subject understands. Just as Minister Zhu turned to leave, Shangwan Yi rushed in a great hurry. He looked furious, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Seeing this, Qi Min couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking to herself, all the members of the Shangwan family will end up like Shangwan Zhao. Shangwan Yi's lips twitched, and he clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Your Highness, please quickly dispatch a large force to wipe out the rebels of Nanshan in one fell swoop. If we do not suppress them now, I'm afraid it will become another Huangjiao." Qi Min's lips curled slightly, her voice carrying a hint of disdain. "Prime Minister Shangwan, I've already arranged this matter, so you don't need to worry about it too much." Shangwan Yi frowned and quickly asked, "What are your Highness's plans?" Qi Min had long seen through Shangwan Yi's ulterior motives, thinking to herself, "Does he really think I'm a fool? If he sends out the Imperial Guards, what will he have left?" He then chuckled and said, "As you all know, the Imperial Guards are the force protecting the capital region, so naturally we cannot send out our entire force. Of course, how could I sit idly by and watch the rebels of Nanshan grow stronger? Therefore, this time, I will use the pretext of granting amnesty to find an opportunity to assassinate them." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yi's old face contorted with rage. He thought to himself, "Why doesn't this little wench play by the rules? Why were you so insistent on sending troops last time, but now you're afraid?" He then said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, rebels are rebels for a reason. How could they easily accept amnesty? What they want is the throne of the great Qi. Therefore, I believe this plan will be futile. The only way to completely quell the situation is to quickly dispatch a large force." Qi Min chuckled. She wanted to, but the army had all gone to fight Huangjiao. Besides the Imperial Guards, what else could she offer? "Prime Minister Shangwan, I have already made my decision on this matter, so you need not say any more." "You!" Shangwan Yi angrily pointed at Qi Min, but quickly put his hand down. He knew that now was not the time to completely break up with her. So he turned around, flicked his sleeves hard, glared at the other ministers, and walked out. Seeing the arrogant and domineering figure, Qi Min was so angry that her breasts ached. She secretly vowed to kill the entire Shangwan family. Chapter 66: Husband in Public, Husband in Private. Not long after Shangwan left, Qi Min wandered aimlessly through the palace, a look of sorrow always lingering on her beautiful face. As they walked, they suddenly arrived at the old emperor's bedroom. She stood with her hands behind her back, looking expressionlessly at her dying father on the dragon bed. "Miminer, how's the battle going?" The old emperor, Qi Tian, stared with his mouth agape, his severely sunken eyes fixed on his daughter, Qi Min. Qi Min opened her mouth slightly, but swallowed the words back. He thought to himself that if he revealed the defeat of the Imperial Guards, the old immortal might die of anger. Seeing that Qi Min remained silent and looked worried, Qi Tian opened his mouth again and asked with great difficulty, "Has the unrest in Nanshan City been quelled?" Qi Min frowned after hearing this. "I thought to myself, you old codger, I never see you caring about the world before, but now that you're about to die, you're suddenly all concerned. Since you care so much, I'll tell you." Then he slowly said, "Father, the Imperial Guards have been defeated, and the chaos in Nanshan City has not yet subsided." Ah! Upon hearing this, Qi Tian almost choked. Those sunken eyes were wide open, as if they were about to jump out of their sockets at any moment. He strained with all his might to raise his finger and point at Qi Min, looking extremely anxious. "Whhh what? The feathered army, defeated in battle." Suddenly, his hand seemed to lose its strength and fell freely with a snap. Then his head tilted to the side, and his abrupt expression froze instantly. Qi Min's heart skipped a beat when she saw this, but she quickly regained her composure. She had done everything she was supposed to do before this, so she didn't feel flustered at this moment. Although she is a woman, she is determined to rule the great Qi dynasty and will surely restore order to the court and revitalize the nation. The old eunuch standing nearby trembled upon seeing this, and after a moment, he shakily went to check the old emperor's breath. This. He was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his hand, took a step back, and knelt down with a thud. He stammered, "His Majesty, he has passed away." Soon it was late at night. After eating a red banana, Chen Mo left the study. By this time, Xiao Hohat had already washed herself thoroughly and put on a beautiful, exquisite makeup. She was also wearing a strapless ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, the silky fabric of which revealed her voluptuous figure, while her full, snow-white breasts seemed to be faintly visible. However, Xiao Hohat was so anxious that she couldn't breathe and was so nervous that she could hardly swallow her saliva. She would sit for a while, then stand for a while, and then pace back and forth, her charming and alluring fox-like eyes always fixed on the direction of the door. Suddenly, Xiao Hohat saw a figure through the window, and it was getting closer and closer. Immediately afterwards, there was a knocking sound coming from the door. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hohat's mouth watered with excitement. Her whole body felt tingly from head to toe, her heart pounded, and her white breasts contracted rapidly. After opening the door, she pulled Chen Mo inside, and then quickly closed the door, as if she were terrified of being seen. "Chen Mo, you're here." Xiao Hohat turned around, lowered her head, and said shyly. Chen Mo took a closer look and was also taken aback. She thought to herself, this outfit, this makeup, this figure, absolutely stunning. She's a top-tier, beautiful young woman. Not only is she curvy with a prominent bust and buttocks, but she also has a large bottom, a slim waist, and a pair of big breasts. That's a luxury car. He smiled slightly, and his two hands quietly climbed up Xiao Hohat's soft and delicate waist. Xiao Hohat couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her eyes instantly turning into a glaze of tears. She buried her head deeply in Chen Mo's arms in a flash. "Osmanthus, from today onwards, I'll take responsibility for your lower body." After listening, Xiao Hohat's beautiful, fox-like eyes seemed to sparkle with happiness. That's right, Chen Mo was missing the word sister-in-law when addressing her. "Chen Mo, She was so excited she couldn't speak, and she was panting heavily. Looking at the beautiful young woman in his arms, who was so nervous she couldn't control herself, Chen Mo chuckled. From now on, call me husband in public and husband in private, understand?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hohat's delicate brows furrowed immediately. "Husband? You're eunuch? I'm dizzy. How could I possibly be a eunuch?" After Chen Mo finished speaking, he smiled mischievously and suddenly moved his two paws down, climbing up Xiao Hohat's plump, super big face. Zhao Ho was also embarrassed after hearing this, thinking to herself that if he really was a eunuch, all his wives would probably have gone crazy from hunger long ago. So she nodded gently and said softly, "Okay, if you like it, I'll call you that." After Zhao Ho finished speaking, she paused for a moment, then raised her eyelids and softly called out, "Husband." However, she suddenly let out a very puzzled eh. Chen Mo's face was so red it looked like it had been roasted on fire. So she blinked her big eyes and asked anxiously, "Honey, why is your face suddenly so red? Are you sick?" Hearing her say that, Chen Mo also felt as if he was filled with a powerful force, and a very strong, nameless fire seemed to surge in his lower abdomen. He knew it was the red banana that had triggered the reaction, and this time it was a whole banana. He figured tonight would be even more amazing. So he smiled and shook his head, saying, Actually, this is a surprise I prepared especially for you. Come on, let's sit on the bed and chat." The next day, during dinner, Chen Mo announced that Zhao Ho had officially become a member of the family. The others were somewhat surprised, but not much. After all, they had lived together for so long and had developed some feelings for each other. After finishing this task, Chen Mo thought of another problem. He was about to head north soon, so who would take over the management of Nanshan City? Although Nanshan City is not a major military stronghold, it is our old base, and we cannot afford to lose it. Moreover, this place must be transformed into a Shangri-La that everyone yearns for, a place of political harmony and social stability. After all, reputation is important when you're in the business world. After much thought, Chen Mo finally thought of someone named Sun Chongqing. Although he was just a small village chief, he had dealt with the government quite a bit and was considered a worldly person. Moreover, he was literate. In addition, before setting off, Chen Mo also thought about going back to Baiyun village, since there were still some things that hadn't been arranged. So they took Chu Yunxiao with them, got into an off-road vehicle, and headed towards Baiyun village. Chapter 67. So, Magistrate son, this is also your job. Chen Mo and Chu Yunxiao drove all the way to Baiyun village. Of course, the speed wasn't that fast, but it was certainly much faster than a horse-drawn carriage. However, the road surface was full of potholes, and coupled with the high speed, Chu Yunxiao's big-chested brother was shaken to pieces along the way. Chen Mo pondered that if the mist in the space could dissipate sooner, then the town might have modern building materials such as cement and steel bars. If we had these things, it would be so convenient to pave roads and build houses in the future. Of course, what doesn't the town have? When the time comes, we'll put armor on their big-breasted brothers so they won't run around or jump around even if they're bounced around. Soon, the car arrived at the gate of Baiyun village. Chen Mo looked around and saw that not only had the gate been installed, but the wall had also been built with blue bricks. It looked quite presentable, and he estimated that it should be almost finished. Upon seeing this, the security guards patrolling the wall immediately became alert and pointed at the strange-looking things below, making a lot of noise. As the vehicle stopped, one of the team members shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who goes there? If you come any closer, we'll have to fire our arrows." Chen Mo pushed open the car door with a bang and got out, looking up at the wall with a smile. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes and expressions immediately became excited. "Ah, yes, it's Scholar Chen." One of the team members stammered a cry of surprise, and then dashed down the slope as if his feet were greased. As he ran, he shouted, "Scholar Chen is back. Everyone come and see. Scholar Chen is back." So, the whole village quickly learned that Chen Mo had returned. Lin Dahu and Sun Chongqing, who were inspecting the construction site not far away, also rushed over as if their lives depended on it, pulling up their pants. When the two saw another beautiful woman appear beside Chen Mo, they were taken aback once again. However, they didn't think there was anything to be surprised about. With his strength, having as many wives as he wanted wouldn't be excessive. Moreover, he is definitely a man destined for great things. Who knows, he might one day be crowned emperor and rule the world. At that time, they will naturally enjoy wealth and luxury along with everyone else. "Brother-in-law, the wall will be finished soon," Lin Dahu said excitedly, then asked even more excitedly, is everything going smoothly on your end?" "Yes, everything went smoothly." Chen Mo nodded with a smile. His voice wasn't loud, but his confidence seemed innate. My dear son-in-law, everyone is so happy to hear that you have defeated the imperial army once again. Ha ha ha. Sun Changing stroked his beard, his face also filled with excitement. His expression looked perfectly natural, without a trace of worry. Perhaps, I've already let go of that feeling. Chen Mo glanced at Sun Changing, then looked around at the villagers who had gathered around, nodded slightly, and said confidently, I know that everyone has been very worried about me and has been afraid of me. So I hereby assure you that I, Chen Mo, will not let you down. Moreover, I will make everyone's life better. By that time, farmers will have land, residents will have houses, children will be cared for, students will be educated, the elderly will be supported, and the sick will receive medical treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers' eyes lit up, and they clapped and cheered. They knew in their hearts that whatever Chen Mo said, he would definitely do. Everyone has seen what he has done for Bayan Village. There was no boasting or exaggeration. We did everything we actually did. Moreover, their 2 victories over the government troops brought them great peace of mind. Therefore, the villagers trusted him from the bottom of their hearts. After a while, Chen Mo returned home with Sun Changing and Lin Dahu. After sitting down in the chair, Chen Mo looked at Sun Changing and said bluntly, Besides telling me some things, there's one more thing I need you to do when I come back this time. Sun Changing chuckled. My dear son-in-law, please speak freely. Chen Mo chuckled and said, I just want you to be the magistrate of Nanshan County. Upon hearing this, Sun Changing's face immediately paled in shock. He jumped up from his chair with a whoosh, his old face filled with astonishment. He frowned deeply and stammered, County magistrate? You must be joking. Lin Dahu, standing to the side, was also shocked, his eyes wide open. Chen Mo said with a serious expression, of course not. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. No, I'm just a small village head. How could I possibly bear such a heavy responsibility as a county magistrate? Sun Changing never even considered becoming a county magistrate. He wouldn't even dare to dream of it. He felt that becoming the village chief was a blessing from his ancestors. Chen Mo calmly waved to him, gesturing for him to sit down. Then he said in a serious tone, I don't think so. Precisely because you are the village chief, you understand human suffering better and know what the people are thinking and what they need. Therefore, I think you are very suitable. After listening, Sun Changing nodded to himself. She thought to herself that this son-in-law still thought highly of her. But a position as high-ranking as county magistrate is probably not easy to hold without some serious skills, right? But then again, if I could really become the county magistrate and bring benefits to the people, wouldn't that be bringing glory to my ancestors? Good. Isn't this another chance to change your destiny? He looked at Chen Mo with a worried expression and said, It's not that I don't want to be a good son-in-law. It's just that I'm afraid I won't do it well and will cause you trouble. Don't worry too much about that. As long as you work hard, I believe you will eventually succeed. Sun Changing slowly nodded, which was considered as agreement. Of course, he was incredibly excited, thinking to himself, at this age, to be able to become a county magistrate is just amazing. So Sun Changing handed over the position of village chief to villager Lao Wang and gave him some instructions. Next, Chen Mo led the group to the vegetable garden in front of the old house. Old Wang, pick all the corn and dry it in the sun. We'll distribute it to the villagers to plant next spring. Chen Mo pointed to the corn whose leaves had already turned yellow and then briefly explained the planting method. Old Wang swallowed hard, looking extremely nervous. Okay, I'll remember. Chen Mo patted Old Wang on the shoulder and chuckled. Don't underestimate this stuff. Besides cooking it, you can also dry it and grind it into powder. As for the uses of corn flour, there are many more. For example, it can be made into corn cakes, cornbread, steamed buns, dumpling wrappers, corn porridge, corn paste, corn noodles, and so on. Upon hearing this, the group was once again shocked. They only remembered the deliciousness of corn. They had no idea it could be made into flour. So corn is actually better than I thought. It's no exaggeration to call it treasure. Just as the group was sighing inwardly, Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Starting from Bayan Village, we will gradually expand this program. Until one day in the future, people all over the world will be able to eat new types of crops, such as sweet potatoes, corn, and tomatoes. After Chen Mo finished speaking, his gaze fell on Sun Chongqing. So, Magistrate's son, this is also your job. Upon hearing the words Magistrate's son, Sun Chongqing's eyes widened for a moment, and he thought to himself, so, I've officially taken office? He opened his mouth and said, I understand. Old Wang knew how heavy his burden was, so he had to take care of these seeds, as if they were his life. After finishing this task, Chen Mo led the group towards the sweet potato field. Looking around, the fields are lush and green, and the crops seem to be growing very well. If all goes as expected, the harvest should be good. Chen Mo was very satisfied. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he could start promoting it to the surrounding villages and towns next year, and it probably wouldn't take long to popularize it throughout Nanshan County. Chen Mo didn't get ready to head home until it got dark. My dear son-in-law, it's dark and windy tonight. How about we go into the city early tomorrow morning? Wouldn't that be safer? Chen Mo chuckled to himself, thinking that since he already had a car, this couldn't possibly be a problem for him. When Sun Chongqing and Lin Dao got into the car, they discovered that this thing not only provided light, but also had a cool feel to it. It was truly a wonderful thing. Chapter 68 Under Beishan City. Early the next morning, Chen Mo personally selected 10 soldiers and brought 10 individual rocket launchers from his spatial storage. With Xiao Lu as the captain, they formed an artillery squad and conducted live-fire training. Boom! When the cannon fired, the soldiers on the city wall were incredibly envious. They wanted to carry rocket launchers too, and they wanted to be cool too. However, Chen Mo would certainly not allow these highly lethal weapons to proliferate among the rebel army, and every artilleryman must be reliable. Having such a small squad is more than enough for the upcoming battles. That evening, Chen Mo convened a meeting of key personnel at the county government office. Besides arranging the deployment of troops, there were also requirements regarding how to manage Nanshan City, and Sun Chongqing was the person in charge of this matter. He sat upright, wiping the sweat from his forehead from time to time, his 2 old hands trembling slightly. After all, such a scene was quite big for him, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After arranging some things, Chen Mo looked at Sun Chongqing and said, Magistrate's son, there are quite a few beggars in the city. You need to find a way to settle them down. My requirement is that there will be no beggars in Nanshan City soon. Yes. Sun Chongqing wiped the sweat from his forehead again, his mind already starting to ponder. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell on Chu Yunfei and Wu Xuanyo. Yunfei, Xuanyo, I will give you 100 Shinji battalion soldiers and 500 men to command the military affairs of Nanshan. Yunfei will be the commander, and Xuanyo will be the deputy commander. The 2 of you must work together closely and make sure to protect our homeland. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Yunfei's eyes. Actually, he preferred to go north with the army, but he also knew Chen Mo's intentions. After all, his whole family lives in Nanshan City, and this is no joke. Therefore, you should look for a reliable person, and he is undoubtedly trustworthy. Moreover, he has always been in charge of the city's defenses, making him the most suitable candidate. Brother-in-law, it's me. Chu Yunfei hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Wu Xuanyo nodded in agreement. Chen Mo looked at the 2 of them, nodded in satisfaction, and thought to himself that the next step was to expand their territory. The next day, the rebel army marched north in a grand procession. The troops were led by more than 10 off-road vehicles, followed by cavalry and then infantry. Although the number of people was small, they still had a certain presence, especially the off-road vehicles leading the way, which must have stunned many passers-by. The situation took an unexpected turn, and the rebel army arrived at Beishan City on the afternoon of the following day. The garrison of Beishan City had long known that the rebels possessed a very powerful weapon, so everyone was on edge. However, Lu Xue, the newly appointed governor of Nanshui Prefecture, was a man who was not afraid of evil. He didn't take the rebels seriously at all, because they only numbered a little over 1,000. However, he had a force of 3,000 men under his command. Moreover, Beishan City has high walls and thick walls, and we are the defenders, so the advantage is definitely in our hands. Damn it, you're just a bunch of petty scoundrels. What are you afraid of? Looking at the disoriented soldiers around him, Lu Xue was also furious. They haven't even faced each other yet, and they're already this scared. How can they possibly capitalize on their advantages? Lu Shui turned around with his hands behind his back and snorted at the generals with great dissatisfaction. Damn it! All of you better be on your guard. Yes, Your Excellency, the surrounding generals replied in unison. They knew that even the Imperial Guards were no match for them, so the rebel army must have a trump card. The troops defending the city were mostly soldiers temporarily drawn from various places. They were not regular troops or elite soldiers, so how could they be a match for the city? Therefore, they were genuinely worried and afraid. Lu Shui's lips twitched. Then he turned around and looked at the rebel army opposite him, saying angrily, "I refuse to believe that a few worthless scoundrels can rebel against the heavens." Just then, the rebel army, which was more than 200 meters away from the city, suddenly stopped. Chen Mo stepped out of an off-road vehicle, glanced at the city, and then said to several key personnel, "Artillerymen, bombard the gates. Divine Machine Battalion, suppress the enemy with fire. Once the gates collapse, all troops charge into the city." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately clasped their hands in agreement. Immediately afterwards, the artillerymen shouldered their rocket launchers and aimed them at the city gate. Ready, ready. They held their breath, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. He looked very nervous. After all, this was his first time carrying a cannon in actual combat. Xiao Lu was also a little nervous. He swallowed hard, pointed towards the city gate, and shouted, "Fire!" Upon hearing the order, the artillerymen couldn't help but feel a tightness in their chests, seemingly becoming even more nervous. Of course, he still knows when to pull the trigger. In an instant, 10 rockets roared and shot into the sky. Swish, swish. Chapter 69, The Archers Couldn't Reach It. At this moment, all the rebels stared intently at the city gate, some with their mouths agape and eyes wide open, as if frozen in place. They desperately wanted to know what the result would be after this burst of fire. Would it cause an earthquake? Would the city gates be torn apart? Especially the surrendered soldiers of the Imperial Guard. They wanted to know if the rebels could take Beishan City as easily as they could defeat them. In a matter of moments, a barrage of explosions suddenly erupted, and the city gate was immediately engulfed in a hail of gunfire. Although not all of them hit, they all struck the city wall. At this moment, the garrison soldiers, who felt the city walls tremble deeply, were terrified and their expressions were extremely panicked. Lu Shui was also terrified, his face turning ashen and his body trembling. His previous arrogance vanished instantly. The rebel army on the other side was completely dumbfounded, exclaiming in amazement. Even Wang Xie and Chu Yinxiao couldn't help but exclaim "Wow," with their big eyes filled with shock. They believed that if every rebel soldier had one, wouldn't they be incredibly powerful? The next moment, they turned their heads slightly and looked at Chen Mo beside them. His eyes were filled with endless adoration. Chen Mo, with his hands behind his back, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, a hint of smugness subtly appearing on his face. As the smoke near the city gate dissipated, the rebels discovered that the gate had been blasted down. "Wow, look, the city gate has collapsed." Yes, it really collapsed. The rocket launcher is indeed formidable. The rebel soldiers' eyes gleamed with excitement, as if they had witnessed victory. Wang Huchen laughed heartily and immediately ordered the Shinji battalion to line up in a row and advance towards the city. Lin Er was also very excited. He drew his sword with a clang and pointed it at the city gate. He shouted loudly, "Prepare to attack the city." At this time, Lu Shui, who was on the city wall, learned of the collapse of the city gate. Shocked, he immediately ordered the garrison to reinforce the city gate. He felt that although the city gate was breached, the defending troops outnumbered him. Moreover, the rebels did not have any large siege equipment, only a few small boxes. What would they be used for? As long as you defend well, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, he was soon dumbfounded. The enemy began their attack before they even entered the range of the defending archers. At that moment, dense gunfire rang out, and people kept falling on the city walls, their screams echoing endlessly. In no time, hundreds of corpses lay strewn across the city walls. Of course, the defenders weren't fools. Seeing this, they all hid under the parapet walls to avoid the unseen weapon. Quickly, Archers, counterattack! Counterattack! Lu Shui, who was also hiding under the parapet, was hysterically yelling at the general next to him. Your Excellency, the archers can't reach it. A general replied with utter helplessness, his eyes filled with dejection. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui turned pale and panicked. He stammered, "What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so powerful?" At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the fact that the Imperial Guards have been beaten like dogs. It seems the rebels truly possess extraordinary weapons, and more than one at that. Your Excellency, let's retreat. If we don't retreat now, we fear we'll all die without a burial place. A general, pale with fright, looked at Lu Shui with great anxiety. He knew very well that the archers were of no use at the moment. The moment they show their faces, they're doomed. What's more, the enemy also possesses a powerful weapon capable of blowing open the city gates. If you don't run now, you're just waiting to die. Lu Shui swallowed hard, finding it very reasonable. As the saying goes of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Otherwise, their fate will be just like that of the previous governor, Shengwan Zhao. So he nodded hard and hurriedly crawled towards the horse trail. Seeing that no one stepped forward, Lin Eru became even more excited. If we don't storm into the city now, when will we? So he yanked on the reins and shouted, "Attack!" After saying that, he took the lead and galloped towards the city gate. The cavalry behind him dared not hesitate and immediately spurred their horses to follow. They felt that it didn't matter who they followed, and that the rebel army's weapons were probably unstoppable. As the saying goes, those who know when to yield are the heroes. Following the strong is never a bad idea. Kill them. As the clatter of hooves sounded, shouts of battle filled the air. Before long, Lin Eru led his cavalry into the city. Before Lu Shui could even come down, he witnessed this breathtaking scene and was so frightened that he climbed back up. Chapter 70, The Heavenly Emperor is dead. A new heaven shall rise. Initially, the defenders were able to withstand the cavalry charge thanks to their advantage with long spears. However, Lin Eru had grenades in his pocket, and he threw 2 of them into the crowd. You cowards, come and see how powerful Pineapple is. When the explosion rang out, a large number of people were instantly knocked down. The gruesome sights, the bloody and mangled remains, and the heart-wrenching screams finally broke the remaining people's composure. It seems the rebels' weapons are far more powerful than the legends suggest. Without contact or a launcher, it can still explode a large number of things at once. What's the point of fighting now? They understood that if they continued to resist, they would face certain death. At this moment, the morale of the defending troops was in chaos, and they had no will to fight anymore. Their eyes were filled with fear, their bodies trembled, and they slowly moved backward, as if they were facing a group of tigers that might suddenly become enraged and devour them. They were well aware that even if the enemy didn't have those weapons that could destroy a large number of enemies at once, they probably couldn't defeat the cavalry, let alone outrun 4-legged creatures. Upon seeing this, Lin Eru immediately shouted, "Surrender, and you will not be killed. Surrender, and you will not be killed." Upon hearing their leaders shout, the cavalrymen all joined in the shouting. "Surrender, and you will not be killed. Surrender, and you will not be killed." Upon hearing this, the garrison soldiers stared blankly, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope for survival. They knew very well that rather than being bombed to death, surrendering might save their lives. At worst, they would be enslaved. Besides, it's not worth losing your life for a mere few hundred coins a month. So everyone threw down their weapons, and a series of clanging sounds rang out on the ground. When Lu Shui on the city wall saw this scene, he was terrified. How long has it been? They've already surrendered. He thought he could use his superior forces to demoralize the rebels, but he never expected this outcome. Damn it! So he fled along the city walls towards the north gate without a second thought. He knew that even a moment's delay would have meant falling into the hands of the rebels. However, Lin Eru was not stupid. He immediately ordered his cavalry to quickly take control of all the city gates. An hour later, all the surrendered soldiers had lined up in the drill ground. Lu Shui and several generals were also forced to kneel in front of the reviewing stand. Lu Shui hung his head, his face lifeless, looking no different from a dead person. Chen Mo led Wang Xie and Chu Yunxiao onto the reviewing stand, surrounded by armed Shinji battalion soldiers. They looked majestic, and each of them seemed to have confidence and joy written on their faces. It should be noted that Beishan City was the seat of Nanshui Prefecture. Such a city with high walls and thick walls could be taken down with almost no effort and with almost no casualties. This is absolutely unbelievable, absolutely defying the heavens. Therefore, everyone's confidence and self-assurance seemed to be innate. Chen Mo looked at the few people kneeling below the stage and immediately waved to the soldiers, saying, "Execute these people on the spot." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui trembled involuntarily, then raised his head to look at Chen Mo, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted, "Traitor! Traitor! You won't have a good end either." The other generals turned even more ashen-faced with fear, and some even lost control of their bladders. "Your Majesty, spare me. Spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. We are willing to serve your Majesty at your beck and call." Chen Mo curled his lips and gave a cold snort, seemingly unmoved. I thought to myself, with your kind of attitude, keeping you around is just asking for trouble. It's better to kill you quickly. Seeing that he did not respond, the soldiers immediately swung their broadswords and slashed at the necks of the men. Click! In an instant, blood splattered, and several bloody heads rolled to the ground. The pupils on it were infinitely dilated, making it look extremely ferocious. Upon seeing this, the surrendered soldiers felt a tightness in their chests, and even swallowing became extremely difficult. "Don't worry, everyone. Now that you have surrendered, I will naturally not kill you." Chen Mo's voice suddenly rang out, which immediately put the surrendered soldiers below at ease. Those who were closest to him could probably make out his appearance. He looked like a dashing young master, not the kind of ruthless mountain bandit. "Those of you who are willing to follow me are welcome. In addition to your monthly salary remaining the same, you will have meat every day and rice at every meal. It's okay if you don't want to follow me. I'll give you travel expenses right now, so you can go back to where you came from." Upon hearing this, the people below all looked surprised, seemingly not quite believing it. After all, everyone is so poor that even if the rebels seize the government's money, they probably won't be able to feed everyone meat every day. But they didn't dare to speak and could only communicate with the people around them through their eyes. Just then, Hua, who was standing below the reviewing stand, went out and ordered people to open several wooden crates that had been moved from the government warehouse. Upon opening it, one finds the box filled with copper coins. Hua pointed at the box and shouted to the surrendered soldiers, "Those who don't want to stay, come and line up now to collect your travel expenses." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the braver surrendered soldiers suddenly moved, and after a moment, he stepped forward tremblingly. A soldier then took 2 strings of copper coins from the wooden box, handed them to him, and said, "You can go now." The surrendered soldier stared blankly at the 2 strings of coins in his hand, then frowned and slowly asked, "Are you really letting me go?" "That's right." After hearing this, the surrendered soldier nodded his thanks and then walked cautiously toward the gate of the drill ground. Although he received an affirmative answer, he still seemed somewhat skeptical. What if the rebels shoot me with arrows as soon as I leave? They'd be doomed to die anyway, and would be thoroughly mocked. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but look back and found nothing unusual behind him, nor any arrows aimed at him. This made him frown deeply, wondering if the rebels really wouldn't kill him. After walking a few more steps, he suddenly stopped. He thought of a problem. If he left and his monthly salary stopped, what would his family eat? With natural disasters occurring frequently and war raging, without a monthly salary, people would be left with nothing but dirt. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly turned around and went back. "Why are you back again?" Chu looked at him with curiosity in his eyes. The surrendered soldier swallowed hard and slowly asked, "Do you really pay monthly wages and provide rice and meat?" Hu chuckled and said, "How could that be fake? Look at us. Which one of us is skinny?" Upon closer inspection, the surrendered soldiers found that it was indeed true. They were all full of energy and in excellent spirits. I thought to myself, if I wasn't full, I definitely wouldn't look like this. Moreover, with such powerful weapons, the rebel army might just storm Chang'an any day now. He immediately put the 2 strings of coins back into the wooden box and said, "I am willing to follow the righteous army to conquer the world." After saying that, he walked back to where he had been standing and stood upright. Everyone else was completely dumbfounded when they saw this. They had initially approached him with a wait-and-see attitude, but to their surprise, he came back. Chen Mo, standing on the reviewing stand, was also somewhat surprised. He stepped forward and said, "Now that everyone has made their choice, from this day forward, we're brothers fighting side by side. I, Chen Mo, will definitely lead everyone to sweep across the world and build a brand new world." After saying this, Chen Mo raised his arm and shouted, "The heavens are dead. A new heaven shall rise." Chapter 71. This servant does not want to go to a brothel. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the rebels seemed to be injected with adrenaline, raising their weapons and shouting passionately, "The old heavens are dead. A new heaven shall rise. The old heavens are dead. A new heaven shall rise. The old heavens are dead. A new heaven shall rise." Everyone howled like wolves, as if they wouldn't stop until they were hoarse. They knew that Chen Mo's ambitions went beyond simply conquering a few cities and seizing a few territories. The new heaven he spoke of was himself. He wanted to be emperor and change the world. So they were so excited that they couldn't wait to drape him in a yellow robe immediately. The surrendered soldiers were deeply moved by the resounding slogan. That's right, the heavens are indeed long dead. Otherwise, how could ordinary people be struggling in dire straits? And how could the world be plagued by natural disasters and man-made calamities, with people living in misery? And so, the voices of the surrendered soldiers gradually rose up. The old heavens are dead. A new heaven shall rise. The old heavens are dead. A new heaven shall rise. They kept raising their hands, kept screaming hysterically, their loud voices echoing through the sky. Chen Mo's eyes showed satisfaction as he waved to the people below. After things quieted down, he looked at Wang Huchen and instructed him, expand the Shinji battalion by another 500 men, selecting them from the entire army. Wang Huchen was overjoyed. This meant that 500 more men meant 500 more guns. When they opened fire, how impressive that would be. A wide smile spread across his face as he excitedly clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Yes, I will definitely choose carefully." Then, Chen Mo looked at Lin Eru and pointed at the surrendered soldiers below the stage. He said, "These troops will still be under your command. I'll say it again. I need elite troops." "Yes," Lin Eru excitedly agreed. It seems that becoming a general is not just a dream. With these 2,000 plus people, he now has approximately 5,000 men under his command. However, he was puzzled as to when his brother-in-law had issued guns to his troops. Wang Huchen's Shinji battalion will soon have several hundred guns. Who wouldn't be envious? If they were on the battlefield, these hundreds of guns would be incredibly powerful. Even if heavenly soldiers and generals came, they would probably not return alive. After arranging things, Chen Mo led Wang Xie and Chu Yunxiao to the governor's mansion. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw a group of people kneeling on the ground, about 30 men and women. They hung their heads, their bodies trembling. In this chaotic world, they probably knew what their fate would be. The men would be beheaded, and the women would be sold into brothels or become slaves. A soldier immediately approached Chen Mo, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Young master, these are the families of those corrupt officials. What should we do with them?" After listening, Chen Mo glanced at the kneeling people again and found that some of the women were glamorous and good-looking, including both young women and girls. I thought to myself, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to kill them all? So he said, "All of you raise your heads." Upon hearing this, everyone was so frightened that they began to breathe very cautiously. Some even held their breath, afraid that if they made too much noise, they would become the first person to be tortured to death. Although their eyes were fixed on the ground, the people kneeling in the front row could still see Chen Mo's feet out of the corner of their eyes. However, judging from his voice, he doesn't seem to be very old, nor does he seem to be a naturally cruel person. A moment later, they gradually raised their heads. Surprisingly, the person in front of them was a handsome and charming young man. The rebels they thought were definitely those who looked fierce and were burly. But in reality, that's not the case. However, they dared not look any longer, and after a single glance, they all lowered their eyes. Chen Mo immediately noticed a woman kneeling in the first row. She was radiant in her gorgeous attire, exuding an air of elegance and grace. On that round, delicate face, there was a pair of watery eyes, like two pools of clear spring water. Looking further down, her full and rounded breasts added a touch of alluring charm. As if noticing Chen Mo's gaze, she gripped her sleeves tightly with both hands, her white breasts heaving rapidly. Chen Mo took a step forward, put his hands behind his back, and asked, "What's your name, and what's your identity?" Upon hearing this, the woman's heart tightened, her delicate body trembled involuntarily, and her hands seemed to shake even more violently. She swallowed hard and said slowly, "My name is Pan Qinglian, and I am the wife of Lu Shui, the governor of Nanshui Prefecture." After speaking, Pan Qinglian raised her eyelids and glanced at Chen Mo again. She thought that such a charming young man might be able to spare her if she pleaded with him. So she looked at him with pitiful eyes and said, "Young master, please, let me do your laundry, cook, be your servant. I'll do anything, just don't sell me to a brothel, okay?" After listening, Chen Mo chuckled and said, "Someone, take him away." Upon hearing this, Pan Qinglian's face turned deathly pale. She shook her rattle and pleaded, "Young master, please, I don't want to go to a brothel. If you don't mind, I'm willing to serve you well." Chen Mo chuckled again, thinking to himself, "Is that what I meant? We're not so poor that we're short of money." Then he looked at the soldiers and said, "She stays, the rest of the men are executed, and the women are temporarily detained." Upon hearing this, Wang Xie immediately glared at him fiercely. Chapter 72, For the Sake of All Living Beings, What Have We to Fear? Meanwhile, Minister Zhu was leading his troops toward Beishan City. In the procession, there was a magnificent luxury car adorned with 4 fine horses. Inside the car sat 2 women, one dressed in elegant attire and possessing a stunningly beautiful appearance. The other one was dressed more plainly, like a maid, but she was quite beautiful. Just as the procession was moving, several fast horses suddenly came galloping towards them. They were in a hurry, running fast and fast. However, when they saw the team in front of them, everyone looked surprised. They discovered that this group was very unusual, not only because it was guarded by the Imperial Guards, but also because it seemed to include court officials. So they all pulled on the reins and stopped their horses. When Minister Zhu saw that the group were all dressed in official robes and seemed to be in a hurry, he became curious. So he rode up to them and asked, "What brings you in such a hurry?" One of them immediately clasped his hands in greeting and asked, "Sir, are you heading to Beishan City?" Minister Zhu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes revealing arrogance. "That's right, I am the imperial envoy appointed by His Majesty." Upon hearing this, the man frowned deeply. Sir, Beishan City has already fallen." "What?" Minister Zhu was greatly surprised upon hearing this, his eyes widening in astonishment. His lips twitched, and he pointed at the official, asking incredulously, "Are you saying that the rebels have already captured Beishan City?" "Yes, sir," the official replied. "The city was breached by rebels in less than an incense stick's time, and the fate of Governor Lu is unknown." "What?" Minister Zhu's mouth was wide open, seemingly big enough to fit a goose egg. "The city was breached in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. That's just too exaggerated. Could it be that the rebels really possess invincible weapons, as rumored?" However, being a man of the world, Minister Zhu quickly recovered from his shock. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Are you telling the truth?" "My lord, it's absolutely true." The officer paused for a moment, then said, "The rebels' weapons are so powerful that I don't even know how to describe them." Minister Zhu was stunned. He had originally planned to go into the city to rest and then set off for Nanshan City early the next morning. But to everyone's surprise, Beishan City, the seat of Nanshui Prefecture, was captured so quickly. Moreover, the rebels accomplished this without lifting a finger, which was completely unexpected. At this moment, he was hesitant and worried about his safety. If he were to be executed instead of being granted amnesty, that would be a terrible injustice. At this moment, a fellow official opened his mouth and asked, "Sir, with the rebels so rampant, shall we still go to Beishan City?" Minister Zhu frowned. He knew that, fundamentally, there was no difference between going to Beishan City or Nanshan City. However, the rebels have captured another city, and their morale is probably extremely high, so I'll be in great danger and might be slaughtered by them. However, if I go back like this, how will I ever get by in the future? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, so we must make a good impression on the new emperor. If she really eliminates Shangguan's faction one day, wouldn't I have a chance to take over? After a moment of contemplation, Minister Zhu curled his lips and snorted disdainfully. He said, "In war, envoys are not to be killed. For the sake of all living beings, what do we have to fear?" So Minister Zhu sent an official to deliver the message, while he led his troops to continue their march towards Beishan City. Chapter 73, Perhaps She Should Abdicate in My Favor? In the main hall of the governor's mansion, Chen Mo sat cross-legged in the main seat, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Wang Xie, seeing his smug look, was also furious and grabbed his ear. Hey. Caught off guard, Chen Mo nearly dropped the cigarette from his mouth onto his crotch. You lecherous scoundrel, you actually have your eye on that corrupt official's woman. Wang Xie said angrily, as if she were disciplining a child. Chu Yinxiao quickly grabbed Wang Xie's small hand and said, "Sister, my husband is the leader of the rebel army. It wouldn't be good if others saw him. That's why I didn't make a move outside." As Wang Xie spoke, she glared at him fiercely before letting go of his hand. Look, how sensible our Xiao Qiao is," Chen Mo said with a smile, and then gave Chu Yinxiao a flirtatious wink. Wang Xie was so angry upon seeing this that her breasts ached. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached, and the group saw Go Dan's figure moving swiftly. "Young master." Go Dan stood in front of Chen Mo, cupped his fists, and said, "Young master, a corrupt official claiming to be an imperial envoy has arrived at the West Gate. He says he wants to enter the city to see you. The procession is quite large, with more than 100 imperial guards protecting him." Imperial envoy? Chen Mo looked at Go Dan with a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, "We've only just captured Beishan City, and the imperial court has already sent people over." Dog Egg nodded and said, "Young master, why don't we just kill them?" Chen Mo frowned, thinking that killing him wasn't out of the question, but since he had come, he must have some purpose. So he waved his hand and said, "Let them in first, but of course, the imperial guards cannot enter the city." Godin thought it was a good idea, agreed, and ran out. When Minister Zhu, who was stationed at the West Gate, learned that the imperial guards could not enter the city, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. However, he felt that if the rebels really took action, even 1,000 men, let alone 100, would probably be of no use. Otherwise, how could the 5,000 elite troops have been defeated at Nanshan City? And how could the garrison at Beishan City have suffered such a crushing defeat? So he slowly entered the city with his entourage of officials and the luxury carriage, powered by 4 fine horses. Minister Zhu frowned deeply as he looked at the dark object in the hands of the rebels. He wondered if the weapon Shi Min and the other officers had mentioned was this one. But could this short, dark thing really defeat 5,000 imperial guards? And how could it take Beishan City in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Minister Zhu was highly skeptical, but the strength of the rebel army was undeniable, so he had no choice but to believe it. Therefore, he felt he had to find an opportunity to investigate further. Before long, Minister Zhu, who was very uneasy, led his entourage of officials to the governor's mansion. When he saw an SUV parked in front of the door, he looked on with curiosity, but didn't dare to ask. Then, Minister Zhu left the carriage, the woman in it, and several attendants behind, and led the other officials to the main hall. When he saw Chen Mo on the throne, he immediately felt a little relieved. He thought this person was just a lecherous young master, and probably wouldn't be that vicious. Look, there are 2 stunning beauties standing right next to him. Therefore, the honey trap must be correct and feasible. You are Chen Mo, the leader of the rebel army? Minister Zhu stopped in the middle of the hall and looked at Chen Mo, asking in a deep voice. Although he was uneasy, he did not show any panic on the surface, and even maintained a bit of the dignity and imposing manner of an important court official. Chen Mo curled his lips and glanced at him disdainfully. "That's right, it's me. I am Chen Mo." Seeing this, Minister Zhu was furious, but dared not show his dissatisfaction. He introduced himself. My name is Zhu Naijiao, and I am the imperial envoy appointed by His Majesty. You may also call me Minister Zhu. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo almost burst out laughing. Brah? Pigs climbing trees? That's pretty bizarre. He smiled and said, So what are you doing here? I, the imperial envoy, have come to offer amnesty by imperial decree. Minister Zhu stepped forward, waved his hand, and said with great authority, The world is plagued by disasters, so your uprising is understandable. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo frowned slightly, as if he had guessed the other party's intention. Minister Zhu then argued vehemently, His Majesty is wise, magnanimous, and benevolent. He will not grant you the imperial pardon if you accept the court's decree, etc. Chen Mo suddenly interrupted him coldly, feeling that the other party was exaggerating. Are you serious? Are you sure His Majesty is wise? Chen Mo said coldly, his tone quite sarcastic. Minister Zhu understood the meaning behind those words. That's right, the old emperor was definitely not a good person. However, we are not talking about him now. Minister Zhu smirked and said with full confidence, You all probably don't know yet, but Her Highness the eldest princess has inherited the throne and reigns supreme over the world. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes immediately showed surprise. He never expected that the old emperor would die and that a woman would inherit the throne. Minister Zhu continued, His Majesty not only doesn't hold it against you, but also, with boundless imperial grace, bestows upon you the title of Marquis of Nanshan, grants you 1,000 acres of fertile land and 10,000 taels of silver, and marries Princess Ping Lu to you. She is right outside. Chen Mo chuckled after hearing this. It seemed tempting, but it was too little. If I conquer the world myself, what wouldn't I have? Moreover, this so-called Princess Ping Lu may not actually be real. He looked straight at Minister Zhu below and said disdainfully, So what? This world is already riddled with problems. How could a mere girl possibly turn the tide? At this point, Chen Mo stood up, put his hands behind his back, and chuckled again. How about she abdicates in my favor? I'll clean up this mess of a kingdom for her. You. Upon hearing this, Minister Zhu was so angry that his eyes widened in fury. But he was truly afraid of dying, so he dared not retaliate on the spot. So he suppressed his anger and immediately defended himself, saying, Your Majesty has long had a grand plan to eliminate the treacherous officials in the court, restore order to the government, and revive the nation. We are all subjects of the great Qi, and we should consider the well-being of the people, so that they may not suffer from both famine and war. Upon hearing this, Wang Xie's icy gaze seemed to suggest that she might draw her gun and shoot the imperial envoy on the spot at any moment. What indecent words! If these people could care about the common people, how could her family and villagers have been killed by bandits? Chen Mo smiled coldly. I'll ask you this. We are all subjects, so why is it that the rich feast on meat and wine while the poor freeze to death on the streets? Upon hearing this, Minister Zhu was speechless. But no matter what, the honey trap must be carried out. Ladies and gentlemen, although Her Majesty is a woman, she has the world in her heart. One day, all the people will surely be able to eat their fill. Chapter 74, Audacious Commoner, Daring to Dream of the Throne. Her Majesty the Empress's promises are grand and rosy, but let her enjoy them at her own pace. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly, and his gaze towards Minister Zhu seemed to carry a hint of mockery. It's like he's telling him, This is who I am. What can you do to me? You. Minister Zhu's face darkened, but he quickly suppressed his anger. He naturally understood the principle that when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, and he certainly wouldn't risk his life. Moreover, the honey trap must not be abandoned halfway. So he changed the subject and said politely, Princess Ping Lu has been waiting outside for a long time. Please, Marquis Nanshan, come and welcome her into your residence. Chen Mo was speechless when he heard the words Marquis of Nanshan. He thought to himself, This old guy is prejudiced. Do I care? Good. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? And it won't affect my future plans to conquer Chang'an at all. However, Chen Mo felt that things were definitely not that simple, and that some conspiracy could not be ruled out. Although firearms are incredibly powerful, they have only captured 2 cities so far, and the rebel army numbers only a few thousand. Why would the imperial court make such a huge compromise? So no matter how you look at it, this whole thing seems a bit unusual. Of course, perhaps it was because the rebel army in the north was too powerful and the court was unable to fight on 2 fronts, so it resorted to a little trick to stabilize itself. If that's the case, then the Empress will likely be disappointed. Chen Mo twitched his lips and decided to go out and see what was going on. Whether she's a real princess or not, pressing her will eventually lead to an answer. Wang Xie watched his retreating figure, then gave him another fierce glare, looking at him with a disappointed expression. Sister, let's hurry and catch up. What if that corrupt official has set a trap? As Chu Yinxiao spoke, she pulled Wang Xie outside. Upon arriving at the gate of the mansion, Chen Mo immediately spotted the luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses. Indeed, 4 horses are a privilege befitting a princess. At least, the carriage should be real. At this moment, Godan walked up to Chen Mo and said, Young master, I've checked. There are 2 women in the carriage. Chen Mo nodded, then looked at Minister Zhu beside him and said, Then please ask Her Highness to get out of the carriage quickly. At this moment, Minister Zhu was overjoyed. If he hadn't been desperately trying to suppress his smile, it probably would have been beaming from ear to ear. So it seems things are developing in the direction I imagined. He immediately waved to one of his accompanying officials. The man immediately understood and hurriedly called out to the carriage, Please alight, Your Highness. A moment later, a woman who looked like a maidservant was the first to lift the curtain and come out. She gently opened the curtain and then respectfully gestured for them to enter. The richly dressed woman bowed and slowly poked her head out, then gracefully stepped down from the carriage with the help of her maid. Chen Mo was somewhat surprised when he saw it. He had to admit that the imperial court was quite concerned. The woman was not only dignified and elegant, but also, without exaggeration, possessed a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, and a face that could shame the moon and flowers. She has a round, fair face, bright almond-shaped eyes, and a pair of delicate, full, and sexy red lips. Moreover, even a maidservant beside him was a rare beauty. Both her figure and appearance are striking, but her eyes give off a very cold and aloof feeling. Of course, they also noticed the elegant Chen Mo in the crowd, and couldn't help but be taken aback. They had assumed that the rebel leader must be a burly, vicious man, but they never expected him to be so handsome and dashing. After the 2 stepped off the carriage, Minister Zhu immediately pointed to Chen Mo and introduced him respectfully. Your Highness, this is the imperial son-in-law, your husband, Marquis of Nanshan, Chen Mo. Princess Ping Lu pursed her red lips, gave a graceful curtsy, and wore a slightly unnatural smile on her pretty face. However, she didn't say anything, and seemed a little nervous. Chen Mo smiled slightly, then looked at Minister Zhu and said, I've taken her. Go back and tell the Empress to seriously consider abdicating. If she does, I might be able to let her live out her remaining years in peace. Upon hearing this, Minister Zhu's face turned as black as ink. He thought Chen Mo had accepted the amnesty, but he never expected him to be so rude. Outrageous! How dare this mere commoner covet the throne? But considering that the honey trap had at least been half successful, he suppressed his anger. So he said, Very well, I, the imperial envoy, will certainly convey your words to His Majesty. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Godan, instructing, Godan, see the guest out. Wait, remembering what Qi Min had instructed, Minister Zhu quickly stopped him, saying, Marquis of Nanshan, it's getting late. Shouldn't you let this imperial envoy rest in the city? It's not impossible, but if I suddenly change my mind, you might not be able to leave even if you want to. Looking at Chen Mo's cold smile, Minister Zhu felt a chill run down his spine. He thought so too. The longer he stayed, the greater the danger. Therefore, making a quick getaway now is the wise thing to do. In this way, the 2 of them can make their move tonight, so as not to reveal their weakness if they wait too long. As for investigating that mysterious weapon, we'll make arrangements based on the situation. So, Minister Zhu invited Princess Ping Lu aside whispered a few words to her, and then led his men out of the city. After they left, Princess Ping Lu and her maid were filled with unease, and a hint of melancholy flashed in their eyes. They knew that they would have to face the challenges on their own from now on. But whatever the outcome, they will undoubtedly die, and will most likely suffer all kinds of humiliation. The surrounding rebels were incredibly envious, and they would steal glances at the princess and her maid every now and then, filled with admiration. Absolutely amazing. I just acquired one stunning beauty, and now I've gained two more. They also knew that the imperial court might have begun to fear the rebel army. So following the young master will definitely not be a mistake. Chapter 75, Cross Cup Wine. It was late at night. Chen Mo was just about to go to Princess Ping Li's room to find out what was going on when Wang Xie appeared at the door of the study, as if by magic. "Hey kid, where are you going?" Wang Xie crossed her arms and stared straight at him with her two big, watery eyes. "Well, I didn't really go anywhere. I just wanted to have a deeper conversation with Princess Ping Li." Wang Xie seemed to have already guessed the answer, and immediately rolled her eyes at him. "Humph. Aren't you afraid there's a deadly knife hidden under your skirt?" Chen Mo smiled awkwardly, then climbed his two hands up her tiny, slender waist. He said, "My wife, you're overthinking it. I don't think this matter is that simple. We can't afford any hidden dangers around us, so I'm going to investigate and see just how deep it is." Wang Xie felt the heat of the two large hands deeply. Her delicate body trembled involuntarily, and she almost drooled. She opened her charming cherry-like lips and asked, "Husband, what do you want to do?" "Well," Chen Mo thought for a moment, and then said in a serious tone, "Here's what we'll do. You call Yin Xiao, and the two of you deal with that little girl together. I'll take care of Princess Ping Lu." Wang Xie. Meanwhile, in a room, Princess Ping Lu and her maid were sitting at a table. On the table was a wine jug and two wine glasses filled with wine. "Your Highness, do you think Chen Mo will come tonight?" At this moment, the maid looked at Princess Ping Lu and asked. Princess Ping Lu nodded slightly and said with her red lips parted, "Minister Zhu said that he is a great lecher, and I think he will definitely come." She figured that with their good looks, Chen Mo, that lecherous man, would definitely come. The maid nodded slightly after hearing this, her beautiful eyes seeming to flicker with a hint of fear. "Xiao Xiao, after it's done, don't worry about me. You must escape." Princess Ping Li's gentle voice rang out again. "In any case, it's better for one of them to get out than for both of them to be humiliated together." However, Su Xiaoxiao shook her rattle and said, "Your Highness, no, we can definitely escape together." Before he could finish speaking, a loud thump 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 sound came from the door. The two of them instinctively looked in that direction, and their hearts tightened involuntarily. "Xiao Xiao, it must be him. We must proceed according to plan and not give ourselves away due to nervousness." Princess Ping Lu spoke softly as she got up and straightened her clothes. Su Xiaoxiao responded emphatically and then went to open the door. With a soft, "Yeah," she saw Chen Mo with a beaming smile on his face. "My lord, you've arrived." Su Xiao spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, then lowered her eyes and gestured for him to proceed. Chen Mo nodded and said, "I'd like to speak with the princess. You may leave for now." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. I thought to myself, why isn't this lecherous thief playing by the rules? Shouldn't he have both of them together? If I leave, my chances of winning will be halved. "Oh dear, what should we do?" She opened her small mouth and said, "My lord, I will serve you and Her Highness the Princess here." At this moment, Princess Ping Lu walked over gracefully, her face flushed with embarrassment, and said, "Husband, I am inexperienced in such matters and I am a little scared. Perhaps we could let Xiao stay." Chen Mo took 2 steps forward, then suddenly lifted her chin with one hand, his eyes fixed intently on her beautiful big eyes. Upon closer inspection, he found that the girl in front of him was indeed incredibly beautiful, with a pretty face that was almost flawless. Princess Ping Lu trembled when she saw the burning gaze in the other person's eyes. She quickly looked away and took a step back. He thought to himself, he really is a lecherous thief. He attacked right away. So she feigned shyness and said, "Why are you in such a hurry, my husband? After tonight, I'll be yours, won't I? Chen Mo smiled slightly, turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, and said, You may step back now. If the princess doesn't understand, I will teach her step by step. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately looked at Princess Ping Lu, her uncertain gaze revealing a sense of bewilderment. Princess Ping Lu dared not insist, and could only take it one step at a time, so she gave her a wink. My lord, you and the princess should rest well. I will take my leave now. Su Xiaoxiao bowed to the two of them, then reluctantly walked out. Little did she know, two people were waiting for her outside. Princess Ping Lu was also unsure of herself, but she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. My husband, we haven't had a wedding ceremony yet, but we should still drink the nuptial wine, don't you think? Princess Ping Lu looked at Chen Mo and spoke softly. She tried hard to control her emotions, afraid of revealing even the slightest flaw, and she thought carefully before saying anything. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Okay, we still need to have a sense of ceremony. Princess Ping Lu smiled shyly, picked up 2 wine cups from the table with her 2 delicate hands, and handed one of them to Chen Mo. So the two crossed their arms, looked at each other, and were about to drink. At this moment, Princess Ping Li's heart was pounding. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, someone will soon collapse on the ground and vomit blood. Therefore, she tried even harder to suppress her nervousness so as not to mess things up at this crucial moment. She tilted her head back slightly, and a small glass of wine entered her body through her mouth. However, Chen Mo did not drink it. Who knows if this wine has been tampered with? Princess Ping Lu panicked upon seeing this. Why did he suddenly stop drinking? Did you figure something out? After they separated, she frowned and asked, Husband, why aren't you drinking? Chen Mo chuckled and handed her the wine glass in his hand. How about you drink it for me? My lord, the nuptial wine only counts if both of us drink it together. What if I insist you drink it? Hearing this, Princess Ping Lu panicked even more and quickly explained, Husband, I get rashes if I drink alcohol, so I can't drink anymore. Is that so? Chen Mo smiled slightly, his eyes fixed intently on her. Is it that you can't drink anymore? Or is this wine poisoned? Upon hearing this, Princess Ping Li's heart skipped a beat. Her throat bobbed, and she shook her head in denial, saying, No, I am your woman. How could I dare to harbor any ill intentions towards you? Chen Mo frowned, thinking to himself, It's just a glass of wine. Why do you keep making excuses? Otherwise, this would be a cup of poison. So he brought the glass to her lips and said with a smile, In that case, you should drink it. Upon seeing this, Princess Ping Lu knew she was doomed, and her slightly tense, pretty face instantly turned as cold as ice. She hadn't expected that the bandit leader in front of her wasn't someone who couldn't resist women, nor was he all show and no substance, but rather such a cautious person. After much deliberation, she decided that rather than be humiliated, she would rather drink the poison wine and end it all. It's just that Xiao has suffered. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. Husband, I'll drink it. After saying that, she raised her small hand to take the wine glass, paused for a moment, and then put it to her lips. Chapter 76, This is a Banana. Chen Mo frowned as Princess Ping Lu was about to drink it. I thought to myself, it's such a pity that such a beautiful young lady died like this. Moreover, her identity is still unclear. Suddenly, Chen Mo raised his hand, snatched the wine glass from her hand, and smashed it on the ground. Princess Ping Lu was startled, her big eyes staring blankly at the wine cup on the ground. She thought she was about to die, but Chen Mo snatched the wine glass at the last moment. But if he hadn't died, he would have been severely humiliated, which would have been even worse than death. At this moment, she panicked even more, regretting that she hadn't drunk the poison wine faster. Tell me, who exactly are you? Chen Mo smiled, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. I've fallen into your hands. Do with me as you please. After Princess Ping Lu finished speaking, she turned her head to the side, her white breasts heaving rapidly. Even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. You've already called me husband, so how could I kill you? At most, you're just a sacrifice. Killing you is less important to me than not killing you at all. You lecherous scoundrel. Just kill me if you want. Why waste words? Princess Ping Lu frowned deeply as she spoke, her eyes seeming to yearn for death, yet also filled with fear. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was speechless. Who the hell was spreading rumors? He did have several wives, but that was commonplace in ancient society. Damn it. How did she turn him into a lecherous thief? You're really not afraid of death? Just then, shouts suddenly rang out from outside. Princess Ping Lu seemed to hear a familiar voice and subconsciously looked towards the door, her eyes filled with worry. Chen Mo knew that it must have been Wang Xie and Chu Yunxiao who subdued the little girl, so he went over to open the door. With a soft cry, he saw Chu Yunxiao leading the little girl, while Wang Xie walked ahead with a dagger in her hand. Wang Xie glanced at Chen Mo, then her gaze shifted to Princess Ping Lu, who looked terrified inside the room. Then she raised the dagger in her hand, looked at Chen Mo, and said, "Husband, these two are indeed up to no good." This was found on her. Chen Mo was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak girl was actually quite brave. These two are so beautiful, I wonder what their background is. Then he looked at Chu Yunxiao and said, "Take that one away first." At this moment, Princess Ping Lu quickly walked out. She stood before Chen Mo, her eyes pleading. "Please let Xiao Xiao go. I'll do anything you want." "Your Highness, please don't." Su Xiao shook her head helplessly, her beautiful face seemingly shrouded in dark clouds. Chen Mo was also curious. One kept calling her Your Highness, while the other was desperately trying to protect her. Who the hell is the master here? Are they a pair of lesbians? Suddenly, he thought of red bananas, wondering what would happen if a woman ate them. Since she's acting like she's going to die anyway, why not let her give it a try? Chen Mo thought to himself, then waved to Chu Yunxiao, signaling her to take the person away. Chu Yunxiao nodded obediently and left with Su Xiao in tow. "Your Highness!" Su Xiao turned around, calling out repeatedly, "Your Highness!" Princess Ping Lu looked over and saw that the white breasts were heaving, as if they were contracting even faster. She took a step forward, tears streaming down her face, and asked in a sob-filled voice, "What exactly do you want to do to Xiao Xiao?" "Don't worry, I won't kill either you or her." Chen Mo felt that if he could subdue these two, it would undoubtedly be the best response to the Empress, and might even make her so angry that her breasts ached. Therefore, the first thing to do is to find out their identities. Thinking of this, he looked at Wang Xie and said, you should go back and rest too." Wang Xie knew this kid wouldn't let her off the hook, so she walked away, feeling bored. After she left, Chen Mo looked at Princess Ping Lu, who was crying her eyes out, and said, "Come with me." She wiped away her tears, her pretty face clouded with worry. She knew in her heart that she was now a lamb to the slaughter. Whatever they want to do is up to them. There's no way to resist. A short while later, Chen Mo brought Princess Ping Lu to his room. After closing the door, Chen Mo quietly took a red banana from his spatial storage, peeled it, and took a bite in front of Princess Ping Lu. "Hey, have some." Chen Mo chuckled and handed her the banana. Princess Ping Lu frowned as she looked at the bright red object. "What is this?" "This is a banana. Don't worry about eating it. It's not poisonous." Princess Ping Lu was also very curious, thinking that since he had eaten it himself, it shouldn't be poisonous. So she slowly took it and then gently put the blood-red thing into her mouth. She took a small bite and chewed slowly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she realized how delicious this thing was, soft, chewy, and sweet. Since sadness cannot be let go, let delicious food fill your stomach. She finished eating very quickly. Chen Mo sat in the chair, looking at her with a smile. Before long, Princess Ping Li's face turned rosy. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo frowned. It seems like they reacted the same way I did. Suddenly, Princess Ping Li seemed to notice something amiss, and pointed her little finger at Chen Mo, saying, "What did you feed me? Why am I so hot all over?" It's just a big banana." You. Princess Ping Li hesitated for a moment, then suddenly couldn't help but let out a soft her breathing becoming rapid, huffing and puffing. A moment later, she gently touched her neck, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if they were beginning to soften. She looked at Chen Mo, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and said, You lecherous scoundrel, No, no, husband, I'm hot. Please save me. Chapter 77, Don't Speak. I'll take you flying. Holy crap. Chen Mo was startled, and his eyes remained fixed on the scene for a long time. She thought to herself that the red banana was truly a chosen one, instantly transforming her from a lecherous thief into someone calling her husband. He suddenly sat up in his chair, stretched out his long arm, and wrapped it around her slender waist. The moment his fingertips touched her, he felt the soft, warm, and delicate texture of her skin. He then bent down and easily lifted Ping Lu up in a princess carry. Her skirt swayed gently in her arms, like a cloud gathered in the palm of her hand. My husband, Princess Ping Lu bit her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes seemingly burning with endless desire. Don't speak, I'll take you flying. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he quickly threw her onto the bed. The two quickly removed their extra clothing and began their passionate lovemaking. More than half an hour later, Princess Ping Lu lay quietly on the bed, her eyes staring straight at the ceiling, her gaze filled with both love and hate. She was clearly resisting it, but she just couldn't control herself. And those things that could never be said, not a single word was omitted. She thought she would be severely abused, but the other party treated her gently, which made her understand what love between a man and a woman meant. What's wrong with me? Have I really betrayed His Majesty? Just as she was asking herself this question, Chen Mo's hand suddenly touched her delicate and smooth face. Your Highness, tell me your story with Xiao Xiao. Princess Ping Lu wanted to dodge, but for some reason she really liked being touched. She opened her mouth, then said softly, Do you really consider me your wife? Chen Mo was also very surprised. He thought that after it was all over, she would turn into a man-eating tigress, but she turned out to be a well-behaved and gentle little kitten. He smiled and said, Of course, I am a very responsible person. Princess Ping Lu frowned, wondering if she could try a different approach and persuade him to turn back from the wrong path. So she replied, Actually, I am just a lady-in-waiting to His Majesty. My name is Chong Sun Ling Su. In order to kill you, I was bestowed the title of Princess Ping Lu by His Majesty a few days ago. And Xiao Xiao is the daughter of General Su Wei of the Imperial Guard. We have been like sisters since we were little. Actually, we never thought we'd make it back alive. Chen Mo was somewhat surprised after hearing this. One is a female official. The other is the daughter of a military family. The Empress is truly willing to take the gamble. If she really managed to appease those two beautiful women, she'd be furious. After all, the Imperial Guards were the army that protected the capital region and were the foundation of Qi's family. What would the Empress think if the Supreme Commander's daughter became her woman? Therefore, we can make a fuss about this and maybe make her furious. Of course, the ultimate goal is to eliminate her. The Empress attempted to assassinate me under the guise of offering amnesty. She had no sincerity whatsoever, and she's doomed. As Chen Mo spoke, his disobedient hand suddenly moved up the mountain. Princess Ping Lu murmured softly, pursed her lips, and said, My lord, in fact, Her Majesty also wants to work hard to govern the country and revitalize the court. I think she will definitely be a good emperor. The fate of the great Qi dynasty is sealed. No matter how hard she tries, it will be in vain. The common people will still be unable to escape their suffering. Chen Mo's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Princess Ping Lu. She knew that this man seemed different from other rebels. He is capable. After all, few people in the world can conquer a medium-sized city within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. His confidence seemed to be innate. However, she still wanted to give it a try. Then she said, My lord, for the sake of all the people, could we turn hostility into friendship with His Majesty? Impossible. Chapter 78, The Arena. As soon as she finished speaking, Chong Sun Ling Su's stunningly beautiful face immediately furrowed her brows. Because Chen Mo's tone was so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. She knew very well that she was nothing, at most just a plaything to be manipulated. If the other party truly considers her their wife, then she should be thankful. Therefore, the possibility of changing the other person's mind is almost zero. So she changed the subject and tentatively asked, Husband, what will you do with Xiao Xiao? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment he said, Have her write a letter to her father. The content should be that she has captured the Empress alive and surrendered with her troops. Changsun Lingsu was also taken aback when she heard this. She knew that the Imperial Army and the Rebel Army were locked in a fierce battle, and the only card the Empress could still play was the Imperial Guard. If the Imperial Guard were to change course, the Empress would be finished, and the Great Qi would cease to exist. If Chen Mo uses Su Xiaoxiao to threaten Su Wei, it's not impossible that Su Wei might switch sides at the last minute. However, she knew that Su Xiaoxiao would not easily agree, and it was even unlikely. So she frowned and said, "Husband, I'm afraid she might be in trouble with this small matter." Chen Mo knew what Changsun Lingsu wanted to say, and chuckled. "Nothing is absolute. I believe you can do it. Besides, you wouldn't want to see more people drawn into the war, would you? If Xiaoxiao can't be like you can probably guess what will happen to her." This, Changsun Lingsu opened her mouth, her eyes glazed over, unsure of what to say. If I were to persuade Su Xiaoxiao to do that, it would seem rather dishonest of me. But she didn't want to see Su Xiaoxiao suffer a brutal death. So she pursed her lips and said, "Husband, shall I try to talk to her about it tomorrow?" Chen Mo suddenly propped his head up, looked at her, and smiled with satisfaction. "Lingsu, come on. Let's continue our duel." Changsun Lingsu frowned, seemingly at a loss for words. She asked, "Husband, what do you mean?" As a seasoned veteran, Chen Mo remained calm and composed. What I mean is, let's continue our one-on-one duel." The next day, Chen Mo took Changsun Lingsu to visit the Shinji Battalion and the artillery detachment. As bullets flew wildly through the air and cannons roared, her large glasses nearly fell off in shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and even her sexy little mouth opened slightly. She roughly understood why the rebel army was able to capture Beishan City in a short period of time and easily defeat the Imperial Guards despite the disparity in strength between them. She hadn't expected the rebels' weapons to be even more powerful than rumored, which explained Chen Mo's confidence. After that, Chen Mo drove his SUV and took her for a drive around the city. While experiencing the wonder of the off-road vehicle, she also saw beggars and hungry pedestrians all over the city. Compared to the capital city of Chang'an, it's like heaven and earth. No wonder Huangjiao's rebel army expanded so quickly. Combined with what she had heard and seen on the road over the past few days, she seemed to understand Chen Mo's resolute answer. Subsequently, Changsun Lingsu quietly went to the room where Su Xiaoxiao was being held. Su Xiaoxiao immediately grabbed her small hand and asked anxiously, "Su, did that lecherous scoundrel bully you last night?" "My husband and I have already consummated our marriage," Changsun Lingsu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed and shy. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. "Why do you speak so casually, and why is there a faint look of contentment on your face?" Upon closer inspection, she seemed to notice something was amiss. If she was forced to do it, she would never do it this way. So that means she did it willingly? Her heart tightened, and she gripped Changsun Lingsu's hand even tighter, asking incredulously, "Su, how could you fall in love with that lecherous scoundrel?" "Xiao, listen to me. My husband is actually a good man." "Huh, a good person?" Su Xiaoxiao frowned, seemingly even more bewildered. "Su, what's wrong with you? Have you forgotten the purpose of our trip?" "Of course I know, but what he said is also true. The fate of the Great Qi dynasty is sealed, and Her Majesty is probably powerless to reverse it." Su Xiaoxiao was stunned upon hearing this. She didn't know why Changsun Lingsu would say such rebellious things. This change is freaking fast. Could it be that she was bewitched by that lecherous scoundrel? "Xiao, although my husband's righteous army only numbers a few thousand at the moment, he could very well break into Chang'an in a very short time." Seeing that Su Xiaoxiao didn't speak, Changsun Lingsu immediately added a sentence, her tone sounding very serious and earnest. "Su, have you lost your mind?" As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao raised her hand and touched Changsun Lingsu's forehead. However, apart from the smooth and delicate feel, there was nothing unusual, so he asked again, "What kind of drug did that lecherous scoundrel give you?" Changsun Lingsu shook her head slightly and said quickly and urgently, "Xiao, I'm telling you the truth. You should write a letter to your father right away, and tell him that the great Qi is going to perish. Tell him to lead the Imperial Guards to surrender. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao almost raised her hand to slap him. Unexpectedly, my best friend became my advocate overnight. Damn it. You must know, she was the Empress's most trusted person. Su Xiaoxiao said, both angry and amused. Chong Sun Ling Su, even if you talk yourself hoarse, even if you kill me, I won't do it. Go away, I don't want to see you. After saying that, she angrily pointed towards the door, looking as if she would never speak to him again, her flawless white chest heaving violently. Chapter 79, Why is your face so red? Chong Sun Ling Su had no choice but to leave dejectedly. She didn't know why she listened to Chen Mo and inexplicably went to persuade Su Xiaoxiao, and she couldn't understand why her own change was so drastic. Could it be that he ate that big red banana and became obsessed? Chong Sun Ling Su thought to herself, her willow brows furrowing slightly. That evening, she went to Chen Mo's study. Husband, I failed at a small matter. She's not eating or drinking now. What should we do? Chong Sun Ling Su walked up to Chen Mo and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Chen Mo had a rough idea of the answer, but he was puzzled as to why she had become so obedient. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, this is just so abnormal. Even if you completely conquer her, there will always be a gradual process. After much thought, he couldn't help but suspect the red banana. I thought to myself, this thing can even change people's minds. But this doesn't seem to make any sense. Even if it isn't, it's still helpful. Otherwise, how else can it be explained? Or perhaps he had a physical relationship with her? So, without thinking twice, Chen Mo pulled out 2 large red bananas from his spatial storage. Then, looking at Chong Sun Ling Su, he said, make her eat this. Upon hearing this, Chong Sun Ling Su immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. She knew very well that if she ate this thing, she would end up like herself, let alone 2 of them. She frowned, her eyes pleading, and said, my husband, Xiao Xiao is my dear sister. I can't do this. Chen Mo chuckled, reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, saying, do you want her to be my woman, just like you? This? Chong Sun Ling Su opened her charming little mouth, her 2 small hands clasped tightly together, and her pretty face showed a bewildered expression. But no matter what, being alive is better than anything else. At least we can still be sisters. A moment later, she pursed her sexy red lips, as if she had made a decision. She said softly, my husband, I'll go give it a try. So she picked up the red banana, left the study, and headed towards Su Xiaoxiao's room. However, Su Xiaoxiao was still very angry and ignored Chong Sun Ling Su. Little one, look, I brought you something delicious. You haven't eaten all day, come on, have some. Seeing that she had turned away, Chong Sun Ling Su patiently walked up to her, peeled the banana, and handed it to her. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away again, clearly not wanting to talk to her. However, seeing such bright red bananas aroused some curiosity, and they also emitted a rich and alluring fragrance. Xiao, food is essential for life. You'll get hungry if you skip a meal. Eat quickly, or you'll ruin your health. Su Xiaoxiao remained silent, but her stomach was growling loudly. Seeing this, Chong Sun Ling Su chuckled softly. Look, you must be starving. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head and glanced at her, saying indignantly, who knows if the food you took is poisoned? I'd rather starve to death than eat it. Upon hearing this, Chong Sun Ling Su's heart tightened. Although plantains are not poisonous, they are so delicious that you can't stop eating them. So, she tried to suppress her inner panic and forced a smile, saying, hee, what are you saying? I just peeled the skin. How could I have had time to poison it? You can eat it yourself. I'm not eating it. Chong Sun Ling Su was at a loss. She didn't know whether to eat or not. She pursed her lips and pondered for a moment, then suddenly put the banana into her mouth and ate it with relish. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but swallow hard as she smelled the aroma, and her stomach kept rumbling. Upon seeing this, Chong Sun Ling Su immediately took the other one to her. He said, it's so delicious. Eat up. Su Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, thinking that since she had already eaten it, it shouldn't be poisonous. So she angrily took the food, turned around, and started eating. However, Chong Sun Ling Su was not happy. What if she has an attack soon? How should I face her? And what if we both have attacks at the same time? How should I handle that? Before long, the two of them had finished eating the bananas in their hands, leaving them clean. Su Xiao licked her lips, looking like she hadn't had enough. Her eyes darted around, and she looked at Changsun Lingsu with great curiosity, asking, Su, this thing is so delicious. What is it? Changsun Lingsu murmured, replying, this is also a banana, but it's just red. Just then, Su Xiao suddenly noticed that Changsun Lingsu's face had turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and she immediately sat up in surprise. With a look of surprise, she said, Su, why is your face so red? Upon hearing this, Changsun Lingsu immediately felt incredibly hot all over, just like she had felt the night before. At the same time, she noticed that Su Xiao's face was also flushed. Before she could speak, Su Xiao seemed to notice something was wrong with her body and exclaimed, Oh dear, I feel so hot and uncomfortable. Changsun Lingsu couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stood up, wishing Chen Mo would appear before her right away. Su Xiao felt increasingly uneasy and immediately pointed her jade-like hand, questioning, You must have done it. I treated you like a sister, and you betrayed me. As she spoke, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, and her pretty face was filled with disappointment. Despite her discomfort, Changsun Lingsu shook her head and explained, Xiao, no, listen to me. You. Before she could finish speaking, Changsun Lingsu rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Chapter 80 Tanks. Chen Mo waited and waited in the study, but he didn't see Changsun Lingsu. So he had no choice but to go to Su Xiao's room. Greetings, young master. When the four guards saw Chen Mo, they immediately clasped their hands in salute. Chen Mo nodded and asked, How many people are inside? Reporting to your excellency, there are 2. One of the soldiers replied. Is there anything unusual? Young master, there seems to be nothing unusual, but there are some strange noises coming from inside. As he spoke, the man's face turned red. Chen Mo, curious after hearing this, said, You all step back a bit. As the others left, Chen Mo pushed the door open and entered. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly dilated. He was shocked to find that 2 primitive people were entwined on the bed. Holy crap, what's going on? Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and couldn't help but suspect that the 2 of them were a lesbian couple. No wonder the soldier said he heard some strange noises. They noticed Chen Mo, of course, and panicked immediately, grabbing the blankets to cover themselves. His panicked appearance made it seem as if he had done something terribly wrong. However, Chen Mo had already seen everything. Actually, Xiao is not small at all. She is even bigger than Changsun Lingsu. My husband, I love you. Changsun Lingsu sat up, staring intently at Chen Mo, too distressed to speak, looking utterly pitiful. Su Xiao's gaze toward Chen Mo was even more murderous. She opened her mouth, about to curse lecherous scoundrel, but swallowed the words back. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of longing in his eyes. Chen Mo figured it out. They must have all eaten the red bananas, which was why they were comforting each other. So he closed the door and walked over to the 2 of them. Their gazes seemed to grow increasingly intense, like raging flames. Changsun Lingsu put down the quilt she was holding, grabbed Su Xiao's shoulders and said, Xiao, quickly call him husband. As long as you call him that, you are his woman. From now on, the 2 of us sisters will serve him together. No. Su Xiao shook her head, looking extremely uncomfortable, as if she might explode at any moment. When Chen Mo walked to the bedside, she suddenly drooled with excitement, as if she could no longer hold back, her eyes already filled with countless strands of longing. She swallowed hard and cried out involuntarily, Husband, please help me. The next day, Dan took Su Xiao and, accompanied by Changsun Lingsu, took a tour of the city. Su Xiao finally witnessed the power of firearms, and she was nothing but shocked. Whether it's a gun or a cannon, in her eyes they are both world-destroying entities. No wonder the great lecher had the confidence to say that he wanted his father to lead his troops to surrender and capture the Empress alive. It seems he wasn't just boasting, but genuinely possesses the ability. Now she finally understood and seemed to comprehend why Changsun Lingsu had changed so quickly. She couldn't imagine how terrifying the firepower of the rebel army would be after it expanded its strength. If her father doesn't surrender, he'll likely face certain death. Moreover, she was well aware that the great Qi dynasty had long been ruined by the old emperor. No matter how hard Qi Min tries, she probably can't turn the tide. Furthermore, the Shangwan family not only controlled the government, but also commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. Qi Min might not be able to defeat that old bastard Shangwan. The outcome is still uncertain. On the other side, after Chen Mo stored the large amount of blood that Hua had prepared into his spatial storage, he drove an off-road vehicle to an open space outside the city. With a wave of his hand, a military truck loaded with food appeared in front of him in a flash. Then, he kept swishing away, and military trucks appeared one after another. Before long, the ground was filled with military trucks, about 50 in total. Among them were containers containing food, as well as military supplies, such as gasoline and diesel. Seeing such a spectacular scene, Chen Mo's lips curled up slightly, and then with a whoosh he pulled out a striker armored vehicle from his spatial storage. Then, he took out a signal gun and fired it into the sky. Those people had been waiting impatiently, and as soon as they saw the signal flare, they immediately started their cars. So, more than 10 off-road vehicles sped off in that direction. Although they didn't know what Chen Mo was up to, they knew it would be a huge surprise. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths? Moreover, those who go must be able to drive. Does this mean there's some big move going on? So everyone was incredibly excited, eager to be at the spot where the signal flare had been launched. A moment later, Wang Xie, who was at the front of the convoy, suddenly let out a scream, her mouth agape for a long time. She saw that Chen Mo was standing on a car with an even stranger shape, and behind him were countless cars, seemingly an even larger kind of car. Chu Yunxiao, sitting in the passenger seat, was also stunned. Wow, so many cars. And such big cars. After a long pause, Wang Xie exclaimed, "My husband is truly an extraordinary person." A moment later, Wang Xie drove up to Chen Mo and jumped out of the car in a flash. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the car Chen Mo was standing on seemed rather unusual. Not only is there a long, big thing, but there's also an even bigger gun on it. According to experience, the bigger the gun, the more powerful it seems to be. The gun on top is so big, could send someone flying? "Husband, what kind of car is this?" Wang Xie looked up at Chen Mo and asked incoherently. Chu Yunxiao was also touching and exploring everything, finding it all incredibly novel. Chen Mo looked down at the two men, his hands behind his back and a smile on his lips. This is a war chariot. It has guns and cannons, and it's impervious to swords and spears. Wow, that must be amazing. Chu Yunxiao clapped her hands in admiration, her excited voice trembling slightly. Wang Xie nodded vigorously, her full breast contracting violently, her joy overflowing. She felt that the day of unifying the world didn't seem so far away. The others, after parking their cars, also gathered around, exclaiming excitedly. Putting aside the armored vehicles, wouldn't such a large truck be even more impressive to drive? On the battlefield, even a ramming attack would scare the enemy to death. After a while, a large convoy slowly entered the city. At the very front, of course, was the armored vehicle driven by Chen Mo. Its strange shape stunned countless passers-by. They discussed it amongst themselves, but no one could give a clear answer. At this moment, Chang Sunling Su and Su Xiaoxiao were also standing by the street. Seeing such a spectacular scene before her, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Chang Sunling Su glanced at Go Dan and asked, "Go Dan, do you know which carriage your husband is in?" Go Dan scratched his head, thinking to himself, "I can't see anyone. How would I know where the young master is?" However, he didn't find the first car strange at all. Logically speaking, only the young master should be able to handle any new gadgets. Then, pointing to the strange-looking car at the front, she replied, "Your Highness, the young master might be inside that shell." Chang Sunling Su was also very curious and asked, "There's a stick on the cart. Could it be a siege engine?" Su Xiaoxiao also frowned, thinking to herself, how could such a thin stick knock down the city gate? Chapter 81 Husband, is this a cannon? Dog Egg scratched his head again, thinking to himself that it really did look a bit like a siege engine. But that battering ram is way too thin. Are you sure it can effectively impact the city gate? He thought about it for a long time and felt that something was not quite right. A moment later, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. He exclaimed excitedly, "Your Highness, if I'm not mistaken, that's not a hammer, it's a cannon." Gun. Changsun Lingsu and Su Xiaoxiao both looked at Go Dan, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. That's right, our young master is amazing. He always manages to come up with things that leave people speechless. Look at these cars, they're huge. I've never seen anything like them before. As Go Dan spoke, he pointed excitedly at the rows of imposing military trucks. Su Xiaoxiao, standing to the side, stared in silence at the steel torrent before her beautiful eyes flashing with shock. He thought to himself, who can rival such a righteous army? Even if 100,000 Imperial Guards were to attack together, they would likely be swept away. Xiao, I told you my husband is a genius. I think he will definitely create a new dynasty unlike any other. Changsun Lingsu's excited voice rang out. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at her and nodded slightly, as if agreeing with her statement. Moreover, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had made some kind of decision. Before long, the armored vehicle stopped in front of the governor's mansion. After Chen Mo got out of the car, he saw an SUV speeding towards him. With a thud, Changsun Lingsu and Su Xiaoxiao stepped out of the car together. Changsun Lingsu walked up to Chen Mo, pointed to the cannon barrel on the armored vehicle, and asked with curiosity, "Husband, is this a cannon?" Chen Mo was a little surprised, but when he saw Go Dan standing to the side, he knew what was going on. He then laughed and said, "That's right, it is indeed a cannon. This vehicle is called a chariot. It can easily take the head of a general by charging into the enemy ranks." Changsun Lingsu nodded slightly, but she was very excited. "I was already surprised when I first learned about cars, but now there are cars with cannons? This is just too unbelievable." At this moment, Go Dan stepped forward, looking at Chen Mo with expectant eyes. "Young master, how many of these chariots do you have?" Chen Mo chuckled and said, "As many as you need, we'll have them." Upon hearing this, Changsun Lingsu and Su Xiaoxiao were stunned for a long time. Although they didn't know where these things came from, they were very clear that they couldn't be made in the Great Qi. "Young master, that's wonderful. From now on, our artillerymen won't have to carry rocket launchers anymore." Chen Mo chuckled and said, "Go pick a few clever brothers. I'll teach you how to drive a tank." Upon hearing this, Go Dan nearly flew off to his feet. "Young master, I'll go right away." After a moment's thought, Chen Mo realized that the tank battalion should be put on the agenda, so he needed to find a commander he could completely trust. So he said, "Call Ding." "Yes." After Go Dan left, Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, walked up to Chen Mo, raised her eyes, and slowly said, "Husband, I'll go back and write a letter now." Chen Mo smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that a letter was unlikely to make the commander of the Imperial Guard surrender, but it would certainly break their morale. Changsun Lingsu smiled knowingly, a sweet smile playing on her lips. 2 days later, a fast horse stopped at the gate of the Yunzhou prefectural governor's mansion and then sped into the mansion. At this moment, Zhu Naizhao was drinking tea with Song He, the prefect of Yunzhou, in the hall when he suddenly saw a spy walking quickly towards him. Before the man could stop, Zhu Naizhao hurriedly asked, "Tell me quickly, was Chen Mo poisoned or stabbed to death?" Upon hearing this, the spy thought to himself, "Damn it, they're perfectly fine." He quickly stopped and clasped his hand in a fist salute, saying, "Your Excellency, no, that scoundrel Chen Mo is not dead." "Ah!" Zhu Naizhao's face darkened, thinking to himself, "This is bad." He immediately put down his teacup, stood up, and asked urgently, "Do you know how Changsun Lingsu and Su Xiaoxiao are?" "My lord, they're not dead, and they're not being restrained in the city. They only have one bandit soldier with them, and they seem to be chatting and laughing." Upon hearing this, Zhu Naizhao immediately sat back down dejectedly. I thought to myself, it's such a pity that these two beauties have fallen into the hands of the bandit leader. Song He, who was standing to the side, rolled his eyes and looked at Zhu Naizhao, saying, "Minister Zhu, could it be that the two of them haven't made a move yet?" "I don't think so." Zhu Naizhao shook his head. "When I left that day, I specifically instructed Changsun Lingsu that we must take action that very night. It seems that the honey trap has failed. As soon as he finished speaking, the spy suddenly remembered something and immediately said, "Sir, I also saw a lot of carts in the city that could move without oxen or horses. The big ones looked a bit like tents, and the small ones were like boxes." Box tent, Zhu Naizhao muttered to himself, his mind drifting back to the iron box he had seen in Beishan City. After a long pause, he asked, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "My lord, everything I've said is true." Zhu Naizhao frowned deeply and looked at Song He, saying, "Lord Song, you should hurry up and prepare for war. I, the imperial envoy, will return to the capital immediately to report to His Majesty. Of course, it is absolutely necessary for the court to reinforce Yunzhou, and I will certainly explain this to His Majesty." Song He quickly clasped his hands in thanks and said, "Yes, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Minister Zhu." As Zhu Naizhao was leaving, Song He reluctantly presented him with a jar of duck shit fragrance. "Minister Zhu, this is an exquisite duck shit fragrance. You will surely love it." Zhu Naizhao didn't seem very interested when he heard the words, "Duck shit smells good," but he gave his attendant a wink. A few days later, Zhu Naizhao finally returned to the capital, Chang'an. However, someone arrived a little earlier than him. At the Su residence, Su Wei finished reading the letter in his hand, his forehead veins bulging like chopsticks. He was almost bursting with anger. "This woman has disgraced our family. She's infuriating," Su Wei roared, baring his teeth in anger. Madame Su, who was standing to the side, immediately frowned. "Master, what's wrong with Xiao Xiao? Is she still alive? Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Damn it. How could I have given birth to such a daughter? If only she were dead." "Master, what's wrong? Look for yourself." Su Wei angrily threw the letter in his hand at her. "Bastard, she actually tried to persuade me to surrender." Chapter 82, There's Always a Scoundrel Trying to Harm Me. Madame Su read it over and over again, seemingly trying to find some clue between the lines. She couldn't believe her daughter would do such a thing. After a long pause, she frowned and looked at Su Wei, saying worriedly, "Master, could it be that Xiao Xiao was forced into this?" Su Wei glared at her fiercely and said angrily, "Bullshit. Even if you die, you can't submit to a traitor. My Su family has always been loyal and virtuous. When has she ever been such a spineless coward?" Madame Su hesitated, but then suddenly remembered some of the contents of the letter and the defeat of the Imperial Guards. So he said, "My lord, the little girl says the rebel army's weapons are extremely powerful. They not only have guns, cannons, and carts, but also war chariots carrying guns and cannons. She says the Imperial Court is no match for them." Su Wei grew increasingly furious as he listened, his lips twitching violently. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. "Bullshit. What utter nonsense. It's all fabricated by those cowardly cowards." After being yelled at, Madame Su shut her mouth, but tears streamed down her face. She knew that if Su Xiaoxiao hadn't died, she would definitely have been abused, and Su Wei was restless and filled with trepidation. He knew that if Qi Min found out, he wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter how hard he tried. His Su family has been loyal and virtuous for generations. How could they ruin their promising future in his hands? So Su Wei took the letter and immediately rushed to the palace. On the other side, after listening to Zhu Naizhao's report, Qi Min's pretty face was clouded with gloom. She hadn't expected Chen Mo to be even more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Her meticulously planned scheme hadn't harmed him in the slightest. Moreover, according to Zhu Naizhao, this rebel army possessed several strange weapons and carts that did not require oxen or horses. Zhu Naizhao was furious. After all, he was the one who came up with the idea of using beautiful women, and now not only did it fail, but he also lost 2 beautiful women for nothing. If these 2 were just ordinary women, that would be one thing, but they weren't. The Empress and Su Wei might come after me if things go wrong. Therefore, it is essential to divert their attention. So he said, "Your Majesty, this villain Chen Mo is utterly outrageous. He actually proposed that you abdicate and yield the throne to a more worthy successor." As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Min was instantly enraged. "This is outrageous. Your Majesty, this is intolerable. The court should send a large army to annihilate them. Despite her anger, Qi Min didn't dare to act impulsively and disagreed with Zhu Naizhao's words. The key question is, what will we use to eradicate them? The Huangjiao rebellion was already a huge headache, and now this fearless Chen Mo has appeared. Seeing Qi Min's indecisiveness, Zhu Naizhao said, "Your Majesty, the beauty trap has failed. Chen Mo must be holding a grudge, so we have no choice but to—" Before he could finish speaking, a eunuch rushed over, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Your Majesty, General Su requests an audience." "Announce it immediately." Without a second thought, Qi Min immediately waved her hand. The thought of Su Xiao, a woman, being imprisoned for the sake of the country and its people made her feel somewhat guilty. Therefore, they had already figured out how to reward and commend the Su family. A moment later, Su Wei appeared before Qi Min with heavy steps. "Your subject, Su Wei, pays his respects to your Majesty." As Su Wei spoke, he was about to kneel and bow. Seeing that his expression was off, Qi Min quickly waved her hand to stop him, saying, "General Su, there's no need for such formalities." Su Wei was stunned for a moment, his eyes seeming even more guilty. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qi Min opened her mouth slightly, but thinking that Su Wei would feel very upset, she suddenly didn't know what to say. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Su Wei hesitated, as if he had something difficult to say. Seeing this, Qi Min waved for Minister Zhu and the others to leave. After everyone left, he said, "General Su, I know you want to talk about a small matter. Don't worry, I will not only erect a memorial arch of the highest standard for her, but I will also give the Su family a good commendation." Upon hearing this, Su Wei became even more uneasy and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Your Majesty, no." Qi Min was also taken aback, her beautiful eyes flashing with doubt. "General Su, why do you say that?" Su Wei knelt down with a thud, his face grim, and said, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Upon seeing this, Qi Min's heart skipped a beat, wondering if something had happened to the Imperial Guards. He immediately rose from his throne, walked up to him, and asked, "General Su, what crime have you committed?" "Your Majesty, Su Xiao is utterly rebellious, attempting to persuade me to capture your Majesty alive and surrender with her troops." "What?" Qi Min stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. "This is absolutely outrageous. One minute they want me to step down and give way to a more capable person. The next they want to capture me alive. This is absolutely outrageous." Seeing that Qi Min remained silent for a while, Su Wei quickly spoke again. "Your Majesty, I dare not conceal anything. This is a letter written by my rebellious daughter." As he spoke, he took out a letter from his chest and presented it with both hands. Qi Min took the book and began to read it quickly, her face growing increasingly gloomy as she read, her chest heaving violently. A moment later, he said angrily, "This is outrageous. There are always treacherous subjects trying to harm me." Of course, she was angry at Chen Mo, not Su Xiao, because he was too arrogant. Not only did they want to swallow up the Imperial Guards, they also had the audacity to capture her alive. Upon hearing this, Su Wei hurriedly pleaded guilty, saying, "Your Majesty, I have failed to properly educate my daughter. Please punish me." Qi Min took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and reconsidered the contents of the letter in her mind. Besides persuading them to surrender, they also talked about how powerful the rebel army's weapons were. Moreover, what Zhu Naizhao said basically matches up. Therefore, Qi Min became even more convinced. However, the fact that Su Wei was able to be frank with him was enough to show that he had no intention of rebelling. So he stepped forward and offered one hand to help Su up, saying, "General Su is loyal and devoted. What crime has he committed? Please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up from the ground. Qi Min turned around and walked a few steps with her back to Su Wei, but suddenly turned back and asked, "General Su, do you have a good plan for dealing with the rebel Chen Mo?" Su Wei frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, the best course of action right now is to appease the traitor. Therefore, I believe that offering amnesty is the best course of action." But we can't do it like last time. At the very least, we need to show some sincerity. Min shook her head inwardly and said, but last time when the truth came out, Chen Mo was still able to accept the imperial pardon. Your Majesty, there is no other way but to try. Chapter 83 Tank Battalion. Min thought and thought, but couldn't come up with any other solution, so she decided to give a try. So he asked, General Su, who do you think is the most suitable person to send this time? Su Wei frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, Your Majesty, my son Su Wu is both brave and resourceful. I believe he is capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Excellent. The entire Su family is loyal and brave. I am greatly pleased. Min showed a satisfied expression, her voice tinged with excitement. Your Majesty, for the sake of the great Qi, for the sake of the nation, my Su family will go through fire and water without hesitation. However, Su Wei also had his own thoughts. He wanted to know whether Su Xiaoxiao was forced or if it was true. Therefore, it is necessary to send a reliable person. Meanwhile, Chen Mo dispatched Wang Huchen and Lin Eru to launch attacks on the surrounding areas. In less than 10 days, all 13 counties of Nanshui Prefecture fell into the hands of the rebel army. From then on, his fame spread far and wide. The common people know that there is a yellow horn in the north and a leader named Chen Mo in the south. Chen Mo has been busy these past few days, either teaching how to drive armored vehicles or instructing on how to operate artillery. Furthermore, 10 more vehicles were extracted from the space to form a tank battalion. Although 10 vehicles are not many, they are enough. On that day, Chen Mo organized the tank battalion to conduct live-fire exercises at the West Gate. However, just as Chen Mo and his women arrived at the foot of the horse path, someone came running up to report. My lord, another imperial envoy has arrived and is currently outside the city. Please grant my instructions. What kind of damn imperial envoy is he? Get him out of here, or we'll shoot them all. Young master, that man said his name is Su Wu. Chen Mo frowned after hearing this, then looked at Su Xiaoxiao beside him. Su Xiaoxiao was also very surprised. She didn't expect her elder brother to come. At this moment, she felt conflicted, unsure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Because the Su family was loyal to the imperial court, how could they be so easily persuaded to surrender? As for herself, she still doesn't understand why things turned out this way. She immediately said, Husband, he is my elder brother. Since he's my brother-in-law, it wouldn't hurt to meet him. It would be a good opportunity for him to see the power of the chariot. Then let him in. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he walked towards the horse trail. Standing atop the city walls, one could see 10 chariots lined up in a row outside the moat. On the distant hillside opposite, there are striking white targets painted on the ground. The girls were already impatient, their eyes filled with anticipation, just waiting for the cannon to fire. However, they wondered if the cannon on this chariot could really shoot that far. It must be at least 4 or 5 miles from here to the target on the hillside. Su Wu traveled and observed along the way. And of course, he also saw the legendary, invincible weapon. He was puzzled. Could that thing really kill someone? Moreover, he also saw a row of very strangely shaped boxes under the city wall not far from the city gate. Before long, Su Wu and his party arrived at the city wall. He was dressed in military uniform and looked very imposing. Upon seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao quickly ran to his side and called him Big Brother very affectionately. However, Su Wu looked serious, and his gaze towards her carried a hint of disappointment. Then, shifting his gaze to the young master in front of him, he knew without a doubt that the one huddled among the women was the bandit leader, Chen Mo. Su Xiaoxiao noticed Su Wu's gaze and quickly pointed to Chen Mo, introducing him. Brother, this is Marquis Nanshan, and also my husband. She seemed to know that Su Wu would be angry, so her voice became much softer towards the end. Husband? You. Su Wu was stunned at first, then almost vomited blood in anger. Unexpectedly, absolutely unexpectedly, not only did they try to persuade her to surrender, but she actually recognized her thief as her husband. This is intolerable. However, he knew he was there to handle something important, and he also knew that a small act of impatience could ruin a great plan, so he suppressed his anger and decided to settle the score with her later. So, with somewhat stiff movements, he clasped his hands in greeting to Chen Mo and Chong Sun Ling Su, saying, Su Wu greets Marquis Nanshan and Princess Pingle. Wait! Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him. I'm not some Marquis of Nanshan. Tell me, what brings you here? I have come here by imperial decree to offer you amnesty. Su Wu said, bowing respectfully to the sky. Imperial pardon? Chen Mo chuckled. You're not sending two beauties to assassinate me again, are you? Upon hearing this, Su Wu inwardly cursed the idiot who came up with this idea. Not only did he implicate his own sister, but he also made things even more complicated. He glanced at Su Xiao, then at Chong Sun Ling Su, feeling quite puzzled. I wondered, how did these two become so obedient? It shouldn't be like this. I just can't figure it out. Marquis of Nanshan, in fact, His Majesty also listened to slander, which is why he resorted to this desperate measure. However, His Majesty is well aware that this move was ill-considered, and therefore, he hereby promotes you to the title of King of Nanshan. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Finished. Su Wu's heart tightened immediately upon seeing this. It seemed that he was completely unmoved, or even looked down on him. But since we're already here, we have to grit our teeth and get this job done. So he said, King of Nanshan, His Majesty has long desired to revitalize the court. Stop! Chen Mo suddenly raised his hand to block, interrupting. I'm tired of hearing these words. But since you're here, I won't let you come for nothing. After Chen Mo finished speaking, his gaze fell on Godan. Godan, fire the signal flare. Live fire exercise begins. Yes, young master. Dog Egg agreed, his voice filled with excitement. He had long wanted to see 10 tanks firing their cannons at the same time. Su Wu was speechless. He knew that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. With a bang, the signal flare shot through the air, and a beautiful flower bloomed overhead. Su Wu looked up, and, although he was a little curious, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the world is vast and full of wonders. Then, everyone stood by the city wall, eagerly awaiting what would happen next. Su Wu frowned, completely bewildered, but had no choice but to follow. It wasn't that no one paid him any attention. Su Xiao, holding a pair of binoculars, quietly walked up to him. Brother, this is a telescope. Just look at that hillside over there. Su Wu glared at her, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction. However, he was also somewhat curious and took the thing from her hand, asking, What is this? This is a telescope. It can see very, very far. Su Wu looked through the binoculars from left to right. Is it real? Why don't you try it and see? Outside the moat, Ding, he had also been waiting for this exciting moment. After the chariots were fully prepared, he immediately ordered, Fire at the target. Bang, bang, bang. Almost simultaneously, all the tanks fired their first shots. In an instant, the opposite hillside was engulfed in artillery fire, thick smoke billowing, a scene of overwhelming power. Upon seeing this, the people on the city wall immediately cried out. This scene is absolutely spectacular. Not only can it shoot that far, but it can also hit the target. If there were enemies on the hillside, they'd probably be completely disoriented. Su Wu's mouth, peering through the telescope, was wide open, seemingly big enough to fit a goose egg. He finally understood. The rebels really did have tanks, and the tanks even had cannons. Immediately afterwards, the tanks conducted firing on the move. Ding, he jumped onto one of the chariots in the middle and charged out first. Quickly, aim at the target and fire. With a loud bang, the shell hit the mountaintop, missing its target by a great distance. Ding, he was speechless. Ugh, how embarrassing. Hurry up, load the bullets, and get your aim right. Yes, Commander Ding. Su Wu on the city wall was shocked again. Just as his sister had said in her letter, the cart had no oxen or horses, yet it could move incredibly fast. Moreover, it can also fire fireworks. Chapter 84. See you in Chang'an. Boom! Boom! The advancing tanks continuously fired at the hillside, creating a deafening roar. Dust billowed up on the hillside that was constantly being blasted, creating a spectacular scene. Although he didn't play very well, his performance in such a short time is quite good. So Chen Mo was quite satisfied. With a little more practice, once he got on the chariot, he would be a man-eating tiger. Su Wu was stunned. his mouth slightly open. Brother, I didn't lie to you. Now you can see for yourself. This is probably even worse than what I said in the letter, isn't it? Su Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. Su Wu remained silent, his eyes fixed on the hillside, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing his silence, Su Xiaoxiao pursed her red lips and said again, Brother, the fate of the great Qi dynasty is sealed. If His Majesty abdicates voluntarily, not only will he have a good end, but the common people will also suffer less from the ravages of war. Hearing this, Su Wu's face turned bright red. Before he could finish speaking, he glared at the other person and said sternly, Shut up. Su Xiaoxiao trembled with fright, and her eyes involuntarily turned to Chen Mo, as if seeking his help. Chen Mo slowly took 2 steps towards Su Wu and said, General Su, can you ensure that the people have enough to eat? Well, Su Wu was speechless. His mouth opened and then closed again. He really didn't know how to answer. If ordinary people can have enough to eat, who would risk being beheaded to rebel? So this question is clearly a dig at him and the imperial court. You can't, but I can. Chen Mo pointed in the direction of the city and said confidently, You can go and see. If there's even a beggar in Beishan City, I'll admit defeat. During these days, Chen Mo ordered the granaries to be open to provide relief, so the beggars were all settled. The old and the young were placed in designated locations, while the young were either enlisted in the army or used as laborers. In short, the beggars that once filled Beishan City have disappeared without a trace. After listening, Su Wu turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, as if he wanted to find the answer from her. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Su Wu knew his younger sister all too well. Her eyes were genuine, and she didn't seem to be lying. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Go Dan, saying, Show us your talent. Go Dan scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Young master, I can't dance. Chen Mo chuckled. Could it be light machine gun target practice? Oh, I understand. This is my specialty. Before long, several targets made of wooden planks were erected on the city wall. Once everyone had retreated to one side, Go Dan and several soldiers from the Shinji battalion picked up their light machine guns and started firing. In no time at all, the target was riddled with holes and shattered on the ground. Wow! Upon seeing this, Su Wu's body trembled and his eyes widened in shock. With weapons like these, let alone the Imperial Guards, even heavenly soldiers and generals would probably be powerless to resist. Seeing his astonished expression, Chen Mo decided to add more food for him. Dog egg, let's have another talent show. This time, how about some pineapple fried fish? Go Dan grinned and agreed, then turned around and ordered the Shinji battalion soldiers to prepare for bombing. So, a dozen soldiers lined up under the parapet, facing the moat, and pulled out grenades. Su Wu frowned deeply, carefully examining the small black bumps in their hands. I thought to myself, is this thing even capable of hitting fish in the water? He was skeptical, but he didn't raise any questions. Bomb! At Dog Egg's command, more than a dozen grenades were hurled toward the moat. In a short while, splashes of water burst open on the river surface. Su Wu was shocked once again, and even began to question the meaning of life. Everything he saw today was far beyond his comprehension. Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao was not lying. Every word she said was the absolute truth. Given the strength of the rebel army, the imperial court is likely overestimating its own capabilities and attempting to defeat them. At this moment, Chen Mo looked at Su Wu and said, General Su, see you in Chang'an. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the horse trail. Su Wu stared in astonishment, mouth agape. It seemed the other party was issuing an order to leave. But how can I go back when things haven't been done properly? So he looked at Su Xiaoxiao with pleading eyes, as if hoping to get her help. Su Xiaoxiao seemed to understand his meaning, and with her headlights flashing, she immediately caught up with Chen Mo and said, Husband, my elder brother has come from afar. Would it be all right if he stayed the night before leaving? Seeing her obedient appearance, Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Okay, no problem. Thank you, my husband. As evening fell, Chen Mo was walking towards the study, preparing to enter the space to check on the development. However, halfway there, I suddenly heard a soft, oh dear. Chen Mo looked in the direction of the sound and found Pan Qinglian sitting on the steps of a pavilion. So he went over and asked, What's wrong? As he spoke, his gaze shifted downwards, and he noticed that she was wearing a strapless ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, with her large, snow-white breasts partially visible. Pan Qinglian looked at Chen Mo with a pitiful expression and said, "Young master, I accidentally twisted my ankle." Chen Mo frowned slightly, thinking to himself, waiting for Shimin Qin here in the middle of the night? Then he asked, "Can you walk? It hurts a little. Come, let me help you. Let's go to the study to sit down." Upon hearing this, Pan Qinglian almost drooled with excitement. I thought to myself, "You're helping me up? I'll make you lean against the wall in a minute." Because she waited here specifically for Chen Mo. After all, Chen Mo hadn't been to her room since that day. This made her depressed every day, so she had no choice but to take the initiative. Chapter 85 Qinglian is really cooling. Meanwhile, an anxious Su Wu sought out Su Xiao, hoping she could help him make an introduction. He knew that if he couldn't persuade Chen Mo to submit to the court, then the great Qi dynasty might really be doomed. Su Xiao understood his intentions, and of course, she also knew Chen Mo's attitude. In short, it's impossible to agree. But what she was thinking was that it would be great if Su Wu were persuaded by Chen Mo instead. If this is the case, not only will the Su family survive, but the Imperial Guards will also be able to change their banner, and the strength of the rebel army will surely increase greatly. Therefore, we must make sure they see each other again, no matter what. So Su Xiao led Su Wu to the hall, but they didn't see anyone there. "Little sister, is the king of Nanshan deliberately avoiding me?" Su Wu looked at Su Xiao with a worried expression. Su Xiao shook her head slightly, thinking to herself, "Who do you think you are? You overestimate yourself." But since he was his elder brother, he didn't say those words aloud. So she went to the door and asked the soldier, "Do you know where my husband is?" Reporting to Madam, the young master may have gone to the study. Upon hearing this, Su Wu seemed to relax a little. As long as we can meet, there's a chance. Before long, the two arrived at the door of Chen Mo's study. Just as Su Xiao was about to knock on the door, her eyebrows suddenly twitched, her hand stopped in midair, and her face flushed red to her ears. Indeed, the sound of a woman's rapid, panting breaths came from the study. She was all too familiar with that sound, so someone must have fallen inside. Su Wu, who was standing to the side, was also stunned for a moment, because he had heard it clearly as well, and he was also embarrassed. "We found the right person, but the key is to accomplish something big. What should we do?" Su Wu was both anxious and angry, staring blankly at his sister. He even had a slight urge to rush in and kill someone. But since he had no swords or knives and the thought that the other party might have guns, he could only fantasize about it. Su Xiao didn't dare to linger, so she pulled Su Wu and walked outside. "Little sister, look, what a lecherous scoundrel. He's actually humming in the study. It's an insult to all scholars." Su Wu stopped and pointed angrily in the direction of the study. "Brother, you're not allowed to talk about our husband like that." Su Xiao rolled her eyes and said irritably, "The late emperor had 3,000 beauties in his harem. Why don't you mention that? And how could you not know how he died?" This, Su Wu opened his mouth, but for a moment he was unable to refute. He felt that his sister was right. The old emperor was indeed licentious. Besides, Chen Mo wasn't forcibly taking a woman. It's his freedom to wrestle wherever he wants. Su Xiao glanced at the study door, pursed her red lips, thought for a moment, and said, "Brother, you've had a long journey today. Why don't you go back and rest first, and we can talk about it tomorrow." Su Wu frowned deeply, thinking that there was no telling what might happen tomorrow, and this matter could not be delayed. So he looked at Su Xiao and said stubbornly, "No, I'll wait here." Su Xiao was also speechless, so she had no choice but to lead him to the pavilion to sit and wait. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed, and the door remained tightly closed. Su Wu finally couldn't sit still any longer and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Su Xiao, however, was already used to it and remained elegant and dignified as she sat on the stone bench, showing no sign of annoyance. Time flew by, and another half hour passed before the study finally quieted down. After getting dressed, Pan Qinglian said goodbye and limped out, leaning against the wall. She never expected that she would be the one leaning against the wall. However, Those captivating and beautiful eyes always shone with a satisfied light. Chen Mo watched her somewhat comical back view and couldn't help but smile, muttering to himself, Qinglian really is cooling. Chapter 86 Water on the Ground. Before long, Su Xiaoxiao and Su Wu in the pavilion noticed Pan Qinglian, who was having some difficulty walking. Su Xiaoxiao was shocked. She didn't expect it to be her, and she certainly didn't expect it to look like this. No wonder he cried out so pitifully just now. When Pan Qinglian saw someone, she panicked and immediately tried her best to remain normal despite the pain. It's you? Su Xiaoxiao walked down from the pavilion, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Pan Qinglian was taken aback upon hearing this. Were we just overheard? I was so arrogant just now. If someone had heard me, I would have been so embarrassed. So, feigning composure, she chuckled lightly. Little madam, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Of course I recognize you, I mean. With other men present, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't explain things too clearly. Pan Qinglian gave an awkward smile. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Xiaoxiao glanced subconsciously in the direction of the study, looking somewhat speechless. Wasn't it you who was in the study with your husband, just now? Oh no, it wasn't me. I've never been to your study. Pan Qinglian waved to Su Xiaoxiao, her round face flushed with embarrassment. Su Xiaoxiao knew she was lying and didn't want to pay her any more attention. She immediately gave Su Wu a wink and went to the study. As soon as the two left, Pan Qinglian patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking of the passion just now, her beautiful big eyes seemed to light up. Little sister, who is that person? As Su Wu walked, he asked questions, thinking to himself that she was really beautiful, and the more he looked at her, the more attractive he became. After a moment's recollection, Su Xiaoxiao replied, her name is Pan Qinglian. I think she's the wife of Governor Liu. What? Su Wu was immediately shocked. A lecherous thief. He's a lecherous thief. Su Xiaoxiao didn't want to explain too much. He could say whatever he wanted. After a while, the two returned to the study door. However, no matter how many times Su Xiaoxiao knocked, no one came to open the door. That's strange. I didn't see my husband leave the study just now. Su Xiaoxiao frowned, looking passive. Little sister, is the king of Nanshan really hiding from me? Su Wu's tone became even more anxious. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and said softly, Big brother, you're overthinking it. However, she suddenly thought of Pan Qinglian, who had just been limping, and her heart tightened. She wondered if she was exhausted. So she pushed hard, and the door slammed open. However, to her surprise, the study was completely empty. Hey, where's my husband? Su Xiaoxiao frowned, looking left and right, seemingly a little confused. I clearly didn't see him walk out, and I clearly heard a woman scream just now, so why is there no one here now? When she walked to the desk, she was shocked to find a puddle of water on the floor, making a mess. Su Wu, on the other hand, looked dejected. He had waited all night and still hadn't seen anyone. It seemed he was going to be unable to complete his mission. Little sister, I think we should forget about it. I'll set off for Chang'an first thing tomorrow morning. After a pause, Su Wu added, Also, you're coming back with me. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately refused, saying, Brother, I can't go back with you. As the saying goes, a woman follows her husband wherever he goes. And no matter what happens in the future, I will follow my husband for the rest of my life. You. Su Wu hesitated, knowing that his sister had long been won over. Although the rebels' weapons were indeed invincible, this change was something he found hard to accept. A moment later, his eyes sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, he declared passionately, My Su family is irreconcilably opposed to the rebels. No matter what, I, Su Wu, will defend the capital to the death and protect His Majesty. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Big brother, you know the strength of the rebel army better than anyone. Even if the Imperial Guard has 100,000 men, how long can they hold out? I think it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating their own strength. Upon hearing this, Su Wu was instantly enraged. Outrageous. Are you even still a member of the Su family? Huh? Su Xiaoxiao's face darkened slightly, and she argued forcefully. Precisely because I am a member of the Su family, I am unwilling to see the Su family sacrifice the lives of hundreds of people for a dying dynasty. All right, in that case, let's meet on the battlefield. After saying that, Su Wu glared at her angrily, then turned and walked towards the gate. Big brother. Su Xiaoxiao looked at his back and called out weakly. Just then, there was a whoosh behind us like someone was there. Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously turned around, but suddenly her eyes snapped open, startling her so much that her delicate body trembled. The look of astonishment on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. My husband. There was no one there. So how did they suddenly appear? Su Xiaoxiao was filled with doubt. When Su Wu heard his sister's surprised voice, he immediately turned around and was equally surprised. Husband, are you all right? Su Xiaoxiao quickly went to Chen Mo's side, grabbed his hand, and asked with concern. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. What could possibly happen to me? Where did you go? My brother, and I clearly saw you weren't there. So why did you suddenly appear? I won't tell you. Chen Mo was also puzzled. Someone came in after he had only been gone for a short while. However, he still made some discoveries after entering the space. The fog in the space not only dissipated significantly, but it was also discovered that there was actually a large area of red bananas. Even more incredibly, every banana tree was laden with fruit, the kind that you could never eat them all. At this moment, Su Wu walked over and said, King of Nanshan, I can see that you are a person who cares about the common people. Chen Mo chakut. What are you trying to say? In that case, please send troops to quell the Huangjiao rebellion and spare the people from the suffering of war. Damn, do you really think I'm Song Jiang? Chen Mo was speechless. Chapter 87. Those who obey me prosper. Those who defy me perish. Song Jiang. Su Wu asked with a puzzled look. Who is Song Jiang? He's a traitor. Su Wu was confused, so he returned to the main topic, clasped his hands, and said, King of Nanshan, for the sake of all the people, please send troops to annihilate Huangjiao immediately. Fuck you. Chen Mo was speechless. He thought this kid was a talented general, but it turned out he was just a stubborn person. So he looked at him coldly. Huangjiao is tying down hundreds of thousands of imperial troops. And you want me to go and wipe him out? No. I want to take over Chang'an. You. Su Wu clenched his fists in anger, looking ready to strike at any moment. Chen Mo's lips curled into a smirk, and suddenly, a pistol appeared in his hand. Seeing the two men on the verge of exchanging blows, Su Xiaoxiao's heart tightened. Moreover, she didn't see when Chen Mo took out his gun. It seemed to happen in an instant. Su Wu's expression was also very abrupt. Pointing at the weapon in Chen Mo's hand, he asked incredulously, Where did you get her gun from? Chen Mo had no intention of answering his question. He smirked and said, Go back and tell the Empress. Those who obey me prosper. Those who defy me perish. Upon hearing this, Su Wu nearly exploded with rage. You've completely rebelled against heaven. You're the real traitor. General Su, since you are determined to remain loyal to the end, I don't want to say anything more. Let's meet on the battlefield. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he gestured please towards the door. Su Wu, with a gloomy face, snorted and walked out. Big brother. Su Xiaoxiao was about to chase after him when Chen Mo suddenly pulled her into his arms. Never mind him. Come on. Take me to your room. Su Xiaoxiao knew what Chen Mo wanted to do when she saw his burning gaze. However, he had just spent so much time alone with Pan Qinglian, so he was probably already at his limit. So she said softly and gently, Husband, you must be exhausted just now. How about we do it another day? No problem. We'll eat bananas together in a bit. As Chen Mo spoke, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. I thought to myself, there are so many red bananas in the space, I can just use them however I want. Moreover, ever since eating red bananas, his physical condition has become better and better. Even if he doesn't eat them, even after experiencing a great battle, he can still kill her 3 times in and out. Su Xiaoxiao blushed and said in a voice barely above a whisper, Should we invite Su along? Great, it'll be more lively with more people. The next day, when Chen Mo arrived in the hall, he immediately saw Lin Eru sitting in a chair. Brother-in-law, did you sleep well last night? Lin Eru stood up and asked with a smile. Chen Mo knew this guy was definitely after firearms, so he asked, Brother Eru, why are you waiting for me here so early? Is something urgent? Lin Eru chuckled. It's not exactly urgent, but it is very urgent. Stop beating around the bush. Do you want a gun? Lin Eru smiled awkwardly. Brother-in-law, Wang Huchen has 600 guns. And look at me. I only have this one pistol. You can't be so biased, can you? Chen Mo did this to give him more time to integrate with the troops. After all, most of them were surrendered soldiers, so we couldn't just give them firearms indiscriminately. So he asked, how is the troops' training going? Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'm absolutely loyal. Besides being well-fed and watered, I can also receive my monthly salary on time. There's probably only one like us in the whole world. After Lin Eru finished speaking, he smiled obsequiously. Then do you think it's okay to issue firearms? Chen Mo thought about it and felt it was time. Because sending troops to Chang'an would inevitably mean venturing deep into enemy territory alone, and if something happened in the rear, it would be impossible to send troops back in time to provide assistance. Of course, there can be no mishaps in the rear, so the entire army must be equipped with a large number of heat-generating weapons. Thinking of this, Chen Mo looked at Lin Eru with a smile and said, I'll give you 5,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Eru's pupils widened immediately. 5,000? You heard me right, 5,000. Ha ha, 5,000. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Ha ha. Lin Eru was overjoyed. Imagine how spectacular it would be if they all opened fire on the battlefield. Next, Chen Mo placed a large amount of blood into the space while taking out a large number of guns and ammunition. Moreover, he sent Go Dan with 100 Shinji battalions to bring Lin Xiaolu and the others to Beishan City. After all, Beishan City has high walls and thick fortifications, and with a large number of firearms, it could be guaranteed to be foolproof. A few days later, a convoy slowly entered the city from the south gate and drove along the main street all the way to the governor's mansion. Before long, they arrived at the hall and saw several unfamiliar faces beside Chen Mo. Besides Wang Xie and Chu Yunxiao, there are 3 more. Moreover, each one of them is more beautiful and has a better temperament than the last. However, Lin Xiaolu always had a sweet smile on her pretty face, as if she had some happy news. She walked up to Chen Mo and said shyly, Husband, I'm pregnant. Chen Mo was taken aback at first, then asked excitedly, Really? Lin Xiaolu nodded gently. Yes, you're going to be a dad. At this moment, Gu Shuyao's gentle voice rang out. Husband, I'm pregnant too. Before Chen Mo could react, Sun Yunxiu parted her red lips slightly and said, Husband, I'm here too. Wow, you guys are so nice. Chen Mo looked at the 3 of them with both shock and excitement, never expecting that all 3 of them would be pregnant. Suddenly, Zhao Hohot stepped forward and said shyly, Husband, I'm pregnant too. Lin Xiaolu, Gu Shuyao, Sun Yunxiu, Jiang Ruochu, and Jiang Ruoshi were all stunned, their bewildered expressions suggesting they had no prior knowledge of the situation. Chapter 88 Western Expedition. Chen Mo was still in shock when he heard Zhao Hohot's words. If a few more of these precise shots come along, we could open a kindergarten. Chang Sun Ling Su, Su Xiao Xiao, and Pan Qinglian were also somewhat surprised. However, there seemed to be a hint of envy and regret in the eyes of Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoshi. After all, Lin Xiaolu and the other 3 were pregnant, while the 2 of them weren't. Of course, they also wanted to give Chan Mashing a son or daughter, even if they didn't have a formal title. If I hadn't met him, I might not have the good life I have today. Chen Mo looked at his wife all over the house and felt incredibly happy. However, compared to the chairman of Shaolin Temple, he felt that he was still a nobody. That being said, the safety of so many beautiful wives is of paramount importance, especially with 4 pregnant women among them. So he walked up to Jiang Ruochu and Jiang Ruoshi and said, Ruoshi, there's something I need you to do. Young master, please give your orders. Jiang Ruochu spoke in a sweet and melodious voice, while Jiang Ruoshi nodded in agreement. Looking at their charming appearances, Chen Mo smiled slightly. Hey, you've been with me for so long. Why are you still calling me young master? Call me husband. Upon hearing this, the 2 involuntarily exchanged a glance, then looked at Chen Mo and exclaimed in unison, Husband! Their voices were filled with a mixture of shyness and excitement. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, then said, You are responsible for training a group of female guards. You can buy them from the brokerage firm, or you can take in some homeless people. In short, they must be reliable. From now on, they will be in charge of guarding the inner courtyard. Everyone immediately understood Chen Mo's intention. After all, with so many women in the household, it would be more convenient to have female guards. Meanwhile, Su Wu, filled with worry, finally returned to Chang'an. He stood before the Empress with Su Wei and recounted everything he had seen and heard. Qi Min's pretty face was filled with disbelief after hearing this. She believed that Su Wu would certainly live up to his mission. However, not only did they fail to keep Chen Mo in check, they also learned that the rebels possessed even more powerful weapons. When the Imperial Guards clashed with them, and when Minister Zhu went to Beishan City, the rebels did not have any war chariots or trucks. Why do they have them now? This is getting more and more outrageous. She was very frustrated and skeptical. So he looked at Su Wu and asked, "Young general, did you see it with your own eyes?" Su Wu was even more unwilling to believe that all of this was true, but the truth was the truth. He then said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, everything I have said is true. The traitors' weapons are indeed overwhelming. With the flesh and blood of our soldiers, I fear they are no match for them." Upon hearing this, Su Wei also became anxious. He pointed at Su Wu, his face flushed, and rebuked him. "Su Wu, how dare you speak such alarmist words in front of His Majesty?" "Father, what I said is true." With that, Su Wu clasped his hands in a fist salute to Qi Min and said with great fervor, "Your Majesty, no matter how powerful the rebels' weapons are, I swear to defend the capital and protect your Majesty with my life." After listening, Qi Min frowned slightly, her eyes filled with sadness. She believed everything Su Wu said and believed that he was absolutely loyal. Then, she slowly stood up, looked at the father and son, and said, "Are the 100,000 Imperial Guards really powerless to fight?" Su Wei frowned, opened his mouth as if to speak, but then stopped himself. If the rebel army's weapons were truly as miraculous as Su Wu described, he wouldn't dare draw a conclusion so quickly. Su Wu frowned deeply, and after a moment said, "Your Majesty, it is not impossible to fight." Qi Min opened her mouth slightly in surprise and said, "Oh," then asked, "Does the young general have a good plan?" Su Wu clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the rebels have only occupied the state of Nanshui, and their forces number a mere 10,000 or so. If they attack, our Imperial Guards can ambush them in strategic locations, or we can employ a surprise attack tactic. In short, we will not rest until the traitors are destroyed." His voice was strong and clear, and it lingered in the hall for a long time. After listening, Qi Min nodded slightly, her pretty face brightening from gloomy to cheerful, and she felt a little more relaxed. With a wave of her hand, she said, "In that case, let's fight with all our might." 10 days later, Chen Mo made all the arrangements and led his troops on a western expedition. At this time, Beishan City had 3,000 armed soldiers, with Chu Deshang as governor and Chu Yunfei as commander. Moreover, the treasury was filled with rice, flour, and various other supplies. Both in terms of manpower and food supplies, we have enough to meet any challenge. A few days later, the rebel army arrived at the gates of Yinzhou. The speed was astonishing. Terrified, Song He, the prefect of Yinzhou, fled with his family and valuables before the rebel army arrived. Knowing they could not resist, the defending troops surrendered the city. Therefore, the highly motivated rebel army quickly captured more than 10 cities in Yinzhou. When the news reached Chang'an, it caused a stir in the court and among the people, who were filled with anxiety. They knew that at this rate, the rebel army would be at the gates of the capital within half a month. Shang Wan, he was furious. Just when they were about to seize the Qi family's rule, a scholar suddenly raised an army. Moreover, her favorite and most promising son lost his life because of this. Shang Wan, he was furious and vowed to wipe out the rebel army and to tear Chen Mo to pieces. However, he really couldn't think of any way to deal with it. However, just when he was at his wit's end, he received intelligence about the northern battlefield. At this time, the government troops not only had the upper hand, but also recovered more than 10 cities. Shangwan, he laughed heartily. Finally, there was something to make him happy. Therefore, He immediately summoned his staff and cronies to a meeting at the Prime Minister's residence. One of the advisors said, "Prime Minister, the rebel army is coming on strong. I don't think the Imperial Guards are a match for them. Therefore, I believe that the Prime Minister should leave the city and head north as soon as possible. Once the Prime Minister arrives in the north, the army's morale will surely be high, and we will be able to take Huangjiao in one fell swoop. At that time, whether it's Xi Min or Chen Mo in the capital, we'll just take them back." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Nobody wants to be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Nobody wants to die here. Moreover, if the Imperial Guards suffer a defeat, Xi Min is very likely to use them as scapegoats. Therefore, running away is the wise thing to do. All right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Shangguan Yi smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself that he would let the rebel army and the Imperial Guard fight to the death. And once he destroyed Huangjiao and established his authority, it would be time to declare himself emperor and establish a country. So he began to prepare to flee the city. Of course, this was a trivial matter for him. Meanwhile, with Qi Min's permission, Su Wu led 30,000 Imperial Guards to Tiger Mountain to ambush the rebel army. Chapter 89 Firepower Reconnaissance. After capturing Yinzhou, Chen Mo continued his westward advance. Wherever the steel torrent pointed, government troops fled in panic. As a result, the rebels were unable to fully demonstrate their abilities, and everyone was itching to fight. The tank battalion, in particular, hardly fired a single shot. However, wherever they went, the locals were utterly dumbfounded. It was so novel that it almost made people think it was an army from another land. On that day, the rebel army finally arrived deep in the Tiger Ladder Mountain. Looking out, the mountains stretch endlessly, with steep slopes, dense vegetation, and increasingly narrow roads, giving one a feeling of impenetrability. After examining the area with binoculars, Wang Huchen immediately ordered a small team to go up the mountain to scout in case of an ambush. Just then, an SUV drove up. Then, Chen Mo, Wang Xiye, Chu Yunxiao, and Su Xiaoxiao got out of the car. This time, all three of them were wearing armor, looking heroic and awe-inspiring. Wang Huchen immediately walked up to Chen Mo and said, "Brother-in-law, I think this place is a bit strange, so I sent a small team up the mountain to search." Chen Mo looked around and also felt that the terrain here was very suitable for an ambush. Moreover, the road was so narrow that if the enemy launched a rolling stone attack or a fire attack, it would definitely cause casualties. So he reached out and blocked them, saying, "No, we have plenty of cannons. Let the tank battalion conduct reconnaissance first." Fire reconnaissance? Wang Huchen muttered to himself, his brows furrowed in slight confusion. Chen Mo chuckled. "It's just bombarding the hilltop. If anyone is hiding up there, I think it'll be a complete mess." "I see," Wang Huchen exclaimed, feigning sudden realization. Excellent, excellent, this is a great idea." Therefore, he ordered all the chariots to aim at the hilltop. On the mountaintop, not far away, Su Wu was staring intently at the rebel army below. His expression was somewhat puzzled, because the rebels had suddenly stopped halfway through their march, and he had no idea what they were up to. Without hesitation, a lieutenant asked, "Young general," the traitor suddenly stopped. "Could it be that he has discovered something?" "Impossible. We've been so careful. There's no way we could have been discovered. I think they must be resting." Yes, the young general is absolutely right." Su Wu glared at him, then said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. All soldiers must remain calm and must not act rashly." "Understood." Just as the lieutenant turned around, a loud bang suddenly came from the direction of the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Su Wu frowned and said, "What's that sound? It sounds familiar." As soon as they finished speaking, a violent explosion suddenly occurred behind them, instantly tearing a hole in the bushes. However, the shell missed its mark by a great distance and did not injure anyone. Nevertheless, the Imperial Guards were quite frightened. They knew that if they were hit, it would hurt a lot. Su Wu's face darkened, as if he realized something was wrong. But before he could react, a series of loud bangs suddenly rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, 3 shells exploded in the crowd, instantly scattering blood and flesh, and screams filled the air. "Wow! Help me! My legs are gone! Help! I can't see. Seeing this, the Imperial Guards were stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. After looking around, the lieutenant was also trembling with fear. He looked at Su Wu and asked, "Young General, what exactly is going on?" Su Wu's face turned ashen. He knew that this was undoubtedly a cannon shot fired by the chariot. He had witnessed the power of the chariot firsthand. What's frustrating is that, given how well the Imperial Guards were hidden, how did they manage to find the chariots? Moreover, no scouts from the rebel army were found approaching from beginning to end. Seeing his dull expression, the lieutenant grew impatient. "Young General." But before he could finish speaking, that soul-shaking sound once again reached everyone's ears. Just then, Su Wu immediately snapped out of his daze. "Oh no, the traitors have fired their cannons again. Oh no, what should we do?" Before the lieutenant could finish speaking, several more shells landed in the crowd. This time, screams filled the air. The surrounding soldiers were terrified and turned pale. It seemed that those screams had completely shattered their psychological defenses. The lieutenant was terrified. "Young General, what should we do?" "Don't panic. The traitors may not have discovered us, so we must remain calm. Also, carry the wounded away." Chapter 90, Picking Up Cannonballs in the Woods. After 2 rounds of shelling, Ding Yi felt that it was enough and ordered a halt to the firing. After all, cannonballs are precious. Who knows if there are people on the mountain? It's more fun to save them for attacking the city. So he immediately ran up to Chen Mo and asked, "Young master, we've already fired 20 shots. Shouldn't we send someone up to investigate?" Chen Mo waved his hand. "No, keep fighting until it's over." "Finished fighting?" Ding Yi scratched his head in confusion. "But what about the battles to come without shells? I'm just a mobile supply depot. How could I possibly stump this?" Chen Mo chuckled and said, "Don't worry about that. We can find the shells in the woods." Seeing Chen Mo's incredibly confident smile, Ding Yi nodded blankly. He thought so too. Those trucks and armored vehicles had appeared out of nowhere, so artillery shells probably could too. Since that's the case, let's go all out and fight. Anyway, the tank battalion soldiers haven't had any artillery fire every day and have been going crazy for it. This is a good opportunity to have some fun. They had their fun, but Su Wu suffered the consequences. After being bombarded repeatedly, the Imperial Guards could no longer hold out and had no will to fight. Moreover, casualties are increasing, and if this continues, the 2 armies may be completely routed before they even engage in battle. At this moment, Su Wu was hiding behind a boulder, his face extremely gloomy. The lieutenant was so anxious he was jumping up and down. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Su Wu with unease, saying, "Young General, the traitors are so ruthless that the soldiers have probably lost their will to fight. Should we retreat?" Su Wu knew perfectly well that all those who were injured had been blown to pieces. Even if they don't die, they won't have any fighting power left. The worst part is that this thing is terrifying. But he was very unwilling to accept it. They've laid a trap, but is it really going to be so easily broken by the rebel army? After hesitating for a long time, he spoke up to stop them. "No, we must deal a heavy blow to the traitors here. If we abandon this place, the capital will only have Hulao Pass as its last line of defense." But the rebels' cannons show no sign of stopping. The lieutenant grew increasingly anxious. "Young General, Hulao Pass is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Let's retreat there first, and then fight the rebels to the death." "We cannot retreat," Su Wu said resolutely. "Young General, Hulao Pass is a natural fortress. People can get through, but the rebels' carts won't be able to pass unless they grow wings. So, we still have a chance of winning." Su Wu looked at him and shook his head. He knew that even if he retreated to Hulao Pass, he would still be subjected to artillery fire. Here, the mountains are high and the forests are dense. Whenever the rebel army passes by, rolling logs and rocks can cascade down like a waterfall. By then, whether it's a tank or a truck, he won't be able to move. Then use fire to attack him. Even if he doesn't die from the fire, you'll at least roast his skin. But now everything is uncertain, so it's no wonder I'm annoyed. Just as he was hesitating, a shell landed right near the 2 of them. Bang! Suddenly, the lieutenant cried out "Wah!" and coughed up blood, collapsing on his Su Wu. "Young General, retreat quickly." After saying that, his head lolled to the side, his eyes widened. and he died. Su Wu also looked pained because his arm had been injured by the explosion and blood was flowing down his arm. Ah! He cried out in pain, then pushed the corpse aside and struggled to his feet. He knew that if the lieutenant hadn't been standing in front of him, he would have been the one dead. The lieutenant's back was blown to pieces, a gruesome sight. Traitor, utterly depraved. He stood there, pointing to the sky, roaring hysterically. After speaking, he looked around and found that the artillery fire was still going on and people were being killed and wounded. Could it be that heaven intends to destroy my great Qi? Su Wu roared inwardly, his angry expression somewhat ferocious, yet his eyes held a hint of helplessness. He then let out a sigh of relief and looked at the soldiers beside him, saying, "Pass down the order. Retreat." Thus, the Imperial Guards retreated along the mountainside towards Hulao Pass amidst the roar of artillery fire. On the other side, a small team of several dozen people from the Shinji Battalion searched and advanced up the mountain. Ding Yi, having exhausted his tank's ammunition, felt a void in his heart, as if something was missing. So he walked up to Chen Mo again, clasped his hands in greeting, and asked, "Young master, do you know which woods I can find cannonballs in?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xie, Chu Yunxiao, and Su Xiaoxiao all looked at Chen Mo. Although they were each other's bedmates, they really didn't know where those strange and wonderful things came from. So, of course I want to know the answer. You guys wait here, I'll go look for it. Chen Mo made up a story on the spot, and then walked into the woods. Watching their departing figures, the group's eyes were filled with confusion. If there really were artillery shells in the woods, why couldn't others see them? Thinking of this, their desire for an answer seemed even more urgent. 15 minutes later, Chen Mo walked out of the woods with a smile. Then, pointing behind them, he said, "Found them. They're in the woods. There are quite a few. Get a few more people to carry them." Upon hearing this, Ding Yi quickly agreed and led a dozen soldiers to rush into the woods. Wang Xie and the other two immediately followed. A short while later, Ding Yi indeed found dozens of boxes of artillery shells under a big tree. Huh? What? Wow, it really exists. Wow, dozens of boxes. Young master is truly a god. Everyone stared in astonishment. Indeed, artillery shells could be found in the woods. Wang Xie and the other two were shocked when they saw this. In such a short time, where did the shells come from? Did it appear out of thin air? They naturally didn't believe that they could actually find artillery shells in the woods. So the three of them immediately returned to Chen Mo. Wang Xie asked, "Husband, where did the cannonballs come from?" Chu Yunxiao and Su Xiaoxiao also showed expressions of great anticipation. Chen Mo smirked and chuckled. "I just picked it up in the woods." "Stop lying, we're not 3-year-olds. Wang Xie rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. "Exactly," Chu Yunxiao and Su Xiaoxiao echoed. Chen Mo looked at the three of them and smiled mischievously. All three of you come me together. If you can beat me, I'll tell you." Upon hearing this, the three of them blushed as red as monkey bottoms, and their heads drooped unconsciously. This sounds very serious, but it's actually quite funny. Just then, a signal flare suddenly rose from the direction of the shelling. Wang Huchen immediately walked over, cupped his fists towards Chen Mo, and said, "Brother-in-law, the front is safe. Shall the army continue its march?" Chen Mo nodded. "Okay, let's go. We'll be spending the night at Hulao Pass." Chapter 91, The Vanished Vehicle. Guided by the small team, the main force soon appeared in front of Hulao Pass. However, once you get here, the vehicle can't go any further because there's only a narrow, winding path, and it's very rugged. Especially at the passes, the city gates were not only low, but also had steps, so vehicles would have to grow wings to get through. The rebel soldiers all showed worried expressions. If the vehicles couldn't get through, it would be a real disaster. Moreover, all supplies are on trucks. If they're transported manually, it will not only take up a lot of manpower, but also affect the marching speed. However, Chen Mo remained unperturbed. This was child's play for him. It was just a matter of waving his hand. At this moment, Su Wu stood on the city wall, his eyes fixed on the opposite side. His arm was already bandaged, but his left eyelid kept twitching as if something big was about to happen. He also knew that although the pass was dangerous, It was impossible to hold out against it, and that defense would only increase the casualties of his troops. At this moment, a captain clasped his hands and said, "Young general, the rebels' chariots are simply unable to cross Hulao Pass. Why don't we retreat in order to advance? After the rebels enter the pass, we can launch a surprise attack with our elite cavalry." Su Wu remained expressionless, though a hint of despair seemed to flash in his eyes. However, he had to admit that what the captain said was also his own thought, because with cannons, the fall of Hulao Pass was only a matter of time, and he was already wounded. What can we use to defend it? But if he were to abandon Hulao Pass just like that, the ministers in the court would curse him to death. Moreover, Shangwan Yi will definitely take this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the Su family. But if we don't give up, it's a dead end. After hesitating for a long time, Su Wu finally spoke. "Pass down the order to abandon the pass." "Understood." Just as Su Wu reached the crossroads and was about to go down, the rebel army's cannons suddenly roared down at him. In an instant, the pass was engulfed in gunfire. "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" Su was also anxious and shouted at his generals. I rushed back to Hulao Pass in a panic, and before I could even get comfortable, I was about to get fired again. "Traitors! I will tear you to pieces." Su Wu was furious. His extremely angry eyes seemed ready to spit fire at any moment. However, it seems there is no other choice but to abandon the pass. The rebels quickly noticed something amiss. There was hardly anyone in sight in the entire city, so they stopped bombarding it. "After all, we're going to spend the night here, and it wouldn't do if the house got blown up." Before long, a large flag bearing the character Chen was planted on the pass, and the righteous soldiers stood on the city wall waving the flag and cheering. Everyone knew that with firearms, Hulao Pass could be taken easily, but no one expected it to be so easy, requiring only a few shots. However, although the pass has been captured, everyone is worried about how vehicles will cross the Hulao Pass. Some people suggested blowing up the pass and widening and paving the road. Some people suggest taking a detour. In short, everyone was discussing it. Wang Xie was also very concerned. She looked at Chen Mo with wide eyes and asked, "Husband, what should we do with those cars?" Chen Mo frowned slightly, thinking to himself that with so many eyes watching, the secret was probably going to be exposed. "Since that's the case, then I won't pretend anymore." He chuckled and said, "Of course there's a way, but don't be scared." Upon hearing this, Wang Xie frowned and asked with great curiosity, "Husband, do you really have a way?" "Hee, you can all rest assured." Seeing Chen Mo's confidence, no one asked any more questions and could only silently wait and see what would happen next. As evening fell, Chen Mo was preparing to go to sleep when there was a knock on his door. After opening the door, they found it was Su Xiaoxiao. "Oh, it's you." Su Xiaoxiao blushed, lowered her eyes slightly, and said shyly, "Husband, can't it be me?" Chen Mo pulled him in his arms and chuckled. "Sure, I like it when someone takes the initiative." The situation took an unexpected turn, and before we knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Su Xiaoxiao lay motionless on the bed, her pretty face flushed. Chen Mo sat in a chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a contented smile on his handsome face. "Although I'm a little tired, it doesn't seem like much, and I can still go out and move around." So he looked at Su Xiaoxiao and said, "You get some rest, I'll be right back." Su Xiaoxiao really wanted to know what Chen Mo was doing out so late. "But I really don't want to move." It must be admitted that the plan to find out why artillery shells could be found in the woods failed. Before long, Chen Mo arrived alone outside the pass and, under the cover of night, stored all the vehicles in his spatial storage. As night faded and dawn broke, the soldiers guarding the pass were the first to discover the anomaly. Suddenly, a man wiped the sleep from his eyes towards the canyon and shouted, "Look! The car is gone! Oh no, how could this be? We're doomed. We didn't even notice anything. The young master will definitely blame us." The soldiers were terrified, their faces filled with fear. They clearly remembered that nothing unusual happened last night, and who else but the rebels could drive these cars? Moreover, with so many cars, even if they were stolen, it's impossible for nothing to happen. However, they clearly remembered that the young master had gone out last night, heading towards the parking area. But how could he possibly make so many vehicles disappear by himself? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Unless he's a god. So many cars have been stolen. That's a big deal. A constable was terrified and hurriedly shouted, Quickly, quickly report to General Lin. Chapter 92 will also appear. General Lin, something terrible has happened. All the carriages are gone. A soldier knocked urgently on Lin Eru's door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the noise, Lin Eru sat up in shock in bed, thinking that the enemy was attacking, and subconsciously reached for his pistol. But on second thought, it seemed unlikely. With only a few thousand guns, why would they be in such a panic? So he immediately ran to open the door and was taken aback to see a soldier with a deathly pale face. He quickly asked, What's the matter that you're so panicked? General Lin, all the vehicles are gone. The soldier pointed behind him and stammered as he answered. What? Lin Eru frowned slightly. Are you sure you're not joking with me? The soldier looked distressed. General, how could I dare? Go and check, the car is really gone. Lin Eru frowned deeply. How could something that big just disappear like that? General, we didn't find anything unusual last night. Not even a whisper. Well, if there was anything, it's that the young master went out. Lin Eru didn't ask any more questions, put on his clothes, and hurriedly headed to the parking lot. After all, losing a car is a huge deal. Without a car, the rebel army is like a tiger without wings. When he arrived at the place, he immediately gasped in shock. How could this be? Where's the car? Where's the car? Lin Eru stared wide-eyed at everything before him in disbelief. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and ran like the wind towards Chen Mo's room. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. At that moment, Chen Mo was holding Su Xiao during his morning exercise when he heard Lin Eru shout and became extremely annoyed. Damn it! Making a fuss first thing in the morning? Are you trying to stop people from doing their morning exercise? If the enemy had attacked, they would have heard gunfire long ago. The only problem would have been that the car was missing. So he shouted loudly towards the door, Get out! Upon hearing this, Lin Eru froze instantly and immediately lowered the hand he had just raised. That's not right. Why are you so irritable so early in the morning? Oops. Lin Eru sighed and had no choice but to go out into the courtyard to wait. Su Xiao seemed a little scared after being disturbed. So she forced herself to ask, Husband, is something urgent? Never mind him. Let's continue. 15 minutes later, Chen Mo led Su Xiao, whose face was flushed, out of the bedroom. Upon seeing this, Lin Eru immediately rushed over and said urgently, Brother-in-law, all the cars are gone. To his surprise, Chen Mo seemed completely unaffected after hearing his words, as his expression remained unchanged. Su Xiao, standing to the side, immediately showed a look of astonishment on her pretty face and then looked at Chen Mo anxiously. Don't worry, the car will reappear. Chen Mo said it with a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had happened. Lin Eru frowned, completely bewildered. This statement sounded very strange. What does will reappear mean? What exactly does will reappear mean? Can something that has disappeared reappear? Impossible, impossible. Suddenly, he remembered that Chen Mo had left the city last night. Could it be that the vehicle disappeared because of him? But he's a human, not a god. How could he make those vehicles vanish overnight? He swallowed hard and asked, Brother-in-law, do you know about this? That's right. Chen Montagsmiedet. Go on. After breakfast, the troops will continue their march. We must take Chang'an as soon as possible. Seeing that he was so calm and composed, and that he didn't seem to blame him, Lin Eru didn't say anything more. However, his mind was full of questions. Also, what does will reappear mean? As night fell that day, the rebels finally emerged from an extremely narrow and difficult stretch of road. In other words, we could drive now. At night, Chen Mo and his 3 wives squeezed into a tent. However, none of them seemed sleepy. They chatted about everything under the sun, each one happier than the last. I'm going out to pee. You guys stop chatting and go to sleep early. As Chen Mo spoke, he walked outside. However, he did not return after a long time. The 3 of them were also puzzled, since taking a piss shouldn't take that long. Unless he's doing something else. Su Xiao suddenly remembered what happened last night and this morning. He went out last night, the car disappeared, and then he said the car would reappear. Now that he's gone out again, Could it also be related to the car? So she looked at Wang Xie and Chu Yunxiao and said, "Sisters, I think my husband didn't go to relieve himself. Why don't we go out and look for him?" Wang Xie and Chu Yunxiao were equally curious, so the three of them went out together. They walked and asked questions along the way, and soon arrived at the edge of the camp. "What are you doing there all by yourself in the middle of the night, my husband?" Wang Xie asked, her eyebrows furrowing slightly as she gazed at the dark night. Chu Yunxiao took out her pistol and said, "Let's go. In case my husband encounters any wild animals, we can protect him." "Okay," Wang Xie and Su Xiaoxiao said in unison. So the three of them, filled with curiosity, set off down the road. After walking for a while, I suddenly noticed a dark shadow right in front of me. "Hey, there seems to be something ahead," Su Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed. "Yes, I saw it too. It looks like a small house." Chu Yunxiao nodded in agreement. Wang Xie stared intently at the unidentified object in front of her, and after a moment exclaimed in surprise, No, it looks like a truck." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them dashed over. Sure enough, it was a military truck. To be precise, it was the first one because there were others ahead of it. One after another, it was a long line of cars that seemed to stretch on forever. The three of them were almost shocked, their eyes wide open as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. "Wow, cars, so many cars. Oh no, what's going on?" The three were so frightened they didn't know what to do. Shock was evident from head to toe. They guessed that this must be related to Chen Mo and that he must have gotten it from somewhere, because he said it would happen again. The three were both excited and nervous, because this is just too unbelievable. Could it be that Chen Mo is an all-powerful deity? Otherwise, how can we explain all of this? Su Xiaoxiao, in particular, was so nervous that she couldn't control herself, and her chest was heaving violently. She felt that if a genius like Chen Mo, who possessed extraordinary talent and strategic vision, didn't rule the world, who would? If he doesn't become emperor, who is qualified? At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao was very glad that she hadn't been stubborn to the end. She knew that as long as she was there, the Su family might still have a glimmer of hope. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Ooh!" Upon hearing this, the three of them trembled in fright. Wang Xie quickly replied, My husband, it's us." Chapter 93, A Godlike Man. The three of them disregarded everything and ran to Chen Mo as fast as they could. They want to know how the car disappeared and how it reappeared. Wang Xie stared intently at Chen Mo with her beautiful eyes and nervously opened her mouth. "Husband, what's going on with these cars? Why did they suddenly appear?" Chu Yunxiao and Su Xiaoxiao stared intently, their eyes burning with hunger, as if they were desperately trying to find the answer. Chen Mo didn't want to beat around the bush and said directly, "Well, let me put it this way. I can make them appear when I want them to appear and make them disappear when I want them to disappear. The main point is to do whatever I want. Therefore, I don't care about any natural barriers or obstacles. As long as I can get through, the car can get through." After Chen Mo finished speaking, a bottle of cola suddenly appeared in his hand, and he unscrewed the cap and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Upon seeing this, the three men's hearts pounded. Is this even human? They are clearly gods. No wonder he doesn't panic no matter what happens. Wang Xie quickly understood. It turns out that it wasn't the gun that could change size, but rather that Chen Mo could change it at will. That's why sometimes it's a long spear and sometimes a pistol. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, so that's why he suddenly had a gun in his hand that night. It turns out that her husband is a godlike man. No, he is God. Shocked, Wang Xie glanced at Yun Xiao, then at Su Xiaoxiao, as if exchanging a message with her eyes. Then, she parted her lips slightly and said shyly, "Husband, let's all three of us together." He lowered his eyes halfway through his sentence. Chen Mo understood and smiled slightly at the three of them, saying, "Well, let's go for a walk in the woods then." The next day, the rebel army, still in shock, continued its advance towards Chang'an, and the iron torrent once again began to turn its wheels. Everyone's face was beaming with joy. Not only had they captured Hulao Pass, but their carriages had also arrived. The happiest people were all the drivers. It felt so good to be holding the steering wheel. Ding, he was probably the most excited of them all, because the chariot could still be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. In their hearts, they had already regarded Chen Mo as a godlike man. A few days later, the rebel army crossed the entire Hulao Mountain and arrived at a vast, flat plain. The rebel soldiers were incredibly excited, even happier than if they had married 3 wives. Everyone knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon be able to march on Chang'an. By then, it will be time to capture the Empress alive and become famous throughout the world. However, the Imperial Guard scouts had already set their sights on them. However, they were almost speechless when they saw the car. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. It appeared out of the blue. They had assumed that the rebel army's vehicles would never appear here. But then it happened. Yilan Army Camp. Report. A scout galloped up, the sound of hooves echoing around him. He quickly dismounted, clasped his hands in greeting to Su Wu, and said, "Young General, we've discovered a traitor." Su Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Oh," and after a moment said, "The traitors have arrived so quickly." The scout swallowed hard and said, "Young General, the traitor's chariot has appeared." Car! Su Wu's body trembled, and he almost lost his footing. His eyes widened in astonishment. This is impossible. You must have seen wrong. His eyes were fixed on the scout, as if trying to find any trace of a lie. He didn't believe that the rebel army's chariots and supplies could cross Hulao Pass, unless it grows wings. Moreover, even if the passes were leveled or the roads were widened, it would be impossible to do so in such a short time. Reporting to the young general, "I dare not lie. This matter is absolutely true." Su Wu's face turned deathly pale. He knew better than anyone what this meant. But at this critical juncture, we have to face any danger, even if it means going through fire and water. Only by charging forward can they have a glimmer of hope. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Su Wu immediately mounted his horse, raised his broadsword, and shouted, "Cavalrymen, mount up. Follow me to kill the enemy." Understood. And so, 8,000 Imperial Guard cavalrymen marched in a vast procession toward Hulao Mountain. Meanwhile, the rebel army continued its march. Leading the way was Ding Yi's chariot battalion. He held binoculars and occasionally peered through the hatch on the roof of the vehicle to observe the situation ahead. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. The sky directly in front of him was gray and looked like dust. Moreover, upon closer listening, there seemed to be a booming sound. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a large number of cavalry ahead. Ding Yi was both nervous and excited, finally getting his chance to show off his skills. "Damn it, I have to give him a good thrashing." After speaking, he raised his hand to signal the tanks behind him to stop advancing and ordered them to form a battle formation. Soon, all the chariots were lined up in a row, ready for battle. Meanwhile, the other rebel forces were also ready for battle, just waiting for the enemy to arrive. Everyone was watching with bated breath, eager for the battle to begin. With so many people and so many guns, how spectacular would it be if they all opened fire at the same time? If nothing unexpected happens, we'll definitely wipe them out completely this time. In the blink of an eye, the Imperial Guard appeared in the rebel army's sight, raising a cloud of dust. The thunderous sound of hooves grew louder and louder, displaying an imposing and overwhelming force. Facing a large-scale cavalry force for the first time, the rebel soldiers were somewhat nervous, but more excited than nervous. As the distance closed, they also increased their speed, seemingly wanting to charge the rebels as quickly as possible. At this moment, Chen Mo stood on the roof of an SUV, looking around with his hands behind his back. Seeing that the distance was about right, he looked down at Godan and ordered the tank battalion and artillery squad to fire on the enemy. Understood. Dog Egg excitedly agreed and immediately sent someone to relay the order. As soon as the order came, the tanks, which had been sharpening their weapons, roared and fired 10 shells into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, the artillerymen carrying individual rocket launchers also pulled the triggers. Swish, swish. In an instant, the Imperial Guard soldiers fell to their deaths. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a large number of them were knocked down. Screams and the mournful neighing of war horses instantly echoed across the sky. The tanks and artillery continued to load ammunition and fire, the thunderous roar never ceasing. However, the Imperial Guards continued their charge, and their speed continued to increase. They believed that as long as they charged into the enemy lines, they could use their broadswords to fight their way out and have a chance to win. Charge! Charge! With only a few dozen meters left to close, Ding immediately ordered, "Heavy machine guns, fire!" In an instant, 10 tongues of fire began to spew forth, and bullets flew toward the Imperial Guards. On the other side, people were constantly falling violently from their horses, and the battlefield was already in complete chaos with a series of crashes and thuds. At this moment, the battlefield seemed to be overwhelmed by the thick smell of blood and masked by the sound of machine guns. Chapter 94, The Sun at Night. As flames continued to erupt, the Imperial Guards fell in droves. Just as they were about to charge into the enemy lines, flames suddenly burst forth from the chariots, flames that could devour people, and they were no less powerful than cannons. At that moment, they were both angry and terrified. But this is just the beginning. Under Chen Mo's command, the Shinji Battalion also joined the battle, with hundreds of guns firing simultaneously. Boot boot boot. Da da da. At this moment, the gunfire intensified, spreading across the sky with overwhelming force. Even ghosts and monsters would have to tuck their tails between their legs and walk away if they saw it. The rebels were utterly shocked. The scene was far more intense than they had imagined. The Imperial Guards were completely terrified, their faces filled with endless fear. As soon as they went up, a bunch of them were pounced on. As soon as they went up, a whole bunch of them were pounced on. So when they saw those countless tongues of fire, it was as if they saw countless ghost messengers beckoning to them. In short, going up there means certain death. Therefore, the remaining Imperial Guards immediately veered off the battlefield to the sides and stopped charging towards the rebels. So they quickly formed an outward-pointing formation. Su Wu, who was observing the battlefield situation not far away, was immediately furious. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. What angered the rebels was their overwhelming firepower, which was almost insane. Secondly, it angered the Imperial Guards. His original plan was for a portion of the Imperial Guards to charge from the front. After charging into the enemy ranks, he led the remaining cavalry to flank them from another direction, catching them off guard. Now, look what happened. The plan has completely fallen through. Not only did they fail to break into the enemy lines, but they also suffered heavy losses. Even if he leads the remaining troops to charge now, he will probably only be shot even more badly. Well, Su Wu sighed deeply, his eyes filled with disappointment, and his brows furrowed tightly. If the rebel army's offensive is not stopped, I'm afraid no one will be able to save this critical situation. He racked his brains, tried to come up with at least one worst-case scenario. Otherwise, he would have no face to go back if the capital fell. Suddenly, he came up with an idea. Although he didn't know how much a chance they had, he decided to give it a try and immediately ordered a retreat. As soon as the gunfire stopped, Su Xiaoxiao immediately ran into the pile of dead bodies. Seeing the corpses all over the ground and smelling the overwhelming stench of blood, she almost vomited. She looked worried, nervous, and shocked. Her penis almost fell to the ground. This was a one-sided massacre. The Imperial Guard suffered no fewer than 2,000 casualties, while the rebels were unharmed. She would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. In her view, this was an unprecedented event that would surely leave a significant mark on history. In the end, Su Xiaoxiao did not find Su Wu's corpse and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At night, the rebels set up camp on a hill. Although they were on a military campaign, they were still able to eat fresh pork, fresh vegetables, and fruits, and even drink a sip of cola. Gradually, the campsite drifted off to sleep. At midnight, a large number of dark figures suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the camp and were slowly approaching. On a tree, a volunteer frowned, as if he had seen something, and quickly shone his flashlight on it. With a snap, a beam of white light shot straight toward the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards were also startled. The light was so strong that it was blinding. Could this be another new weapon of the rebel army? Upon seeing this, the militiaman quickly fired a shot into the sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Immediately afterwards, he bit the flashlight, picked up his rifle, and opened fire on the crowd, instantly killing several Imperial Guardsmen. Quick, shoot him! a captain shouted, pointing to the glowing spot on the tree. A hail of arrows shot towards him, followed by a scream, and the gunfire ceased abruptly. The soldier fell to the ground with a thud. "Hurry, hurry, charge in!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Imperial Guards rushed forward. They were moving very fast, as if they were racing against time. Dozens of Shinji battalion soldiers who were patrolling nearby rushed over after hearing the noise. Without saying a word, they threw grenades at that spot. In an instant, the firelight illuminated the night sky, completely shattering the tranquility of the earth. Immediately afterwards, a burst of gunfire rang out. Upon hearing the gunshots, a large number of rebel soldiers rushed over from the camp. Ding Yi led his chariot battalion and charged in that direction as well. Quickly rushed there at top speed. Ding Yi stood on the hatch on the roof of the vehicle and shouted loudly in the direction of the gunshot. Although I had a great time today, it wasn't nearly enough. He felt that this was not enough to demonstrate the full power of the chariot. On the hilltop, Chen Mo stood with his 3 wives at the entrance of the main tent, gazing down the mountain in the direction from which the gunfire had occurred. However, it was pitch black down below the mountain, and nothing could be seen clearly. Chen Mo's lips twitched, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, I'm going to get something. The 3 of them turned to look at Chen Mo's retreating figure, seemingly puzzled. A short while later, Chen Mo came out of the tent again. He simply had an extra mortar launcher and a few shells. "Husband, what is this?" Wang Xie asked with a look of curiosity. Chu Yinxiao and Su Xiaoxiao also looked on with curiosity. "Hee, we'll see when we get there." As Chen Mo spoke, he squatted down, placed the launcher in place, and adjusted the direction of the muzzle. Next, he picked up a shell and put it into the cannon barrel. With a bang, the shell was fired down the mountain. In a short while, night turned into day, and the situation below the mountain was laid out before us. "Wow!" Wang Xie and the other 2 stared wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. The rebel army and the Imperial Guards who were engaged in battle were also dumbfounded. It was so bright, like a small sun, that you could see the other person clearly. Therefore, the rebels no longer needed to fire blindly. They could unleash a barrage of fire at the crowd. In a short time, large numbers of Imperial Guardsmen fell to the ground. On the contrary, large numbers of rebels joined the battle, raising their guns and firing wildly, quickly forming an insurmountable network of fire. However, the flare dimmed after a short while. The Imperial Guards were already terrified, and now that it was dark, they all fled in panic. Unfortunately, Ding Yi had already led his chariot battalion into the battlefield. Speed up, don't let a single one escape." When the Imperial Guards saw the glowing chariots, they were terrified and ran forward as fast as they could. However, how could 2 legs outrun a car wheel? They were quickly bitten. Moreover, the heavy machine guns on a vehicle opened fire. Just then, the sky brightened again. Ding Yi's lips curled into a smirk, as if he had seen a treasure, and he was so happy he almost jumped for joy. Now it's clear as day, they can't escape. Chapter 95 copying the same thing. Soon, the heavy machine guns on the tanks ran out of bullets, and the corpses on the ground lay scattered everywhere. However, Ding Yi felt it wasn't enough and continued to command the chariots to keep up the chase. "Quickly, even if you have to ram them to death." Under the cover of night, 10 armored vehicles continued their pursuit across the open field. The Imperial Guards were terrified, but they also noticed that the flames on the vehicle had stopped and the piercing sound had disappeared. "Brothers, the traitors' chariots can't fire anymore. Let's charge together and chop them to pieces." A captain stopped and shouted at the soldiers who were fleeing for their lives. The soldiers thought it made sense. They couldn't keep being chased forever, and besides, they already hated the tanks to the core. Furthermore, I've been feeling incredibly humiliated lately. You must understand, they are the elite guards of the capital, the best of the best, and they have never suffered such humiliation. Revenge! Revenge! Enraged, the Imperial Guards charged towards the chariots, gripping their broadswords tightly. Kill! Kill! However, the few unlucky ones who rushed forward were unable to dodge in time and were knocked away by the tank. Yeah! The others dodged and immediately raised their broadswords, slashing fiercely at the target. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the broadsword and the chariot collided, creating dazzling sparks in the night. The Imperial Guards were dumbfounded. What happened to cutting it into pieces? This is sturdier than a knife in my hand. What's the point of cutting anything? Oh no, this car is impervious to bullets and blades. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The same thing happened elsewhere. They simply couldn't cut through it, and many people's knives even became dull. Seeing the Imperial Guards fleeing in disgrace, he couldn't stop smiling. This battle was so exhilarating, even more so than during the day. However, since the Imperial Guards had scattered and fled, and it was late at night, he stopped chasing them. An hour later, the scattered Imperial Guards gradually moved toward the camp. A captain carrying a flashlight and a rifle strode into Suwu's tent. Suwu took a look and was taken aback when he realized it was a gun. And there's something that glows. Good, good, at least we finally gained something. He immediately got up from his seat. His urgent voice rang out. How did the battle go? Young general, we have been defeated again. More than 1,000 brothers have not returned. The captain was weak and listless, and after speaking, he lowered his head. Suwu seemed to have guessed the answer, and instead of sighing, he reached for the gun. He held in his hand, examined it carefully, and then, mimicking the way the rebels fired from the city wall, pulled the trigger at the ceiling. Bang! Bang! Those inside the tent trembled upon hearing the gunshot, their pupils dilating violently. The sound was so piercing, it was like thunder. They knew that it was this very thing that had caused the Imperial Guards to suffer heavy losses and the Qi army to be routed. Su was also very shocked. This thing could kill almost without leaving a trace, and it was also very easy to use. If the Imperial Guards possessed such weapons, who would dare to rebel? However, after firing a few more shots, it stopped firing altogether. Su Wu was completely bewildered. No matter how he pulled the trigger, he couldn't fire the gun. At this moment, a captain's voice rang out. Young general, now that we have guns, we can just copy what we've learned. Su Wu shook his head and said, Alas, even if we have the ability to imitate, time waits for no one. Upon hearing this, everyone else looked dejected. That makes sense. How could the great Qi possibly have been able to manufacture such a sophisticated weapon? To call it counterfeit is to deceive oneself. Besides, given the current situation, the rebel army would probably have already blown open the gates of the capital before it was even built. Then, Su Wu's gaze fell on the glowing object in the captain's hand, and he asked with great curiosity, What is this? The captain immediately presented the flashlight. Young general, this is also something we captured. It's extremely bright. When you shine it on someone, it's like they've gone blind. They can't see anything. He paused for a moment, then said with great confusion, But I don't know why it's not as bright now. Suwu held the flashlight and carefully examined everything before cautiously pressing the black button on it. With a click, the light suddenly disappeared. The others stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. Suwu frowned, then cautiously pressed the button again. Click! As a result, it lit up again. Could this be a lighting device? Suwu muttered to himself, then turned off the flashlight and looked at the captain, asking, Tell me about the battle just now. The captain breathed a sigh of relief and said, Young general, after we killed the sentries, we were launching an attack when we were suddenly blown up and thrown into chaos. Moreover, the rebels' guns are too powerful. The soldiers simply can't break through. After the captain finished speaking, he added, Young general, the chariots are incredibly tough. Our swords and spears can't cut through them at all. As a result, many of our brothers have died or been injured. Didn't you see the chariots back in Beishan City? Don't you know that those things are impervious to swords and spears? The captain's voice grew softer and softer, as if he knew he was about to be reprimanded. Suwu was first shocked, then speechless. I've seen tanks before, but only from a distance. Heaven knows they're that tough. After saying that, he turned around, put his hands behind his back, and sighed deeply. He was thinking, we've tried everything. What can we use to stop the traitor now? Moreover, of the 30,000 elite troops he had led, very few remained. Fighting now means certain death. If they retreat, the capital will likely fall, and they will likely meet their demise. He racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a solution. He also didn't know how to explain himself when he got back, or how to face the Empress and the entire court. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He then turned around, looked at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. Retreat tonight." Meanwhile, in Chang'an, Su Wei rushed to the palace in a great hurry. In the palace, Chi Min, attended by palace maids, stripped naked. She wanted to get a good night's sleep. After all, she had been so worried and tired these past few days that she hadn't been able to sleep all night. If she didn't get a good night's sleep soon, her head was afraid it would explode. She also thought that when she woke up tomorrow, she would receive good news from Su Wu. But just as she stepped onto the dragon bed, a female official gracefully entered the hall. "Your Majesty, General Su requests an audience." Through the gauze curtain, Chi Min's eyebrows twitched. "It's so late. Is it good news or bad news?" Although she was very tired, she still instructed the palace maids to help her change her clothes. After getting dressed, Chi Min stepped out of the gauze curtain and said to the female official, "Summon them." Chapter 96I, The Emperor, Swear to Live and Die with the Nation. Su Wei walked into the main hall with extremely heavy steps, his old face full of fear and unease. When Chi Min saw his appearance, she knew things were going to be bad. Before Su Wei could stop walking, she asked, "General Su, what brings you to the palace so late at night?" Su Wei steadied himself, his face grim, and clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, "Your Majesty, Hulao Pass has fallen, and the rebels have advanced unimpeded." Upon hearing this, Chi Min felt a jolt in her heart, as if struck by lightning. She abruptly rose from her throne, her sexy little mouth slightly open. "That's too fast. This day came so quickly." She thought that even if she couldn't hold out, she could at least use the terrain to hold them off for a while, but she never expected it to come so quickly. She took a step forward, her voice trembling slightly as she questioned, "How exactly was Hulao Pass lost?" Su Wei immediately recounted the whole story, including the bombing during the ambush, how they abandoned the pass, and how the rebel army's chariots crossed Hulao Pass. Finally, he said, "Your Majesty, although the traitors' cannons are hard to stop, Su Wu's abandonment of the pass is still a serious offense. I am willing to accept any punishment without a single complaint." Chi Min gripped her hands tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. She wasn't angry about Su Wu abandoning the pass, nor about the repeated defeats of the Imperial Guards, but rather about how the rebel army's chariots ended up inside the pass. Hulao Pass is a narrow pass, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Could it be that they flew there? She raised her delicate hand to block, saying, "No, this battle is not your fault. It is that the traitor is blessed with an invincible weapon." Su Wei sighed and said, "Your Majesty, Hulao Pass has been lost, and the capital is no longer protected by natural defenses. The rebels will soon be at the gates of the capital." At this point, Su Wei seemed to be weighed down by a giant mountain, and his speech became very difficult. "I believe Your Majesty should leave the city as soon as possible to avoid their sharp edge, in order to preserve the state and the ancestral temples." "No." Chi Min's lips twitched, and his expression became extremely agitated. "Even if I die, I will never flee the capital. Never. I swear to live and die with the nation." "Your Majesty, the rebels are unstoppable, and you are a woman. You must not fall into their hands." Su Wei looked at Chi Min and said with great concern, "General Su, there's no need for further words." Chi Min raised his hand to stop him. "The rebels are too powerful. Even if I can escape for a while, I'm afraid I can't escape forever. Since that's the case, why should I bother with this?" "Your Majesty, you mustn't. As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild." Just then, a female official rushed in, her face full of anxiety. "Your Majesty, according to the report from the officer guarding the North Gate, Shangwan, along with his family and a group of followers, has fled." "That old scoundrel Shangwan." Chi Min's chest heaved with rage, and after a moment, her murderous gaze fell on Su Wei. "General Su, quick, immediately send the Imperial Guards to hunt them down. Don't let a single one escape." Su Wu quickly clasped his hands and said, "Your subject obeys the decree." However, Shangwan, he had already made perfect arrangements, so how could he be easily hunted down? So the Imperial Guards came up empty-handed. For Sui, this result wasn't actually a bad thing. At least Su Wu wouldn't be subjected to verbal and written attacks from the Shangguan family for abandoning Hulao Pass. When Shi Min arrived at the morning court the next day, he found that most of the officials were gone. She wanted to slap herself twice. She should have thought of this sooner and brought them under control sooner. Even if things get really bad, we'll wipe them all out, and if we die, we'll take them down with us. If I'm not mistaken, once Shangguan the old thief escapes to the north, he will be able to completely control hundreds of thousands of government troops. By then, wouldn't he be destined to carve out his own territory and become a king, ruling over a region? The remaining ministers looked very solemn, as if they could already see the empire about to collapse. Therefore, many of them were already planning how to leave this place of trouble. Just as Su Wei said, the rebel army was unstoppable. After capturing several cities along the way westward, their advance was aimed directly at Chang'an. Su Wu, with his remaining troops, returned to Chang'an in disgrace. However, before he could get a proper rest for a few days, Chen Mo led the rebel army to the city gates. At this moment, Chang'an City was in complete chaos and utter disarray. Shi Min, clad in armor and holding a precious sword, arrived at the city gate, surrounded by a group of generals. She wanted to see just how powerful the rebels were, and whether their weapons were as miraculous as the legend suggested. She still wanted to fight to the death. After all, she still had 80,000 Imperial Guards under her command, so she wasn't without the ability to fight. At this moment, 40,000 Imperial Guards stood in formation outside the city, ready to fight. The rebels, on the other hand, did not seem to feel much pressure. Instead, they were excited and thrilled. Because we fought our way here and won every battle, we really didn't suffer any hardship. On the contrary, every day felt like New Year's Day. Now that the enemy is at the gates of the capital, about to witness a historic moment, who wouldn't be excited? Chapter 97 is somewhat clever, but useless. Looking at the vast army of Imperial Guards before her, Shi Min didn't seem so disheartened. Although the rebel army had powerful weapons, its manpower was no match for the Imperial Guard. Moreover, the city walls of the capital are 15 meters high and an astonishing 20 meters wide, so it wouldn't be easy to break through. Furthermore, the city's grain reserves could feed the entire city's military and civilians for several years. As long as they can withstand the rebel army's offensive, they can hold the city for a long time. Besides, the tens of thousands of troops below are not to be underestimated. At this moment, Su Wu's voice rang out. Your Majesty, based on my experience, this place seems to be within the range of the rebels' cannons. For your Majesty's safety, I think your Majesty should. Su Wei, standing to the side, looked at Shi Min with a very approving expression. However, Shi Min decisively waved her hand, her pretty face full of determination. No, the capital is the site of the decisive battle, and I will never leave here. His Majesty. Su Wu tried to dissuade her, but Shi Min remained unmoved and interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Give the order to beat the drums and attack. Su Wu, left with no other choice, shouted, Reveal His Majesty's decree. Beat the drums and attack. Immediately afterwards, dozens of war drums on the city wall began to beat loudly, and the atmosphere on the scene changed abruptly. They knew very well that the time had come for the life and death of the great Qi. On the opposite side, atop an armored vehicle, Chen Mo observed the situation through binoculars. The city wall was tall and imposing, and it was crowded with people. The yellow glazed tiles on the city gate tower gleamed in the sunlight. Countless catapults were placed on the city wall. In front of the city, there were countless soldiers, probably tens of thousands. At the very front was a row of tall siege engines, with the soldiers behind them completely blocked, seemingly impenetrable. Chen Mo pondered that the enemy probably wanted to use this to block bullets and cover their infantry. He's somewhat clever, but useless. Chen Mo put down his binoculars, stepped off the roof of the vehicle, and ordered the generals, fire. Understood. Ding Yi and Xiao Lu clasped their hands in greeting. Then, the two ran back to their respective posts. Aim at those broken logs and fire. Xiao Lu pointed at the Imperial Guard siege engines and gave the order. The artillerymen, who were already prepared, immediately pulled the trigger. Swish, swish. As the explosions rang out, several gaps were instantly torn open in the Imperial Guard's siege engine defenses. The siege engines that were hit were reduced to rotten wood and essentially lost their ability to move. Many Imperial Guards were even pinned down by those logs. However, for such a large team, this loss is nothing, like an elephant being bitten by a mosquito. Encouraged by the drumbeats, they continued to push the siege engines, advancing step by step towards the rebel army. Fire! Ding! He roared, and all 10 armored vehicles opened fire at once. Bang, bang, bang. However, in the face of such a massive army, artillery shells were like a few drops of rain falling into a pond. Even the smallest raindrop will inevitably create a ripple. The wounded Imperial Guards rolled on the ground, howling in agony. Everyone around was on edge. It was as if the people standing opposite them were not human, but a group of man-eating demons. Chi Min, standing on the city wall, felt her heart pounding faster. She finally realized that the seemingly invincible cannons were far more terrifying than she had imagined. This is many times more powerful than a catapult. Those meticulously crafted siege engines were like thin paper in front of it, easily torn apart and punctured. Before she could recover, the rebel army's cannons roared fiercely on the battlefield once again. Unsurprisingly, many of those tall and sturdy siege engines were torn to pieces, and several more holes were created in the crowd. Chi Min's throat bobbed, and she swallowed hard. If they are bombed endlessly, they will probably be routed before even engaging in close combat. Moreover, the catapults on the city walls and the bows and arrows in the hands of the archers were merely decorations. At this moment, she finally understood Su Wu's helplessness. And now I finally understand why the Imperial Guard suffered such a crushing defeat. Soon, under the relentless bombardment of individual rocket launchers, the Imperial Guard's siege vehicle defense line was shattered and almost completely destroyed. The most critical issue is that the archers of the Imperial Guards still cannot reach their opponents at this moment. Just as they were at a loss, the heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles suddenly opened fire. Da-da-da-da-da. In an instant, swathes of Imperial Guards fell to the ground. Screams filled the air, and the scene was extremely gruesome. However, there were still a lot of people. Moreover, the drums on the city wall were fast and loud, so the Imperial Guards no longer relied on siege engines and suddenly charged forward recklessly, flooding the rebel army like a torrent. They firmly believed that as long as they could engage in close combat, they would be able to use their superior numbers to turn the tide and kill the traitors. Therefore, only by charging forward can we break into the enemy lines. Only by charging forward can we possibly turn the tide. Kill! Kill! At this moment, shouts echoed across the battlefield. After all, the battle line was very long, and the chariot battalion only had 10 chariots, so the Imperial Guards quickly closed in. Seeing such a massive scene, the rebel army couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, their forces were still too small. Wang Xie, Chu Yinxiao, and Su Xiaoxiao also looked at Chen Mo with slight worry. They knew that he would soon take measures to severely strike the Imperial Guard's offensive. Otherwise, how could he be so calm and composed? Just then, Chen Mo's voice rang out. Wang Huchen. Upon hearing this, Wang Huchen immediately walked up to Chen Mo, clasped his hands in greeting, and replied, "Your subordinate is here." The entire Shinji battalion served pineapples. Understood. After Wang Huchen agreed, he quickly walked to the front of the Shinji battalion's formation. After he gave a few instructions, hundreds of soldiers from the Shinji battalion stepped forward and lined up, ready to throw grenades. As the enemy drew closer, Wang Huchen pulled out a grenade and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Throw the grenade!" As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of grenades rained down on the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the explosions rang out, the Imperial Guards were immediately engulfed in a hail of artillery fire. Under the barrage of artillery fire, the Imperial Guards had nowhere to hide. Then, the battlefield was filled with heart-wrenching screams, like a living hell. Wow! The rebels were also shocked, and they were all speechless with astonishment. It was also the first time they had ever seen so many grenades explode at once. It's as fierce as you can imagine. It's no exaggeration to say that what we were facing was a sea of gunfire. Let alone humans, even gods and ghosts would have to lose a layer of skin. Chi Min, standing on the city wall, felt a sudden jolt in her heart, as if she had stumbled into an endless abyss. At this rate, not to mention 80,000 Imperial Guards, even 800,000 wouldn't be enough to blow them up. Chapter 98, Bombarding Chang'an City. Haha. Soldiers, strike while the iron is hot. Keep throwing. Prepare to drop grenades. As soon as Wang Huchen finished speaking, hundreds of soldiers from the Shinji battalion threw grenades at him again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the sky turned completely black. The Imperial Guards were terrified at the sight, their pupils dilating infinitely. They knew exactly what this meant. Oh no, run. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed in terror, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. The next moment, the terrified Imperial Guards retreated in all directions. Run, run. Unfortunately, they were packed together and couldn't outrun the speed of the grenades. They were caught in the crossfire after only a few steps. Aleawa. In an instant, the battlefield once again resembled a living hell. The Imperial Guards behind could no longer hold back. None of them dared to take another step forward, and so they all retreated. Upon seeing this, the rebels shouted excitedly, as if they were having a blast. On the contrary, the Qi Emperor and his ministers on the city wall were completely terrified, and even the last shred of their stubbornness seemed to have been shattered. Even Su Wu, who had some knowledge, was quite shocked. This is damn good news. It's going to turn the capital into scorched earth. Moreover, the Imperial Guards below had clearly lost their morale. But the rebel army was completely unscathed. How could they possibly fight this battle? If things continue like this, the outcome is obvious. They might not even be able to hold out for a single day. Everyone knows the truth, but no one dares to say it. Otherwise, it would have dealt a fatal blow to the already shattered morale of the army. The Imperial Guards below, who charged forward so quickly, are now retreating in such a panic. As the crowds reached the moat and the suspension bridge, people were constantly pushed into the river to swim, splashing and spraying water everywhere. At this moment, the situation on the scene was extremely chaotic. The once mighty Imperial Guards are now like stray dogs. Just as the civil and military officials were at a loss for what to do, Chi Min suddenly spoke up. Open the city gates and let the soldiers enter the city quickly. Zhu Naizhao hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, you mustn't. Once the city gates are opened, the rebels might take the opportunity to storm the city. For the sake of the country, I beg Your Majesty to reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider, the crowd echoed. Su Wei was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at the ministers and shouted, Are you all just going to stand by and watch tens of thousands of soldiers die under the traitors' cannon fire? Zhu Naizhao retorted, I am doing this for His Majesty's sake and for the sake of the millions of soldiers and civilians in the capital. General Su, have you considered the consequences once the rebels breach the city? Therefore, abandoning them is a last resort. After a pause, Zhu Naizhao continued, Now, I'd like to ask you, what are your true intentions in doing this? Who in the world doesn't know that your beloved daughter, Su Xiaoxiao, is now the concubine of the bandit leader Chen Mo? Zhu Naizhao's words were sarcastic and full of malice. Su Wu listened with indignation, wishing he could beat him to death on the spot. His own sister turned out like this. Isn't it all thanks to him? Damn it. You, Su Wei was so angry he couldn't speak. You're shameless. General Su, am I right? Zhu Naizhao said, a hint of mockery on his face. Shut up. Chi Min angrily rebuked Zhu Naizhao, saying, There are hundreds of catapults on the city walls and a huge moat. Are they just for show? Huh? Having said that, he decisively ordered, Issue my decree. Open the city gates. Su Wu was overjoyed upon hearing this. He immediately clasped his hands in a fist and said, Your subject obeys the decree. Soon, the massive city gate was slowly pushed open, and the panicked Imperial Guards rushed in. The rebel army also advanced towards the city, but did not launch a full-speed attack. After all, the catapults on the city walls had not yet been removed. If you get hit by a big rock, that would be terrible. Therefore, we cannot take this risk. So when they were about a kilometer away from the city, Chen Mo ordered his troops to stop advancing. This distance is not only within the reach of the armored vehicle, but also easy to aim at. But the catapults couldn't hit it no matter what, which was infuriating. Standing on an off-road vehicle, Chen Mo observed the city through binoculars for a moment, then looked at Godan and ordered, "Pass the order. The tank battalion, aim at the city wall and fire." "Understood." Dog Egg agreed and ran off like the wind. Upon receiving the order, Ding Yi immediately commanded the cannons to fire and jumped into his vehicle. "Aim at the crowd below the city walls and bombard them fiercely." He had long disliked the people on the city wall. If he could kill a group of big fish with a single shot, wouldn't he be remembered in history? Upon hearing this, the gunner dared not be negligent at all and immediately began to carefully and meticulously check the position. Reporting to Commander Ding, "The target has been identified." "Then stop wasting time and fire." "Yes." A moment later, a cannonball shot out and flew toward the city gate. Ding Yi stood on the hatch of the vehicle roof, his eyes fixed on the city gate tower, his heart pounding with anxiety. With a loud bang, a burst of flames erupted from the city gate. Ding Yi's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. Damn, if we raised it just a little bit higher, all those people would have been blown to bits. He immediately shouted down, "You little rascal! Oh dear, you missed again." The people on the city wall felt the earth shake violently, and they were all terrified, their faces turning ashen. They knew very well that if this shot were fired at the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chi Min was so frightened that her delicate body trembled violently, and her pretty face was filled with fear and unease. It must be said that the rebel army's cannons were truly formidable. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but at this distance, no other weapon can match it. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhu Naizhao immediately clasped his hands in a fist and said to Chi Min, "Your Majesty, please evacuate immediately." Su Wei also said anxiously, "Your Majesty, please evacuate immediately." Chi Min sighed inwardly. If she didn't leave soon, she feared she would perish in the gunfire. "But if we leave, where can we go?" Seeing her hesitate, Su Wu became extremely anxious and hurriedly said to the two female officials, "Quickly, escort His Majesty back to the palace." Just then, the sound of cannons roared, and the surrounding area was hit by a barrage of attacks, with screams echoing everywhere. One of the catapults was instantly torn apart by the cannon, turning into a pile of rotten wood. This. The ministers were immediately terrified, looking at each other in disbelief and trembling with fear. So they rushed to persuade him to leave. "Your Majesty, we must evacuate immediately." "Your Majesty, retreat immediately." "That's right, it's too dangerous." Su Wu looked at the two female officials with extreme urgency. "Quick, what are you waiting for?" The two female officials were also terrified and quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, let's go." With the help of two female officials, Chi Min quickly left the scene. However, she did not return to the palace, but instead observed the battlefield from the vicinity. She stood there for a long time, and the sound of cannons never stopped, while thick smoke billowed from the city walls, obscuring the sun. She was filled with worry, her pretty face looking as if it were shrouded in gunpowder smoke, the worry lingering for a long time. Could the capital really not be defended? Am I destined to become a ruler who brings about the downfall of his kingdom? Just as she had imagined, the city walls had been completely torn apart by artillery fire at this very moment. Looking around, there were broken bricks and tiles and severed limbs. Blood stained the city red, thick smoke obscured the sun, and howls filled the air. Although Su Wei and his son Su Wu were not killed in the explosion, they were both injured. At this point, they had to admit that the rebels' offensive was simply unstoppable. What angered and spurred them most was that the city had been ravaged like this, yet the rebel army was completely unscathed. It can be said that it was done effortlessly. On the other side, Chen Mo was using binoculars to observe the situation on the city walls. The catapults have been mostly destroyed. It's estimated that few of them will still be operational. Well done. After saying that, he smirked and a smug look appeared on his face. Then he lowered the binoculars and commanded, "The general offensive begins." Chapter 99, The Final Decree. Seeing the rebel army advancing towards the city, Su Wu hurriedly directed the defense. Catapults, prepare. Archers, prepare. Roll logs and rocks, prepare boiling water. At this moment, the city, which had been reduced to a mess by the bombing, seemed to come alive again. The wounded and the injured were carried off, and new troops were constantly being brought in. Various branches of the armed forces were making various preparations. Fortunately, the city is wide enough that even with a large population, things can still be kept busy. But they were filled with fear and had no idea what they would encounter next. Quickly, get moving. It's time for our counterattack. Seeing that the rebel army was about to enter his firing range, Su Wu drew his sword, pointed it at them, and roared hysterically. Lasso launch! So the soldiers poured hot oil on the stones, lit them with torches, and then threw the stones. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Burning stones streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the heads of the rebels. However, catapults are not cannons, and achieving accurate strikes is no easy task. Moreover, only a few catapults survived, making it virtually impossible to suppress the rebels. A volley of stones flew over, killing or injuring more than a dozen rebel soldiers. Just then, the heavy machine guns and cannons on the tanks opened fire fiercely on the Imperial Guards on the city wall. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. Upon seeing this, the Imperial Guards all crouched down under the parapet. And those who were unlucky enough to be blown away by cannon fire were actually blown away by the cannons. They trembled with fear, as if the enemies below the city were a pack of man-eating gluttons. Under the cover of the tank battalion, the artillery detachment's 10 individual rocket launchers were all aimed at the city gate. Fire! With a roar from Xiao Lu, the rocket launcher shot out into the air. Swish, swish. In an instant, the enormous city gate was blasted down, and thick smoke billowed from the gate opening. The Imperial Guard stationed inside the gate were either blown up or crushed by the door panels. The scene was incredibly tragic. Who would have thought that the most crucial city gate would be blown up in an instant? What's the point of even doing this? The remaining people were terrified and at a loss for what to do. However, someone quickly realized what was happening and ran off to report the situation. Oh no, the city gates have been breached. Upon hearing this, Su Wei and his son Su Wu, who were crouching under the parapet to avoid the shells, turned ashen-faced, and their confidence plummeted. Just now, they clearly felt a strong tremor in the city wall. It turns out the city gate was blown up. They understood this better than anyone else. If the drawbridge is lost, the enemy will be able to completely breach the city. The key problem is that the Imperial Guards were constantly suppressed by firepower, and the defenders were unable to utilize their advantages at all. At that moment, Su Wu felt like dying. However, he still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. On the one hand, he ordered reinforcements to the city gates, and, on the other hand, he ordered the archers to fire blindly. As for whether it will hit the target, that's up to fate. Upon seeing the city gates wide open, Wang Huchen immediately led the Shinji battalion to rush forward at top speed. Quickly, lower the drawbridge. Several soldiers from the Shinji battalion immediately jumped into the water and swam with all their might to the other side. The remaining men set up their guns on the city walls, ready to suppress any enemy who dare to show their faces with firepower. Some used grenades to smash the city walls. Before the archers could even fire 2 arrows, they were blown to bits by grenades, leaving nothing but screams of agony. Yeah! After several soldiers swam to the other side, they immediately grabbed their weapons and started firing wildly at the ropes on the suspension bridge. Fire quickly. Boot, 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 boot. Soon, with a loud crash, the massive suspension bridge slammed down. Su Wu glanced through the crenellations and was immediately thrown into turmoil. His face turned ashen, and the last vestige of his stubbornness seemed to vanish completely. The city gates have been breached, the drawbridge has been lowered, and all is lost. With a trembling voice and utter despair, he said, "Father, forgive your unfilial son. I must take my leave now." Before he could finish speaking, he picked up the sword and was about to slit his own throat, his eyes filled with extreme regret. Upon seeing this, Su Wei's heart tightened, and he immediately shouted, "No!" Just then, a grenade landed near the 2 men with a thud. Ah! Su Wei's pupils dilated suddenly, as if he could already see death. As the explosion rang out, The two instantly lost consciousness. The surrounding Imperial guards were immediately terrified and completely at a loss. The fear on their faces seemed to completely drown out the last shred of morale, and the word surrender seemed to quietly sprout in everyone's heart. At the same time, Lin Eru, who had been sharpening his sword for a long time, immediately raised his sword and shouted, "Soldiers, follow me to take Chang'an and capture the Empress alive. Take Chang'an, capture the Empress alive." Thus, the massive army crossed the drawbridge, passed through the city gate, and charged straight in. "Kill! Kill!" Chi Min, who was observing the battlefield, suddenly heard gunshots, shouts, and sounds of killing coming from inside the city. My heart skipped a beat. "What's going on?" As she spoke, her chest heaved violently. A female official, who had also heard everything clearly, responded in great shock. "Your Majesty, could it be that traitors have stormed into the city?" Chi Min frowned and listened more carefully. The more she listened, the more it sounded like it. But the more she listened, the more something seemed off. My God, how could it be so fast? Is this fate? Suddenly, she staggered, her body went limp, and she looked like she was about to fall. I never expected the city to fall so quickly. It's simply unbelievable. What kind of army could do that? Two female officials rushed forward to help him up, one of them saying urgently, "Your Majesty, please go through the west gate." Chi Min held her forehead, her delicate body staggering, unable to stand steadily. Just then, the fleeing Imperial guards surged forth like a flood. It was as terrifying as it could be, and as pathetic as it could be. "Your Majesty, let's go." A female official spoke with extreme anxiety, as if her backside was on fire. Chi Min regained her composure, broke free from the two female officials, and laughed as if she had lost her mind, tears streaming down her face. Let's go, where can we go? His Majesty." The two female officials looked at her anxiously, speaking in unison. Chi Min wasn't out of her mind. After thinking it over, she realized that escape was impossible and would only lead to more deaths. The rebels had powerful weapons, but they did not commit any atrocities such as burning, killing, looting, or other evil deeds along the way. This is enough to show that the rebel army was a disciplined force and would not indiscriminately kill innocent people. In this way, I will sacrifice myself to save the lives of my soldiers. Moreover, she wanted to see what kind of person Chen Mo was and how he came to possess those inhuman weapons. If that's the case, then even if I die, it will be the end of my life. She took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and looked at the two female officials, ordering, "Convey my decree. Surrender." Chi Min knew that this was probably the last decree she would ever issue. Upon hearing this, the two female officials immediately showed expressions of utter astonishment. They knew all too well what surrendering meant. But if they escape, there's still a glimmer of hope. "Your Majesty, if it falls into the hands of traitors, I fear." Chi Min firmly interrupted. "You all have no need for further words. Go now." Chapter 100. The dynasty is collapsing. Heaven has destroyed our dynasty. By order of His Majesty, surrender. By order of His Majesty, surrender. Two female officials rushed toward the fleeing soldiers, wiping away tears as they ran. They knew that the era of the Great Qi was coming to an end, and the glory of the Great Qi would slowly fade until it ceased to exist. As for what their fate will be next, only geniuses know. Upon hearing the word surrender, the fleeing Imperial guards were first stunned, then overjoyed. Damn it, that's exactly what he's been waiting for, just those two words. As the saying goes, it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. They then laid down their weapons and knelt down on both sides of the street. Upon seeing this, Lin Eru couldn't help but smile, his joy overflowing. Okay, admitting defeat is the right thing to do. It's time for Chang'an to change hands, ha. He then raised his hand, signaling the troops to cease fire. The rebel soldiers were overjoyed, never expecting that taking Chang'an would be so easy. Those Imperial guards who had surrendered earlier were secretly overjoyed. Not long after, Chen Mo drove his SUV, carrying 3 women, slowly into the city. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. He couldn't have been happier. That's right. It's much easier to conquer Chang'an than to pass the imperial examinations to enter Chang'an. And so, it only took a few months. I wonder what the original owner of this body would think if he found out. In short, he finally arrived in Chang'an, the city he had been longing for. Regardless of who he is, his name is Chen Mo. Of course, all of this is thanks to firearms. It was a complete rout. Halfway there, they saw a group of people kneeling in the middle of the road. Without a doubt, the one in the lead was none other than Empress Qi Min of the Great Qi dynasty. However, the dragon robe had been removed, and he was now dressed in white. Seeing this, Wang Xie, Chu Yunxiao, and Su Xiaoxiao all had excited glints in their beautiful eyes, their excitement overflowing. Wang Xie, in particular, was filled with a myriad of thoughts at this moment. Thinking back to his first meeting with Chen Mo at Woa Mountain, and then to how he single-handedly took on the entire Flying Wolf stronghold, as well as killing local tyrants and eliminating corrupt officials, and so on. Now, not only have they captured Chang'an, but the Empress has also knelt down and surrendered. Each and every one of these events is a monumental and awe-inspiring. She stared intently at Chen Mo, who was driving, her beautiful eyes unblinking, seemingly filled with infatuation. However, besides being excited, Su Xiaoxiao also seemed to feel a little uneasy. After all, she hadn't seen Su Wei and Su Wu along the way, and didn't know if they were alive or dead. A short while later, the SUV came to a steady stop. Qi Min, kneeling on the ground and holding the seal in both hands, secretly glanced at the car in front of her out of the corner of her eye. It was colorful and had wheels, but no horse. The front looked like a piece of glass, which was indeed strange and unusual. Thud. Chen Mo pushed open the car door and got out, then slowly walked towards Qi Min. Qi Min didn't dare to look around anymore and immediately lowered her head, her eyes only able to see the other person's shoes. She swallowed hard and said slowly, "The Great Qi dynasty is on the verge of collapse. Heaven has forsaken our dynasty, and there is no way to reverse the situation. I am willing to surrender and submit, only asking that the ancestral temples be preserved and the people be spared." As she spoke, she raised the seal high in her hand, her jade-like hand trembling slightly, her heart pounding. The ministers behind her were all prostrate on the ground, trembling with fear. Chen Mo sized up the Empress in front of him. She looked to have a great figure, with a pair of large breasts that were quite eye-catching. Although her face isn't fully visible, it's easy to tell she's a great beauty. Then he took 2 steps forward, reached out to take the seal, glanced at it, and handed it to Go Dan beside him. Then, looking at Qi Min, he said, "You, raise your head." Upon hearing this, Qi Min's heart tightened, but she didn't think much of it. After all, she was the ruler of a fallen kingdom, so she slowly raised her little head. Chen Mo took a look and saw that she was indeed a great beauty. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like autumn waters reflecting stars, her skin was whiter than snow reflecting the morning sun, and her lips were like cinnabar dots. Her majesty and beauty blended together, and one glance could shatter mountains and rivers. However, those captivating eyes seemed somewhat dim, empty, and showed a hint of fright. After all, she is now just a prisoner, and she no longer has the demeanor of the former empress. I've said it before, the fate of the Great Qi dynasty is sealed, and you should abdicate and give way to a worthy successor. I think you must have thought I was just spouting nonsense and indulging in wishful thinking back then. But it doesn't matter, I've still managed to kick you out. You probably didn't expect me to arrive so quickly, did you? As Chen Mo spoke, he lit a cigarette with a click, took a puff, and said, "The Qi family may not be able to rule this world, but I definitely can." Qi Min kept her lips tightly closed, not uttering a word, her pretty face clouded with worry. However, she was also surprised to find that the legendary lecher was not only not lewd, but was actually handsome and dashing, incredibly good-looking. No matter how you look at him, he seems like a virtuous gentleman. But what is that thing he's holding in his mouth? In addition, Qi Min also saw Su Xiaoxiao behind Chen Mo. If he were a notorious lecher, how could Su Xiaoxiao, with her fierce nature, have been so easily subdued? At the same time, Su Xiaoxiao looked at Qi Min kneeling on the ground, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was joy, guilt, anxiety, and anticipation for the future. But she firmly believed that she was right. Just then, escorted by a small group of rebels, four imperial guards carried Su Wei and his son Suwu over. A militia captain strode up to Chen Mo, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Young master, these two are the commander and deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. We would appreciate your instructions on how to deal with them." Chen Mo took a look and recognized one of them as his old acquaintance, the traitor Su Wu. Then the other older one is probably Su Xiaoxiao's father. Seeing Su Wei covered in blood, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but call out and then ran over to hold his hand. He asked anxiously and with concern, "Dad, are you all right?" Su Wei shoved him away, snorted angrily, then staggered to his feet and knelt down in front of Qi Min with a thud. With a face full of regret, he lamented, "Your Majesty, I am utterly incompetent." Qi Min looked at Su Wei and gently shook her head, then lowered her head. What's the point of saying anything now that things have come to this? Moreover, it's already commendable that they were able to persevere to the end. If it were someone else, the outcome might have been different. Now, as long as she can save their lives, she will have no regrets even if she dies. Su Wu, however, seemed to be more seriously injured and could not get up no matter how hard he struggled. Su Wei sighed deeply and lowered his head. He also knew that the fate of the great Qi dynasty was sealed, and he had done everything in his power. Moreover, it was fortunate that the rebel army did not burn, kill, loot, or indiscriminately slaughter innocent people after entering the city. Chen Mo glanced at the father and son, then at the rebel captain, and ordered, "Take them away. Also, find a doctor to treat their wounds." "Yes, young master." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao was so moved that tears streamed down her face. In any case, his life was saved. Qi Min also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The fact that the Su father and son were not killed lessened their sense of guilt. She slowly raised her eyes, looked at Chen Mo, and said, "You're right. I have nothing to say. I only ask for death." Chen Mo raised his hand to block, a smile playing on his lips, and said, "No, you still need a dick." Chapter 101 The People's Stomachs. "What do you owe?" Qi Min frowned slightly, seemingly confused. "I don't know what you mean by that. I only know that I owe all my subjects a bright and clear world." As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion, and her eyes were filled with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled and said, "It's all right, you'll see in time. As for the bright future, let me tell you, that's still up to me." Upon hearing this, Qi Min didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Does later mean he doesn't want to kill himself? At least, not for the time being. What is the purpose of keeping her, the deposed ruler of a fallen kingdom, alive? Would they really let me off the hook? After much deliberation, she decided that she couldn't die now. She needed to figure out what those inhuman weapons were, or she would die with regrets. At this moment, Chen Mo turned to Lin Eru and said, "Detain all these officials and their families. Investigate them thoroughly first, then decide what to do next. As for her," he then pointed at Qi Min, "take her back to the capital first." Understood. Upon hearing this, the ministers turned ashen-faced with fear, and their hands and feet trembled even more violently. Because their families are sitting on mountains of gold and silver. Once this is investigated, it's all over. Before long, Chen Mo arrived at the imperial city. The palace complex is magnificent and imposing, with golden glazed tiles that seem to exude imperial majesty and grandeur under the sunlight. Despite the awe-inspiring sight before him, Chen Mo remained calm and composed, because all of this belongs to him. At this moment, everyone in the imperial city lay prostrate on the ground, seemingly awaiting their fate. Next, Chen Mo arrived at a grand hall. This hall is called Qi Xian Hall. It was the place where the previous dynasty held national ceremonies. The hall is decorated with dragons and phoenixes and is extremely magnificent. Each pillar in the hall requires 3 or 4 people to hold hands to encircle it. There are more than 100 such pillars, which shows how magnificent and imposing the main hall is. From now on, this place will be called Taiji Hall. Chen Mo sat on the dragon throne with his legs crossed and said thoughtfully, I must say it feels really good to sit on the dragon throne and look down on you ministers. Yes, young master, I will have the signboard replaced immediately. After saying that, Hor ran out excitedly. He never imagined that he, a beggar, would actually end up in the imperial palace. Moreover, she is the young master's close confidant. My ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. If things go as expected, the prince will soon ascend the throne and establish a new dynasty. Chen Mo frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. He thought that he could come up with the name of the palace on the spot, but he still needed to think about the national title more carefully. On the other side, at the Chui residence, Chang'an was not only the capital of the Great Qi dynasty, but also the headquarters of the four major powerful clans of the Great Qi dynasty. The four powerful clans were Chui, Niu, Yang, and Wei. At this moment, the heads of the Niu, Yang, and Wei families arrived at the Chui residence together. Now that Chang'an has changed hands, they need to discuss countermeasures. Back then, it was with the support of their ancestors that Emperor Taizu of Qi was able to ascend the throne and unify the world. Now, the rebel army's offensive is strong and invincible. Although the Qi family still has half of the country, they are no match for them. Therefore, the Niu, Yang, and Wei families unanimously supported and funded the righteous army. However, Chui Qingxiu, the head of the Chui family, suddenly stood up. Gentlemen, I have found out that my clansman Chui Yukai and his family members were either killed by the rebel leader Chen Mo or imprisoned. Furthermore, some of your clansmen hold positions in the imperial court and are currently detained. Do you think the rebel army will let them go? Therefore, I, Chui, will never support the rebel army. On the contrary, I will get rid of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three people all looked at him with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Niu family said, Elder Chui, the fact that the rebel army was able to capture Chang'an in such a short time is enough to demonstrate their extraordinary fighting strength. I think you've heard that the rebels have strange weapons, including tanks that can fire cannons. In short, they're all very powerful. It was these unknown weapons that allowed them to capture Chang'an at an astonishing speed. Therefore, I think it's best not to offend the rebel army. The head of the Yang family nodded and said, Yes, although our four great families have never been afraid of anyone, I also feel that it is not necessary to lose sight of the bigger picture for the sake of small gains. Patriarch Wei nodded and said, Yes, that makes sense. At least we shouldn't act rashly. Let's observe and see what happens first. No. Chui Qingxiu raised one hand, a disdainful look appearing on his lips. He said, This Chen Mo is ignoring my Chui family, which means he's ignoring the four great families. Therefore, we cannot allow him to unify the world. Instead, we must nip him in the bud. Right now, they only occupy a few states and a few dozen cities. It is still unknown who will win the world. Instead of doing that, wouldn't it be better for us to support someone who is obedient? What do you all think? After listening, the three thought about it and realized it made sense. So the head of the Niu family said, Elder Chui, since that's the case, then just tell us what to do, and we'll listen to you. Chui Qingxiu smirked and said confidently, As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world, and he who loses the hearts of the people loses the world. So let's start with the people's livelihood. In the evening, Su Xiaoxiao arrived at the Ganlu Palace. Ganlu Palace was originally Qi Min's bedroom. Chen Mo thought it was quite clean, so he made it his doghouse. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao, Chen Mo immediately showed a hint of surprise. I have to say, this girl is really proactive. My husband, I've come to say thank you. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Mo and said somewhat shyly, is there anything else besides this? As Chen Mo spoke, his hands climbed up her small waist. I'm a little hungry. I'd like to eat a banana. Do you have any, my husband? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was instantly furious. He scooped her up in a princess carry and strode towards the dragon bed. The next day, Hu went out and prepared more than 100 buckets of blood, which were then placed in a palace. However, he did not leave, but waited at the entrance of the palace. Not long after, Chen Mo came over. Young master, when I went to buy blood this morning, I found that the price of grain in the city was 3 times higher than before, and this was the case in all grain stores. The people are complaining bitterly. Hua immediately walked up to Chen Mo and said anxiously. After all, he came from a poor background, so he was naturally very sensitive to prices. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for people. If the price of grain triples, that's a big deal. Moreover, the rebel army has only just entered Chang'an. Isn't this going to embarrass them? Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Was someone trying to sabotage him? Well, let's open the official warehouse and sell at the same price we used to. Young master, the official granaries are reserves of grain. If they're all sold out, what will our 100,000 strong army eat? We'll look puzzled. After all, the family is now very large and powerful, and with the surrendered imperial guards, the army numbers 100,000. The daily food consumption alone is an astronomical figure. You don't need to worry about that. Also, go and find out who's behind this. Yes, young master. Chapter 102, The Great Discovery. After Hua left, Chen Mo entered the main hall, stored the blood in his spatial storage, and then flashed inside as well. Wow! Chen Mo suddenly exclaimed in surprise, his eyes showing astonishment. Because as far as the eye can see, the fog is no longer visible. Does this mean that the town and camp have been exposed? Chen Mo immediately jumped into an SUV and sped off towards the town. Although the camp has more weapons, there are definitely enough weapons now and in the future. The town is more appealing. Without a second thought, Chen Mo sped off in that direction. Before long, buildings gradually came into Chen Mo's view. Holy crap, I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Chen Mo was overjoyed, even more so than if he had married 100 concubines. There is no doubt that this means there are more supplies here. He clearly remembered that the town was quite large, with supermarkets, factories, and various shops. In short, whatever the city has, we have here. Back then, he and a few teammates had come here to try something new. I arrived at night and wasn't very familiar with the area. A short while later, Chen Mo drove into the neighborhood. All sorts of vehicles were parked on the road. Motorcycles, cars, bicycles, trucks, dump trucks, and so on. There was no one there. It was a complete ghost town, as if time had suddenly stopped and people had vanished. So much so that when he drives, he has to swerve left and right to avoid other vehicles on the road. As Chen Mo drove, he came to a supermarket with a milk tea shop, KFC, and other shops at the entrance. There was a drink on the counter of the milk tea shop. Chen Mo picked it up and looked at it. It was spotless, as if it had just been packaged, and it was ice cold. Suddenly, he noticed that there was another cup of the exact same milk tea in the spot where he had just picked it up. Great, great. It could be reused too. I'm rich. Click. Overjoyed, Chen Mo inserted the straw and took a sip. A refreshing sensation immediately flowed into his body from his throat. Wow, that's awesome. Then he went to KFC and picked up a box from a tray on the counter. Once opened, a large hamburger was inside, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air. And it still has warmth, just like it's fresh out of the oven. Chen Mo took a big bite, and sure enough, it tasted familiar. As he entered the supermarket, he saw a women's underwear store. The store is filled with a dazzling array of underwear and panties, in all colors, sizes, and styles. Not bad, not bad. We'll give them some perks later. Chen Mo smiled and walked towards the supermarket after speaking. The specialty section has various cigarettes, famous wines, as well as jewelry stores, gold shops, clothing stores, and so on. The shelves are filled with all kinds of snacks and drinks, as well as various household items, appliances, and so on. It's not that it has everything, but rather that it has everything you've seen before and everything you haven't seen before. Moreover, Chen Mo discovered a large food factory, with its warehouse filled with boxes and boxes of bread and pastries. There's really no need to worry about food at all. Raising grain prices at this time is like lighting a lamp in a latrine. It's suicidal. Then, in a more remote area, he found several building material stores. In front of a cement shop, a semi-trailer truck, more than 10 meters long, was parked, fully loaded with cement, seemingly ready to be unloaded. In addition, steel bars, bricks, tiles, sand, and gravel were also found. In addition, there are bulldozers, excavators, and forklifts. Chen Mo stopped browsing. In short, he had everything he wanted. On the other hand, after Hua went out to arrange the sale of government grain, he launched an investigation into the price increase. When Shui Qingshu learned that the rebel army was selling grain, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha! I couldn't have imagined, even if I racked my brains, that Chen Mo would actually try to sell government grain. Don't you think he's gone crazy with poverty? Ah. The other three family heads also burst into laughter, seemingly confident of victory. Chui Qingshu continued, I want to see what those bandits will eat once the government grain is sold out. Sure, their weapons may be invincible, but I don't believe they'll still be obedient when they're starving. The head of the Nyo family said, Yes. Going against us is like lighting a lamp in a latrine and asking for trouble. Ha. However, the head of the Yang family suddenly became worried. Do you think the rebel army will rob us when they run out of food? Rob. Chui Qingshu smiled coldly, not taking it seriously at all, and said, I'm not bragging, but I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 lives. That's right. Our 4 great families may not have soldiers, but we control half of the country's economy, from scholars and farmers to artisans and merchants. Tell me, what can he possibly do against us? If we just sneeze, the earth will tremble. The other 3 nodded in agreement after hearing this. On the other hand, Ho went out to investigate for a long time, but couldn't get a single word out of him. He was both anxious and angry, so he led dozens of heavily armed guards to Wansong grain store, the largest grain store in Chang'an. When a shopkeeper saw Huachuku, a mere child, he couldn't help but smile contemptuously, not taking him seriously at all. Ho was young, but he could still see the arrogance hidden in the other party. He pointed at the shopkeeper, his anger blazing. Damn it, drag him out here. Without saying a word, several guards dragged the shopkeeper out and pressed him down in front of Hua. What do you want to do in broad daylight? Let me go. The shopkeeper was so angry he was grimacing, but the more he struggled, the tighter he was held down. Hua remained unmoved, because the simultaneous price increase in grain stores throughout the city was definitely organized and premeditated. Once you get one of them to talk, the answer becomes obvious. He then demanded sternly, Speak. Why are you raising prices? Who is behind this? Let me go. You are oppressing the people. Stop talking nonsense. Huachu was furious. He slapped him hard across the face and shouted angrily, pointing his finger at his nose, Old man, let me tell you, if you want to mess with my young master, you'll have to get past me, Huachu. The shopkeeper, his face flushed red, exclaimed, You're oppressing the people. You're worse than robbers and bandits. Damn it. They won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Enraged, Hua immediately drew his pistol and pulled the trigger, aiming it at Hua's knee. Bang! The people around were so frightened that they trembled, their eyes filled with terror. Such a tiny thing made such a loud noise, and the shopkeeper seemed to be seriously injured, with blood gushing out all over the ground. Ay! The shopkeeper was in excruciating pain. Veins as thick as chopsticks bulged on his forehead, and his screams sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Huachu was very impatient. He pressed the gun against the man's forehead and asked through gritted teeth, Are you going to talk or not? The shopkeeper was terrified, and a strong smell of urine hit him. A hit to the knee is enough to make you wish you were dead. If it hit your forehead, you'd be on your way to the underworld. Hu went out and saw that the old man was so scared he wet himself. I'll give you one more chance, speak. I'll talk. It was Master Chui who told me to do this. Ah, sir, spare me. Hu was overjoyed, but pretended to be angry and asked, Which Master Chui? The shopkeeper was startled and immediately added, Chui Qingshu. Huachu didn't know who this person was either. After secretly noting him down in his mind, he looked at the guards and said, Brothers, you all stay here and keep watch for now. Yes. Chapter 103 The Law. After leaving the main hall, Chen Mo wandered around alone. However, the size of the palace was beyond his imagination. If he were on foot, it would probably take 3 days to walk the whole way. So he found a secluded corner and quickly pulled out a super cool-looking motorcycle. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Mo hopped on the motorcycle and sped off. Upon hearing this, the nearby guards all perked up their ears. Hey, what's that sound? I heard that too. It sounds like thunder. No, the sky is perfectly clear. Where did this thunder come from? Just as everyone was chattering away, Chen Mo and his motorcycle appeared. Look, it's the young master. Wow, what is that? Could it be a car? But why does it only have 2 wheels? No, it looks like a horse. Oh my god, how could a horse look like this? Wang Xie, Chu Yinxiao, and Su Xiaoxiao, who were just about to go find Chen Mo, also witnessed this scene. The three were dumbfounded and immediately took off running, completely ignoring the big-chested brother's jolting. "My lord, what is this?" Wang Xie stared wide-eyed at the black thing between Chen Mo's legs with great curiosity. Chu Yinxiao and Su Xiaoxiao also went up to touch and explore everything, showing great curiosity and interest. This is called a steel horse, and it uses oil just like a car. I'll teach you how to ride it another time when I have some free time." The three of them were overjoyed, shouting great, great, one after another. "I have to say, this motorcycle is so cool. It must be really fun to ride." Just then, Hua came running over. He disregarded his curiosity and immediately walked up to Chen Mo, bowing slightly and clasping his hands in greeting. "Young master, I have investigated the matter you confessed to. It was a man named Chui Qingshu who was behind it. He seems to be very powerful in Chang'an. His mansion is huge and luxurious." After listening, Chen Mo seemed not to recognize the person either. However, I also noticed the key point. The man's surname was Chui. Could it be the Chui family of Chang'an? The Chui family of Chang'an was, of course, a renowned aristocratic clan that held a pivotal position in previous dynasties and for centuries. They not only possessed vast wealth and land, but also had numerous clansmen serving as officials in local areas or the imperial court. Well, since he deliberately walked into the line of fire, he can only blame his bad luck. Chen Mo smirked and looked at Hua Chu, ordering, "Go, arrest them, and take control of the Chui residence as well. Remember, anyone who resists, execute them on the spot." Yes. On the Chui family side, Chui Qingshu was shocked and furious to learn that Wantong grain store had been taken over by the rebel army and that the manager had been injured. Outrageous. What kind of righteous army is this? They're nothing but bandits and thugs. This is intolerable. "Please calm down, Elder Chui," the head of the Nyo family quickly advised. "It seems that the rebels are capable of anything, so it's best if we don't offend them for now, lest they become desperate and kill us to silence us." Chui Qingshu slammed his fist on the table and stood up, shouting furiously, "He dares!" Before he could finish speaking, an old man rushed in a great hurry. "Master, something terrible has happened. A lot of soldiers have arrived at the manor." The butler pointed towards the main gate and said breathlessly, Chui Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. They were moving so fast. What were they planning to do? Could it be that they really dare to kill someone to cover it up? The other three family heads immediately stood up, their faces showing a hint of fear and unease. Before long, Hua led hundreds of rebel soldiers into the city. "Who is Chui Qingshu?" Hua went out and looked around at the few old men in the hall, then asked. Chui Qingshu gave him a disgruntled look, put one hand behind his back, pointed at himself with the other thumb, and said arrogantly, "That's me." Huachuku gave a cold laugh. "So it's you old codger. Come on, take him down." Chui Qingshu was also getting anxious. "What do you think you're doing? Is there no law anymore?" When Hua went out and heard this, he thought it sounded kind of funny. What is the law? Aren't the rebels now the law? Moreover, this old man raising grain prices is going against the young master and the common people. Isn't what the righteous army does to eliminate evil and maintain peace? So he shouted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Take him down." Two of the rebels immediately stepped forward and pinned him down. "Stop! Stop!" When the other three family heads realized that this was serious, they quickly went to stop them. "You dare to arrest old Chui? What exactly are you trying to do?" Hua grabbed the head of the Nyo family by the collar and shouted, "And who are you?" The head of the Nyo family retorted defiantly, "Let go of your stinking hand. I am the head of the Nyo family." Hua went out and saw that the group looked tense and ready to fight. They might be in cahoots. So he pushed hard and said, "Fine. You've all colluded here, and today none of you can escape. Come on, take them all down." The head of the Nyo family stumbled and fell to the ground, his old face filled with fear. If the rebel army were to go all out, even if the four major families were still powerful, it would be too late. So he argued, "Why are you arresting people? We have no connection with the rebels, and we keep to ourselves." Hua glared at him fiercely, too lazy to say anything more. The important thing was to arrest him. Before long, the four family heads were put into a military truck and swayed all the way to Dali Temple. They were both angry and curious, looking around curiously. One of the volunteers, who had long disliked them, said irritably, "What are you looking at? Getting a ride on a truck is a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes." Chui Qingshu's face turned red with suppressed anger, but he dared not lash out, so he could only obediently lower his head. He felt that it was just a matter of raising the price of grain, and even if Chen Mo disregarded the 4 major families, he didn't deserve to die. Upon arriving at the Dali Temple, Hua immediately began interrogating the 4 men. At first, the 4 of them were stubborn, but after being beaten, they became honest and admitted to the price increase of grain. However, Chui Qingshu did not mention Chui Yukai. He knew very well that if he revealed this, the nature of the matter would change. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to get revenge later, so I'll just have to endure it for now. Chen Mo was slightly surprised when he learned about it. I never expected that the 4 powerful clans would join forces to destroy me. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He refused to believe that he could not hold onto the throne without the support of these powerful clans. Therefore, Chen Mo ordered the confiscation of the property of the Chui, Niu, Yang, and Wei families and imprisoned all of them, regardless of age or gender. Soon, the news spread like wildfire throughout the city, and the people applauded and cheered, feeling very pleased. After all, the eyes of the masses are discerning. The rebels not only refrained from looting or harassing the people, but also sold government grain at low prices, and now they have imprisoned the 4 major families. A few days later, Lin Eru also came to the results of his investigation into the former officials of the previous dynasty. When Chen Mo saw the list, he was also greatly shocked because it was basically made up of corrupt officials. The lowest amount of silver in the household was 500,000 taels, while the highest was a staggering 1.2 million taels. Even more outrageous is that the imperial treasury only had a little over 300,000 taels of silver. Moreover, the number of officials from the 4 major families serving in the imperial court was more than 30, ranging from minor to major. To his surprise, the Su family only had a mere 300 taels of silver in their household. Chen Mo frowned slightly, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Except for the Su family, all corrupt officials and bureaucrats shall have their property confiscated and their family members, regardless of age or gender, be beheaded in public. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiao, who was standing next to the dragon throne, looked at Chen Mo with even stronger affection in her eyes. Lin Eru was stunned. He hadn't expected to wipe out the entire family. Yes, Lin Eru agreed and was about to leave when Chen Mo suddenly called him back. Also, the way to deal with the 4 major families is the same. Nip it in the bud. Yes. Thus, a large-scale beheading took place at the execution ground. Chapter 104 Chi Min requests an audience. On the execution ground, wave after wave of prisoners were led up to be beheaded. The scene was awash in blood, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Outside the execution ground, crowds of onlookers gathered. Although the scene was bloody, not a single person failed to applaud and cheer. At this moment, the entire Chui family was being led to the execution ground. Chui Qingshu was utterly terrified when he saw the headless corpses scattered all over the ground, along with the bloody, grotesque human heads. He thought he would at most be punished with a beating, but he never expected that his entire family would be executed. At this moment, it was too late for regrets. Chen Mo, you lack martial ethics. You will not succeed. You're utterly depraved. You're insane. The executioners impatiently stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth and then pressed him onto the guillotine. There are plenty of people queuing up behind him, so there's no time to waste with him. Snap! As the executioners brought down their blades, everything the Chui family had accumulated in Chang'an over the past few centuries vanished in an instant. This incident caused a sensation throughout Chang'an, and everyone in every corner of the city was talking about it. Chi Min, who was imprisoned in the palace, also heard the news. She was quite shocked. Her 2 large-chested brothers nearly fell to the ground. In just a few days, the things she had always wanted to do but dare not do were completely wiped out. What I don't understand is how Chen Mo dared to kill the 4 major families, or even exterminate them. Knowing that their people are scattered all over the world, they would not let this go easily. Chi Min really couldn't understand. Was Chen Mo just a tyrant who only wanted to dominate a region? Then the world will be completely torn apart, and the people will forever live under the flames of war. Then he looked at the female official beside him and instructed, Zhaoning, go and tell her that I am requesting an audience with Chief Chen. Wei Zhaoning is currently the only female official remaining by Chi Min's side. She felt that the more fanatical the rebels became, the more likely her master would be to regain the throne in the future. So he said, Your Majesty, they are currently wreaking havoc. I believe it is best for Your Majesty not to proceed at this time. No need for further explanation. Just go when I tell you to. Chi Min had long been disheartened. What was there to fear even in death? So her attitude was extremely resolute. Wei Zhaoning frowned, wondering what Chi Min was up to. Going to see him at this time will be like walking right into his trap. Right now, saving your life should be the most important thing. Not long after, Chi Min, with a heart full of trepidation, gracefully entered the Hall of Diligent Governance. This place was very familiar to her. It was where she used to work. However, things have changed now. She has gone from being an emperor to a prisoner. However, to her relief, Chen Mo actually agreed to her request to meet. Regardless, they still gave me face. Chi Min lowered her eyes and walked to the imperial desk, then clasped her hands and placed them on her forehead in a kneeling bow. The center Chi Min greets Chief Chen. Chen Mo said softly, Get up. Chi Min thanked him and stood up, but dared not look directly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and asked, I wonder what business Your Majesty has with me. Chi Min's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, but she thought the other person was probably joking. He slowly raised his eyelids and said, There is something I don't understand, and I would be grateful if Chief Chen would enlighten me. Just tell me what's on your mind, Chen Mo said, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The power of the four great families is deeply entrenched. Why do you want to exterminate them all? Aren't you afraid that their families will turn against you? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled and asked, Are you an enemy or a friend? Chi Min opened her charming cherry-like lips, but suddenly didn't know how to answer. As a deposed emperor of the former dynasty who was overthrown, one should be happy about his actions. But she also felt that no one in the world was his match. So, I was particularly puzzled and somewhat worried, because he said that only he could give the people a bright and clear world. I mean, if you do this, it might cause the members of the four major families to unite against you. Or they might turn around and support the Shangwan family who have fled. Haha, then I'll just slaughter my way through this world. Chen Mo had a smiling face, but the sharpness in his eyes seemed to send chills down one's spine. Chapter 105, The Great Qin Empire. Upon hearing this, Chi Min was stunned for a long time, her two beautiful big eyes unblinking. It's true that he never harmed ordinary people, but he was also incredibly ruthless when it came to corrupt officials and powerful clans, seemingly without any regard for the consequences. For a moment, Chi Min seemed completely unable to understand the person in front of her. After a long pause, she parted her lips slightly and asked, Do you have the determination to unify the world? Chen Mo was also puzzled. What was this girl thinking? It just seemed a bit inexplicable. Is this a way of reminding myself? Or is it concern? Did she harbor no resentment whatsoever for seizing the Qi family's empire? This seems a bit illogical. Chen Mo chuckled, walked down from the dragon thrown to her, and said, I'm not bragging, but with my strength, this world is within my grasp. Therefore, you don't need to doubt my determination at all. And let me tell you, I, Chen Mo, will definitely build an unprecedented empire with the highest level of civilization. Chen Mo stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed intently on Chi Min. Whether in his words or in his expressions, what he exudes is not so much confidence as overwhelming confidence, but rather an innate confidence. As someone who had been an emperor, Chi Min could see right through it. At this moment, the doubts in my heart seemed to have vanished. He is no ordinary man, nor will he be a powerful warlord who dominates a region. Seeing her somewhat dazed expression, Chen Mo added, I wonder if you want to see that day come? Upon hearing this, Chi Min frowned slightly, her mind filled with at least 1,000 questions. She asked softly, You won't kill me? Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. I will not kill you, and from this day forward, I will restore your title of princess." Chi Min was stunned, her two big, beautiful eyes immediately showing a look of shock, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. As a deposed monarch, he didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, whether it was a disgrace or a stroke of luck. Throughout history, which ruler of a fallen kingdom has ever had a good end? However, she felt that it was better to live with dignity than to be humiliated to death. So she bowed and thanked him, saying, "Thank you for sparing my life." Chen Mo waved his hand. "I might as well tell you that I've already decided on the name of the country. It will be called the Great Chun Empire." Upon hearing this, Chi Min immediately knelt down. She knew that a new dynasty was about to be born, and a new emperor was about to rule the world. Looking at Chi Min, who was now subjugated at his feet, Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction. However, how could one ascend the throne without an empress? More than a month later, Lin Xiaolu, Sun Yunxiu, Gu Shuyao, Chang Sun Lingsu, and others arrived in Chang'an City. At this moment, the cold wind was howling and the earth was covered with white snow. However, no one felt cold, only excited hearts. The vast city of Chang'an, its bustling streets, and its magnificent imperial city all amazed them. What shocked them even more was that, within just a few months, the rebel army had easily taken over half of the country. At this time, the rebel army had already taken control of more than 30 prefectures and more than 200 cities, including the area surrounding Chang'an and Yunzhou and Nanshuizhou. Not long after Shangguan fled north, he couldn't wait to don the imperial yellow robe and establish the Qian dynasty. To his dismay, the Daqian army and Huangjiao's rebel army were locked in a stalemate, fighting fiercely to the death. As a result, the war, coupled with the arrival of winter, led to a large influx of homeless refugees into the south. In Nanshui Prefecture alone, tens of thousands of refugees were resettled. Sun Changgung, the magistrate of Nanshan County, lived up to expectations. Under his rule, Nanshan City remained peaceful and stable, and there was no chaos caused by taking in refugees. He has made all the preparations and is just waiting for spring. As the saying goes, a timely snowfall promises a bumper harvest, and he believes that next year will definitely be a year of favorable weather and abundant harvests. At that time, the refugees in the city will be able to reclaim a large amount of wasteland, and those new crops can be planted on a large scale. Given time, Nanshan City will surely become a paradise that everyone yearns for, and it will also become a benchmark for a new dynasty. 3 days later, at the Taiji Hall. At this moment, the Taiji Hall was decorated with exceptionally festive and vibrant colors. However, today is not someone's wedding day, but the day Chen Mo ascends the throne and becomes emperor. He wore a dragon robe embroidered with the 12 symbols, a 12-tassel crown, and led Lin Xiaolu, who was dressed in a ceremonial robe, as he slowly walked up to the throne, which symbolized imperial power, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At this moment, there was no other sound in the hall except for the crisp sound of the two people's footsteps. Lin Xiaolu smiled slightly, her demeanor dignified and elegant, but she was very nervous inside. She was just a peasant woman, and now she was to become the empress. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. However, feeling the warmth from Chen Mo's hands made me feel very at ease. Chen Mo, too, seemed to feel as if he had been transported to another world. From the moment he woke up until now, only a year has passed. From a down-on-his-luck scholar, he is about to become an emperor. However, the thought that he now had a throne made him incredibly happy. After the two sat down, everyone knelt down in obeisance. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects to Your Majesty. Your Majesty the Empress." Chapter 106 Edict of Accession. Chen Mo waved his hand and said, "All of you rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone expressed their gratitude in unison, their voices filled with excitement. Chen Mo nodded, then waved to Chang Sun Lingsu, who was dressed in a female official's uniform. The reason it was her is because Chen Mo had already abolished the eunuch system. Chang Sun Lingsu pursed her red lips and nodded, then stepped forward and opened the yellow scroll in her hand in front of the assembled officials. "Yes, this is the Edict of Accession to the throne. Changsun Lingsu opened her small mouth and read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. In the past, the ruler of the Qi state indulged in pleasure, and his ministers pursued extravagance and corruption. In the court, treacherous officials held power, and the government was in disarray, like a river flowing downhill. Government orders were not implemented at the prefecture and county levels, and exorbitant taxes and levies were imposed on the countryside, leading to the collapse of the imperial court and widespread suffering among the people. The people were suffering from three calamities, their misery unbearable. The world was engulfed in war. The bones of soldiers were exposed in the fields, and women and children were displaced. The region is plagued by frequent natural disasters, alternating between drought and flood, leaving fields barren and corpses of the starving everywhere. Even more outrageous were the bandits who roamed the countryside, plundering people's property and slaughtering clans, causing the cries of the people to reach the heavens. Having witnessed the suffering of the people, I am heartbroken and know that heaven will not bless an immoral ruler, and the people will not support a dynasty that has lost its virtue. Therefore, in accordance with the will of heaven and the people, they raised an army in Nanshan, vowing to save the people from fire and water, restore the peace and prosperity of the nation and the strength of the country. His soldiers fought bravely and were well equipped, making them invincible. The people welcomed the royal army with food and drink. After several months of fighting, they finally broke through the defenses, secured Chang'an, and cleansed the filth of the old dynasty. Today I, by the mandate of heaven and the support of the people, ascend the throne in the Taiji Hall, establishing the state as the Chun and the era named Taiping. From the day I ascend the throne, I shall reduce taxes and levies, allowing the people to rest and recuperate. I shall rectify official corruption and severely punish corruption. However, the world is still not at peace. The Shangwan family holds military power and acts against the will of heaven. I will raise an army to punish them and unify the country. The announcement was made public so that all may know. At this moment, everyone was filled with excitement. This day had finally arrived. Next, Chen Mo bestowed titles and rewards upon generals such as Wang Huchen, Lin Eru, Lin Dao, Chu Dasheng, Chu Yunfei, Ding Yi, Hui Xiuchu, Go Dan, and Xiao Lu. In addition to their official positions, everyone was allocated a luxurious mansion and an inexhaustible amount of money. Excitement and joy were evident on everyone's face. Lin Dao, in particular, was terrified when he went from being an ordinary citizen to becoming a Ministry of Works official in charge of engineering construction. I've never been able to read a single character in my life, and I've thought about everything except becoming an official. So he was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't shake off the joy for a long time. He vowed that he would take several concubines in the future to relieve Chueyer's burden. Chen Mo looked at the officials below and felt that something was not quite right. Damn it. Everyone below, regardless of gender, is a military officer. What happened to the promised court full of civil and military officials? No. Civil officials are indispensable. Otherwise, people would think this is a military government. So he said, the new dynasty has just been established, and it is precisely the time when it needs talented people. Therefore, I have decided to hold an imperial examination to select officials. Anyone who is ambitious and studies diligently, whether they are a scholar from the previous dynasty or a student in the first year of high school, as long as they are virtuous and talented and have the world at heart, can register for the examination. Chen Mo looked at everyone. They weren't military officers, and they weren't very cultured, but someone still had to take charge of this matter. After looking around, his gaze finally settled on Changsun Lingsu. He said, Su, you will be in charge of this matter for the time being. Changsun Lingsu bowed slightly and said softly, Your Majesty, I obey. Chen Mo nodded, then looked down and said, Lin Eru and Wang Huchen, your subject is here. The two men clasped their hands in greeting. I hereby appoint you two as Marshal and Deputy Marshal of the Northern Expedition, leading an army of 50,000. In 3 days, you will march north to punish the old traitor Shangwan. Your subject obeys the decree. Your subject obeys the decree. Lin Eru and Wang Huchen were overjoyed, for this meant their chance to shine had arrived. Chen Mo continued. As for Huang Jiao, if we can recruit him, we will. If not, then we'll settle things with our fists. Your subject understands. The two spoke in unison, their voices loud and clear, their confidence evident. Over the next few days, Chen Mo frantically farmed weapons, ammunition, supplies, food, and so on. In addition, 10 armored vehicles and 100 military trucks were provided for the Northern Expeditionary Army. In addition, a logistics supply team was formed and equipped with 100 military trucks. After all, he did not personally lead the army, so the army had no mobile strategic supply depots. Once the army set off, Chen Mo had some free time. That day, he rode his motorcycle around the imperial city and eventually arrived at Qimin's residence, Fengyang Pavilion. For some time now, Qimin has almost never left the house, keeping herself locked up here. Chen Mo was naturally very familiar with her situation. He was a little curious, so he stopped at the palace gate. Snap! Chen Mo kicked off the side brace and then stepped down. Upon seeing this, Wei Xiaoning's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Your Majesty, I respectfully wish you good health. When Chen Mo took a look, he found that the girl was quite good-looking, with a pretty face and a charming figure. It must be said that Qimin really knows how to pick people. Each of the female officials is more beautiful than the last. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Xiaoning stood up and said, Your Majesty, I will go in and inform the princess that she is coming out to greet Your Majesty. Chen Mo reached out to stop her, gesturing for her to step aside. Wei Xiaoning understood and took a few steps back. However, she wondered, what was the emperor doing here? Are you suggesting we lay a hand on our master? Thinking of this, Wei Xiaoning's heart pounded, and her chest contracted rapidly, but her two beautiful eyes flickered with helplessness. If the emperor were to actually lay a hand on his master, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Chen Mo pushed open the door and stepped into the main hall. At this moment, Qimin sat in a chair in a daze. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned her head, looking utterly hopeless. However, she was shocked to find that it was not Wei Xiaoning who walked over. Her heart tightened, and she quickly stood up and went to greet him, hurriedly performing a kneeling bow. Your Majesty, I was unaware of Your Majesty's arrival. Please forgive me. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mo noticed that she seemed like a completely different person, as if she were suffering from lovesickness and also appeared listless and weak. Why do you look so haggard after not seeing you for more than a month? Qimin swallowed hard and said, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am perfectly fine. Get up. Qimin thanked him and was about to get up. Suddenly, she felt dizzy, staggered, and looked like she was about to fall. Oops. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo immediately stepped forward and reached out to grasp her slender waist. At that moment, their eyes met fiercely. Qimin's heart skipped a beat, and her haggard face was instantly flushed. She quickly took a step back and stammered, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Are you so preoccupied with other things that you can't eat or drink? Qimin pursed her lips, her eyes slightly lowered, and said I. But the words stuck in his throat. Chen Mo shook his head inwardly. It would be such a pity if such a beautiful girl starved to death. So, in a flash, he quietly took out a red banana, peeled it, and handed it over. He said, Let me tell you, this thing is poisonous. Think carefully before you eat it. Qimin's heart tightened upon hearing this. Am I going to die? Ha! I didn't live to see the golden age, but this day has come, and I still can't escape death. She gritted her teeth and said resolutely, A king who has lost his country has no right to live in this world. After saying that, she took the red banana with one hand, opened her small mouth and took a big bite, then closed her eyes, seemingly waiting for the black and white duo to appear. Chapter 107. Two Dragons Playing with a Pearl. Soon, Qimin seemed to sense something was wrong with her body. She knew that the poison was eroding her body. She was going to die soon, and soon she would go to see that tyrannical old man. At this moment, her beautiful eyes, tightly closed, were filled with uncontrollable tears, and her chest was heaving violently. Isn't this the fate of all rulers who lost their kingdoms? At that moment, She felt relieved. Only death is the best destination. Time ticked by, and Chi Min suddenly frowned slightly. She discovered that she didn't seem to be in any pain. I only feel hot all over and uncomfortable. It was as if a deep-seated desire within me had been awakened. Ah! Chi Min let out a soft moan, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and she felt increasingly uncomfortable. She suddenly opened her eyes and found Chen Mo with his hands behind his back, staring at her with what seemed like ill intent. What? What did you give me to eat? I told you this thing is poisonous, but you insisted on eating it. Chen Mo revealed a cheating expression. You. Chi Min couldn't take it anymore. Her whole body was trembling. However, looking into Chen Mo's eyes, besides the burning desire, there seemed to be a hint of longing. Chen Mo saw through everything. Even just one bite of that red banana would have the same effect. So when meat is right in front of you, you might as well eat it. He took 2 steps forward, and with a swift movement, his 2 large paws climbed up her delicate yet supple waist. Chi Min's delicate body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted. But she made no attempt to break free. Instead, she seemed to want to be held tightly. She swallowed hard, then suddenly tilted her head back and nestled deep into Chen Mo's arms. Your Majesty, I can't take it anymore. Please hold me tight. As he spoke, the longing in his eyes seemed to intensify. Chen Mo nodded and said, Okay, let's play a game called 2 Dragons Playing with a Pearl. 2 dragons playing with a pearl? Chi Min frowned, murmured in confusion, and then her beautiful eyes flashed as if she understood something. That's right, she was once a dragon too. The so-called 2 dragons playing with a pearl is. Thinking of this, Chi Min's mouth watered with excitement. With a smile on his lips, Chen Mo picked her up in a princess carry and tossed her onto the bed in a few quick steps. Before we knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Chi Min lay panting on Chen Mo's chest, looking very obedient and docile, her beautiful big eyes shining with satisfaction. Chen Mo gently stroked her head with one hand. Actually, I've been waiting for you all along. Suddenly, Chi Min's delicate voice rang out. The implication is that you came too late. Chen Mo frowned, quite surprised. Was this a case of, I love you, but you don't know it? I have a gift for you. Chi Min tilted her head slightly and asked with some curiosity, What gift? Chen Mo smiled, slightly raising one hand while observing her chest. Based on experience, it should be a D cup without a doubt. So, in a flash, she grabbed 2 pink lace-trimmed bras from the store in the space. Here you go, this is it. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he waved a bra in front of her. Chi Min was startled when she saw it. When did this thing appear? Why didn't she notice it at all? The 2 of them were completely naked, and their clothes were all lying on the floor, so how could there be extra things on the bed? She took it first, then sat up, looked at it with curiosity, touched it, and found it to be very nice to the touch. Moreover, the shape seemed familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen it before. She then parted her lips slightly and asked, Your Majesty, what is this? Well, we call this a bra. Naima. Chi Min let out a soft moan and subconsciously looked down. The clever girl immediately realized something. Because the object in my hand has 2 concave parts, while I have 2 convex parts on my body. Thinking of this, the sunset once again enveloped her pretty face. Are these clothes? That's right, you're so smart. Chen Mo smiled sheepishly. Why don't you try it on? Chi Min nodded slightly and tried on the clothes. But no matter what I tried, I just couldn't get it on. Seeing this, Chen Mo had no choice but to teach him how to wear it step by step. Sure enough, the D cup was just right, appearing very full, with exaggerated curves and a captivating charm. Especially the Mariana Trench, which looks bottomless. How are you feeling? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Chi Min couldn't quite describe the exact feeling, but it was very peculiar. It feels like you're hugging me from behind. I really like it, Chi Min said shyly. That's good. Chen Mo chuckled. You've been cooped up here for so long, come on. I'll take you out for a stroll. A short while later, the 2 of them came outside together. Wei Xiaoning glanced at it, and a look of surprise immediately appeared in her eyes. Not only did the master not die, but he seemed to have become a different person. His complexion had improved and become rosy, and he no longer looked as haggard as before. If I'm not mistaken, something unspeakable must have happened between the 2 of them inside. Otherwise, why would the master look so shy? Chen Mo quickly hopped on his motorcycle, then turned to Chi Min and gave her a flirtatious wink. Get on. Chi Min was also seeing this kind of car for the first time, and her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. This car only has 2 wheels. Won't it tip over? Hee, it won't fall over. Just come on up. With Wei Xiaoning's help, Chi Min nervously got on the motorcycle. Chen Mo started the car, and the exhaust pipe roared as he pressed the accelerator. As the saying goes, a little cow riding a motorcycle is all cool and awesome. Hold me. Chi Min's eyes widened immediately. Oh no, if someone sees this, then... Chen Mo chuckled and interrupted. It's all right if I tell you to hug me, then hug me. Chi Min thought about it and agreed. If she wasn't afraid of death, what else was there to be afraid of? So she put her delicate hands on top of him. Once the car was gone, she realized there was a reason for the hug. So she hugged even tighter now. Gradually, she also rested her little head on Chen Mo's back. Suddenly, she felt that this was the most carefree and relaxed time of her life. There is no politics, no worries, and no deceit or treachery. However, she always felt that the man in her arms had a mysterious quality about him. For example, the bra you're wearing right now is completely inexplicable. And then there was that very strange red banana. I had never seen it before, and I had no idea it could ignite such deep-seated desires. What's even stranger is that after eating it, not only did I feel more energetic, but my dizziness also disappeared. Isn't that strange? As the car drove further and further away, Chi Min discovered that all the thresholds had been cut off. It's likely that the man in her arms disposed of her to make it easier to drive. As they walked, the two noticed several motorcycles driving ahead. One is Wang Xia, another is Chu Yunxiao, and there are also Su Xiaoxiao, Zhang Ruochu, and Zhang Ruoxi. Haha, they're all so arrogant. Chen Mo stepped on the gas and caught up, then turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, who was driving the slowest, and said. Su Xiaoxiao was quite surprised to see Chi Min, and they were even hugging each other tightly. When did these two get together? Husband, where are you going? Let's go find the queen. Good. Chapter 108, Why Does Iron Horse Keep Farting? Soon, Chen Mo arrived at Lin Xiaolu's bedroom, Fengyi Palace, and found several pregnant women there. A slight smile played on his lips. He was incredibly happy. That's right, in a few months, he will be a father of 4. Your Majesty, I respectfully wish you good health. Lin Xiaolu, Sun Yunxiu, Gu Shuyao, and Zhao Hohat stood up and bowed, each of them with a smile as sweet as spring. You're all pregnant. No need for such formalities. Chen Mo looked at the 4 people's round bellies and said with a smile. At this moment, Chi Min suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Xiaolu with a thud. Your Majesty, I respectfully wish you good health. Lin Xiaolu then noticed Chi Min. She looked dignified and elegant, and her appearance was quite beautiful. She must be the daughter of a wealthy family. So she gently pointed at her with her jade-like hand and asked, Husband, who is this? She is Chi Min, the last emperor of Qi, but now she's one of my concubines, Chen Mo said with a smile. Lin Xiaolu was startled. She thought he looked extraordinary, but it turned out he was the deposed emperor of the previous dynasty. But she is the empress now, so she needs to remain calm. Then, in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, he said, Please get up quickly. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Chi Min finished speaking, she slowly stood up. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaoxiao felt as if time had passed in an eternity. The once high and mighty empress has now not only bowed down to him, but has also become his sister. Moreover, they have most likely already slept together. Otherwise, why would they be hugging so intimately on the Iron Horse? Okay, we're all family now, so what's there to feel guilty about? So she turned to Chen Mo and said, Husband, I would like to go back to the Su family. Is that all right? Chen Mo nodded and said, No problem. You can go back whenever you want. Thank you, my husband. I'll take my leave now. Su Xiaoxiao gracefully bowed, then turned and walked out. Then, accompanied by 8 female guards, they rode motorcycles to the Su residence. In the Su residence, the father and sons, having nothing better to do, were wielding knives and sticks in the courtyard. Suddenly, Su Wu threw the broadsword in his hand to the ground. Father, I can't live like this anymore. A good man should have ambitions beyond his hometown. I don't want to be a caged bird for the rest of my life. Su Wei looked at his eldest son and saw that his once imposing and spirited son had changed drastically. Moreover, the second son, Su Liang, and the third son, Su Dan, were completely lacking in energy and spirit. In this situation, he couldn't help but begin to reflect. Yes, I'm an old woman, but my sons are in the prime of their lives. How could they possibly tolerate this in the long run? Was I really wrong? Just then, an old man came running over in a great hurry. Master, Miss is back. She. Su Wu's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, what happened to her? Was she rejected by the emperor and sent back? Oh, no. The old man stamped his foot in frustration. I mean, the young lady is riding an iron horse. That horse doesn't have a single leg, only 2 wheels, but it runs incredibly fast. It's amazing. Ha! The 4 men, father and sons, all looked surprised. How can you run without legs? What kind of horse is this? Just as the group was about to go out and investigate, Su Xiao had already arrived in the courtyard. Father, eldest brother, second brother, third brother. She called out to them one by one, her voice filled with excitement. You brat, you still remember you have a father. Su Wei looked angry, but the look of disdain in his eyes seemed to have disappeared. Dad, I want to come back every day, Su Xiao pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. In truth, Su Wei knew very well that if it weren't for his daughter, and if he hadn't always been honest and upright, the Su family would probably have ceased to exist long ago. The second brother, Su Liang, quickly grabbed Su Xiao's small hand and asked, Little sister, is the emperor good to you? Su Xiao gave a soft and said, I came back to tell you something. His Majesty. Oh no, I mean the princess, she has become His Majesty's woman. What? Upon hearing this, the 4 men were immediately taken aback. Su Wei hurriedly asked, Tell me the truth. Did the emperor force her? Father, the princess is a devoted wife to His Majesty. If she were forced to do so, how could she possibly show it? Su Wei frowned and asked again, Are you sure she wasn't forced? Absolutely not. Su Xiao replied firmly. Su Wei shook his head, thinking to himself, if she has let go of everything, what is there for me to hold on to? Besides, what Chen Mo did wasn't something that made people feel gratified. Although his weapons were extremely ruthless, he had no people. After a moment, he looked at Su Xiao with a pleading look in his eyes. Xiao, your father is old, but your brothers are still young. Do you think it's possible to plead with the emperor to help your 3 brothers find jobs? Su Xiao was overjoyed. Dad, leave this to me. Next, the father and his 3 sons visited the iron horse in front of the mansion gate. Then, Su Xiao got on the motorcycle and started driving it. As the roaring sound rang out, the 4 people were dumbfounded. Su Wei stroked his beard, looking puzzled, and said, Why does this iron horse keep farting? Su Wu chuckled. Father, this isn't a real horse. How could it fart? Ha. Seeing his smug look, Su Wei rolled his eyes at him. If it's not bullshit, then what is it? You know what I mean. This one. Su Wu scratched his head, completely clueless, then changed the subject. Father, maybe the emperor will be so pleased that he'll reward you with an iron horse. When that happens, you must let the 3 of us brothers ride it too. Give you a head, my foot. He didn't hold a grudge. That's already an act of imperial grace. That's what he said, but Su Wei had many other thoughts in his mind. He may be getting on in years, but there's no horse in the world that General Su can't handle. Not long after, Su Xiao took her leave and returned to the capital, where she told Chen Mo about the matter. In that case, Chen Mo said, scratching his chin as he thought for a moment, let them go learn to drive first. After they learn to drive, are they going to be chauffeurs? Su Xiao looked at him with some doubt. Don't worry about it. Just do it this way. Not long after, a female official arrived at the Su residence with several guards. By imperial decree, effective immediately, Su Wu, Su Liang, and Su Dan shall proceed to the training grounds to learn to drive. The 4 men, father and sons, kneeling on the ground, were bewildered. What kind of job was this? As soon as the female official left, Su Liang and Su Dan began to complain. What kind of job is this? That's right. No, Su Wu suddenly raised his hand. Learn to drive. Chapter 109, The True Son of Heaven. Su Liang and Su Dan thought so too. It wasn't like they were going to the guillotine, so they might as well go. After all, cars are a novelty, and in this day and age, not knowing how to drive means falling behind the times. Upon arriving at the training ground, Suwu was thrilled to see all the different vehicles and wished he could learn to drive them all in a single day. I especially loved those majestic and imposing chariots. Su Yang and Su Dan, on the other hand, looked completely bewildered and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just then, Go Dan walked over, looked at Su Wu with a smile, and said, "General Su, how have you been?" Su Wu frowned, then suddenly looked as if he had just realized something. "Oh, I remember now. I saw you in Beishan City." Dog Egg lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and laughed. Not bad. You still remember me." "Young General, are you teaching us three brothers to drive today?" Dog Egg nodded, but a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Su Wu then asked, "What kind of chariot will we be taught to drive?" Is it a war chariot?" Dog Egg smiled and shook his head without saying a word. Su Wu scratched his head, slightly embarrassedly, and said, It's okay. A truck will do." Go Dan stopped pretending and ordered one of his men, "Go, bring the car over here." Upon hearing this, Su Wu frowned. A car can be driven, so why would you carry it? Could it be that the truck looks big, but is actually very light? Just as Su Wu was racking his brains trying to figure out, 3 soldiers came over carrying 3 bicycles. Dog Egg grinned and pointed at the bicycle, saying, "Generals, this is your vehicle." "A car." Su Wu's eyes widened. "This is a car?" "That's right, it's a bicycle." Dog Egg explained. His Majesty said that among all vehicles, the bicycle is the most basic, so the 3 of you should start learning from that. Once you've mastered that, you can learn 4-wheeled vehicles. Su Wu looked at the very flimsy bicycle with a puzzled expression, his feelings of disappointment like riding a roller coaster. He thought it was at least a truck, or at least a motorcycle, right? "No, this is what we're supposed to learn." Su Liang and Su Dan also frowned, looking quite displeased. Dog Egg chuckled. "That's right, that's it. Tell me, others want to learn it but can't, so you should be secretly happy." Su Wu opened his mouth about to speak, but suddenly thought of something. The most basic thing about bicycles is that they represent starting over from scratch. Su Wu seemed to have realized something, and suddenly smiled obsequiously. "Young General, please tell His Majesty that the 3 of us will definitely study hard." And so, the 3 brothers began riding bicycles. At first, they had some complaints, but after being hit many times, they became more obedient. But it was a new thing, and after gradually mastering the skills, I couldn't put it down. Time flies, and the season of rejuvenation has arrived. Chen Mo thought about the inexhaustible supply of cement and steel bars in space, and he knew he had to make use of them. That day, he drove a Mercedes and took Chi Min to an open space outside the city. "Your Majesty, what are we doing here?" As soon as Chi Min got out of the car, she looked at Chen Mo and asked him with great curiosity, "I'll show you something new." As Chen Mo spoke, he took a step forward, waved his hand, and a semi-trailer truck fully loaded with cement appeared in front of him in an instant. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen identical cars appeared, lined up neatly. Chi Min was startled when she saw it, thinking she was seeing things. How could such an outrageous thing happen in the world? She swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she asked, "Your Majesty, are you a deity?" Chen Mo turned around, glanced at her with a smile, then turned back around and with a wave of his hand conjured up bulldozers, excavators, mixers, road rollers, as well as gravel, sand, and steel bars. Chi Min was completely numb, her full breasts heaving incessantly. At this moment, a thought suddenly came to her mind. The person in front of her was truly her destined one, but she really couldn't understand where these things came from or why they could appear with a wave of her hand. Could he really be a god? She swallowed hard, walked to Chen Mo's side, and asked softly, "Your Majesty, I am ignorant and do not know where these things came from." Chapter 110 The Prince. Chen Mo's 2 large hands climbed up Chi Min's slender waist, which could be grasped in one hand, and he said with a smile, "My beloved concubine, I have never used my special skills in front of anyone before. You are the first. As for where the things came from, you wouldn't understand even if I told you." Although she didn't get an answer, Chi Min was deeply moved, and her beautiful eyes involuntarily glistened with tears of happiness. Your Majesty, I will serve you well for the rest of my life. Ah, so good boy. I will treat you to bananas every day from now on. Upon hearing this, Cheemin almost drooled with excitement, and her face flushed bright red. She knew exactly what a banana was. After eating it once, she wanted to eat it every day. Of course, besides being delicious, the most important thing is the passion it exudes, which is intoxicating and irresistible. Pointing to the construction vehicles, she asked in a sweet and melodious voice, "Your Majesty, what are these things? They look a bit like vehicles, but not quite." Chen Mo chuckled. "These are all good things. In the future, building bridges and roads, constructing houses and cities, and developing water conservancy projects will all be much easier." Cheemin frowned slightly, looking a little confused. "Are these cars really that useful?" "Of course." Chen Mo pointed to the cement on the trailer and said, "When this stuff is mixed with sand, gravel, and steel bars, its strength is comparable to that of stone. Whether it's building houses or repairing roads, it's not a problem to use them for decades. Therefore, I will build several major roads connecting the east, west, north, and south of the empire, so that no matter where trouble arises, my iron torrent can arrive in a day." After saying that, Chen Mo took out a signal gun from his spatial storage and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Bang! Cheemin looked up at the flowers in the air, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew that she had no reason to lose. It's no exaggeration to say that they were like ants in his presence. Looking back now, using a honey trap was incredibly naive. Before long, Linda arrived at the scene with several Ministry of Works officials and some drivers. Their eyes lit up with curiosity as they looked at the strange-looking construction vehicles. They knew that His Majesty was about to cause trouble again, and it would definitely be a big deal. Without wasting any words, Chen Mo jumped onto an excavator and began waving its mechanical arm, scratching the ground with a loud clang. "Wow!" Upon seeing this, Lin Dahu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In just one go, without lifting a finger, a large hole was dug in the ground. If it had been a hoe, it would have taken half a day. He realized that using this kind of vehicle to dig foundations would greatly reduce the need for manpower. Moreover, the speed has also been greatly improved. Your Majesty is truly a divine being. That's right, it's amazing. The strength of my great Chun will be unprecedented and unparalleled. Several officials exclaimed in surprise. Cheemin finally understood that the so-called achieving twice the result with half the effort meant that the corvée labor in the future would be greatly reduced and the burden on the people would be greatly lessened. In no time, Chen Mo had dug a pit several meters deep. Then, he climbed onto a bulldozer and with a few quick thuds, pushed the soil he had just dug into the pit and rolled it back and forth. The officials also realized that the former could be dug and the latter could be pushed, even able to compact the ground completely. If this were used for road construction and river digging, it would be an absolutely incredible invention. Next, Chen Mo personally taught Lin Dahu and the Ministry of Works officials how to use modern building materials, drive and operate engineering vehicles, and operate machinery. Furthermore, hands-on training will be conducted on-site, and a demonstration road will be built. And so, another month passed. At this time, a straight, flat, 10-meter-wide cement road was completed, stretching from the east gate all the way into the woods outside the city, with a length of more than 3,000 meters. Throughout this journey, Chen Mo provided guidance and support, going to great lengths to cultivate talent and establish norms and standards. In the future, all highways will use this as the standard. To let the officials experience the advanced features of modern highways, Chen Mo took the lead in walking along the road. He rode a motorcycle and sped off down the highway, with his officials and servants following closely behind. Some people rode motorcycles, some drove cars. The procession was spectacular and massive, and the roadside was crowded with onlookers, all staring in disbelief. Just as Chen Mo was about to reach the end of the road, a female official came speeding up on a motorcycle. His Majesty! Upon hearing the urgent call, Chen Mo immediately stopped the car. The female official parked the car, immediately knelt before him, raised her hands above her head, and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress is about to give birth." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes lit up immediately. "Wow, I'm going to be a father." "Yes, Your Majesty, the Empress is about to give birth. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Officials of all ranks bowed and offered their congratulations. Good. I'm going to be a father. Ha ha ha. Chen Mo smiled, his joy evident in his expression. After all, it was his first time becoming a father, and he still felt a little nervous. Before long, he arrived at the East Gate. Just then, another female official appeared in a great hurry. Your Majesty, the Empress has given birth to a prince. Holy crap, I have a son. Ha ha ha. Chen Mo was overjoyed and couldn't wait to appear in Fengyi Palace. Before long, he hurriedly arrived at Fengyi Palace. Before he could even hold his son, a midwife rushed up to him, looking very anxious. Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress. Chen Mo was startled when he saw this and hurriedly asked, What happened to the Empress? Tell me quickly. The midwife became even more nervous, never expecting to encounter such a thing in the palace. She swallowed hard and said, Your Majesty, the Empress is pregnant with another one. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes widened. Holy crap, there's another one. That's a twin. Chapter 111 Diapers. Inside the Phoenix Palace, Wang Xie, Chu Yinxiao, Su Xiao, Chang Sunling Su, Qi Min, Jiang Ruochu, Jiang Ruoxi, Pan Qinglian, and others stood to Chen Mo's left and right. All eyes involuntarily turned to the gate of the Empress's palace, their gazes filled with envy. Having twins in one pregnancy, and both being legitimate sons, who wouldn't envy that? After a long half-hour wait, the palace doors creaked open again, and everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. A midwife rushed over, beaming with joy, and said, Your Majesty, congratulations. It's twins, a boy and a girl. Her Majesty the Empress has successfully given birth to a little princess. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Chang Sunling Su said with excitement, Your Majesty, the dragon and phoenix bring good fortune, a blessing from heaven. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was a very good omen at the beginning of a new dynasty. Very good. I not only have a son, but also a daughter. Good things come in pairs. Therefore, I will reward the Empress properly. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he immediately walked into the palace. At this moment, the two children cried very hard. Little prince, little princess, look, His Majesty has come to see you. The two midwives immediately carried the twins to Chen Mo. When the two children saw Chen Mo, they stopped crying for some reason and began licking their thumbs with relish. Looking at his son and daughter, Chen Mo was even happier and said with a smile, Baby, does the chicken leg smell good? Smack, smack. The two little guys made noises as they licked. Chen Mo laughed heartily and reached out to pick up the little prince. But shortly after I took it, I suddenly felt a warm sensation in my palm. You brat, you peed the moment I hugged you, didn't you? Upon seeing this, the midwife quickly stepped forward, took the little prince, and carried him aside to change his diaper. Chen Mo wiped the urine off his hands, then suddenly remembered something and turned to walk to the other side of the palace. A short while later, he returned carrying a box. Wang Xie frowned slightly, realizing that the thing looked unfamiliar. Moreover, the box also features a lifelike drawing of a little boy wearing only shorts. So he stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, what is this? Chen Mo put down the box, tore off the tape, took out a bag from inside, and then took out a small packet from the bag. Then, demonstrating, he said, This is called a diaper, which is a cloth diaper. It's worn on babies and can absorb urine and poop. Plus, it's disposable after use, which is very convenient. Wang Xie took the diaper with great curiosity and found that its shape was somewhat similar to the briefs Chen Mo had given her. However, diapers are much thicker than briefs. As she watched, she was suddenly overcome with maternal instincts and said in a voice barely audible, Your Majesty, I also want to give you one. Chen Mo chuckled. We must have children. There will be plenty of diapers. Wang Xie blushed and nodded, then took the diaper and walked towards the little prince. The midwife took the diaper, her face also filled with curiosity. Fortunately, Wang Xie was experienced in wearing underwear, and under her guidance, the midwife quickly put a diaper on the little prince. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo immediately smiled with satisfaction. He then walked to the bedside, sat down, and asked Lin Xiaolu, "Wife, how are you feeling?" Lin Xiaolu smiled slightly and replied weakly, "Your Majesty, I am quite well." "That's good. Make sure you get plenty of rest and take good care of yourself." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lin Xiaolu nodded gently and asked, "Your Majesty, have you decided on names for our son and daughter?" Chen Mo nodded, scratching his chin as he pondered. Since it is royalty, the name should reflect a regal aura. After a moment, he said, "The son will be named Chen Shun, and the daughter will be named Chen Yu, both with the character Wang, king, in their names. I think Chener and Yuer are great." Lin Xiaolu nodded with a smile. Just then, a female official walked up to Changsun Lingsu and whispered a few words to her. After listening, she walked to the bedside, looked at Chen Mo and said, "Your Majesty, the Japanese have sent an envoy who is waiting to be received outside the Fengtian Hall." "What are those Japanese devils doing here?" Chen Mo said disdainfully. "Go away. Tell them to get as far away as possible." Changsun Lingsu was a little puzzled as to why there was such strong hostility. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will let them go immediately." Just as she was about to turn and leave, Chen Mo suddenly called out to her, "The Japanese have always been despicable. I should go and meet them myself." Chapter 112, Under Heaven, All Land Belongs to the King. A short while later, Chen Mo brought Changsun Lingsu to Fengtian Hall. The envoy from the kingdom of Xuanwu, Japan, has come to pay homage. As the female official finished speaking, the envoy from the Wa, Japanese, kingdom entered the main hall. Chen Mo glanced over and noticed that there was a woman among them, who seemed quite pretty. It's a bit strange, though. Why would a woman be an envoy? Could it be that they're here to give away a plot of land? The group stopped in the middle, and one of the old men, with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, bowed and said, "Aoi Ichiro, leading the Japanese delegation, pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Great Chun. May His Majesty be well." As he spoke, he took the lead and knelt on the ground, his limbs on the ground, motionless. Chen Mo lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then told them to get up. "Speak, what brings you here?" Aoi Ichiro quickly explained, "We dare not. We are only here to pay homage on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, we have specially selected 100 beauties from across the country to present to Your Majesty. In addition, there are 20 boxes of rare and precious treasures. Your Majesty, please accept them." Chen Mo's lips twitched. He had actually guessed right. If I'm not mistaken, these people are definitely not just offering things. They must have ulterior motives. However, he seemed more interested in the woman below. "Who is she?" Chen Mo pointed to the woman below and asked. Kurai Ichiro pointed at the woman and replied, "Your Majesty, this is Princess Yukaheim, the deputy envoy of this delegation." Chen Mo frowned slightly. The woman was not a princess, but a prince. Could it be that the Japanese leader was a woman? So, with some curiosity, he asked, "Is the king a Wa woman?" "Your Majesty, Her Majesty is indeed a woman, and Princess Yuki is indeed Her Majesty's younger sister." Okay, it really is a girl. But what a load of bullshit, Emperor. Chen Mo pointed at Songjing Ichiro and said seriously, "You all remember this. I am the only emperor in the world. The tiny, insignificant country of Wa dares to call itself emperor? Is that any manners?" This. Kurai Ichiro trembled with fright and quickly replied, Yes, I will certainly convey the truth to the king of Wa." Chen Mo chuckled and asked, "I wonder if Your Highness is among the 100 beauties?" Upon hearing this, Aoi Ichiro's expression darkened slightly. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince is not among those to be presented. Please forgive me." Yukaheim's expression also changed drastically. Could it be that they were after her? It seems my good looks are truly something else. However, it was completely unexpected that the founding emperor of the Great Qin dynasty was so young and handsome. It seems those rumors weren't unfounded. Without extremely advanced weapons, how could he, at such a young age, so easily strip the chief family of their imperial robes and take their place? Therefore, this person must have extraordinary abilities, perhaps even the talent to govern the world. Moreover, The solid and flat road we took on the way here, and the strange things we saw, all prove this point. At this moment, Chen Mo stepped down from the throne and walked towards the envoy with his hands behind his back. The group frowned and became very tense, as if something big was about to happen. After all, the one who came was a young and ambitious founding emperor. His massacre of powerful clans and corrupt officials proves this point. What if he tries to kill someone if I do something wrong now? As Chen Mo walked, he observed Shueji. She wasn't very tall, but she had a well-proportioned figure with curves in all the right places. Moreover, she's very pretty, with fair skin and a full bust. If I'm not mistaken, she must be quite voluptuous. He walked up to Kurai Ichiro, pointed at Yukaheim, and said, I consider her to be among those to be offered as tribute. Do you have any objections? This, Kurai Ichiro trembled with fear, feeling completely unwell. If the Emperor of Great Chun really does that, His Highness the Prince may not be able to return. He had tried his best to dissuade Yuki from coming, but she couldn't resist her curiosity about the Great Qin dynasty, nor could she resist her curiosity about the advanced weapons that were said to have crushed the Great Qi army all the way. This is outrageous. Shueji's lips twitched, and she said angrily, Does the Great Chun not belong to a land of etiquette, so that we have to do these unreasonable things? Chen Mo chuckled. Under the whole heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the earth, all people are subjects of the king. Every blade of grass and every tree in the Japanese slave country belongs to me. You have a problem with that? You. Before Shueji could speak, Chen Mo interrupted. It is a blessing for the entire Japanese kingdom that I want you to stay. Isn't that right? You. Shueji was so angry that her chest heaved violently. How could a prince like her possibly become someone else's concubine? Chen Mo chuckled. If you stay, they can leave. Judging from the situation, it seems that Yukaheim is not going to be able to leave. Rather than letting them all be taken down, it's better to go with the flow. Only in this way can the purpose of this trip be achieved. Since she's so curious about Dachun, let's just let her stay. Besides, there's nothing wrong with marrying the emperor. So he shamelessly said, His Majesty's favor towards His Highness the Prince is His Highness's good fortune and an honor for our nation. Chen Mo laughed heartily. Not bad. You finally said something sensible. Ichiro Kurai was furious inside, but he put on a fawning smile. Yes, these are my heartfelt words. Ichiro Kurai, how dare you? Yukaheim was so angry she was practically fuming. Her beautiful face turned so black it looked like ink could drip from it. However, Kurai Ichiro completely ignored her and respectfully bowed to Chen Mo, saying, Your Majesty, the Great Chun is so powerful that we have long admired it. He paused for a moment, then continued, the King of Wa means that he wants to send students to study in Chun. In addition, our Wa country will pay tribute to the Chun every year. Sure enough, these people came because they smelled it. They must have been aware of the power of modern weapons for a long time. But if you want to learn it, that's impossible. Yes, but on the condition that the King of Wa comes to talk to me in person, and that he brings 1,000 beauties with him. This? Aoi Ichiro was stunned. What kind of mess is this? It's a blatant rejection. If the King of Japan were to come, wouldn't I become his mount? What do you mean, what? I'm not discussing this with you. I'm giving you an order. Aoi Ichiro's heart tightened. This emperor of the Great Qin dynasty seemed to be playing by his own rules. At that moment, he regretted it. They shouldn't have provoked the founding emperor. This job is a hot potato. They are young and ambitious, and their military strength is very powerful. How could they possibly take the envoy of a small island nation seriously? He frowned and said tremblingly, Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. When I return, I will certainly report the truth to my king. I can give you 6 months. When the time is up, I will have the results. Do you understand? Kurai Ichiro swallowed hard. I understand. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, and he pointed at him with his index finger, saying, Remember this. The consequences of disobeying me will be dire. Sanjin Ichiro swallowed hard again. Yes. I will do my utmost to persuade my king to come to Great Chun to pay homage to His Majesty. Yukaheim was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Wa is a small country, But when has it ever been bullied like this? This is outrageous. However, she also knew that the Great Chen was not the Great Qi. At this time, its strength was at its zenith, and how could the Japanese kingdom possibly be a match for it? If she angered him now, she couldn't imagine what he might do. Therefore, she could only suppress her anger. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. Chen Mo found it very satisfying to see her defiant, yet helpless expression. Su, take Princess Xueji away to rest. Chansun Lingsu nodded in agreement. If she wasn't mistaken, Chen Mo would be sleeping with her tonight. Once everyone left, Chen Mo summoned Hua Chu and Go Dan, and then had the 100 Japanese women enter the main hall. Chen Mo glanced at the Japanese woman, then at Hua Chu and Go Dan, and said, "Each of you take 2, and the rest can be distributed among the soldiers." Hua Chu and Go Dan were overjoyed when they heard this. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." However, Ichiro Kurai's face was as gloomy as a coffin lid. You know, these are all stunning beauties, carefully selected. The emperor of the great Chen dynasty actually distributed them all to the soldiers. This is absolutely outrageous. Chen Mo saw through the old man's thoughts, gave him a murderous look, and said, "You have a problem with that?" Chapter 113, The Nature of the Japanese. No. Since these beauties have already been presented to Your Majesty, it is entirely up to Your Majesty to decide what to do with them. I have no opinion and dare not have any objection. Good, you become sensible. Chen Mo chuckled. Go back as soon as possible and properly carry out the tasks I entrusted to you. Yes. Kurai Ichiro was filled with remorse and wished he could smash his head against the main hall and die. If we go back like this, how are we going to explain this to the king of Wa? I'd rather be dead. They thought that by being courteous, they could attract students from the Wa, Japanese, kingdom to come to Dachin to learn advanced technology, thus making the Wa, Japanese, kingdom stronger. But now it's not like that at all. Not only did Princess Yuki never return, but the king of Wa also fell. So is she coming or not? If we don't come, will the emperor of Great Chen be furious? Will he send troops to punish us? But once they arrive, it's obvious they'll become his mount. In that case, what face would the Japanese have left? Coming is not an option. Not coming is not an option either. This is a classic case of being caught in a dilemma. Why? Kurai Ichiro sighed inwardly, then respectfully withdrew. That evening, Chen Mo arrived at Xueji's palace and immediately summoned away all the guards and maids around her, because he was afraid the noise would be too loud later. When Xueji saw Chen Mo, she was expressionless with her lips tightly pressed together, as if she was very unconvinced. However, Chen Mo didn't care at all, because he was the master at dealing with all kinds of dissent. Moreover, in that previous life he had only seen various Japanese women on television, but now there was a living, breathing woman in front of him. He had to experience it properly. He walked up to Yuki, lifted her chin with one hand, and looked at her coldly. Yukiheim angrily turned her head away, her face extremely gloomy. Then, gritting his teeth, he said with great indignation, "The Central Plains dynasties have always valued etiquette, and I have never seen you treat foreigners like this." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo gave a cold laugh. The Japanese are barren and poor. They eat raw meat and drink blood, and their national strength is extremely weak, so they have always had a strong sense of inferiority. But once you have grown strong, your inherent aggression will be fully revealed, and you will become ruthless and inhuman. You send students to study in my great Chen. Isn't it all to strengthen yourselves and prepare for invading other countries someday? After saying that, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and asked, "Your Highness Xueji, am I right?" Yukiheim was stunned. How could their thoughts be read, and how could they be so easily manipulated? Therefore, it was obvious that he never intended for the Japanese to come to Dachin to learn. However, she couldn't admit it. So he retorted, "You're talking nonsense. The Wa people learn from the Great Chen only to change their backwardness and enable their people to live a life of plenty." Chen Mo chuckled. As a time traveler, he knew the nature of the Japanese all too well. The Japanese are concerned with minor etiquette but lack righteousness. They are bound by trivialities but lack great virtue. They value minor details but disregard integrity and shame. They fear power but do not cherish virtue, and the strong will inevitably become thieves and bandits, while the weak will inevitably become subservient. It's practically impossible to get Yukiheim to admit it, unless you beat her until she's black and blue and crying for her parents. Therefore, only a strong enough fist can make them obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow. All right, what you say makes a lot of sense, and I don't want to argue with you anymore. Now, you should take off your clothes. As Chen Mo spoke, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. No, no. Yuki covered her chest with both hands, showing a very resistant expression. Very well, then I shall draw my gun. As soon as he finished speaking, a pistol appeared in Chen Mo's hand. Xueji trembled with fright. What was going on? How did he suddenly have something in his hand? Bang, bang, bang. Before she could react, Chen Mo fired 3 shots at the teacup on the table. The teacup shattered on the floor with a crackling sound, and the tea spilled everywhere. Yukiheim stared wide-eyed at the teacup that had been smashed to pieces. What kind of weapon is that? This is just a small karami. I have something even more powerful. Xueji's purpose in coming here was to find out about the weapons of the Great Chen army. Looking at it now, I guess this is it. So he quickly asked, where? Chen Mo smiled and said, in the crotch. Xueji was speechless. This emperor of Chen was so frivolous. Chen Mo chuckled, put away his pistol, and in a flash, swapped it for a light machine gun. This time, Yukiheim saw it clearly. He can make things disappear in an instant, or make things appear out of nowhere. She was so frightened that her heart was pounding as if it were about to jump out of her body. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Chen Mo took out the light machine gun, naturally to add fuel to the fire. So he picked up his gun and fired at a screen. Boot, boot, boot. Crackling and popping. In the blink of an eye, the screen was smashed into a sieve and shattered all over the ground. Yukiheim's mouth was agape, and her eyes were wide open, her round eyeballs seeming as if they might pop out at any moment. If that hit me, wouldn't I be riddled with holes? Let me tell you, I conquered the world with these weapons. Chen Mo's voice rang out, not loud, but carrying a chilling, murderous aura. Where did you take that from? Xueji swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on Chen Mo. It was as if the person standing in front of her was not a human, but a powerful deity. Chen Mo laughed heartily, finding it very satisfying to see her so frightened. If we can't scare this little devil so badly he wets himself tonight, then he'll consider himself the loser. Then with a whoosh, he put away the light machine gun and took out a large, gleaming sword. Whatever I want, it's a piece of cake. Don't even mention weapons. I can conjure up people for you. Of course, I can also make you disappear from this world. Upon hearing this, Xueji could no longer hold back and couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Her body went limp, and she collapsed to her knees with a thud. I originally thought the Emperor of Great Chen had some extraordinary abilities, but I never expected him to be so unbelievable. Her face was ashen, and her eyes were filled with terror. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, please don't kill me. I won't kill you. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yuki swallowed hard again before slowly getting up. After a moment's pause, she suddenly untied the ribbon around her waist, and her outer garment slowly fell down with the curves of her body, revealing her snow-white skin. Chen Mo smirked, put away his broadsword, and took out a large red banana instead. He chuckled and said, Eat this, and I will take you flying. I will take you to travel the world. When Yuki took a look, she found that the shape was exactly the same as a banana, only it was unusually red. She was trembling with fear, wondering if eating this thing would kill her. But if the Emperor really wanted to kill someone, he would probably be dead already. Why wait until now? So she took the banana, peeled it, and slowly took a bite. Suddenly, my eyes lit up, and I exclaimed in my heart, Wow, it smells so good. Such delicious food shouldn't be poisonous. With that thought, she felt relieved and began to eat heartily. The way he was enjoying it so much was as if he hadn't eaten in 100 years. Chen Mo watched with a smile, eager to see just how exciting it would be to have a Japanese woman with bananas. Sure enough, in no time, Yukiheim's face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with countless strands of hair. She bit her lower lip and said softly and dreamily, Your Majesty, I feel so uncomfortable. Come, set up the fire basket. Chapter 114 Wang Huchen's mission to the rebel army camp. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Chen Mo stretched, a look of contentment on his energetic face. I must say, last night's experience was not only novel, but also very exciting. Because of Yukiheim's beautiful and melodious singing voice, which is so enchanting that it makes people want to charge into battle. Because of this, she's sleeping like a log. Hey, wake up. Chen Mo chuckled and pinched the corner of her mouth, giving it a tug. The pain jolted Yukiheim awake from her beautiful dream. Her delicate body trembled, and her large glasses also shook. Then she quickly got up and knelt on the bed. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was so tired that I overslept. Chen Mo frowned. This guy's voice had become so hoarse. But considering how desperately she screamed last night, it's not surprising. Yuki also noticed something was wrong. She must have gone too far last night to make her voice sound so terrible. Chen Mo chuckled. You did very well last night. Your Majesty, this is only right. From now on, I will serve your Majesty even more diligently. Yes, very good. Chen Mo reached out and pinched her head, asking, I wonder if your sister is prettier, or if you're prettier? Upon hearing this, Xueji frowned slightly. Your Majesty, my elder sister is more beautiful. She is known as the most beautiful woman in the Wannu Kingdom. Chen Mo chuckled. Then do you think she will come to the Great Chen to pay homage to me? This? Yuki opened her mouth, looking as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. She felt that there was a high chance her sister wouldn't come. Once you come this far, you probably can't go back. But for some reason, she really wanted her to come, and the sooner the better. She didn't want to see the Wa people offend the Great Chen because of this matter. If the Emperor of the Chen is angered, the Wa, Japanese, kingdom will surely be doomed. After a moment, he said, Your Majesty, I naturally hope that my sister will come to the Chen. I also hope that she can serve your Majesty as well as I do. Chen Mo frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is that little devil having too much fun? That's good, though. He also wants to capture the Japanese king and make him his mount. Xueji paused for a moment, then continued. Therefore, I would like to write a personal letter and do my best to facilitate my sister's trip to Dachin. Chen Mo was quite surprised after hearing this. This guy has become so obedient. It must be the red banana that's doing the work. Very well, then write the letter and have that old man take it back. Yes, Xueji obeys. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction and asked, Are you hungry? I'll take you to find something to eat. Your Majesty, I ate a very large meal last night, and I'm not hungry yet. As she spoke, Yuki lowered her eyes shyly, a look of lingering satisfaction appearing on her round face. Chen Mo chuckled, never expecting that thing could be eaten as food. Okay, this counts as cutting back on food and clothing. After Xueji finished writing the letter and waited for Chen Mo to read it, she ordered someone to deliver it to Aoi Ichiro. Kurai Ichiro held the letter, his face ashen, though he didn't know what was written inside. Even a fool could tell that the contents of the letter would only bring harm to the Japanese. Otherwise, how could this letter have left the palace? Kurai Ichiro was extremely annoyed. This time, he had truly kicked a steel plate. Back when it was still the Great Qi dynasty, the Wa, Japanese, kingdom also came to pay tribute and sent a large number of students to study here, and they also received a lot of rewards. But this Chen doesn't play by the rules at all. Not only did they not offer any reward, they also adopted an aggressive and domineering attitude. After staying for a few days, Ichiro Kurai set off to return to Japan. After these past few days of madness, Yukiheim is now unable to speak. I have to say, it almost boiled over. However, she did not feel tired because of this. On the contrary, she became more and more fond of it, as if she were addicted. However, Chen Mo's interest in her had long since diminished. After all, her hoarse voice had significantly reduced the enjoyment of the experience. I wonder if the Japanese king will be even more dissolute? Therefore, Chen Mo already had another plan. If the Japanese king doesn't come, then he will attack and wipe out the Japanese islands in one fell swoop. However, the Great Qin Kingdom was separated from the Wa Kingdom by a vast sea, and ordinary ships were simply inefficient. Therefore, it is still necessary to allow the space to develop rapidly. He knew that there was a seaside city hundreds of kilometers away from the town. There might be ships or even warships there. With these things, the tiny Japanese kingdom will have nowhere to hide. 2 months later, the Northern Expeditionary Army captured Qianzhou, Shangguan Yi's stronghold, in one fell swoop. The Shangguan family and all their followers, regardless of age or gender, were all killed. Thus, the Dacian regime, which lasted only a few months, came to an end. After capturing Qianzhou, Lin Eru immediately dispatched his deputy commander, Wang Huchen, to the rebel army camp for negotiations. Huang Jiao dared not delay and arrived at the gate early to wait. After all, the great Qin army was renowned for its might, and now it had captured Qianzhou. Moreover, he knew why they had come. He knew his own limitations perfectly well. To confront the Chen would be like throwing an egg against a rock. At this moment, Huang Jiao felt both joy and sorrow. What he didn't know was what his ultimate fate and that of the rebels would be. Before long, 5 SUVs sped over, raising clouds of dust wherever they went. The rebel soldiers were stunned and speechless upon seeing this. That thing runs incredibly fast without any animal tether. Huang Jiao was also surprised. He had long heard that the Chen army possessed all sorts of amazing weapons and vehicles. Seeing it today, it is indeed unbelievable. Thud. When the car came to a stop, Wang Huchen got out of it. Behind him was a small squad of heavily armed Shinji battalion soldiers, each one exuding a fierce and imposing aura. Their weapons, compared to those of the rebel army, were quite unique. Huang Jiao frowned deeply. Such an unassuming weapon, yet it could wreak havoc everywhere. It's simply unbelievable that they replaced Qi in just a few months. It's no exaggeration to say that these are heavenly soldiers and generals. He quickly stepped forward, smiling as he clasped his hands in a fist salute to Wang Huchen, saying, "General Wang, I have long admired your name. It is truly an honor to meet you today." Wang Huchen smiled and clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, "Oh, General Wang, you flatter me. You have raised the banner of righteousness for the sake of the common people. You are truly a hero. Please, let's talk inside the tent." "Please." Upon entering the main tent, the two sat facing each other, and a soldier immediately poured them wine. "General Wang, please." Huang Jiao smiled and made a please gesture, indicating that the other person should drink. Wang Huchen nodded, picked up his wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Upon seeing this, Huang Jiao burst into laughter. "General Wang, aren't you afraid that my wine is poisoned?" Wang Huchen slowly put down his wine cup and said calmly, "If I, Wang Huchen, cannot leave your army's tent and return to Qianzhou today, His Majesty will surely be enraged. Therefore, I think that with General Huang's intelligence and wisdom, he would never do something that would dig his own grave." Chapter 1:15 Ascending to the Clouds. Huang Jiao gave an awkward laugh. I was just joking, General Wang. You don't need to take it to heart." Wang Huchen chuckled and said bluntly, "General Huang, I'll be frank. My purpose in coming here is to find a way out for you and the righteous army. I would like to hear the details. The world today has long suffered from natural disasters and man-made calamities. The people are displaced, starving, and less than 1 in 10 survive. Therefore, there should be no more war." "That's right, exactly." Huang Jiao nodded in strong agreement. Wang Huchen continued, "In short, you will go to Chang'an to meet the emperor, and I will take over your subordinates." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao was taken aback, and his expression darkened. This is clearly a way to get rid of him. How could he possibly survive if he went to Chang'an? But they couldn't win if they fought. And where could they run to? We can't let tens of thousands of troops be wiped out along with us. Huang Jiao sighed in relief, looking at Wang Huchen with a somewhat gloomy expression, and asked, "General Wang, I wonder how His Majesty will deal with me?" Wang Huchen chuckled. "General Huang, you have rendered meritorious service, and His Majesty will surely ensure your lifelong wealth and honor. How can there be any talk of punishment?" Huang Jiao thought about it and agreed. Chen Mo killed those powerful and influential families, people who deserved to die, and he didn't seem like a cruel and cold-blooded person at all. Besides, I've never opposed him, so why would I want to kill them all? A moment later, He walked from his seat to Wang Huchen and knelt down on both knees with a thud. General Wang, I entrust the soldiers to you. They're all poor people who have risked their lives with me over the years. Please treat them well. His voice was choked with sobs, as if he were utterly helpless. Wang Huchen was very surprised and quickly stood up to help him up, saying, General Huang, please get up quickly. After Huang Jiao stood up, Wang Huchen continued, General Huang is a man of great righteousness, and I admire him greatly. The imperial court will naturally make proper arrangements for the righteous soldiers, so you can rest assured. Huang Jiao smiled and nodded, seemingly having let it go. A few days later, he set off for Chang'an in an off-road vehicle. At this time, the people of Chang'an had already learned of the destruction of the Shangguan family and Huang Jiao's surrender, and the whole city was overjoyed. This means that the great Chun dynasty has unified the country, and there is no more war in the land. Besides these two pieces of good news, Chen Mo also had other good things to do. During this period, several other pregnant women gave birth to princes and princesses one after another. Among them, Sun Yunxiu gave birth to the second Prince Chen Luo, Gu Shuyao gave birth to the second Princess Chen Jun, and Zhao Hohat gave birth to the third Prince Chen Wei. Moreover, Wang Xie, Jiang Ruochu, Jiang Ruoxi, Chu Yunxiao, Su Xiaoxiao, and Chang Sun Lingsu are all pregnant. Furthermore, Xinghua is pregnant. Chen Mo was overjoyed. In another 2 or 3 years, the imperial city kindergarten would be able to open. That night, Lin Xiaolu, whose body had fully recovered, could no longer suppress her loneliness, so she quietly went to Ganlu Palace. Is His Majesty inside the palace? Lin Xiaolu asked a female guard on duty. Your Majesty, His Majesty has stayed inside the palace for a long time and has not gone out. Lin Xiaolu felt a surge of satisfaction and asked again, Is she there? Only His Majesty. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Xiaolu's lips, and she gently waved her hand, opened the door. However, when she entered, she found the hall to be completely empty. That's strange. Wasn't it said to be inside the hall? Little did she know, Chen Mo had already jumped into the space long ago. He was speeding along in a supercar, but just as he was about to reach the coastal city, he discovered thick fog ahead. Although there was no direct gain, the space is constantly expanding, and that is a gain in itself. Just as Lin Xiaolu turned to leave, a pair of strong, powerful hands quietly climbed up her soft, delicate waist. Oops! Lin Xiaolu was so frightened she almost lost her soul, but when she saw that she was wearing a dragon robe on her arm, she was relieved. You little rascal, you scared me to death. Chen Mo didn't care about this title at all. She was the only one in the imperial city who was addressed that way. Hee, I've got you. Chen Mo's hands instinctively crawled to her proud parts. Yes, it's gotten much bigger. Lin Xiaolu gave a soft hum and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, To be honest, it's been so long, and you still won't let me serve you in bed. Do you find me unworthy? Hee, what are you saying? I like young married women like you the most. Lin Xiaolu felt secretly pleased, but still feigned a coquettish tone and said, Humph, tonight, I want to see your sincerity. Okay, I'll treat you to a banana to help you recover. Plantain. Just as Lin Xiaolu was wondering, Chen Mo reached behind him and picked up a large red banana. Then he let go of her hand, handed her the banana, and said with a smile, Eat up, and I'll take you to the clouds after you finish. Lin Xiaolu frowned, asking with some doubt, Why are bananas red? Could it be a gift from an immortal? Chen Mo chuckled. It doesn't matter, just eat. More than half an hour later, Lin Xiaolu lay contentedly on Chen Mo's chest. To be precise, she had never been so satisfied. She discovered that this kid was actually even more capable than before, and not just a little bit. To be honest, she was having trouble handling it. She was also very worried that Chen Mo's body wouldn't be able to handle having so many wives. However, it turned out that her worries were unnecessary. A few days later, Huang Jiao finally arrived in Chang'an and met Chen Mo. He was shocked, never expecting that the founding emperor would be so young. He had no choice but to admire and submit to it. After some deliberation, Chen Mo said, General Huang, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of Prince Xiaoyao and grant you a Mercedes-Benz, a mansion, 1,000 taels of gold, and 10,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing the words Xiaoyao Wang, Xiaoyao Wang, Huang Jiao frowned slightly. He understood that the emperor wanted him to stay away from the court and become a carefree king who indulged in eating, drinking, and having fun. That's true. Which emperor would allow a rebel leader to enter the court and participate in government affairs? So it's already a miracle that he didn't kill himself. He immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Majesty. Your Highness, what other rewards do you desire? Just say the word, and I will grant them to you. Huang Jiao pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I have no other request but that you may bestow upon me a few beauties. Chen Mo chuckled, seemingly understanding his thoughts. No problem. I will reward you with 100 Japanese women. Huang Jiao was a little confused. Why was it a Japanese woman? And why 100? Why can't there be 200? Meanwhile, after more than 2 months at sea, Aoi Ichiro finally returned to Japan. After hearing his story, the Japanese were so angry they were practically fuming. You bastard! This is outrageous. Even if it means fighting to the death, I will absolutely not allow it. Kuraichiro pulled out a letter and said, Your Majesty, I also have a letter from Princess Yuki. Despite the violent heaving of his chest, the Japanese king angrily said, Bring it here. Chapter 116, The Warship Emerges. The Japanese king took the letter and glanced at it. It read in large characters, To the Lady Noboru. She looked at it and confirmed that it was Yukaheim's handwriting, so she immediately tore it open and took out the letter inside. Elder sister. When the letter arrived, Shueji had already entered the imperial harem of the great Qin dynasty, serving his majesty and enjoying the greatest happiness. This was not forced by external forces, but a voluntary act after careful consideration. Now that I am able to serve a wise ruler, I feel at peace and content. Currently, the great Qin kingdom is at its peak of power, with excellent military equipment and a large number of soldiers under its command. Its unification of the world is a foregone conclusion and will not be far off. Your Majesty is young and promising, wise and powerful, possessing both great talent and the ability to govern the country. You are truly the chosen one, the Son of Heaven. Therefore, I earnestly request that my sister relinquish the title of emperor, sincerely submit to the great Qin dynasty, and personally travel to Chang'an with 1,000 beauties to pay homage. Only in this way can we secure peace for the Japanese islands. I earnestly hope that you will think this through carefully and remember it well. Respectfully submitted by Yukaheim. Seeing this, Noheim's small hands trembled incessantly. Her face turned extremely gloomy, and her chest clenched even more violently, as if she might fall to the ground at any moment. She slammed her fist on the table and roared, Outrageous! Absolutely outrageous! Shueji, you fool, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, he tore the letter into pieces and threw it into the air. She never imagined that her own sister, the prince of the Japanese kingdom, would utter such treasonous words. However, after calming down, she also suspected that Yukaheim might have been forced into it. They've detained her. What they want her to do is entirely up to them. What utter bliss! That's complete nonsense. I am irreconcilably opposed to the state of Chun. She spoke angrily, her eyes seeming to spit fire. Kuraichiro's heart skipped a beat, and he frowned as he asked, Your Majesty, have you decided not to go? Fool, don't you know you'll be humiliated if I go? This? Kuraichiro hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. That's true, but if we disobey, the Emperor of Great Chun will definitely use it as an excuse to launch an attack. At that time, what will the tiny Japanese kingdom have to resist? Your Majesty, if we do not go, given the military strength of the great Qin dynasty, our Wan nation will likely face utter ruin. Upon hearing this, Yiji's pretty face twitched violently a few times, and she shouted loudly, You fool! Are you deliberately trying to harm me? If you dare to utter another word, I will exterminate your entire clan. Kuraichiro was so frightened that he shrank back and dared not speak again. Princess Yi stood up angrily and said, Issue my decree. Prepare for war throughout the nation and fight against the Chun kingdom. My Wan nation is well rested and ready to fight. I refuse to believe that we cannot defeat the Chun army that has come from afar. The Japanese officials, upon hearing this, also found it to be very reasonable. The Great Qin Kingdom and the Hua Kingdom are separated by a vast ocean. The sea is often stormy, and a hurricane could easily sink them all to the bottom of the sea. Moreover, the Chun is currently engaged in a civil war, so how many troops can it send? As a result, the Hua, Japanese, kingdom began to train its army and prepare for war, with large numbers of troops being transferred to the coast and the Kyoto area, and large numbers of laborers also coming to the coastal areas to set up obstacles on the mudflats, fortify the city, and so on. As a result, the entire Hua, Japanese, kingdom was thrown into chaos, as if facing a formidable enemy. Chen Mo wasn't idle either. He was sending large amounts of blood into the space. As a result, the people of Chang'an had not eaten animal blood for a long time and could not bite at all. On that day, Chen Mo jumped into the space once again. At first glance, a massive, modern metropolis with towering buildings comes into view. Chen Mo laughed heartily, his lips twitching so wide it almost reached his ears. Then he immediately jumped into a car, stepped on the gas, and drove off towards the seaside. Before long, he arrived at a harbor. As far as the eye can see, cargo ships, cruise ships, oil tankers, and various small boats are moored on the sea and in the port, along with containers that stretch as far as the eye can see. Damn, such a big city, such a big port, I can have anything I want. Ha! I wonder what it would be like to go to war in a luxury cruise ship. Looking further away, there were several ships that looked somewhat different. Chen Mo frowned deeply, staring intently at the scene. Although it was a bit far away, it was easy to tell that it was a warship. Holy crap, that's awesome. Chen Mo was overjoyed. This means that the Great Chun Empire will soon have a modern naval military force. Without a second thought, he immediately jumped onto a speedboat and sped off at full speed toward the warship. After looking around, he found destroyers, cruisers, frigates, landing ships, and replenishment ships. These ships have a displacement between 3,000 and 10,000 tons. It's no exaggeration to say that in this era, these things are like sea monsters, enough to make men's jaws drop and women's breasts fall out in shock. Therefore, we must not only build ports, but also vigorously cultivate naval personnel. After all, warships are not as simple as vehicles. There are many more factors involved, and they cannot be operated and driven by just one person. Besides, he himself doesn't know everything. He can only figure out slowly. Then, Chen Mo returned to the container port. He casually opened a few containers and found they were full of sex toys. There are men's girlfriends, women's boyfriends, black and red stockings, all kinds of small toys, and all kinds of small umbrellas. In short, it has everything, both familiar and unfamiliar. Damn, it would be a waste not to make good use of this. Chen Mo chuckled, walked to the other side, and opened a few more containers. The goods discovered this time are quite useful. There are generators, water pumps, solar streetlights, photovoltaic panels, etc. Not bad, not bad. Generators can generate electricity, water pumps can be used for farmland irrigation, and solar streetlights can provide lighting. Chen Mo was too lazy to look anymore. Anyway, in such a big city, there was nothing he couldn't get. Upon emerging from the space, Chen Mo immediately ordered a nationwide recruitment drive for crew members, especially those with experience in ocean voyages. Taking advantage of this break, he took out a large number of solar streetlights and instructed Lin Dahu to install them in the imperial city and the entire city of Chang'an. From then on, the night in Chang'an was as bright as day, dazzling everyone's eyes. In addition, he improved living conditions in the imperial city, including electricity, lighting, and modern bathrooms. More than half a month later, maritime talents from all over the country arrived in Chang'an City one after another. Therefore, Chen Mo placed several small warships in a large lake outside the city to serve as training vessels. Time flew by, and the 6-month deadline had passed, but no Japanese delegation had arrived in Chang'an. Chen Mo figured the Japanese king wouldn't come, but the navy was almost fully trained, so they could launch a full-scale attack and solve the problem once and for all. Therefore, he appointed Lin Eru as acting regent, while he himself prepared to lead the army out. The news quickly spread throughout Chang'an. The 3 Su brothers, who who were still practicing driving at the training ground, could no longer sit still after hearing the news. Now that the world is at peace, if they cannot achieve great things, their lives will be over. Moreover, they had long heard that the army possessed massive steel warships. They even felt that cars weren't appealing anymore, and that if they were going to play, they should play big. So, Suwu arrived at the capital with a heart full of trepidation. Your Majesty, Suwu requests an audience. A female official walked up to Chen Mo and bowed. Pass. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. After being sealed away for so long, it's time to see this traitor. Before long, Suwu arrived inside the hall. Your humble servant Su Wu respectfully wishes your Majesty good health. He lay face down on all fours, his face almost touching the floor, completely still. Traitor, get up. Su Wu was taken aback for a moment. Thank you, your Majesty. Chen Mo asked, what brings you to see me? Su Wu clasped his hands and said, this humble subject has heard that your Majesty is about to personally lead an expedition against the Japanese invaders. My two brothers and I are unworthy to serve as your vanguard. Chen Mo chuckled and, instead of answering, asked, how's your driving lesson going? Your Majesty, my two brothers and I have all learned to ride bicycles, motorcycles, trucks, and chariots. We wouldn't say we're masters, but we're quite proficient. Chen Mo chuckled again. After all this time, this traitor's nature should have been worn down by now. So he said, since you have the ambition to achieve great things, then come with me on this expedition. Su Wu was overjoyed and quickly knelt down to express his gratitude. Thank you, your Majesty. Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling him to leave. However, when Su Wu turned around, he ran into Chi Min, who had just walked in. Su Wu immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute, while Chi Min merely nodded slightly before walking towards Chen Mo. Your Majesty, I respectfully wish you good health. My dear consort, there's no need for such formalities. Your Majesty, I've heard you intend to personally lead the army? Chen Mo nodded. That's right, your Majesty. This trip will wipe out the Japanese islands in one fell swoop and eliminate future troubles. Chi Min seemed not to understand, but these things were not important to her. So she said, may I follow your Majesty? Chi Min looked at Chen Mo, a hint of anticipation flickering in her beautiful eyes. After much deliberation, she felt that it would be extremely inappropriate for her, a deposed former emperor, to remain in Chang'an at this time. If anything were to happen, she would surely die. So it would be best if she could go along, and she also wanted to broaden her horizons. Chapter 1:17 Attention, enemy force detected. No problem. I will take you to travel the world. Along the way, you need a companion, right? Thank you, your Majesty. Chi Min was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Chen Mo to agree so readily. Half a month later, 100,000 troops arrived at a great river. A military pier had already been built here. The water here is deep enough and flows directly to the sea. Therefore, Chen Mo needs to deploy the warships here to allow the sailors to get used to them, and it is also necessary to conduct some drills. However, everyone was completely baffled, wondering where the warships came from. At night, Chen Mo took Chi Min to the riverbank and took out a speedboat from his spatial storage. Get into bed. Chen Mo jumped onto the speedboat, then turned around and reached out his hand to Chi Min. Chi Min stretched out her little hand in a daze, thinking to herself, will I sleep here tonight? Your Majesty, what are we doing? After she boarded the speedboat, she asked a question that seemed rather odd. Sit down. I'll take you to make dumplings. Making dumplings? Chi Min sat down, looking at Chen Mo with a completely bewildered expression. With a smile on his lips, Chen Mo stepped on the gas and drove the speedboat to the middle of the river. With a wave of his hand, a giant ship suddenly appeared on the river with a splash. Chi Min was so frightened that she almost suffocated, because that thing was just too big. It was a behemoth. Their small boat looked like an ant before it. Your Majesty, is this a warship? Well, to be precise, it's called a tank landing ship. Tank landing ship? Chi Min frowned, seemingly unable to understand it all. Then, Chen Mo drove the speedboat along the way, releasing various ships as planned, totaling more than 100. Finally, he also took out a luxury cruise ship. My dear consort, this is our flagship. Once aboard, you'll have access to a complete package of food, drinks, and entertainment. There's nothing you can't imagine that it can't provide. Chi-Min looked up and was so shocked she almost dropped her pair of big-chested men. It has to be said, this ship is incredibly tall, unimaginably tall like a mountain. She swallowed hard and said, Your Majesty, I don't know how to describe your incredible abilities. I admire you to the core. Chen Mo gripped her slender waist with both hands, a wicked smile playing on his lips. My beloved, it's late. Let's find a place to have some fun in the open. Although she didn't know what it meant, Chi-Min still obediently agreed. So the two of them walked hand in hand to a quiet meadow. Chen Mo took out a small tent from his spatial storage and set it up, then took out a small nightlight. Then, the nightlight shone through the tent, casting two dark shadows, accompanied by low growls. The dark figure kept changing positions, flashing back and forth for more than half an hour. The next day, the riverbank was packed with people. Overnight, warships descended from the sky, one after another, stretching as far as the eye could see. The sheer number and size of them are astonishing. They screamed, cheered, and were shocked. After several days of acclimatization, as well as live-fire training and amphibious landing exercises, the fleet set off in a grand procession. In the middle of the fleet was the cruise ship where Chen Mo was located. He wasn't idle either. He took Chi-Min and the female official Wei Zhaoning to eat ice cream, drink red wine, open champagne, eat skewers, eat barbecue, watch movies, sing karaoke, go clubbing, play games, and so on. Chen Mo had a persistent feeling that this place was not ancient times, but modern society. Chi-Min and Wei Zhaoning were truly amazed. Every new gadget was a visual feast. Although it was a bit silly, it was still a lot of fun. That evening, Chen Mo brought the two of them to the swimming pool. Can you swim? He asked, looking at the two of them. Chi-Min shook her head and said, Your Majesty, I don't know how. Your Majesty, I don't know how either. Wei Zhaoning also shook her head, but there seemed to be a trace of affection in her shy eyes. It's all right, I'll teach you. Chen Mo turned around and swiftly pulled out two bikinis from his spatial storage. One outfit was black, the other was leopard print. Then, looking at the two of them, he said, You two put this on. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhaoning's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. How can you wear something with so little fabric? However, Chi-Min was no stranger to the matter. She blushed as she accepted the items and then led Wei Zhaoning to the dressing room. She took off her clothes in an instant, completely naked. Meanwhile, Wei Zhaoning stood dumbfounded in another dressing room, holding the clothes, unsure of what to do. Wearing clothes like that, how will she ever get married? In no time, Chi-Min had changed her clothes. She looked in the mirror, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. With her prominent breasts and shapely buttocks, full and voluptuous figure, soft lines, and fair and delicate skin, I believe His Majesty will surely like her. Seeing that Wei Zhaoning didn't move, he urged, Zhaoning, are you done changing? Wei Zhaoning stammered in response, Your Highness, I don't know how to wear it. Then come out here. I'll teach you. Helpless, Wei Zhaoning could only slowly move her feet and walk out. Your Highness, can I not change? She said, her face flushed and her eyes lowered. Are you really stupid or just pretending? Can't you see that His Majesty wants to sleep with you? Chi-Min looked at her with a wry smile. That's good. It relieves some pressure on myself. Otherwise my body will fall apart sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhaoning became so excited that her mouth watered for some reason. So she began to remove her armor and, under Chi-Min's guidance, put on a bikini. Chi-Min took a look and thought that this figure was absolutely amazing, even better than her own. Chen Mo had already changed into a pair of swimming trunks, revealing his V-shaped waist and 8-pack abs. He was warming up when he saw them walking over. Holy crap, she has a youthful face and huge breasts. When Chen Mo's gaze fell on Wei Zhaoning, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It has to be said, these two are incredibly tempting. They're simply stunning beauties. However, Wei Zhaoning was more ashamed than alive. I wish I could find a crack to crawl into right now. With a smile, Chen Mo grabbed one in each arm and jumped into the water with a splash. After a while, he hugged Chi-Min from behind, and they began to play in the water together. The water splashed outwards in concentric circles, moving extremely fast, one circle chasing the next. Wei Zhaoning, seeing the small piece of cloth floating on the water and Qi Min's irresistible expression, instantly understood and his mouth watered. Of course, I was also so nervous that my feet went numb and I didn't know what to do. Zhaoning, what are you standing there for? Come here right now. And so, the fleet continued eastward, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment along the way. 7 days later, one morning aboard a landing ship, Su Wu was observing the sea with binoculars when he suddenly spotted a Japanese warship. Attention! Enemy sighted. Upon hearing this, everyone around was extremely excited. That's right, we can finally put it into practice. This is the day we've been waiting for. Not long after, the Japanese army also noticed the anomaly at sea. Several large ships were heading in their direction. Strange, what kind of ship is that? Why does it look like a mountain? Look, they seem to be moving incredibly fast. Could it be the navy of the Chen Kingdom? Seeing his men chattering incessantly, one of the generals glared and cursed. Fools! Who else could it be but Chen? Quickly, prepare for battle. Just as they were on high alert, more and more large ships appeared on the opposite sea. Moreover, the closer it gets, the bigger it appears. All the Japanese who witnessed this scene were filled with trepidation, for the other party was simply too large. Baka, how could the Qin Kingdom have such a powerful navy? The general's eyes widened in fury, and he shouted again, "Order all warships to rush forward at top speed and surround them all." Chapter 1, 18 cannons and warships are the rulers for measuring land area. This is the highest point on the cruise ship. Chen Mo's eyes were sharp as he gazed at the countless Japanese ships on the opposite sea, which looked like ants. Beside him, Qi Min and Wei Zhaoning, dressed in military uniforms, stood tall and straight, their brows exuding a heroic and dashing air. The two women's beautiful eyes darted around, sometimes looking at the giant steel ship beside them, and sometimes at the array of Japanese ships in the distance. Despite their large numbers, they were like paper toys in the face of towering steel warships. The two are worlds apart in strength, not even in the same league. Their hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation, and they were increasingly curious about what a spectacular sight it would be when the warships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. Suddenly, Chen Mo waved his hand and shouted in a booming voice, "Order all ships to fire on the enemy." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dog Egg agreed and immediately turned around to order the flag bearer to raise a red flag representing an attack. Although the warship is advanced, many of its functions are unusable, so it can only issue commands in the traditional way. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed across the sea and sky as cannonballs rained down on the Japanese ships with overwhelming force. Immediately afterwards, explosions erupted from the Japanese ship positions, flames burst forth, and waves crashed. The sounds of wooden boats being smashed, the wailing of Japanese soldiers, and the crashing of waves mingled together, creating a scene that was exhilarating. Soon, the Japanese ships that had been shattered or damaged began to sink, and the Japanese soldiers, like ants on a hot pan, panicked and jumped into the sea to save themselves. Seeing all this, the Japanese general in the rear gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Damn it! How could the Qin Kingdom have such powerful weapons? They also realized that Qin's warships did not seem to be made of wood, because the smooth white hull didn't look like it was made of pieces of wood at all. A Japanese general said, "General, the Qin Kingdom has strong ships and powerful cannons. We are no match for them." "Screw you. Even if we're ants, we're man-eating ants. Pass down the order. Warships, charge at top speed and bite it to death." Little did they know, the real show was just beginning. All the warships continued firing as they sailed, seemingly determined to tear the Japanese ships to shreds. 15 minutes later, the sea was a complete mess. Floating logs and corpses drifted in the wind. Burning warships billowed thick smoke. Japanese soldiers who swam to escape were terrified and ran away in panic. The remaining warships had no courage to fight anymore and fled desperately. On the cruise ship, Qi Min was too shocked. Her charming and sexy red lips remained slightly parted. She was also glad that Chen Mo hadn't used these cannons when he attacked Chang'an. Otherwise, Chang'an would probably be nothing but ruins. Chen Mo reached out and put his arms around both of them, then looked at Chi Min with a smile. My beloved concubine, isn't my cannon powerful? Chi Min nodded with great certainty, her eyes filled with reverence. Your Majesty punishes the barbarians and expands the territory. With such ambition and aspirations, you can only be called an emperor of all ages. That's right, cannons and warships are the rulers for measuring the area of a country. Chen Mo chuckled and continued. So, do you think it's better for you to be the emperor, or to be my woman? I do not wish to be the emperor. I only wish to be your Majesty's woman. Chi Min blurted it out, seemingly without any thought. Even their tone conveyed a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction, then turned to look at Wei Xiaoning. And you? Wei Xiaoning parted her red lips slightly and said softly, in this life, I only wish to serve your Majesty. Very well, I will lead you all to conquer the world. Chi Min's eyes flickered, and she asked with some excitement, Your Majesty, after conquering the Japanese, where will your sword be aimed? Southeast Asia, the West will go there. If we don't like someone, we'll deal with them. As Chen Mo spoke, a barely perceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Before long, the warships rolled towards the Japanese army's positions, and the soldiers grabbed their weapons and fired at the fleeing Japanese soldiers below. His Majesty has ordered that not a single one be spared. Hurry, shoot. Don't let them get away. I'm not allowed to fire cannons, but I'll have a good time firing guns. At that moment, gunshots rang out everywhere, and screams filled the air. Some Japanese soldiers were even swept into the bottom of the ship by the behemoth. Then, the fleet at maximum speed pursued and fired cannons simultaneously. The Japanese soldiers were terrified. They were truly terrified. Soon after, land appeared. The Japanese soldiers abandoned their ships and went ashore, running for their lives. Meanwhile, the Japanese soldiers on the shore had already heard the cannon fire and witnessed the naval forces' utter defeat, but they refused to believe it. They simply didn't believe that the Chan army could be so arrogant on land. Just as they were all taking to their bunkers and preparing for battle, a loud bang suddenly came from the sea. The next moment, a shell crashed into the crowd with a loud bang. As artillery fire filled the air, human bodies were torn apart, and severed limbs flew everywhere. This. A Japanese soldier stared in horror as a bloody, severed arm flew towards him, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Before they could react, a barrage of artillery shells rained down, covering almost every corner. The Japanese soldiers had nowhere to hide and were bombarded by artillery fire, screaming and flying through the air. After several rounds of shelling, Chen Mo felt it was enough, so he ordered the landing. His Majesty has decreed, commence landing. Dozens of landing ships, which had been sharpening their knives, quickly opened their bow doors and lowered their bow ramps. With a rumbling sound, amphibious vehicles made their dazzling appearance, one after another, heading into the sea and towards the mudflats. Looking out, the sea stretches out in a vast expanse of dark blue, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. After all the amphibious vehicles were launched into the sea, the infantry immediately followed with assault boats. Before long, the chariots rushed onto the land and razed all the fortifications to the ground with overwhelming force. The remaining Japanese soldiers were terrified and fled in panic. Next, Chen Mo led Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning aboard a speedboat to land. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the soldiers cheered. Those excited eyes seemed to be eagerly awaiting the next operational order. That's right, a soldier who doesn't want to achieve great things is not a good soldier. With battle merits so easy to obtain now, who the hell wouldn't want them? Su Wu immediately walked up to him, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, Your Majesty, in this battle, we killed no fewer than 30,000 enemy soldiers, and our army suffered no casualties. After he finished speaking, a look of great pride appeared in his eyes, because this was the most brilliant battle he had ever fought so far, absolutely unique. Chen Mo nodded and said, In half an hour, the entire army will continue its advance. We must take Kyoto as quickly as possible. If you want speed, you definitely need mechanization. So Chen Mo went to a deserted place and released a large number of off-road vehicles and trucks. Chapter 119, resembling a tortoise but not a tortoise. After picking up the car, Chen Mo returned to his unit. The generals noticed his secretive demeanor, and, if they weren't mistaken, something good must be going on. Let's take some people to the woods to retrieve the car. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Hu Chu, giving him instructions. Great, great. I can touch the steering wheel again. Hu Chu immediately bowed and clasped his hands in greeting, his voice filled with excitement. Your humble servant obeys the decree. Su was completely baffled when he saw it. What does going to the woods to retrieve a car mean? What kind of divine logic is this? Could those vehicles from far away in Dachin possibly fly here? Or will it descend silently from the sky like those warships? He quickly stepped out from the crowd, smiling broadly at Chen Mo. Your Majesty, I'm an old coachman. I'll go too. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, You traitor, you shouldn't go. I have other plans. Su Wu's eyes lit up. Please give your orders, Your Majesty. Whether it's climbing mountains of knives or plunging into seas of fire, I will certainly not fail in my mission. Chen Mo chuckled and said, Take 3,000 soldiers and secretly infiltrate the rear of Kyoto as quickly as possible to block the Japanese pirates' retreat. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. I want to capture the Japanese king alive. At that time, I'll be able to use the thief's leader to command the other lords. Therefore, you cannot drive there. Although I can't drive, this is an opportunity to make a name for myself, and a gun is all I need. Su Wu quickly clasped his hands and said, Your subject understands. The following day, at the Japanese Imperial Palace in Kyoto, His Majesty, a Japanese general stumbled and crawled into Noheim's study, his expression one of extreme urgency, as if the sky had fallen. When Noheim saw this, her heart skipped a beat. Unless something big happens, who would dare to shout and yell here? She asked with a hint of urgency, What's the matter that you're so panicked? The Japanese general swallowed hard. Your Majesty, yesterday the Chun army attacked. Almost all of the 40,000 naval soldiers were wiped out. General Chi Shi's Hengxiang was killed in action, and his body was never found. In addition, the coastal positions were razed to the ground, and the Chun army has already landed. Before she could finish listening, Noheim suddenly jumped up from her seat, her face instantly turning extremely gloomy. The entire navy was wiped out? Has the Chun army landed? She really couldn't understand why the Chun army had arrived so quickly when the 6-month deadline had only just passed. Logically speaking, it should be at least 2 months later, right? Could it be that they set off a long time ago? But none of that matters now. Her lips twitched, and she snapped angrily. Idiots. All of you idiots. How could a coastal defense fortification built over months crumble in a single day? Even if all 40,000 people were pigs, they couldn't catch them all in a day. The Japanese general swallowed hard and said tremblingly, Your Majesty, the coastal defense positions were destroyed in just half an hour. What? Noheim's pupils widened instantly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Months of meticulous preparation, and it's only worth half an hour? How is that possible? Her chest heaved with rage as she roared. How could this be? How could our army be so easily defeated? Is it that the Chun army is too powerful, or that you fools are too cowardly? The Japanese general grinned and explained, Your Majesty, the Chun army not only possesses countless warships as large as mountains, but also equips them with powerful cannons. Moreover, there's a weapon that looks like a sea turtle, but is not a sea turtle. It can swim in the water, walk on the shore, and fire cannons. It looks like a turtle, but isn't. It can swim, walk, and fire cannons? What on earth is it? Noheim clenched her fists tightly, her head throbbing with anger, her breasts aching, and her whole body aching. Her angry expression resembled that of an enraged tigress, looking like she was about to devour someone. She had long heard that the state of Chun possessed extremely advanced weaponry, which is why she sent Aoi Ichiro to lead a delegation to learn advanced technology. But now, not only have they failed to learn any skills, they have also angered Chunghua and even imprisoned their own sister. This is really a mess. The Japanese general frowned and said, "Your Majesty, the Chun army is at the height of its power. According to my calculations, they will be at the gates of the capital within 5 days." Yi Ji's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Chun army was truly unable to withstand them? No, no, no. Everyone has weaknesses, especially since they have come all the way from across the sea. Once we find the opponent's weakness, we can concentrate our superior forces to strike hard. At that point, the outcome will be uncertain. She slowly sat back down, composed herself, and said in a deep voice, "The Qin army has already landed. The most urgent task is to burn their ships and cut off their retreat. Furthermore, send elite troops to raid their supply lines. I will ensure they never return." Over here, Chen Mo swept through the enemy lines. Wherever they went, under the firepower, not a single piece of armor remained. Of course, the Japanese army also continuously intercepted and attacked them along the way. However, they couldn't even get close enough to cause any real damage, so they always ended up defeated under gunfire. In addition, the Japanese Navy also dispatched its forces to launch surprise attacks and fire attacks on the warships. But the result was the same: defeat and annihilation. The Japanese army was furious, but there was nothing they could do. On this day, the army marched into a mountainous area. As they walked, the amphibious assault vehicle, acting as the trailblazer, suddenly found that the road ahead was blocked. Looking around, the mountain road was completely blocked by rocks, mud, and trees, and it was also very long, with no end in sight. Ding Yi immediately ordered the chariots to stop. If there were no other surprises, there must be a ghost on the mountain. Damn it! Which of the 36 stratagems is this? Ding Yi was a little frustrated. With so many obstacles, when would it take to move them? However, he felt that Chen Mo must have a solution, so he immediately arranged for soldiers to report. Immediately afterwards, he decisively ordered, "Aim the cannons at the mountain and the heavy machine guns at the dense forest. Conduct a fire reconnaissance." Therefore, all the tanks bombarded and strafed the mountains on both sides. As expected, the Japanese troops on the mountain were caught off guard by the bombing. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and screams echoed throughout the mountains. In the middle of the group, Chen Mo jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and used binoculars to observe the situation on the mountain ahead. At this moment, a soldier ran to the vehicle, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Your Majesty, the road ahead is completely blocked with obstacles stretching as far as the eye can see. Commander Ding has already ordered a reconnaissance mission with firepower." Chen Mo was also a little surprised. What do you mean by obstacles that seem to stretch as far as the eye could see? Did the Japanese really think they could stop the army's advance with such a crude and outdated method? However, it is a mobile strategic supply depot, so we don't need to give such trivial tricks a second thought. But where are we going to get the excavators and bulldozers out in broad daylight? We can't just go to some deserted place again. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo felt that the secret was no longer a big deal. In fact, everyone below knew that those weapons and supplies were produced by themselves. Since that's the case, then let's stop pretending altogether. So he waved his hand at the empty space by the roadside. Suddenly, a bulldozer appeared in everyone's sight. Wow, this. One soldier shuddered, his eyes widening to the size of eggs. Chapter 120, The Last 500 Miles. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and their faces showed disbelief. In the past, it was either hearsay or something that happened overnight, but no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But this time, bulldozers appeared out of nowhere right under many people's noses. The soldiers could no longer hold back and knelt down before Chen Mo. Is this even human? No, he is a god, the true son of heaven. Even Go Dan, who was standing next to Chen Mo, couldn't help but kneel down. He racked his brains trying to think of something to say, but he just didn't know how to say it. Finally, he shouted with great excitement, "Your Majesty is mighty." Upon hearing this, the others also joined in the shouting. "Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Everyone, please get up." The soldiers then slowly rose to their feet, their eyes filled with awe. It's easy to see that they were very excited. To be able to follow such a powerful and wise ruler is a truly worthwhile life. Before long, under the bombardment of artillery shells, a raging fire broke out on the mountain, and thick smoke billowed straight into the sky. The Japanese army was terrified and fled in panic, leaving behind only charred limbs and broken bodies. After clearing away the obstacles, the steel torrent continued its advance. The speed was so great that it caused the Japanese to collapse. By the third day after the landing, the army was only 500 li away from the capital. For an ordinary army, even traveling at full speed, it would take at least 2 days to cover 500 li. But those are real mechanized troops. It will take at most 2 hours. Upon learning that the Chen army was rapidly approaching the capital and that the Japanese army was suffering repeated defeats, Noheim could no longer sit still. If we don't escape now, when will we? If she were captured alive, she would naturally know what the outcome and fate would be. Her brother would definitely be captured and her sister would be violated. Therefore, under the protection of the Imperial Guards, he hurriedly fled towards the North Gate with members of the Imperial family and civil and military officials. Of course, with her departure, the city's residents and garrison could no longer hold back and joined the fleeing army. So the North Gate was quickly packed with people, so crowded that it was impossible to get through. "You damn bastards! Get out of here!" A nobleman was stuck in the alley and couldn't move, grimacing with anger. Suddenly, with a whoosh, he drew a Japanese sword and slashed down several Japanese civilians. "If you don't get out of the way, you'll all die." He gritted his teeth, glared at the Japanese people around him. Some Japanese generals and soldiers, also caught in the crowd, were enraged and grabbed their swords to slash wildly. In short, we will not give up until we have carved a bloody path through them. They had no desire to experience the cannons of the Qin kingdom. On the other side, Noheim sat in the swaying carriage, occasionally lifting the curtain at the back to peek behind her. The people behind them all looked extremely tense and moved very fast. The way they looked, so eager to escape, was as if they wished they had 2 more legs. Of course, Noheim is in the same state now. To say I wasn't nervous would be a lie. Her worried face and her pounding heart said it all. She was afraid that the Chen army would suddenly attack. However, she firmly believed that the Chen army could not possibly break out now. She was just being too nervous. That said, what kind of weapons did the Chen kingdom possess that enabled them to achieve such incredible speed? She couldn't understand it, and she was very curious. Even now, I'm starting to doubt whether Yukaheim's words were truly from the bottom of her heart. All of this is enough to demonstrate the strength of the Qin army. Giant ships, cannons, and many other weapons whose names I can't recall. It's a pity that the Hua people couldn't learn these technologies that could make the country strong. Otherwise, they would have taken over the Chen kingdom sooner or later. Noheim became more and more unwilling to accept defeat, unwilling to accept losing like this, and even more unwilling to accept not having learned any techniques. Soon, they arrived in the forest area. In the past, such a large-scale event would have certainly startled the birds in the forest. But this time, apart from the sounds of horses' hooves, footsteps, and the wheels of the carriage, there wasn't a single sound of birds flapping their wings. The Imperial Guard commander rode up to the carriage, looked at the swaying curtain, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the wood seemed rather unusual." Hearing what was being said outside, Noheim's heart skipped a beat, as if she had stepped into a cesspool. "What do you mean by unusual? Could it be that there really is an army of the Qin state here?" She swallowed hard and said, "Why do you say that? Have you discovered something?" The Japanese general frowned. "Your Majesty, I can't say for sure. It's just based on my experience." "What utter nonsense about experience?" Noheim snapped. "Then stop talking nonsense and hurry on your way." Just then, a dense and loud sound suddenly came from the front of the group. Da-da-da-da-da. Not good. The Japanese general frowned and shouted, "An ambush! Quickly form ranks and protect His Majesty." Noheim was so scared she almost peed her pants. What she feared most had come to pass. But how did the Qin army end up here? That's impossible. On the other side, Su Wu, carrying a light machine gun, charged ahead with a smile. His excited hand would occasionally pull the trigger on the Japanese soldiers. "Ah, that's awesome. So awesome." Seeing the Japanese soldiers fall in droves, Su Wu was overjoyed. "We've been working day and night for this very moment." As Su Wu charged, he shouted, "Soldiers, kill all the Japanese soldiers. Capture the wild princess alive, charge." The soldiers, while pulling the triggers and stepping over the corpses, shouted, "Capture Noheim alive! Capture Noheim alive!" More and more people rushed out of the woods, spreading out like a large net towards the Japanese army. The Japanese soldiers, already terrified, turned and fled for their lives. The Japanese general was completely flustered upon seeing this, and was caught off guard. Princess Noheim cautiously lifted the curtain in front of her and immediately saw the fleeing soldiers surging towards her like a tide. At that moment, she felt like dying. How could this happen? How could it have come so quickly? Is the country going to fall in just 3 days? This is absolutely infuriating. Quickly hold them off. Protect His Majesty and help him retreat back into the city. At that moment, the Japanese general's urgent voice rang out. However, these words did not seem to have any effect. The Japanese soldiers seemed to have no ears. They didn't hear anything and ran faster than anyone else. Instead, they completely blocked their escape route. How the hell was the carriage supposed to move? The Japanese general was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Upon seeing this, Noheim nearly fainted. The army collapsed like a house of cards. She finally saw it for herself. Now, there's not even a chance to run away. In a moment of panic, the Japanese general shouted, "Your Majesty, get out of the carriage." So, trembling all over, Noheim had no choice but to run away with the fleeing soldiers. However, their escape speed was nowhere near as fast as that of the fierce and powerful army eager to make a name for themselves and armed with firearms. They chased relentlessly, sweeping through enemy lines and crushing their opponents. Chapter 121: Artillery and Soldiers in Formation. The nobles and Japanese soldiers in the city fought their way out, but they were dumbfounded when they arrived at the city gate. Those who had just escaped were now sweeping back like a torrent. Damn it, what's going on? Upon closer listening, it seemed as if there were still dense sounds in the distance. No, Baka, it's the Chun army. Quick, let's go back. So everyone rushed back. Just now I was so eager to leave the city, and now I'm just as eager to get back in. Meanwhile, the people inside the city, unaware of the situation, continued to pour out. So they collided, and once again, the road was completely blocked. A short nobleman, standing only 1.4 meters tall, roared at the top of his lungs. "The Chen army is right behind us. If you don't want to die, get inside now." But those people just wanted to escape, and they didn't know whether what he said was true or false, so they didn't retreat. Bakayuru, the nobleman, both anxious and furious, drew his Japanese sword again and plunged it into the stomach of a Japanese civilian with a thud. "You damned wretch, get out of here!" The Japanese soldiers, wielding their swords, slashed and hacked at anyone they saw, quickly carving a bloody path and laying a solid foundation for Noheim's successful entry into the city. Soon, Su Wu led his men to the vicinity of the city gate. Unfortunately, the city gates were already closed, and a pile of corpses remained at the city gate. A captain glanced at the city walls, then clasped his hands in a fist salute to Su Wu and said, "General Su, the Japanese are no match for us. Why don't we attack the city immediately and take Kyoto in one fell swoop?" Su Wu certainly wanted to do the same. With their strength, conquering the city would be a piece of cake. The problem is that they have been traveling day and night and are already exhausted. Moreover, ammunition was limited and there were no siege weapons other than grenades. If anything goes wrong, the emperor himself will skin him alive. So he said no. The fact that the Japanese have fled the city shows that your Majesty is not far away. Therefore, we cannot attack the city rashly. If we let the lady escape, how will we explain ourselves to your Majesty? The captain still wanted to try, so he said, "But are we really going to give up such a huge amount of military merit? Stop talking nonsense. We've already done a great service by blocking the Japanese retreat. Who knows, His Majesty might be in a good mood and reward you with 100 Japanese women." Upon hearing this, the captain became very excited. "Ha, 100? That's quite a lot." Su Wu waved his hand and said, "Pass on my order. Immediately divide the troops into 4 groups and guard all the city gates." He pointed to the captain and then ordered, "You, Su Liang, Su Dan, and I will each lead a squad. Remember, Do not let a single Japanese soldier leave the city. Also, send men to meet the main army. The group clasped their hands in greeting and said, "Understood." Meanwhile, back in the palace, Princess Nori was frantic with worry. Although I just escaped with my life, isn't this just waiting to be trapped in a cage? The coastal defense positions, meticulously built over several months, were destroyed in half an hour. Kyoto's city walls are neither small nor low, but how long can they hold out? Report. Just then, a Japanese general strode over. Your Majesty, the Chun army has surrounded all the city gates, but has not launched an attack. Noheim was so anxious that her breathing became irregular. Encircle, but do not attack? Isn't it obvious that they're waiting for the main force? Therefore, the Qin army they had just encountered was only a detachment. If even a detachment cannot withstand the attack, how can they possibly resist the main force? That's a complete mess. Once a city falls, the consequences will be dire. Noheim was so anxious that she couldn't utter a word. After a moment of contemplation, the general of the personal guard said, Your Majesty, although the city is besieged, the forces of the Qin army are already scattered. The only way now is to concentrate our superior forces and break through one gate. Only in this way can we have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, once the main force of the Chan Kingdom's army arrives at the city gates, it will be too late. One minister said, The weapons of the Qin Kingdom are extremely powerful, capable of killing almost without a trace. Moreover, their range far exceeds that of bows and arrows. What can we possibly use to fight them? Before we even leave the city gates, we'll probably be riddled with bullets. The guard commander's face darkened, and he retorted, We absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait to die. The minister's lips twitched, and he said sarcastically, Once the army is thrown into disarray, do you think you can still control those soldiers? Just now, didn't everyone see that those soldiers ran faster than anyone else? You! Before the guards could retort, Yi Ji suddenly shouted, Shut the hell up! At this point, what I need are countermeasures, not your nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, another Japanese general with a solemn expression rushed over. Your Majesty, the army of Chun has already reached the city gates. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Japanese officials seemed to stand up uncontrollably, speechless, and filled with fear in their eyes. Everyone has their own thoughts, and now it's almost impossible to break through unless you find a crack to squeeze through. The only way to survive was to surrender. A Japanese official said, Your Majesty, things have come to this point. We have no choice but to surrender. No! The personal guard commander shouted, his face contorted with rage. The capital still has 100,000 troops. We can certainly hold the city. I believe that the armies from all over the country will come to the rescue. At that time, we will be able to counter-encircle the invading enemy. The Japanese minister immediately retorted, Have you forgotten the cannons of the Qin army? Have you forgotten the coastal defense positions that were razed to the ground? Have you all considered what the consequences of stubbornly resisting will be? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, as if everyone present was dead. Noheim was already terrified and completely lost her composure. Her mind was in complete chaos, and her heart was pounding wildly. Report. Just then, an urgent voice came from outside the hall to everyone's ears. Immediately following was the sound of hurried footsteps. Everyone's eyes turned to that direction, their hearts pounding in their throats. If I'm not mistaken, the Qin army must have started their attack on the city. Your Majesty, Kurai Ichiro has rebelled. The rebels have stormed the palace. What? Outside the south gate, soldiers and cannons were lined up, and banners fluttered in the wind. At the very front are amphibious assault vehicles, lined up neatly, creating a very ceremonial atmosphere. Su Wu, panting, ran up to Chen Mo, bowed and clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission. I didn't let a single fly escape. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, saying, You traitor, well done. I'll reward you with a Wuling Hongwang. Your Majesty, what kind of car is the Wuling Hongwang? Hee, of course, it's the omnipotent divine car. Su Wu's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. After saying that, He chuckled and stepped aside. What to do next is, of course, what everyone is most looking forward to. Chen Mo turned his head slightly and gave Godan a look. Godan accepted the order, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. His Majesty commands, attack. Hundreds of armored vehicles, poised for action, immediately entered combat readiness. Ding, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Bang! As the gunshots rang out, he yelled at the top of his lungs, fire! In an instant, hundreds of cannons burst forth from the sky, crashing down on the city with overwhelming force. When the explosion rang out, the earth shook and the mountains and rivers trembled. From afar, the city was engulfed in gunfire, its walls torn to shreds. Compared to the past, this artillery barrage seems more spectacular and more awe-inspiring. Everyone was watching intently, thoroughly enjoying themselves. But the Japanese soldiers above fared much worse. They were either torn to pieces, left in half, or covered in wounds, their cries of agony echoing through the sky. However, this is just the beginning. It's merely an appetizer. The first round of shelling had barely ended when the second round followed immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of chariots once again crashed down on the city with overwhelming force. This time, a large hole was torn in the city, and the city gate was also blown down. Upon seeing this, Godan immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chen Mo and said, Your Majesty, the city gates have been breached. Shall we launch a general offensive? Chen Mo smiled and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, Wait a little longer. Let the charm of the cannons shine on this land a little longer. Chapter 122, Those Japanese Devils Are Lowly Barbarians. In this way, all the tanks blasted out their stockpiles in one go. Although the gunner was a little reluctant, he felt at ease thinking of His Majesty the Emperor, who was all-powerful, and wise. At this moment, the city had been blown to pieces, with no bricks intact, no tiles whole, and no corpses whole, and thick smoke billowing everywhere. Chen Mo gazed at the ruins before him, a cold smile curving his lips. Not a single piece of armor was left. He coldly uttered 4 words, his tone not harsh, but filled with murderous intent. Your subordinate obeys, the generals replied in unison. They understood the meaning of those 4 words perfectly. In short, as long as one Japanese soldier is still breathing, it means they have disobeyed orders. In other words, it's better to kill 1,000 innocent people than to let one guilty person go free. After all, he is a deity, so he must have his reasons for doing this. Thus, tens of thousands of soldiers, armed with rifles and light machine guns, followed the tanks and launched a massive all-out attack on the city, their shouts and battle cries shaking the heavens. They quickly crossed the ruined city walls and advanced into the inner city along the streets. Wherever they went, gunfire rang out like thunder, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Knowing they had nowhere to retreat, the Japanese soldiers abandoned their armor and knelt down to surrender. However, what awaited them was a frenzied barrage of fire from the heavy machine guns mounted on the tanks. Da-da-da-da-da. In a short while, the kneeling Japanese soldiers collapsed to the ground, their blood staining the earth. This. Run. Upon seeing this, the Japanese soldiers behind them were so frightened that they wet their pants on the spot, their wide-eyed stares seeming as if they might fall to the ground at any moment. Hateful. The next second, the gun was already aimed at their small bodies. Da-da-da-da-da. Amidst the gunfire, cries of agony and howling filled the air. On the other side, Aoi Ichiro's rebel army was also going on a killing spree. Noheim's personal guards were powerless to resist and were killed in a continuous retreat. Even the guards' commanders were riddled with holes. Therefore, the enraged rebels quickly surrounded Noheim inside a palace. Kuraichiro stepped out from the crowd and walked all the way to the palace gate, where he called out through the door, Your Majesty, if you want to have some dignity, then come out here obediently. Through the gate, Noheim was furious. Kuraichiro, when have I ever mistreated you? At this critical moment, you raise an army to rebel. What exactly do you intend to do? Kuraichiro gave a cold laugh. King of Japan, I advised you to take the title of emperor back then, but you refused. I advise you to go to Dachin in person to pay homage to His Majesty the Emperor, but you did not heed my advice. Furthermore, your own sister wrote you a handwritten letter, but you didn't listen. Now it's all good. The great Chun army has breached the city and entered, like a surging wave, unstoppable. What? Noheim's body went limp, and she almost lost her balance. How could the city have been breached in such a short time? How could that be? What about the 100,000-strong army? Could it be that we are powerless against the army of the Chun? Noheim trembled, holding her head with one hand, looking as if she had a splitting headache. Kurai Ichiro continued, "For the sake of the Japanese kingdom, I have no choice but to do this. Moreover, I will present you to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Chun Dynasty." Noheim stared at the palace gate, her lips twitching, her eyes wide with anger. "Baka!" Kurai Ichiro angrily retorted. "You are the culprit behind this situation. If I were you, I would have already committed seppuku to atone for my sins." Upon hearing this, Noheim's heart skipped a beat. She never thought of, much less thought of, committing suicide by disembowelment. But now that the city has fallen and they're directly threatened by the rebels, they have no choice but to face death. She bared her teeth and roared in fury. "You idiot! I will exterminate your entire clan." Still being stubborn, even when you're about to die. "Come out now, or I'm going to storm in." "You bastard, you'll die a horrible death." Kurai Ichiro didn't want to wait any longer, otherwise if Chun Guo attacked, he would have no way to survive. Then he looked at his men and ordered, "Charge in, capture Yi Ji, and chop off the heads of those corrupt officials. Only then will we have a chance to live." So, several Japanese soldiers immediately rushed up and rammed the door. Bang, 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 bang. With each impact, Noheim's heart skipped a beat, and her body trembled. The Japanese officials were terrified, unable to even stand, their eyes filled with fear of death. Suddenly, the door crashed down with a loud bang. The Japanese officials were terrified, their mouths agape in shock. The enraged Japanese soldiers immediately swarmed in, grabbing their swords and hacking at anyone they saw. Amidst the flashing blades and the screams of slaughtered pigs, dozens of bloody dog heads were severed from their bodies. Noheim sat slumped on the ground like a lump of mud, her face ashen, unable to shed a tear, her beautiful eyes filled with the fear of facing death. "Take away." As soon as Kurai Ichiro finished speaking, 2 Japanese soldiers immediately grabbed Noheim and carried her away, while the others each carried a severed head. Before long, Suwu led his men in and stormed in. He was somewhat surprised. Before he could display his power, the Japanese royal palace was already awash in blood. It seems this is a Japanese-Chinese conflict. Soon, the 2 groups of people met face to face in the palace. Kurai Ichiro became very nervous upon seeing this. No, don't do it." He rushed forward and said tremblingly, "General, my name is Kurai Ichiro. I have captured Princess Nori alive, and I also have the heads of civil and military officials. Please deliver them to His Majesty." Suwu frowned and looked at it. There was a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes and with a beautiful face, and the Japanese soldiers were indeed holding a lot of bloody dog heads. It seems that these people, seeing the situation was not good, betrayed the enemy and captured the wild princess to save their lives. However, the emperor's order was to leave no one alive. Therefore, these Japanese soldiers who defected in the face of battle could not be spared. So he ordered his men to take over the Noheim and then gave the order to open fire. Under the flames of hundreds of fires, a large number of Japanese soldiers were instantly overwhelmed and felled. Aoi Ichiro was dumbfounded. They've already surrendered. Why are we still firing? That's absolutely infuriating. Moreover, Chen's weapons are truly terrifying. "General, please, please, please. They're all my men. Please have mercy." He looked at Suwu with a pleading expression in his eyes. Suwu glared at him coldly, unmoved. Upon receiving the answer, Kurai Ichiro's face turned ashen. They could only watch helplessly as the power they had painstakingly cultivated over the years crumbled in pools of blood, and there was nothing they could do. As for Noheim, her mouth was agape, and her eyes were wide open. She was so shocked that she seemed to have lost her soul. That tiny thing is incredibly powerful. With such weapons in the Chun kingdom, how could the Wa kingdom possibly escape defeat? Not long after, Chen Mo arrived at the Japanese royal palace and met Noheim. Like her sister, she was a little short, but still quite pretty. She has a slender waist, a pair of large breasts, and fox-like eyes. Of course, these are all things that can be seen, but it's hard to say whether they're wild enough. However, at this moment, Noheim seemed to have become calm. She looked up at Chen Mo, her tone extremely defiant, and said, "The Chun kingdom has only been established for a year. I don't know what deep-seated grudge we have that would lead us to wage war against our Japanese slave kingdom. The Central Plains dynasties have always ruled the world with benevolence and righteousness, but I cannot agree with that." Chen Mo was speechless. Those Japanese devils are just Japanese devils, yet they still try to talk about benevolence and righteousness. "You motherfucker, you don't deserve it." He curled his lips into a cold smile. Those Japanese barbarians are lowly creatures from the borderlands, unworthy of being treated with benevolence and righteousness, and cannot be expected to be treated with ordinary courtesy. Chapter 123: The Order to Recruit Women. Noheim opened her mouth, but suddenly felt powerless to answer. She thought that appealing to righteousness would silence the other party. But the result was quite the opposite. It was as if her thoughts had been thoroughly analyzed. That's right, wanting to learn from others while also wanting to devour them. What is that if not despicable? Chen Mo stared at Yi Ji, his face ashen, and said slowly, "Let me tell you, just for the matter of you declaring yourself emperor, I can wipe out the Japanese islands." Noheim shrank back, seemingly even more powerless to refute. She swallowed hard, slowly raised her head, and asked, "What did you do to my sister?" Chen Mo chuckled. "She's as happy as you can imagine, with a great sex life." After saying that, as if remembering something, he continued, "Oh, right. I also recorded a video. You'll definitely be shocked." Those present were bewildered and looked at Chen Mo with curiosity in their eyes. Suddenly, a tablet computer appeared in his hand without him even noticing. Everyone, please step back for now." Chen Mo looked at everyone with a smile and said. Everyone frowned, seemingly even more curious. "Are you suggesting we teach this Japanese king a lesson in broad daylight, right here in the main hall?" "Your Majesty, I take my leave." Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning were the first to bow and leave, followed by the others. Once the palace doors closed, only Chen Mo and Yi Ji remained inside. Noheim was terrified, and her two little hands trembled uncontrollably. If the goal is to kill oneself, there's no need to make others leave. Could be. While operating the tablet, Chen Mo walked over Nogi and then shoved the screen in front of her eyes. Noheim's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yukaheim on the screen. Yukaheim was kneeling in front of a man whose 3 legs were exposed, eating a banana with relish. Her alluring and dreamy eyes seemed to indicate she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Moreover, she is extremely gentle and obedient, and doesn't seem to be forced at all. Yukaheim's shocked expression was no less than if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Firstly, her sister's behavior was somewhat perplexing. If she was forced into it, she must have suffered beatings and abuse, yet her skin seems to have become more delicate than before. That's unlikely. Secondly, the thing in Chen Mo's hand was not only vivid and expressive, but also extremely clear. You could see every single hair. Is this some kind of advanced painting technique? Or is Yukaheim trapped inside this little thing? After a long moment of shock, the pheasant slowly asked, "Why is Yukaheim inside? And what is this?" Chen Mo chuckled and quickly put the tablet away. The wild princess gasped in fright, her delicate body trembling. The thing was right in front of him, right in his hand. How could it suddenly disappear? That's impossible. Chen Mo ignored her and walked straight towards the gate. Looking at his retreating figure, Noheim's expression was solemn, filled with fear and confusion. What puzzled her was, why did this guy just leave? Shouldn't you be slapping yourself hard? Chen Mo walked out of the main hall and looked at Wei Zhaoning, instructing her, "Zhaoning, starve her for 3 days and give her only a sip of water each day." "Your Majesty, I obey." Wei Zhaoning bowed gracefully. Chen Mo nodded, then put his hand behind his back, looked straight ahead, and said, "Get out." Hua hurriedly went up to him, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Your humble servant is here." Chen Mo instructed, "In the name of the king of Hua, issue a decree to the Japanese islands to select women. All women aged 13 to 23 should be selected. As for the time frame, well, let's limit it to within 1 month." Hua seemed to have figured out something and felt a surge of satisfaction. That's right. The 2 Japanese women the emperor bestowed upon them last time were incredibly promiscuous. This time, facing the Japanese islands, how many Japanese women will there be? Who knows? They might reward themselves with a few more later. He clasped his hands in a gesture of great excitement and said, "Your humble servant obeys the decree." Chapter 124, Your Majesty. Could you please give me a bite to eat? And so, Noheim, who only drank a sip of water each day, grew so hungry that her stomach was growling and she didn't even have the strength to speak. As a member of the Japanese royal family who had been pampered since childhood, he had never suffered such hardship before. Every second was torture. It wasn't until the 3rd night that Chen Mo ordered someone to bathe and change Yiji's clothes. He didn't want to get entangled with someone who hadn't showered. Hungry and thirsty, Noheim saw the water in the bathtub and, disregarding the stares of others, immediately plunged her head into the water and began to gulp it down. Awesome, so awesome. She looked so greedy, as if she wanted to drink every last drop of water from the bathtub. After taking a bath, Noheim thought there would be food, but no matter how long she waited, the tightly closed door remained silent. Late at night, the door suddenly opened with a creak. Noheim weakly propped herself up from the bed, and the next moment she saw Chen Mo walking over. She was surprised, but then she realized it wasn't surprising at all. If I'm wrong, he must be coming. Thinking of this, Noheim's face turned ashen. I'm already starving like this. If I'm tortured any further, I'll surely die. But she didn't want to die yet, because she hadn't enjoyed herself enough. When Chen Mo walked to the bedside, Yiji knelt on the bed amidst a great deal of inner turmoil. Then, raising her eyes, she looked at Chen Mo and slowly said, "Yiji, I respectfully wish your majesty good health." Chen Mo was happy to see how uncomfortable she looked. He chuckled and said, "You call me your majesty. Then what are you?" "Your majesty, I am merely the king of Hua." Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. "Hee, I don't necessarily think that way too." Upon hearing this, Noheim hurriedly replied, "Your majesty, I know I was wrong. Please forgive my sins. From now on, I will definitely pay tribute every year. Whether it is beautiful women or treasures, whatever you like, I will send you until your majesty is satisfied." Seeing her trembling appearance, Chen Mo's lips curled into a smirk. These little devils are truly afraid of power, but not of morality. However, to still fantasize about becoming the king of Japan is nothing but a pipe dream. It's too late to talk about this now. Noheim was speechless and lowered her head helplessly. However, she suddenly raised her head again. Then he said pitifully, "Your majesty, could you please give me some food? I'm so hungry." Chen Mo was a little surprised, but then he realized it wasn't surprising at all. Aren't all Japanese people like this? When he's powerful, he doesn't treat people like human beings, but when you pin him to the ground and rub him hard, you become his father. However, I really did come to bring her food tonight, the kind that's plentiful and filling. Chen Mo had no idea what kind of reaction it would be if he ate a whole bunch of those red bananas at once. Suddenly, with a whoosh, he held a bunch of red bananas in his hand, probably a dozen or so. Smack! Chen Mo tossed the large red banana in front of her, as if it were a bone to a dog. "Eat up. If you can't finish it, I'll whip your ancestors for 18 generations and wipe out your entire country." Chen Mo's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it exuded an indescribable authority, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. Upon hearing this, Noheim's face changed drastically in fright. What kind of thing is worth his attention so much? Besides being shocked, there was also a look of surprise on her face. Why are bananas red? Where did he take it from? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Of course, the most important question is whether this stuff is poisonous. However, sensing the fragrant aroma wafting from below, Noheim swallowed hard, her mouth watering. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well die with a full stomach. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. After saying that, she broke off a piece, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. What? Feeling an extremely soft and sweet aroma, Noheim couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. I have to say, this stuff is absolutely delicious. Without thinking twice, she popped the delicious bananas in her mouth one by one. But as she ate, she suddenly felt extremely hot. Oh, this feels so bad. Noheim frowned deeply, sensing that something was very wrong. Suddenly, she found herself seemingly bursting with energy. No. How did I suddenly gain strength? It was as if they had never been hungry. What on earth is going on? What is this thing again? After hesitating for a moment, Noheim picked up a large red banana and started eating it. Whatever it is, eat it first and then talk about it. Otherwise, given his personality, he would really have kept his word. With a few gulps, Noheim finally finished all the bananas. However, at this moment, her body seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Her face was as red as blood, a pair of fox-like eyes filled with slits. Furthermore, she couldn't help but want to touch her own body. She looked at Chen Mo with an intensely longing gaze. In the end, she couldn't control herself and collapsed onto the bed with a thud. Then she kept stroking her body with both hands. Her legs were tightly clamped together, and she let out a series of low moans. As if no one was around, they entered a state of complete absorption. Chapter 125, Major Reshuffle. It wasn't over yet. Noheim actually started taking off her armor. Holy crap! Upon seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As it turns out, the difference is quite significant when the quantity is large. When Noheim heard the sound, she seemed to wake up from a dream, only then remembering that there were spectators beside her. So she opened her shimmering fox-like eyes, propped herself up again, and looked at Chen Mo with a charming yet urgent expression, saying, Your Majesty, you can't abandon me. Chen Mo smirked, revealing a cheerful expression. Good. That's the effect I wanted. He took a step forward, reached out, and lifted her chin, saying in a commanding tone, Remember to call me Daddy. Noheim was confused, but she didn't care about that now. I know. Chen Mo chuckled and tapped her with his index finger. Very good. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Ji grabbed Chen Mo's hand impatiently, as if afraid he would run away. Chen Mo stopped talking and stood in front of the bed with his arms outstretched. Noheim knelt up and immediately began frantically removing Chen Mo's armor. His extremely anxious expression suggested he couldn't wait even half a second. 1 hour later, Noheim knelt on the ground, a gentle expression on her round face. Click! Chen Mo lit a cigarette and took a leisurely puff. Call! Seeing the smoke he exhaled, Noheim once again showed a shocked expression. This person is as extraordinary as you can imagine. He is by no means an ordinary person. Just because he can conjure things up at any time, this person is no ordinary person. I intend to carry out a major overhaul of the Japanese islands. Do you have any objections? Amidst the swirling smoke, Chen Mo's voice rang out. Blood transfusion. Noheim's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the great Qin dynasty was going to directly rule the Wanu kingdom? But she didn't dare to think too much about it. As long as she could live well, that was more important than anything else. Then she raised her eyes and said decisively, Your Majesty, I have no objections. I will leave it to Your Majesty to decide. I only wish to follow Your Majesty. Please grant me permission. After saying that, Noheim was a little confused. Why did she blurt out the last sentence? In this way, he would no longer be the king of Wa. But then again, the Wanu kingdom had already perished, so there was no Wanu king left. It's a stroke of luck that we're still alive. Chen Mo gave her a somewhat satisfied look, then turned and walked out. Upon seeing this, Lady Nori hurriedly cried out, Your Majesty, I respectfully see you off. The next day, Kyoto, as the first city to be subject to the order to select women, was the first to complete it. In a square of the royal palace, there stood many Japanese women who met the requirements. Looking around, there was a dense, dark mass of people. Even if there weren't 10,000, there were at least 8,000. Chen Mo was very satisfied. He hadn't expected there to be so many people. It was hard to imagine how many there were on the entire Japanese island. However, this matter did not end there. The selection of women decree would be implemented every year thereafter. Your Majesty, there are a total of 11,380 people in the capital who meet the requirements. He went out with Sanjing Ichiro and walked up to Chen Mo, bowing and clasping his hands in greeting. Behind him, Ichiro Karai had a somewhat solemn expression. That's right, he was in charge of the Kyoto Imperial Concubine Selection Order, and he implemented it very thoroughly. Regardless of whose property it is, if it meets the requirements, it must be harvested. When he glanced at Yi Ji behind Chen Mo, he was also quite surprised. Her round face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and a slight smile played on her lips, making her appear elegant and dignified, showing no trace of a fallen monarch. No, that's not right. Why is she like this? How come in just a few days, you become like a docile little kitten? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. But then again, she's just a woman, isn't she? Chen Mo nodded and walked down towards the Japanese woman. That's right, he also wants to pick a few for himself. Chen Mo walked to the first one on the right, looked him up and down, and thought it was pretty good. Don't let her current shyness and timidity fool you. Once she gets into it, she'll probably be just like Noheim. So he asked, "You, introduce yourself." "Your Majesty, my name is Itano Yuka. I am 23 years old, and I am Aoi Ichiro's concubine." Chen Mo was a little surprised. He turned around and glanced at Kurai Ichiro behind him, who quickly bowed and clasped his hands in a gesture of acknowledgement, as if to offer his hand in apology. Of course, Chen Mo wasn't seeking his opinion at all. He just wanted to see how he would react. "You stay." Chen Mo pointed at Itano Yuka and said, then continued to select people. Ultimately, 50 outstanding individuals were selected. The rest were distributed among the subordinates, according to their official rank and military merits. The one who received the most was Su Wu, who completed the infiltration mission. He was rewarded with a full 200. Of course, this work can only be carried out in batches, and there are still plenty of Japanese women to come. After finishing, Chen Mo looked at Wei Xiaoning and instructed, "Arrange 10 for me tonight. That Hitano Yuka counts as one." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoning quickly advised, "Your Majesty works tirelessly day and night. Your health is of utmost importance." Chen Mo chuckled. "It's all right, just do as I say." Chapter 126, Erdong City. Time passed day by day, and Chen Mo did nothing but eat, drink, and have fun every day, occasionally tinkering with some new gadget from his spatial storage. Of course, during this period, more and more Japanese women were sent to Kyoto. Some of them were transported back to Dachin, and the carefree King Huang Jiao finally got his wish and received 100 Japanese women. Meanwhile, the local people from that area also came here by large boat. That's right, they came here to establish themselves as the first generation of ancestors, and they can not only be allocated land, but also ready-made houses. As a result, the ships responsible for transportation were constantly going back and forth, keeping them very busy. However, most of those who implemented the selection of women order were from areas near Kyoto, while those from more distant areas were completely ignored. After all, the closer they got to the capital, the greater the deterrent effect of the Chen army. Chen Mo wouldn't tolerate them. If they didn't comply the first time, they wouldn't be allowed to do so in the future. Therefore, Chen Mo issued an order to Su Wu to send troops. "I hereby appoint you as the general who pacifies the Japanese pirates, and give you 50,000 troops and 20 warships. Wherever they disobey, beat them until they can no longer obey me." Su Wu understood immediately and clasped his hands in a fist and said, "This humble general obeys the order." Chen Mo continued, "Furthermore, we must destroy all ships, ports, and docks. In short, we must ensure that the Japanese do not leave Japan, and if they do leave, we must not keep them here." "Understood, sir." Su Wu understood the meaning behind the words, but he was a little puzzled because Chen Mo's ruthlessness towards the Japanese seemed to be beyond his imagination. However, he also knew that this was an opportunity to expand territory, make achievements, and that Su Wu would surely be recorded in history. As for the Japanese, they are nothing but lowly barbarians. Their deaths are not worth regretting. So he led a mighty army of 50,000 men, advancing by land and water, slaughtering their way through the enemy lines. 2 months later, the number of people who had come to the Japanese islands had reached 200,000. However, this is just the beginning. Chen Mo's plan is to immigrate at least 3 million people here in order to achieve a major overhaul. In addition, he recruited 100,000 Japanese to build a large city and port at the place where they had landed and named it Erdong City. Moreover, a cement road leading directly to Kyoto was also under construction at the same time. Chen Mo did all this not for any other reason than to facilitate immigration and to better govern this place. Once completed, Erdong City was not only a large city, but also a military fortress, echoing the capital city of Kyoto. On this day, Su Wu, who had swept across the Japanese islands, returned in triumph. This means that the Japanese islands are now a settled matter, and the next step is to gradually develop and manage them. Chen Mo calculated the time and realized it was time to go back. If I remember correctly, the concubines in the household should be giving birth by now. Moreover, the other women are probably starving too. So I have to go back, and I'll go to Southeast Asia again next year. Therefore, Chen Mo issued another decree to Su Wu. You traitor, I've decided to let you stay. You must manage this land well for me. Upon hearing this, Su Wu was taken aback. Does the emperor really trust me that much? Or is it a test? However, this is still a very good idea. Unbound and unrestrained, free and unfettered, you could do whatever you want. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wu clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I have no choice but to accept this responsibility. He paused for a moment, then said, But my father is getting old. Could we allow Su Liang and Su Dan to return? Good, this kid has become sensible. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. No problem, that's what I was thinking too. Therefore, Chen Mo left behind 50,000 troops and led the rest of his forces back to the Chun in a grand procession. In just a few days, the fleet had traveled from the sea to the river. Chen Mo, aboard the cruise ship, was gazing in the direction of Nanshan City. That's right, this is the territory of Nanshui Prefecture. He felt that after being away for more than a year, it was time to go back and visit. So at a fork in the river called South Water River, Chen Mo, along with a few followers, Chi Min, Wei Zhaoning, Yi Ji, Hitano Yuka, and others, boarded a luxury yacht and headed towards Nanshan City. The next day, the yacht finally arrived at the territory of Nanshan City. On land, a cement road caught everyone's attention. Chen Mo was also a little surprised, not expecting that the repairs would reach his hometown so quickly. Once we got off the boat and onto the cement road, we realized that it had only recently been paved. So he casually hailed a luxury tour bus. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up with shock, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Gentlemen, I will be your coachman today. Chen Mo looked at everyone with a smile and said, An emperor as a coachman? Is this a joke? Dog Egg quickly said, Your Majesty, how could we dare to let you be the coachman? I'll drive. This is a bus. You only feel secure when you have the steering wheel in your own hands. If you like it, I'll give it to you. However, you'll need to practice before you can use it. After saying that, Chen Mo patted Go Dan on the shoulder with a smile, then got into the car and sat in the driver's seat. Driven by curiosity, Chi Min took the lead and climbed up. After looking around, she sat down behind Chen Mo. I never knew cars could look like this. I'll learn something new again. Moreover, the seat is soft and comfortable, much more comfortable than that hard throne. Halfway there, Chen Mo noticed that the road ahead was under construction and remarked that the road surface had looked so new all along. After walking for a while, two people on the road caught Chen Mo's attention. One looked like Lin Dahu, and the other, dressed in armor, resembled Wu Xuanyo. Of course, they spotted such a large vehicle quite early on. Wow, what a huge car! Wu Xuanyo stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixed intently. Lin Dahu frowned. He had never seen this car before. So how did it end up here? Aside from his brother-in-law, who is the emperor, no one else in the world could come up with these things. Could it be that he has already returned from Japan? Thinking of this, Lin Dahu stepped forward and said, Oh no, it's His Majesty. Quickly welcome him. Upon hearing this, Wu Xuanyo's eyes widened again, and he exclaimed incredulously, Your Majesty? Chapter 127, Holding Back a Big Move. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing the two walk to the car, Chen Mo stepped on the brake. Chica, As the pneumatic door made a sound, Chen Mo slowly stepped down. Lin Dahu took a look, and, sure enough, it was the emperor's brother-in-law. He quickly bowed and said, "Your subject Lin Dahu respectfully wishes your majesty good health." Wu Shuanyo was extremely excited, his eyes sparkling, his joy overflowing. In just over a year, he has become an emperor who has unified the country. Back then, he was just a scholar from a small village. I never imagined that the founding emperor of a dynasty would be right beside me, in that poor and remote village. He said, both excited and somewhat nervous, "Your subject Wu Shuanyo respectfully wishes your majesty good health." Chen Mo looked at Wu Shuanyo and smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad. You do have the air of a general, and you've grown taller too. For over a year, I've had excellent food, drink, and accommodation. It would be strange if I didn't grow taller." Wu Shuanyo smiled sheepishly. "Thank you for your praise, your majesty. I will definitely work hard and never let your majesty down. Yes, I believe you will definitely become a great general." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Linda. "We did a good job too. I didn't expect the cement road to be paved here so quickly. Your majesty's instructions are of utmost importance, and I dare not neglect them. Moreover, this is the first highway in our great Qin dynasty, and I must personally supervise its construction to ensure its quality and set a benchmark for future projects." After saying that, Lin Dahu continued to report, "Your Majesty, the cement road from Nanshan City to Baiyun Village will also be completed in another month." Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. "At that time, we will install solar streetlights as well. In addition, I have many treasures to give to the villagers." Upon hearing this, Lin Da knew that this guy was about to unleash another big move. How much are there so many treasures? What kind of treasure could it be? Then the bus drove all the way to the city gate, and everyone walked into the city. The streets were clean, and everything was in good order. There were no dilapidated buildings, not a single beggar, and ordinary people were no longer hungry and emaciated. Moreover, with more people, it has become more prosperous and bustling. "Chi Min." As they walked down the street, Chen Mo's voice suddenly rang out. Chi Min immediately turned to look at Chen Mo and replied, "Your Majesty, I am here. Is this Nanshan city the same as you imagined?" "Your Majesty, it is indeed very different, and it even feels like being in the capital city of Chang'an." As someone who had once been an emperor, Chi Min had long since discovered the special nature of Nanshan City. Although the words are a bit exaggerated, they are the best description. It's truly surprising that such a remote town could achieve this. Chen Mo chuckled. "In the future, all cities in the Chun should be like this. This is the benchmark. Even an inconspicuous small town must be a prosperous corner." Chi Min nodded heavily. She believed that Chen Mo could definitely do it. In other words, there's nothing he can't do if he wants to. Chen Mo smiled and continued, "Besides the city, I'll take you to see the countryside today, the hometown where I was born and raised. And there are some things there that will surprise you greatly." "Ugh." Chi Min answered very happily. Although she didn't know what it was about, she could roughly guess that it must be something good. Moreover, I really want to visit the hometown of the founding emperor. Therefore, her beautiful big eyes sparkled with anticipation. After arriving at the county government office and meeting with County Magistrate Sun Chongqing, Chen Mo then brought over a dozen luxury cars. That's right, he's going back to the village. On the way, Chen Mo saw vast fields of crops. Rice, sweet potatoes, corn, and other crops are everywhere. Moreover, many of the former wilderness areas have been transformed into fertile fields. It was harvest season, and many people were busy in the fields. As Sun Chongqing said, this year seems to be a bumper year. In addition, according to him, sweet potatoes and corn have been planted in Nanshui State and dozens of other states and counties. It will definitely be further promoted next year, and I believe it will soon be rolled out across the country. By then, the people of Dachin will be able to enjoy sweet and delicious sweet potatoes and corn. However, what Sun Chongqing didn't know was that Chen Mo's return this time was not just to catch up with the villagers. That's right, there are also seeds of modern crops with higher yields in the space. Chapter 128 Artifact. Before long, the convoy arrived at Baiyun Village. The villagers, who had received advance notice, were already waiting at the village entrance. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, nervousness, and anticipation, and many even had tears in their eyes. They had been waiting for this day and night, and it finally arrived. That's right, that poor, pedantic scholar is about to return. Under the villagers' expectant gazes, Chen Mo stepped out of the car and waved to them with a smile. This humble subject pays respects to your majesty. The village elder, Wang, who was standing at the front, immediately knelt down to pay his respects, and the others followed suit. This humble subject pays respects to your majesty. Chen Mo took 2 steps forward, waved his hand, and said warmly, "Fellow villagers, please rise." It's that familiar voice again. The villagers, wiping away tears, slowly rose to their feet, their emotions overflowing. Chen Mo smiled and continued, "When you see me in the future, you will not need to kneel or bow." The villagers were flattered, and a joyful smile appeared on everyone's face. It's a pity that I won't be able to see Lin, Xiaolu, Zhao Ho-Hat, and the other girls this time. They had never seen any of the women in front of them before. At this moment, Aunt Lu cleared her throat and looked at Chen Mo, asking, "Your Majesty, how is Empress Xiaolu?" Chen Mo looked at Aunt Lu, a smile playing on his lips, and said, "Yes, that's good. She really cares about everyone. She keeps talking about you all to me, and often mentions the little things that happen in Baiyun Village." Aunt Lu wiped away her tears, feeling both happy and touched. She never expected that the lovable little girl would not only become the empress, but also keep thinking about them. However, she deeply regretted it. If she had married her granddaughter to him back then, wouldn't they be royalty now? However, things are not bad now either. We eat well, live well, everything is great. It's so much better than before. Moreover, the granddaughter is now a hot commodity, with people coming to propose marriage to wear down the threshold of the house. Because when people from other villages meet people from this village, they must be extremely respectful and courteous, just like when they meet royalty. You should know that being able to marry a woman from Baiyun Village is considered a great stroke of luck. Not only that, but widows also became highly sought after. As a result, Baiyun Village has long since lost its title of Widow Village. Furthermore, as the hometown of the emperor, mentioning Widow Village would be extremely disrespectful. "Your Majesty, who are these gentlemen?" Aunt Zhang's voice rang out from the crowd. She gently pointed at Qi Min and the other women, her old face full of curiosity. Those somewhat anxious eyes seemed to desperately want to know the answer. Chen Mo smiled to himself, thinking that an old lady is still an old lady. She just loves to gossip. Then, pointing to Qi Min, he introduced her. "This is Her Highness, the eldest princess, who is the last emperor of Qi and is now my beloved concubine." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder her beauty and temperament were unparalleled. She was the former empress. Good. This kid is really lucky with women. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Chen Mo pointed at Yi Ji and said, "This is Yi Ji, the last Japanese queen who was deposed by me not long ago. Queen of Japan." The villagers looked shocked once again. Empresses and queens, this kid is really something else. I wonder if the harem is full yet? Next, Chen Mo went into the village for an inspection. At this time, every household in Baiyun Village lived in a large house. Looking around, the white walls and gray tiles are neat and orderly, and the once poor mountain village has been completely transformed. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a village of nouveau riche. No one in the entire Nanshan city, or even the entire Nanshui prefecture, doesn't envy and yearn for it. After all, this is the birthplace of the founding emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. In other words, this is the birthplace of a dragon, and also a place of great feng shui. Even if it's just to come and take a look, it would be a great honor. Of course, Baiyun Village today will be the future model for all villages in Dachin. As they walked, the group arrived at the fields. Qi Min frowned, looking at the wrapped fruit in front of her with great curiosity. She had noticed this unfamiliar crop on her way here. It's just that the distance makes it hard to see clearly. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Qi Min pointed at the corn, looking at Chen Mo with some curiosity. Chen Mo smiled and gave him a look, implying that he should open it and see for himself. Qi Min nodded slightly, and then tore off a piece of the corn husk. With a tearing sound, the plump, glossy corn kernels were immediately revealed. "It's corn!" Chemin stared wide-eyed in surprise and exclaimed. Having followed Chen Mo for so long, she naturally knew about corn. It has to be said that Chen Mo is incredibly capable to the point of being boundless. The surprise he mentioned must be this. Moreover, the surprises didn't stop there. There were also sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and more. After walking around for a while, Chen Mo and his group, along with several village representatives, arrived at a pond. Just as everyone was wondering what their purpose was in coming here, Chen Mo, in full view of everyone, whoosh took out a water pump from his spatial storage. Those who had never seen anything like this were almost scared to death. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Immediately afterwards, he squatted down and connected the water pipe to the water pump, while throwing the other end into the water. After a series of operations, the water pump started up with a clang, and white water gushed out from the pipe. "Wow! This!" Everyone stared in disbelief at the splashing water. Sun Changing, who had farmed all his life, and Old Wang, the village elder, suddenly realized something. That's right, that's farmland irrigation. When the weather is good, it's fine, but if there's a drought, this thing is simply a miracle worker. If the villagers possessed this item, their labor input would be greatly reduced, and their harvest would be significantly increased. Chapter 129 Tax Exemption. Just as everyone was staring intently at the jet of white water, Chen Mo abruptly turned off the water pump. A water pump is certainly a good thing, but a good horse still needs a good saddle. So, Chen Mo quickly pulled out a bag of rice seeds from his spatial storage. Everyone frowned as they noticed that the bag was printed with golden, plump ears of rice, laden with fruit. Those who had never seen the world were completely bewildered, while even those who had seen the world couldn't help but marvel. He could probably conjure up anything in the world, whether he had seen it before or not. This is a once-in-a-millennium genius. He is also a true emperor, a rare find. Chen Mo raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Sun Changing, asking, "Magistrate's son, what is the yield per mu of rice in my great Chen?" Sun Changing clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, if we do not consider floods and droughts, the yield of rice per mu is around 300 jin. It can reach up to 350 jin. 300 caddies is indeed not much." Chen Mo continued, "The rice seeds I have can yield 2,000 caddies per mu, which is more than 7 times that of current rice." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. 2,000 caddies. That statement is incredibly valuable. It's so big it's unacceptable. If there really were such a seed that could yield 2,000 caddies per mu, then who in this world would go hungry? Even if we only cultivate the land once every 3 years, there's still a surplus. Sun Changing swallowed hard, his eyes filled with delight. "Your Majesty, is this really true?" Chen Mo nodded slightly, and the confidence he exuded was intoxicating. "Ah, the people of our great Chen are so lucky." After speaking, Sun Changing bowed deeply to Chen Mo and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty has the world in your heart, brings blessings to all people, and bestows grace upon all generations. You are truly an emperor for all ages." The others also bowed to Chen Mo, their eyes filled with admiration. Although modern rice varieties can easily yield 2,000 jin per mu, but this is ancient times. Production output may be affected by various factors, thus introducing a degree of uncertainty. To be on the safe side, it is necessary to conduct a trial planting. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Magistrate's son, I will give you 1,000 caddies of seeds. You can start planting them next year." Sun Changing readily agreed. "Your subject obeys. Your subject will certainly treat this as a matter of utmost importance and handle it with all my heart and soul." Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, "You have made meritorious contributions in promoting new crops. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Marquis of Nanshan, a Ferrari sports car, and 10 Japanese women." Sun Changing was extremely excited, his old hands trembling slightly. "Your Majesty, I thank you for your divine grace." Chi Min, who was standing to the side, frowned when she heard those 3 words. "This title seems familiar." Chen Mo nodded, his eyes lighting up as if he had made a decision. I have decided that starting next year, the court will no longer collect any agricultural taxes. After saying that, he looked at Hui Chu and then ordered, immediately announce this to the world. Hua hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Your humble servant obeys the decree. Everyone was shocked once again. They not only provided rice seeds with a yield of 2,000 jin per mu, but also exempted them from taxes. Everyone knows perfectly well what this means. In short, good days for ordinary people are about to arrive in full force, and a peaceful and prosperous era is not far away. Now that I think about it, I understand the meaning behind the reign title Taiping. Chi Min was once again deeply impressed. Such courage and ability are something she might not be able to achieve even if given 100 years. This world still belongs to him. Meanwhile, Noheim stared blankly at Chen Mo with her beautiful, surprised eyes. In his presence, I am nothing. To stop the Chen army back then was simply wishful thinking. Your Majesty is wise. Everyone bowed to Chen Mo in unison once again, their voices loud and clear, revealing their excitement. Subsequently, Chen Mo released a large amount of supplies. Among the items were rice seeds, solar streetlights, water pumps, various daily necessities and food, as well as a Ferrari sports car given to Sun Changing. Sun Changing was overjoyed as he looked at the cool-looking car. Such a nice car is a symbol of status. Looking across the world, there are probably very few people who own this car. However, Chen Mo suddenly seemed to be deep in thought. There are more and more cars, but they all have to rely on their own funding. If this continues, you'll surely exhaust yourself. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the entire building within space? If that's the case, various factories and facilities can be easily replicated. For example, gas stations, oil refineries, food factories, and so on. Without hesitation, Chen Mo immediately used his unique skill on a building in the space. However, the building did not appear. Instead, he felt a wave of dizziness. Holy crap, what's going on? Chen Mo tried again, but the result was the same. He still felt dizzy. How could someone as strong as Lao Tzu, capable of taking on 10 men single-handedly, suddenly become dizzy? This doesn't seem very scientific. Chen Mo was a little puzzled. Something just didn't seem right. Could it be because of the crackdown on housing? Although it's impossible to achieve, at least it's a response, right? If there's a response, then it's possible to achieve something, which is a good thing. The reason why you can't grab it is because you're not strong enough? Or is it that the space is not developed properly? Chen Mo stopped racking his brains and just let it develop stealthily, figuring that it might achieve its goal someday. At that time, we will be able to powerfully usher in the industrial age. 10 days later, Chen Mo returned to Chang'an. To his shock, the pregnant women had already given birth. At this moment, they were each holding their own children. Meanwhile, Chen Shun, Chen Yu, and the other children have grown up quite a bit. They stared wide-eyed at the stranger in front of them. At this moment, Wang Xie, holding the boy, approached Chen Mo and said with a smile, Your Majesty, this is the fourth prince. Why don't you give him a name? Fourth brother. Chen Mo seemed to be thinking about something, and after a moment he said, The fourth one will be called Chen Rue. On behalf of her, Your Majesty, I thank you for bestowing this name upon her. Wang Xie spoke softly and gently, then carried the child to the side. Jiang Ruashi brought the child in her arms closer to Chen Mo and said, Your Majesty, this is the fifth prince. Boy, quickly call me daddy. Chen Mo chuckled and teased his son for a moment, then said, The fifth one will be named Chen Jin. Then, Chang Sunling Su also joined in. She parted her red lips slightly and said, Your Majesty, this is the sixth prince. Look, he looks exactly like you, and he's so handsome. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Damn, another boy. Good, good. This must be the legendary blessing of many children. Let's call the sixth brother Chen Lu, with the character for king and the character for strength. Hee. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Your Majesty. Chang Sunling Su was also overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yunxiao also came over. Your Majesty, this is the seventh prince. Look, he's blowing bubbles. Yeah, this kid's playful. Chen Mo smiled, gently took the seventh child's small hand, and said, The seventh child's name is Chun Yin. After speaking, He looked at Zhang Ruochu and Su Xiaoxiao beside Chu Yunxiao, as well as Xinghua. He asked with a smile, "And you?" "Your Majesty, this is the third princess," Zhang Ruochu said. "Your Majesty, this is the fourth princess," Su Xiaoxiao said. "Your Majesty, this is the fifth princess," Xinghua said sweetly. Good, good. A little cotton-padded jacket is a treasure too. Chen Mo walked up to the three of them, looked at the three adorable little princesses, and was overjoyed. The third one is called Chun Yao, the fourth one is called Chun Yuan, and the fifth one is called Chun Wan. As soon as the words were spoken, Qi Min and Wei Zhaoning exchanged a glance. That look seemed to be telling the other person that they must seize the opportunity and make sure they conceive a dragon's child next time. That evening, led by a female official, Noheim finally met her younger sister, Yukaheim, and the two embraced and wept. Good, good, no one died. That means we can all serve the emperor together from now on. As they embraced, the same thought crossed their minds. A moment later, Yuki wiped away her tears, and her round face instantly brightened up. She gazed at the wild princess and asked excitedly, "Sister, has His Majesty ever graced you with his favor?" Noheim's face flushed, and she said shyly, "Well, I can't even remember how many times, but I'm very happy." Chapter 130 All Nations Pay Tribute. Seeing the shyness and excitement emanating from her very bones, Shueji knew that she was truly happy. "Sister, from now on we will serve His Majesty well." Noheim nodded heavily, then asked, "Sister, you must have been very lonely while His Majesty was away, right?" Upon hearing this, Yukaheim's face suddenly turned red. She pursed her red lips and said shyly, "Sister, His Majesty gave me many treasures before he left, so I'm still very happy." Upon hearing this, Noheim was puzzled. What does it mean to be no longer lonely after receiving a treasure? What kind of divine artifact is this? Could that treasure really be self-satisfied? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, seeing her very genuine expression, Noheim became very curious. So he asked, "What treasures did His Majesty bestow upon you?" Yukaheim smirked, revealing a smug expression. "These are all rare treasures. Let me show them to you." After saying that, he quickly took Noheim's small hand and hurried towards the bed, as if he was particularly eager to share his treasure. Just then, a loud voice suddenly reached their ears from outside. "His Majesty has arrived." Shueji was overjoyed, and her excited voice immediately rang out. "His Majesty has arrived. Quickly, kneel to welcome him." So the two of them walked to the door and knelt down, their chests heaving rapidly. With a creak, the door was pushed open from the outside. Then, with a loud thud, a large foot stepped in. Chen Mo glanced over and saw that both of them were there, both with their eyes lowered respectfully and their hands placed on their thighs. "Good, good, excellent. Your Majesty, I respectfully wish you good health." Yukaheim and Noheim looked at Chen Mo's feet and said in unison. Chen Mo didn't say anything and kept walking inside. Upon seeing this, the two immediately bowed and followed. Chen Mo walked to the bedside and plopped down on it. Yukaheim and Noheim immediately knelt down again, one on each side, to help remove the dragon boots, their movements delicate and gentle. Chen Mo reached out and patted their heads, chuckling, "You've all been reunited, so it's worth celebrating. Time flies, and the annual spring festival is just around the corner." At this time, Chang'an City, from the imperial city to the outer city, was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations and was cleaned spotlessly. The festive atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger, as if to celebrate this peaceful and prosperous era. During this period, people with exotic customs have been coming to Chang'an. That's right, they're diplomatic missions from various countries. When the surrounding countries of Dachan learned that the Wa New Kingdom had been destroyed, they were terrified and lived in constant fear. Because Dachin's strength was too great, so great that it suffocated them. The Japanese were not small, though. Their army numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and they were separated by a vast ocean, which served as a natural barrier. Even under such circumstances, the Wa Japanese kingdom was conquered in just a few days. So, in order to leave a good impression on the Emperor of Great Chun, here they come. And they brought the best treasures, as well as beautiful women. They weren't afraid of how precious the items were, or how noble the women were. They were only afraid of not being sincere enough, and that the emperor of Chen wouldn't approve. Chen Mo was quite surprised to learn of this. He was planning to lead the fleet to Southeast Asia after the new year, but they came on their own initiative. The arrival of all nations as tribute was rather sudden. Chi Min was shocked. When the great Qi kingdom was in decline and was being soundly defeated by the rebel army, not a single vassal state came to pay homage, let alone offer tribute. Annam, in particular, took the opportunity to break away from the rule of the Central Plains dynasty and establish itself as a country. It's truly a case of when the cat's away, the mice will play. Chi Min was furious, but Chen Mo already had a plan. They're just clowns. They won't be able to keep up their act for long. Finally, Lunar New Year's Eve arrived. Diplomatic delegations from various countries were already waiting outside the Taiji Hall for an audience. Among them were kings, princes, ministers, and beautiful young women dressed in gorgeous clothes. Right under everyone's eager gaze, a female official walked out of a side door of the Taiji Hall and went straight to the steps. Then he opened the scroll in his hand, glanced at its contents, and looked at the crowd, shouting, "The Beach delegation is hereby summoned for an audience." The king of Beach felt a chill run down his spine. This moment had finally arrived. He didn't know whether it would bring good fortune or misfortune. He immediately led his men up the steps and into the Taiji Hall. In the Taiji Hall, Chen Mo sat on the dragon throne, with Empress Lin Xiaolu sitting beside him and Chi Min standing next to her. Below, civil and military officials sat on both sides. On the table in front of them were red wine, duck manure, and various delicacies. At this moment, the king of Beach knelt in the center of the hall with 3 women. "Your subject, King Park Chong of Beach, pays his respects to your majesty the emperor and your majesty the queen. On this occasion of welcoming the new year and bidding farewell to the old, to express my heartfelt wishes, I present you with 20 boxes of treasures and 3 princesses. I hope your majesty will accept them with pleasure." After saying that, Park Chong dropped to the ground on all fours, his face almost touching the ground. The 3 women behind him also knelt respectfully, not daring to move an inch. Chen Mo glanced at it and said indifferently, "From today onwards, Beach is under the direct jurisdiction of the central government. You don't need to go back. Just enjoy your life in Chang'an." Park Chang's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "If I have done anything wrong, your majesty, please feel free to point it out. I will definitely correct my mistakes and start anew." As a time traveler, Chen Mo knows everything. Now that we're here, we need to resolve this completely. Although it's a barren land, it's incredibly powerful. The cost of governing it is simply not a concern. He said coldly, "I have 100,000 ironclad soldiers stationed in Qianzhou. They haven't had a chance to practice for quite some time. Do you want to give them a try?" Park Chong trembled with fright and hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, that's not what I meant, and I've never thought of it that way. I obey your decree." Chen Mo chuckled. "That's right. Please take a seat." Park Chong inwardly groaned. What the hell is going on? There's no place in Chang'an as comfortable and carefree as being a king in your own territory. But what can be done? Right now, even saying no might mean certain death. Rather than accept it, we might as well just give up. Chapter 131, Representative. Then the next wave begins. The representative of Xin and South has come to pay an audience. When the loud sound rang out a second time outside the palace, the king of Annam below looked astonished. Why is the Beach Kingdom called an envoy, while the Annam Kingdom is called a representative? What does representative mean? Could be. The king of Annam's pupils suddenly dilated, as if he had thought of something, and he immediately trembled with fear. He had witnessed the strength of the great Qin dynasty along the way. I experienced the prosperity of Chang'an City firsthand. It is an indisputable fact that the Japanese kingdom was utterly wiped out. Otherwise, how could the Japanese king and her sister have become the emperor's mounts? Quickly, come with me to the palace." The king of Annam did not hesitate and immediately brought 2 beautiful women to the main hall. King Lai Lin of Annam. "Shut up." The king of Annam, who was kneeling on the ground, had just finished saying his name when Chen Mo abruptly interrupted him. "Annam has always been a direct territory of our Central Plains dynasty. How can there be a king? You petty villains, taking advantage of the chaos in our central plains to commit treasonous acts. Do you really think you are a king? Chen Mo's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was full of authority and domineering presence. Li Lin was speechless. Just as he had thought, this meant the abolition of the country. Annam had finally seized the opportunity to establish itself. How could it be so easily abolished? Wouldn't all its efforts then be in vain? He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, the establishment of Annam was a last resort. But our hearts have always been with the Central Plains dynasty and with the great Chen. He. Chen Mo's cold voice rang out. I've heard that you call yourself emperor domestically, but king internationally? What's your explanation? Upon hearing this, Li Lin's expression instantly became extremely stiff. That's strange. How did he know? That shouldn't be happening. Li Lin increasingly felt that things were spiraling out of control. He explained again, Your Majesty, this is absolutely not true. I, Li Lin, hereby assure Your Majesty that Annam will pay tribute to the great Qin dynasty every year and will follow the lead of the Central Plains dynasty for generations to come. After listening, Chen Mo chuckled and said, There's no point in saying more. In short, the abolition of the kingdom will be directly governed by the imperial court. His Majesty. Li Lin was so anxious he was about to say something, but Chen Mo's authoritative voice rang out. You're not convinced? Or do you want to taste the power of a cannon? Li Lin's face turned ashen. We can't win if we fight. You can't escape, but you can't. This is basically a multiple choice question. Sigh, I shouldn't have come here. But if they don't come, it seems they can't escape the Chen's clutches. He had heard that the Japanese king had defied the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, and thus had not come to Chang'an to pay his respects, which led to his downfall and being wiped out. He swallowed hard and said with great difficulty, Your Majesty, Li Lin dares not. Chen Mo smiled and said, Then I will bestow upon you the title of Duke of Anil. Stay in Chang'an and enjoy your life. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Lin was in excruciating pain, his voice trembling. But now, even if it's a stone, you have to chew it up and swallow it. Next, the young kingdom delegation entered the hall. However, the king did not come. Only a prince born out of wedlock did. Chen Mo had long disliked him and said, The Prince of Yong has not personally paid homage, which is a great disrespect. Go back and tell him that I will personally lead the royal army to punish him. Tell him to be prepared. Upon hearing this, the prince of the foreign kingdom nearly wet himself in fear. Everyone in the world knows the strength of the Qin kingdom. Giant ships, cannons, and all sorts of advanced weapons. Each one could bring the nation to its doom. The Yong kingdom is so poor, weak, and backward. How could it possibly be a match for them? What could it possibly have to fight them to the death? He trembled with fear and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. My father is ill, and the journey is long, and the weather at sea is unpredictable. He really cannot come in person. Please forgive him. Step back. Chen Mo waved at him, not wanting to waste any more words with him. He's just a clown. We should just beat him up. What's there to say? The prince of the foreign kingdom was heartbroken and could only leave dejectedly. Following this, the kingdoms of Siam, Paiyu, Jinla, Windan, and Srivijaya presented treasures and beautiful women. Looking at so many women with exotic features, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Even if you only take care of one princess a day, it will still keep you busy for quite a while. While not everyone possesses the beauty to captivate a nation or the allure to make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, having a unique style is enough. At least it can bring a sense of novelty. However, he always felt that something was missing. All right, she's a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl. Therefore, we must go to the west. Queens, princesses, nobles, just bring them all back on a ship. By then, the imperial harem would be the most powerful in history. In addition, they conveniently destroyed the servant nation along the way. In the blink of an eye, it was February of the third year of Taiping when spring was in full bloom. Chen Mo had already prepared an army of 50,000 and had also fed every single one of his concubines. However, since it was uncertain when they would return from this trip, Chen Mo thought it over and decided to reward some of them with modern treasures to alleviate their worries, especially those Japanese women. Otherwise, they might suck all the soil out of Chang'an. After everything was arranged, they set off in a grand procession with Qi Min and Wei Zhaoning. More than half a month later, the fleet finally arrived at the waters near Mercenary Island and came into the sight of the servants. Oh, the gods have descended. Oh, the gods have descended. The servants on the shore, seeing such a massive ship, thought it was a god and knelt down in that direction in fear. However, the mercenaries didn't think so. This was clearly the great Qin army with its giant ships. A few days ago, they learned that the prince who had been sent as an envoy to the Chun had been driven away by the emperor. Moreover, he brought back news that caused an uproar throughout the country. The emperor would personally lead an expedition against the enemy. To their shock, the prince had barely returned when the Chun army arrived, a speed that was terrifying. Quickly, report to the king that the great Chun army has arrived. On the cruise ship, Qi Min and Wei Zhaoning were both observing the situation on the shore with binoculars. In the footage, most of the maids are seen wrapping their sensitive areas with banana leaves. That's strange. Why aren't they wearing clothes? Qi Min put down her binoculars and looked at Chen Mo with great curiosity. Chen Mo laughed heartily. Haha, otherwise why would we call them Filipino monkeys? Flying monkeys? Qi Min asked thoughtfully. Could they fly? Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. They might not fly, but they can still bounce around. You can't see them wearing clothes, which means their production technology is backward and they haven't been civilized yet. Wei Zhaoning pursed his lips and said, Your Majesty, is it necessary to waste the guns and cannons of my great Qin army on such a barren land? No. Chen Mo smiled and continued. This place is very likely to contain a large amount of gold, so we can use our servants to develop it. Furthermore, if we build a few more fortified cities, then my great Chun will be able to firmly control this land. Chapter 132, Catering to Their Preferences. When the Prince of Yong learned that the great Qin army was pressing on the border, he was terrified and at a loss for what to do. Instinctively, he immediately ordered the army to reinforce the area. However, his small fry and their semi-primitive weapons were simply not enough to fill a gap in his teeth. The great Qin army overwhelmed the enemy with overwhelming force, and the mercenaries collapsed at the first contact, suffering countless casualties. In the palace, the king was terrified. Knowing that this would lead to such consequences, he would have crawled all the way to Chang'an if he had known. It's too late to regret now. However, he felt that as long as he disappeared into the dense forest, the Chun army would be unable to do anything to him. But when he prepared to escape through the back door, he was surprised to find that the capital city was already surrounded. Looking around, one could see countless soldiers of the great Qin dynasty riding on strange vehicles, a vast and deafening roar. The mercenary king was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his old face devoid of any life. He certainly didn't know that what he was seeing was a motorcycle army. In order to finish the battle quickly and to prevent the mercenary king from escaping, Chen Mo used a mountain motorcycle, which was more maneuverable. Of course, prior training had been conducted specifically for catching monkeys. Oh no, it's all over. Ah, how did it turn out like this? Oh no, it's all over. The mercenary king sat on the ground, slapping his thigh repeatedly, and instantly burst into tears. At this moment, an official frowned, walked up to him, and said, Your Majesty, only by sincerely admitting our mistakes can we have a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Mercenaries immediately stopped his commotion and asked urgently with wide eyes, What do you mean by that? Tell me quickly. The official explained, Your Majesty, surrender and kneel before the city gate immediately. This is the only way to admit your mistakes and may offer a glimmer of hope for your survival. The mercenary king immediately scrambled to his feet. Oh, right, I admit my mistake. After saying that, he started walking towards the main entrance. However, the official suddenly called out to him, Your Majesty, the Emperor of Great Chun has always been fond of beautiful women. Why don't you cater to his tastes and offer up all the beauties in the palace? Right. The mercenary king looked as if he had just realized something, and his pleading eyes instinctively fell on the young and beautiful queen. The queen's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, You old bastard, you actually have designs on me? Her eyes flashed with resentment, and she said with righteous indignation, "Your Majesty, if you were to offer me up to be humiliated, I would rather die." The prince was speechless. That was not what he meant at all. No matter what, he couldn't offer up the queen. He glared fiercely and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Go to hell. You're the queen. How could I possibly offer you up? Go away. No matter what your status is, gather every single beauty in the palace for me." What's the meaning? Regardless of identity? That means your daughter-in-law, your concubine, and your daughter all have to be offered up? The queen frowned, paused for a moment, and said, Yes, your Majesty, I'll go right away." At this moment, the official urged, "Your Majesty, there is no time to lose. Go and kneel to welcome them. Otherwise, once the Chen army storms the palace, it will be too late." All right, let's go. However, as soon as he stepped out of the palace gate, he was surprised to find that the Chen army had already breached the city walls and entered, so he had no choice but to kneel down to greet them. Looking at the mighty army before him, the mercenary king trembled with fear. You don't know how bad you are until you compare. They were all impeccably dressed, each one more robust than the last, full of vigor and exuding a murderous aura. As for the weapons they had, they were impressive but incomprehensible. They were just incredibly powerful. As for the mercenaries, they were not only skinny, but also only had a piece of cloth wrapped around their lower bodies, and what they held in their hands was practically a fire poker. This is the difference. If he weren't royalty, and if he hadn't imported some cloth from the Central Plains, he probably would have had to wrap himself in banana leaves. Chen Mo arrived shortly after. The king of the mercenary kingdom immediately bowed and said, "King Mediku of the mercenary kingdom, along with his civil and military officials, respectfully welcomes His Majesty, the great emperor." Chen Mo glanced at him disdainfully and said coldly, "Come on, execute him on the spot." As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers carrying light machine guns immediately stepped forward. When the prince of mercenaries saw this, he almost suffocated. If I had more self-control, I would have peed on the spot. He quickly took 2 steps forward on his knees and begged for mercy, saying, "Your Majesty, please calm down. I sincerely admit my mistake. Please have mercy and spare my life. I promise I will never do it again." Chen Mo chuckled. Actually, whether you commit the offense or not is not important at all, because you no longer have the chance. True deterrence, of course, is to use force. He waved to the soldiers, signaling them to carry out the order. Snap! The soldier pulled the safety lever, preparing to take action. The mercenary king was immediately on edge, his eyes wide open as if he saw death beckoning to him. Everyone else was just as terrified, and they were all trembling with fear. But just then, Queen Phoebe arrived with her entourage. The women knelt down to the side, but she lowered her head and walked to the king of mercenaries before kneeling down herself. Upon seeing this, the prince's eyes lit up as if he had seen reinforcements. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have ordered the queen to select many beauties. Please accept them." Chen Mo had already seen them. There were quite a few people, about 100 or so. But to call her a beauty is a stretch. I've already wrestled with the 2 princesses that the prince brought with him last time, so I know them quite well. However, the queen still retains her charm. She looked to be under 30, dressed elegantly, with a striking appearance and a good figure. Although the country of Yong was not yet civilized, the royal palace was still a place of pampered luxury. So Chen Mo walked up to her and said, "Raise your head." Phoebe looked at the 2 feet in front of her and frowned deeply. Why is he looking at himself instead of those beauties? Could be. Phoebe suddenly realized something and her heart tightened. But how could he dare to disobey? So he slowly raised his head. However, when she saw Chen Mo's young and handsome face, she was overjoyed and almost drooled with excitement. Chen Mo was also taken aback. Besides fear, there was also a hint of shyness in the queen's eyes. All right, the prince of mercenaries is definitely going to be cuckolded. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and said, "From now on, you will follow me." Upon hearing this, Phoebe's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled, and she couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She spoke as if no one else was around, her voice tinged with excitement. The mercenary king standing to the side immediately opened his mouth wide, His eyes widened in shock, and his face turned a terrifying green. Damn it! Just a moment ago, they were clamoring for integrity, but now they're agreeing so readily. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Although I was very unhappy, I didn't dare to say a word against it. Being alive was more important than anything else. So he prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the emperor would spare him. Chapter 133 Technician. Chi Min, who was standing to the side, was also completely bewildered. As an all-powerful emperor, he could have any woman he wanted, yet he specifically sought out a married woman. Is it some kind of special hobby? Chi Min frowned slightly, finding this matter rather difficult to understand. However, when she thought of Pan Qinglian in the imperial harem, she seemed to understand. At this moment, Godan clasped his hand in a fist salute to Chen Mo and asked, "Your Majesty, should we kill these people or not?" Upon hearing this, the prince trembled and hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "Your Majesty, I am truly repentant. Please give this sinner a chance to reform." Chen Mo originally intended to kill these people, but then he thought that the mercenary king still had some value. A servant is just someone who does chores. He'll still have to handle the construction and manpower organization for the rest of the project. We'll find another opportunity to eliminate him later. So he waved to Godan, signaling not to kill him. Then, looking at the prince, he said in a deep voice, "For the sake of the queen, I will spare your life for now. I hope you will perform well in the future and not disappoint me." Phoebe was stunned, never expecting that she had such a big reputation. From now on, when the prince of mercenaries sees me, won't he wag his tail like a dog? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, revealing a look of being flattered. The mercenary king finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was cuckolded, at least his life was saved. Ignoring the beads of sweat on his forehead, he kowtowed repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. From now on, I will follow your majesty's lead without question. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do without hesitation." Chen Mo's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. "Remember what you just said." The prince swallowed hard. Yes, your majesty, I will never forget this." He was extremely depressed because he had suffered such a misfortune without going to Chang'an to pay homage to the emperor. Not only did he lose more than 100 beauties, but his favorite queen was about to become someone else's mount. Who the hell can I complain to? That evening, Chen Mo returned to the cruise ship with Phoebe and the more than 100 maids. Although it's not that great, it's already a top-tier brand in this region. At least, they could be used as servants. Therefore, Chen Mo specially found a bunch of pretty-made outfits from his space for them to wear. Looking at it now, it looks much better. It's neat and tidy, and it truly lives up to its name. Moreover, they seem to like it very much. Both the fabric and the workmanship are absolutely top-notch, far superior to the original clothes. Not only does it flatter your figure, but it's also incredibly comfortable to wear. Especially at dinner, they enjoyed a variety of modern foods, such as hamburgers, fried chicken, cola, fries, and milk tea. They ate with great relish. Where else in the palace could they find such delicious food? Moreover, everything on the cruise ship greatly impressed them. Colorful lights, soft and comfortable sofas, luxurious interior, and all sorts of novel gadgets. All of this was completely beyond their comprehension. They never knew the world could be so beautiful. Their eyes and the big-breasted guy almost fell to the ground. As a result, they gradually relaxed and were no longer so afraid. Afterwards, Chen Mo led them to the leisure club on the cruise ship. "Hey, Zhaoning, take off your clothes and lie down on this." In the hall, Chen Mo looked at Wei Zhaoning and then pointed to the electric massage bed next to him. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhaoning's face immediately turned bright red. How can this be allowed? With so many people here, even if someone dared to do it, they wouldn't be able to let loose. So she parted her red lips slightly and said with great embarrassment, "Your Majesty, isn't it inappropriate with so many people? I can't do it." Chi Min was also stunned, thinking to herself, "You really are a lecherous scoundrel. How can you do this in front of so many people?" Seeing the look in their eyes, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. This misunderstanding had gotten out of hand. Even if you're a womanizer, you can't be vulgar. It's not what you think. After saying that, Chen Mo looked at Wei Xiaoning and continued. What I'm going to do now is called massage. It's just to demonstrate for them. Just do it as I say. Wei Xiaoning didn't understand what massage meant, but at least it wasn't that kind of thing, so she was relieved. After she took off her clothes and lay face down on the massage bed, Chen Mo picked up a white towel and covered her buttocks with it. Then, looking at the maids, he said in a serious tone, no matter if you were princesses, queens, or young ladies before, now that you're following me, you must obey and do your jobs properly. He paused for a moment, then continued. Now you must watch my every move carefully and remember it well. The maids nodded in agreement, their voices barely audible and their expressions blank, because nobody knows what he's saying or what he'll tell them to do. Chen Mo stopped wasting time and started to act out based on his memories of getting massages at a club in his previous life. He massaged Wei Xiaoning from head to toe, hands to feet, and then gave her a full-body oil massage, kneading her inside and out. Wei Xiaoning gently closed her eyes, her sweet expression showing she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Xiaoning, are you feeling all right? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Your Majesty, I feel so comfortable. Wei Xiaoning spoke in a sweet and melodious voice, a relaxed and carefree smile on her pretty face. I have to say, the Emperor's technique and strength were incredibly comfortable, and the whole process felt like a complete transformation. Is it good? I feel so good. That's good. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, then turned to the maids and said, the process is just this process. I will only teach you this once. You all need to pay more attention and carefully study the techniques and skills. In short, you need to make the other person feel completely relaxed and comfortable. Furthermore, I allow you to be bold in your innovations. Anyone with excellent skills will be richly rewarded by me. The maids nodded in agreement again, but they couldn't help feeling worried and uneasy. What if I don't serve them well? What if they're dissatisfied? Will I get punished? However, Phoebe felt that her opportunity had come, so she stepped forward and whispered, Your Majesty, may I give it a try? Chen Mo nodded, then looked at the maids and said, 2 of you will be responsible for serving my beloved concubine, and the others will work in pairs to learn from and practice with each other. The maids were relieved to hear this, knowing that there was at least some time to adjust. Chen Mo smiled broadly. With this team of technicians, the upcoming trip to the west might be a little more enjoyable. Afterwards, Chen Mo led Phoebe to a luxurious private room. Phoebe was quite clever. She immediately started undressing Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo felt that her maid's uniform was a bit lacking. In a flash, she pulled out a black Catwoman outfit from her spatial storage. Put this on instead. As Chen Mo spoke, he threw his clothes on the bed. Phoebe's eyes widened in surprise. She was startled. However, she didn't dare to hesitate and immediately changed her clothes. Your Majesty, is this really good looking? Phoebe was also quite surprised when she saw her new clothes. Short pants, a fitted top, a bulging chest, and a pert, plump bottom. In short, it's quite peculiar. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I never expected that a place like Mercenary Island could have such a beautiful young woman as you. Phoebe blushed slightly and said shyly, Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Then, Your Majesty, please lie down, and I will give you a massage right away. Chapter 134, The First Battle is the Decisive Battle. After about an hour, Phoebe finally finished the whole process, but she was exhausted. After all, she was the queen. However, Chen Mo felt it was just so, but he could understand it, since it was the first time. When he sat up, Phoebe stood straight in front of him, asking expectantly, Your Majesty, are you satisfied with my technique? Not bad, but you must practice more in the future. You are the queen. You can't be worse than the others. Phoebe nodded repeatedly. Yes, Your Majesty. I will practice diligently until Your Majesty is completely satisfied. Chen Mo stood up, and with a swift movement, he wrapped his arms around her slender yet supple waist, then pulled her forward. Phoebe suddenly felt something pressing against her, and her face immediately turned bright red. She swallowed hard, her chest heaving, and her beautiful eyes were already sparkling. As for what to do next, she knew very well that it was to officially give the mercenary king an uncrowned crown of cuckoldry. After staying for about 10 days, Chen Mo left behind 3,000 troops and various supplies, and set off westward. During this period, all the islands in the South Seas knew about the major events that had occurred on the island of Yu, and also knew about the fleet's movements. Therefore, everyone felt insecure and was on high alert. They didn't know if the Chen fleet would treat them the same way it treated the Yong kingdom. However, unlike the kingdom of Yong, they did not lose their manners at the Grand Court Assembly on New Year's Eve. Logically speaking, they should not be treated equally. Therefore, the islands along the way are quite fortunate. However, they were prepared to offer beautiful women and local specialties as well. Chen Mo didn't stand on ceremony and kept collecting as he went. Anyway, the cruise ship had plenty of beds, and if it wasn't enough, he could just build another one. After this whole ordeal, the cruise ship was crammed with over 100 more girls. Time flew by, and more than half a month passed. The fleet arrived in the waters near India. On the cruise ship, Godan pointed to the faintly visible land and asked, "Your Majesty, that is Delhi Sultanate, the largest state in India. Shall we go ashore to rest?" "Okay, log in." Chen Mo nodded and said, after more than half a month at sea, the space's resources were almost depleted, so it needed to be replenished. Moreover, he thought the high-caste beauties in India were quite attractive. Now that we have a team of technicians, what we're missing is a song and dance troupe. Then you could get a massage while watching your third sister dance. So, an order was given to all ships to begin landing. Of course, amphibious assault vehicles were the vanguard, swarming towards the mudflats in droves. Meanwhile, the three brothers on the shore were all dumbfounded by what they saw. This ship, this moving box, is it some kind of extraterrestrial visitor? They were so frightened that they ran away as fast as their feet could move. When Chen Mo got ashore, he found that the beach was covered in excrement. Damn it, the third brother's tradition is long-standing. I must teach them a lesson. Chi Min, Wei Zhaoning, and Phoebe also smelled the stench and covered their mouths and noses. I have to say, this is absolutely disgusting. I never knew Indians were so slovenly. Chen Mo then retrieved many vehicles from his spatial storage, eventually getting himself a minivan and got in with a few girls. And so, Chen Mo led half of his troops westward, heading straight for the capital of the Delhi Sultanate. The people of Delhi were filled with rage at the sudden intrusion of foreign troops. Soon after receiving the news, the Sultan of Delhi immediately mobilized 100,000 elite troops to the front lines, vowing to drown any invading enemy in the Ganges River to feed the fish. It should be noted that the Delhi Sultanate was the most powerful state in India. Not only does it have the largest land area and the largest population, but it also boasts the largest and strongest economy and military power. So how could they tolerate foreign troops running rampant on this land? Moreover, the invading enemy numbered only a mere 10 or 20,000 men. They were practically there to die. Half a month later, the two armies finally met on a plain. So both armies got into position. However, the Delhi Sultanate's side clearly outnumbered them, forming a dense, unbroken mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Therefore, from the commander to the soldiers, everyone showed contempt in their eyes. They knew they were destined to win this battle. Little did they know that they were about to face firepower from the 21st century. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Chen were waiting for the order. As soon as the cannons fire, military merit is earned. The first battle is the decisive battle. One battle will decide the fate of the world. Chen Mo jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and shouted at the ferocious soldiers. "In this battle, we will make them remember forever how strong our fists are and make them remember everything that is about to happen today." After saying that, Chen Mo took out a pistol from his spatial storage and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! As gunshots rang out, the soldiers, eager to earn merit, immediately sprang into action. Attack! Attack! All the tanks roared as they sped towards the chariot. However, no shots were fired, because they were worried about scaring the other person away. Upon seeing this, the Delhi Sultan's commander on horseback couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Ha! You don't even have a horse, and you want to play with me? Where did these lunatics come from? You're all dead." Those around him burst into laughter upon hearing this. That's right, the other side didn't have a single horse. There were only some strange and ugly creatures. With a clang, the Sultan of Delhi drew his sword and shouted, "Warriors, tear that ugly thing off." Let them see how sharp our swords are. At a single command, 20,000 cavalrymen galloped away amidst the overwhelming sound of their hooves. They brandished their knives and guns, shouting with great excitement. Wah! Charge! Wah! Charge! Seeing the densely packed cavalry close at hand, Ding Yi on the chariot couldn't stop smiling. I wonder what will happen when this burst of bullets is fired. He immediately ordered the guns to be fired. The next moment, the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun began to fire. Upon seeing this, the other tanks immediately followed suit and pulled their triggers. Da-da-da-da-da. The opposing cavalry were instantly overwhelmed, and the neighing of their war horses echoed through the sky. The Delhi Sultan's cavalry were greatly surprised by this sudden turn of events. It turns out this ugly monster can actually launch hidden weapons. This is outrageous. They were so angry they were grimacing, wishing they could go up and chop him into pieces right away. However, the firepower network composed of heavy machine guns was not something one could easily approach. There was not even the slightest chance of getting close. In no time, the battlefield was awash in blood, and cries of agony filled the air. The Delhi Sultan's cavalry were completely dumbfounded. Where have they ever been beaten like this before? This is unreasonable. Chapter 135 Governor. Seeing his once invincible cavalry riddled with bullets, the Delhi Sultan's commander was furious. He brandished his sword and slashed at the air several times, roaring, "Warriors, the enemy's heads are our glory. Slaughter them all. Issue my order. All troops attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the enraged Delhi Sultan's soldiers gripped their weapons tightly and charged wildly toward the battlefield, howling in pain. At this moment, the entire battlefield instantly erupted in a frenzy, with overwhelming momentum, threatening to engulf the great Chen army. Across from him, Chen Mo was still standing on the roof of the car with his hands behind his back. Upon noticing the commotion on the other side, a slight twitch appeared on his lips. Good. That's exactly what we've been waiting for, their madness. So he fired another shot into the sky. That's right, the net pulling has begun. For the sake of speed and agility, Chen Mo had previously taken out hundreds of pickup trucks and mountain bikes from his spatial storage. A machine gun mounted on a pickup truck, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. Mountain bikes are faster, allowing them to encircle and flank from the outside. So this is a net. An invisible net of fire, rapidly unfolding against the Delhi Sultan's army. After more than half an hour of fierce fighting, the vast majority of the Delhi Sultan's army was surrounded and annihilated, with only a small number escaping alive. On the battlefield, the corpses stretched as far as the eye could see, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. In addition, the commander of the Delhi Sultanate army was run over by a tank and then dragged to Chen Mo's presence. Your Majesty, this scoundrel was the enemy commander. My chariots crushed him to death. A tank commander stood in front of Chen Mo and reported, his voice filled with pride and joy. Looking at the mangled corpse, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a disdainful smile. This corpse, well done. I bestow upon you 1,000 taels of silver, a promotion of 3 ranks, a mansion in Chang'an, and a sedan chair. Thank you, Your Majesty. The train conductor immediately knelt down to express his gratitude, his excitement evident in his words. After he left, Chen Mo looked at the corpse and muttered to himself, I am not the Yongle Emperor, nor Zheng He, nor am I here simply to promote national prestige. Qi Min and Wei Zhaoning frowned slightly, their minds racing as they racked their brains. The conversation mentioned 2 people, but neither of them knew them, nor had they ever heard of them. However, they were certain that Chen Mo already had some ideas and plans in mind. As for what they were thinking, they probably guessed it. The army then continued its march. However, the rest of the journey was much easier, with almost no resistance encountered. They are either accepting surrender or on their way to accept surrender. Meanwhile, in Delhi, the capital of the Delhi Sultanate, the Sultan was frantic with worry, jumping up and down in a state of deep anxiety. Not only were 100,000 elite troops wiped out, but almost all the soldiers and civilians were terrified, and no one dared to mention resistance anymore. What's even more shocking is that the speed of their advance was absolutely insane. They covered a journey that should have taken half a year in just over half a month, and are now almost at Delhi. It's not that we haven't tried to stop them, but we just don't know where to start. Take the matter of raiding supplies and logistical support, for example. They didn't have any food transport teams at all. They were simply a lone force deep in enemy territory. What's most infuriating is that he swaggered around like that, yet no one could do anything about it. It's strange, really. Don't they have enough food to eat? This doesn't make sense. How could such a thing happen in the powerful Delhi Sultanate? How did the Sultan of Delhi suddenly unleash such a fearsome army? The 100,000 elite troops he relied on were wiped out in just over half an hour, something he never expected. Absolutely outrageous. Let alone 100,000 elite troops. Even 100,000 pigs probably wouldn't be able to finish them off in a month. Oh dear, what should I do? The Sultan was so anxious that he stamped his feet and beat his chest. He didn't know whether to surrender or move the capital. Surrender has its advantages, but moving the capital has its difficulties. After racking his brains, he finally decided to surrender to the former. Surrender means giving up resistance. It means submission, it means. But if it's a relocation of the capital, then the nature of the situation is completely different. In short, they will definitely try to take advantage of you. At that time, the country will cease to exist and lives will be in danger. Besides, they might not be able to outrun others. So what's the point of moving the capital? Therefore, the Sultan immediately dispatched men on horseback to the front lines. He himself immediately began preparations for surrender. Soon after, Chen Mo received news of the Sultan's surrender. It seems surprising, yet also seems not surprising at all. Perhaps that's just how Indians are. So, as the saying goes, barbarians and lowly people fear power, but not virtue. On that day, the army marched into Delhi in a grand procession, greeted with great ceremony by the Sultan. Various vehicles made a dazzling appearance and roared in. The Indians were utterly shocked, as if they had seen aliens and spaceships. It was at this moment that they suddenly realized that there are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. The so-called power of the Delhi Sultan is only capable of flexing his muscles on this particular land. Compared to others, he is nothing but a small fry. Thus, the Chen army took over Delhi city, and the Chen banner fluttered in the wind on the city wall. Your humble servant, Mou, pays his respects to your majesty the emperor. May your majesty enjoy boundless blessings and peace. Inside a palace, the sultanate, seated on his throne, performed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows. His eyes showed great reluctance. That throne was once his, but now it's nothing. It's unclear how this young emperor will deal with him. Old immortal, come, kneel down at my feet. Chen Mo waved to him with a smile. The Sultan was unaware that this was an insult. But there's nothing I can do. If everyone has surrendered, what else can't we do? He braced himself with his hands on the ground and slowly moved his knees until they were firmly planted under Chen Mo's feet. Then he slowly raised his head and said nervously, Your Majesty, from this day forward, the Sultan of Delhi will forever regard Chen as his suzerain state, paying tribute every year and paying homage every year. Chen Mo smirked and shook his head. From this day forward, the Delhi Sultanate no longer exists. Holy crap, this is going to take its place. Oh no. The Sultan trembled with fear. Your Majesty, the Sultan of Delhi and the great Chen have never had any enmity or entanglement. Please be merciful. Chen Mo chuckled and pointed at him. You say it again? Although his tone was not harsh, it was full of authority and domineering presence, and his gaze was so sharp that no one dared to look him in the eye. The Sultan naturally understood the meaning behind the words, so he had no choice but to obediently shut his mouth. Although the country has been abolished, I am not heartless. You are still the highest official in this land in name. At this point, Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then said, I hereby appoint you as the governor of New Delhi. Isn't he just a puppet in name only? The Sultan turned ashen-faced instantly, but thankfully he was still alive. Thank you, Your Majesty. He bowed respectfully to the ground in gratitude, but his heart was bleeding. This time, Chen Mo was very satisfied. Governor Mo, I want a top-notch song and dance troupe. Please make the arrangements. Upon hearing this, the Sultan felt a jolt of excitement. His chance to shine had arrived. Your Majesty, I have already made preparations, right here in the palace. They are all beautiful and graceful, and their dancing skills are extremely exquisite. I believe your majesty will be satisfied. Very well, then let them show me their skills. Chapter 136 Brahma. After a while, more than 20 young women gracefully entered the main hall. They wore light saris, had exquisite makeup, fair skin, and beautiful figures. The most glamorous dancer among them was the one with the most gorgeous clothes and makeup, especially her large breasts, which were very eye-catching. As Chen Mo watched, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. The Indian girl truly lived up to her reputation. If she could jump even better, it would be perfect. When I have nothing to do, I'll watch them dance. When something happens, I'll wrestle with them. After they finished dancing, Chen Mo walked towards the core dancer with his hands behind his back. When the core dancer saw him approaching, she couldn't help but tense up, and her eyelids slowly drooped. However, while dancing, she always used the excuse of dancing to openly observe the man on the throne. To be honest, she thought he was incredibly handsome, and even felt a little flutter in her heart. Chen Mo, who had just noticed her watching him, was also curious. Given his status, isn't this girl afraid of him? Or is he an assassin? Introduce yourself. Standing 2 steps away, Chen Mo looked at her and asked. The core dancer slowly raised her head, but immediately lowered it again when she saw Chen Mo up close. It wasn't out of fear, but because she found him so handsome that her heart fluttered and her face flushed. The next moment, she raised her head again, looking both shy and a little nervous, and said, Your Majesty, I am Princess Sharia, and I am 18 years old this year. I didn't dance very well. Please give me your guidance. After speaking, she gracefully gave a bow. Chen Mo frowned. It turned out to be the Sultan's youngest daughter. What does it mean that he made his daughter a core dancer? However, given the Sultan's nature, he certainly wouldn't dare to resort to any tricks. So he smiled and nodded. You dance very well. In the future, I will take good care of you. Upon hearing this, Sharia was so excited that her mouth watered. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon seeing this, the Sultan looked immediately annoyed. The youngest daughter seemed to have played a role, but not a significant one. She was originally chosen as a core dancer to please the emperor and to make him take a liking to her. If that's the case, we can become a family, and then my situation might not be too bad. But things didn't go as planned, and things went wrong. Moreover, he doesn't dare to bring up that matter again now, which makes him feel depressed. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, he walked to Chen Mo's side and said, Your Majesty, I have prepared a sumptuous dinner. Please come and enjoy. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately pictured the Indian man clutching the yellow mixture. However, this is the royal palace, so the food shouldn't be that bad. Whether I eat it or not is irrelevant. I'm mainly here to look at it. Moreover, one should always be wary of others. What if this old immortal poisons you? So, out of curiosity, I followed them to the dining area. But the unexpected still happened. When Chen Mo walked to the main seat, he immediately saw the terrifying yellow curry and various other strange dishes that he couldn't identify. Moreover, there were no knives and forks on the table, let alone chopsticks. This is pilaf with your hands. Old immortal Mo, you're just gonna make me eat this? Chen Mo looked at the Sultan with utter contempt and said. Qi Min and Wei Zhaoning, who were standing to the side, also looked disgusted. It's all rotten mud. It's fucking pig swill. The Sultan's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly explained, Your Majesty, this is our most delicious and finest food. Every dish is meticulously prepared. I dare not say it's the best, but it's certainly unparalleled. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Even a dog wouldn't eat this stuff. The Sultan was completely bewildered. These foods are truly exquisite. How come even dogs won't eat it? Besides him, the strongest king of the entire continent. Who else in the world could produce such top-quality delicacies? Does the Emperor of Great Shun not understand the ways of the world? Sharia, standing to the side, was also full of doubt. Even the dogs weren't eating, so were they eating better than them? That seems unlikely. So he said, Your Majesty, these are indeed our best food. Why don't you try some? Chen Mo shook his head. You can keep it for yourselves. I don't like this kind of food. After saying that, he walked out the door. The Sultan and Sharia looked at each other, completely bewildered. Such delicious food. How could they not eat it? This is quite puzzling. Before long, Chen Mo and a few girls arrived at an open space. Of course, the Sultan and the Sharia could distinguish between themselves, so they came along as well. Just as they were looking on with confusion, Chen Mo suddenly produced 2 barbecue grills of different sizes from his spatial storage. The Sultan and Sharia were so frightened that they trembled, their mouths agape, and their pupils dilated. Why did something appear on the ground when he waved his hand? This is incredible. Before they could react, Chen Mo continued to retrieve barbecue supplies from his spatial storage, along with various meats, vegetables, seasonings, and drinks. In short, things appeared out of thin air one after another, piling up on the ground in no time. The Sultan stared wide-eyed, his old face filled with disbelief. With each additional object on the ground, his shock increased threefold. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be the supreme god Brahma? Brahma is one of the 3 supreme gods, responsible for creating the universe and all things. Otherwise, how could something be created out of thin air? Strangely, why does the great god they revere have an Eastern face? No one has ever truly seen Brahma, but perhaps he really is. Seeing that the food was almost ready, Chen Mo looked at Huichu and said, go get a sheep. We'll have roasted whole lamb tonight. Your humble servant obeys the decree. He went out and agreed, then turned and left. At this moment, the Sultan, who was almost stunned, walked up to Chen Mo and asked with a hint of doubt, "May I ask your majesty, is it possible to create everything?" Chen Mo seemed a little surprised by the question. "What? Are you doubting my abilities?" The Sultan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. No. That's not what I meant. Chen Montak chuckled. So what do you mean? I really want to. The Sultan hesitated, as if he had something difficult to say, something he wanted to know but dared not say. Chen Mo was also curious, probably because he was shocked by his own amazing excitement. He frowned slightly. Then in a flash, he retrieved a luxurious sofa from his spatial storage. The Sultan's pupils widened again, shocked. Chen Mo plopped down on the soft sofa, crossed his legs, and said leisurely, "Whatever I want, I can get with a wave of my hand." The Sultan frowned deeply, then suddenly knelt down with a thud, his eyes shining with immense excitement, and said, "Brahma, the great god revered by all people, I am your most faithful child. Please accept my most devout worship." After saying this, he prostrated himself on all fours, respectfully. Sharia, who was standing to the side, also quickly knelt down, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Mo was completely bewildered. "A child? Fuck you, that's ridiculous. I don't have a son as old as you." However, Chen Mo felt that the reason the old immortal had made such a fuss must be because he had just conjured something out of thin air, and they thought he was their god. "So, I still have to put on a show." With a flick of his sleeve, he said sternly, "Old immortal, you've realized this too late." The Sultan trembled with fear. "Brahma, the great god revered by all people, please forgive my sins. I have done wrong. Please forgive me. I will definitely repent sincerely." Chapter 137, Heartfelt Admiration. Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning, who were standing to the side, almost burst out laughing. They couldn't suppress the upturned corners of their mouths, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery on their pretty faces. They all knew that Chen Mo was toying with this deposed monarch. What Brahma? He's dreaming. He's indulging in wishful thinking. If Chen Mo is truly a god, then he is their god, the god of the great Chen. It is impossible and cannot be the god of these barbarian and lowly people. Looking at the Sultan, who was lying on the ground with his limbs on the ground, Chen Mo could not hide his pride. He never expected that he would become Brahma by accident. Okay, from now on, no matter what we ask them to do, they shouldn't have any objections, right? He smiled and waved to Sharia, signaling him to come over. Sharia wasn't stupid either. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, she walked up to Chen Mo, about 3 steps away from the sofa. Come closer, come to my side." As Chen Mo spoke, he waved to her again. When Sharia saw this, her heart started racing. She thought to herself, how could a mortal like me be so close to the great god Brahma? What honor. So you must seize this opportunity. So she mustered her courage and walked over with excited little steps. The Sultan, lying prone on the ground and not daring to move, tried his best to see with his eyes almost touching the ground. That's right, the youngest daughter is getting closer and closer to Brahma. Excellent, wonderful, fantastic. I wonder what instructions Brahma has given me. At this moment, the Sultan was filled with anticipation, his whole body trembling and his eyes shining. When Sharia walked to the sofa, Chen Mo put his arm around her tiny waist and placed her next to him. She has a good waist, but I wonder if she smells of curry. I wonder if her left hand has. Sharia's excited and nervous heart seemed to beat even faster, and her little face was as red as the evening glow. She never imagined that she would have such close contact with the great god Brahma. So excited I felt like I was about to explode, so excited I was drooling like a raging torrent. Chen Mo looked at the Indian girl in his arms, a smile appearing on his lips, and solemnly said, "From this day forward, you are my woman, and also the woman of the gods." Upon hearing this, Sharia's eyes lit up, and she was as excited as if she were having a blast. "Thank you, your majesty." "No, thank you, great god Brahma." The Sultan, who was lying on his knees, was so excited that he almost suffocated. That's right, the youngest daughter has become the woman of Brahma, so she is Devi, a sacred woman. Excellent, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Chen Mo smiled, then shifted his gaze to the Sultan, old immortal. The Sultan was startled and immediately raised his head. "Your subject is here. Since Sharia is my woman and you are my son, how should you address her?" "Ah, this." The Sultan grinned, then suddenly his brain went blank. He had never really thought about this sacred question. If we absolutely have to give her a name, then wouldn't we have to call Sharia Amada? But she is his youngest daughter, which seems a little difficult to talk about. Oh dear, this is a really tricky problem. Why didn't we think of that in the first place? The Sultan inwardly cried out in alarm, his old face turning red with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. But not answering would be disobedience, and Brahma would surely punish you. He swallowed hard, as if making up his mind, and replied, "Your Majesty, I should call her mother." Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle when they heard those two words, and almost burst out laughing again. This is absolutely outrageous. So outrageous it's like opening the door to something truly outrageous. Chen Mo's lips curled into a smug smile. That's good. The old immortal not only submitted, but was also completely convinced. He glanced at the shocked Sharia, then at the dumbfounded Sultan, and said with a smile, "You're quite sensible, but not enough." The Sultan was taken aback. Had he done enough? Oh dear, what went wrong? Oh dear, where exactly did things go wrong? He racked his brains. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, as if he had just remembered something, and he immediately bowed to Sharia. "Mother above, please accept the most devout bow from your most devout child." Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning were completely dumbfounded. Good heavens, could this be any more outrageous? Although Sharia seemed a little embarrassed and uncomfortable, it was clear that she was happy to accept it. Chen Mo chuckled and said, "You're a promising student. Get up." The Sultan was overjoyed, as if he had received the greatest favor. Next, Chen Mo began to assign tasks to the maids. Some people were using lighters to start fires and burn charcoal. Some were washing vegetables, some were skewering skewers, and some were mixing sauces. In short, everyone was busy and having great time. The Sultan and Sharia watched in stunned silence. Indeed, the things of the great god Brahma were extraordinary. There wasn't a single thing that didn't arouse their curiosity and astonishment. Seeing that it was almost ready, Chen Mo got up and walked to the small barbecue grill, took a few hot dogs from the table next to him, and put them on the grill. In no time, the hot dogs were grilled until the skin was cracked and the meat was split open. After being brushed with oil and seasoning, the aroma seemed even stronger. Wow, it smells so good. The Sultan sniffed the air, deeply attracted by the lingering fragrance. I never knew there were such delicious foods in the world. It's truly an eye-opener. No, that's a divine object. Chen Mo picked up a hot dog and handed it to Sharia. Upon seeing this, Sharia was both excited and a little shy. "Your Majesty, is this for me?" Chen Mo nodded, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips, and said, "Okay, You practice first. Sharia looked puzzled. Do I have to practice while eating? Is it because the master's stuff is different from others? Without thinking twice, she excitedly took the hot dog and smelled it. Wow, it smells so good. I haven't even eaten it yet. If I were to actually taste it, wouldn't I feel like I was floating on air? Her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, Your Majesty, it smells so good. It must be delicious. Yes, you must eat a few more. Sharia couldn't resist any longer and immediately put the hot dog in her mouth. After taking a bite, her expression changed instantly. The outer skin is roasted until slightly charred and crispy, and when you bite into it, you'll find a sausage bursting with juice, wrapped in a sweet, sour, and crunchy flavor. With each bite, layers of crispness, bouncy texture, freshness, and aroma explode. It smells so good, so incredibly good. This was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. If it weren't a little hot, she would have loved to put it in her mouth in one bite. The Sultan, standing to the side, couldn't help but swallow hard. I wonder if Brahma could even have a bite of his stuff. If I could have even a bite, I would be so honored that I would die without regrets. Chen Mo noticed his thirsty eyes, but he had no intention of giving him any food. The food of a master is not something you can just eat whenever you want. Otherwise, it would seem too low class. As a result, the Sultan witnessed their eating, drinking, and merrymaking the entire time, while his own stomach was already growling with hunger. But he also understood that Brahma's possessions were not so easy to obtain. Being able to smell them was already a great honor. Late at night, Chen Mo arrived at Sharia's palace. Upon seeing this, Sharia felt a tingling sensation throughout her body from excitement. It seemed like she had waited far too long for this moment. She made meticulous preparations for this moment, not only washing herself thoroughly, but also dressing herself up to look even more beautiful and sexy. And here she is, wearing a seductive see-through outfit. Seeing this, Chen Mo also became very interested. However, he felt it necessary to add some juicy details to her story. And then, in a flash, he vanished without a trace before her eyes. Sharia's beautiful eyes widened, clearly quite frightened, and she frowned deeply, a hint of fear on her pretty face. Then, she quietly moved to the spot where Chen Mo had disappeared, calling out Your Majesty repeatedly. His Majesty? Brahma? However, no matter how much they called, no one appeared. Where's my god? Just as she was filled with doubt, she suddenly felt a pair of large hands hugging her from behind. Chen Mo wrapped his arms around Sharia's petite and incredibly soft body and said with a grin, Big-chested bro, I've got you. Chapter 138, Execution. Sharia was startled by Chen Mo's sudden disappearance and reappearance, but not too much. Instead, it made her even more convinced that the person currently grabbing her big breasts was Brahma, the great god who created the universe. Therefore, she felt that abolishing the Delhi Sultanate was not a problem at all, but rather a good start. Your Majesty, why are you only arriving now? Sharia blushed and said shyly. Chen Mo laughed and said, Do you still want to eat a hot dog? This is so delicious. Very well, I'll let you have your fill tonight. Sharia was extremely excited, her eyes sparkling. Although I was quite full just now, I could easily eat a few more. However, she didn't see Chen Mo conjure up various foods. Instead, he took out a giant dragon. She was stunned for a moment, then shocked, but quickly understood. So why do we need to practice eating? It turns out there's a deeper meaning behind it. Therefore, as God's woman, she naturally has to give it her all. The next day, Chen Mo, accompanied by Mou, took a few girls for a stroll on the street. Sharia smiled shyly, while Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning covered their mouths and noses. Chen Mo was puzzled by the foul smell in the air. Indians are Indians, they've always been the same. He smiled and looked at Sharia, saying, Sharia, I've heard that many large lizards have been brutally raped. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Sharia's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. A master is a master. Even such a sordid thing cannot escape his discerning eye. She pursed her red lips and said in a somewhat hesitant voice, Your Majesty, it is indeed true. Chen Mo was taken aback when he heard this. I never expected that a casual question would turn out to be true. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? He smiled and shook his head, preparing to turn back. But just then, several soldiers suddenly brought over a man named Indian. The man kept his head down, his eyes darting around, as if he had broken a taboo. Behind them followed a large group of residents, who pointed and whispered, some mocking, others furious. Chen Mo was a little curious, so he looked at the soldier and asked, "What crime has this person committed?" One of the soldiers clasped his hands in a fist and replied, "Your Majesty, this fellow sneaked into our neighbor's house last night and tortured many of their poultry to death." Holy crap! Chen Mo was somewhat shocked and asked again, "What kind of poultry?" "Your Majesty, according to his neighbors, there are chickens, ducks, geese, and, it seems there are also sheep." Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning immediately showed shocked expressions, their sexy little mouths slightly open. Shreya seemed unfazed, though her expression was slightly embarrassed. Chen Mo frowned and ordered, "Since that's the case, drag him away, castrate him first, and then shoot him." "Yes." Chen Mo refused to believe that he couldn't handle the Indians. The surrounding crowd applauded and cheered, because they finally got someone to deal with these troublesome local people. As soon as the soldiers left, Chen Mo immediately summoned Go Dan and ordered, "From today onwards, anyone who commits a crime shall be shot dead with a heavy machine gun. Anyone who urinates or defecates indiscriminately shall be castrated." "Yes." Go Dan clasped his hands in response, but then asked with some doubt, "Your Majesty, what if it's a baby?" Chen Mo frowned slightly and said, "Children's civility should be instilled from a young age, so we cannot discriminate against them." "Yes." The crowd stared wide-eyed, their expressions growing increasingly incredulous. Their usual behavior has now resulted in such shocking punishment. Mou wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression showing some fear. It has to be said that Brahma's methods are truly ruthless. No, that's called courage. I believe that before long, the smell of urine will disappear from the streets. Chen Mo glanced over and called out, "Old immortal." Mou immediately stepped forward, mimicking Go Dan's earlier gesture, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Your subject is here." Chen Mo asked with a smile, "What do you think of my actions?" Without a second thought, Mou replied, "Great God Brahma, this is excellent. I've long disliked those lowly people. Those around were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets." That's right, the former king actually called this elegant man Brahma. How is that possible? Chapter 139, True God. The onlookers stared wide-eyed. Just yesterday, when the army of Dechun entered Delhi, they witnessed firsthand the extraordinary nature of this army. Its equipment dazzled them. Moreover, the fact that 100,000 elite troops of the Delhi Sultanate were wiped out is enough to show that the opponent was not ordinary. The once high and mighty king now behaves like a lapdog wagging its tail incessantly before that man. Could this young man really be the omnipotent Brahma? But compared to the portrait, the difference is too great, isn't it? Moreover, Mou was a deposed ruler. Whatever others asked him to do, it was a piece of cake for him. Therefore, the identity of Brahma is highly questionable. Just then, a bold Indian man standing at the front scratched his head and asked in a questioning voice, "How could the great god Brahma look like this?" Mou's face changed drastically, his expression of fear resembling that of a frightened bird. "This is outrageous. How dare you, a lowly commoner, question the great god Brahma? He's got a death wish." His eyes widened, and he pointed at the man, hysterically shouting, "Insolence! You're insolent!" The man clearly sensed something was wrong, and he trembled with fear, his eyes widening in shock. Those around them were also shocked. They hadn't expected Mou to be so angry. His furious gaze was terrifying. It's as if the person standing there is someone who can crush him at any moment. Mou immediately knelt down before Chen Mo, saying in a trembling voice, "Great God Brahma, revered by all people, I, a lowly person, have spoken recklessly. Please forgive me." Chen Mo's expression didn't change at all, because he wasn't some Brahma deity to begin with. "But I still have to put on this act." So he took a few steps forward, looked at the Indian man, and asked, "Have you seen Brahma?" This, Asan hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. Although he had never seen him, he knew that Brahma possessed the extraordinary ability to create the universe and all things. He mustered his courage and whispered, "Brahma is omnipotent and can create all things in the world." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo burst into laughter. It has to be said that these Indians are quite shrewd, so we have to show them some of our best skills. Make them worship you completely. However, if you bring out something ordinary, it would be too ordinary. I wonder if the building in the space can be taken out? Chen Mo nodded at the air, deciding to give it a try. So he walked toward an open space, his attention focused on a small villa in the seaside city. After stopping, he pointed forcefully at the open space in front of him. Hot party! Suddenly, with a cloud of dust, a modern luxury villa with 3 floors appeared. This. What's going on? How come such a strange house suddenly appeared? This. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, as if they had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. The house is very beautiful, and it is inlaid with exquisite glazed tiles. Moreover, it fits the ground perfectly, as if it had been built there before. God! True God! Even the well-informed Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning were deeply shocked. Not to mention them, even Chen Mo himself was somewhat surprised. This time, I didn't feel dizzy at all. It was as easy as picking up any other object. It seems that the development of space has taken another step forward. When we go back to Chang'an, we can build a few skyscrapers. That would be awesome. Just then, Mo Yu, equally shocked, stepped forward and roared, "You damned lowly people. What are you all standing there for? Quickly kowtow to the great god Brahma and apologize. Do you want to die?" Upon hearing this, the Indians, who were still in shock, immediately showed fear in their eyes. If he weren't Brahma, how could he have conjured up such a beautiful house? If it weren't for Brahma, how could the king be such a terrified grandson in his presence? So everyone knelt down with a thud. The Indian man who raised the question was trembling all over and was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. He feared the wrath of Brahma, and even more so, the loss of his life. However, he seemed to have forgotten a matter of life and death. As the dry ground was gradually stained darker, Chen Mo soon discovered that the guy had actually wet himself in fear. Since we've run into the line of fire, we have no choice but to fire. Come on, this man urinated in the street. Drag him away and castrate him. Upon hearing this, the man nearly choked and felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't just risking his own life, he was risking his very life. He quickly put his hands together and begged for forgiveness, saying, "Great Brahma, revered by all people, please forgive my sins. I will never dare to do it again." Without saying a word, the 2 soldiers immediately grabbed him and carried him away. The others lay motionless on the ground, afraid that any slight movement might anger the great god Brahma. A few days later, news of the Delhi Sultanate's defeat and abolition had spread to every corner of the subcontinent. The other states were utterly shocked. They could hardly believe that the once invincible Delhi Sultanate had vanished in just a few days. What kind of force could uproot such a behemoth in such a short time? It's terrifying to think about it carefully. It's terrifying to think about it superficially, and it's terrifying even if you don't think about it. Therefore, everyone in each state felt insecure. They didn't know when this terrifying force would head south, but soon they received even more shocking news. Brahma had descended upon Delhi, and he was the leader of that terrifying force. As soon as the news spread, the Indians all bowed and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times in the direction of Delhi. Some people even knelt for a long time, afraid that they might have done something wrong and angered Brahma, the god who created the universe. The kings of the various states dared not neglect this task, and immediately brought their most valuable treasures and most beautiful women to Delhi for pilgrimage. Chen Mo was also delighted. He hadn't expected to make these nations submit to him so easily, and even make them their Brahma god. Moreover, he gained hundreds of exquisite Indian girls, including princesses from various countries, which was incredibly satisfying. However, Chen Mo did not appreciate their kindness and treated the Delhi Sultanate the same way he had treated them. As for how to specifically manage this land, he was waiting for his sons to grow up. Only then will these states welcome their true masters. Of course, he will lay a good foundation for them before that. So Chen Mo discovered that he didn't seem to have enough sons. In India alone, there were more than a dozen kingdoms of varying sizes. In other words, at least 10 vassal kings would be needed to guard this land. So we have to keep building until we can't build anymore. However, Chen Mo didn't want to create things indiscriminately, like with these Indian girls, where things could only blossom but not bear fruit. Otherwise, who knows what kind of junk they might end up with. Not long after, more than 100 Indian girls were eating hot dogs, and Chen Mo happily led them on their continued westward journey. Next stop, Great Britain. Chapter 140 RV. And so the fleet continued westward along the coastline. However, after a while, Chi Min felt it was a bit boring. Chen Mo was particularly speechless when he was enjoying the maid's massage while watching the Indian girls dance. You should know that at the beginning of the trip, she and Wei Xiaoning were the only ones who were favored, and the three of them played together almost every day. Now things are really going on. He's been collecting all sorts of women, from maids and Indian girls to Persian beauties, Arab beauties, and so on. As a result, the number of women around them increased, causing the two of them to receive imperial favor only once in a very long time. My beloved concubine, why are you so unhappy? Chen Mo was watching the Indian girls dance when he inadvertently caught sight of Chi Min, who was pouting. Chi Min pursed her lips and said softly, "Your Majesty, I have no such thing." Chen Mo smiled at her, then waved to the maids who were massaging him, and got up from the massage chair stretch. I have to say it feels so good to be lying down like this. Every day is pure bliss. But after a while, it seemed to lose some of its fun, so I called out towards the door. Dog Egg immediately ran in. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Chen Mo asked. "Where is the fleet?" "Your Majesty, we are currently in the Black Continent waters." Black Continent. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go ashore and hunt. Everyone should stretch their muscles." Upon hearing this, everyone felt inexplicably excited. Although there was no shortage of food on board, it was inevitable that the long hours spent at sea would become tedious and boring. Moreover, they had heard that people from Black Africa were all very dark-skinned, and they had long wanted to find out why. After landing, Chen Mo, along with a few girls and a small squad of soldiers, drove more than a dozen off-road vehicles deeper into the land. Along the way, they encountered herds of wildebeest and endless herds of zebras. Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning were utterly shocked by what they saw, and they also enjoyed shooting the guns immensely, even using grenades to blow up the hyenas, having a great time. In short, following Chen Mo is great. By nightfall, the trunks of every car were stuffed full of various prey. "Your Majesty, it's getting dark. Let's go back quickly." On the grassland, Chi Min held Chen Mo's hand, her pretty face beaming with joy. "You finally managed to get out of here. Why go back? What if you run into a black person on the way? Wouldn't that scare you half to death?" Chi Min's eyes lit up. "You mean we'll spend the night here?" Chen Mo nodded, chuckled, and put his arm around her slender waist, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "But—" Chi Min looked at Chen Mo with tender affection, but there seemed to be some worry in her tone. After all, it's not easy for the three of them to have some time alone, but this is in the wilderness, and there are so many soldiers around. Chen Mo saw through her thoughts and chuckled. "It's no big deal." After saying that, he released her, and with a wave of his hand, a super luxurious RV appeared. Seeing that the car was somewhat unusual, Chi Min asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, what kind of car is this?" "This car could be used as a house. We'll sleep in it tonight." As Chen Mo spoke, he winked at Wei Xiaoning. Wei Xiaoning also blushed, and of course she understood what she meant. After enjoying a delicious barbecue of wild game, Chen Mo took Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning back to the RV and took out some modern clothes for them from his spatial storage. So the two of them excitedly grabbed their clothes and went to the shower room. Although the bathroom was crowded, I had a wonderful time taking a bath. A short while later, they came out shyly, dressed in their new clothes. Chen Mo, lying on the sofa, was very satisfied at first glance. A tight-fitting pencil skirt, a fitted top, and black stockings that gleamed with an alluring sheen. With a curvy figure, a full bottom, and a slim waist, her curves are incredibly sexy. "Your Majesty, do I look beautiful?" Chi Min sat down next to Chen Mo, her voice gentle and tender. "Of course it's very beautiful." Chen Mo placed one hand on her thigh and waved away Zhao with the other. Outside the RV, Dan scratched his head, looking at the swaying vehicle, and muttered to himself, "Why is the vehicle shaking so badly even when it's stationary? What kind of vehicle is this?" He was completely baffled, so he walked around the car once, and when he saw that nothing was wrong, he left. Half an hour later, Dan came back and saw that the car was still shaking. "Strange. How can I fall asleep with all this shaking?" Egg frowned and walked away, then went to the outer sentry post. 5 soldiers were seen gathered around the barbecue grill, eating grilled meat and drinking alcohol. A soldier picked up a bottle of beer, stood up, and said with a grin, "General, another one?" Egg raised his hand to stop them. "That's enough, everyone's drunk. Who's going to protect His Majesty's safety?" The soldier gave an awkward smile. Yes, the general is absolutely right. We won't drink anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a dense and widespread rustling sound suddenly came from not far away. Egg frowned and listened carefully, then said, "Everyone be careful. Something's up." Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately picked up the rifles they were carrying. A soldier looked at Dan and said, "General, could it be a wild animal?" Egg wasn't sure either, so he ordered, "Go, get in the car and turn on the high beams." One of the soldiers agreed, immediately jumped into an off-road vehicle, and started the car with 2 quick clicks. Then a bright white light shot into the depths of the night. However, the moment the light shone through, everyone was startled. The light was blocked by something dark, and the thing was so dense that it seemed to blend into the night, looking like a person or a ghost. "What the hell is this?" Another soldier frowned, staring ahead, and said, "General, there are so many of them. They seem to be approaching us." Dan took out his sidearm, cocked it with a click, and said, "Whether it's a human or a ghost, if it threatens His Majesty's safety, kill it." After saying that, he commanded, "Fire." As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night. Immediately afterwards, the others pulled the triggers. Da-da-da-da-da. As the gunshot rang out, the thing on the other side suddenly started making a whoosh 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 sound, the sound overwhelming everything. Of course, the gunshots alerted the surrounding soldiers, and several off-road vehicles quickly rushed over. Chen Mo had just finished wrestling when he heard gunshots. "Damn it, who's ruining my mood? Do they want to die?" he said, somewhat puzzled. However, he felt that the soldiers would not dare to make such a joke, otherwise they would be like wild beasts. Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning seemed a little insecure and immediately put on their clothes. Chapter 141, Emptying the Magazine. Soon, as the flames roared out, the dark shadows in the night receded like a tide. Egg jumped into the passenger seat of an SUV and immediately went to check the situation. "Holy crap, what is that?" On the bus, Dan was genuinely shocked as he looked at the dark, gooey-looking thing on the ground. Although it was unclear, it was definitely an animal similar to a human. The driver squinted and looked closely, then exclaimed in shock, "General, it looks like a person." Egg frowned. Could it be the legendary black person? In no time, the car pulled up next to the body. When everyone shone their flashlights on each other, their eyes widened in surprise. It really is a black person. Everything about it is black. If we weren't so close, we probably wouldn't be able to tell it's human. Egg looked on with curiosity. "Holy crap, is this even human?" One soldier said, "Damn it, how long has it been since they took a bath?" Egg squatted down and rubbed the skin of a corpse with his fingers, finding that it did not fade. So he stood up and said, "No, he's just that dark-skinned. You can't wash him white." Upon hearing this, the soldiers all began rubbing the corpses at their feet. Egg was also curious. If it were a woman, would she also be completely black? If that's the case, wouldn't it also be dark and murky when touched? So he said, let's go see if there are any women." Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately grinned. One of them said, "General, you won't even spare the dead?" Egg blushed instantly and glared at her fiercely. Go away. If I tell you to look, then go look. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut with a needle and thread." The soldiers gave an awkward smile, then ran into the pile of corpses to search. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that they were all male. Unable to find what he wanted to see, Dan reluctantly approached the RV with a slight sense of regret. To his surprise, the car, which had been swaying all along, suddenly stopped swaying. "Your Majesty, are you asleep?" He stood in the middle of the car, bowed, and clasped his hands in greeting. A moment later, the car window slowly rolled down. Dan glanced over and noticed that Chen Mo wasn't wearing any clothes, revealing 2 large pectoral muscles. He immediately took 2 steps toward that spot and began to report. "Your Majesty, a large number of black people appeared on the west side just now, attempting to approach my camp. They have been repelled, and more than 150 of them have been killed. It turns out it was old black." Chen Mo looked at Dan and praised. "You did a great job." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After a moment's thought, Chen Mo said, "For safety's sake, let everyone sleep in the car tonight." "Yes, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will ensure that Your Majesty and the 2 empresses sleep soundly until dawn." After Dan finished speaking, he opened his mouth as if he had something to say. Chen Mo noticed and asked, "Is there anything else?" Dog Egg chuckled. "Your Majesty, why was the carriage shaking so much just now? Does it have some special function?" Chen Mo was also somewhat embarrassed. When you're doing something you love, it's hard not to be moved. But this kid didn't even notice. Don't pry into things in the martial arts world. Chen Mo waved his hand at him. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." After saying that, Dan turned around and scratched his head in confusion. Isn't everything in a martial arts world just about fighting and killing? Is there anything you can't ask about? However, when he thought of Chen Mo's bare chest muscles and the 2 ladies in the car, he suddenly remembered something. Okay, let's try another day. The next day, just when everyone thought they were about to return to the fleet, Chen Mo suddenly ordered them to continue westward. "Since we're already here, why not grab a couple to take back and have some fun?" So, Dan was overjoyed. He just wanted to find out whether it was truly black or not. Of course, there were others who were even happier than him. Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning were incredibly excited. This meant there was still more fun to be had. So the convoy continued to advance deeper into the grasslands. However, the lead vehicle discovered the situation not long after they started driving. All that could be seen directly in front of them was a dark mass, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were at least 8,000, if not 10,000. The driver immediately stopped the car, turned on his hazard lights to warn the cars behind him, and then picked up binoculars to observe. He noticed that the people opposite him were all baring their teeth and grinning, as if they had come for revenge. A short while later, Chen Mo's car arrived. He was also somewhat surprised when he saw it. Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning unconsciously picked up their rifles. At the same time, the black men on the opposite side launched an attack. They moved incredibly fast, like monkeys darting through the jungle, and made whooshing noises. Chen Mo calmly stepped out of the vehicle, then pointed forward. "Those who offend me will be punished. Soldiers, empty your magazines." So everyone immediately stepped forward, guns at the ready, preparing for a big fight. As gunshots rang out, large numbers of black people fell to the ground like a hurricane sweeping across Inari. Aleawa. It was too dark last night to see what weapon the other side was using. But now it's pretty much certain that the enemy's weapons are incredibly powerful. They were completely dumbfounded and shocked. The opposing side consisted of only a few dozen people, yet they showed no fear whatsoever, instead inflicting a crushing defeat on the overwhelmingly superior group. The promise to roast the other person is simply impossible to fulfill. In no time at all, they abandoned hundreds of corpses and slunk away. The enemy not only didn't surrender, but they ran faster than rabbits. "Chase them." Chen Mo finished speaking, jumped into his car, and sped off in the direction the black man had fled. Chapter 142 Fortress. Before long, the convoy slowly climbed up a hillside. After finally reaching the top of the slope, Chen Mo suddenly discovered that the area below was filled with large, densely packed black people, stretching as far as the eye could see, several times more numerous than before. They were armed and seemed ready for battle. This looks like a decisive battle is about to begin. The soldiers, upon seeing this, also felt a chill run down their spines. There are far too many. I estimate there are tens of thousands. And they numbered no more than 50. The weapons are undoubtedly excellent, But what if the opponent goes berserk? Godan walked up to Chen Mo and said, "Your Majesty, I will send someone to fetch help right away." "No." Chen Mo waved his hand. "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The number of us is enough." Dog Egg said with some worry, "But there are so many black people, what if?" Chen Mo laughed loudly. "Haha, are you scared?" Dog Egg said firmly, "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about His Majesty's safety." "Haha, don't be afraid. I'll personally pick 2 black beauties for you." Dog Egg scratched his head awkwardly. "Your Majesty, this black man, As he talked, he started laughing foolishly. Chen Mo patted his shoulder. "Of course, I won't pick one that's too dark for you. Otherwise, you'll definitely complain." Dog Egg quickly waved his hand in denial. No, no, no. I like anything that His Majesty bestows upon me." Just then, a soldier, as if he had discovered some urgent military situation, ran quickly to Chen Mo and said, "Your Majesty, we have spotted a large number of black people behind us." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo turned around and looked behind him. Mud horse. That's true. It was a huge, densely packed mass, probably at least 8,000 if not 10,000. Moreover, large numbers of black people also appeared on both the left and right sides. It seems that Big Black is determined to fight to the death and won't give up until he captures them. Chi Min's expression changed slightly as she looked at Chen Mo and said, "Your Majesty, we are surrounded." Chen Mo smiled and said calmly, "It's all right. I have 100 ways to deal with him." Chi Min then asked, "How will Your Majesty handle this?" Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then chuckled. "He has his human wave tactics, and I have my doomsday fortress. Today, let's play an exciting game." After saying that, Chen Mo walked over to an open space with his hand behind his back. Chi Min was stunned for a moment. What the hell is Doomsday Fortress? What exactly is a game? But seeing how calm he was, I didn't panic anymore. The others stared intently at his retreating figure, seemingly waiting for an answer from him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a 10-story building appeared. Everyone's eyes widened immediately, and they started yelling. It turns out that the Doomsday Fortress he was talking about was a building that can be described as a masterpiece. It was not only enormous, but also much taller than a house built in Delhi. Strong. It's absolutely magnificent. Chi Min frowned slightly, as if she had thought of something, so she walked to Chen Mo's side and said, "Your Majesty, do you intend to defend the tower?" Chen Mo smiled and nodded. "You understand me best, my beloved concubine." Then, he put away all the vehicles, let everyone into the building, and retrieved a large number of firearms and ammunition, including light machine guns, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and so on. After making the arrangements, Chen Mo led Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning to the rooftop. The view here is excellent, and you can see the surroundings clearly. Of course, the old men had already noticed the anomaly on the hillside and were quite startled by it. However, without much thought, they were eager to reach that inexplicably appearing thing in one step and then tear all the outsiders to shreds. Wah! Soon, a massive army of black people approached the building from all directions. On the rooftop, Chen Mo looked at the scene before him and felt a strong sense of déjà vu, like a zombie apocalypse. I wonder if the black guys will still go crazy after they start firing? Chi Min swallowed nervously and said, "Your Majesty, the enemy is almost upon us. Should we open fire?" Chen Mo felt that it was about time, so he nodded. Chi Min immediately picked up his rifle, aimed at a burly black man in the crowd, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The big black man was shot twice, and his massive body crashed to the ground. The surrounding black people, upon seeing this, were instantly enraged, baring their teeth and howling. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and dozens of jets of fire sprayed wildly at the black army. Da-da-da-da-da. The firing positions are distributed around the building and are staggered vertically, providing all-round coverage. In just a few breaths, a large number of them were knocked down. Chen Mo couldn't stop smiling as he watched Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning working so hard. They held rifles, their index fingers constantly pulling the triggers, and the big-breasted men trembled along with them. Although I was a little nervous and excited, I remained organized despite the busyness. And they seemed to be enjoying it, almost shouting, "That was so much fun." However, The Black Army did not seem to back down. Like crazed zombies, they surged towards the building like a tidal wave. Chapter 143 Airplane. Soon, the area around the building was littered with corpses, their black skin stained red with blood. However, the enraged army of black men continued to climb the mountain of corpses and rush towards the building, as if the building in front of them were a mountain of gold. Wah! Chen Mo was a little surprised. This big black guy really wasn't afraid of death. Could it be that the black man in this timeline is different from the one I'm familiar with? Otherwise, the scene before us, resembling a zombie apocalypse, would be inexplicable. Your Majesty, we can't possibly finish this fight. Please come quickly. Chimin's voice suddenly rang out. While firing his gun, Wei Zhaoning turned to Chen Mo and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, come quickly." Chen Mo chuckled. You have to believe in yourselves. You can definitely do it." Just then, a rocket suddenly shot out from somewhere. After a loud explosion, the Black Army was ripped open, and their screams reached their peak. Before they could react, a barrage of grenades was thrown from the windows on each floor. In a matter of moments, the building was surrounded by gunfire. Like the artillery fire, screams of agony filled the air. The Black Army was completely dumbfounded by the situation. They originally thought that as long as they kept charging, they could break in and tear the outsiders apart. However, in reality, they not only failed to get close to the building, but also suffered countless deaths and injuries, with corpses piling up like mountains. In the end, they lost their nerve and turned to run away in fear. However, Chen Mo wasn't going to let them off so easily. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. Suddenly, an armed helicopter appeared on the rooftop. Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning seemed to have noticed something, and when they turned their heads, their beautiful eyes lit up. I have to say, this thing is really cool. It looks a bit like a car because it has wheels. But strangely, there are tall buildings right below, so why is the car parked here? Chi Min immediately put away her rifle, walked to Chen Mo's side, and asked, "Your Majesty, what kind of vehicle is this?" Chen Mo chuckled. "This isn't a car, it's an airplane." "An airplane?" Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning murmured in confusion. Chen Mo explained, "In short, it means you can fly in the sky." Fly? Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning were even more puzzled. Could a lump of iron fly? They obviously couldn't figure it out, so they were very curious and wanted to see how it could fly. Without further ado, Chen Mo took a few steps forward and climbed onto the helicopter, then turned around and waved to them. Once the two women were on the helicopter, Chen Mo immediately stored their weapons in his spatial storage. If the bullet accidentally hits yourself, you'll suffer a huge loss. After a series of operations, a huge roar followed. Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning sat upright in the back, looking around but not daring to move. A short while later, the helicopter slowly took off. As the plane took off, Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning felt a jolt of fear and immediately grabbed their seats, looking a little scared. Once the altitude has been climbed to a certain level, Chen Mo pushes the control stick forward. "My beloved concubines, let's go." And so, the helicopter flew off from above the building in the direction the Black Army was fleeing. As the plane took off from the building, Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning's hearts were in their throats, and they felt increasingly frightened. Because right now, it's suspended in the sky. They could hardly believe that such a large lump of iron could fly in the sky. It was simply unbelievable. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. It must be said that the emperor before us has many secrets yet to be revealed. All I can say is that he is more divine than a god. After the helicopter took off, Chen Mo did not rush to fire. Instead, he flew to the front and then turned to face the fleeing army of black men. The Black Army was stunned again. What can fly in the sky without wings? However, they didn't have time to think. They were using their 2 legs as if they were 4 and just wanted to get out of this hellish place as soon as possible. Just as they were getting anxious and confused, the giant object in the sky suddenly let out a roar. Whoosh! Chapter 144 Tribe. Bang! With a loud bang, the dense black people were instantly torn open, and countless severed limbs flew directly onto others. Everyone around was terrified, and some even lost control of their bladder and bowels. Eleawa! The screams nearly made their gallbladders pop out. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. They didn't know whether these outsiders were human or devils. If they had known this would happen, they should have offered the best food to the other party instead of treating them like prey. Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning were completely dumbfounded. They had never known that airplanes could not only fly, but also fire cannons. They looked through the glass window from either side at the dense black dots below and couldn't help but give Chen Mo a thumbs up in their hearts. If it weren't for the building and these advanced weapons, those few dozen people would probably have been torn to shreds by the Black Army long ago. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mo fired all the shells on the plane in one go. Swish, swish. Wherever the shells pointed, the Black Army was pulverized, without even a chance to cry. The remaining people scrambled and stumbled. If the building hadn't been so tall and conspicuous, they probably wouldn't have been able to tell which way was which. Chen Mo stopped arguing with them and flew the helicopter towards the building. Dog Egg and the soldiers, who were peering out the window, were equally dumbfounded. Shocking, absolutely shocking. They could hardly imagine that their emperor was atop that flying lump of iron. Awesome, absolutely awesome. At this moment, Go Dan was filled with curiosity and anticipation. A moment later, the helicopter came to a steady stop on the rooftop, and the loud roar ceased abruptly. Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. When Go Dan saw the iron lump fly over his head, he lifted his leg and ran up like the wind. Wow, Your Majesty, you can actually fly. His eyes were wide and sparkling. He immediately started touching and exploring everything, completely absorbed in his excitement. Chen Mo laughed, hand behind his back. Ha, you like it, right? Dog Egg nodded vigorously. I love it. I love it. I want to fly in the sky, too. If I'm not mistaken, he must have done it for himself. He's so cool. Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning both looked at him with expressions that said, I want one, too. If you had such a treasure, wouldn't everyone be incredibly envious? Chen Mo chuckled and looked at the group with a serious expression, saying, there are plenty of airplanes, and I even have some dozens of times bigger than this. However, these things aren't as easy to drive as cars. You might end up smashing to pieces if you're not careful. Ah, this. Dog Egg gasped in shock. Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning also frowned slightly. Shattered to pieces. They don't want to. They just want to enjoy life and live a good life with him. That's right, it's the day in living a normal life. Chen Mo said, well, you don't need to worry too much. I am someone you can trust. Dog Egg quickly asked, Your Majesty, do you mean I could do it too? Chen Mo nodded slightly. If I teach you, there shouldn't be any problems. Upon hearing this, Go Dan was extremely excited. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chi Min, unable to contain her curiosity, pointed to herself and said, Your Majesty, what about me? You. Chen Mo's lips twitched into a smile. You were once an emperor, so you're naturally not too stupid. As long as you study hard, you should be fine. Chi Min blushed slightly. If he hadn't said that, she would have forgotten that she had once been an emperor. Looking back now, being an emperor wasn't good at all. It's nothing like the carefree life I have now. Your Majesty, it's settled then. You must teach me. She spoke softly and gently. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Okay, no problem. Your Majesty, the blacks have retreated. Should we return to the fleet now, or continue westward? Chen Mo looked up at the sun and said, It's noon. Let's talk after lunch. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the meal. A small group of black people came to the outside of the building and knelt on the ground. Chen Mo figured that it must be Big Black begging for surrender, so he sent the leader upstairs. Big Black was terrified and trembling all over. However, upon seeing the furnishings inside the house, they became incredibly curious. But he couldn't care less about that. He immediately knelt down respectfully before Chen Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, and then bowed with both hands. Chen Mo frowned. What kind of gibberish are you speaking? As he spoke, he pointed in the direction behind him. Chen Mo looked at Chi Min and asked, My dear consort, what do you think he was trying to express? Chi Min thought for a moment. Your Majesty, will you allow us to go to his tribe? Chapter 145 Scissors. Chen Mo thought it made sense. It would be strange if Big Black didn't kneel down. So they went downstairs, but the mountain of corpses blocked their way. It was black with a reddish tinge. Layer upon layer, sending chills down one's spine. But this was no challenge for Chen Mo. He had no intention of climbing over. He stared at the corpse, and with a wave of his hand, a lump of it vanished. While the space is still developing stealthily, it's time to replenish some blood. Upon seeing this, Big Black's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his entire body was on edge. Is this a human or a ghost? He didn't know anything else, but he knew that his back felt incredibly cold. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mo quickly collected the corpses within a radius of several meters into his spatial storage. After that, they took out more than 10 armored vehicles. After all, it's their tribe, so armored vehicles are naturally a safer option. And so the convoy followed the large, black men who led the way on foot. And you know what? The big black guy was actually pretty fast. Not long after, the convoy drove into an area surrounded by thatched huts, densely packed with black people. However, they were all kneeling on the ground and dared not look around carelessly. They knew that the visitor was a great deity, and there was no reason for them to be disrespectful. Upon reaching the center of the tribe, the largest house appeared, with a large wooden chair placed in front of it. Chen Mo ordered all the armored vehicles to stop on both sides of the road for guard duty, while he himself got out of the vehicle with Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning, his two protectors. A man who appeared to be a leader immediately stepped forward and knelt before him. Has tut chimling, sai sing his hensin p, chanting, a ohat I ohat galaso, a uiu sholaha, ziwa ziwa, zizi wawa, wawa zizi. Chen Mo was completely confused and had no idea what he was talking about. Then he shouted sternly, "Damn you, you old hag." Although the old black man couldn't understand, he could still tell that the tone was off. Yes, he must be very angry. Then he raised his hands and bowed, saying, "Chirp, chirp, 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 chirp." Chen Mo shook his head, looking speechless. When the big black man saw that the other party was silent, he wondered if he had forgiven him. So I breathed a sigh of relief. Then she cautiously raised her head and glanced at Chen Mo again. Seeing him made me feel less afraid, and I felt more at ease. So he slowly stood up and respectfully gestured please towards the large chair. Ugh, ugh. Although Chen Mo couldn't understand it, he could still tell. This morning implies a wish for him to assume a higher position. But that thing was pitch black, so it was probably incredibly dirty. Therefore, Chen Mo had no choice but to search the space. Whoosh! Suddenly, a luxurious sofa appeared. The big black man trembled with fear. God! God! Chen Mo plopped down and crossed his legs. Big Black understood. The other party was looking down on him. That's right. Hers is so beautiful. Why would she care about her broken chair? At this moment, he doubted himself, wondering whether he should bring out what he was about to take out. In other words, is it presentable or not? After much deliberation, he finally made up his mind. After all, sincerity still needs to be shown. So he shouted outwards, "Kawaii." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of dark-skinned girls wrapped in leaves came out. Chen Mo was a little surprised. It turned out that Big Black was also savvy about human relationships. Once they were standing still, Chen Mo also got up from the sofa. He looked them over and saw that, apart from a few that were incredibly dark-skinned, the rest weren't too dark, and some of them were even quite attractive. So, Chen Mo took out several sets of underwear and a stepmother's dress from his spatial storage and gave them to Wei Zhaoning, asking her to take the little black girls to get dressed. Wei Zhaoning looked puzzled. Does this mean they want to take it away? Although she wasn't that dark-skinned, she was still quite dark-skinned compared to others. Qimin also looked puzzled. Didn't she like it? After Wei Zhaoning led the group of dark-skinned women into the big house, Chen Mo looked at the remaining dark-skinned women. That's right, he's going to pick out 2 for Godan himself. Dog Egg, these 2 are yours from now on. He pointed to 2 of the pretty, dark-skinned girls and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Dog Egg was overjoyed and excited. He could finally get a good look at their pets. In addition, you can also experience it in the car. A short while later, Wei Zhaoning came out with 5 black girls dressed in stepmother dresses. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight. The soft, form-fitting clothing accentuates her curves, showcasing her ample hips and slender waist with a smooth, silky silhouette. She was just a tribal savage a moment ago, but now she's transformed into a stunning black beauty. As the women themselves, they absolutely loved the clothes they were wearing. Not only were they wrapped up tightly, but they were also really comfortable. Especially the clothes of the big-chested guy. It's as if they're being held by a pair of gentle hands. Compared to those leaves, this outfit is simply a gift from heaven. So, their longing began to sprout, and they couldn't wait to leave this godforsaken place. Big Black's eyes were wide open, like copper bells. From pheasant to phoenix. This young man is terrifying. He's a god. Otherwise, how could so many of them have fallen to the point of being bullied like this by dozens of outsiders? Chen Mo was fairly satisfied with these few dark-skinned girls, but he felt it wasn't enough. What he was thinking about was how to make them physically disappear. In the future, this land will belong to Dachin. One of his sons will become the king here. Then the big black man made a gesture, the meaning of which was simple and clear. He wanted a beautiful woman. Although Big Black was a bit slow, he figured it out after thinking about it carefully. He patted his chest, then said something in a foreign language and went to give orders to his men. Chen Mo wasn't idle either. He took out a pair of sharp, large scissors from his spatial storage, the kind that can cut tree branches. After Lao He finished arranging things, he walked up to Chen Mo and noticed that Chen Mo was holding something rather strange. He nodded to himself, thinking that if he wasn't mistaken, that thing would definitely be a reward for him. So I'm happy. Chen Mo pondered how to effectively communicate with this big, black man. A moment later, an idea struck him, and he said, "That go Dan." Dog Egg immediately stepped forward. "Your subject is here." Chen Mo said, "Draw a man on the ground." Dog Egg frowned and scratched his head, looking like he didn't quite know how. "Your Majesty, my drawing is not good." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Whether it's good or not is irrelevant, as long as it's drawn." Dog Egg had no choice but to bite the bullet and pull out a dagger from his waist, squatting down to draw. After a while, he stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I have finished drawing. Please take a look." Chen Mo took a look and saw that it did resemble a human, with a head, limbs, facial features, and even a navel. But upon closer inspection, one crucial element was missing. So he said, "Check it again carefully." Dog Egg scratched his head again. He had everything he needed, so how could he be missing anything? But if he says that, then there must be something he's overlooked. Dog Egg immediately began to observe carefully, looking from head to toe and from toe to head, repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he looked as if he had just realized something. "Oh, I understand." Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning were also full of doubts. They felt there was quite a bit of something there as well. But Go Dan's behavior clearly shows that it is. So all eyes immediately fell on Go Dan. Then Go Dan picked up the dagger again, squatted down, and drew a stick below the portrait. Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning understood, and their faces instantly turned rosy. "I just don't know what this person is trying to do." Go Dan stood up and looked at Chen Mo with a grin. "Your Majesty, am I right?" Chen Mo smiled and nodded, then waved to Big Black. Come on, come on." The old black man nodded and bowed, looking like he was all ears. "That's right, he's going to reward us." Chen Mo chuckled, pointing at the stick that Go Dan had drawn with his foot, while making a cutting motion with the scissors in his hand. Then, pointing at the person kneeling on the ground, he said, "Crack, crack, understand. Shopted etundo for the sexin." A giant object, making cracking sounds? Does this mean it needs to be cut off? Big Black's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Then his mouth dropped open as he realized what was happening, his dark face showing a look of utter astonishment. He gasped in shock. It wasn't a reward, but a punishment. Oh dear, why did I have to be so impulsive back then? Now look what's happened. You've completely enraged them. Wah, 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 wah. He immediately knelt down and spoke in a language that no one could understand. However, it was clear that he was very anxious, fearful, and desperate. Chen Mo glared at him, while simultaneously making a cutting motion with the scissors. Snip, snip. After saying that, he handed over the scissors. The old man's face was ashen. He knew he couldn't change the other party's decision. A moment later, he raised his hands to take the scissors, and then slowly stood up. However, Chen Mo felt that one cut was definitely not enough. It would take forever to cut them. So, in a flash, he took out dozens of them from his spatial storage. Seeing so many scissors, the ruthless boss's heart was bleeding. However, He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately shouted a few words at the person kneeling on the ground. After he finished speaking, dozens of burly black men walked over tremblingly, each carrying a pair of scissors. Then, the big black guy went on and on to tell them a whole bunch of things. Although their skin was very dark, it was easy to see that those people immediately looked surprised. This is going to ruin the third brother's future. This is absolutely outrageous. But when you think about the scene of being sprayed and bombarded, this doesn't seem like a big deal. After all, being alive is the most important thing. So the black men walked into the crowd and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, began to snipe the scissors. In an instant, the screams of pigs being slaughtered echoed through the sky. Some people rolled on the ground groaning, while others struggled on the ground like madmen. The others trembled with fear, their eyes wide open. Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning dared not look directly at each other and turned away. I have to say, this is absolutely brilliant. How painful it must have been to cut like that. So they were very confused. Chi Min leaned closer to Chen Mo and asked, "Your Majesty, why do you want to be castrated?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "As the old saying goes, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts." Chi Min pondered for a moment, then asked, "Then why not just offer them peanuts?" Chen Mo smirked and climbed one hand onto her waist. Hee hee, this is merely punishment for their unreasonable offense. As for killing them, we are civilized people, so we naturally have to be mindful of the methods. Besides, we can't kill them all in a short time. After listening, Chi Min frowned slightly. She clearly remembered that Chen Mo's policy on the Japanese islands was collecting women, and that this was done every year. Although the objects they deal with are different, upon closer examination, they seem to be exactly the same. In short, they are all indirect. Not long after, a large black man arrived with a large group of black women, numbering about 200 or 300. When they saw those scenes, they were so frightened that they trembled and dared not even breathe. When the leader saw them arrive, it was as if he had seen saviors. It's not impossible that the master might suddenly decide to stop the scissors operation. So, with a smug grin, he walked up to Chen Mo and rattled off a whole bunch of nonsense. Judging from his fawning eyes, Chen Mo could roughly guess the meaning behind his words. However, as an emperor whose word is law, he cannot simply change his mind once he has spoken. Moreover, his tribe was no exception. Thinking of this, Chen Mo suddenly chuckled, pointed his index finger at his eyes, then moved it down to his genitals, and said, "Snap, snap." Ah! Big Black was so frightened that he almost lost his balance. "It's over. I thought the great master would show mercy, but it turns out he doesn't even spare himself." He knelt down with a thud, bowing with his hands clasped and chanting, "Wah-wah, wah-ah, wah-ah." Chen Mo smiled silently, then swiftly pulled out another pair of scissors and gave Godan a look. "Go ahead." "Yes." Dog Egg took the scissors and immediately called over 4 soldiers to pin Big Black to the ground. The big black guy was scared half to death, his eyes wide open as if they might fall to the ground at any moment. "Wah-wah, wah-wah." Dog Egg chuckled, raised the scissors in his hand, and snipped them. Ah! The loudest pig-slaughtering scream in the entire venue was born from this. The 4 soldiers then released their grip, their faces beaming with smug smiles. He deserved it. Offending His Majesty in the middle of the night is tantamount to courting death. Such punishment is considered lenient. When the scream stopped, Big Black also passed out. Chi Min and Wei Xiaoning had already hidden themselves away. They didn't want to see that dark, murky thing. However, Chen Mo didn't want him to die so soon, because he still had to do the tasks ahead. So they took out some medicine from their space as a special consideration for him. That evening, Chen Mo found an open space and moved a hotel out of his spatial dimension. Yes, it is a 5-star hotel. But the problem is obvious. There is no electricity and the whole building is pitch black. However, this was no challenge for Chen Mo. Such a large hotel must be equipped with a high-powered generator. He quickly found the machine room with a flashlight and started all the generators. A moment later, the lights came on. People outside the building were stunned when they saw this, and they started shouting and yelling, each shout louder than the last. It turned out to be a super building, much taller than the one from earlier in the day, as if it pierced the sky. Moreover, it's beautiful, spectacular, and has dazzling, colorful lighting. Those black women were quite frightened. Such a colossal creature suddenly appeared. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. When Chen Mo arrived in the lobby, Chi Min and the others also came in. They walked very slowly, and their eyes couldn't keep up with the sights. The magnificent sight before me was beyond my imagination, and I was deeply shocked. It's big, bright, and beautiful. This is even more high-end and classy than the Imperial Palace. It's the epitome of luxury. Tonight, we'll stay at the inn. Chen Mo's voice rang out. Chi Min finally came to her senses and walked up to Chen Mo, asking, "Your Majesty, are you saying this is an inn?" Seeing her shocked expression, Chen Mo laughed heartily. To be precise, this is a hotel, much more comfortable than an inn. Although it was tempting, Godan had other ideas. He walked up to Chen Mo and stammered, "Your Majesty, could you grant me a motorhome?" Chen Mo was a little surprised. "Why do you need a motorhome? There are plenty of rooms upstairs." How about this? You pick a presidential suite to stay in." Dog Egg blushed and gave an awkward laugh. Your Majesty, I want a motorhome. That would make patrolling easier." Chen Mo was puzzled. With so many cars available, why choose a motorhome as a patrol vehicle? No, that's not right. This kid is definitely up to something. Chapter 147 Ruins. Chen Mo frowned thoughtfully. Then suddenly he thought of something. "That's right." Godan asked why the RV was wobbling. "This kid isn't stupid. He probably guessed something. So, he must have wanted to take his anger out on the black girl." "No problem. I'll reward you with a Mercedes-Benz," Chen Mo said with a smile. "A Mercedes-Benz?" Godan hesitated, looking troubled, as if that thing wasn't what he wanted. Chen Mo smirked and pointed at him. "Don't be so naive, kid. With your small frame, how could you possibly handle a motorhome? Only a Mercedes can make you wobble around." After saying that, Chen Mo suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. Remember to recline the seat." Dog Egg's face immediately turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and his temperature rose sharply. "It's over. My little thoughts have been figured out. Your Majesty, how could you do this? Can't you give me a little face?" Dog Egg screamed inwardly, feeling utterly ashamed at this moment. Even Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning were extremely embarrassed. What the hell is this? That kid. They'd gone astray. Then, Chen Mo walked to the front door and pulled out a Mercedes-Benz in a flash. But that wasn't all. He took out a small box from his spatial storage. "We can't let that kid mess things up." "Hey, wear this when you're doing errands," Chen Mo said earnestly. Dog Egg took the small box and asked with a puzzled look, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Chen Mo pondered for a moment. It's the romantic auspicious bag." Upon hearing this, Godan's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom again. "Brother, you're not giving me any face at all." After Chen Mo went upstairs, he secretly took a little black girl with him, drove the car to a secluded and dark corner, and obediently reclined the seat. The little black girl kept her head down and eyes lowered, her hands clasped tightly together, seemingly somewhat fearful and uneasy. Dog Egg swallowed hard and said somewhat awkwardly, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." The little black girl naturally didn't understand, but just pursed her lips and glanced at him. Godan glanced at her and realized he couldn't see clearly, so he took out a flashlight and then tore off the leaves that were wrapped around her. Whoosh! Sure enough, it was exactly what he thought. "That's right, it's pitch black." Dog Egg frowned, seemingly unsurprised, and then lowered the flashlight. "Oh, the moon." The next day, Chen Mo returned to the tribe. He wanted to see how the results were and how the progress was. The result was unexpected. Most of those whose penises were chopped off were actually dead. "Excellent, great, that's exactly the effect I wanted." Although the tribal chief was not dead, he was practically indistinguishable from a dead man. Hearing that the great deity had arrived, he endured the pain and crawled out of the house with difficulty, kneeling and chanting, "Waji Waji, Gigi Wawa, Wawa Gigi." Chen Mo pointed into the distance and made a scissors gesture. "Snip, snip." Big Black frowned deeply, then after a moment gave me a knowing look. Chen Mo didn't know if he understood what he meant, and he didn't care much. Dealing with them is too easy. Then, looking at Godan, he ordered, "Set sail and return to the fleet." "Yes," Godan replied, then asked, Your Majesty, what should be done with those women? Chen Mo chuckled and retorted, You silly boy. Do you even need to ask? Dog Egg scratched his head. I get it. Chi Min was a little confused. What's so good about black girls? Isn't she appealing? However, she didn't say it aloud. Instead, she asked with some concern, Your Majesty, what will happen to the inn if we leave? Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, saying indifferently, Just let it stand there, consider it a relic. Chi Min pursed her red lips and said, Such a luxurious inn, wouldn't it be a pity if it were ruined by black people? Chen Mo smiled again. If they're smart, they should treat that place as a forbidden area. If they're not, it doesn't matter, let them be. All right. A few days later, Chen Mo returned to the fleet with hundreds of black women. However, apart from the 5 women wearing stepmother dresses, he made proper arrangements for the soldiers and even provided them with small umbrellas. And so, the days of drifting at sea began once again. Chapter 148, London City. 2 months later, one morning, the fleet finally arrived in the southern waters of Great Britain. At this moment, the sea was shrouded in mist. When the fleet reached the near sea, the madmen in the harbor noticed the abnormality and immediately began to scream, clutching their heads. Oh my God! Ugh! What is that? What a huge ship! My God! Can someone tell me if this is real? Quickly, prepare for battle. The madman had never seen anything like this before. He was so frightened that chickens and dogs scattered in panic, like popcorn exploding in a pot. Those incredibly jarring eyes were like a mouse seeing a dinosaur, filled with terror. It should be noted that at this time, the kingdom of Dian had just completed its unification and its national strength had reached its greatest level in history. Therefore, his ambitions swelled to an extreme. He was fearless and disregarded everyone else. The ships they saw before them were unbelievably large, completely exceeding their comprehension. Before their ships could even leave the harbor, the cannons opposite them had already begun to roar. Boom, 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 boom. At the harbor, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Wooden boats were torn to shreds, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. For Chen Mo, this was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. But he liked to do that with robbers. Look how satisfying it is. By imperial decree, the troops are to land, and the fleet is to blockade the strait. Not a single person or ship must be allowed to escape from Dian Island. On the cruise ship, Chen Mo's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked at the land and waved his hand. Understood. Go Dan clasped his hands in acceptance of the order, then turned to the soldiers behind him and shouted solemnly, By order of His Majesty, the troops are to land. The fleet is to blockade the strait, and not a single person or ship is to be allowed to pass. At this moment, Chi Min draped a red cloak over Chen Mo's shoulders. Your Majesty, the wind and waves are strong. Please be careful not to catch a cold. Amidst the howling sea breeze, Chi Min's gentle voice rang out. Chen Mo nodded slightly and said with some emotion, Yes, time flies. Winter has arrived before we know it. Chi Min pursed her red lips and said thoughtfully, This place seems to be even colder than Chang'an. I wonder if Your Majesty has any winter clothing for the soldiers. Chen Mo chuckled. That's easy, I have plenty. Chi Min's face remained unchanged, as if she had already received the answer. But she was really curious. Who exactly is this omnipotent person? So he asked, Your Majesty, are you truly a god? Looking into her bright and curious eyes, Chen Mo smiled again. I have never been a god. Chi Min nodded slightly and said from the bottom of her heart, Your Majesty is truly a wise and powerful ruler who is one in 10,000 years. I'm not pretending anymore. I just love hearing you say that. Ha ha. Seeing Chen Mo so happy, Wei Zhaoning also said, Your Majesty truly deserves it. Ha ha. Chen Mo laughed heartily again, and when the laughter subsided, he said, All right, let's get ready to log in. I, the Emperor, will show you around the land of the rampant. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. That's right, I can finally relax again. Who knows what surprises Chen Mo might bring them next. After the army landed, it was another crushing defeat. Wherever they went, not a single piece of armor was left or a single tile was destroyed. Their advance was aimed directly at the capital of the Dian Kingdom. The next day, the capital of the Dian Kingdom, Lunton City. News of the foreign invasion has reached this place, shaking the government and the people of the country and causing widespread panic. It should be noted that the Dian Kingdom is already at its peak in terms of both national strength and military power. But with such strength, they were actually utterly crushed. If a gentleman can tolerate something, what cannot? However, they didn't know who the other party was. They knew that the mighty Danish army was like a paper doll in front of them. Therefore, the madman was so angry that his balls hurt. We cannot tolerate others coveting the land we have fought so hard to build. He didn't believe there was anyone in the world more awesome than him. However, there is clearly no need to go out of the city to fight, because Lunton City is too close to the coastline. It's more advantageous to defend a city than to engage in open field battles. Therefore, since Lunton City has high walls and thick walls and strong military forces, let them come. Thinking of this, the king slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Issue my order to gather all the troops near Lunton and, as quickly as possible, circle around to the enemy's rear. When they attack the capital, we will launch a surprise attack from behind. I will surely annihilate the invading enemy. Chapter 149, a single barrage. At a single command, Lunton City and the entire Dian Kingdom immediately entered a state of war. Nearby troops began to assemble and flocked to Lunton City. On the walls of Lunton City, a group of blue-eyed, high-nosed soldiers in leather armor hurried back and forth, their commands echoing throughout the city. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Inspect the catapults. We're missing logs. There aren't enough stones there. They were busy moving logs and rocks, as well as various weapons and military supplies, arming the entire city to the teeth, as if not even a mosquito could fly in. Therefore, King Dian personally climbed up the city walls to inspect the situation, and the result greatly pleased him. Ha ha, Wei Li Gu. This is exactly the effect I wanted, ah ha ha ha. The mad king stood atop the city walls, laughing heartily, his smug expression suggesting he had victory in the grasp of the situation. He felt that such an impregnable city and fortifications would be riddled with holes even if dinosaurs came. On the other side, the Dechun army swept towards Lunton City with overwhelming force, and the Dian army was terrified. Meanwhile, the king had already gained a more comprehensive understanding of the enemy from the accounts of many more defeated soldiers. All that talk about maritime behemoths, self-propelled vehicles, cannons that can tear people apart, and secret weapons that can riddle people with bullets, it's all utter nonsense. How could there possibly be something so miraculous in the world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. By the third day after landing, the army had already reached the gates of Lunton City. From a distance, the city has a unique appearance. Besides being exceptionally tall, it also has 3 layers and looks very sturdy, with impressive defensive capabilities. If any enemy gets close, the archers above will probably shoot them into a sieve. However, that depends on what kind of opponent he encountered. Next to an SUV, Chen Mo raised his left hand and used his index and middle fingers to remove the cigarette from his mouth. Call. As the smoke dissipated in the air, he said, "Come on, fire a few shots to let them get used to it." Understood. Ding, he solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute and immediately returned to his post. All tanks, listen my command. Fire a single volley. At a command, more than 200 shells shot out into the air almost simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The rear of the tanks jerked backward, kicking up plumes of white smoke. Upon hearing the sound, the soldiers on the opposite side felt a jolt in their hearts, and many even trembled uncontrollably. But in that instant, the shells slammed into their heads, and bursts of life-devouring flames erupted, with limbs, broken bricks, and debris flying everywhere. Some stared wide-eyed, some rolled on the ground wailing, some screamed with heartbreaking despair, but some didn't even have the chance to cry. Oh my God! Eleawa! Help! 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 On the other side, the royal palace. The king, who was waiting for news, frowned immediately upon hearing the loud rumbling sound. Why is there such a loud commotion? Could this be the legendary cannon that can tear a person apart? As the eccentric king spoke, a trace of worry appeared on his pointed, monkey-faced features. Seeing this, a minister said firmly, "Your Majesty, please do not worry. As soon as the enemy attacks the city, the outer army will launch an attack. At that time, we can coordinate from within and without to annihilate the invading enemy in one fell swoop." After hearing this, the king of Dian forced a proud smile. "That's right, the cities of my Dian kingdom are not made of mud. Forget about cannons. Let them fight if they want." Just as he finished speaking, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside, approaching from afar. "Report." A general clad in scale armor strode forward and said gravely, "Reporting to the king, our army has suffered heavy losses. Many fortifications have been destroyed." "What?" The madman jumped up in a panic, his old face filled with disbelief. Pointing at him, he demanded, "How is this possible? The battle has only just begun. Are you kidding me?" "Huh?" The armored general immediately replied in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. The enemy's weapons not only have a long range, but are also extremely powerful and destructive. After just one round of attacks, the city is already in ruins." Damn, damn, damn. The madman was so angry he almost exploded. His old eyes were wide open, and his mouth kept twitching. A minister hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it seems the enemy is unstoppable. For your safety, you should evacuate London immediately." The Mad King's eyes snapped open, as if he had found a way out, and he quickly said, "Oh, right. Let's avoid the limelight for now. Upon hearing this, the armored general looked distressed. "Leave the city? Where the hell do we get out? Can you fly?" "Your Majesty, the enemy has besieged the city," the scaled armored general said with great distress. Question mark. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Chapter 150, Dominating the World. After a moment, the king broke the brief silence. "Although the enemy's cannons are powerful, don't forget that there are still 30,000 troops outside London City." He paused for a moment, then continued, "The enemy has no cavalry, but we do. As long as our cavalry attacks, we will surely sweep away the invading enemy." Upon hearing this, everyone thought about it and agreed. What in the world can run faster than a four-legged warhorse? No matter how powerful the enemy's weapons are, he has no horses. Seeing that they weren't so afraid, the King of Great Britain confidently declared, "Then we can use the weapons we've captured to attack the continent. Ha ha! Then the day when Great Britain dominates the world won't be far off." A minister bowed deeply, a fawning smile playing on his lips, and said, "The king is absolutely right. At that time, the kingdom of Dian will become the greatest empire, and you, king, will become the greatest emperor." Ha 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 ha! The Mad King laughed heartily, so happy that he was carried away with his joy, as if the enemy he was facing was utterly insignificant. But before his laughter could stop, that terrifying roar came again. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone present guessed the answer. The enemy fired artillery again. However, unlike last time, it seems there's no intention to stop this time. The faces of the crowd darkened once again. The losses were already heavy after just one round of shelling. If this keeps going on, won't the city be blown to smithereens? If anything else happens to the city gate, then we're completely doomed. So the ministers silently prayed that the army outside the city would attack quickly. The king's face was as dark as a coffin lid, even more unsightly than if he had eaten shit. The hall was once again enveloped in a deathly silence. They remained silent, waiting for news of reinforcements arriving. A short while later, another person came running to report. The man appeared relaxed, and his steps were quick yet orderly. Everyone felt that something good must be on the horizon. The man immediately bowed deeply to the king, placing his right hand on his chest, and said with a hint of joy in his voice, "Your Majesty, reinforcements have arrived and have turned the tide against the enemy." Upon hearing this, the King of Great Britain's face lit up with joy. "Ah, very good. Very good. That's right. Ha ha. I believe that the warriors of Great Britain will definitely be able to cut off the enemy's head. It's for you. It's for you. Ha 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 ha." The ministers joined in the commotion, all grinning from ear to ear, completely forgetting the cannon fire still raging in the city. They believed that it wouldn't be long before the British Army, with the help of both inside and outside forces, would be able to wipe out the enemy completely. Not long after, another soldier came running. Everyone held their breath, their eyes all fixed on him. "Your Majesty, the reinforcements have been defeated by the enemy," the soldier reported. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present gaped in astonishment. Defeated? They didn't seem to understand those 3 words. That seems unlikely. How long has it been? Are the reinforcements all little clay figures that crumble at the slightest touch? The madman seemed to not recognize those 3 characters either, and glared angrily, saying, "What did you say? Say it again to me." The man shuddered in fright, and then slowed his speech to repeat, "Your Majesty, the reinforcements have been defeated by the enemy." The madman clenched his fist and jumped up from his seat again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He simply couldn't accept this fact. They couldn't believe that tens of thousands of troops could be defeated in the blink of an eye. Nobody would believe that. The man swallowed hard and explained, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. The reinforcements have been defeated." The mad king glared at him, pointing a finger at his nose. "Where are the cavalry? Tell me, where did they go?" That's a good question. Sometimes, the higher your expectations, the greater your disappointment. The man was both amused and exasperated, and replied tremblingly, "Your Majesty, cavalry are the fastest." Fake, fake, fake. The king was almost furious. So this is how his most trusted cavalrymen repaid him. It's over. With no reinforcements, they can only passively endure the shelling. I wonder how much longer the city can hold out. At this very moment, the entire palace, and indeed the entire city of London, was shrouded in dark clouds. On the other side, the city was still silently enduring the artillery fire. On the city walls, indistinct corpses, deformed weapons, dilapidated fortifications, broken bricks and tiles were all mixed together, and the view was one of utter devastation. The soldiers, whose ears had been tinnitus from the shell explosions, were already terrified. They huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, their hands covering their ears. Their bodies would tremble whenever a shell fired. They didn't know if the next shell would hit them on the head. Damn it! Damn it! Stop firing that damn cannon. I wish this damn war would end soon. Amidst the roar of artillery fire, they continued to pray. It's fair to say they've never been so devout. On the other side, Chen Mo was observing the battle situation through binoculars. He was very satisfied. That's how cannons should be fired. In fact, the troops could have launched a general offensive long ago, but he just liked to bombard the enemy with artillery, and he liked to break the enemy's morale. Chapter 151, The Crown. The cold wind swept across the battlefield, and the battle flags snapped and crackled. The tanks, which had been working tirelessly, were still stumbling backward, and the overheated cannons were still roaring. Bang, 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 bang. Meanwhile, the infantrymen, dressed in modern military overcoats, were sharpening their knives, waiting for the order to be given. They knew that another opportunity to make a name for themselves had arrived. Money and future prospects lie within the city. Moreover, if the emperor is in a good mood, he might even assign them 1 or 2 foreign women. Anyone will be tempted by such a good deal. Therefore, in their eyes, the city in front of them was a mountain of gold and silver. The deafening roar only gradually subsided after the 3rd wave of artillery shells was fired. Chen Mo gazed at the city with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, looking as if he still had something to say. If things go as expected, even if the madman wasn't killed in the explosion, he'd probably be terrified beyond recognition. Then let's attack. Chen Mo pointed to the city gate, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Understood. Just as Godin was about to relay the order, Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Remember, leave no one alive. That would be great if we left not a single piece of armor. Simple, direct, and straightforward. Just go ahead and see the sniper rifle. There's no need to worry about anything. Dog Egg was very excited and immediately ran to relay the orders to the 3 armies. Seeing the general offensive begin and the troops rushing off, Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning were also itching to join in. Because guns are just so incredibly fun. The last time I had a good time was a few months ago when I killed a large army of black people. So now is another good opportunity. Chi Min stepped forward, looked at Chen Mo, and said, Your Majesty, I also want to kill the enemy. Oh, then let's go. Chen said, slightly surprised. Yes. Chi Min's face immediately lit up with excitement, and she looked at Wei Xiaoning and said, Xiaoning, let's go. Okay, sister. Wei Xiaoning replied excitedly. Be careful, you guys. Chen Mo said with a smile as he looked at their beautiful figures. Chi Min turned around and said, I know. We'll be fine. Who would have thought that the former ruler and his subject would now become such good sisters? And so, soldiers in military overcoats poured into Lunton City, which was billowing with thick smoke like a tidal wave. After entering the city, they swept through the enemy forces like a lawnmower. The soldiers scattered and fled, terrified. But work at a small town like Lunton Hyde. Anyone who wears armor and wields a knife will not escape the punishment of peanuts. Even if you hide in your mother's womb, you will still be dragged out and shot. Although it was a crushing victory, the soldiers of Dichun never relaxed for a moment, for fear of letting any of the rogue soldiers escape. Because the emperor's words must be carried out completely. As the saying goes, it's better to kill 1,000 innocent people than to let one guilty person go free. Therefore, the entire Lunton city was filled with either gunfire or the screams of pigs being slaughtered. Not long after, terrified, the king surrendered with his ministers, members of the royal family, and hundreds of nobles. In the palace square, King Tengu knelt at the front, holding the crown, a symbol of royal power, in his hands. His body trembled slightly, his eyes darted around, filled with fear. He was filled with regret. I regret that I seriously underestimated the other party. If I had known this would happen, I should have packed up and left immediately. Even escaping to a deserted island would have been better than this. Chen Mo walked slowly to him with his hands behind his back, then picked up the crown and looked at it. There's nothing special about it. Nobody cares. Clang. Chen Mo threw it on the ground and stomped on it until it was flat. Upon seeing this, the Mad King trembled with fear and dared not even breathe. He had no idea what would happen next. They might be abused, humiliated, or even lose their lives. He could only pray silently in his heart, praying that the other party would have mercy. Chen Mo glanced at him with disdain, a cold smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a pistol appeared in his hand. Snap! He pulled the slide, pointing the gun at the king's forehead. The king's heart skipped a beat. Although he lowered his head and eyes, he could feel something pressing against his forehead. Moreover, it made him feel extremely uncomfortable and fearful. He dared not look, only hoping that the terrifying thing would not be pointing at his forehead and would quickly move away. Just as the scene was eerily quiet, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and several drops of hot blood splattered onto a few people. Everyone kneeling there was startled. That's right, the blood is the blood of the Mad King. His head was blown apart. The king froze instantly, and a moment later he fell straight to the cold ground with a thud. Ah! A woman couldn't help but scream, but quickly covered her mouth with her hand, revealing a pair of terrified and startled eyes. Oh my God! The king died just like that. They were screaming in their hearts, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They didn't know if they would suffer the same fate as the king. Just then, a woman in a gorgeous dress stood up. She pointed at Chen Mo and began to rant angrily. Great Britain has no past grievances or present enemies with you. So why did you attack our country, slaughter our soldiers, and kill my father? Turns out she's a princess, and she's quite pretty. Blonde hair, blue eyes, curvaceous figure, fair skin, and beautiful appearance. Chen Mo glanced at her, smiled coldly, and said in a madman's tongue, My gun is the reason. As he spoke, he held up the pistol and showed it to her. Chi Min, Wei Xiaoning, and the others frowned, looking completely bewildered. What was that kid saying? Why couldn't they understand a single word he said? I have to say, he's amazing. They can actually talk to these barbarian bastards. The princess was quite surprised, because the handsome man in front of her could speak incantations. Then he was so angry that he trembled all over, and the big-chested guy's body was also heaving up and down rapidly. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. After a moment's pause, she gritted her teeth and screamed hysterically, Robbers! Robbers! You are robbers! You will definitely. Hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled, looking completely unconcerned. He thought to himself that if the space could absorb living people, he would absorb her right now and make her disappear in front of everyone. Although she was somewhat attractive, Chen Mo had no shortage of women. Suddenly, the princess who was standing vanished from the spot, and the sound stopped abruptly. Holy crap! The space has developed again. Chen Mo was very surprised. He never expected that living people could be accepted without hesitation. Haha, that's awesome. That's an amazing way to make someone disappear while still alive. The people kneeling beside and behind her were almost scared to death. A perfectly healthy person just vanished right before our eyes. Oh my God! How could such an outrageous thing happen in the world? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. They swallowed hard, their bodies too stiff to move. Chen Mo opened his spatial storage and observed the princess he had placed on the rooftop of a building. She stood there motionless, pointing forward with one finger, her expression furious. Chen Mo then realized that, just like animals, people would be frozen in place once they entered the space. Perhaps before long, she will be drained dry by the space, becoming a work of art with flesh but no blood. Chi Min and the others were also very surprised. It turned out that in addition to the dead, the living could also disappear into thin air. It is terrifying to think about closely, terrifying to think about superficially, and terrifying even to not think about. Absolutely terrifying. They felt a little uneasy. It would be a lie to say I wasn't afraid. If you ever displease the emperor, he might force you to disappear. How terrible would that be? However, they felt that Chen Mo was not a capricious person and that they were probably overthinking it. Chen Mo glanced around, then walked up to a young woman in a white dress and asked, "What's wrong with you, madam?" Chapter 152 Princess. Upon hearing this, the woman in the white dress felt a sudden jolt in her heart, and her delicate body trembled violently. It seems like it's my turn. It's all over, it's all over. She wondered if she would disappear from everyone's sight, just like her sister. No, she was killed because she spoke out and made accusations. If I cooperate properly, will everything be fine? So, she raised her head very slowly and nervously. When Chen Mo saw her, he thought she was much prettier than the princess. Her blonde hair cascaded down her shoulders like a gilded waterfall. Her high-nose bridge framed her luscious red lips. Her skin was as white as snow, and she had a pair of full breasts. Even though it's winter, you can still see the bottomless Mariana Trench. Perhaps because she was frightened, her deep, beautiful eyes were glistening with tears, making her look pitiful. She opened her mouth and answered cautiously, "My name is Charlotte." "Oh, very good." Chen Mo nodded, then asked in a madman's tone, "Who are you?" Charlotte swallowed hard and answered softly, I am the second princess, and my father is the king." The moment the word king was mentioned, tears streamed down her face. Chen Mo was also puzzled, realizing that the person she had disappeared was her sister. Now that we compare them closely, you have to admit, they do look somewhat alike. Chen Mo looked away and took a step closer to her. Now standing before him was a young woman with blonde hair, dressed in a black dress. Judging from his appearance, he is also an extraordinary person. "And who are you?" Chen Mo asked. The woman's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. She glanced at Charlotte beside her out of the corner of her eye and found that she was still there. "Does that mean everything will be fine as long as you don't talk back?" Charlotte was already relieved. At least he hadn't disappeared. So, the woman in the black dress bit her red lips, gently raised her head, and replied, "My name is Cecilia Rose." She paused for a moment, then added, "I am the princess." The princess is a married woman. She's quite good-looking, with rosy cheeks and a charming appearance. Moreover, she has an oval face, which is very elegant, and a pair of delicate red lips that are very sexy. Most importantly, she is a princess. She looked a bit older than Charlotte. She might be her sister-in-law. Chen Mo was very satisfied, and it seemed that he had some ideas in mind. He chuckled, a barely perceptible wicked smile playing on his lips, and asked, "Would you like to come with me?" This. Rose froze, her breath seemed to stop, and her eyes remained fixed. She had thought of everything, but she never expected the other person to ask this. "No." Suddenly, a man next to her jumped up. "She is my queen. You can't do this." I challenge you to a duel. He pointed at Chen Mo and said angrily. Chen Mo was a little surprised that, even at this point, there were still people who couldn't distinguish between the two kings. Damn it. If a peanut can solve the problem, who the hell would challenge you to a duel? Idiot. Suddenly, Chen Mo pointed his pistol at his forehead and fired a shot. Bang. Well, with a scream, the prince of the Dian kingdom fell straight to the ground, his pupils wide open. Everyone shuddered, terrified once again. That's right, the prince is dead. At this moment, many people realized that if they went against the tide, there would be no good outcome. Even saying a word that the other person doesn't like to hear could lead to their death. Rose, her mouth agape and eyes wide, stared in disbelief at the prince lying on the ground. Dead. He's dead. She raised her hands to cover her mouth, her full, sexy breasts heaving violently. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. Chen Mo's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed on her as he said, feigning indifference. You are a widow now. You are free. Rose still covered her mouth, trying hard to control her emotions. If you act recklessly at this time, you'll be the next one lying on the ground. Moreover, you can't say no. Otherwise, it's still the same death. She paused for a moment, then said with difficulty, I'm willing to follow you. Only goose. Chen Mo laughed and turned his gaze back to Charlotte. And you? Upon hearing this, Charlotte's heart tightened. If you say no, will you still have a way to survive? I'm still so young, and I'm not even married yet. Wouldn't it be such a waste to die like this? But he's the man who killed my father. What kind of behavior would it be to follow him? What? Charlotte felt endless sorrow. However, time waits for no one. If there is no response for a long time, will it anger the person in front of us? Now that things have come to this, I'm going all out. Survival comes first. With that in mind, Charlotte seemed to have made a decision. I do. She slowly raised her head and spoke in a voice barely audible, tinged with sadness. Chen Mo laughed heartily, thinking to himself that he would use the two of them to test the waters tonight. Then, his gaze shifted to the crowd, and he asked, who else? As soon as she finished speaking, a young and beautiful woman raised her head and said, I do. Chen Mo was a little surprised. This speed was amazing. It didn't even take any thought. Good. That's the effect I wanted. Moreover, the foreign girl was quite good-looking, with a beautiful and elegant oval face and a pair of alluring fox-like eyes. Based on Chen Mo's extensive experience in meeting people, she must be someone who can instantly elevate one's career. However, as soon as the young woman finished speaking, a middle-aged man behind her immediately turned his head. His eyes widened in fury, and he hysterically yelled, Fuck! You slut! Do you think I'm invisible? But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Approved. Why be so impulsive? Are you looking for death? What does a woman matter? Having your own life is what matters. Stupid. I'm such an idiot. In such a short time. Have you already forgotten how the eldest princess disappeared and how the prince died? He couldn't help but gasp, his heart pounding. I wonder if, at this moment, the young man had already aimed his weapon at his own head. Just then, the young woman's voice rang out. I'm doing this so that you can live a good life. The young woman was speechless. Why are you getting involved at a time like this? Are you looking for death? The middle-aged man ignored what the young woman was saying and immediately lay on all fours in Chen Mo's direction. He said tremblingly, I'm willing to give up my wife. Please forgive my impulsiveness. Please forgive my impulsiveness. Bang! Chen Mo raised his gun and fired a shot at the middle-aged man's forehead. It was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. The exact number of chapters in chapter 153 is unknown. It's simply endless. Sprinkle. The people around instantly felt the warm blood splatter on their cold faces. But no one dared to wipe it off, letting the blood smear on their faces and fall freely. Because nobody knows who will be the next one to get shot in the head. So keeping your tail between your legs is always the right thing to do. Showing off at this time will get you killed. However, a young girl next to the young woman stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged man's death and let out a sharp scream. Oh, no. Upon seeing this, the young woman immediately gave her a firm look, signaling her to stay calm. The girl seemed to understand, yet also seemed not to understand. She was trembling violently, tears streaming down her face, her chest heaving up and down with heavy breaths. A moment later, she raised her hand to cover her mouth, trying to keep herself from making a sound, as if she was controlling her emotions. She knew very well that if she acted recklessly at this time, she might end up like her cousin, disappearing. So, survival comes first. As for what will happen in the future, only time will tell. Of course, Chen Mo had already noticed this beautiful and charming young girl. Her strong reaction suggests she's the daughter of a middle-aged man, meaning the young woman and the middle-aged man are a couple. At this moment, the young woman, who showed no sign of sadness, took the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Victoria Ella, and I am the wife of Prince Gopi of Malaya. He paused for a moment, then said in a very decisive tone, but not anymore. From today onwards, I am yours. Her voice carried a hint of allure, and her deep, captivating fox-like eyes sparkled with charm and allure. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. This is at the scene of a murder. If it were in some special place, they would be in heaven and earth. Good, good. That's exactly the kind of ruthless character we've been looking for. But then again, this woman is really despicable. But that's how he likes it. Perhaps even eccentric people understand the meaning of a wise man submits to circumstances. Seeing the smile on Chen Mo's face, Ella immediately tugged at the girl's sleeve and gave her a meaningful look. It's as if they're saying, go, go, and please him. The girl was stunned for a moment, then sadly lowered her eyes. Ella immediately gave him a look of disappointment. That girl, this is outrageous. You don't even listen to your mother anymore? She swallowed hard, slowly looked at Chen Mo, and pointed at the girl, saying softly, this is my daughter Anna. Actually, she also wants to be with you. Holy crap, they really are mother and daughter. Good, good, very good. Although he had already guessed this, Chen Mo was still surprised. Ella is pretty good. Not only is she incredibly charming, but she also knows how to please everyone. Chen Mo walked slowly toward Ella with his hands behind his back. Da-da-da. The footsteps were light, but the person kneeling felt an immense weight in their heart. Wherever he went, the kneeling people held their breath, their hearts pounding with tension. It was as if the person approaching wasn't human, but a ruthless demon, making one feel extremely suffocated. They prayed silently in their hearts, praying that the other would not stop in front of them. You tell me yourself. Chen Mo stopped in front of the girl and spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. Upon closer inspection, it's truly impressive. Just like her mother. She has both beauty and a great figure, and even more so, she's charming, like a beautiful and alluring golden cat. Anna's heart tightened suddenly, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. She thought that as long as she didn't speak or act impulsively, she could get through the danger period and save her life. Only in this way can one have a chance to take revenge. But I never expected this. She never expected that her own mother would sell her. Isn't this pushing them into a fire pit? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Anna cursed her mother 1,000 times in her heart. But reality is reality. Now, if anyone says no, she has to disappear. Seeing that Anna didn't react for a long time, Ella felt extremely anxious and heartbroken. If she angers him, it might implicate her. Although I'm already 30 years old, I'm still young. I didn't get to enjoy it enough. I never really enjoyed myself while following that incompetent prince. She immediately tugged at Anna's sleeve, issuing another reminder. Yes, remind her not to do anything foolish, and that she must make a statement as soon as possible. Call. Anna took a deep breath and then slowly raised her head. She realized that this might be her opportunity. Only by following him can one have a chance to get close. Only by getting closer can you have a chance. Thinking of this, Anna opened her mouth and said, I do. She spoke softly and slowly, a hint of helplessness flickering in her two beautiful blue eyes. Although he hesitated and stammered, and although he might have been forced into it, Chen Mo was still quite satisfied. Anyway, I didn't pressure her. It was her mother who forced her to do it. He forced me to do it, so what? Chen Mo nodded and walked out. He then stood in front of the crowd, scanned the area, and said, drag all the men out and kill them. Dog Egg responded to the order and immediately waved his hand to summon a group of soldiers to do the work. The madman was inexplicably taken away, and no one knew what would happen next. They were already in a state of panic. After the men were cleared out, Gunshots rang out like rain outside the palace. Bang, 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 bang. The women kneeling on the ground were terrified. The terrifying gunshots were like sharp swords piercing their bodies. It made them feel suffocated, as if death was approaching. They knew that all their loved ones were gone. As for what will happen to them, they don't know. Of course, Ella, Charlotte, and her sister-in-law Rose felt fortunate. Because confession leads to leniency. Chi-min looked at Chen Mo with a mixture of love and helplessness in her eyes, leaving only the women behind. The meaning is self-evident. His true feelings are obvious to everyone. As if he had heard her thoughts, Chen Mo suddenly looked at her with a smile. My dear wife, it's cold. How about we stay at a hotel? Chen Mo really didn't find the madman's palace appealing. Therefore, they had no choice but to become self-sufficient. Moreover, something big is going to happen tonight. We must find a good place. Upon hearing this, Chi-min's eyes lit up immediately. Staying in a hotel is definitely better. That soft, cozy bed was incredibly comfortable. It's good, but she's very curious. Your Majesty, wasn't the hotel abandoned in Black Continent? Do you still have it? Chi-min blinked her beautiful, incredibly curious eyes. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Ha, just a little thing. I have plenty of them. I don't know how many. I can only say they are endless. Chi-min looked shocked. No wonder there's never a shortage of those weapons. In fact, there's always been more and more of them. That's not surprising. Chen Mo looked at the buildings in the palace and suddenly thought of something. Although the palace was not very good, it still had palace walls. So they went to an open space and quickly pulled out excavators, bulldozers, and dump trucks from the air. When the madwomen saw this, they immediately opened their mouths in exaggerated disbelief, so wide that they could almost fit a goose egg inside. Oh my God, that's terrifying. That's insane. Is this even human? How could someone do something so unbelievable? But they saw it clearly and plainly. Anna's body trembled, staring in disbelief at everything before her. How could these strange things suddenly appear out of thin air? Anna frowned, seemingly becoming curious about the handsome young man. Once sufficient machinery and vehicles were provided, Chen Mo immediately summoned Hua. Go, tear down those dilapidated houses. Your humble servant obeys the decree. Hua immediately ordered his men to summon engineers, and a dozen excavators took the lead, stretching out their large claws and digging. Chen Mo then took a luxury bus from his spatial storage and boarded it with several girls. The madwomen were very curious, wondering what it was. Ella, in particular, was so excited that she couldn't calm down for a long time. She would be more than willing to crawl up on her knees. But she stood in the cold wind, waiting and waiting, but she never received a summons. In less than an hour, the site had been leveled, and the original buildings had been removed as garbage. Chen Mo walked to the open space, waved his hand, and chanted, Supreme Lord Lousy, may your wish be fulfilled. Touch your boobs. Chapter 154 Spell. Hot party. In the blink of an eye, a towering skyscraper suddenly appeared on the flat ground. It stood straight in the center of the palace, like a pillar that stabilizes the sea. Wow! Chi-min, Wei Xiaoning, Godan, Hua Qiu, and the others all exclaimed in surprise. That's right, the building in front of us is even taller than the one in Black Island. Moreover, its entire body seems to be wrapped in blue glass, which is very beautiful and extremely spectacular, truly a pillar supporting the sky. May the Supreme Lord Lousy command you hasten. Touch your boobs. The clever and quick-witted Wei Xiaoning whispered the incantation that Chen Mo had recited, trying to summon a building as well. However, she wasn't cut out for it. Besides, there's no such thing as a spell. It was just an unnecessary act by Chen Mo to fool people. Chi-min looked at her like she was an idiot. Xiaoning, what are you doing? Wei Xiaoning looked embarrassed. Sister, I was just kidding. Chi-min then said, Your Majesty's abilities are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like us. Wei Xiaoning nodded repeatedly. Yes, what you said is right. The madwomen were so frightened they almost lost their footing. Their mouths were agape, each one bigger than the last, and their eyes nearly popped out. Oh my God! They were silently screaming in their hearts, their expressions of shock becoming more and more exaggerated. They were very curious. What was inside something so tall? Anna stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. What kind of person could possess such extraordinary skill? She couldn't think of anything unless he wasn't human. If that's the case, how could an ordinary mortal like her avenge her father? It would be no different from courting death. She looked up at the skyscraper in front of her and nervously swallowed. Just who is he? Anna frowned, a million questions flashing through her mind, and her curiosity about Chen Mo seemed to have grown even stronger. Then, Chen Mo took Godan and Hor out into the building. The first problem to solve is electricity. He explained in detail how to start the generator and how to add fuel, and then took out a large amount of fuel from the storage space. After the power was turned on, Chen Mo did not rush upstairs. Instead, they made arrangements for the madwomen, expelling all the older ones and distributing the rest to the soldiers. As for Ella, Anna, Charlotte, and Rose, 2 deluxe guest rooms were arranged for them. In the evening, Ella and Anna sat on a soft, comfortable sofa. Ella was very excited and kept chattering away. One minute she's saying dinner was especially delicious. The next she's praising how beautiful the room is. And then she's saying she's really looking forward to her date with that handsome guy. In short, I'm completely obsessed. Anna, on the other hand, was quieter, her pretty face with its smooth, dynamic lines seemingly tinged with sadness. Of course, she had personally experienced what Ella was talking about. The food tonight was indeed delicious, and the room we were in was very luxurious. In addition, there were all sorts of things that I had never seen or heard of before. What she heard and saw made her feel as if she didn't really know this world. Anna, I think you should be as happy as I am. Seeing that Anna didn't speak, Ella grabbed her little hand and said excitedly. Anna gave her a disapproving look. It's not your father who died. Of course you don't care. Ella responded with a speechless emoji. Hey, look at what you're saying. You should be grateful that we survived. After saying that, he continued chattering away. Look at those old women. They either starve to death or freeze to death once they leave the palace. Besides the 4 of us, who else can get into this magical building? They can only be envious. Anna remained unmoved. She was wondering if she should take action if given the chance. Just then, there was a sudden knocking sound on the door. Ella immediately became excited. Anna felt uneasy. They all felt that it must be that person who had arrived. Ella immediately got up and ran to open the door. Da. She was flustered and extremely excited. When the door opened, they found that the person who came in was a woman. Ella glanced at him, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her captivating fox-like eyes. But instinctively she pointed to herself and asked in broken English, "You're looking for me?" Chapter 155, Local Specialties. Phoebe didn't understand what Ella was saying. She first pointed at Ella, then at Anna standing behind her, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Follow me." What does that mean? Ella paused for a moment, then her eyes widened as if she had just realized something. "Yeah, right. You're such a troublemaker." After saying that, he turned around and pulled Anna out. Although she didn't know where to go, she was extremely excited. However, she felt that it must be that mysterious handsome man who summoned her. At this moment, she was as happy as could be. But what she found strange was why Anna had to be brought along. Anna was held tightly by Ella, as if afraid she would disappear. So she looked very reluctant. But thinking that meeting him would give him a chance for revenge, he gritted his teeth and went with him anyway. Besides, she had no choice but to go. A short while later, the 3 of them took the elevator to the floor where Chen Mo was located. At the door, Phoebe gestured for the 2 to wait, then went inside. Ella looked at Anna, both excited and cautious, and said, "Little girl, you better remember this. Once you're inside, you absolutely must behave well, and whatever you do, don't do anything foolish. Our lives are in your hands, understand?" Anna merely glanced at her without saying a word. She knew, of course, that if she angered that mysterious handsome man, she would either disappear or be banged away. She's not stupid. Even revenge needs to be sought at the right time. Not long after, Phoebe came out. She looked at the 2 of them and made a go and gesture. An excited Ella immediately grabbed Anna and followed them inside. They discovered that this place was many times more beautiful than their room, and it was incredibly large and luxurious. Most importantly, it's very warm inside. Oh no, to be precise, it was extremely hot. It was so hot that they wanted to take off their coats. They were shocked and very confused. Is this where God lives? Or is he God? When they arrived at the hall, they found several graceful beauties dancing in front of the mysterious handsome man. Their clothes were made of very little fabric and were very light, revealing glimpses of their snow-white skin, making them very sexy. Among them, the most beautiful and sexy woman, whose clothes were different from the others, had the sweetest smile. Of course, they didn't know that this guy was actually Princess Shiraja of India. The mysterious handsome man was sitting on a very high-end looking chaise lounge, wrapped in a white robe. He was surrounded by 4 beautiful women with unique charm. Their clothes were small and form-fitting, with pants that exposed their thighs, tops that exposed their arms, and headbands that looked like cat ears. 2 of them massaged his legs, and 2 others massaged his hands. The beautiful woman who brought them in was also wearing very sexy clothes after taking off her coat. Then she walked behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. Of course, they didn't know that this person was actually the queen of the palace. Ella didn't dare to look any longer and immediately pulled Anna down to her knees. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but then she didn't know what to say. Call him God? She wasn't sure if it was true or not. Call him king, but that doesn't seem quite right. After all, given his status, this title seems rather low class. Perhaps the king isn't even qualified to carry his shoes. Chen Mo merely glanced at them casually, continuing to enjoy the comfort brought to him by the maids, as well as the graceful figures and dance moves of the Indian girls. Ella lowered her head and frowned, seemingly feeling uneasy. What does that mean? But she dare not glance around and could only wait quietly. Anna was in a similar situation, completely clueless about what the mysterious handsome man intended to do. Moreover, kneeling on both knees made her feel very uncomfortable. After all, with such delicate skin, how could they endure such hardship? Also, the temperature here is really high, just like summer. They were really feeling stifled and started sweating. If I could take off my coat right now, it would probably feel more comfortable than anything else. After a while, Chen Mo got up, stretched, and waved to the maids and Indian girls. This concubine takes her leave. Sharia and Phoebe bowed and then led their team members out. Clang! With a slight sound coming from the door, only 3 people remained in the huge presidential suite. Chen Mo walked to the sofa next to him, sat down, took a sip of cola, and lit a cigarette. Who? As the smoke dissipated, Chen Mo looked at the 2 people on the ground and said, "Get up." Upon hearing this, the 2 of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. It has to be said, this exhausted them to death. When they got up, Chen Mo noticed the beads of sweat on their foreheads. He chuckled. "Are you hot?" Ella blinked her bright, fox-like eyes and smiled, saying, "It is indeed very hot. I wonder if we could take off our coats." Chen Mo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, waved his hands and said, "Don't be shy. Take your clothes off if you want." Upon hearing this, Ella almost drooled with excitement. "That's right. It's time to prove myself." "Oh, thank you," Ella said excitedly, her smile becoming even sweeter and her eyes seeming to hold an even stronger fascination. "Actually, he's a really nice guy, and he's handsome too. It's not that scary." When she took off her coat, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. A, B, C, D, F. "That's right. It's either F or E. Touch your guard." Ella seemed to notice Chen Mo's expression, and her face immediately turned red, looking a little shy and bashful like a young girl. She was actually incredibly happy. Then, Chen Mo's gaze fell on the young Anna. Yes, very plump. Although she's not very old, the burdens of life have already weighed her down. It seems it's time to lighten her load a bit. However, as the saying goes, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Who knows what they're up to? To be on the safe side, we still need to. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a long string of Chen Mo's unique specialties appeared on the coffee table. Ella and Anna were startled again, but this time it wasn't as serious. After all, the item is relatively small. However, that thing, though seemingly inconspicuous, was so red it looked as if it might bleed at any moment. Moreover, it exudes a very tempting aroma, making people unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Oh, it smells so good. If I'm not mistaken, it must be food. Suddenly, Ella's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. She felt that this might be what God ate. Firstly, she had never seen such a thing before. Secondly, this stuff smells amazing. Chen Mo looked at the two of them and chuckled. Stop looking. This is something I specially prepared for you. Eat it. Ella's eyes lit up, and she almost drooled with excitement. However, she was a little hesitant to believe it. So he asked in a low voice, Is this for us to eat? Chen Mo chuckled and casually tore off a piece, peeled it, and put it in his mouth, saying, Try it. There's plenty. Oh my God! Ella screamed inwardly. At that moment, she felt incredibly happy, and it all came so suddenly. She said, Thank you, and immediately bent down to pull it. Once the skin was peeled off, I couldn't wait to take a bite. Wow! Soft, sweet, and incredibly delicious. It's absolutely divine, incredibly delicious. Yes, this is the most delicious food Ella has ever eaten. However, Anna, who was standing to the side, didn't seem to care about Ella's exaggerated expression. After finishing one, Ella looked at the quiet Anna and said excitedly, Anna, why aren't you eating? Anna glanced at Ella, then secretly glanced at Chen Mo. Despite his handsome appearance, his eyes are incredibly sharp. Anna was speechless, because not eating is considered disobedience and a great disrespect. That's enough. He could kill someone without going to great lengths. Therefore, the food should not be poisonous, so just eat it. What's the big deal? So she grabbed one and started eating it. But as soon as she took a bite, her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered some great treasure. Chapter 156 Rewards. Oh my God! Anna was stunned, her eyes remaining frozen for a long time. I never expected this thing to be so delicious it would crumble in your mouth. It seems that Ella's expression was not exaggerated, but rather a genuine expression of her inner experience. She chewed her food gently, her mind filled with admiration. Ella, however, believed that this must be God's food. Therefore, he must be God. Otherwise, how could they have created this colossal structure beneath their feet? How could they possibly possess the weapons that led to the swift destruction of the Kingdom of Madness? Soon, they noticed their body temperature rising and their faces feeling warm. But one thing is certain, it's not a fever, but rather a strange, unexplained heat. However, they felt it might be because they were too excited. Another point is that the temperature here is already very high. So they didn't think much of it and just went ahead and created as much as they could. She only reluctantly stopped when her belly started to feel a little bloated. At this point, what was originally a long string of special products has been reduced to just a few lonely strands. Chen Mo noticed that their faces were as red as ripe apples, as if they could bleed at any moment. Good, the effect is showing. Sudden, Ella, who ate first and the most, allowed a soft hum. Then, as if on its own, her head lifted up, and her slender, fair fingers slid gently down her chin in a very alluring manner. Her eyes, however, were already filled with countless threads of emotion. Anna frowned upon seeing this. Is this poisoning? No wonder I felt so hot from the start. It turns out I was poisoned. Really, he still couldn't escape death. But strangely, she only felt hot and had no other symptoms. Just as she was looking at Ella, opening her mouth to ask a question, she suddenly realized that she was also starting to feel unwell. Why? She couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She then looked at Chen Mo and found that his face was also very red. How so? Could he have been poisoned as well? No, that doesn't make any sense. Chen Mo, of course, also noticed Anna's gaze. Indeed, it had become brighter, more shimmering, and he smirked, calmly waved to the two of them, patted the sofa, and said, Don't stand there, come and sit down with us. Upon hearing this, Ella trembled with excitement. Oh my God, it is such an honor to be able to sit with him. It is truly a blessing. And Ella finally understood. He's going to slaughter her entire family. Oh my God. Ella let out a happy shout in her heart, and then swiftly sat down on Chen Mo's left side, like a well-behaved and docile little kitten. Chen Mo chuckled and reached out to embrace her soft, delicate waist. At the same time, he could also feel her burning hot body. Anna felt a burning desire in her heart as she looked at the two men's intense gazes, but her legs wouldn't obey her commands. There was even a sense of eager anticipation. The next day, after breakfast, Anna sat upright on the sofa, holding a bottle of cola in her hand. She tasted it while showing a very enjoyable expression. However, my mind was filled with a multitude of thoughts. She clearly remembered that she had come for revenge. But I don't know why I always suppress this thought. It's so superficial that it can be ignored. Revenge? Why seek revenge? Actually, living like this isn't so bad. On the other side, inside the bedroom, Ella propped her head up like a lovesick girl, smiling as she looked at Chen Mo, who was still asleep. Handsome, so handsome. Of course, besides this, he also has many other special skills. For example, standby time. Another thing is special skills. Just then, Chen Mo woke up. Ella smiled sweetly and said with some surprise, "Oh, darling, you're finally awake." After saying that, she gave him a quick kiss and then nestled in his arms like a little bird. Chen Mo looked as if he were being held down by some enormous object, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. It has to be said that foreign women are different. They give people a unique experience. Your performance was excellent, so I will reward you handsomely. Ella tilted her head back, her fox-like eyes filled with excitement. Darling, is this true? In her view, God's things are naturally extraordinary. So I was incredibly excited. A, B, C, D, F is correct, it's F. Chen Mo probed while talking to himself. No sooner had he finished speaking than several pieces of women's underwear appeared in his hand. They come in red, white, and black. Here, take it and wear it. Chen Mo held the clothes in one hand and squeezed them with the other. Ella was taken aback at first, but then her eyes lit up as if she had just realized something. Wow, honey, you're amazing. Thank you. So she immediately sat up, picked up a black shirt, and tried to put on. She tried it repeatedly and eventually mastered it on her own, putting the clothes on perfectly. Wow, that's awesome. Ella looked down at Aowu, her voice filled with excitement and satisfaction. She found that after putting on the clothes, she felt very comfortable, as if she were being gently and steadily protected by a large hand. Chen Mo had to admire himself. Having met countless people is no exaggeration. This kind of thing is easy to figure out. You can tell the difference every time you see it. The clothes look like they were tailor-made for her. It not only appears full, but also has deep grooves and an extremely exaggerated curve. Go and call Anna in. Chen Mo looked at a red flower beside him and said with a smile. Ella nodded repeatedly and ran out like the wind. In the living room, Anna stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking London City, while admiring the snow falling softly. Beautiful, so beautiful. Suddenly, Ella's voice rang out. Anna, come quick. Anna turned around and was immediately drawn to the clothes she was wearing. Wow, such a sexy outfit. If I'm not mistaken, he must have conjured it up. Anna seemed to be drawn in by some kind of magic, nodding repeatedly with her lips pursed. More than half an hour later, Anna was also rewarded with several sets of underwear. She also loved it dearly. In her heart, she even regarded Chen Mo as God. Chen Mo was also very satisfied. This time is unprecedented in every aspect. So he thought of Charlotte and Rose. It seems we have to keep building tonight. But while we can have fun and joke around, we still need to get down to business. Subsequently, Chen Mo ordered Ding Yi to lead the army northward. Since we're already here, we have to drive these lunatics crazy and teach them what a critical hit is. Of course, as is customary, this time they still carried out the practice of killing the men and keeping the women. Time flies, and it's night again. All is quiet. Charlotte and Rose, who had been filled with fear and anxiety, finally heard a terrifying thump-thump coming from the door. Charlotte looked at Rose and said anxiously, "Sister-in-law, what should we do?" Rose frowned and said, "Don't worry, I think maybe he's interested in you." Ah, this. Charlotte opened her mouth in surprise. Remember, for the sake of your deceased brother, you must live well. Chapter 157, Stealing Food. To Rose's surprise, not only Charlotte, but she also had to go. At this moment, the anxiety in their hearts seemed to have intensified. Of course, they weren't stupid. They had actually thought of some things long ago. When the two entered the magnificent presidential suite, they found it eerily quiet. They even suspected that there was no one inside. And like Ella and Anna, they also found the room very hot, so hot that they wanted to take off their clothes. Upon arriving at the lobby, there was still no sign of anyone. Is anyone there? Rose spoke cautiously to the air, but there was no response for a long time, as if the whole world had stopped running. However, they smelled an extremely tempting fragrance. When that fragrance wafts into your nose and enters your body, it is so delightful and refreshing that it is impossible to resist its allure. Wow, it smells so good. Rose looked at Charlotte and said in surprise, "Charlotte, can you smell it?" Charlotte nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes, I can smell it too. It does smell very good." Rose glanced at the coffee table and was immediately struck by the bright red local specialties. So, out of curiosity, I walked over, picked it up, and smelled it. I discovered that the fragrance in the whole room was coming from it. "What is this?" Rose's very curious voice rang out. Charlotte took the hand, smelled it, and immediately felt a surge of appetite, even having the urge to take a bite. But she held back because she didn't dare. The two looked at each other and swallowed hard. 15 minutes later, there were still two lonely figures in the living room. They dared not move around or sit down, so they just stood there stiffly. Charlotte said with a worried look, "Sister-in-law, can I sit down? I'm so tired." Rose frowned slightly and said, "Sit down. If you're not afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of?" So the two of them sat upright on the sofa to the side. As they sat there, their eyes involuntarily fell on the bright red local specialties, and they swallowed hard. "It smells so good, it smells amazing. But we're just looking at it. After all, nobody knows if it's poisonous." After a while, Charlotte couldn't resist any longer. Looking at Rose pointing at the local specialties, she said softly, "Sister-in-law, I'm a little hungry. Can I eat some?" Rose pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then said, "Eat up. If you're not afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of?" After saying that, Rose mustered up her courage, picked up a local specialty, broke off a branch for Charlotte, and then broke one off for herself. Charlotte didn't even bother to wipe the food before hurriedly putting it into her mouth. However, after taking a bite, I found it to be a bit sour and astringent. Wait a minute. It tastes even better. So why does it taste sour and astringent? Just as she was wondering about it, she realized that the thing in her hand had another layer of skin. Clever as she was, she quickly tore it open a couple of times and then took a bite. In that instant, her eyes lit up brighter than the morning star. "Wow, it's so delicious," Charlotte exclaimed in astonishment. "This is the best thing I've ever eaten." Rose didn't have time to say anything. She ate one in 2 quick bites. So fast, it was as if they hadn't eaten at all. She immediately broke off another one and continued to munch away, eating with great relish and speed. Charlotte looked and saw that only 2 lonely sticks remained. "Wow, if we don't eat faster, we might only get to eat the skin." So he immediately stuffed the remaining half of the local specialty into his mouth, chewing as he reached for the other one. Rose had already finished the second rose, and with a flick of her wrist, she picked up the last one and peeled off the skin with a quick tear. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, Charlotte's voice suddenly rang out. "Don't want." Rose paused for a moment, then smiled ingratiatingly. "Charlotte, your sister-in-law's belly is bigger than yours, so this one should be for me." Charlotte showed no intention of yielding, shaking her head and saying, "No, I'm hungrier. My belly is big. I'm hungry." Rose was speechless and had no choice but to settle for second best. So he glared at her and said, "Then we'll split it in half." Since Rose had already said that, Charlotte couldn't say anything more and quickly extended her slender hand. Rose broke the local specialty in half and reluctantly stuffed half of it into the box. Immediately afterwards, he stuffed half of the local specialty into his mouth in one bite. It's delicious." As Rose spoke, a look of pure enjoyment spread across her pretty face. However, the next moment, something unusual was discovered. She suddenly felt incredibly hot, so hot it was unbearable. "Oh no, am I poisoned?" Rose frowned, terrified and at a loss for what to do. Charlotte had just put the last half of the bar in her mouth when she heard Rose's voice, which startled her. "Oh no, really?" Charlotte stared blankly at Rose, whose face was flushed red, and her heart tightened involuntarily. Suddenly, Rose pointed at her and said urgently, Why is your face so red? Ah. Charlotte quickly raised her hands to cover her face and found it was incredibly hot, as if she had been roasted by fire. Oh, I'm poisoned too. Charlotte felt a lump in her throat and almost burst into tears. However, the experienced Rose suddenly had a question. Poisoning doesn't seem likely. It seems more like the symptoms of wanting a man. Oh my God. How so? Rose could no longer hold back, and her hands, as if acting on their own, took off her coat. As her clothes slipped down, her flawless, snow-white skin was revealed. The large water slabs, squeezed and deformed by the white cloth, seemed quite aggrieved. Sister-in-law. Charlotte found herself feeling terrible, and just as she was about to ask a question, she was suddenly hugged tightly by the Rose in front of her. Charlotte did not object. Instead, she hugged him tightly. Sister-in-law. Charlotte. The two kept calling out to each other, their bodies trembling. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared on the previously empty sofa. Facing the Roses on the sofa, she was so frightened that her body went limp. If Charlotte hadn't been holding her, she would have collapsed. Ah! Rose screamed in surprise. There wasn't a single ghost in sight, so how did someone suddenly appear on the sofa? How so? Soon, Rose, having recovered her senses, realized that the person on the sofa was none other than a handsome guy who had conjured up a skyscraper in front of everyone. She immediately released Charlotte, appearing even more bewildered. Charlotte instinctively looked towards the sofa and immediately let out a long, drawn-out scream. Vomit! Chen Mo glanced at the two of them, then at the banana peel on the table, and said with a look of surprise, "You two seem rather impolite for stealing my sacred object." Chapter 158, Competing for Favor. Chen Mo's voice wasn't loud or soft, but it was incredibly intimidating. After all, their strength is undeniable. Even a cough carries authority. The two men tensed up and knelt down with a thud. Whoosh! Rose, forcing back her pain, explained tremblingly, "We really couldn't control ourselves. Please forgive us." Charlotte, standing nearby, was in no better shape, pacing back and forth on the verge of collapse. Her eyes were extremely unfocused, and her face was as red as an erupting volcano. Her slender, jade-like hands trembled incessantly, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. She felt that if things continued like this, her body would definitely explode. Ultimately, she will be torn to pieces and die in resentment. So at this moment, she felt an extremely impulsive urge. She wanted to rush up and hug that handsome, debonair man and unleash all her anger on him. Even if she were eventually executed, she would have no regrets. Why? Charlotte couldn't help but let out a soft moan, and her delicate hands seemed to tremble even more violently. Chen Mo naturally saw all of this. However, his gaze was more focused on the Rose. After all, that thing is eye-catching. Although she is slightly inferior to Ella, she is still one of the best. Then look at Charlotte. She's no less capable than Anna. After all, one is a princess and the other is a county princess. Their different ranks mean they enjoy different resources. However, Chen Mo was still a little surprised. He had only gone into the space for a stroll, but he didn't expect these two to be so bold. Even a 3-year-old knows that you shouldn't eat things given by strangers or things of unknown origin. Of course, few people can resist the allure of local specialties. No wonder these two are hugging each other for warmth. But it's also quite good. It'd save a lot of trouble. Chen Mo smiled wickedly as he looked at the two and said, "Come on, I will punish you in the name of the moon." Rose's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, both distressed and terrified, You're going to kill us?" She swallowed hard, her deep eyes fixed on him, a look of longing mixed with a dreamy intensity. It could be a plea for life, or it could be a cry for help. Chen Mo chuckled at the two of them. "Kill? Why should I kill you? If you keep dawdling, no one can save you." After saying that, he walked towards the bedroom. Chen Mo didn't know what would happen to them if things didn't go that way. Was it a mental breakdown, or bleeding from all 7 orifices that ultimately led to death? However, judging from their eyes, they were definitely not in a good state. Charlotte and Rose finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't die, they would live. The two exchanged a glance, then got up and followed in unison. They walked very fast, as if afraid that the other would outpace them. Just like when they were fighting over the last local specialty, neither of them would give in. The next day, Charlotte and Rose got up early. Last night, they were rewarded with many new and interesting clothes, so they got up early this morning to dress up. Sure enough, they were wearing black high heels, black stockings, pencil skirts, white shirts, and black bras. The clothes not only accentuate the figure, but are also incredibly smooth and comfortable, making them irresistible. The two sat on the sofa in the living room, initially feeling awkward, but soon began arguing fiercely. Sister-in-law, you should give in to me more often in the future. Charlotte, you're still young. Your body won't be able to handle it. I'm not young anymore. I can do it. You just have to give in to me. I just want to be loved by His Majesty a little longer. Rose shook her head sharply. No, you're too young. Charlotte, not to be outdone, interrupted. I'm not small. You're still too young. I'm not young. Rose died speechlessly. This girl always has to argue. She has to argue about everything. I really want to kick her out, kick her far, far away. Some things, well, you have to eat according to your appetite. She pursed her lips and said, Fine, for the sake of your dead brother and sister, I'll let you off this time. Seeing that Rose had given in again, Charlotte's eyebrows twitched, and she was as happy as a joyful little bird. Hee. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're the best to me. Rose rolled her eyes at her, then puffed out her proud chest and said smugly, Hee. Don't be too happy yet. I think His Majesty likes me more. Charlotte panicked. You're lying. His Majesty clearly prefers me. Before she could finish speaking, Rose covered her mouth and giggled, laughing so hard that her body trembled. After a long pause, she crossed her arms and gave a highly provocative wink. That's just how it is. His Majesty likes me more. Let's see what you can do about it. Charlotte was furious. Ew. Just then, Chen Mo walked over while tidying his bathrobe. Da. Upon hearing footsteps, the two immediately got off the sofa, their expressions showing a hint of tension. What were you talking about? Why did you seem so tense? Chen Mo looked at the two of them and asked. In fact, he heard what Rose said, and it was exactly as she said. I never expected these two to be vying for my attention. It seems I'm quite popular. Rose opened her charming little mouth and said shyly, Your Majesty, we were just talking casually. But she wasn't guilty at all, because it's the truth. After all, Charlotte was an observer most of the time. Chen Mo smiled, his gaze lingering on the two of them. Good. Unexpectedly, these two old-fashioned people transformed into career women. Rose's outfit, paired with her voluptuous figure, is absolutely stunning. The black bra was faintly visible beneath the white shirt, making her both sexy and alluring. Moreover, she has a curvaceous figure with a prominent bust and buttocks, and her breasts are full and bulging, making her curves very enviable. Charlotte is also good. Slim waist, big brother. Slender branches are laden with abundant fruit. There are also two long, slender legs encased in black stockings, gleaming with an alluring sheen. In short, she has a toned figure and is youthful and beautiful. He took 2 steps forward, put his arm around one of them, and said with a smile, All right, don't be so reserved. After saying that, he put his arm around them and sat down on the sofa. Rose was flattered, never expecting to be on equal footing with the emperor. But thinking about it, it's not a big deal. After all, I was on top of him last night too. She frowned and asked with great curiosity, Your Majesty, where did you come from last night? It is certainly a very great place. A mysterious smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips. Believe it or not, we made another major discovery after entering the space last night. That's right, he discovered a blood spring in the suburbs of the seaside city. The water in the blood spring is very red, just like blood. Moreover, red water was constantly bubbling up from the spring. Looking across the entire space, only this place is truly unique. Because it moves. Chen Mo was very curious, so he cupped his hand to his mouth and smelled it, finding that the smell was quite sweet. So I took a sip and found it to be really delicious. Moreover, after drinking it, I found that I felt completely different, as if I had been injected with chicken blood, and I was full of energy. After listening to Chen Mo's words, Charlotte pursed her lips and asked somewhat nervously, Your Majesty, may I ask you a question? Chen Mo looked at her and chuckled. Since you've been so obedient, I'll give you a chance. Charlotte excitedly thanked him, then swallowed hard and asked nervously, Your Majesty, where did my sister go? Chapter 159, Empress Dowager. Rose, standing to the side, was also very curious, her deep eyes fixed on Chen Mo without blinking. How can a person disappear from the spot? And how can they appear out of thin air? Also, where did they go after they disappeared? But she didn't know why. She didn't seem to feel any hatred towards these things, only simple curiosity. On the contrary, they felt that receiving imperial favor was a wonderful and honorable thing. Chen Mo stated directly, She's in that great place I spoke of. Charlotte frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, Is she still alive? To be dead or alive? Chen Mo really didn't know. It all depends on whether her blood has been drained. However, Chen Mo had no intention of letting her out. There are plenty of beautiful women out there. Moreover, placing her in the space is a good opportunity to conduct experiments. Next time we enter the space, we'll strip her clothes off again, which will greatly enhance the artistic effect. So, you want to go with her? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shook her head in denial, saying, No, Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. She doesn't want to disappear. They just want to be showered with imperial favor. Rose, standing to the side, also felt a tightness in her heart. She said, Why did this girl have to ask such a sensitive question? That's just asking for trouble. Chen Mo smiled and said, Don't be nervous. As long as you perform well, I won't send you away easily. Upon hearing this, the two were relieved. Chen Mo looked at Rose and said, Rose, I like beauties like you who possess extraordinary skills. Do you have any recommendations? Rose smiled shyly, her pretty face showing a look of being flattered and surprised. Let me tell you, His Majesty prefers me. Therefore, we must show the utmost sincerity. She thought for a moment, then parted her lips slightly and said, Your Majesty, my sister-in-law, who is also the Queen Mother of the Frankish Kingdom, is not only very beautiful, but also extremely charming and beautiful, and is known as the most beautiful woman in the Frankish Kingdom. In her view, with the Emperor's absolute power, the world would eventually belong to him. In other words, the Frankish Queen would be his sooner or later. In that case, why not just use this opportunity to present it to Buddha? Let him know that she is absolutely loyal. Perhaps the Emperor will spare her family out of consideration for her. This is definitely killing two birds with one stone. It may seem like they betrayed them, but in reality, they were helping them. Chen Mo looked at her with some curiosity. She's already become the Empress Dowager, so how old is she? Has she lost all her teeth? Rose replied, somewhat awkwardly, Your Majesty, my sister-in-law is 25 this year, in the prime of her life. Chen Mo found it somewhat intriguing. They have queens, and princesses, but not an Empress Dowager. He smiled and said, Hearing you say that, I'm starting to look forward to meeting this young Empress Dowager. Rose said softly, I think His Majesty will not be disappointed. Chen Mo nodded. All right. Then let's send troops to the western continent as soon as possible. After saying this, he grabbed their brothers and said, I have decided to reward you two again. The two were overjoyed to hear this. Everything he owns must be a treasure. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two spoke in unison, their voices filled with joy. Chen Mo thought for a moment, wondering what would be a good gift. Suddenly, he remembered the blood spring he had discovered the night before. From last night until now, I feel perfectly fine with no abnormalities in my body. This means that the blood spring is also a good thing. Perhaps it's an upgraded version of a local specialty, because it doesn't have the addictive effects of local specialties. With that in mind, Chen Mo decided to let them give it a try. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Oh my God! The two of them drew out their words, their mouths agape. Unlike before, this time he disappeared right beside me. This is simply unbelievable. A moment later, with a whoosh, Chen Mo reappeared in front of the two of them. However, he now had 2 glasses of red liquid in his hands. Charlotte and Rose were startled again. God, true God. Here, drink this. Chen Mo said with a smile. Charlotte almost threw up. Isn't this blood? That day she witnessed her father's blood gushing from his head. Fortunately, her rationality prevented her from losing control, which allowed her to barely maintain composure. She asked nervously, "Your Majesty, is this blood?" Chen Mo glanced at her impatiently. "Go away, what blood? This is a sacred object." Even so, they wouldn't dare disobey. So he took it, brought it to his lips, and carefully drank it. Chapter 160 Charlotte's Speechlessness. OMG. It's sweet and delicious, so tasty. Charlotte's eyes lit up the moment the red liquid entered her body. If a red banana is the tastiest thing, then this thing in my hand is the tastiest drink. Rose, standing nearby, felt the same way. One bite, and I felt refreshed and full of energy, like I'd been injected with adrenaline. It truly lives up to its reputation as a sacred object. It works instantly. She took a small sip, then downed the rest in one gulp. "Your Majesty, this is the best water I have ever drunk, and I feel as if all my fatigue has vanished in an instant," Rose said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Those long, beautiful eyelashes curved into crescent moons. Chen Mo noticed that her complexion seemed to have improved, and her eyes had become brighter. Good. This thing isn't as simple and crude as local specialties. It's so practical." He nodded, his gaze falling on Charlotte. "How do you feel?" Charlotte was overjoyed. She pursed her lips and said, "I feel wonderful. Suddenly, I feel completely refreshed, as if all my sleepiness has vanished, and it doesn't hurt down there anymore." At this point, Charlotte lowered her eyes shyly, her face turning as red as a fever. That's right, she found that the areas that were originally very painful stopped hurting after drinking the red water. Isn't that strange? Although she was shocked, she felt that the sacred object must have worked. Chen Mo also showed a slightly surprised expression. "Holy crap, this thing even has healing properties? Damn, it still works after just one cup. That's outrageous, absolutely outrageous." At this moment, Chen Mo had a feeling. That is, he is God. He also discovered a pattern. As the space expands, unexpected surprises may occur. From the initial large red banana to the current blood spring. Who knows what will happen next? Moreover, in addition to being able to acquire entities, its functionality is constantly being enhanced. Examples include copying, vehicle pickup, large-scale building relocation, and hiring. Therefore, the blood must not be stopped, and a cautious development must continue. Seeing that Chen Mo seemed to be in a daze, Charlotte's voice rang out again. "Your Majesty, that's why I wish to serve you again tonight." Chen Mo scratched his chin. "I think to myself, young girls are alluring, and married women are captivating. Put them together, and they become both alluring and captivating. This combination is indeed very good. I wonder what it's like to be in a soul-soul combination." Thinking of this, he looked at Charlotte and chuckled. "No need. You should go back and rest first." "Oh dear," Charlotte said, a mix of anxiety and grievance in her voice. "Your Majesty, I'm fully recovered. I can do it." As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest to show off her charm. But Rose pulled her towards the door. She was speechless. How can this girl be so insensible? Unlike her, who, despite her inner turmoil, gritted her teeth and backed down, etc. Chen Mo was suddenly called out to them. "Rose, you stay." Charlotte was speechless. What is this all about? So, I'm the one who's superfluous? Rose, however, was so excited that her mouth watered. "I told you so. The emperor still preferred his own son. That person still needs to develop." Not long after, Ella arrived as ordered. When she saw Rose's alluring and sexy outfit, she was immediately filled with envy. Who knew clothes could be so beautiful? It turns out that clothes can perfectly showcase the beauty of figure. She felt that she would look even more charming if she wore that outfit. I just don't know if there's any chance. At this moment, Ella's heart was filled with nothing but longing and fantasy. Chen Mo seemed to have read her mind, so he reached out and took out a pink dress from his spatial storage. "Put this on instead." As he spoke, he threw the clothes in his hand onto her impressive chest. Ella was overjoyed, and her pretty face immediately lit up with happiness. However, she discovered that she only had one piece of clothing, and it was completely different from the one Rose was wearing. Ella was a little confused. However, we dared not be negligent. They can change it whenever they want. So, in front of Chen Mo, she shyly took off her outer clothes, revealing her underwear. Then he looked at the clothes in his hand. I found there were only 2 holes, and it was very tight, and the fabric was extremely soft and silky. She was a little confused at first, but then she suddenly realized. Oh, I see. So he picked up his clothes and started pulling them down from his head. After she finished, her eyes lit up. Damn, that curve is too exaggerated. The upper body is full, the middle is fine, and the lower body is fatty. 2 long, slender legs were exposed alone outside her clothes. Only goo. I must say, this outfit is absolutely amazing, no less stunning than the one Rose is wearing. Rose, standing nearby, also brightened up as if she had discovered a new continent. That figure is amazing. If that's the case, wouldn't the Emperor like her even more? Oops, there's a competitor now. Oh, darling, am I beautiful? Ella looked at Chen Mo with great excitement. Yes, it's from Wei Li Gu. Chen Mo smiled broadly. Do you know why I bestowed this upon you? Ella thought for a moment and replied beautifully. Is it because I have a great figure? Chen Mo chuckled lightly. You're right, but not entirely. Ella frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It's because, darling, I'm so sorry. I really can't think of anything. Chen Mo smiled and gave him a meaningful look. It's because it makes things easier. Chapter 161, Special Envoy. And so, Chen Mo did nothing but indulge in debauchery and revelry. It's either a soul-soul combination, a person-person combination, or black and white, or white and black. Sometimes, to make things more lively, they simply resort to a large-scale human wave tactic. In short, the main theme is in the mood for love. Therefore, the phrase Chen Mo heard most often was, oh, yes. This was, of course, the soul cry of Rose and the others as they were being tortured. Chen Mo found their unrestrained and wild nature quite appealing, because this is a very unique experience. Before we knew it, it was January. By this time, the island had already been razed to the ground. Wherever the steel torrent passed, all forces were reduced to dust. Therefore, on the island of Dan, the proportion of women is far higher than that of men. These remaining men were all reduced to manual labor. While indulging in a life of pleasure, Chen Mo actively planned a large palace and a vast city. Those laborers were born to build palaces and cities. Chen Mo had no idea which son would benefit from this palace in the future. It doesn't matter which one it is. What matters is that he is a very powerful father. At this time, the people of the Western continent on the other side were already in a state of panic. They didn't know when the outsiders would set foot on this land. Therefore, many people have long harbored the idea of escaping. But with the world frozen in snow and ice right now, where can they escape to? Could it be that we're fleeing to the far north? Perhaps if we don't escape, we can live longer. If we do escape, we will surely starve or freeze to death, or even become food for wild animals. In short, fleeing was not an option, nor was staying. He lived in constant fear. Of course, Chen Mo also took that into consideration. Cat chasing mouse is no fun at all. Anyway, they were tired of playing around, so they took advantage of the heavy snow blocking the mountains to send troops to the western continent. After logging in, following his usual practice, Chen Mo summoned vehicles for various purposes. He stood in the snow and waved his hand, and the car appeared like snowflakes. On the other side, Rose, amidst the group of women, couldn't help but feel deeply moved as she stepped onto this familiar land. She was married off to the kingdom of Dian on the other side of the strait as part of a political marriage between royal families, and became a princess. If things unfold as the script suggests, she will become the queen of the kingdom of Dian in the future. I never imagined that I would step onto this homeland in a different capacity. So I'm happy. Frank, I'm back. She stretched out her arms to embrace the sky, her joy overflowing. However, she quickly realized a problem. So they trudged through the snow to find Chen Mo. With a smile, she said, Your Majesty, I believe I can persuade the Empress Dowager to surrender. In this way, Your Majesty can easily reach Paris without losing a single soldier. What do you think, Your Majesty? That makes sense. We can't leave nothing but barren land every time. Otherwise, where will we find blonde, blue-eyed beauties in the future? Moreover, the destruction of the kingdom of Dian must have been a significant psychological blow to them. Chen Mo nodded. I hereby appoint you as special envoy to go to Paris first to persuade them to surrender. If you succeed, I will reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Rose was overjoyed. The reward is substantial. It must be quite generous. As a woman herself, she felt confident she could persuade her younger siblings. I don't believe a widow like her can resist temptation. She smiled and replied confidently, Thank you, Your Majesty. I will certainly not fail in my mission. Chen Mo looked at Huachu and instructed him. You lead a team of men with plenty of weapons and ammunition to escort Rose. Hua stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said without hesitation, Your humble servant obeys the decree. Chen Mo added, Remember, be clever in everything you do when I'm not around. Yes, your humble servant will certainly not fail in your mission. Hua said confidently. For him, this is a great opportunity to make achievements and establish his career. In short, standing on the shoulders of giants, there's nothing to be afraid of. Little Frank, how about that? After making some preparations, Hua led a convoy of more than 20 vehicles, including off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, and trucks, to set off first. When it appeared in the sight of ordinary people, they were terrified and avoided it at all costs. However, they discovered that the other party seemed to be merely passing by. Not long after, the Frankish army learned of two pieces of news. One was an advance team of only about 20 vehicles and a little over 100 people, whose target was the capital, Paris. The other is that the main force follows behind, a huge, overwhelming mass. They were filled with fear and unease. Everyone knows how formidable the Chun army is, because the destruction of the kingdom of Dian is imminent. But no matter what, you still need to have the courage to go and meet them. Thus, a cavalry force of over 1,000 men waited for the vanguard on an open plain. Huachu was a man of considerable experience, and seeing this spectacle did not frighten him. On the contrary, he felt a little excited and thrilled. After all, the cannons and heavy machine guns on armored vehicles are no joke. They can teach them a lesson in no time. The Frankish cavalrymen were all shocked when they saw the enemy's chariots. They had heard of these things before, but I've never seen it. Not only does it look strange, but is also true, as rumored, that it is not led by cattle or horses. At this moment, the leading yellow-haired general, holding a long sword in one hand and riding his warhorse slowly forward with the other. He was very large, wearing heavy silver armor, like an armed polar bear. His warhorse was moving very heavily, as if it was struggling to breathe. Despite his imposing stature, Huachu didn't take him seriously at all. Therefore, the armored vehicle he was in also went to meet them. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The curly-haired general frowned, gripping his long sword tightly. He wasn't sure if the metal shell opposite him would roar like in the legends. If that were the case, he would be shattered to pieces and become the first Frankish general to die in battle. Soon, the two sides stopped a few meters apart. Clang! Hua opened his skull, sticking out half of his body, holding a pistol in his hand. When the curly-haired general saw that he was just a little kid, he immediately showed a contemptuous look. He smirked and said, This is Frankish territory. What brings you here? Huachu didn't understand a word he was saying, and just stared at him coldly. Go to hell. Are you even speaking human language? The curly-haired general was also completely bewildered. It seems we can't communicate. However, that kid's gaze didn't seem very friendly. Rose, who was in the convoy, was worried that Hua would not be able to communicate with the other party after leaving the car, so she got out of the car and walked over. Curly-haired boy frowned upon seeing it, his expression one of utter astonishment, as if he'd seen a ghost. Princess Rose. How could it be you? He believed that the British royal family had long been wiped out. As the prince's legal wife, Rose should be on the list of those to die. But I never expected to see her here. This means that she has become a widow. Only goo. Wouldn't that give me a chance? Curly almost drooled when he saw the still attractive Rose. Rose was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, Oh, and said, You're Rule. Ruvel was extremely excited. Princess Rose, I am Ruvel. Rose shook her head and smiled wryly. Oh my God, you're as fat as a pig. Ruvelu was speechless, but still smiled and said, I heard your husband is dead. Rose was not saddened. Instead, she replied very seriously, No, I am now the emperor's woman. Ruvalu's eyes widened. What? What emperor? Chapter 162. The princess has arrived. Everyone get out of the way. Rose pondered for a moment, then said with great pride, The emperor is God. Ruvalu was shocked after hearing this. She actually said she was God's woman. Good heavens, what kind of divine logic is this? If I hadn't gotten my head stuck in a door, I probably wouldn't have said something like that. It's ridiculous to open the door to another ridiculous thing. It's ridiculous to the extreme. He grinned, almost bursting out laughing. God's woman? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Rose noticed the sarcasm and her face darkened. She snapped, Idiot! Shut up. Ruvalu couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes filled with mockery. Princess Rose, now that your husband has met God, can he finally marry me? Ha ha! Everyone in Frankish knows that I, Ruvalu, have been waiting for you all along. Upon hearing this, Rose was instantly enraged, pointing her index finger at him. You damned fat pig! You're incredibly stupid. You're practically asking for it. Huachu's face darkened, as if he had noticed something amiss, and with a click, he fired a shot into thin air. Bang! Before the gunshot had even finished, he pointed at Ruvalu and yelled, Insolence! However, Ruvalu seemed to have been blinded by the woman, and when someone suddenly pointed a finger at him, he instinctively drew his long sword with a clang. The sword was pointed directly at Huachu, who shouted, You brat, this is Frankish territory. Damn it! He went out and got angry. You dare point your sword at me? You're asking for death. So he raised the gun, aimed it at his forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Well, the bullet struck Ruvalu in the forehead, instantly freezing his hundreds of pounds weight body, his pupils dilating infinitely. With a thud, several hundred pounds of fat crashed heavily to the ground, landing upside down. Rose's delicate body trembled suddenly, startled. Oh my God! Ruvalu is dead. Good riddance. This is the consequence of disobeying His Majesty. I never expected this young general to be so fierce. Indeed, a strong leader has no weak subordinates. Fake! The Frankish cavalry opposite them immediately roared and raised their swords, seemingly ready to charge. Godan waved his hand behind him and commanded, Soldiers, prepare to make a name for yourselves. All the vehicles immediately sprang into action, quickly assuming combat positions. Upon seeing this, Rose immediately took a few steps forward, opened her arms to the Frankish cavalry, and shouted, I am Princess Rose, and I command you to stop. Immediately. She was extremely anxious, as if her backside was on fire, fearing that the cannon behind her would suddenly roar. By then, these people in front of us will probably become cannon fodder. A general thoughtfully raised his arm, signaling to those behind him not to make any rash moves. He knew that once the enemy went all out, the deputy general, will be the first to be hit. He doesn't want to die. Moreover, the woman introduced herself as Princess Rose, spoke in a nonsensical language, and came with them. Another point is that this group did not commit arson, murder, or looting. Now, it is very necessary to find out the ins and outs of this matter. So he rode forward, looked at Rose, and asked, Beautiful lady, you say you are Princess Rose? Rose smiled calmly and said confidently, That's right, the real deal. The Frankish general remained non-committal, then followed up by asking, Then Princess Rose, what is the matter? Rose sighed softly and said, That damned Ruvalu, he's utterly stupid. But I don't want to see you all become cannon fodder, because you're no match for them at all. Furthermore, there are tens of thousands of troops not far away. I won't go into detail about how powerful their weapons are, but in short, you, the entire Frankish continent, and the entire Western continent are no match for them. The Frankish general could not deny this. Just from the fact that he could easily kill Ruvalu, who was like a bear, in the blink of an eye, you can probably tell how powerful his weapon is. Because the large pipes on the vehicle were much bigger than the weapon in that kid's hand, their power was self-evident. As the saying goes, the victor is king and the loser is villain. If I side with the princess, will I avoid becoming cannon fodder? Thinking about this, he seemed to have made some kind of decision. So he dismounted, knelt on one knee, bowed deeply, and said, My dear Princess Rose, may I ask where you are going? Perhaps I can help you. Rose replied patiently. This princess is on a mission to Paris. All of you, get out of my way. Seeing that she didn't seem interested, the Frankish general said again, Your Highness, I am willing to escort you all the way. If anything happens to you, I will offer my head. Rose gently furrowed her brows. If he leads the way, we might be able to reach Paris faster. This is a good thing. So he asked, What's your name? The general quickly replied, Your Highness, my name is Mark Nyo. Very good. Rose nodded, pointed at Ruvalu's corpse, and said very seriously, Then remember this. If you have ulterior motives, his death will be your fate. Mark Nyo was overjoyed. Oh, dear princess, please rest assured, we know what to do. Chu saw this scene and felt a little unsure of what to do. Who knows what they were chattering about? Is it possible they're discussing how to deal with themselves? Hello, he shouted at the roses and then pointed at the Frankish cavalry. Rose seemed to understand what he meant and waved her hand with a smile. Then he pointed to Macron, then to himself and his convoy, and finally to the direction of Paris. He went out and looked around, and it seemed he understood it. He figured that a young woman like her wouldn't dare to cheat him, so he gave up. Thus, the Frankish cavalry, led by Maxieu, escorted the caravan all the way to Paris. The princess has arrived. Get out of the way. The princess has arrived. Get out of the way. Wherever you go, this phrase will resonate. To make the convoy run smoother, Macron even had his men prepare the road surface in advance. So the convoy arrived in Paris smoothly in less than 3 days. On the street, everyone was shocked and terrified by the sight of the impressive-looking car. However, Macron seemed different. He appeared somewhat smug, as if he had returned victorious from a battle. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, the young queen mother of the Franks lay on her side in the chair, her beautiful, elegant face framed by furrowed brows, giving her a melancholy air. She was wearing a snow-white dress that exposed her chest and back, revealing her white breasts and a deep cleavage. She already knew that Princess Frank's sister-in-law, Rose, was coming back. So I'm incredibly annoyed. The presence of a powerful outsider makes it difficult for people to eat or sleep. Now, the eldest sister-in-law is being escorted here by their convoy. What is your intention? After much thought, she decided to personally go to the palace gate to greet them. Chapter 163 Meth. The gates of the royal palace. The young queen mother, along with members of the royal family and nobles, waited there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the cold wind blew, it lifted the queen mother's golden hair, making it flutter and sway. Her expression was a mixture of emotions, as if she were filled with fear and anxiety about the future. Soon, led by Marcus, the convoy made a dazzling appearance, accompanied by the roar of engines. Squeak, 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 squeak. As the sound of brakes was heard, all the wheels stopped rolling. Everyone present looked utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. This is far more advanced than our horse-drawn carriages. A chorus of exclamations arose from the crowd. The nobles had seen everything, but they had never seen such strange and unusual vehicles before. Today was truly an eye-opening experience for them. Then, Hua and some soldiers got out of the vehicle. They wore military overcoats, carried rifles in their arms, and had swords at their waists. Each of them was imposing and exuded an aura of dominance. Those present were once again shocked by what they saw, because the weapon in the opponent's hand looked really inconspicuous, dark and dull, and much shorter than their longswords. Can this really kill someone? So what we see now seems to be quite different from what they thought. With such weapons, how could the British army have been utterly defeated, and how could the country have been destroyed? Incredible. That's incredible. However, judging from their expressions, these people were calm, confident, and self-assured. Perhaps the weapons they possess are truly formidable. Thud. Rose opened the door and stepped down, immediately spotting Queen Mother Frank in the crowd. Yes, she's the prettiest one. She stood gracefully in the crowd, dressed in a white dress that symbolized purity and wealth, like a blooming flower. Oh dear Elizabeth, it's been so long. As Rose walked, she spread her arms wide with fiery passion. Elizabeth greeted her with a smile. Oh, dear Princess Rose, it's been so long. How have you been? As soon as the words were spoken, the two embraced tightly. Rose suddenly froze, then felt something pressing against her chest, making it a little difficult to breathe. But she understood the next moment. If I'm not mistaken, my sister-in-law's thing is probably bigger than Ella's. Good, good, good. His Majesty will definitely like it very much. Rose nodded excitedly. Yes, I'm doing great. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei frowned. I was just being polite, so why did she respond so readily and excitedly? Does losing her husband mean she's living a good life? Could it be that the destruction of the Dian kingdom had nothing to do with her? Oh my God, the rose has changed. Elizabeth sighed inwardly. This seemed quite different from the meeting she had imagined. Logically, he should have cried and complained to her. A moment later, the two released each other. However, when Elizabeth looked closely at Rose's face, her eyes widened in surprise. Her skin was so tender and delicate. She was in her 30s, yet she looked like a 16-year-old girl. Moreover, her temperament is outstanding. She not only looks radiant, but also has bright, sparkling eyes. No, it just doesn't look right. This doesn't seem like someone who has just lost her husband and whose country has been destroyed. She grasped Rose's hand, frowned, and asked, "Are you really Rose?" Oh my God. Rose shook her head, looking somewhat amused and exasperated. Dear Empress Dowager, how could you say something so funny? Elizabeth looked embarrassed. She knew perfectly well that Rose was Rose, yet she asked a very puzzling question. Well, because I've noticed that you've become even younger and more beautiful than before. Elizabeth said somewhat shyly. Rose laughed when she heard that. The reason I look younger is, of course, due to His Majesty's boundless grace. Moreover, she has eaten and drunk sacred things, so tell me how amazing she is. She smiled and said, I'll definitely tell you about that later. Elizabeth looked at her with curiosity. Why can't we say it now? Rose chuckled softly. Darling, are you just going to leave me here in the cold wind all this time? Elizabeth nodded repeatedly, looking as if she had just realized something, and the car headlights flashed. Oh, right, business comes first. After saying that, he took Rose's hand and walked into the palace. But Rose suddenly pulled her back, saying proudly, Darling, I invite you to ride in the car with me. Elizabeth's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. A car? That's it. After saying that, Rose pulled her along and ran towards an SUV. Elizabeth looked on with great curiosity, eager to see what was going on with that car. Once she got in the car, she touched and fiddled with everything, but she was very careful. Once the wheels started rolling, I felt a little uneasy. She clasped her hands tightly together, staring blankly at the driver gripping the steering wheel. Honey, don't be afraid. This car is very comfortable to ride in. Rose patted her thigh and continued to boast. Let me tell you, it's not just cars. His Majesty also has super battleships, cruise ships, and all sorts of strange and wonderful things. At this point, she waved her hand and said, with just a wave of his hand, anything big or small, whatever it is, will come to him. Elizabeth was completely confused. What a load of nonsense. Are you fucking crazy? The first part is undeniable. After all, some rumors had already been circulating for a while. But this second half, she opened her mouth, looked at Rose as if she were a fool, and asked, Your Majesty? Are you referring to the leader of the outsiders? No, Rose declared righteously. He is not an outsider. He is the Emperor. He is God. Elizabeth frowned slightly, her face filled with shock. Oh my God. What are you talking about? I don't think I recognize you. Rose remained calm and patient, holding her delicate hand and saying, I know you may find it hard to understand what I'm saying, but that doesn't mean it's false. At this point, Rose continued slowly. That day was the day His Majesty led the great Chen army to attack London City. He suddenly did it in front of everyone. Rose recounted everything that happened that day. However, the more Elizabeth listened, the more outrageous it seemed. Living people vanish, while large vehicles and skyscrapers appear in an instant. It sounds just like a myth. She sighed, glanced at the houses rushing past the car window, then looked at Rose and said, Rose, I believe the great Chen army is incredibly powerful, but you don't have to exaggerate it like that. Rose was speechless. Despite saying all that, people still treated her like a fool. Never mind, I won't say anything more. Then, changing the subject, he said, Without further ado, the reason I came back is to discuss surrendering with you. Chapter 164 Matchmaking. Upon hearing Rose's words, Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat, and she squeezed her legs together tightly. Although I had already guessed her intentions, I still felt both uncomfortable and extremely nervous when I actually faced those two words. Who the hell would willingly hand over such a beautiful land? But it seems there is no other choice. After a moment, she stared blankly at Rose and repeated, "Surrender?" Rose nodded emphatically. Yes. Only by surrendering can the Franks be spared from the ravages of war and avoid being destroyed like the Kingdom of Denmark. Elizabeth naturally understood this principle. In the face of absolute power, everything is just a bubble. She thought for a moment and asked, "If I surrender, will he spare my mother and me?" Rose smiled slightly and replied confidently, "Of course, as long as you obey absolutely, His Majesty will not make things difficult for you and my little nephew." As she spoke, Rose gripped her hand tightly. It was as if it was encouraging her, or as if it was giving her warmth. Elizabeth frowned and asked somewhat uneasily, "Is what you're saying what he means?" Yes, yes. Rose nodded emphatically. "My dear, to tell you the truth, I am now His Majesty's woman." Elizabeth paused, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. "You?" Rose smiled, leaned closer and whispered, "Let me tell you, he's amazing. He could take on several people by himself." Elizabeth was utterly speechless. Her pretty face was flushed red, like she was in a frenzy. What the hell is this? However, she didn't believe it. Those words were no less significant than the previous claims about people disappearing and buildings appearing in the sky. Seeing her chance, Rose continued, "It's like this, I introduced you to His Majesty, and he likes you very much." Elizabeth was shocked, her beautiful eyes remaining fixed in a daze for a long time. It turns out that the other party not only wanted the country, but also the beauty. Speechless. But thinking about it, it makes sense. A woman as beautiful as her, which man wouldn't be drooling over her? Just then, the car stopped in front of Palace. But Rose had no intention of stopping. Now was the time for a full-scale attack. She smiled and said, "Darling, since we can't resist it, let's be like me and be happy women." Elizabeth remained silent. That sounds absolutely right. However, this kind of thing is really hard to accept. So he said, "Rose, I can surrender, but I'm sorry, I can't do what you're talking about." Rose wasn't in a hurry at all. She was confident that she could win over this stunning beauty with her silver tongue. Besides, there are some things that can't be done in the car, especially since there are other men around. Even if he can't handle it himself, with His Majesty's charm, who can resist him? I guarantee that every girl I meet will fall in love at first sight. So she changed the subject. "We're here. Let's go inside and talk." Elizabeth nodded slightly and asked, "How do we get out?" This is easy." After Rose finished speaking, she leaned towards Elizabeth, and, at the same time, her delicate hand reached for the unlock handle. But in that instant, Rose almost suffocated, because her face almost touched Elizabeth's chest. Wow. Oh my God. This damn sense of oppression. Are you trying to kill us? If such a woman cannot belong to His Majesty, it would be an outrage against heaven and earth. Rose swallowed hard, then clicked open the car door. "Dear Empress Dowager, please alight from the carriage." She smiled and gestured please. After getting off the car, Elizabeth stood there and carefully examined the car. Although she didn't say it aloud, it doesn't mean she wasn't shocked. After all, the car is not only free from cold winds, but also has a warm breeze, making it much warmer than a house. Let's just say it's amazing or not. Once inside the palace, in front of all the princes and nobles, Rose unleashed another torrent of attacks. The story recounts the fall of the Kingdom of Dien, the formidable strength of the great Chen army, and the death of Luoru. In short, he spoke frankly and without reservation, telling a story that was both thrilling and deeply moving. As a result, the princes and nobles submitted petitions of surrender. In fact, many of them had this idea long ago. I just don't know what will happen after we surrender. Now that we have Roses, everything falls into place naturally. Surrender is the best way out if you can survive. Therefore, this matter is already a done deal. At this moment, a nobleman bowed to Rose and said, "My dear Princess Rose, I'm entrusting this matter to you." Rose nodded slightly and said, "So, next we should discuss how to welcome the great Chen army." After saying that, She took Elizabeth's small hand and said, "Everyone, please discuss the plan carefully. The Queen Mother and I have more important matters to discuss." Before Elizabeth could speak, he pulled her outside. Elizabeth was speechless. "Damn it, did I even agree to this? You just dragged me outside." However, she roughly guessed Rose's intention, which was to brainwash her. "It's impossible. No matter how much you rave about it, I will never agree," Elizabeth thought to herself, while also rolling her eyes at her. A moment later, with a clang, Rose closed the door. Then he turned around and leaned against the door, hugging the bear with both hands, while giving Elizabeth a meaningful wink. Elizabeth felt extremely uncomfortable from the electric shock, and goosebumps instantly covered her entire body, because that look in his eyes was a bit creepy. To her even greater surprise, Rose started taking off her clothes. "You said you can take off your coat, but you also need to take off what's underneath." Elizabeth instinctively covered her chest with both hands, her brows furrowed as she asked, "Rose, what do you want to do?" Rose, clutching the hem of her dress with her arms crossed, said with a smile, "My dear Elizabeth, don't worry. You'll find out soon." Elizabeth was a little scared. You're going too far? Otherwise, I'll call for help." Rose was speechless. It's not like it'll eat anyone, so why is it so terrified? So no matter what she says, take off your clothes first. And then, with lightning speed, Rose took off her shirt and pants. And so, that pink stepmother dress was exposed to the air. Rose smiled smugly and said, "Darling, am I pretty? Sexy?" Elizabeth was stunned. It must be said that this dress clings to the skin, accentuating curves, and is indeed very sexy, with an extremely strong visual impact. So even she, a woman, was stunned. And the most eye-catching part is her chest, which is straight and very proud. Even she, with her large breasts, is ashamed of herself. Upon closer inspection, Elizabeth noticed a black outline beneath the silky fabric. Could it be that thing made that thing stand up? She opened her mouth, her eyes filled with doubt. "You have clothes underneath?" "Yes," Rose said even more proudly. "Let me tell you, these are all gifts from His Majesty, including those inside." Elizabeth was still very curious. "What kind of clothes are inside?" Rose seemed thoughtful. His Majesty calls it a bra." Chapter 165, Mutiny. Bra. Elizabeth seemed to understand, yet also seemed not to understand. Driven by curiosity, he raised his hand and touched the Rose's proud parts. Her eyes lit up when her fingers touched them lightly. "Wow, such high-quality clothes. Such firm breasts." Rose smiled beautifully and said, "Darling, would you like to see its true face?" Elizabeth nodded slightly. Of course she wanted to see. Over the years, Xiongdi has indeed brought her a lot of trouble. Not to mention how heavy it was, it had to be wrapped in layers of cloth every day. It's really painful. Rose knew there would always be something that could tame her. So, in a flash, she took off the stepmother's dress that covered her delicate body, exposing her underwear to the air. "Wow!" Elizabeth gasped in surprise, her eyes seeming to brighten even more. Besides describing what you see as full and firm, it is also described as firm and extremely alluring. Furthermore, judging from its structure, this thing seems to be designed for lifting. In this way, there's no need to worry about the bear running around and jumping around. Great stuff, really great stuff. Elizabeth sighed inwardly. She hesitated for a moment, then parted her red lips slightly, looking at Rose with a hint of shyness. "Darling, may I try it on?" Rose was shocked. The car headlights suddenly flickered. I never expected Elizabeth to make such a request. It seems this thing has captured her heart. However, with her size, this outfit would probably burst. Rose shook her head, her eyes showing regret. "I'm sorry. This dress is too small and doesn't suit you." This made Elizabeth a little embarrassed, and the room fell silent. Rose smiled, took her small hand, and said, "Only His Majesty possesses this item. I will speak to him on your behalf, and I believe you will be able to have it." Elizabeth gave an awkward grin. "Rose, I think we should forget about it." That's what he said, but his eyes were fixed on Rose's full and alluring breasts. Rose smiled and assured him, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this. His Majesty is so benevolent. He wouldn't be stingy with a mere bra." Rose blinked her big eyes and said with a grin, If you gain His Majesty's favor, you might even get that towering building where you can pluck the stars from the sky. Just then, a loud commotion suddenly came from outside, with crackling and popping sounds. Elizabeth frowned slightly. What is that sound? No sooner had he finished speaking than another loud, rumbling sound came from the same direction. Bang, bang, bang. Rose frowned, her face showing great surprise. Oh no, it's gunfire. They've opened fire. Elizabeth's chest heaved, and she exclaimed in shock. Oh no, how could this be? Rose's face darkened, and she said angrily, Damn it, which bastard stirred up a hornet's nest? Doesn't he know this will bring disaster to the entire Frankish kingdom? Damn it. Elizabeth was so frightened that she was completely at a loss and trembling all over. She knew very well that if something went wrong at this critical juncture, Frank could face annihilation. Therefore, you absolutely must not kill those soldiers of Chen. I hope they're all doing well. Rose didn't care about anything else and quickly put her clothes back on. Immediately afterwards, the two of them ran towards the place where the accident had occurred, seemingly without regard for their own safety. Rose is all right. After all, she has divine armor protecting her. Elizabeth suffered greatly. The journey was bumpy and shaky with rolling waves. Soon, in the square in front of the palace, they saw the royal guards, armed with swords, charging forward and falling one after another to their guns. They had no choice but to admit defeat because the firepower was so overwhelming that it was devastating. Da-da-da-da-da. Boot, 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 boot. The soldiers opened fire with their guns and the heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles. Others kept pulling out grenades and throwing them at the crazed Frankish soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. Although their numbers are small, their firepower is by no means weak. Elizabeth, Rose, and the nobles watched with utter fascination. We all agreed to surrender. How can there be such a fool? Damn it. Damn idiot. Absolutely stupid. These idiots are unforgivable. People in the crowd kept swearing and cursing. If the previous rumors were just intimidation, then this is a harsh lesson learned. Forget about winning. You won't even get a chance to get close. At this moment, Mark Nyo, his face contorted in pain, clutched his chest and walked up to Rose, bowing deeply and saying, Your Highness, this is a mutiny. I tried my best to dissuade them, but to no avail, and I was even stabbed by them. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Rose shouted angrily 3 times, her breasts aching from the rage. Damn it. How could someone make such a huge mess? Why not be a decent person and instead choose to test your own abilities? Soon, the royal guards were wiped out, corpses littered the square, and the stench of blood filled the air. Ho was furious. Damn it. Someone actually launched a sneak attack. What is this if not courting death? Suddenly, a Frankish general who wasn't quite dead yet supported himself with his sword, slowly got up from the pile of corpses. At first glance, it stands out from the crowd. Oh no, not standing out like a crane among corpses. He was covered in blood, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Staring in the direction Hua had gone, he shouted angrily, The great Franks will never yield to anyone. Although Hua didn't understand what he was saying, he could sense his arrogance. He then looked at the captain and said menacingly, Go, cut off his head. Yes, General. The captain acknowledged the order and drew his sword with a clang, then strode quickly toward the man. Prepare to die. He swung his sword, and a head fell to the ground with a thud. All the Franks were terrified and looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know if this would completely enrage the Chen army, causing them to refuse their surrender. If that's the case, their fate will be the same as that of the guards before them. It's over. It's over. In that moment of despair, they suddenly thought of Roses and looked at them simultaneously. It seemed that they were placing their last hope on her. Only she can save Frank. Unbeknownst to them, Rose had become their pillar of support. As for the young king and queen mother, they had long since forgotten about them. Just then, Hua Chu, enraged, drew his sword with a clang, turned around abruptly, and fixed his gaze on the nobles and princes. Hua quickly spotted Elizabeth and, sword in hand, strode toward her menacingly. Everyone panicked. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, running around in circles. If I'm not mistaken, he's here to settle scores with them. Not only these nobles and royalty, But Rose herself was also very nervous, even feeling as if the sky had fallen. She had no idea what would happen next, and was filled with extreme fear. "Your Majesty, where are you? Help me." Chapter 166, Talented Woman. The situation was spiraling out of control, and everyone was terrified. Hua took a step closer, and their hearts, which were hanging in suspense, were once again weighed down by a huge boulder, making it hard to breathe. The vast square was eerily quiet, except for the cold wind and footsteps. Da-da-da-da. As the footsteps stopped, Hua walked up to Elizabeth and swiftly pointed his sword at her fair neck. Behind him followed more than 20 soldiers carrying rifles and light machine guns. Their eyes gleamed with murderous intent, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Upon seeing this, the princes and nobles trembled and knelt down. If anything were to happen to the Empress Dowager, they probably wouldn't survive either. Elizabeth's face was ashen, and her delicate body trembled slightly uncontrollably. At that moment, the scent of death coiled around her neck like a cold, venomous snake. This was the closest she had ever come to death in her life. With just a light slash from the opponent's sword, blood would gush out like a mountain spring. She swallowed hard, shook her head gently, her eyes full of innocence, and kept muttering, "Now, now." Hua Chu's eyes widened in anger as he demanded sharply, "Speak. What do you mean by this?" Elizabeth, of course, couldn't understand what he was saying, and kept shaking her head, muttering, "Noisy, noisy, noisy." He looked extremely anxious and miserable, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Rose, who was standing to the side, did not want to sit idly by and wait for her fate, so she frantically waved to Hua. It's as if it's saying, "That's not how it is, that's not how it is." At that moment, Hua suddenly noticed that the foreign woman in front of him was actually a stunning beauty. Wow, it's huge. However, he harbored no desire for it whatsoever. The world belongs to the Emperor, so the beauty before us is naturally the Emperor's beauty. If that's the case, then let him judge it himself. After all, he's always had a taste for it. So Hua went out and put down his sword. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief, and her white breast jolted slightly. Rose also felt relieved, and her violently shaking breasts came to a stop, slowly calming down. The matter has finally been settled, and all has been a close call. She turned to Macron and ordered, "From this moment forward, you shall have full authority over the royal palace and the city of Paris. Anyone who causes further unrest shall be executed without exception." Mark was overjoyed. This was a chance to be given a more important role. He quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, I will strictly carry out your orders." Rose nodded, her gaze turning coldly to Elizabeth. "Mother, do you have any objections?" Elizabeth, already terrified by guns and cannons, nodded blankly. I have no objection." Rose was very pleased with herself. She never imagined she would ever be able to control Frank in her lifetime. Even though it was short-lived, it at least shows that I can still cause trouble. Of course, the most important thing is to live up to expectations. I wonder how heavy the reward is. I can't wait. Thinking of this, her beautiful big eyes were filled with infatuation. But then she suddenly remembered something. Besides this matter, shouldn't we give His Majesty another big surprise? If he's happy, then my position will be secure, right? After a moment of contemplation, Rose smiled, as if she had an idea in mind. Hua was very pleased with himself as he went out. Unexpectedly, his 100-odd men were able to easily intimidate the Frankish royal court. Sure enough, those foreigners looked at me like mice looking at a cat, their eyes darting around, completely lacking confidence. That's awesome, enough to brag about for a lifetime. Oh, it just means that future generations can keep bragging about it. A captain walked up to him, his eyes filled with awe, and said, "General, you were so imposing just now." Hua chuckled and said, "I'm pretty awesome, aren't I?" "Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Those cowards must have peed their pants in fear, huh?" Hua Chu smiled again. "Actually, what they really fear is not our 100-odd people, but His Majesty." That makes sense. No matter how powerful a weapon is, it will eventually run out of power. Besides, there are only a little over 100 of them. Thinking of this, the captain nodded emphatically. "General, you are absolutely right. If His Majesty were here, he would surely kill them all without leaving a single one alive. Hua smiled silently. Remember, we must not let our guard down until His Majesty arrives. Yes. A few days later, the mighty army of the Chen dynasty marched into Paris. The steel torrent roared and surged forward, one after another, stretching as far as the eye could see. Moreover, it was incredibly oppressive, making it hard to breathe. So the common people secretly rejoiced that the royal family had chosen to surrender. Otherwise, Paris would follow in the footsteps of the siege, and the Franks would be completely destroyed like the Nazi regime. In one of the vans in the convoy, Rose was reporting to Chen Mo. Rose was waiting at the city gate early in the morning. When she saw Chen Mo, she was so excited that she even drooled and wet her mask. The few days felt incredibly long to her, as if several months had passed. Your Majesty, these are the things that have happened these past few days. Rose rattled off a long, detailed account of everything that had happened in the past few days. Chen Mo was fairly satisfied. First, Rose completed her task. Secondly, Hua acted decisively. You have done very well. I have said that you will be richly rewarded. Chen Mo thought for a moment, then said, In that case, I will bestow upon you the title of Chiron, a low-ranking concubine, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and a ton of various new-style clothing. Rose was very happy. She had a car and clothes, but she didn't understand what talented person meant. So he asked, Your Majesty, what is a Chiron? Chen Mo explained, Talented lady is an honorary title, which means that from now on you are my wife. Rose's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Holy crap, I've been promoted to a permanent position? From casual sex partners to wife? Wow, my goodness. Can someone tell me if this is true? At this moment, a happy smile spread across her pretty face. While pleased, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Your Majesty, why am I called a Chiron? Is it because I'm very talented? He's not just talented, he's a genius. Chen Mo smiled mischievously. Haha, you're right, because your eloquence is the best, no one can compare. Upon hearing this, Rose beamed with joy. Oh, thank you, my dear Your Majesty. I love you to death. Chen Mo patted her thigh and asked with some curiosity, How is the Empress Dowager? Your Majesty, she is fine. Rose said somewhat shyly. Moreover, she really likes bras. I wonder if Your Majesty could bestow some upon her. I have plenty. As for the size, I'll have to measure it myself to know. Oh, thank you. Rose was happy. It seems Elizabeth's spring is coming. Little widow, you'd better get ready to thank me. Your Majesty, I have also prepared a surprise for you. She looked at Chen Mo and spoke softly and gently. Chen Mo looked at her with some surprise. Oh, there's a surprise? Tell me, what is it that will make me happy? Rose covered her mouth and smiled mysteriously. Your Majesty, I can't tell you now. You'll know once we're in the palace. She didn't say anything, and Chen Mo didn't press her. That said, this girl is actually quite interesting. Taking the initiative is often the most attractive quality in a woman. Soon, the caravan arrived at the palace gates. Elizabeth and her son, the young king, led the royal family and nobles to welcome the royal procession. Chapter 167, He is not a child, but a king. Upon seeing the caravan approach, Elizabeth quickly pulled the young king to kneel in obeisance. However, the boy looked resentful and seemed somewhat unwilling. He was pulled twice before he knelt down. As soon as Chen Mo got out of the car, he saw the two people at the front. One big and one small, one female and one male, are probably Elizabeth and her beloved son. After all, their status and position remain irreplaceable to this day. I wonder just how beautiful the first beauty of Frankish women really was. It's okay. Now is the time to unveil the mystery. Elizabeth knelt on both knees, her head slightly lowered, her hands clasped on her lower abdomen. Da. Upon seeing the 2 feet approaching him, he immediately placed his hands on the ground and bowed, saying, Queen Elizabeth of the Frankish kingdom, along with the king and nobles, pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Great Chen. All the princes and nobles fell to the ground on all fours, motionless. Although they did not see the emperor's face, everyone deeply felt His majesty and domineering presence. There was even a sense of oppression that made it hard to breathe. At this moment, Chen Mo stopped. His gaze locked onto Elizabeth, and he looked her up and down. Although it's hard to see clearly, it's not difficult to tell that her face is very dignified, with delicate features and a round, smooth complexion. And her figure is amazing, with a slim waist and plump hips, and the Mariana Trench is on full display in front. Wow, that's a big one. If I'm not mistaken, the answer to ABCDEF is F. That is to say, she is one size larger than Ella. Good. You're really a little devil. Rise. Chen Mo's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, rang out. Elizabeth paused for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed in her deep, beautiful eyes. She didn't expect the emperor to let her get up so quickly. She thought she would have to kneel for a very long time. Thank you, your majesty. Elizabeth responded softly, and then slowly rose to her feet, pulling the young king along with her. She was a little uneasy, because Rose had told her that the emperor was interested in her. I wonder if he'll lose his animalistic instincts and force himself on himself. The thought terrified her, but I'm also a little curious. The emperor was so powerful. I wonder what he looked like. If I'm not mistaken, he must look extremely fierce and lewd. Then, she slowly raised her eyelids. The next moment, their eyes met. Wow, what a handsome man. He was elegant and dashing. Oh my God. For some reason, Elizabeth felt a sudden flutter in her heart. However, she quickly dodged away, not daring to meet his gaze at all. Chen Mo, too, saw through the other party completely. Her face was delicate and fair, with exquisite and three-dimensional features, exuding a majestic aura. She was indeed a classic Western beauty. Sudden, the little king, standing to the side, pointed at Chen Mo and said, "You scoundrel, this is Frankish territory. Please leave." The entire audience was stunned by these words. They all agreed that something big was about to happen. Rose, especially behind Chen Mo, was so frightened that she couldn't close her mouth. Elizabeth was also stunned. They clearly taught him to be mute and not to say a word. How could someone say such a thing? At that moment, the sky collapsed. She frowned and looked at Chen Mo, explaining, "Your Majesty, that's not what he meant. Please don't misunderstand." The young king seemed completely oblivious to the fear in Elizabeth's eyes, instead raising his voice 8 octaves. "No, that's exactly what I mean. So please leave Paris, leave Frankish. You are not welcome here." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth felt a sudden weakness in her limbs. Then her body went limp, and her 2 long legs could no longer support Xiongdi's weight. With a thud, she collapsed straight to the ground. She looked anxiously at the little king, shaking her head with pleading eyes. "Shut up. Stop talking." Chen Mo remained expressionless, a smile still playing on his lips, though a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Very good. Since you're not afraid, then I'll make sure you never have to be afraid again. Dada. He took 2 steps toward the young king and suddenly pointed at him with his large hand. Whoosh! At the same time, Rose seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but shout, "Oh, no." In the blink of an eye, the little king vanished from the face of the earth. Elizabeth was dumbfounded. Where's the sun? Where did they go? What happened to him? Suddenly, she remembered what Rose had once said, that the living disappear. She was stunned. Tears streamed down my face. It turns out Rose wasn't just bragging. He really is a ruthless person. It's the kind that's extremely terrifying. Elizabeth, suppressing her grief, crawled on her knees to Chen Mo's feet, raised her head and pleaded, "Your Majesty, he is just a child. Please forgive him and let him go this time." "Child?" Chen Mo shook his head, his voice icy, and said, "No, he is not a child but a king." These words seemed simple, but Elizabeth was speechless. In his eyes, perhaps there really were no children, because he was an emperor. Perhaps for them, keeping him around is a potential problem. But she didn't want to lose her child. So he grabbed Chen Mo's big feet with both hands and pleaded, "Your Majesty, if you spare the child this time, I will do anything for you, even be your slave." Chen Mo glanced down and suddenly frowned. Wow, the trench is indeed bottomless. He chuckled and said, "I'll let you be my slave. I want you to be my prostitute." Elizabeth nodded emphatically. "Your Majesty, no problem. I'll do anything as long as you forgive my son." In her view, the terms chicken, duck, cow, and sheep are just adjectives. As long as his son could be saved, he didn't care what jokes the emperor made. Chen Mo chuckled. I really like your attitude. He paused for a moment, then shook his head. However, I cannot let him go. I want to tell everyone that this is the consequence of disobedience, and no one is exempt. Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat, as if she had stumbled into an abyss. This means that the last hope has been crushed, and the sky has fallen. Make a scene, make a scene, make a scene, she cried out in despair, her tearful eyes filled with helplessness. Rose, who was standing nearby, wiped away her tears and immediately ran over to grab her hand, comforting her. Calm down, calm down. If she gets excited and does something outrageous, who knows, the heavens might be furious. By then, Frank will be completely finished. So Rose held her hand tightly. Chen Mo glanced at them, then led Chi Min and Wei Zhaoning straight into the palace. Rose quickly helped Elizabeth up and whispered, My dear sister-in-law, please don't cry anymore. You must never upset His Majesty again. After saying that, she gently wiped away his tears with great tenderness. Elizabeth nodded painfully, tears still streaming down her face. Rose didn't care anymore and just grabbed her and followed. So once again the waves surged. Elizabeth not only had to endure the pain of losing her child, but also had to suffer at the hands of a bear. Chapter 168, The Almighty God. A short while later, Chen Mo arrived at the palace. He sat on the sofa, looking at Huichu, and said with great satisfaction, You did well this time. Tell me, what reward you want? Without a second thought, Huichu said with a smile, His Majesty has already given me so much, I really don't need any more rewards. Looking back, he was just a little beggar, but now he is a close confidant of the current emperor. He has a house and a woman, so he is really content. Chen Mo smiled and said, Hey, why are you being so polite with me? Just ask if you need anything. He opened his mouth as if to speak when Rose, pulling Elizabeth along, let a group of blonde women in. They then stood in 5 neat rows, seemingly waiting for inspection. Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly. This guy's a KTV hostess, huh? Perhaps having seen it so many times, I felt no ripples in my heart. However, it was quite a large-scale operation. There are mature and beautiful young women, as well as youthful and beautiful young girls. There are about 50 of them. Each one of them was incredibly beautiful, and their figures were also very sexy. Your Majesty, this is the surprise I prepared for you. I wonder if you're satisfied. Rose had already composed herself and said somewhat shyly. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction, thinking, I knew this girl was up to something. He then looked at Huichu and said, Take whatever you like, 3, 5, 7, or 8. Consider it my reward for you completing this mission. He went out and looked at those foreign girls, feeling incredibly excited. Although her figure and appearance were not as good as the Empress Dowager's, she was still absolutely stunning. But I couldn't possibly do that. After all, it was a gift from someone to his father. How could he possibly take what belonged to him? His face flushed, and he chuckled. Your Majesty, then I shall accept your offer. He went all out, risking everything. Who cares about being embarrassed or not? I'll just pick one first. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up. So he went out and focused his gaze on the foreign woman, looking at her again and again, scanning her closely, and then walked back and forth in the queue. In the end, he chose 2 young women who he thought were the least attractive and were a bit older. However, it is also undeniably beautiful and charming. Chen Mo became a little curious and walked over from the sofa. With so many beauties, why did you choose the 2 worst ones? He asked Huichu. He grinned and said, Your Majesty, I am already very satisfied. Chen Mo nodded and asked, Then why not a young girl in her prime, but someone a little older? It was a bit awkward for He to go out. I thought to myself, I learned all this from you. Since they smell so good, I want to try it myself. That's what I think, but I can't say it like that. He replied, Your Majesty, I simply like it. Chen Mo understood. This kid seems a bit guilty. It looks like he's gone astray like Godan. He laughed heartily. All right. You and your soldiers have been on high alert these past few days, so take them down and get a good rest for a few days. Yes, Your Majesty. After saying that, He happily led the 2 foreign girls out. Those impatient eyes seemed to want to execute them on the spot. Rose, however, was a little confused. The surprise I carefully prepared for him was just given away like that? Oh my god. But that's okay. If it's not enough, we can just find more. As long as he's happy, then the work wasn't done in vain. Chen Mo's gaze then fell on Elizabeth. She still looked heartbroken. However, after noticing Chen Mo's gaze, she became slightly more restrained, seemingly quite wary. Chen Mo looked around again and found nothing that caught his eye. Therefore, we still need to be self-sufficient. Incidentally, it also startled Elizabeth's large glasses. So he went outside and found an open space. I'll touch your breasts and coax you. As soon as the words were spoken, a towering curtain wall building appeared with a loud boom. From the royal palace to the entire city of Paris, everyone stopped what they were doing, looked up at the suddenly appearing skyscraper, and exclaimed in surprise. Those who were indoors also went outside. My God, can someone tell me if this is true? Wow, that's incredible. Reaching straight to the heavens. This is God, this is God. Soon, people knelt down and prayed in the direction of the tall building. Elizabeth covered her mouth tightly, as if afraid her jaw would drop to the ground. It turns out that everything Rose said was true. Oh my God, that's terrifying. Rose was used to it, but she was still very excited. She looked at Elizabeth and said solemnly, I told you, His Majesty is God, an omnipotent God. If you know what's good for you, I believe His Majesty, out of respect for us, will surely allow my nephew to enjoy wealth and honor in heaven. Upon hearing Rose's words, Elizabeth gradually calmed down, as if she had come to terms with it. Thinking back on my attempt to plead for leniency, I realized how incredibly foolish I was. Furthermore, he was interested in her, but she remained indifferent. That's absolutely stupid. Honey, I know what to do. Elizabeth seemed to have made up her mind, looking at Rose and speaking resolutely. Rose was overjoyed. Excellent. I will do my best to persuade His Majesty to let me accompany you. Elizabeth said gratefully, Thank you, my dear. Rose nodded heavily, gave a weird wink, and then walked to Chen Mo's side. Your Majesty, Elizabeth knows what to do. She looked at Chen Mo and said with some excitement. Chen Mo glanced at her with a hint of surprise. Oh, that's good. Tell her to prepare well. I want to have a good talk with her tonight. Then Rose opened her mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. Because we don't know what he's thinking. Chen Mo glanced at her eager eyes and roughly knew what she wanted to express. After all, it's been quite a few days since we've done anything together. They must be starving. So he smiled and said, Bring her along. Rose was overjoyed. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, my dearest Your Majesty. Seeing her flattered expression, Wei Zhaoning frowned and pouted. Sister, His Majesty is always hanging out with them. Does he not like us anymore? She looked at Qi Min and whispered. Qi Min nodded slightly, giving him a very confident look. No, His Majesty is just being playful. Just you wait and see. He'll get tired of it in a while. Wei Zhaoning nodded, but then said with some concern, What about His Majesty's health? Qi Min smiled slightly. He's perfectly fine, full of energy, no need to worry. As someone who had benefited from eating red bananas, she knew all too well. That stuff is comparable to a magic pill, and even surpasses it. No, the elixir of immortality may not exist, but the banana has always existed. Qi Min frowned, because she suddenly realized she was craving something sweet. Chapter 169 Impérial Suite. At night, the building is brightly lit, becoming a dazzling light in the darkness. The residents of Paris all looked up in amazement amidst the cold wind. Bajiro Handakten. In their view, the place where God lives is extraordinary. Although it is so close, it is unattainable, and yet everyone yearns for it. Even so, they still felt that this was the closest they had ever been to God. The building has 66 floors. That is the top level. This is a royal suite. It is a royal, exclusive, custom-made suite, and its level of luxury far surpasses that of the presidential suite. Chen Mo didn't know at first, but it's not too late to enjoy it now. Moreover, this is truly a well-deserved honor, and a position that matches one's virtue and rank. At this moment, Phoebe personally led the team to bathe Chen Mo, who was lying in a large round bathtub. Being served by 6 people was incredibly pleasant. The water was warm, their hands were gentle, and their smiles were sweet. However, the maids were incredibly frustrated. They could see, but couldn't. Ugh, I feel like dying. Just then, a maid walked gracefully in. She gave a graceful curtsy and said softly, "Your Majesty, Rose and Elizabeth request an audience." Chen Mo smirked and looked at Phoebe, ordering, "Everyone, get out and let them in." Phoebe pursed her lips and bowed softly, saying, "Your Majesty, I take my leave." At the same time, the maids stopped what they were doing, bowed, and stepped back. Although they wore smiles, they were incredibly distressed inside. They longed to be showered with imperial grace and to properly bask in its favor. But that's impossible now. Even if you're extremely angry, you can only chew it up and swallow it down. They hadn't been gone long when a maid led Rose and Elizabeth back gracefully. The two made their grand entrance, Rose in a red dress and Elizabeth in a white dress. Both of them were dressed beautifully, and they carried a faint fragrance. It seems that both of them have made thorough preparations for tonight's meeting. However, Elizabeth's beautiful face was as calm as a still lake, appearing quite reserved. Just seeing Chen Mo's exposed pectoral muscles in the bathtub made her face turn as red as a monkey's bottom. Rose, on the other hand, had slightly parted red lips, revealing her white teeth. Excitement, exhilaration, and joy filled every cell of her body. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The two walked to the bathtub, bowed, and said, "No need for formalities." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he instantly took out a unique local specialty from his spatial storage. Rose's heart was instantly stirred by the sight. Wow, this is really good stuff. The aroma made her drool and swallow hard. What excited her most was that Chen Mo didn't say anything unnecessary and went straight to the point. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow, wondering to herself, could this be the red holy relic that Rose had mentioned? Moreover, it tastes really good, so good that it warms your heart and sweetens your bones. It makes you want to take a bite. Eat. Chen Mo looked at the two of them and said. He felt that Elizabeth had to eat it. Only in this way can she be free from distracting thoughts. That way, one can be as loyal as a rose. "Yes, Your Majesty." Rose nodded emphatically, then took the things, broke off 2 stems, and gave one to Elizabeth. "I'll teach you." Rose spoke excitedly, peeling off the skin of the local specialty and taking a delicious bite. Elizabeth followed suit, pinching the head of the local specialty with her slender fingers and tearing it. "Wow, it smells so good. It truly is a sacred object. It is indeed very different." Her throat bobbed. She couldn't hold back any longer. So, she opened her little mouth and bit down hard. "Wow. Oh my God, this is so delicious." Elizabeth was amazed, and her eyes lit up. However, to maintain her image and demeanor, she proceeded slowly and deliberately. But the roses were different, one after another, as if someone was trying to take them from her. Soon after eating 2 sticks, Elizabeth suddenly felt hot all over. Looking at Rose beside her, she noticed that Rose's face was flushed red. What happened? Elizabeth frowned slightly, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. "It seems like I'm in a really bad mood, like my inner universe is about to explode." Looking at the rose beside her, she noticed that the rose's eyes were starting to glaze over. Elizabeth's eyes widened in surprise, as if she understood. Hateful. God is so evil. Chapter 170, The Roman Empire. After I finished my work, Elizabeth rested her serene face against Chen Mo's chest, her beautiful eyes filled with contentment and satisfaction. She was thinking, God should be this bad. Or, even worse would be better. Ideally, it should be absolutely terrible. As she thought about it, a happy smile appeared on her lips. She pursed her lips, then gently opened her mouth and said softly, "Your Majesty, Frank needs you. You shouldn't be leaving, right?" Chen Mo burst into laughter upon hearing this. What does it mean that Frank needs himself? She probably needs me. This girl seems to have a lot of ideas. However, she knew too little about herself and not much about Chen. Chen Mo gently rubbed her round face and said in a deep voice, "There are many barbarian tribes on the borders of the world, and the ways of the king have not yet been fully implemented. How could I stop here? Therefore, I will lead the royal army to continue to roam the western continent." Elizabeth frowned in surprise. Then Frank? Before she could finish speaking, Rose interrupted with a smile. "Your Majesty, wherever you go, I will go, and I will follow you for the rest of my life." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth became anxious. She didn't want to be a woman abandoned by God. Otherwise, who would dare to take it on? So he said, "Your Majesty, I'm also willing to follow you." Okay. As Chen Mo spoke, he grabbed Rose's face with his other hand. "Even if you don't tell me, I will take you all with me, as well as Charlotte, Ella, and Anna, without missing a single one." He conquers the world while also playing ball. Isn't that great? "Thank you, Your Majesty." The two of them said in unison that they were extremely happy. After a moment, Elizabeth asked with some curiosity, "Your Majesty, where do we go next?" Chen Mo seemed to have planned this all along, and said with a smile, "The Roman Empire." Holy crap! Both of them were stunned when they heard this. What was the Roman Empire? They couldn't imagine it. Keep in mind, there was a super empire spanning 3 continents. It's no exaggeration to say that Bald High is someone else's private treasury. Although the Frankish kingdom was not weak, it was still a little intimidated to have someone as a neighbor. The way he uttered those words was so calm and confident. However, they quickly realized what was happening. Roman Empire, you, behemoth, are destined to perish. No matter how powerful an empire was, it was like grass in his eyes. At this moment, they were also filled with anticipation. They wanted to see as soon as possible how this behemoth was being rubbed and crushed on the ground. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Chen Mo chuckled and patted their cheeks before saying, "I will march eastward from Bald Sea and directly take over its capital, Byzantium." Oh my God! Elizabeth looked even more shocked. "Your Majesty, you are amazing. Only you in the whole world would dare to do this. And only you would have the power to do this." Chen Mo laughed heartily. "I am telling you, there is only one great Chen in the world, which means there can only be one emperor." Wow, what a powerful statement. The two were deeply captivated by this aura. So, without prior arrangement, they both pouted their alluring, full lips and kissed Chen Mo's cheeks, one on each side. At that moment, Elizabeth, who had tilted her head back, felt a heavy weight on her chest and suddenly remembered something. So she looked at Chen Mo and asked softly and gently, "Your Majesty, do you still have a bra?" Chen Mo laughed heartily. Yes, there are plenty." After saying that, he suddenly produced several F-cup leopard print bras and stuffed them into her arms. He chuckled and said, "You wear this, and I'll take you with me. Let's have some fun together." "Oh, thank you, Your Majesty." Holding the thing she had been longing for, Elizabeth was overjoyed, her beautiful eyes instantly shining with tenderness. From then on, I was no longer afraid of being jolted or shaken. With Rose's help, he put the clothes on. Wow, that's amazing. Looking down at her proud, erect breasts, Elizabeth beamed with joy. It turns out that what was blocking my view was my own bear brother. Look, when I looked down, I was blocked by that arrogant thing. I couldn't even see his feet. Isn't that amazing? Rose looked on with envy. Indeed, they're incredibly large, practically super busty. But she doesn't regret it at all. After all, she was the only one to be bestowed the title of talented woman, and she was the only one with the best eloquence. Time flies, and half a month has passed. Chen Mo was tired of eating and playing. So it's time to set off. Otherwise, if I stay away for too long, my wives at home will starve. On that day, he appointed Marcus as governor to govern Frankish territory. Mark was moved to tears on the spot. What an honor it must be to be the governor who governs a region on behalf of God. It seems that making that decisive decision back then was absolutely correct. After making the arrangements, Chen Mo led his troops south all the way to the southern coast of Frankish coast, where he planned to take a ship into the Bald Sea. House party. On the sea, warships appeared one after another, as fast as dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Although it's something that's often seen, many people were still very excited to see this scene. Elizabeth, who had seen the least of the world, was quite shocked. If he hadn't been wearing underwear, Xiongdi would probably have fallen to the ground and eaten dirt. Finally, Chen Mo led the girls onto the large cruise ship. Compared to the quiet and deserted atmosphere at the beginning of the journey, the cruise ship is now bustling with beautiful women. But we can still stuff some more in. Chen Mo's goal was to turn it into a mobile kingdom of women, ultimately bringing them back to Chang'an. Not far from the group of steel behemoths, a large Roman Empire navy was sailing on a stretch of sea. The fleet, consisting of hundreds of sailing wooden ships, sailed westward in a grand procession. Their objective was to travel to the western part of the empire to gather intelligence. The news of the fall of the kingdom of Dion and the change of the Frankish kingdom had already spread to every corner of the western continent. The Roman Empire, the most powerful nation in this land, naturally also received word of this. They heard that an extraterrestrial army was very powerful and possessed extraordinary weaponry. Just in case, the Roman Emperor dispatched a powerful navy. If the news is true, then they can be eliminated on the spot and take the opportunity to annex the Franks and the Kingdom of Dawn, thereby expanding the empire's territory once again. By then, Baldhead Sea would be the innermost treasury within the inner treasury. Suddenly, the Roman warships, which were sailing along the sea, noticed something unusual at sea. Several unidentified ships appeared directly ahead. They appear to be white and had no sails. The wind is blowing from the west, meaning the other side is going against the wind. This makes people very curious. They've seen everything, but they've never seen anything like this. You have to understand, this is the open sea. There are no sails on the boat. Are we supposed to row by hand? As one of the empire's most relied upon forces, the Roman Navy has always been fearless. So now he was very interested and ready to go up and mess with the other party. So he rushed over at full speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind was very strong at sea, making the sailboat move extremely fast. Gradually, the Roman Navy realized something was wrong. The ships opposite were not only huge, but also extremely fast, and there were dozens of them. They couldn't help but gasp. Without the aid of a canvas and traveling against the wind, the speed was astonishing. How could there be such a strange ship in the world? On the flagship, a bearded man watched with a frown. A general looked at him and said, "Grand Marshal, Baldhead Sea is the Empire's inland sea. How can we allow ships of unknown origin to roam freely here?" The bearded man nodded and pointed with his large hand. "Go. Send someone up there to find out." Yes. Chapter 171, it's all about beating up the fat guy. At a command, the 6 Roman warships immediately broke away from the main force. But soon they were utterly astonished. Because they severely underestimated the size of the other party, they even instilled a sense of fear that made people dread them. Moreover, it is extremely intense. Oh my God, how can there be such a big ship? If they ram us, our warships will surely fall apart. Just as the Roman soldiers were filled with terror, a very loud sound came from the other side. "Listen up, you guys over there. We are the Chen Navy." On a warship, Ding E, holding a microphone, declared domineeringly, "Wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever rivers, lakes, and seas reach, all belong to the great Chen. You should immediately dismount and surrender, or you will all be reduced to ashes." The Roman soldiers were shocked once again. Although I didn't understand, why was the sound so loud? Keep in mind that this is at sea with strong winds and high waves, where any sound can be drowned out. Could the other party be a giant with an enormous and powerful voice? "Don't be a coward." A young officer looked at the panicked soldiers and shouted, then pointed to the ground with his index finger and yelled, "This is the Empire's inland sea. We are warriors of the Empire. How can we be afraid of others at our own doorstep? If word gets out, what will become of the Empire's prestige? On the contrary, if we can capture these large ships, then each of our names will be forever engraved in the Empire's book of glory." Upon hearing this, the Roman soldiers nodded in agreement, indicating that what he said made sense. The young general continued, "Remember, as long as we bravely move forward, the Empire will not let any of us down." The Roman soldiers nodded in agreement, which gave them confidence. That's right, they're the masters of this sea area. How can they allow unidentified ships to run rampant here? Screw it. And so the Roman warships continued their advance. They believed that if they could acquire these behemoths, the Navy's strength would be greatly enhanced, making it invincible. In the near future, the territory of the Roman Empire will double again. Seeing that the enemy not only did not stop but charged straight at them, Ding E ordered the warships to run over them at full speed. The next moment, the warship, like a wild horse, sped straight toward the wooden boat. Not good. Soon, a Roman soldier, seeing the massive creature hurtling towards them, seemed to sense danger and hurriedly shouted, "That behemoth is going to ram us. Quick, quick, turn left." The Roman soldiers were thrown into a frenzy, some turning the rudder, others rowing. In short, they were all working their butts off. However, they still seriously underestimated the speed of their opponent. The enormous creature cleaved through the waves, hurtling towards them with lightning speed. A Roman soldier was so frightened by the sight of the enormous creature about to crash into him that he stood frozen in place. That gaping mouth looked like it could fit a grapefruit inside. Meanwhile, the others were jumping around in a panic, and things quickly descended into chaos. Splash, splash, creak, creak. The splashing water accompanied the sound of the wood breaking apart, and the wooden boat was torn to pieces. Roman soldiers were either killed by being run over, crushed by logs, or thrown into the icy sea. Then, a barrage of gunfire and explosions rang out. The remaining few wooden boats were quickly riddled with bullets and billowed with thick smoke. The Roman soldiers behind them were dumbfounded. They discovered that the other person seemed to be truly extraordinary. In such a short time, all 6 warships were destroyed. When has the Empire's navy ever been so thoroughly humiliated? It seems that the opponent is not only large, but also has considerable combat power. As for what weapons the other side was using, they couldn't see them at all. The bearded man was so angry that his face turned green. "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." He shouted angrily, feeling utterly humiliated. How can the Empire's inner treasury be allowed to be run rampant by outsiders? If this gets out, what will become of the Navy's reputation, and what will become of the Empire's reputation? Most importantly, these ships would be in danger if they headed straight for Byzantium, the heart of the Empire. Therefore, it must be nipped in the bud. The bearded man smirked, clenched his fist, and said with murderous intent, "Pass on my order. The vanguard will meet the enemy head-on, while the left and right wings will flank the enemy at top speed." The men on either side replied in deep voices, "Understood." The bearded man glared ahead and said coldly, "Humph, who cares how big he is? I'm going to beat up the fatso." Chapter 172, Against the Wind. Soon, the battle began. Thus began a great naval battle between empires. Although the Roman Empire was powerful, it was nothing more than a tender bean sprout in front of the Chen army, which was equipped with modern weapons. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the cannons fired, many of the Roman warships were blown to pieces. At this moment, thick smoke rose from the sea, flames soared into the sky, and screams echoed everywhere. Especially that suffocating multi-barreled rapid-fire cannon. A single burst leaves nothing but devastation. The Roman soldiers had never seen such a sight before and were terrified. But I'm also really annoyed. The other side had only a few dozen ships, while we had hundreds. Moreover, this is right on my doorstep. If a gentleman can tolerate something, what cannot? Therefore, they firmly believed that small warships had their advantages, and that as long as they surrounded them, they could overwhelm them. Warriors for the glory of the Empire, charge! 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 The Roman soldiers charged like madmen, knowing full well that the enemy's weapons could blow people to pieces, yet they still charged at top speed. On the cruise ship, the foreign girls held binoculars and kept making wah-wah-wah noises. The shells either struck the enemy's ship, sending up a burst of fire, or hit the sea surface, creating huge waves. Shocking, truly shocking. In their view, this is not war. It's a game, an exciting and thrilling game. After all, the two sides are far too different in strength, and are not even on the same level. Therefore, this world should belong to the great Chen dynasty. As the emperor said, there's only one great Chen under heaven, and only one emperor. After thinking it over carefully, they suddenly realized the truth. Yes, there's only one God. Chen Mo also stood on a high point of the cruise ship, holding Chi Min with his left arm and Wei Zhaoning with his right. Even after indulging in too much Western food, he still found these two girls more appealing. Your Majesty, are you saying that the seas we have crossed along the way are all inland seas of the Roman Empire? Chi Min's curious voice rang out. She had heard Chen Mo talk about this before, so she was still a little surprised. After all, we've been across this vast ocean for 3 days. It's no small place. Chen Mo smiled and said, "That's true." Chimin nodded slightly. With such a vast territory, it seems that the Roman Empire was also a hegemon. Chen Mo laughed heartily, looked at the two men, and said, "I have said that there is only one great Chun under heaven. Therefore, the Pacific Ocean can also become our inland sea." Chimin knew how big the Pacific Ocean was. She had seen a modern world map on the cruise ship. Furthermore, they knew that there were two continents each on the eastern and southern coasts of the Pacific Ocean. This means that all four continents will eventually become part of the territory of the Great Qin dynasty. This perfectly corresponds to the saying, "There's only one great Chun under heaven." Although she was aware of Chen Mo's strength, she was still quite shocked, because the future of Dachin will be unimaginably large. Soon, less than 1 in 10 of the Roman warships that were facing the enemy head-on were still standing. The sea was now a scene of utter devastation. Meanwhile, the left and right armies, which were attempting to encircle the enemy from both sides, also began to bear the brunt of artillery fire. Little did the Romans know that the weapons of the Great Chun could actually be reversed at any time. Even if you attack from the sides or even from the air, will still bring you down. So in no time at all, the left and right armies were utterly annihilated. Seeing everything in front of him, the bearded man was so angry he nearly exploded. The Empire's most powerful navy has suffered such a humiliating disgrace. They did not wound a single enemy soldier, but suffered heavy losses themselves, with less than 1 in 10 surviving. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There could never be such a terrifying opponent in the world. At this moment, the man with the bushy beard must be feeling incredibly disappointed. I've always been the one beating others up, never the one being abused like this. He wished he were dreaming. When the dream ends, everything will return to normal. But everything before my eyes looks undeniably real. Suddenly, his angry eyes snapped open. Could the enemy before us be the foreign legion that will destroy the kingdom of Denmark and overthrow the Frankish Empire? At this moment, a general said urgently, "Grand Marshal, the left and right armies have also been routed. So please order a retreat immediately. Otherwise, given the enemy's speed, we may not be able to escape." The bearded man frowned, then suddenly slapped his forehead with a pia sound, pointed at the man, and shouted, "Against the wind. It's against the wind. You tell me how to escape." The general's eyes widened in surprise, and they all slapped their thighs in disbelief. Damn it, how could I forget about that? They were just laughing at someone for going against the wind. Now, it's turned into its own vengeful spirit. At that moment, everyone present seemed to be choked by something invisible. It made it difficult for them to breathe, and they could suffocate at any moment. The general swallowed hard, looking at the bearded man with great urgency. "Grand Marshal, what about this?" However, he seemed to have panicked and didn't know what to say for a moment. After much thought, the bearded man was at a loss for what to do. Given the opponent's speed and striking power, even if they weren't blown up, they would have been sunk by the impact. Then what's the point of running away? Call. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Since we can't escape, then let's join them." The generals nearly choked to death. This is totally unexpected. But apart from that, they seem to have no other way to survive. What are you standing there for? Do you want to die? The bearded man wore a disappointed expression. Hurry up. Have all the warships lower their sails and surrender. Chapter 173, Feeding the Fish. With a thunderous roar, the Roman soldiers lowered the canvas, removed their armor, and knelt on the deck facing the opposite side. They trembled, fearing that some stray shell might land on them. Otherwise, it would be too unjust for them to die. Oh, it's not that it was broken so unjustly. The opposing warships quickly noticed the situation, and the cannon fire soon stopped. Upon seeing this, the bearded man quickly ordered the flagship to move forward. He stared at the corpses and debris floating on the sea with the waves, feeling extremely uneasy. After all, not knowing how the other party will deal with me makes me feel uncertain. Before long, he and a few others transferred to a small boat and went straight into the midst of the large ships. Looking at the warships that resembled mountains before him, he had to admit that the defeat was not unjustified at all. After all, they're just too powerful. Compared to these giant ships, He felt that his small boat was like an ant. What puzzled him most was how big the ship could be. Moreover, it doesn't look like it's made of wood. The surface is very smooth, and the workmanship is exquisite. It can almost be described as a masterpiece of craftsmanship, far from ordinary. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Soon, the bearded man climbed onto the cruise ship and, led by the soldier, came to Chen Mo. Besides the things he saw along the way that were beyond his comprehension, he also discovered that there were an unusually large number of beautiful women here. Moreover, they are all incredibly charming and alluring, which is truly enviable. This person seems to be no ordinary person. He knelt on the ground, presented the sword with both hands, and said, tremblingly with his head bowed, Ali Maya, the defeated general, greets his master. He really didn't know who the other person was, so he had no choice but to address them that way. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Mo waved his hand lightly, and Gaunt understood, taking a few steps forward and taking the sword from his hand. Chen Mo smirked and said, a wise man knows when to yield. You're quite the smart one. The bearded man was taken aback, not expecting that the other person could not only understand him, but also speak so fluently. Who exactly is this person? He placed his hands on the ground, swallowed hard, and said, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. From now on, I will obey my master's every command without question and will never have any disloyalty. I don't believe you for a second. A cold smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips. If someone becomes more powerful than me in the future, what will you do? The bearded man's heart skipped a beat. This question seems a bit difficult to solve. Oh dear, how should I answer this? He swallowed hard and said, if you don't believe me, then throw me into the sea to feed the fish. I will have no complaints. Chen Mo gave a cold laugh. Fine, then I'll throw you down. Upon hearing this, the bearded man's heart tightened, and his hands suddenly trembled violently. Does his tone mean he's serious? Chen Mo was serious, of course, and his main goal was to do things unpredictably. So he chuckled and looked at Gaunt, saying, throw him into the sea and let him drown. Yes, your majesty. Dog Egg agreed and immediately waved over two soldiers who helped him onto the ship's side. No, no, no. The bearded man panicked, pleading, I truly surrender. I beg you, master, spare me. Please, please treat me like a dog. The soldier couldn't understand what he was saying at all, but he didn't care and just threw him down. Smack! A wave, neither too big nor too small. The people traveling on the small boat were so frightened they could barely stand. They dared not move and could only watch helplessly as he gulped down seawater. Elizabeth was puzzled, so she came out and asked, Your Majesty, he surrendered. Why kill him? Chen Mo chuckled. Why don't you go down and ask him? Elizabeth grinned and gave an awkward smile. Then let's forget about it. Sitting next to Chen Mo, Chi Min was also a little curious. Your Majesty, what should be done with the rest of them? Chen Mo smiled slightly and slowly uttered two words, feed the fish. Chapter 174, Evacuation. After the feeding, the fleet then arrived at the Darnier Strait. Here, they annihilated another Roman Navy force that was holding the area. More than 200 ships were torn apart by cannons, and more than 5,000 people perished in the sea. After passing through the strait, the fleet once again wiped out one of the most elite of the elite naval forces protecting Byzantium. In this battle, more than 100 large warships were destroyed, and more than 10,000 soldiers were killed. This time, a magnitude 10 earthquake struck Rome. This means the enemy will soon reach the capital. As a result, Byzantium was plunged into endless panic. No one expected that the capital city would face the threat of war head-on. The fact that the Imperial Navy, which once dominated the Bald Head Sea, was completely powerless to fight back was something no one could believe. This sparked a very heated debate within the Roman court. Most people advocated for an emergency evacuation, since even a powerful navy was vulnerable, the army might not be able to defeat them. Once Byzantium fell and its royal family was wiped out, the empire was doomed. Of course, there are also some people who advocate for a real fight. They refuse to believe that the mighty Roman Empire would be powerless to resist. If we can't win at sea, we should be able to put up a fight on land, right? They refuse to believe that the giant ship could sail onto land. Besides, the warriors of the empire have never backed down. Those who advocate evacuation also have a very strong stance. Therefore, the decision ultimately returned to the emperor. In the great hall, all eyes were fixed on the little old man on the throne, none other than the Roman emperor, the invincible Triumph. Everyone knew that the fate of the empire would rest in his hands. Triumph's lips twitched, and his slightly graying beard moved slightly as well. He was, of course, also furious. The loss of 2 naval forces is a disgrace. When has the great Roman Empire ever been so humiliated? This is absolutely outrageous. The situation with the other navy is unclear, but if they had encountered it, they would probably have been wiped out long ago. Isn't that infuriating? Smack! Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly, his angry eyes seeming to spit fire. Anyone who says retreat again, I'll kill them first. The great Roman Empire has no reason to flee before the battle even begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into a deathly silence, as if the world had stood still. For those advocating for evacuation, this statement came like a rude awakening, catching them completely off guard. They had assumed that the emperor would avoid direct confrontation and preserve his strength for future battles. However, the result was not like that. They knew very well that if they kept whining at this point, they might really be dragged out and beheaded. So they all shut their mouths. Seeing that no one was arguing anymore, Kai Xian angrily snorted and said, "Look how scared you are. Is this any way to behave?" He paused for a moment, then continued. "In short, no matter who the other party is or how powerful they are, I will make them pay for their crimes in blood. Your Majesty is mighty. The empire will surely prevail." A passionate warrior immediately raised his arm and shouted. The others quickly joined in the cheering. "Your Majesty is mighty. The empire will surely prevail." The sound was deafening, making everyone present feel their blood boil. Triumphant return was very satisfying. When the ruler and his ministers are of one mind, their strength can break even metal. This is the spirit and character that an empire should possess. Good. He waved his hand and declared, "Let the invading enemy never return." As soon as the words were spoken, a sound of someone in such a hurry that their pants were about to fall down came from behind. Da 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 da. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell from the sound that something big was about to happen. Soon, a general with a deathly pale face appeared in everyone's sight. He took 3 steps at a time, knelt down on one knee in the middle, and said urgently, "Your Majesty, the enemy has landed, and my 30,000-strong coastal legion has been completely annihilated." What? Triumphantly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What did you say? He couldn't believe how quickly the enemy had arrived. Moreover, how could 30,000 elite troops be wiped out in one go? Impossible. Absolument impossible. Even with 30,000 wild boars, it would take at least a month to catch them all. He simply couldn't swallow this insult. You must understand that the Roman Empire was at its zenith at that time. The man, his face contorted in despair, swallowed hard and repeated, "Your Majesty, the enemy has landed. My entire 30,000-strong coastal legion has been wiped out." At this moment, the entire audience was stunned. This means that the enemy will soon be at the gates of Byzantium, and if they don't stop, it will take at most half a day. If we don't evacuate now, we won't have another chance to evacuate. At this moment, many people were terrified and felt they couldn't stay a moment longer. A minister immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the enemy is advancing fiercely. There is no time to lose. We must retreat immediately." "Shut up. You shut the hell up." Triumph pointed at the man's nose, furious. "Listen to me. I'm not dead yet, and the empire still exists." He let out a breath, his gaze falling on the general. "Speak. What exactly is the situation at the front? Why did our 30,000 troops suffer such a crushing defeat? Could that giant ship possibly fly or dive into the sea?" The man held his breath and replied, "Your Majesty, the giant ship cannot go ashore. But the enemy placed countless iron shells on the ships that could swim in the sea, and they swam all the way ashore, and they could even fire weapons while walking. In addition, the enemy's giant ships are constantly firing bombs at the coast. Therefore, in a very short time, our positions were utterly destroyed. Everyone wore expressions of utter shock. They had heard some of the rumors before. It seems they're all true. Triumph frowned deeply, his face full of disbelief. You mean the enemy's iron shell can not only swim in the water, but also walk on the shore? The man also looked shocked and replied, Yes, your majesty, and they were extremely fast, which led to the complete annihilation of my coastal legion. Normally, these words would sound like utter nonsense. But now no one is skeptical. At this moment, some people are so nervous that they can't even stand up straight. Da. Just then, another person rushed over. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, were once again in suspense. If I'm not mistaken, it might be even worse news. Before the man could even stand properly, he knelt down on one knee with a thud. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Large numbers of enemy troops have been discovered on both the east and west sides of Byzantium. What? Triumphantly, he stumbled and slumped onto the throne, his eyes wide open, completely stunned. It seems the enemy is about to besiege Byzantium. This is outrageous. At this point, one minister, fearless, said, Your Majesty, order a retreat to the Sea of Pontus. We still have some large ships. As long as we block the narrowest point of the strait, the enemy warships will not be able to sail north. The ministers echoed his sentiments. Because this is the only way out. It is also the safest. If we don't fight for it now, we'll just have to wait to get hurt. Chapter 175 Recycling. The hall fell silent again. Even the gurgling sound of swallowing saliva could be clearly heard. At the same time, all eyes were once again focused on the emperor. Everyone knew very well that the fate of the empire and their own lives rested in his hands. If they insist on defending Byzantium to the death, then perhaps. In truth, even in triumph, he was feeling apprehensive. Although the empire had 1,000,000 armored soldiers, distant water could not quench a nearby fire. He doesn't want to be made into dumplings. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. After a moment, he let out a sigh of relief and said, It's not that I want to retreat, it's that wretched enemy is too powerful. I have no choice but to do this. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes lit up as if they had seen the light. Then, the triumphant voice rang out again. The enemy is advancing on Byzantium from 3 directions, and the empire is in imminent danger. For the glory of the empire to last forever, we must launch a series of attacks to cover my safe retreat to the sea. The military officers have been holding back their anger for a long time. Damn it, that's exactly what I was waiting for. As the backbone of the empire, how could they tolerate the enemy's blade piercing the heart of the empire? Even if it means biting with my teeth, I will send my enemy to hell. The 3 generals immediately stepped forward. One of them, with blonde curly hair, said passionately, Your Majesty, the situation is dire. We can only ask that you temporarily retreat to the sea. We will swear to defend the capital to the death. Good. Triumphantly, he nodded with great satisfaction. You are indeed valiant generals of the empire. I will bestow upon you higher ranks and titles, so that your descendants may enjoy wealth and honor. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 3 military officers responded in deep voices. Although it's said that one party is willing to give and the other is willing to receive, the vast majority of people have long been alienated and wish they could disappear into the ground immediately. One of the ministers said, Your Majesty, there is no time to lose. Please evacuate immediately. Triumph nodded expressionlessly. Of course, he wanted to escape as soon as possible. Anyway, I was really scared. So he led the royal family, along with civil officials and nobles, to retreat northwards. Meanwhile, troops rushed to the front lines from 3 directions. In addition, a naval force was dispatched to the narrowest point of the strait. On the other side, the Chen army also split into multiple routes. He led the main force to continue advancing towards Byzantium. A tank battalion advanced from each of the left and right flanks, forming a pincer attack. Of course, there's also the north side. Otherwise, it will be difficult to wrap the dumplings. Therefore, Chen Mo personally led the fleet northward along the strait. However, the Roman army continued to harass them along the way. They hit on the shore and either fired arrows or threw javelins and even used fire attacks. But these damages have no effect on modern warships. Don't be fooled by the menacing appearance of those fire ships. They will be pulverized if hit by cannon fire. Even if the shells can't reach them, there are still high-pressure water cannons and various melee weapons. Therefore, the Roman army was helpless against these behemoths. On the contrary, they were always terrified by the cannons and fled like monkeys. As the strait narrowed, the fleet suddenly discovered a large number of ships that had sunk in the water, and they were packed full of them. It would be almost impossible to remove it manually. Therefore, they thought of His Majesty the Emperor, who is all-powerful. If they can eat people, then they should be able to eat boats too, right? The soldiers were filled with anticipation. Upon receiving the news, Chen Mo immediately ordered the cruise ship to move to the very front. A trivial skill. He looked at the ship's hull protruding from the water, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips, and then pointed a finger. The next moment, there was a sudden splash on the water, and the boat disappeared. The soldiers were shocked and excited when they saw it. Let me tell you, this kind of thing is too easy for him. Then, Chen Mo looked at the nearest wooden boat that was completely submerged in water and pointed again. However, the sea was calm, and the shipwreck did not disappear. Chen Mo was a little confused, then pointed again. However, there has still been no movement. It was as if his magic had suddenly stopped working. The soldiers watched intently, their faces showing expressions of confusion. The foreign women were even more confused. Does even God make mistakes? Holy shit! Chen Mo spat and immediately pointed to another boat that was above the water. Then with another whoosh, the boat disappeared. I see. Chen Mo understood. Objects that are completely underwater cannot be controlled. This means that the fleet is still unable to pass. However, Chen Mo has no shortage of solutions. He immediately ordered a speedboat to be lowered and then climbed down. Splash! Suddenly, the towering cruise ship vanished without a trace. The people on the warship stared wide-eyed at the sight. However, they were not afraid but shocked. Such a big ship, with so many people on board, just disappearing like that. However, most people's reaction was that he was trying to take back first and then let go in order to overcome the obstacles. Just like the vehicles crossing Hulao Pass back then. Then, Chen Mo started the speedboat and recovered the cargo as he went. Many people get a little nervous when it's almost their turn. Of course, they were also very curious about where that place was and what it looked like. After collecting everything, Chen Mo stepped on the gas and drove past the shipwreck area, arriving at an open body of water. He stood up, pointed to the water, and the towering cruise ship reappeared. Everyone on the ship, who was like a wooden figure 1 second, started moving the next. They were surprised to find that there seemed to be a brief gap in the brain's memory. Just moments ago, we were in a narrow strait, but now we are in a wide open sea, and the warships are gone, as are the sunken ships in the sea. So how did it end up here? Everyone's face showed a mixture of excitement and confusion. Could it be that being hypnotized is why I have no memory of that period? Even Chi Min, who thought she knew Chen Mo best, was equally puzzled. All I can say is that this guy probably has more secrets than the stars in the sky. Next, Chen Mo released all the warships. The soldiers shouted excitedly, each one more thrilled than the last. Just as they thought, it was about overcoming obstacles. It can be said that it was done almost effortlessly. Compared to the people on the cruise ship, they remembered more clearly the period that had just passed, seemingly without any memory of it. After a tense moment, I suddenly found myself here. They had to admire the emperor's ingenious craftsmanship. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. On a warship, an excited soldier shouted at Chen Mo on the speedboat. Upon hearing this, the others immediately raised their hands and shouted, Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. Upon hearing this, the people on the other warships immediately raised their hands and shouted, Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. Chen Mo smiled, took out a megaphone from his spatial storage, turned it on, blew it twice, and shouted, Great Chen is mighty. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. Chen Mo smiled again. This is a massive naval parade. He waved his hand dismissively, pointed north, and shouted again, Attack. Chapter 176 The Madman. After Chen Mo returned to the cruise ship, the fleet set sail again. Looking at the strait that leads to the Black Sea, Chen Mo felt a lot of emotions. Back then, China's first aircraft carrier embarked on its long journey home from the Black Sea. However, he was ripped off by that husky here. You son of a bitch, I'm going to wipe out your ancestors. Chen Mo thought to himself. However, he also knew that the Romans of today were not huskies. But now that I'm here, this world is mine. The fleet quickly arrived at the Black Sea. If a Roman emperor were to flee, he would naturally board a ship at the dock and sail out to sea. Therefore, Chen Mo's goal was to find docks along the way to block their path. As the saying goes, when you pull up weeds, you must pull them up by the roots, otherwise they will not grow back in the spring. Not long after, the fleet finally discovered a large military dock. However, there were no boats at the dock, not even a canoe. This is very strange. There's only one possibility. They've all gone to sea. In other words, the Roman emperor had already fled by sea. Therefore, Chen Mo immediately ordered the fleet to pursue at full speed. If we don't seize this opportunity now, it will be difficult later. Chen Mo certainly wouldn't let them off easily, since the warships had plenty of speed. Soon, a huge fleet of ships gradually came into view on the sea. When the invincible Triumph heard that a colossal creature had appeared behind the fleet, he was stunned and didn't react for a long time. How is that possible? That's impossible. Could that thing fly? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be that the enemy cleared the sunken ship? But how could anyone do that in such a short time? Or is it that the strait was never blocked at all? What's going on? Tell me, what exactly is going on? The invincible triumphed, looking on with uncontrollable rage at the civil and military officials. I was just secretly congratulating myself on running fast, but the reality is that my joy lasted only 3 seconds. As for the answer, only God knows. No one present wanted to see things turn out this way, because they didn't want to die either. A minister trembled violently. Your Majesty, this is not. He stammered and couldn't utter a single complete sentence. The invincible Triumph was furious. Pointing at everyone present, he demanded, Tell me, is the strait blocked or not? An official in charge of the matter quickly replied, Your Majesty, it is indeed blocked. Many large ships have sunk to the bottom of the sea. If that's the case, how did things get to this point? The invincible triumphed, his face contorted with rage. Then why are the enemy's large ships here? Do they fly here? He had no idea what was going on, and his innocent expression looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. At this moment, everyone felt a deep sense that disaster was about to befall them. If the enemy appears, then we can capture them. It seems the Empire is doomed. The Invincible One returned triumphant but disheartened. He knew that there was no way to escape now. Then there's only one path left, death. So now that things have come to this point, he doesn't want to say anything more. Then, looking at his ministers, he said, For the last glory of the Empire, and to avoid humiliation, you shall all follow me and jump into the sea to die. Upon hearing this, the entire audience was stunned. A white-bearded minister hurriedly said, Your Majesty, you mustn't. The invincible Triumph frowned deeply. So you want to persuade me to surrender? No. Whitebeard quickly waved his hand in denial. Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. The Invincible One returned in triumph, laughing heartily. The laughter was icy cold and seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Then tell me, what do you mean? He looked at the white-bearded man and questioned him. Whitebeard panicked. Your Majesty, oh my God. The Invincible triumphed and laughed coldly again. What's with all this and that? Are you afraid of dying? Whitebeard's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. No. The Invincible Triumph roared. Speak. Whitebeard swallowed hard and said fearfully, I meant the water is too cold. Upon hearing this, The Invincible triumphed, his angry eyes seeming to spew forth 7 kinds of true fire. Damn it! You're still joking at a time like this? I'll kill you. Suddenly, he drew his sword with a clang, then gripped it with both hands and flew towards the white-bearded man. Upon seeing this, everyone was terrified and retreated hastily. Whitebeard was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of his head, and he couldn't move his legs at all. The next moment, a cold glint flashed across his neck. Call! Wow! Whitebeard's eyes widened. He clutched his neck with both hands, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Who else? The Invincible triumphed, his eyes blazing with fury, a gaze that seemed capable of killing everyone present. Everyone trembled, and no one dared to utter a sound. It seems like it's all over. The Invincible triumph looked around, then suddenly pointed towards the ship's side and roared, Go! All of you jump overboard. Everyone knows what this means. But if they hadn't jumped, perhaps there would still have been a glimmer of hope. But the Emperor's sword seemed unlikely to agree. His Majesty has gone mad. Suddenly, some reckless person let out a scream. However, his words seemed to resonate with many. Yes, he's gone mad, he's gone mad. Grab him. That's right. His Majesty is about to do something foolish. Quickly restrain him. Upon hearing these words, Invincible Triumph truly went mad. He suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter, then brandished his treasured sword and charged forward. Those people would not sit idly by and wait to die. They all drew their swords. Just as tensions were about to rise, a dozen guards rushed in. They're rebelling. Seize them at once. The Invincible triumphed, pointing at the ministers and roaring hysterically at his personal guards. Now that things have come to this, it's time to lay the cards on the table. Then one of the military officers roared, He's a madman. He wants us all dead. If you don't want to die, don't listen to him. The guards were stunned. As I just heard, the Emperor did indeed intend for them all to die. Seeing that his guards remained unmoved, the Invincible triumph seemed to have lost his mind, acting like a complete madman, and swung his sword at the crowd. With a clanging sound of metal, the former ruler and his subjects were locked in a fierce battle. However, the disparity in strength was ultimately too great, and after the Invincible warrior triumphantly killed one of them, the assembled ministers swarmed forward and subdued him. You cowards who cling to life and fear death, you are unworthy to be subjects. Unworthy to be subjects. The Invincible triumph was pinned to the ground and struggled. Just then, a young, beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous clothes appeared out of nowhere. She lifted her skirt with both hands, her hair appearing slightly disheveled. What are you doing? Release His Majesty at once. She pointed at the assembled officials and berated them, her captivating eyes blazing with fury. One of the ministers glanced at her ample bosom, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. He said, Empress, His Majesty has gone mad. He wants you dead too. The woman's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she stared in disbelief at the Emperor, whose face was pressed to the ground. The Invincible victor struggled to say, Empress, jump into the sea quickly. Do not let the enemy dishonor your purity. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of crisp footsteps came from the direction the woman had just come from. Click, 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 click. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and discovered it was the Crown Prince, known as the Old Pervert. He walked over with a smile as he straightened his clothes. Chapter 177, The Entertainment Circle, is a bit chaotic. Everyone was stunned. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a story between the Crown Prince and the Empress. Otherwise, why would they all come out of the same place? One had messy hair, while the other was tidying up his clothes. They were speechless. This country is about to fall, and it's one thing for the Emperor to go crazy here, but these two are going crazy somewhere else. Suddenly, the Crown Prince, who had just walked over, put his arm around the Empress's waist in full view of everyone. The entire audience was immediately stunned. However, the Empress shook off his hand and said irritably, Crown Prince, don't go too far. The Crown Prince smirked, looking at the Empress with a mocking expression. Hey, Empress, the Empire is about to fall. You probably won't have the chance to hug me anymore, right? The Empress's heart skipped a beat. Her face turned deathly pale, and she felt like dying. Upon seeing this, Kai Xian immediately rebuked, Crown Prince, do you know what you're doing? Even though he was practically face down, he could still see it, and he was so angry that his face turned green. The Crown Prince laughed heartily. Old Deng, you probably don't know, do you? He's the son of yours and the current Empress. Upon hearing this, the Empress trembled violently. She quickly stepped forward and raised her hand to slap him, yelling, "You bastard, shut up." However, the prince grabbed her delicate little hand like a pair of pincers and pushed her to the ground. The Empress shook her head repeatedly, her eyes pleading, "No, no." The Crown Prince ignored her completely, his gaze immediately falling on Kai Xian, and said, "The son you had with the current Empress is actually your grandson, which is also my son." What? Triumph stood there with his mouth agape, motionless, as if he had been stuck. However, he kept repeating to himself, "The little prince is a grandson. The little prince is a grandson." The Empress, with a mournful face, explained, "Your Majesty, I was forced." Triumph glared at her fiercely, then gritted her teeth and looked at the Crown Prince, roaring furiously, "You unfilial son. I'll kill you." "No, no, no." The Crown Prince raised his hand to block him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "I'm not your son." These words caused an uproar in the audience. I never expected that even when the country was about to be destroyed, I could still find such a huge piece of gossip. Triumph nearly died of anger. Is the young prince a grandson? The eldest son isn't his biological son? What is this all about? Either one would be a heavy blow to them. He suppressed his rage and demanded, "Tell me, who is your biological father? I will tear him limb from limb, slice him to pieces, and grind his bones to dust." The Crown Prince smiled and shook his head. "Old Deng, don't say that yet." The invincible Triumph, his face flushed red with suppressed rage, demanded, "Speak. Who is it?" All right, I'll tell you then." The Crown Prince smiled dismissively. Since everything was over anyway, he wasn't afraid of losing face. He might as well say it. "Yes." As soon as the prince opened his mouth, everyone held their breath. "It was the late Emperor, your father." "Ah, it's him." Triumph let out a miserable scream and struggled like a dead pig, groaning, "Ah." To be honest, this answer completely devastated him. It turns out that the son I raised for so many years was actually my brother. "Old Deng, are you surprised?" The Crown Prince looked at him with a grin. Triumphant didn't struggle any further. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, "Kid, don't be too happy yet." The Crown Prince looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Since the country is destroyed and the family is ruined, I might as well tell you the truth." Kai Xian looked at the Crown Prince's expression, seemingly a little smug. "The son you had with the Crown Princess is my offspring." "Didn't expect that, did you?" Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince's expression changed drastically, and he raised his foot and kicked him hard in the face. Slap, slap, slap. Triumphant was kicked so hard that his nose bled profusely. But then he suddenly burst into laughter. "The enemy is coming. Ha ha ha. You won't get away with this either." The prince kicked while gritting his teeth. "Then I'll kick you to death first." "Ha ha. You beast. You'll die an even more horrible death." "Old Deng, I'll let you speak." After saying that, the prince smirked and kicked him hard in the mouth. Smack! Ah! Triumphantly let out a scream, his mouth filled with blood. The ministers couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the once high and mighty emperor had fallen to such a state. How tragic and lamentable. It must be said that the entertainment industry is a bit chaotic. Just then, a soldier rushed in, shouting, "We're surrounded." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This means that the empire is about to end so inexplicably. At this moment, everyone is filled with fear. They don't know what will happen next. One of the ministers hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for? Surrender now." The soldier glanced at the emperor, who was being pinned to the ground in excruciating pain, then at the smiling crown prince and the gloomy empress, and replied, "Yes." Thus, the Roman fleet was escorted back to the dock. Meanwhile, he had already captured Byzantium. Upon arriving at the palace, Chen Mo ordered that the Roman emperor and his ministers be led to the main hall. The invincible hero returned in triumph, and the empress, the crown prince, and all the civil and military officials knelt on the ground. Chen Mo lit a cigarette with a click and looked over there. The emperor was bruised and battered, the young empress was alluring, and the crown prince was lewd. Chen Mo was a little confused. It seems like he didn't ask anyone to beat him up. How did it turn into a pig's head? So he said, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Chapter 178, There is only one emperor in the world. After a moment of silence, the invincible Triumph opened his mouth. However, the crown prince spoke first, saying somewhat arrogantly, "I was the one who hit him. If I had been given a little more time, he might already be dead." Damn it! Suddenly, Kaishin clenched his fist and slammed it down on the prince's head with a whoosh. Smack! The veins on his neck bulged out, as if he had used all his strength. Caught off guard, the prince was knocked to the ground, his eyes filled with stars, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Triumphantly, however, his hands trembled violently. But he didn't stop. Instead, he pounced on it like a mad monkey. "I'll beat you to death, you beast!" Slap, slap, slap. As fists rained down, the prince finally let out a series of screams. Chen Mo was a little puzzled. Did the Roman emperor and his crown prince have some deep-seated blood feud? Otherwise, if the country had already fallen, they wouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures. Since that's the case, let's find them a place to have a proper showdown. So he ordered, "Come on, drag him out and let them beat him however they want." For soldiers responded immediately, pulling the two apart and dragging them away. "You beast, I'll kill you. You dog emperor, I'll bite you to pieces." Beast, dog emperor. Even while being held captive, the two continued their fierce argument, seemingly determined not to give up until the other was dead. The ministers looked distressed and sighed inwardly. This is absolutely shameful. The great Roman Empire had become so wretched. As the sounds faded into the distance, Chen Mo's intrigued voice rang out. "Who wants to tell us?" Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to see a glimmer of hope and raise their heads to strongly declare, "I'll do it. I'll do it." After all, this is an opportunity to showcase oneself. If you explain things well, the other party will be happy to hear the gossip, and you might end up in a good situation. Chen Mo was a little surprised to see everyone so eager to try. He randomly pointed to a little old man at the very front and said, "You're the one." The old man was overjoyed upon hearing this, seemingly even happier than if you were getting married. He nodded emphatically, his old face full of obsequiousness. "Your Majesty, the matter is as follows." He rattled off a long, detailed account of everything that had happened that day. Among them are stories of the emperor going mad, the empress going insane, and how the Roman emperor was captured. He was satisfied, but the empress was in trouble. At that moment, she just wanted to crawl into a hole. This is worse than death. Chen Mo's lips curled up in a smile, as if he couldn't help but chuckle. The legendary romantic history of the Roman Empire was actually true. It has to be said, these game cities really know how to play. Even on the run, they still can't resist having some thrills. However, Chen Mo had strong reservations about these people capturing the Roman emperor who was seeking death. So he ordered, "Drag them all away and kill them." "Yes." Gaunt agreed, then glanced at the Roman empress on the ground, clasped his hands in a fist, and asked, "Your Majesty, what about this woman?" Chen Mo also enjoys excitement, and this is a perfect match for someone who shares the same interests. So he said, "Stay." "Yes." Gaunt agreed, but then suddenly remembered something and asked, "Your Majesty, what about the two outside?" Without a second thought, Chen Mo decisively said, "Kill him." "Yes." Dog Egg immediately summoned soldiers who carried all the Romans off the ground. They were completely bewildered. She can walk perfectly well on her own. Why would she need to be helped? They certainly didn't know that peanuts were waiting for them. Although the Empress was kneeling at the front, she could still sense that the people behind her were being led out. Therefore, I was very uneasy. Before long, dozens of people were carried to a small square outside the main hall. This is the place where the invincible triumphed and the prince dueled. Sure enough, the two were still entangled in a fight, their heads bleeding and their faces unrecognizable. "You beast, I'll kill you. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you first." "Beast, you dog emperor." Seeing the scene, those people sighed again. They instinctively assumed that they were there to watch these two fight. However, their idea is clearly seriously wrong. Just then, the soldiers raised their guns at them. The Roman minister's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Along the way, they noticed that soldiers wearing military overcoats were all carrying something like this. Without a doubt, this is a weapon. So, is this a murder plot? Upon realizing this, everyone's pupils dilated infinitely, and some were so frightened that they could not even stand up straight. Just as panic gripped them, Godin's voice suddenly rang out, "Fire!" Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately pulled the triggers on the crowd. Da, 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 da. In a matter of moments, with screams of agony, the Roman ministers were wiped out. The triumphant prince and the prince, who were entangled together, were terrified, their pupils widening in shock. Suddenly, Triumph forcefully flung away the prince, whose nose he had smashed flat, and then threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The crowned prince, however, collapsed to the ground with a thud like a lump of mud, and then burst into laughter. Dog Egg made a gesture, and a soldier immediately pulled the trigger on the two men. Da 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 da. On the other side, inside the main hall, the queen heard a loud noise and a series of screams, and she was so nervous that she could hardly breathe. She figured those people must have been beaten up pretty badly. I don't know how I will be dealt with. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably... Suddenly, with a whoosh, her slender, jade-like hand seemed unable to support the weight of her upper body any longer, and she collapsed to the ground. Da 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 da. Chen Mo walked down from his seat with his hands behind his back toward her. When the footsteps stopped, the tearful empress slowly raised her head. When she saw Chen Mo's face, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise, because she discovered that the man in front of her was incredibly handsome. This is the most handsome I've ever seen. She swallowed hard, mustered her courage, and gently opened her mouth to ask, "What did you do to them?" Upon closer inspection, this girl is indeed quite attractive. She has exceptional looks and a stunning figure, and also has a pair of big bear brothers. Chen Mo chuckled. "Kill them all." "Ah!" The empress cried out in surprise. Her delicate body trembled violently, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked again, "And what about the emperor?" Chen Mo chuckled lightly. "There's only one emperor in the world, and that is me." The empress nearly gasped for breath again. "He's dead?" Chen Mo nodded noncommittally, then said, "I've heard that you enjoy playing some exciting games." Chapter 179, The Queen. The empress was truly speechless. What does heard mean? Isn't it the same old geezer who just dropped the bombshell? But I was really forced into it. The crown prince is so despicable that even dogs would shake their heads in disgust. I don't know what you're talking about." She looked at the floor and said, her voice growing softer and softer. Chen Mo's lips curled into a wicked smile. "What do you think of this place? Are there many people? Is it exciting enough?" The empress's heart skipped a beat, and her nerves tightened. Is this a public execution on the spot? This was far more terrifying than she had imagined. At that moment, she was filled with regret. You should have listened to the triumphant one and jumped into the sea. You might as well kill me." The empress gritted her teeth and said resolutely. Chen Mo laughed loudly. "Whether I kill you or not is not up to you." The empress tilted her head back, and Xiongdi was also startled. Then she bit her full lips, looking utterly hopeless. "Please, just give me a quick death." Chen Mo shook his head. "I will not only spare your life, but I will also bestow upon you the title of queen. Killing her would be as simple as beheading her. But we really can't kill her. After all, the Roman Empire was quite large, with a vast territory and a wide span. Whether it's the land, the population, or the army, they're still there. So the question now is how to manage it. All the ministers are dead, so we need to find a substitute. After all, Chen Mo doesn't have the time or energy to manage the empire he's built. This woman is undoubtedly quite suitable as an empress. Of course, Chen Mo wasn't worried about her loyalty at all. At worst, I'll just get her a string of local specialties. However, the empress was completely bewildered. She slowly sat up, supporting herself with her hands, then pointed at herself with a puzzled look in her eyes. To be a queen? That's right. That's exactly what I mean. Chen Mo took 2 more steps closer to her and asked, "What's your name?" The empress looked up at him again. He was elegant, impeccably dressed, and strikingly handsome. She discovered that this person didn't seem so heartless or perverted after all. At least that's what they look like. So she answered softly, "My name is Julia." "Get up." Chen Mo looked at her and nodded. "From today onwards, you will manage this land for me." Julia frowned slightly. It seems he's serious. "So I'm a queen now?" Queen. What an unfamiliar name. Her eyes remained dim, as if she still couldn't quite believe it. After all, the Roman Empire had fallen. She paused for a moment, then replied somewhat nervously, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After speaking, she slowly got up and looked at Chen Mo tremblingly, asking, "Your Majesty, may I ask you a question?" "Speak." Chen Mo's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. "Judging from your appearance, you must be from the great Chen Empire in the East." Chen Mo smiled. "I thought they were asking something else." Julia knew immediately that she had guessed correctly. Then he asked, "Your Majesty, why is the great Chen able to build those truly awe-inspiring large ships?" "You've come to the right person with this question." Chen Mo's lips curled into a smug smile. "Because I can create everything." "This?" Julia was stunned. "This may sound exaggerated, but it is the truth. Even if he didn't create it alone, it's still a product of the Chen. Otherwise, how could the mighty Roman Empire have been wiped out in such a short time?" So she became more and more curious. Then, with a pleading look in her eyes, she parted her full lips slightly and said, "Your Majesty, may I ask one last question?" Chen Mo nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Julia quickly asked, "Your Majesty, how is the army able to cross the strait, which is full of sunken ships, in such a short time?" The entire Roman court wanted to know the answer to this question, but they no longer have that opportunity. Chen Mo smirked and crossed his arms. "Remember where you are right now." Julia shook her head, looking completely bewildered. "Your Majesty, I didn't understand." Chen Mo smiled mysteriously. "You'll understand in a moment." After saying that, he pointed his large hand at her. To be precise, it was her older brother, Xiongdi. Just as Julia was feeling puzzled, it suddenly vanished without a trace in a flash. Of course, she was completely unaware of it. It was as if I suddenly fainted. This time, Qi Min and Wei Xiaoning saw it clearly. They knew that they must have disappeared in the same way back then. It must be said that his abilities are truly beyond words. Da. With a crisp sound of footsteps, Chen Mo walked out the door. Chapter 180 Barrier. After leaving the main hall, Chen Mo looked around. It is not small in scale, and its architectural style is quite magnificent. However, compared to their own imperial palace, they were utterly insignificant. Even the size of Byzantium could not compare to that of Chang'an, because it's not just a tiny bit. After looking at them all, he still felt that Chinese architecture was the most pleasing to the eye. Therefore, in the future, this place must be just like Dachin. As they walked, they unknowingly arrived at the inner palace. Just as he was about to release Julia, Chen Mo suddenly stopped and instead conjured up a luxurious villa covering more than 1,000 square meters. "This is a wonderful surprise for the queen. Let's see if she'll be shocked in a moment." Oh no, it should be startled the big bear brother. After entering the villa, Chen Mo climbed the stairs to the 5th floor in one go. But for him, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. After entering the living room, Chen Mo drew the curtains. Now it's neither too bright nor too dark, giving it a somewhat mysterious feel. After finishing, he plopped down on the sofa, pointed forward, and Julia appeared. Sure enough, when she looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, her delicate body trembled involuntarily, and Big Bear Brother also shuddered. "Oh my God! Who am I? Where am I?" Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was agape. However, she quickly remembered what Chen Mo had said. It's that phrase, "Remember where you are." This means that we have moved from the palace to another place. In other words, he crossed the shipwreck area in this way. Oh my God! How is that possible? That's impossible. But that's exactly what happened. Not only did they achieve it, they also crushed the Roman Empire with a single blow. Thinking about all this, Julia felt weak all over, and her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Moreover, she discovered that this part of her memory seemed to be blank, as if she had suddenly fainted and been carried here. After a moment of shock, she couldn't help but swallow hard and slowly said, "Your Majesty, do you not know where this is? Go and pull it open." As he spoke, Chen Mo pointed to the curtains. Julia nodded blankly, but her steps were quick and agile. She couldn't wait to walk to the curtains, raise her right hand, and pull them open. Splash, splash, splash. As the guide rail emitted a series of sounds, she was immediately taken aback. "Oh my God!" A shocked voice rang out, and eyes that were as big as copper bells almost fell to the ground. Yes, she saw the familiar palace. The palace we were just in is right in front of us. In other words, it somehow ended up here. But how could that be? This is way too far-fetched. She instinctively went out to see what was going on, but before her foot even touched the ground, there was a sudden smack. Oops! With a scream, Julia felt a sharp pain in her forehead and almost fainted. She was puzzled. There was clearly nothing there. So how did she bump into it? At this moment, Chen Mo burst into laughter. Julia touched her forehead, then turned around and looked at him with a bewildered expression. "Your Majesty, is this a barrier?" Chen Mo shook his head. "There is no such thing as a barrier in this world. You just don't know enough." Julia was completely confused. "Then why did I bump into something?" Chen Mo chuckled. "Take your hand and feel it." Julia nodded, then immediately turned away. This time, she noticed something in front of her, like an invisible wall. However, my head was still spinning, so I was still being very careful. Sure enough, she touched something, and it was ice cold. She was stunned. What else could this be but a barrier? At this moment, Chen Mo walked over, pushed the glass door open, and stepped out. Julia was stunned again. It turned out to be a transparent door. No wonder he said there was no barrier. It turns out there really wasn't any. So he immediately followed. She stood in front of the railing, looking left and right, and was 100% certain that this was the palace. Moreover, the building at this foot is very beautiful and stands out among the palaces. She had to admit that the man in front of her did indeed possess extraordinary abilities. No. Julia suddenly frowned, as if she had thought of something terrible. She exclaimed in surprise, "Strange. When did this building appear in the palace? I don't remember it." Chapter 181 King of the Gods. Julia was completely numb. How could a strange and beautiful building suddenly appear in the palace? Unbelievable. That's incredible. After a long pause, she looked at Chen Mo with a blank expression and asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask if you created this building?" Chen Mo chuckled lightly and countered with, "What do you think?" "Oh my God." Julia frowned deeply, shaking her head in disbelief. "Someone tell me, is this true?" Chen Mo knew she would shock Big Bear Brother. After all, the matter itself was quite mysterious. Even Jupiter, the king of gods and the absolute core and supreme ruler of the ancient Roman mythological system, could not do this. His abilities are limited to controlling the sky and lightning and protecting justice and national order. He doesn't possess any of those diverse and awe-inspiring skills. Besides, no one has ever seen the so-called king of gods, because he never existed. In short, no one would believe this. Chen Mo's lips twitched into a mysterious smile as he said, "Your Majesty, open your eyes wide and watch." Julia's eyes widened in surprise. "What you're saying is very profound. I don't think I understand it." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Mo vanished into thin air right before her eyes. "Oh, damn it!" Julia screamed. Her pupils dilated, and she staggered. The little bear almost lost its footing because it was shaking so badly. "Where are they? Where are they? Ay." She covered her chest with both hands, looking left and right, but couldn't see anyone. How so? That shouldn't be happening. That's absolutely impossible. At that moment, her whole body went numb. It's a bit too far-fetched for a living person to just disappear like that. God? Could he be a god? Oh no. He is the king of the gods. He must have come to save Rome. Just as Julia was quietly asking and answering herself, Chen Mo suddenly appeared, carrying a bowl of red liquid in his hand. "Oh!" Julia covered her mouth, revealing two large bell-like eyes, then pointed a trembling finger at Chen Mo. You. Her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't even speak. Without wasting words, Chen Mo shoved the bowl in front of her and said, "Drink it." Looking at the blood-like substance, Julia sighed, then frowned and asked, "What is this?" "Drink." Chen Mo didn't want to say a single word. "Yes." Julia nodded blankly and carefully took the item with both hands. However, before she even took a sip, she could smell a faint fragrance. Strangeness. It not only lacks that disgusting bloody smell, but also has a pleasant fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. That's not right. There's something wrong with this blood. Could it be that he is truly a god? So, is the thing in your hand a divine object? Oh my god, what exactly did I go through? Julia felt like she was dreaming about all of this. I can't worry about that anymore. No matter what it is, there's no reason not to drink it. Even if it's poison, it'll solve everything. So she put the bowl in her mouth, and her throat began to gurgle. The next moment, her eyes lit up, sparkling brightly. The taste of the drink was so delicious that it made me feel very happy and relaxed as soon as it went down my throat. So in no time, she finished the drink, and even had a want more expression on her pretty face. At that moment, she felt a surge of energy throughout her body, and she felt incredibly relaxed, as if she had been reborn. Moreover, any sadness or unhappiness seemed to have vanished, as if it had never existed. She gently licked her lips and said with lingering enjoyment, "Your Majesty, it's so delicious. I wonder what this is." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Of course it's a sacred object." Julia swallowed hard and slowly said, "Your Majesty is the king of the gods?" Chen Mo raised the corners of his mouth, a very natural and confident smile appearing on his handsome face. "What do you think?" "Yes, yes." Julia seemed certain of what she had in mind. Yes, he must be the king of the gods. Suddenly, she knelt down with a thud. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this sacred object upon me. I am willing to serve Your Majesty for 3 lifetimes and do anything for you." Chen Mo nodded calmly. "Very good. You are a smart person. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Julia smiled slightly, revealing a sweet smile tinged with a hint of shyness. However, her next move surprised Chen Mo. She slid her clothes off her shoulders, revealing her fair skin. Then, she slid the other side of the clothes down as well. Holy shit! Chen Mo was somewhat shocked when he saw it. Julia blushed and said shyly, "Your Majesty, I will serve you now." "No, no, no." Chen Mo quickly pulled her clothes back onto his shoulders. Another day. Chapter 182, Small Fabric. That's all. Julia Adam became king and began to manage affairs. What made her happiest was that Chen Mo allocated her a large suite in a villa. It not only has a bathroom, but also a large bathtub. Julia was overjoyed and always had a bright smile on her face. Sometimes, she would also report her work to Chen Mo. Chen Mo would usually just nod, leaving it entirely to her discretion. So Julia was still very happy, because she didn't feel like a puppet. It is worth mentioning that since drinking the holy water, she has found that her mental state is much better and her energy is extremely abundant. It's said to be a sacred object, its effects are amazing. However, she was a little puzzled. So many days had passed, and the emperor hadn't summoned her for an in-depth conversation. Is it because they dislike it? But if he disliked it, why did he make that joke in front of so many people that day? Julia became increasingly puzzled. When she got back to the villa after work, she soaked in the bathtub. 2 maids washed and scrubbed her repeatedly, but she showed no sign of getting up. Suddenly, a light footstep sound came from behind. Julia looked up and saw a maid. She stood at the door and said, "Your Majesty, Chief Steward Fei has arrived." Julia's mouth watered with excitement when she heard that. Does this mean that the emperor has issued some kind of decree? She immediately jumped up, as happy as a joyful little bird. Just as she was getting dressed, Phoebe walked in wearing high heels and a pencil skirt, followed by 4 maids carrying clothes. When Phoebe saw Julia completely naked, her eyes widened in shock. Wow, he's small in stature, but incredibly clever. Large fruits hang from slender branches. Julia was also shocked to see Phoebe. What pretty little pants. The curves are graceful and the contours are well defined. It's simply enviable, something to be envied and resented. However, it's also quite embarrassing to be completely bald. She smiled awkwardly, then instructed the maid to bring her clothes. However, Phoebe waved for him to stop. This completely baffled Julia, who had no idea what the other person meant. Wasn't he here to deliver an imperial edict? Oh my god, it's terrible. Phoebe didn't hesitate and waved her hand again. However, this time it was to relay orders to the maid behind him. They immediately came in carrying their things and surrounded Julia. Julia was even more confused. Is this the prelude to execution? However, she noticed that the things the maids were carrying looked like clothes, but they were a bit oddly shaped, especially those round things. At that moment, one of the maids took a large red weapon and, without saying a word, pressed it directly onto Julia's chest. She examined it carefully and found that it fit perfectly without any discrepancies. Phoebe nodded. It must be said, His Majesty has excellent judgment. If it's an E-cup, it's an E-cup. But Julia was stunned. Are these clothes? No. One packaged at a time, it looks like a cover. When a maid put the underwear on her, Julia's eyes lit up. This thing is not only comfortable, but it also shapes your breasts. Look at it. It's so straight, the curve is really impressive. Then, another maid took a red thong, knelt down in front of Julia, and stretched the fabric open to reveal 2 holes. Julia looked down and frowned slightly. Is this what you're wearing? But with so little fabric, what's the point? Without thinking too much, she immediately lifted one of her jade-like legs and stepped inside. Once both legs were inside, the maid got up and pushed the small piece of fabric up as she did so. Julia froze again when she felt a slight constriction below. Wow, such a small piece of fabric can actually cover the vital parts. Chapter 183, The Secret of the Buddha Tower. After Julia put on her underwear, a maid helped her put on a white shirt and a black pencil skirt. Then, they put black stockings and a pair of high heels on her. Julia was also stunned. Wow, what a tight-fitting outfit. What a novel experience. This wasn't an execution at all. It was clearly the Emperor giving her a new set of clothes. So she immediately swayed her long legs and walked click-clack in her high heels to the full-length mirror. Wow. Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You won't know until you take a picture, and then you'll be shocked. I never knew my figure could be so charming, and my curves could be so exaggerated. She has a curvy figure with a round bottom and a slim waist. The little black stockings under the skirt shimmered with an alluring sheen. Especially at the chest, the clothes were stretched taut, as if they were about to burst open at any moment. Absolutely amazing. She also knew that without these novel clothes, her stunning figure would not be able to be shown off at all. As the saying goes, a good horse needs a good saddle. That's the point. She felt that Phoebe, whom she had just admired so much, should now be the one admiring her. After all, he's more curvy, has a better figure, and longer legs than her. Phoebe could naturally make the comparison, but she didn't pay much attention to it. As the saying goes, being near the water tower, one gets the moon first. She was the Emperor's close attendant, and being favored by the Emperor was as common as eating a meal. Then, Phoebe, in her high heels, clicked her way toward the mirror. When Julia saw Phoebe in the mirror, she immediately turned around and looked at her expectantly. Phoebe crossed her arms and said, "Follow me." Upon hearing this, Julia's mouth watered with excitement. She knew it must be the Emperor's decree. A short while later, Phoebe brought Julia to Chen Mo's room. Julia, filled with excitement, swayed gracefully toward the living room in her high heels. Click, 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 click. Hearing the crisp footsteps, Chen Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, knew that Julia had arrived. A short while later, he saw the figure of a professional woman. Good. This girl's figure is indeed exaggerated. To be precise, she's a stunning beauty. Your Majesty, I respectfully wish you good health. Julia walked up to Chen Mo and gave him a graceful bow. Sit. Chen Mo patted the spot next to him and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Julia's voice was sweet and melodious. She was thinking that she must stick close to the Emperor and make him feel her charm. As the sofa slumped down again, Julia's plump buttocks pressed against it, her body pressed tightly against Chen Mo. Moreover, he sat upright, his 2 thighs, gleaming with an alluring sheen, pressed tightly together. She smiled sweetly, her lips slightly parted. But this is only a superficial phenomenon. In reality, she was as happy as an excited person at that moment. Chen Mo chuckled softly, and at the same time, he climbed up Julia's thigh, which was covered by black stockings. Julia was even more excited now. My mouth was watering with excitement. However, Chen Mo didn't say anything more and quickly took out a string of local specialties from his space. Eat. As Chen Mo spoke, he placed the object in his hand into Julia's hand. Julia knew at a glance that this was a sacred object. In other words, this is a good thing. So he immediately said, "Thank you," and started eating. Chen Mo was a little surprised. This time, she didn't hesitate at all. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Perhaps it's because I experienced the allure of the holy water last time. Julia quickly ate 3 whole strips. Moreover, this thing is delicious and visually appealing, and the more you eat, the more addictive it becomes. I've never eaten such delicious food in my life. The sacred objects produced by the emperor were indeed extraordinary. Just as she picked up the 4th item, she suddenly realized that it was a bit embarrassing to eat it all by herself. So he grinned and said somewhat awkwardly, "Your Majesty, aren't you going to eat?" Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. "This was specially prepared for you. Eat as much as you want." Julia chuckled softly and said in a low voice, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." But as soon as she said it, she found herself feeling hot all over. "What?" She blinked her big, puzzled eyes and looked at Chen Mo, saying, "It's strange. Why is it suddenly so hot?" "Your Majesty, can you feel that way?" Chapter 184, The 3-Year Agreement. Half an hour later, Chen Mo sat on a single sofa and leisurely lit a cigarette. Julia lay on the sofa, breathing slightly heavily, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. They were only wearing 2 black stockings that shone with an alluring luster. However, those beautiful and deep eyes shone with an immense sense of happiness and contentment. Her rosy cheeks held a serene, yet beautiful smile. Suddenly, her eyes darted around, as if she had some idea in mind. So she sat up, parted her lips slightly, and slowly said, "Your Majesty, may I not be queen?" Hearing this, Chen Mo stopped putting the cigarette, but in his mouth, looked at her with a hint of surprise, and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Julia pursed her full lips, walked barefoot to Chen Mo's side, and squeezed in, like a docile little kitten lying on his chest. After a moment, she raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Your Majesty, I only wish to follow you. Wherever you go, I will go." Chen Mo's eyes widened for a moment before he said, "Then tell me, who should manage this land?" "This?" Julia was stunned. She hadn't really thought about that. "Now, I want to follow him wholeheartedly, even to the ends of the earth, until the sea dries up and the rocks crumble." She didn't know why she suddenly had this idea. These past few days, she's even thought being a queen isn't so bad. Chen Mo also thought that this change was ultimately due to local specialties. It seems there's absolutely no need to worry about her loyalty. So he said, "Then let's make a 3-year agreement. For these 3 years, you will manage this land well for me. As long as the results satisfy me, I will let you return to Chang'an." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment seemed to flash across Julia's beautiful eyes. 3 years. That's been way too long. She'd go crazy for being so pent up. This won't do. This won't do. But on second thought, compared to spending a lifetime in Byzantium, 3 years doesn't seem too long. It can be endured. Then, with a hint of grievance in her voice, she said, "Your Majesty, how can I satisfy you?" Chen Mo smiled slightly and said without thinking, "Standardize the written language, the gauge of carts, and the weights and measures. In short, emulate the great Chun dynasty in everything." Julia pursed her full lips and frowned. She thought, this seems difficult. It's important to understand that the original Roman Empire spanned an enormous area. So the situation might be like this. It starts being implemented on one side, and by the time the decree reaches the other side, it will be at least several months later. 3 years may seem like plenty of time, but in reality, it may not be that easy to implement. However, she didn't want to spend her whole life in Byzantium. So there's only one way left, to risk everything to fulfill the 3-year agreement. So she said resolutely, "Your Majesty, I will definitely work hard and will definitely satisfy you." Chen Mo smiled and patted her head, saying, "All right, I'll be waiting for you in Chang'an in 3 years." Julia nodded emphatically, her delicate hands tightly embracing him. Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and said, The first important thing you need to do now is to kill the husky. Julia nodded and said without hesitation, I will begin preparations for this tomorrow. No matter how much manpower and resources are needed, I will definitely get rid of the husky. Chen Mo was a little surprised, but that makes sense. After all, she was someone who had consumed a sacred object. More than half a month later, at Julia's command, 200,000 Roman troops began their eastward expedition. Their mission is to kill the ancestors of the husky. Chen Mo was very satisfied. This way, he could have a much easier time. So he ordered his army to march north. Next stop, Kiev Rus. Julia is extremely reluctant to part with him. If it weren't for her important mission, she would have loved to sneak into the army. She escorted them to the dock until the fleet disappeared from sight. Chapter 185, The Grand Duchy. And so the fleet sailed north through the Black Sea. Upon reaching the northern coast, one enters the territory of the Grand Duchy of Kiev Rus. All troops land. With a command given, the fleet surged toward land. As a time traveler, Chen Mo knew that this Grand Duchy was composed of the Big Mao, Second Mao, and Third Mao. Moreover, it is a place known for its beautiful women. This is the key point. However, Kiev Rus was separated from the Roman Empire by the sea and had long been aware of the latter's destruction. Moreover, it's effortless and requires almost no effort. This terrified them. The Roman Empire, in its heyday, instilled a deep sense of dread in its inhabitants. Now, a force many times more powerful than him has emerged. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? How can we live like this? Therefore, Kiev Rus abandoned its naval power early on, and all its armed personnel retreated inland. They prayed that the Dechen army could go left or right, but not north. When news of the fleet's landing reached the capital, Kiev, it caused an uproar. The royal palace courtyard was in turmoil, and the people were filled with anxiety. Even the Grand Prince of Kiev Rus was terrified and turned ashen-faced at this moment. They've arrived. They finally came. As the highest authority in this country, he was at a loss for how to respond. Surrender. I'm really not willing to accept this. We can resist, but we can't win. So the only option left is to run away. But where can it run to? We can't exactly go to that far north. Your Excellency, now that things have come to this, surrender. Looking across the entire Western continent, no one can rival the army of the Great Chen. A white-bearded minister's hands trembled slightly as he looked anxiously at the Grand Duke on the throne. The Grand Duke's eyes darted around, and he seemed to have no idea what to do. This is absolutely unacceptable. At this moment, a curly-haired minister immediately jumped out and said in a deep voice, Have you forgotten the fate of the Roman emperors? Do you want to see the Grand Duke die a violent death? Do you want to see Kiev Rus perish? He looked at the ministers as he spoke, his gaze unwavering. Hey, Whitebeard sighed helplessly and looked at Curly, asking, Then tell me, what should we do? When asked the core of the question, Curly opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. In truth, everyone knew very well that there was no other way out except to surrender. The white-bearded man continued, Do you all think we are the enemy of the Roman Empire? The scene was deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Whitebeard shook his head and said, Even the mighty Roman Empire was easily defeated, so what do we have to fight them with? These words struck everyone's heart like a thorny stick. Because that's the reality. The power of the Roman Empire is an indisputable fact. The white-bearded man looked at the curly-haired man again and asked, Tell me, do you dare to lead troops to the front lines to resist? He was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Whitebeard knew he wouldn't dare. He shook his head and continued. The Roman emperor never intended to surrender. He resisted first, and then he fled. But we are surrendering voluntarily now. How can that be the same? He took 2 steps and then said, And let's not forget, Frank was not destroyed. As for that little king, I heard he brought it upon himself. And the Empress Dowager, isn't she still alive and well? Moreover, it seems she has become the woman of the Emperor of Great Chen. As he spoke, the white-bearded man looked around at the people present. When the Queen Mother of the Franks was mentioned, he seemed to have an idea in mind. Moreover, he felt he had to do it. Upon hearing these words, the ministers nodded in agreement. Actually, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that statement. Seeing this, the white-bearded man continued to embellish the story. I've also heard that the emperor of the great Qin dynasty was revered as the king of the gods in Rome. The ministers could not deny it, because they had all heard about it, and it was quite a hot topic at the time, known to everyone. But this whole thing just seems absurd no matter how you look at it. God has always existed, but no one has ever seen it. How can an emperor from the East be called the king of gods? How could the king of gods have an Eastern face? In short, this seems exaggerated, but it doesn't make any sense at all. In addition, they also heard that the emperor of Great Shun was revered as God during the Frankish and British periods. That's even more outrageous. If he is both God and king of gods, then who exactly is he? Therefore, while those present were frightened, they were also extremely curious about this emperor from the East. Seeing that no one spoke, the white-bearded man continued. It is said that the emperor of the great Shun dynasty can conjure anything out of thin air. Many people have personally witnessed towering buildings reaching into the clouds in the palaces of London City and Paris City. After saying that, he looked around and answered himself, I don't know if you believe me or not, but I do. The Grand Duke, sitting on the throne, had a dark cloud hanging over his old face. Of course he knew about this. After all, many people say this, so it's not just hearsay. So what should we do? He frowned deeply and finally made a decision. Gentlemen, I, the Grand Duke, have decided to surrender to the Great Shun. His voice wasn't loud or soft, but it sounded so powerless, helpless, and resigned. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that the situation was hopeless and nothing they said could change the status quo. However, many of them were very sad and even cried out loud. After all, the Grand Duchy was about to perish. As for what the future holds, only geniuses know. Quiet, quiet. The Grand Duke wiped away his tears, his voice choked with emotion. Now that we have a direction, we must act quickly. Otherwise, once the Chen army arrives, the situation will completely change. There's no time to lose. This matter needs to be addressed immediately. So he looked down and said, Gentlemen, who is willing to go and greet the great Chen army? Upon hearing this, the ministers all lowered their heads. Who knows what kind of person that Emperor Chen was? What if I don't do well? Will he just kill me? Therefore, nobody wants to be the first to stick their neck out. However, Whitebeard didn't think so. Perhaps it was an opportunity. So he looked at the Grand Duke, bowed, and said, Your Excellency, I am willing to go. Very good. The Grand Duke nodded. There's no time to lose. You must set off immediately. Yes. So the Grand Duke immediately ordered all sorts of documents to be prepared. After making all the preparations, Whitebeard did not set off immediately, but went home first. Where is Igorevna? The white-bearded man looked at his family and asked urgently. A servant hurriedly replied, Reporting to master, Miss is in her boudoir. Whitebeard said urgently, Quickly, go and call her out to me. The servant looked a little bewildered. Why are you in such a hurry? Did Miss break some heavenly law? A short while later, a naturally beautiful and petite young woman walked gracefully over. She looked at the white-bearded man with some confusion. Grandpa, did you look for me? Whitebeard said anxiously, That's right. You're coming with me to the south now, immediately. Igorevna frowned slightly. Her beautiful, deep-set eyes filled with doubt. Southern? But Grandpa, tomorrow is my wedding day. Have you forgotten? The white-bearded man said in a deep voice, The wedding is canceled. Your grandfather has found you a good new husband. Igorevna was stunned. She found a new husband? What on earth is going on here? She frowned and said nervously, Grandpa, I won't marry anyone but my eldest cousin. The white-bearded old man glared and scolded. You have no choice. Chapter 186. When a person acts abnormally, there must be a knife. Igorevna was stunned again. That's not right. Why did the old man's attitude suddenly become so tough? Something unusual must be amiss. A person acting strangely is bound to be dangerous. Therefore, there must be a problem here. Her throat bobbed, and her voice carried a hint of trepidation. Grandpa, what exactly happened? How dare you ask that? The white-bearded man's lips twitched. All you know is sentimentality. Do you know that the Grand Duchy is about to perish? For the sake of our family, for the sake of the people of the Grand Duchy, whether you go or not, I will take you with me. Igorevna furrowed her brows and suddenly thought of the Chun army that had swept across the Roman Empire. Could it be them? So, is she to be offered to the emperor of the great Chun dynasty, whom the Romans revered as the king of the gods? How could a weak woman like herself change all of this? That seems unlikely. Grandpa, it's me. Before Igorevna could finish speaking, Whitebeard abruptly interrupted. There's no time. The longer we dawdle, the more dangerous it will be for the soldiers and civilians in the south. He paused for a moment, then said, not to mention you, even the Grand Duke, no one knows what his fate will be. So, I, your grandfather, have no choice but to do this. Igorevna's face turned ashen, and her beautiful eyes dimmed. She knew she couldn't change anything. Looks like my life is over. Of course, Whitebeard did this partly out of self-interest. If that Chen family likes his granddaughter, then at least his whole family will have a better ending, right? So, the white-bearded man, along with his granddaughter and a retinue, rode swiftly south. 3 days later, they had only traveled halfway when the white-bearded man learned that the great Chen army was already not far ahead. This is quite puzzling. He rode at breakneck speed for 3 days, risking his life. But they were a large group, and they had only been gone for 3 days. This marching speed is simply incredible. At this moment, Whitebeard was extremely shocked, his old eyes filled with fear and unease. Fortunately, the Grand Duke didn't dawdle. Otherwise, in 3 more days, they would have reached Kiev. What's the point of surrendering by then? Igorevna, after 3 days of travel, was nearly shaken apart by the carriage. I was already feeling down, and now I'm questioning the meaning of life even more. Everyone, prepare to welcome the great Chun army. Whitebeard stood before everyone, his face grave, and shouted. The moment is finally here. Everyone became very nervous. Everyone has heard that the Chen's weapons are incredibly powerful, capable of killing people almost without them even noticing. And now we have to face them. No one knows whether what follows will be a blessing or a curse. Soon, they came into each other's sight. Whitebeard stared wide-eyed at the enormous convoy before him. The convoy was very long, kicking up clouds of dust as it moved. This damn sense of oppression. It's absolutely shocking. How could there be such an advanced army in the world? So that explains their fast marching speed. It turns out their vehicles are incredibly fast. From afar, the white-bearded man led his granddaughter and a group of followers to kneel in the middle of the road. They waited anxiously for the approaching army of the great Chen dynasty. Upon learning this, Chen Mo had them brought over. This time, Whitebeard only brought his granddaughter Igorevna. He was deeply moved as he passed by the convoy. Although they're all cars, they're all different. In short, it's very peculiar. At the same time, he also noticed the weapons of the Chen soldiers. Besides the swords and knives that are easily recognizable, there are also things that are unheard of and unseen before. He thought those things were probably the legendary weapons that kill without leaving a trace. Igorevna was equally shocked. A nobleman who had lived for more than a decade only now realized what it meant to have his eyes opened. After getting out of the car, Chen Mo casually took out a leather sofa from his spatial storage and sat down. He was also a little curious, because since landing, he hadn't seen a single soldier or even a fly. What does it mean to see an old man with a young woman? Before long, the white-bearded man was brought before Chen Mo. He was stunned for a long time when he saw the person in the seat. He turned out to be a very handsome young man. How could he be so amazing? He was not only revered as the king of gods, but also worshipped as God. Is he really all-powerful? When they were a few meters apart, he stopped, immediately pulled his granddaughter to kneel down, and then bowed respectfully, saying, "The Grand Duchy of Kievan Rus, Boarkaski, pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Great Chun." Chen Mo frowned, seemingly not quite understanding. What boyar, what Kakaski, what does that have to do with anything? But the girl next to the old man was someone you couldn't help but glance at a few more times. Her golden hair shone with a honey-colored sheen, as if bathed in sunlight. A few strands of hair fell loosely beside her casually tied bun, making her round face appear even more fair and delicate. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and his eyes shone like spring river water, carrying an innocent clarity. When the corners of her lips are gently pursed, the tip of her nose will playfully curl up slightly, exuding a fresh and lively charm. Seeing this, Chen Mo turned his gaze to the white-bearded man and asked, "What brings you to see me?" With his hands on the ground and his eyes fixed on the ground, the white-bearded man replied, "Your Majesty, I have come to greet you on the orders of the Grand Duke." Chen Mo frowned again. "Welcome." "Yes, Your Majesty." The white-bearded man swallowed hard, then explained, "We lowly people have long heard of His Majesty's wisdom and might and the strength and prosperity of the great Chen dynasty. Therefore, the entire Kievan Rus Grand Duchy is unanimously willing to submit to the great Chen." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo appeared slightly surprised. They said they hadn't seen a single ghost along the way because they were all terrified. Indeed, from the Kingdom of England to the Frankish Kingdom, and then to the Roman Empire, the great Chen army was probably already famous throughout the world and fearless of anyone. He smiled and pointed at the girl, asking, "And who is she?" Whitebeard was secretly pleased. It seemed this emperor wasn't so terrifying after all. So he quickly replied, "Your Majesty, her name is Igorevna, and she is my granddaughter." He paused for a moment, then continued, "If Your Majesty likes her, she can stay by your side and serve you wholeheartedly." Chen Mo said nothing, his gaze turning to Igorevna. "Igorevna, raise your head." Upon hearing this, Igorevna's heart tightened. It seems like my life is really over. However, she also knew that, let alone raising her head, she would have no choice but to take off her clothes now, let alone lift her head. So she slowly raised her head, and, at the same time, she raised her eyelids. When her gaze fell on Chen Mo, she couldn't help but pause in surprise. It turns out that this emperor is actually young and handsome, not the murderous and ruthless person he was imagined to be. However, Chen Mo's gaze seemed somewhat sharp. She didn't dare meet his gaze and immediately lowered her head again. Chen Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked, "Tell me, is this your own idea?" Chapter 187, Taking a Car. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's heart leaped into his throat, and his expression turned grave. He wondered, what if this girl doesn't know what's good for her? But I couldn't interrupt at this point, so I could only pray silently in my heart. Igorevna was also very nervous, and her mind was in a state of great turmoil. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said softly, "Your Majesty, it was my own idea." She knew that if she said no at this point, there would be a lot to talk about, and her whole family might get involved. Chen Montak smedet. Whether it is or isn't, it doesn't matter at all. Besides the land, there are also beautiful women. However, he was still satisfied with Igorevna's answer, so he said, "Get up, all of you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The two slowly stood up. Then, the white-bearded man bowed respectfully to Chen Mo and said, "It is an honor for my whole family and for the Grand Duchy that His Majesty has taken a liking to my granddaughter." Chen Mo smiled without saying a word. Actually, everyone knows the real story behind this. But for Whitebeard, this was a fantastic opportunity. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate planning. Then he said, "Your Majesty, let me lead the way for you now." Chen Mo nodded slightly, then turned to Huichu and instructed, "Arrange a vehicle for them, and the main force will continue on its way." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hu went out and agreed, then walked up to the two of them and gestured, "Please." Whitebeard couldn't understand the words, but he did understand the gestures. "Okay." He bowed obsequiously and then followed along. A short while later, Hu led the two to an SUV, then pointed to the open rear door and said, "Get in." Whitebeard's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing this. However, I understood that this meant he and his granddaughter were to get in the car. He never expected that he would be able to take a car. What honor. The white-bearded man bowed and scraped, saying "Thank you," before climbing up with great excitement. After moving a little further inside, he looked at Igorevna outside the car and said with a smile, "My dear granddaughter, come in quickly." Igorevna nodded and timidly sat down next to her. The moment she sat down, she realized the seat was so soft and didn't hurt her bottom at all. It has to be said that this is much more comfortable than a horse-drawn carriage. Moreover, the interior of the vehicle was quite peculiar. There wasn't a single thing inside that I had ever seen before. The grandfather and grandson sat upright, their eyes filled with shock. Once the car started moving, their faces were filled with astonishment. If you can't see anything, then what makes this thing move? How strange, how really strange. Whitebeard frowned, while Igorevna was also deep in thought. Of course, even if they racked their brains, they probably still wouldn't be able to figure out. However, Whitebeard was genuinely happy. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, he felt it was absolutely necessary to give his granddaughter a booster shot. Then he looked at her and said, Igorevna, the Emperor definitely likes you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let us ride in such a comfortable carriage. So from now on, you must not do anything that would be detrimental to the family. The white-bearded man's eyes gleamed with pride. Then he whispered, The Emperor is young and handsome. Compared to him, your cousin is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Igorevna was speechless. Waste. You old fool. Weren't you the one who picked him out in the first place? And now you're saying this? I am speechless. However, Igorevna felt that what the old man said didn't seem to make any mistakes, because the Emperor was indeed incredibly handsome. Moreover, his handsomeness seemed to catch the eye. So she nodded gently and said, Grandpa, I understand. For the sake of the family, even if I don't have a good life in my later years, I will accept it. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded man burst into laughter. That's right, this is my granddaughter. Ha ha. However, before he could finish speaking, he realized that his voice seemed a bit too loud. After all, we're in someone else's car right now. So he instinctively shut his mouth tightly. Igorevna gradually relaxed and found it increasingly comfortable to sit there. This car seems to be a really good one. I wish I could own one. Soon, it gradually got dark. The grandfather and grandson looked out the car window at the dense, dark forest and thought they might have to spend the night there. However, to their surprise, the convoy turned on its lights at that moment. Looking at the light emanating from the car, I couldn't help but feel incredibly amazed. That explains why the army marched so fast. They could even travel at night. As a result, Igorevna's curiosity grew. She wondered if the young emperor was really as omnipotent as the legend suggested. Otherwise, how could he be revered as the king of gods and God? As the wheels continued to roll, they soon arrived at a field. However, by this time, it was pitch black all around, so dark that you could hardly see your hand in front of your face. At that moment, the steel torrent also stopped, preparing to set up camp here. Chen Mo got out of the car and conjured up a large building on an open space. When you're out and about, you should naturally treat yourself well, right? Soon after, with the roar of the engine, the building lit up, becoming the most dazzling light in the darkness. For those who have seen it, it might not be a big deal, but for those who haven't, it's terrifying. Ah, what is that? The white-bearded man stared in astonishment at the building not far away, his old eyes wide with disbelief. Igorevna was equally stunned, her beautiful and charming mouth remaining agape for a long time. Whitebeard rubbed his eyes, looking at Igorevna with great anxiety. When we passed through here on our way here, did you ever see anything this tall? Hearing his words, Igorevna came to her senses and replied, Grandpa, I can say with absolute certainty that there could not have been any buildings here, let alone such a tall building, whether we came here or just now. Ah, Whitebeard was completely stunned. He actually knew. I just can't believe it. How could a tall building suddenly appear out of nowhere? The rumors are true. He really can conjure up skyscrapers. Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just then, Rose walked over, surrounded by 4 maids. She pointed at Igorevna and said, You, come with me. Igorevna nodded slightly. She figured they were probably going to that tall building, so this was a good opportunity to see for herself. Whitebeard, thinking that this included him, was overjoyed. He took 2 steps forward, looked at Phoebe with great gratitude, and said, Then I'll trouble you to lead the way. Rose raised her hand to stop her. No, His Majesty did not ask you to go. Ah, this. Whitebeard paused for a moment, then looked at Igorevna and earnestly instructed her. My dear granddaughter, you must remember to make His Majesty the Emperor happy. Chapter 188, The Curious Cat. And so, Igorevna followed Rose closely, walking towards the building not far away. A cool evening breeze brushed against her cheeks, and her fingertips, which were gripping the hem of her skirt, turned slightly white. Her heart was pounding like a rabbit, filled with both trepidation at stepping into the unknown and an irrepressible curiosity. This curiosity was mostly piqued by the roses in front of me. The rose decorations were truly eye-catching. She wore delicate, small shoes, a white top that looked like it was about to burst under her coat, a tight little skirt, and below that, two dark, shapeless legs. The most exaggerated thing is that when she walks, her slender waist sways back and forth, which looks very energetic and sexy. Overall, her outfit made her look petite and elegant. Unlike herself, whose outfit, though gorgeous, failed to show off her beautiful figure. Of course, this wasn't even the thing that intrigued her the most. At least the woman in front of me has a Western appearance, and we can communicate in her language. So Igorevna took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and quickened her pace to catch up with Rose. Looking up at her, she said, "Beautiful lady, may I ask your name?" Upon hearing this, Rose's lips curled slightly, a hint of smugness flashing across her almond-shaped eyes. She raised her chin slightly and spoke with a touch of pride. "My name is Rose, and I am His Majesty's concubine." "Talented person?" Igorevna frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Rose chuckled softly, her pride growing even stronger, as if she were showing off some extraordinary status. "I knew you wouldn't understand. Talented lady means madam." "Lady!" Igorevna's pupils contracted in shock, confusion instantly replaced by astonishment, followed by a surge of panic. She quickly lowered her head, her voice filled with urgent fear. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were His Majesty's wife." "It doesn't matter." Rose smiled and shook her head. "Let me tell you, you'd better be smart when you see His Majesty later. Be careful with your words and actions, and make sure you don't upset him." "Yes." Igorevna nodded emphatically. "I hope you will give me your guidance in the future." Seeing that she was obedient and sensible, Rose said nothing more and continued walking towards the building, swaying her slender waist. However, Igorevna still looked preoccupied. After talking for a long time, I still didn't get an answer. Yes, she's a curious cat. It seems that if they don't achieve their goal, they will feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Yusho pointed to a tall building not far away and asked, "Madam, may I ask if this tall building was conjured up by His Majesty?" As soon as she finished speaking, Rose's face darkened. This girl actually dares to question His Majesty's abilities? She stopped and glanced at Igorevna, her tone tinged with displeasure. "He was created by His Majesty. Is there a problem?" Igorevna's heart tightened, and she withdrew her hand as if burned by fire, hurriedly denying, "Oh, no. That's not what I meant. I was just curious." Her voice trailed off, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had to believe that the towering building was indeed the work of His Majesty. This mysterious emperor must possess extraordinary talent that transcends heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could such a miracle be created? Seeing that she was new to the place, Rose said, "His Majesty is the omnipotent God. Everything you see now is created by Him." "Yes, thank you for your guidance, madam." Igorevna nodded emphatically, her eyes seeming even more shocked. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the building. Before even stepping through the glass doors, Igorevna was completely stunned. Everywhere you look is breathtaking. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, the decor, the lighting, it's simply unparalleled. Even the royal palace courtyard is far inferior. She couldn't help but think that this must be where God lived. Next, Rose led her to a luxurious private room. Inside the private room, Chen Mo, Chi Min, Wei Xiaoning, Phoebe, Sharia, as well as Elizabeth, Ella, Anna, Charlotte, and others sat at a super large round table. On the table are various foods, including fried chicken, fries, hamburgers, cola, milk tea, coffee, and so on. Of course, all of these foods were taken out of Chen Mo's spatial storage. After all, when it comes to military operations, one has to make do with what one has. But for the girls, it's a delicacy, and they even consider it a sacred object. So everyone ate with relish, and their faces showed expressions of enjoyment. Igorevna followed Rose to Chen Mo's side, then knelt down with a thud. "Igorevna greets your Majesty." Chen Mo put down the fried chicken leg in his hand and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Rise." "Thank you, your Majesty." Igorevna spoke softly, then slowly rose with a hint of trepidation. Chen Mo looked at her and asked, "Are you hungry?" Igorevna parted her lips slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I am well." Seeing her shy and nervous expression, Chen Mo chuckled and said, "It's all right. I'm just hungry. Let's find a place to sit down and eat something." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After Igorevna finished speaking, she couldn't help but swallow hard, smelling the delicious aroma emanating from the table. Actually, I was already hungry. It's just that her current environment has made her forget about hunger. So she walked over to Anna's seat and sat down properly. Anna glanced at her with a smile, then continued munching on her large hamburger, her eyes radiating pure enjoyment. Igorevna returned a smile. Then her gaze fell on a large hamburger in front of her. A moment later, she slowly reached out her little hand to take it. After taking a bite, his eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, this is delicious." Igorevna couldn't help but admire him. At the same time, my curiosity about Chen Mo seems to have grown even stronger, because none of the food in front of them was something they had ever seen before. After a while, Anna held a hamburger in one hand and a cup of cola in the other, taking a satisfying sip. Igorevna, who was eating a hamburger, immediately followed suit and picked up a glass of cola in front of her. However, looking at it from all angles, it seems like something is missing and you can't see what's inside the cup. However, she was certain that it contained a liquid. Anna knew she was naive, so she picked up a straw and said with a smile, "Put this in, and you'll have water." Igorevna said somewhat awkwardly, "Thank you." As soon as the straw was inserted, she couldn't wait to take a sip. A burst of refreshing bubbles exploded in my throat, the sweet and pungent sensation rushing straight to my head, leaving me speechless with wonder. Now, her beautiful eyes shone even brighter, even sparkling. She was certain that this was the best-tasting thing she had ever drunk in her life. Not long after that, Chen Mo had almost finished eating, so he stood up, looked at Phoebe, pointed at Igorevna, and instructed, after she finishes eating, take her away to bathe and change. After saying that, he walked out. "Yes, Your Majesty understands," Phoebe said, watching his retreating figure. Of course she knew that His Majesty intended to favor that young girl. Chapter 189. When you reach the summit, you'll see all the mountains below. On a dark and windy night, Igorevna followed Phoebe to Chen Mo's room. Her face was slightly flushed, and she was wearing only a white nightgown, the belt around her waist revealing her slender waist. This outfit and this place. So she knew perfectly well what was going to happen next. Moreover, Whitebeard's last words still echo in my ears. "We must make the Emperor happy." That means you can't resist it, you can't be indifferent, you have to be happy, you have to. As the wooden floorboards creaked crisply, Phoebe walked up to Chen Mo and curtsied gracefully. "Your Majesty, the person has been brought here. I shall take my leave." After saying that, he bowed slightly and left. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. It has to be said that Phoebe is becoming more and more well-behaved and sensible. Igorevna took 2 steps forward, knelt on both knees, and softly said, "Igorevna greets Your Majesty." No need for formalities. Chen Mo's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After Igorevna finished speaking, she slowly stood up. Just as she stood up, she gently bit her lip, and with a sudden movement of her hand, she untied the belt around her waist. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo was taken aback. This girl is both sensible and charming. Good. Of course, she also has a good figure. Snow-white skin, precocious despite his small stature. "Don't just stand there, come and do it." Chen Mo spoke with a smile. "Yes." Igorevna nodded slightly, her shyness tinged with a hint of nervousness. However, she seems to have become more sensible. With a sudden, gentle tug, the robe fell to the ground with a whoosh. Then, blushing, she walked over. After she sat down, Chen Mo reached out and put his arm around her slender waist. "Are you cold?" "Your Majesty, I am fine." After Igorevna finished speaking, she lowered her eyes shyly. "Luckily it's just cold. Come on, let's warm up together." Early morning. A mischievous ray of sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains and into the bed. Igorevna felt the intensity of the sunlight, and her delicate brows furrowed tightly. A moment later, he opened his eyes. She could see at a glance that the man beside her was still sleeping soundly, and there seemed to be a slight smile on his closed lips. Igorevna pursed her lips, then leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Her eyes also became sparkling. But suddenly, she thought of something. She remembered arriving here last night through something that was rising very quickly. This means that it is very high here. Is it possible to see white clouds up close from the clouds? Driven by curiosity, she quietly climbed out of bed, then tiptoed to the curtains and gently pulled them open. Splash, splash, splash. As the curtains were slowly drawn open, a ray of intense sunlight blinded Igorevna. However, she struggled to open her eyes. Wow! Upon seeing the view outside the window, I couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The slender, beautiful girl trembled slightly, like a pair of butterflies preparing to take flight. It turns out this place is really high. You can see very, very far from here. Of course, when he looked at the military camp, which was as small as an ant's, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Oh my God! She patted her chest, thinking she was about to fall. It's so high, it'll definitely smash to pieces if it falls. Just then, Chen Mo hugged her from behind. Igorevna was startled and instinctively turned her head to look behind her. Your Majesty, you're awake. Chen Mo smiled and looked out the window, saying, How are you feeling? Igorevna excitedly grabbed Chen Mo's hand. Your Majesty, it's so high, really so high. I'm almost afraid to look down. Chen Mo's hand climbed upwards, and he chuckled. When you reach the summit, you'll see all the mountains below. Chapter 190, Do You Know Your Crime? Igorevna let out a soft moan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Then, she took Chen Mo's hand in her small hand and said softly, Your Majesty, Igorevna is honored to be your woman. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo recalled the little red flower he had seen when he woke up, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Good. This girl is quite unique. She didn't eat any local specialties or drink any holy water. She's so well behaved. So now, what should we do to celebrate? Chen Mo said with a smile. Igorevna pursed her lips and murmured, I wonder what your Majesty intends to do? Looking at the scenery outside the window, Chen Mo suddenly had an idea. Come on, put your hands on the windowsill. The thought of the bottomless abyss below sent chills down Igorevna's spine, but I'm a little scared. It's all right, I'm right behind you. Igorevna probably thought so too. With him around, what was there to be afraid of? So she obediently placed her two fair and slender hands on the windowsill. Your Majesty, what's next? She turned her head and said with a smile. Chen Mo's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Next, of course, we'll appreciate the beauty together. Soon, half an hour had passed. Chen Mo took the slightly exhausted Igorevna into the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, and then took out some food from his spatial storage. After the two finished breakfast, they went downstairs, and the white-bearded man finally met his granddaughter. Her pretty face was flushed, and she appeared slightly shy in her movements. It seemed she pleased the emperor last night. Ha. Whitebeard was truly happy. He felt that this trip had not been in vain, and that his family had definitely been saved. 2 days later, the Qin army marched into Kiev in a grand procession. It was at this moment that the entire city erupted in excitement. Residents crowded around just to catch a glimpse of the mighty army of the great Qin dynasty. The convoy roared as one vehicle followed another, creating a truly magnificent sight. The oppressive feeling was suffocating. Everyone knows that this army from the east is very powerful. If the fall of the Roman Empire is not enough to illustrate this point, then the surrender of the Grand Duchy of Kievan Rus should certainly be. Amidst everyone's shock, there seemed to be 9 parts fear. The Grand Prince of Kievan Rus was equally uneasy. He didn't know what would happen next. However, he felt it shouldn't be too bad, at least not like the Roman emperors. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the palace courtyard and sat on the large chair, symbolizing the highest authority. The Grand Prince of Kievan Rus immediately led his civil and military officials to kneel and pay their respects. We kowtow to His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Qin. Everyone was respectful, but the tension was genuine. Of course, Whitebeard was an exception. Chen Mo glanced at it, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. However, their surrender does not mean they will be let go. Then his gaze fell on the Grand Duke, and a voice with a hint of coldness rang out. Old man, do you know your crime? Upon hearing this, the Grand Duke's heart tightened, and his hands trembled slightly. Your Majesty, if there is anything I have done wrong, please point it out. I will definitely correct it. The others were also stunned. Is this the prelude to holding someone accountable? However, they were also puzzled, as it seemed that they hadn't done anything wrong. Chapter 191, The Far North. The hall fell silent instantly, everyone's hearts pounding in their throats. Chen Mo shook his head. You did not answer my question, so your crime is compounded. Upon hearing this, the Grand Duke felt as if his throat was blocked by a stone. Your Majesty, please forgive my ignorance, but please enlighten me. Chen Mo shook his head again. Although you have surrendered, your sincerity is lacking. The Grand Duke was taken aback, wondering what this meant. They signaled their surrender early, offered no resistance, and were greeted at the city gates early on. Isn't that enough of a show of sincerity? That's what he thought, but he dared not say it out loud. After all, they are too powerful. For just tens of thousands of people, coming here is like coming home. That's not all. Most incredibly, he sent people to investigate the fleet of the great Qin dynasty and discovered that those sea behemoths had vanished. He swallowed hard, then bowed with both hands. Your Majesty, I know my crime. Chen Mo chuckled. It's good that you know you're guilty, so you should be punished to some extent. The Grand Duke finally breathed a sigh of relief, a fawning expression appearing on his old face. Yes, the punishment is justified. I accept it. Chen Mo nodded and pointed at him with his index finger. Then I will punish your entire family by execution. Huh? What? The Grand Duke's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Majesty, please forgive me. He never imagined that the Emperor would want to exterminate his entire family. The other ministers were trembling with fear, each keeping their heads lowered, afraid of being noticed by the Emperor on the throne. Whitebeard was also completely taken aback. He felt the punishment was too harsh. After all, the Grand Duke and the entire Grand Duchy had surrendered. Standing behind Chen Mo, Igorevna was also somewhat shocked. But she was glad that she had become the Emperor's woman. At least the Emperor should spare her family out of consideration for her. However, she was still a little nervous at this moment. Who knew what would happen next? Just as everyone was on the verge of breathless tension, Chen Mo's voice rang out. Except for Whitebeard, the rest and their families were all wiped out. Of course, the women were spared. Dog Egg was in a great mood, knowing he could get another wife. Your humble servant obeys the decree. He agreed and immediately started calling for people to come outside. Soon, the soldiers rushed in and carried the kneeling people out one by one. The ministers all looked pale, their deep eyes filled with fear. They thought only the Grand Duke would be dealt with, but they didn't expect him to be the same. In no time, only the white-bearded man remained kneeling. His face was also deathly pale. It seemed he was about to unleash a massacre. However, he felt that he was different from them, at least for now. At this moment, Chen Mo's gaze fell on the white-bearded man. Get up. Whitebeard finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he really was different from others. Thank you, Your Majesty. He spoke respectfully, and after standing up, he stood there with the same respectful expression. Chen Mo scratched his chin, seemingly lost in thought, and said, Do you know what measures I implemented in Rome? Measures? The white-bearded man muttered to himself, then frowned deeply. Your Majesty, I have heard that within 3 years, Rome will be under imperial rule, and the culture of the Great Qin will flourish there. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. Very well, so I will give you 3 years as well. Whitebeard was also taken aback upon hearing this. Could this be a move to allow him to take control of Kievan-Rus? He thought to himself, and a clear look of joy quickly appeared on his old face. I am honored by Your Majesty's high regard, and I will do my utmost. Don't be too happy yet. I have conditions. Chen Mo pointed again. You must do better than Rome. Otherwise, I will exile your entire family to the far north. Chapter 192 Deep in the Grassland. Upon hearing the words, the far north, the white-bearded man felt a chill run down his spine. That place is not only incredibly exciting, but it also has man-eating bears. It's absolutely not a place for humans to live. But the key issue is that there is simply no choice. Since that's the case, then let's go all out. He swallowed hard and said, Your Majesty, as long as I have a breath left, I will do everything in my power to fulfill your sacred decree. Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction. I hope you will keep your word. I will reward you handsomely when the time comes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Whitebeard was a little excited, but then a question suddenly came to mind. So he opened his mouth and asked, Your Majesty, under what name shall I govern Kievan Rus? I hereby appoint you as Governor General, but the place names must be changed. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo continued, From today onwards, this place will no longer be Kievan Rus, but the Qin state, a vassal state of the Great Chen. As for Kievan, let's call it Xian. Who is the king of Qin? Whitebeard muttered to himself, full of doubt. But he dare not ask. To be appointed Governor General is already an immense favor from the Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost, and do even better than Rome. Step back. Chen Mo smiled, seemingly not quite believing it. However, for them, the outcome of the policy, whether more or less, is a profit. After all, given the current national strength of Dachan, its population is bound to increase significantly. When his son grows up, then he can immigrate in large numbers. Over time, he came to believe that it was impossible to completely achieve standardization of writing and standardization of cart tracks. Ultimately, these people will become a minority. After the white-bearded man left, Chen Mo looked at Qi Min beside him and said with a smile, My dear consort, you've been away from home for so long. Have you been missing home? Upon hearing this, Qi Min's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Does His Majesty mean to withdraw the troops and return to the capital? This girl really is homesick. That's exactly what I think. After saying that, Chen Mo seemed to be thinking, but this time we won't take a boat. Qi Min had a sudden inspiration. Does His Majesty mean to travel by land? Chen Mo nodded slightly. Now that spring is here and flowers are in bloom, the grasslands are naturally full of beautiful scenery. Most importantly, we can also use our wheels to measure our land. Qi Min excitedly said, Great. What Your Majesty likes is what I like. Chen Mo stood up with a smile, then looked at everyone and waved his hand. 3 days later, the army will set off eastward. Your Majesty, we obey. Everyone was overjoyed, their excitement overflowing. After being away for so long, I can finally go home. Especially Godan and Hua. Choo-choo, they almost took off from the spot. When we return to Chang'an, I'll have endless bragging rights. After all, the journey was incredibly exciting and fun. These experiences are things you could brag about for a lifetime. 3 days later, the city of Xi'an was deserted as everyone flocked to the streets. All the residents came to the streets to bid farewell to the Great Qin army. Because the word had already spread throughout the city that the Emperor of Great Qin was an omnipotent god. He can create everything, and he can also destroy everything. Therefore, everyone firmly believed that under his rule, Kievan Rus, Qin state, would get better and better. Whitebeard was also very happy and stuffed the 300 beautiful girls he had carefully selected over the past 3 days into the ranks. He felt that if he worked hard for the next 3 years, there shouldn't be any major problems. After all, the head of Rome was just a young woman. How could she be worse than her? Your Majesty, just you wait and see. When the time comes, you will surely bestow upon me the title of King of Qin. After all, we are family. Whitebeard stood atop the city wall, gazing at the receding torrent of steel, and chuckled as he stroked his white beard. Several months later, the Great Qin army arrived deep in the grasslands. This place was the territory of the northern Xiongnu. When the Great Qin Empire rose to power, the Xiongnu people who lived near Great Qin submitted to it. But the Xiongnu people deep in the desert were not like that. They neither submitted nor dared to invade the south. They could only hide here and live their lives in secret. Of course, they were also keeping an eye on the 100,000 elite troops stationed in Qianzhou. Fortunately, there have been no unusual developments over the years, which has put my mind at ease. However, an anomaly still occurred. When the wheels of the Dachun army rolled across the grassland, The Xiongnu people who were grazing their livestock were taken aback. Soon, the news reached the Xiongnu royal court. Outrageous. We've been on guard against Qianzhou to the south day and night, yet they've come from the northwest. This is utterly absurd. The Xiongnu Chanyu, sitting on a tiger-skin throne, was furious. Right wise King Lan Chulian said angrily, "Chengli Chanyu, we can never tolerate the army of De Chun trampling on our homeland." The left-wise king was also furious. "We are the wolves of the grasslands. Since the prey has been delivered to our door, we cannot let it go." "That's right." The right-wise king smirked and said confidently, leaving aside other places on the grasslands, "No one is our match." The Chanyu nodded. That's what he thought too, of course. "Since we're here, let's fight." Just then, a man in the corner, who was different from the Xiongnu people and had a hairpin in his hair, frowned and then quickly stepped out. He bowed deeply to the Chanyu, saying, "Chanyu, this is absolutely unacceptable. The Great Qin army is brave and skilled in battle, and its weapons are excellent. We must not confront them head-on." Chengli Chanyu sneered, "Shangguan brat, you've probably been trembling with fear since you heard about the Great Qin dynasty, haven't you?" The man remained unfazed. "Chanyu, I am not exaggerating. I have an irreconcilable hatred for Chen Mo, and of course I want revenge. I think about it all the time, but I have personally experienced how powerful they are." Chengli Chanyu glanced at him, and a somewhat impatient voice rang out. "So what exactly do you want to say?" Chanyu, instead of fighting head-on, why not feign surrender and then take the opportunity to kill the Dog Emperor? The man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "That Dog Emperor loves beautiful women, so we can use our beauty to our advantage. I refuse to believe we can't kill him." As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. Those pale fingers looked like they could explode at any moment. The Xiongnu chieftain, Cheng Li, frowned slightly. He thought to himself, the strength of the Great Qin army goes without saying. Otherwise, how could a poor, uneducated scholar have seized the throne from the Qi family in such a short time? And how could he have so easily crushed half of the Shangguan family's empire? "Since you are loyal, I will trust you this once." After saying that, the Chanyu of Chengli smirked, a wicked look spreading across his face. "Your young lady is charming and beautiful, like a fairy. I think she could be used as bait." Chapter 193 Train. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, there aren't many. He felt that a mere woman could not be compared to the great feud of the family, nor could she be as important as the throne. If it weren't for that poor scholar, he would still be the crown prince of the Great Qin dynasty, and even the future emperor. "Your Majesty, I will spare no effort to eliminate our common enemy." Chengli Chanyu was somewhat surprised, but not much. "Good, as expected of someone who can accomplish great things. I, the Chanyu, admire your decisive and ruthless spirit." The Chanyu laughed heartily. "If that scoundrel Chen Mo dies, I, the Chanyu, will definitely help you rebuild the Great Qin dynasty. I will never forget the great kindness of the Chanyu." The man bowed with his hand on his chest, his voice firm and powerful. However, there was no trace of regret in his eyes, only endless ruthlessness. The Chanyu stood up, looked at the man, and asked, "In your opinion, how should the honey trap be implemented?" The man pondered for a moment and said, "Chanyu, there is no time to lose. Please take my wife and surrender immediately. Tell her that she is a remnant of the Shangguan family and the crown princess of Shangguan Shi." The Chanyu's lips twitched, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. He had to admit that Shangguan Shower was really ruthless, not even blinking an eye. However, the method he proposed was quite good. With such a pledge of allegiance, the Emperor of Great Qin will believe it, and the opportunity will come. So he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Great, let's do it this way." After making some arrangements and preparations, Chanyu Chengli led his people and galloped off in the northwest. They finally spotted the Great Qin army at sunset. However, Chengli Chanyu dared not lead his men directly there. Otherwise, just as Shangguan Shi said, they would be riddled with holes. On the other side, Chen Mo, seeing that it was getting late, ordered the camp to be set up. As soon as he got out of the car, He drove up in an SUV. Your Majesty, a man claiming to be an envoy of the Xiongnu Chanyu requests an audience. Chen Mo was a little surprised that they had come to him before he even went to them. Go and tell him to have the Chanyu come directly to see me. Yes. He went out and agreed, then climbed into the SUV and drove away. Chi Min, standing to the side, frowned slightly and looked at Chen Mo, saying, Your Majesty, I remember that among all the tribes surrounding the Great Chen, only the northern Xiongnu have not submitted, have they? That's right. Chen Montauk nodded. The reason I chose the land route was, of course, to eliminate them. As the saying goes, how can a stray dog sleep soundly beside one's bed? Your Majesty, Qianzhou has long been garrisoned with 100,000 elite troops. Why not send them directly north to launch a campaign? The grasslands are too vast. If you advance, they will flee. If you retreat, they will return. Therefore, I intend to completely transform the grasslands into the backyard of the Great Chen. When the train is completed, locals will be able to come here for tourism, horseback riding, archery, roasting whole lamb, and enjoy a leisurely life. A train. Chi Min was immediately very curious. Is it a train that breathes fire? Of course not. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. A train is a very, very long vehicle, and it can carry up to several thousand people. Several thousand people? Chi Min's eyes lit up, seemingly quite shocked. The largest vehicle she had ever seen, a bus, could only carry a few dozen people at most. A vehicle that can carry thousands of people sounds incredible. Not long after, Chungli Chanyu, feeling somewhat uneasy, arrived before Chen Mo with several officials and a woman. Chanyu Chungli of the northern Xiongnu pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Emperor! The Chanyu knelt on both knees and respectfully performed a gesture of respect by touching his chest. What brings you to see me? Your Majesty, we have long admired the great Shun dynasty and have long desired to submit. Therefore, we have come to surrender to your Majesty. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. Then why did you wait until now to surrender? The Chanyu was taken aback, thinking to himself, why didn't I think of this? Chapter 194 Murong Qingxue. Although he was a little flustered, Chanyu Chungli remained calm and composed. I thought your Majesty would look down on such a barren land as the desert, but I never expected your Majesty to pass through here today. We are deeply honored, therefore. At this point, the Chanyu smiled obsequiously. Therefore, your Majesty, please accept our sincerity and let the northern deserts become part of the Great Chen. Pleasure? That's utter nonsense. If it weren't for the overwhelming military force, this guy would never be kneeling here today. Chen Mo smiled, seemingly not quite believing it. Seeing no response, the Chanyu continued, Your Majesty, I have prepared a special gift for you today. I believe you will like it. Chen Mo looked around and, apart from a woman, there didn't seem to be anything special. What did you bring? The Chanyu hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, the woman behind me is Murong Qingxue, the wife of the Crown Prince of Daqian. No, she is Shangguan Shi's wife. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo frowned slightly. Wang Huqin said that he had already wiped out the Shangguan clan, so how come there were still women who escaped? This seems a bit illogical. Chi Min, who was standing to the side, also showed a look of surprise on her pretty face. There are still some members of the Shangguan family who have escaped the net. She looked at the woman kneeling on the ground and thought to herself, then looked at Chen Mo. Your Majesty, I have seen Murong Qingxue before. Can you verify the truth? Upon hearing this, the Chanyu was overjoyed. Thankfully, it was the real Murong Qingxue, otherwise we would have been completely doomed. Chen Mo nodded, his gaze then falling on the woman. Come forward. Murong Qingxue's heart tightened, and her body swayed slightly. She knew perfectly well the purpose of this trip. Whether he lived or died, she would certainly die. In short, things won't be easy. They would either be executed, manipulated by the emperor, or killed on the spot by a group of soldiers. She slowly got up, lowered her head, walked to the front of the Chanyu, and knelt on the grass again. Then, she gently gritted her teeth and nervously raised her head. Chi Min took a closer look, and, sure enough, it was her. Then he looked at Chen Mo and said, Your Majesty, this person is indeed Murong Qingxue. Chen Mo was puzzled. With so many men in the Shangwan family, how come only one woman escaped? This seems a bit abnormal. Unless she's not alone, there must be something fishy going on here. However, Murong Qingxue does possess a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, and a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers. She is undoubtedly a charming and beautiful young woman. Chen Mo smiled, plowing the plow. Well done. But, I ask you, are there any other members of the Shangwan family? Your Majesty, there is only one. The Chanyu answered decisively. Then a fawning smile appeared on his lips. If there are others, I will naturally hand them over to your Majesty, without daring to conceal anything. Ha ha! Chen Mo smiled and said, for your filial piety, I will trust you this once. Of course, that's what they say, but that's not what they really think. He has plenty of ways to figure things out, and he also wants to eradicate the northern Xiongnu completely. Upon hearing this, the Chanyu was very excited. Thank you for your trust, your Majesty. Chen Mo nodded, a very natural expression on his face. It's getting late. You can rest in my camp tonight and go to your royal court tomorrow. Yes, your Majesty. Without the slightest hesitation, the Chanyu immediately bowed and said, we are extremely fortunate that your Majesty has graced our royal court. Chen Mo stopped talking and walked to an open space, casually waving his hand. Hot party! As the sound rang out, a tall building rose from the grassland. Ah, this. When the Chanyu and his men saw this, they were almost shocked. Everyone's expression was filled with disbelief. Some people thought they were seeing things and quickly rubbed their eyes. Even if you rub your eyeballs until they're punctured, the building will still stand there. The Chanyu frowned deeply, his heart pounding. That's impossible. How so? Could this young emperor be a god? Impossible. Whoever he is, just kill him. Otherwise, there would be no way to survive. Suspicious that this plow was presented to Murong Qingxue. Chen Mo smiled calmly. Tell me about it. Chi Min pursed her lips. I think it's impossible for a weak woman like Murong Qingxue to escape from Qianzhou, which was heavily surrounded by the army. So this matter is not simple, and your Majesty should be more careful. Chen Mo nodded. Yes, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, he waved to Phoebe behind him. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Phoebe stood before her, bowed, and spoke softly and gently. I'll take Murong Qingxue downstairs to wash her clean in a bit. Your Majesty, I obey. Chi Min was speechless. Your Majesty, you just said you knew your limits. So why did you still have to sleep with Murong Qingxue tonight? Chen Mo smiled and said, Haha, you don't understand, do you? I will personally administer the whipping punishment to him. Chapter 195 Antidote. That evening, after Phoebe had cleaned Murong Qingxue up, she went to report to Chen Mo. Chen Mo simply nodded, and then with a whoosh, he took out a large string of local specialties from his spatial storage. Phoebe glanced at it and smelled the fragrant aroma emanating from it, and couldn't help but swallow hard. However, she also knew that this was not for her. Make Murong Qingxue eat this. As Chen Mo spoke, he placed the local specialties he was holding on the table. After hearing this, Phoebe's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Yes, your Majesty, I will go right away. He then picked up the local specialty and left. As she walked, she looked at the heavy local specialties in her hands, feeling incredibly envious. And believe it or not, there were about 10 of them. She thought, if so much food is given to one person, wouldn't they be stuffed to death? If possible, she would be very generous in sharing some of the burden with Murong Qingxue. However, if one doesn't receive the emperor's boundless favor after consuming this stuff, then things will turn out badly. So Phoebe has the desire, but she won't do it. Before long, she arrived at Murong Qingxue's room with 4 maids. After Murong Qingxue was exonerated, she sat on the soft bed. She sat upright, wearing a fitted stepmother's dress, her pair of fair legs exposed to the air. It wasn't just what she was wearing. She was actually completely shocked by everything in front of her. There was even a particularly strong feeling that it was as if I had entered a completely unfamiliar world. When she saw Phoebe, she stood up in a daze, her beautiful face showing a lot of unease. After all, They knew perfectly well what was going to happen next. Murong Qingxue, you are blessed tonight. Phoebe walked up to her, stopped, and then hugged the bear. Murong Qingxue frowned slightly. Blessed? What do you mean by that? Phoebe didn't waste any words and waved to the maid behind her. Bring the sacred object. A maid stepped forward and presented the local specialties she was carrying. Phoebe then picked up the local specialty and pushed it into Murong Qingxue's arms. His Majesty gave this to you. Eat it quickly. Upon seeing the bright red, fragrant object, Murong Qingxue suddenly became extremely terrified. Although I knew I would die a horrible death on this trip, I was still terrified when I actually faced death. She felt that this thing must be poisonous. The Emperor is trying to force me to commit suicide. If she had a choice, she really wouldn't want to die. However, she felt that dying in this way was the best possible outcome. What are you waiting for? Eat up. Phoebe glanced at her impatiently. Do you know how many people want to eat this, but can't have it? Murong Qingxue was even more bewildered. Is being sentenced to death a luxury? This seems a bit abnormal. But since they've already said that, what else is there to say? At worst, I'll just die. So she put the things on the bed, and then gritted her teeth and broke off a piece. Just as she was about to put the food in her mouth, Phoebe suddenly raised a hand. Peel it before eating. Yes. Murong Qingxue nodded blankly, then squeezed the thing in her hand and pulled off the fruit peel. But after doing this, she found that the food in her hand smelled even better. This food smells so good, it shouldn't be poisonous, right? She frowned slightly, and with a hint of doubt, put the local specialty into her mouth. But as soon as she took a bite, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim wow in her heart. Tasty. It's absolutely delicious. Therefore, she was even more certain that something so delicious couldn't be poisonous. She also noticed that Phoebe's eyes seemed a little strange. But it is by no means a contempt for death. It is more like envy or even jealousy. That's very strange. What exactly was the Emperor's intention in doing this? Suddenly, Phoebe's somewhat impatient voice rang out. Stop dawdling. Eat quickly. Listen carefully. Even leaving just one piece is a great disrespect to His Majesty. Murong Qingxue nodded emphatically and had no choice but to speed up. But with so much, won't it burst my belly? Soon, she suddenly found that her body was becoming hot. But I didn't think much of it. Something this delicious was definitely worth eating. As she ate all the local specialties, she felt increasingly hot and uncomfortable. Why? She couldn't help but cry out, her eyebrows furrowing tightly. It's poisonous. What kind of poison is it? She looked at Phoebe and said pitifully. He looked as if he might collapse at any moment. Insolence! Phoebe shouted. How dare you desecrate His Majesty's sacred object like this? Ah! Murong Qingxue was in so much pain that her beautiful face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, as if it might bleed at any moment. However, what frustrated her was, even so, the woman in front of him still wore an expression of envy and jealousy. You kill me. Before she could finish speaking, she knelt down in front of Phoebe with a thud. No one can kill you without His Majesty's decree. Murong Qingxue panicked. Then can you give me the antidote? I really can't take it anymore. Phoebe shook her head. If there really is an antidote, then it is probably His Majesty. However, she truly envied Murong Qingxue in front of her. I've never tried eating this much in one go before. I imagine the power must be incredibly explosive. She didn't say anything, just glanced at the door and walked towards it. Chapter 196 Death Date. Chen Mo arrived after Phoebe reported back. He was also taken aback when he saw it. Murong Qingxue, kneeling on the ground, had a face as red as lava in a volcano, as if she might explode at any moment. Her expression was even more complicated. It sounded like crying, but wasn't crying like a bitter gourd, and it was also extremely urgent. Actually, it's not that. It's that you can't stop. Look, her eyes are all glazed over. Of course, upon seeing Chen Mo, Murong Qingxue became even more nervous, panting heavily, her white chest heaving violently. However, she was no longer able to kneel properly and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chen Mo stopped half a meter away. Murong Qingxue gritted her teeth, straightened up, and looked up at the pair of feet in front of her. I am just a weak woman. Kill me if you want, But why torture me like this? Chen Mo glanced down, and sure enough, there was something interesting. She's stunningly beautiful and incredibly voluptuous. Her figure is simply amazing. However, he didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Tell me, what conspiracy do you have with the Chanyu? Upon hearing this, Murong Qingxue felt as if something was tightly gripping her heart. No, I was only presented to your majesty by the Chanyu because I was the former crown princess of the great Qian dynasty. I know nothing else about her. Yeah, Chen Mo said coldly. Since you're so beautiful, has the Chanyu ever touched your body? Murong Qingxue swallowed hard, then shook her head. Never. That should be considered the truth. After all, such a delicate and flawless body would be completely disfigured if it had been tortured by barbarians. Chen Mo chuckled. That's strange. How could that barbarian leave such a beauty like you untouched by beastly behavior? Murong Qingxue was even more powerless. Her jade-like hands, which were lying on the ground, trembled even more violently, and her body went limp and collapsed again. Your Majesty, I know nothing. I only beg for death. Please kill me. Kill me quickly. She pleaded desperately, her body burning with heat and seemingly on the verge of collapse. However, Chen Mo remained calm and said, You're not telling the truth. Murong Qingxue opened her mouth, intending to deny it, but the words were suddenly burned away by the fire deep within her heart. Immediately afterwards, an extremely impulsive impulse surged within me. She looked up at Chen Mo again and said urgently, Your Majesty, the Chanyu is only feigning surrender. He wants to kill you, she blurted out, then added, It was that shameless scoundrel Shangwan Shi who betrayed me so heartlessly. He wants to restore his kingdom. Ha ha! Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction. The relic truly lives up to its name. Its effects are remarkably effective. As suspected, the Shangwan family has more than just Murong Qingxue as a remnant. But the country was restored. That's just wishful thinking. At this moment, Murong Qingxue's voice, burning with rage, rang out. Your Majesty, I'm about to die. Please save me. Please save me. Please. Chen Mo smiled slightly, then squatted down and pushed her to the ground. Murong Qingxue bit her lower lip, looking anxiously at the person in front of her. Your Majesty, please save me. Chen Mo smiled wickedly and grabbed the hem of his stepmother's dress with one hand. All right, I'll punish you right here and now. On the other side, Chanyu Chengli and several of his men were arranged in a military tent. The Chanyu stood at the entrance of the main tent, looking up at the towering buildings that shone brightly in the distance. His expression was puzzled, and even showed a hint of fear. After all, they had encountered an extremely formidable opponent. How can you conjure up a skyscraper with a wave of your hand? This is simply beyond imagination, unprecedented in history. Therefore, the emperor must die. He thought that the reason why the Qin's weapons were so powerful must have been created by Chen Mo out of thin air. Otherwise, how could they have suddenly appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the Qi in such a short time? At this moment, one of his subordinates walked up behind him and whispered, Chanyu, do you think that kid really believed us? The Chanyu breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and walked inside. Then, standing in the middle of the tent, he said in a deep voice, This concerns the eternal hegemony of my great Xiongnu. Everyone, keep your composure. Tomorrow, when he arrives at the royal court, it will be his death day. Yes, yes. Seeing that the Chanyu was full of confidence, his subordinates also became full of energy and spirit. Another person said, Chanyu, then all those tall buildings and the emperor's women will be yours. Ha ha. They had long coveted that building that glowed in the dark, regarding it as a priceless treasure. No. The Chanyu's lips curled into a smirk, and he raised his hand high. Not only that, the entire Great Chun will belong to my great Xiongnu. Oh, right. The Chanyu has a truly grand vision. He. The Chanyu smiled smugly. Great Chun conquered the world, and we Xiongnu conquered Great Chun. Ha ha ha. He believed that once the emperor of Great Chun arrived at the royal court, it would be as if he were already in his coffin. Once he dies, the empire he conquered will be his, Chengli Chanyu's, right? As for helping Shangwan Shi rebuild the great Qian dynasty, that's just a lie to fool children. Just then, a group of soldiers suddenly burst into the tent, led by Go Dan. He pointed at the Chanyu and shouted, "Take him down." He was taken aback at first, then his heart tightened. Why do they suddenly start arresting people? Has the truth been revealed? But that shouldn't be the case. Murong Qingxue shouldn't betray her husband. He forced himself to remain calm and looked at Go Dan, saying, "General, why is this?" "Why?" Dog Egg looked at him coldly. "You know perfectly well what you're up to." Upon hearing this, Chun-Li felt as if the sky was about to fall. If we were to make a move now, let alone win, we would probably just get riddled with bullets or even left with nothing. However, he remained calm and said, "General, is there some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding my ass," Go Dan shouted sharply. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Take him down." Several soldiers immediately rushed forward, preparing to pin the man down. In his haste to plow, he instinctively reached for the knife. However, his weapons had long been confiscated, and all that remained at his waist was air. Immediately afterwards, he spotted the gun in the soldier's hand and instinctively tried to snatch it. However, Go Dan had already seen through his actions and expressions. Bang! He reacted quickly and fired a shot that struck the man supporting the plow in the thigh. Feeling his bones being violently torn apart, he fell to the ground, wincing in pain and screaming. Chapter 197, Sweeping Away the Trap. Despite the excruciating pain in his thigh, Chun-Li remained calm. After all, if a blow to the leg is this excruciating, a hit to a vital spot would be fatal. Then he looked at Go Dan and said, "General, why is this? I have already surrendered." Dog Egg ignored him completely, just staring at him coldly. The soldiers immediately pinned the men down and tied them up. He was about to cry, but no tears came. He was arrested just like that? Is my death day approaching? What kind of mess is this? He gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Shangwan Shi to pieces. If it weren't for his terrible idea, he wouldn't have so easily offered up his plow. "You brat Shangwan, you're good for nothing but ruining things. I'll haunt you even as a ghost." The man pushing the plow was so angry that he cursed loudly, his facial features contorted in a grotesque manner. Dog Egg burst into laughter, amused. "Old man, you'll see tomorrow. Ha ha!" The next morning, when Chen Mo opened his eyes, he found that the beauty from last night was already kneeling by the bed. Upon seeing this, Murong Qingxue immediately prostrated herself on all fours, saying, "This sinner, Murong Qingxue, humbly begged your majesty for peace." Chen Mo sat up and stretched. "Get up." "Thank you, your majesty," Murong Qingxue said softly. However, he did not rush to get up, and then said what he had already figured out. "If your majesty does not despise me, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. I know I am unworthy, but She thought that rather than following a heartless coward like Shangwan Shi, it would be better to wholeheartedly serve this elegant emperor. Most importantly, it gave her what she wanted, which she liked very much, felt very satisfied with, and also felt very safe. Unlike Shangwan Shi, that scoundrel who is not only immoral, but also impotent. We've been married for so many years, and the total time we've spent together is less than a quarter of an hour. Thinking about it, I absolutely loathe him and wish I could kill him with my own hands. However, she felt that staying by the emperor's side was a very luxurious thing. Even being a maid is a pipe dream, like a toad trying to eat swan meat. So, halfway through the conversation, I didn't know what to say next. Seeing the longing in her eyes, Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand. "Get up, my harem can accommodate you." Upon hearing this, Murong Qingxue's beautiful eyelashes trembled, and her eyes sparkled. "Your majesty's grace is boundless, and Qingxue will never forget it. I will definitely serve your majesty well." "Okay, go brush your teeth," Chen Mo said with a smile. Murong Qingxue was overjoyed. "Yes, I'll help your majesty with the brushing." Before long, the two arrived at the hotel lobby. The generals had been waiting there for a long time, and when they saw Chen Mo approaching, they all bowed and clasped their hands in greeting. Murong Qingxue followed behind him, her face slightly flushed, just like the bright red morning sun. After all, everyone knows exactly what happened last night. Once Chen Mo sat down on the sofa, everyone shouted, "Your Majesty, we respectfully wish you good health." "I am well. You may dispense with the formalities." After everyone expressed their gratitude, Ding immediately clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the three armies are ready and await only one order to crush the northern Xiongnu royal court." "All right," Chen Mo nodded. "Sweep away the enemy's lair. Seal the wolf's lair. The military merits are yours, and the women are yours too. Let's move out." "Your Majesty, we obey." The generals then withdrew, each with an expression of excitement on their face. After all, everyone longs to make a name for themselves, and it's as easy as harvesting crops. Who wouldn't be excited about that? After everyone left, Qi Min and Wei Xiaoning also came to the main hall. "Your Majesty, I respectfully wish you good health." The two bowed to Chen Mo. "No need for formalities. Come and sit down." Chen Mo smiled and waved. The two nodded slightly, then sat down on either side of Chen Mo. Qi Min raised her head slightly and said happily, "Your Majesty, now that we've destroyed the northern Xiongnu, can we go home?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "That's right. Next stop, Chang'an." Qi Min and Wei Xiaoning were overjoyed. They could finally return to Chang'an, the city they had longed for. Qi Min, in particular, didn't want to stay in Chang'an at first, but now she really looks forward to going home. However, it seems that Chen Mo hasn't finished speaking. "However, there is still one thing we need to do." Qi Min asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what is it?" "It's about eradicating wild boar hides." Chen Mo continued, "But it won't delay our return home at all. These barbarians only need one general leading a few thousand soldiers." Chapter 198, Green-Headed Turtle. Qi Min was still very curious. "Your Majesty, are those uncivilized people worth us mobilizing so many troops for?" "It is precisely because they are uncivilized that we must nip them in the bud. Once these barbarians have grown strong, they will surely bar their fangs and claws and wreak havoc on our Chinese civilization." Qi Min thought about it for a moment and also felt that it made a lot of sense. Take the Xiongnu as an example. They have always either plundered and invaded the border or harbored malicious intentions and were eyeing us covetously. Now it's all settled. The problem is solved once and for all. Your Majesty has a long-term vision and considers everything thoroughly. I admire you wholeheartedly. She looked at Chen Mo with admiration in her eyes. Wei Xiaoning, standing to the side, also had her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Your Majesty has worked diligently to establish a lasting dynasty, and your descendants are truly blessed. Chen Mo chuckled and patted the two men's thighs. History is always full of fighting and killing, and it always repeats itself. So I want to break this iron law, so that the world can be peaceful forever. The people can live and work in peace and contentment, and our descendants will no longer be displaced or humiliated. The two nodded emphatically, expressing their strong approval. However, when it comes to descendants, Qi Min has something to say. Her face flushed, and she pressed her lips to Chen Mo's ear, whispering in a barely audible voice, "Your Majesty, I wish to give you a child." "One." Chen Mo was a little surprised. "One isn't enough. If we're going to have children, let's have a whole litter." Qi Min's face immediately turned even redder. "Your Majesty?" I got shy and couldn't finish my sentence. However, it seems Chen Mo hasn't finished speaking yet. He stood up, grabbed their hands, and said with a triumphant expression, "Come on, we have nothing to do anyway. Let's make a baby now." Qi Min and Wei Xiaoning were very surprised. However, their feet were anything but slow. They walked even faster than Chen Mo. Murong Qingxue, who was standing to the side, was shocked. "After a crazy night, can we still keep building? Wow, this body is incredibly strong." As the sun set, the army finally returned home, laden with their spoils. They not only completed the purge of the court and the capture of Shangguan Shi, but also captured him alive. Shangguan Shi was so angry that his eggs exploded, and he cursed the ancestors of Chengli Chanyu for 18 generations. What he couldn't understand was how such a perfect plan could fail overnight. That shouldn't be happening. He felt that his crown princess was both obedient and loyal, and there shouldn't be any problems. So, the problem must lie with Chanyu Chengli. This barbarian must have slipped up, leading to the current situation. In the hotel lobby, Ding Yi gave Chen Mo a work report. Your Majesty, the northern Xiongnu royal court has been reduced to ashes. Apart from horses, cattle, and sheep, there is nothing left to breathe. This was exactly the effect Chen Mo wanted, so he was naturally very satisfied. Bring Shangwan Shi and Cheng Li up. Before long, Shangwan Shi and Cheng Li were brought over. Upon seeing Cheng Li, Shangwan Shi's nostrils flared wider than his eyes. Cheng Li, you dog. Even if I become a ghost, you'll be the first one I won't let go. Due to excessive blood loss, Cheng Li was deathly pale and barely clinging to life. However, upon hearing Shangwan Shi's greeting, his anger flared up immediately. I didn't even confront him, and he started cursing at me? Shangguan Brat, you green-headed turtle, I should have killed you long ago. If I hadn't listened to your slander, I wouldn't be in this state. He strained with all his might, baring his teeth and snarling angrily at the official. Upon hearing the words green-headed turtle, Shangwan Shi suddenly felt a sense of panic. Could it be that his crown princess has secretly started an affair with Cheng Li? But that shouldn't be happening. How could someone so loyal and devoted do such despicable things? Plowing the plow, what do you mean? What do you mean? Who is that? Can't they see for themselves? Pulling the plow pointed at Murong Qingxue behind Chen Mo, his expression both angry and sarcastic. Chapter 199, Buried Alive. At first, Shangwan Shi's attention was entirely focused on supporting the plow, and he didn't dare to glance around carelessly, since the yellow earth had already buried up to his neck. If we anger the Emperor of Great Chen again, we'll likely suffer an even more terrible death. He doesn't want to be torn to pieces, otherwise it would hurt too much. Therefore, she didn't even notice Murong Qingxue behind Chen Mo. Now, upon closer inspection, her figure was clearly visible, and her complexion was so rosy. Combining this with what Cheng Li had just said, Shangwan Shi suddenly realized something, and his face turned green with anger. Qingxue, you betrayed me. He looked at Murong Qingxue, his eyes filled with shock. However, Murong Qingxue had no qualms about it. Instead, she looked at him coldly and said, Betrayed you? It was you, you shameless coward, who sold me out. Murong Qingxue. Shangwan Shi gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes blazing with fury. I never expected you to be this kind of woman. At this moment, Chen Mo stood up, raised his arm, and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, Qingxue. Murong Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Then her eyebrows twitched slightly, as if she understood something. She quickly walked to Chen Mo's side and took his arm without hesitation with her delicate hands. However, her face was slightly flushed, showing a shyness, like a young girl who had just fallen in love. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Shi was so angry that green smoke seemed to rise from his head. His face contorted in anger as he pointed at Murong Qingxue and shouted, Murong Qingxue, you shameless slut. Murong Qingxue remained calm, her beautiful full lips tightly closed. She felt there was no need to argue with a dying person. Let him say whatever he wanted. At this moment, Chen Mo waved his hand, dig a deep pit, and drag them all in to be buried alive. After saying that, he walked out and then pulled an excavator out of his spatial storage. Your Majesty, I'll do it. Dog Egg was also captivated by the excavator and climbed up as soon as he finished speaking. After a series of actions, a huge crater appeared on the grass. Seeing all this, Shangwan Shi was sweating profusely and trembling all over. He had imagined 1,000 ways to die, but he never considered being buried alive. Moreover, he simply couldn't understand why Chen Mo was so strong. So at this point, he felt that the idea of recreating the great Qian dynasty was just wishful thinking. If I had known this would happen, I should have died in Qinzhou City back then, otherwise I wouldn't have suffered such humiliation today. At this moment, Godan paused his operation, glanced mockingly at Shangwan Shi and the plow, and loudly ordered, Come on, push it down. Looking at the pitch-black pit, Shangwan Shi's eyes no longer held any anger, only endless fear. He closed his eyes, looking as if he was waiting to die. As Cheng Li looked at Shangwan Shi's lifeless appearance, his lips twitched violently, and he wished he could bite him to death. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be in this state today. Shangwan Brat, Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. For soldiers immediately dragged the two men to the side of the giant pit and kicked them hard. Go down! Ah! Several screams suddenly came from the giant pit. Dog Egg smirked, then operated the shovel bucket, scooping up dirt and throwing it into the giant pit. Snap! Everyone who witnessed it was thoroughly entertained, experiencing the power of technology while secretly marveling at His Majesty the Emperor's ingenuity. Before long, all the excavated soil was backfilled. Moreover, Go Dan drove the excavator and ran it over the surface several times, making it completely solid. Your Majesty, the matter has been completed. Shall we continue our journey now? Chen Mo smiled and said, Of course, we'll go to Qinzhou first. Chapter 200 Welcoming the Holy Arrival. 3 days later, the army split into two groups. One of the routes headed east, led by Ding Yi. The unit consisted of tanks, supply vehicles, engineering vehicles, oil tankers, and cavalry, with a strength of 5,000 men. In short, the troops brought plenty of supplies. The other option, of course, was to return home in triumph. They headed south, their destination, Qinzhou. More than half a month later, Qinzhou Marshal's mansion. Wang Huchen, who was reading in his study, suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps. Then, a familiar voice rang out. Big brother. However, his voice carried 3 parts urgency and 9 parts excitement, as if something big had happened. As Wang Huchen stood up, he saw Xiao Lu's chubby figure. Little Six, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry? Xiao Lu's lips curled up and his eyes shone. Big brother, His Majesty is back. The army will be here soon. Wang Huchen frowned in confusion, as if he had misheard. Your Majesty? Yes. His Majesty is leading the army and is about to arrive in Qinzhou. Upon hearing this, Wang Huchen responded with a puzzled Your Majesty led a large army out to sea. How did you end up in Qinzhou? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Brother, it's true. The news is real. Xiao Lu said excitedly. His Majesty returned from the north, not only destroying the northern Xiongnu, but also burying Cheng Li and Shangwan Shi alive. Upon hearing the last 3 words, Wang Huchen's eyes widened in surprise. How could Shangwan Shi be in the northern desert? Wasn't he burned to death in the puppet emperor's palace back then? Xiao Lu was also taken aback. Big brother, is it possible that those charred corpses back then were not Shangwan Shi and the others? Wang Huchen nodded. If His Majesty really buried Shangwan alive, this is the only explanation. At this point, he sighed softly. Alas, it all comes down to His Majesty. Otherwise, the remnants of the Shangwan faction would still be at large. Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. Exactly. All right. Wang Huchen's eyes widened, and he asked excitedly, Where did you say His Majesty is? Brother, it might still be more than an hour. Wang Huchen's lips curled up. Quickly, notify all officials, big and small, to follow me in welcoming the imperial carriage. Yes, sir. Xiao Lu ran and jumped, and in a flash, he flew out, eager to see Go Dan immediately. Of course, he also missed Chen Mo very much. Then, Wang Huchen led the civil and military officials of Qinzhou out of the city in a great hurry. Finally, halfway there, he saw the rolling torrent of steel, and his excitement was palpable. So, they hurried there in the cold wind. The soldiers were all delighted when they saw this. This means that once you reach the territory of Qinzhou, you won't be far from home. As Chen Mo stepped out of the carriage, he heard the clatter of horses' hooves approaching. He was also very happy. After 2 years of wandering, he was finally back. He wondered how his wives at home were doing. The good thing is that there are things that can cheat you in this space. Otherwise, by the time I get home, I'll be completely drained. It's been 2 years. They must be starving by now. Soon, Wang Huchen arrived. He leaped off his horse from a distance of more than 10 meters and ran over there as fast as he could. However, when he saw Chen Mo clearly, he was taken aback. It's been more than 3 years. This kid is still so young and dashing, still so full of vigor. No, that doesn't make sense. They had endured many hardships along the way, so they should have looked weathered and worn. But now it just doesn't look right. Ignoring everything else, he rushed to Chen Mo, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands tightly together, saying, Your subject, Wang Huchen, respectfully wishes your majesty good health. Xiao Lu and the other officials also knelt down and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, we respectfully wish you good health. Chen Mo smiled and took 2 steps closer to Wang Huchen, waving his hand. Everyone, get up. Everyone exclaimed in unison, Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Huchen stood up and took 2 steps forward excitedly. Your Majesty, I've missed you so much. Go Dan, standing to the side, was also incredibly excited when he saw Xiao Lu across from him and couldn't wait to start bragging to him. Chen Mo glanced at Wang Huchen and then at Xiao Lu and laughed. If I remember correctly, it's been more than 3 years since we last met. Wang Huchen replied with a grin, Your Majesty, that's right. Chen Mo nodded. In other words, you and Xie have not been reunited for more than 3 years. Wang Huchen nodded excitedly. Your Majesty, it is my duty. Chen Mo interrupted with a smile. This time, you will come back to the capital with me. Besides the reunion of siblings, you should also visit your eldest nephew. Wang Huchen's eyes lit up. Is already 3 years old, and I haven't met her yet. I must say, I really miss her. Chen Mo laughed heartily. That's right, I actually miss them very much too. As Wang Huchen was laughing, something suddenly occurred to him. He bowed deeply, clasped his hands in a fist, and said, Your Majesty, it was my dereliction of duty to let that brat Shangwan escape back then. I beg Your Majesty to punish me. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. You have indeed failed in your duty. Wang Huchen's heart tightened. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, I will punish you by deducting 1 year's salary.